The story begins in the province of Guangzhou, where hundreds and thousands of the Great Mountains spread. On these rocky and majestic peaks, there is a cult of Guanmais. They owned vicious demonic art and mysterious rites of worship of demons. In the center of this cult stood their head, ready to punish everyone who opposed them. He was the strongest master of martial arts, all due to the fact that this young ruler has already mastered the highest art of the Lord of the Demons. With the help of this art, he could defeat any stranger on his territory. Usually this organization was called a demonic cult. If they went to the Central Plains, the world would plunge into the abyss of unprecedented disasters. However, Jan Chakok, the first son of the head of the Union of Murim, was able to direct these people to the true path, all because he was their young master. Initially, Jan Champ was a young star in talent. He was nicknamed for the ability to withstand any combat equipment for 10 exchanges of blows. So the talented warrior began to boast of the title of the most skillful master of martial arts. At that time, the political situation inside the Murim cult looked like a lull in front of the storm. The desire of people to take the place of the next chapter was increased by the intensity of internal conflicts and endless conspiracies. And outside these unrest, there was a union of cults that deviated from the adopted teaching and began to call themselves the Unification of the Apostates. Unfortunately, Yang was involved in this wave of political upheavals. Because of this, he was poisoned, not even reaching the age of 30. After his poisoning, he suddenly woke up in an unknown place. Looking around and panting, the man tried to recover. The last thing he remembered was how to die from the action of poison. Obviously, the young warrior considered that it was all only some kind of dream, but soon he felt pain in his body, clearly proving the opposite. He believed that he would definitely die after poisoning, and now he believed that he was perhaps abducted. He was pleased with the fact that he was alive, after which he decided to look back. Look for a way out of this place. He saw luminous balls decorating the walls. Most likely, he was abducted by a rather rich and influential organization that could afford such decoration. He suspected of this Jaggle clan or Clan MANHUA, or even the unification of the apostates. The circle of suspects who could crank this was quite wide. Perhaps the kidnappers, even on all fingers, cannot be counted. But it was not strange, because Murim was very chaotic politically. It is not at all surprising that someone wanted to harm him, the first son of the head of the Union Murim. Soon he saw a way out, but he was completely blocked. However, bright sunlight made its way. Looking around in the search for loopholes, he noticed a strange bag. It was completely filled with grain balls, which probably should have been enough for several years of food. In addition, he realized that the abducted people were not going to kill him, and enough air passed through the cracks of stone walls. If so, then he should have been released at the right time, and now he needed to focus on restoration. He decided to begin meditation, focused on the circulation of his internal energy, all in order to force those who attacked his life in the future to regret that they left him alive. However, no matter how much its meditation goes, there were no visible effects. Perhaps this was still a consequence of the poison. There was a strange sensation in the body. But so far he decided to deal with his thirst, which prevents him from concentrating. Surprisingly, in this place there was even a fountain with suitable drinking water. Approaching, he also decided to wash himself. To do this, he threw off his hood and soon saw his reflection in the water surface. His face was not at all the face of the same Chachok. He even considered that it was some kind of trick, trying to excite the water surface. But no matter what he did, nothing helped. This vision did not pass. His face no longer belonged to him. He was an unknown person. It was even difficult to understand whether he was a man or a woman because of his pretty face. This thought scared him, so he immediately checked his guesses. However, looking at himself without clothes, he realized that he was still a man. Having calmed down, he realized that he was not in his body. Moreover, his internal energy was too unclean. He did not feel anywhere, and the trace of his own art, and he was interested in whose body he occupied. However, no matter how much he thought, he realized that he would not receive the answers now. Although he considered himself balanced, he was still a skilled master of martial arts, and had never been in this state of loss. But he understood. He definitely needs to pull himself together. Even if the energy in his body was vicious, yet there was at least some energy in his body. In addition, since he was not abducted, his mind fell into the body of the one who was now a solitary practice. Therefore, he decided to look for some clues. To do this, he began to wander around the cave in search of some traces. And finally, he found the first drawing on the walls. Soon he discovered many other images decorating walls with different combat techniques. Everything looked as if these drawings were scratched more than a century ago, but he could still make out what was drawn there. There was shown an art that the owner of this body studied. Seeing him, Jan Champ realized that it was a truly vicious and strange technique. The warrior did not know who came up with this technique, but decided to repeat the movement seen. Initially, he suggested that this art belonged to Dharma. However, he soon realized that it was too vicious for such a teaching. Nevertheless, despite his dark essence, in his entire life the wanderer did not meet such magnificent martial art. Further, the master discovered the sign, death, renaissance, which reads that the mortal could become stronger, only comprehending the danger. It was a message that the owner of the body left in the end. Surely that poor fellow died of an excess of internal energy, directing the vital streams through the wrong body channels. The young heir to the clan had to follow the source, control it until the energy is rooted in the body. Training only by images, a talented warrior interpreted everything, based only on common sense. The previous owner was mistaken, because this art sought to destroy all things. However, although this was a vicious teaching, it really deserved to be called an art that challenges heaven. The guy tried to check the energy in his new body, which simply overwhelmed the vessel. It seemed that even chi was ready to break out of the flesh and shone through his clothes. As a result, Yang concentrated on continuing training, until the number of son eaten has decreased. Then the master of martial arts realized that for sure at least several years of his diligent training had passed. During this time, the gifted student was able to learn absolutely everything that was drawn on the rocks. Unfortunately, the drawings ended in the position of the 10th star, so the heir to the clan could not completely master this mysterious art. However, having studied all these letters, the champ has already surpassed the power of his past life, reached an irreversible transition to a new stage. The fighter also acquired energy equal to 240 years of practice. The imprisonment in this place has become a truly useful for the exile. The student realized that for such gifts, he should express his respect. The grateful follower of the teaching bowed to the letters for the wisdom that they passed, and promised that he would not get since the path of justice with this knowledge. Remembering his father, the heir remembered that he ruled Miram, but was sure that he could even achieve more. The same could say the same fighter about the art of senior monks. But this unknown art is that the great warrior could not comprehend, having spent all his life on practice in the past. So the Chakch promised to serve the one who created this art hundreds of years ago, as his only true master. As a person walking along the path of justice, even if the heaven shudders and the earth will open, the decision of the young master will never change. The master gave his oath, and on this his promise was completed, as well as gratitude. Therefore the heir to the great clan turned to the exit. However, there was still no hint that someone was going to open this door. Therefore, a decisive warrior decided to take care of this on his own. For this, the young master collected internal energy for a crushing blow. He no longer had reasons to stay in the place of imprisonment. The current force made it almost invincible. Even if one of the 10 strongest practitioners Miram stands in the way, the outcome of the battle will be unequivocal. As a result, the guesses of the talented fighter were true, and he managed to destroy the restraining door. Soon, after many years of imprisonment, the chain saw the first sunlight. Obviously, this blinded him after many years of meditation. But soon the liberated captive was pleasure from fresh air and the sound of flying birds nearby. A student of ancient art also saw a man. Approaching the sleeping man, the released prisoner woke him up to ask a question. However, only the stranger saw him how immediately his sleep took off his hand. Frightenedly looking at the master in front of him, he screamed. Looking at such a reaction, the chain even suspected that the man was dumb. The heir to the clan seemed great bad luck that the first person who met him could not even help. To begin with, the warrior decided to still find out if the man knew how to talk. And he, crying, fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness for his unforgivable sin and begging for mercy. The master considered that the stranger took him as a bandit, because the exile looked really not in the best way after a long imprisonment. Therefore, he asked a frightened person to calm down, but he seemed to believe that the chain was going to send him to the corridors of 10,000 demons. Breaking his forehead on the ground in a bow, he asked to better kill him. Calming the trembling stranger, Jan Champi made it clear that he should not behave like that. However, even the abundance of the master by the shoulder turned out to be so strong that the poor fellow lost consciousness. The champ was surprised by this man's pugil. He will have to leave the traveler he met because the warrior had to move on. Soon the heir was already making his way through the bamboo forest. However, he froze in amazement, seeing the city spread in front of him. To begin with, the martial arts master followed further along the paved road. There, the wanderer met the soldiers who looked at him suspiciously. Jan immediately felt that very strong energy came from them. It was surprising that such powerful guards guarded the entrance. Chachoki was interested to know what kind of place it was. However, at that moment two began to approach. The great warrior realized that most likely he would have to fight. But contrary to expectations, the guards were inclined as one, welcoming the young master. They congratulated Yana on the completion of training. And at that moment, the heir froze in bewilderment. He could not believe that he became the ruler of these people. After which, the amazed master looked back at the sign, which gives an understanding of the cult. He got into the cult of Guan Men. Not just hit, but became its leader. It was a place hidden among countless centuries and majestic mountains. A place that cannot be so easy to leave if you step on its territory. The strangers called this demonic cult, and the warriors who showed respect called John Young Master. The heir to the clan seemed an incredible paradox, that the son of the head of the Union of Murim, obliged to strive for justice, was now a young master of a demonic cult. Ignoring the warriors, the puzzled master followed closer to the monastery of the cult. The realization that the techniques that he studied in the cave belonged to sworn enemies made the heart beat more often. The law enforcement officers immediately decided to find out from the returning master whether he took possession of the higher arts of the Lord of the Demons. This even more stunned a talented warrior, because it was not just an enemy technique. He studied the technique of the Lord of the Demons. In addition, this was the same person whom the Chak was mourned and swore to serve him as a true master. The shocked heir could not believe that this man was a demonic cult. Grabbing one of his soldiers, a bewildered warrior with tears explained that this could not be true. And soon from shock, he lost consciousness, not resigned to the fact that he mastered the art of an enemy clan. In addition, after the rebirth, he ended up in the body of the young master of enemies. Soon the talented master had already recovered in an unknown room, dressed and clean. Looking around, Jan saw a chic decoration of the room. Initially, a puzzled warrior considered that all this was only a dream, so he went to wash. However, washing his face with cool water, he cheered up and decided to look for a mirror. And the reflection that the heir saw proved that it was not a dream. Trying to drown in the water from despair, the lost wanderer wanted to know why he got such a punishment. History is transferred to the 7 palaces of the men cult, namely to the Eastern Palace. The princess of the Dark Palace, the second daughter of Dan Chonghak named Dan Yenhui, sat very nervously there. The maid asked the mistress to calm down, but she did not understand how she could maintain composure when this arrogant bastard returned back. 3 years have passed since his departure, and the young beauty did not understand why he decided to return. She generally wanted a daring young man to die there. However, the faithful servant asked Dan Yenhui not to say this, because someone could hear. But the ardor of the princess was indifferent, because she really wanted the insolent to simply disappear from her life. The maid knew that the proud mistress should become his future wife, and she should not have been this. The old nanny was even glad that the guy was returning, and that her ward would not finish his days alone. And then Dan Yeha remembered that her future husband went to study the highest art of demons, which even the chapter failed to master. In addition, she heard him burst into tears and fell into darkness. The maid asked that the wayward heiress tried to understand the man, not paying attention to other rumors. However, the rebellious girl believed that the villain did not give her a reason for sympathy, but simply used his status of a young master to have fun with other women. But, despite this, the faithful nanny reminded how beautiful he was. It even seemed to her that Danhu could forgive him everything, looking at such a face. The princess herself could not believe that she thought just the same a couple of years ago. Her naive fantasies were dispelled at the first meeting. Then she, still very young, made her way to meet a guy. He sat alone in his gazebo and clearly reflected on something. Then the embarrassed mistress decided to approach him. She bowed in a bow and introduced herself. The man, having learned that she was his bride, caustically noticed that she did not look as bad as he suspected. Then the daring young man demanded that the girl massage his legs. She was in complete bewilderment, looking at him. Then the man realized that perhaps his offer disappointed the beauty. However, he asked not to worry, because he also massages her in response, and decided to connect their bodies. The man who spoke such vulgarities at that time was 15 years old, and she was only 14. Therefore, now the proud princess believed that his intention to study the highest art of the Lord of the Demon was a joke. After all, many craftsmen gave their lives, trying to master them. She even wanted to applaud when he left, and his warriors hated their master so much that they would not even stop if he died. If the impudent oath to take possession of art, then he would have to part with his life if this did not work out. And she did not understand why a reckless guy fell with tears from the cave 3 years later. Dan Yeva, who was also called the One Flower, did not understand why she needed to marry such a moron, believing that it was better to die right now. One gray nanny understood that it was time for the girl to go to another palace, and hoped that these 3 years changed the young master. However, the wayward beauty could not believe it, and come to terms with her fate. Somewhere at this time, the main character himself was sitting in the small palace. He was very thoughtful, as usual. At this moment, 4 days have passed since he came into consciousness, and only a few people came to visit a warrior. But he managed to learn something during this time, namely that the owner of this body was a small head of a cult named Chonso. The behavior of his predecessor was not the best, as Jan Chachok himself would say. The former owner was simply restless. The locals called him a petty, lustful spirit. He was very attracted to entertainment with women, and he also used the status to remain unpunished. To act like a small evil spirit is the most suitable word in order to describe the previous owner. Jan Chachok did not hope for a lot, since it was a demonic cult. But if you think about it, he came across a worst version of Rebirth. The heir was perplexed why Chonso could remain untouched for everything that he did with his own. His father was the head of a demonic cult, one of those higher creatures that surpassed even 10 great masters of the earth. His name was Demon Ma Tepen. The heir did not know whether to be happy to him that the strongest man on earth was his current father or not. Thirdly, the bewildered warrior found out that he was the only son of the chapter, and having such a high status, the previous owner was just an empty shell. It is not known whether Chonso was all indifferent or just a fool, but he lived his life without putting a drop of effort. Although the former owner of the body studied combat techniques, he was not good in them, and his social skills could be called insignificant. The small palace is the only thing he had. Hearing the conversation of the maids passing by, Jan Champ only grinned. The girls believed that since the young master could not fully master the highest art of the Lord of the Demon, the head would not leave him alone when he returned, and it was assumed that it would be better for the next little chapter to another person. Soon they fell silent, worrying that someone could hear them. However, the talented master of martial arts has already heard enough, but he should not blame these girls very much. These words should be heard by the owner of this body. They considered Chonso an air snake without a rope, and this perfectly described it. The talented warrior understood. Even if the previous owner had not destroyed an excess of chi, he would still not have long to live. And now, looking at himself, he understood that this fate could overtake himself. The only thing that was encouraging at this moment. The guy was only 19 years old, and only 3 years have passed since the death of Jan Chachok. The puzzled heir even thought to escape to the Murim Alliance. However, he understood. It is unlikely that, looking at him, someone will decide to say hello. It would be extremely surprising to manage to preserve your own life story. As a result, the master of martial arts did not even have the strength to get angry, because he simply spent the last days like crazy, trying to find a way out. Once again, he decided to wash himself in order to pull himself together. The talented warrior understood that it was not at all like to worry about what had already happened. Now he simply had to accept a new story, as well as the fact that now his name was Ma Chonso. It didn't matter how the former owner lived, because he would live in his own way, as his own heart would tell him. However, at this moment, the conditional face of the owner of this body invited the young heir to try. He recalled that he was still in a demonic cult, and he was the young master of this cult. Chonso was interested in how long Jan Chachok could hold out in this place if he does not follow his rules, but the ghost decided to allow him to do anything and just observe him. At that moment, having scattered a nightmare, a dignified Yehua opening the doors unexpectedly. However, the frightened Jan Champ, looking at the beautiful guest, asked who she was. It took a young beauty even more. She did not understand how the groom could forget the one with whom he was engaged. However, carefully looking at this girl, a talented warrior burst into a blush from her unearthly beauty. He understood that he probably should not talk so impolite, being in this body, but it was difficult to get rid of old habits. Therefore, the puzzled master repeated his question, making it slightly rude, which even more strongly led Yehu from himself. She demanded an explanation from Chonso, how he managed to forget her face. At that moment, the heir became clear that the owner of this body and this girl was quite familiar. This explained why she was so easy to visit the chambers of the young master. Having analyzed her appearance, the chain saw that the girl had ordinary clothes and comfortable shoes. Since she is a young girl who could enter the small palace, he considered that she was probably his servant. The talented warrior admitted that he thought deeply. Then he asked the girl to start her work. However, the beauty clearly did not understand what this arrogant young man spoke about. Jan Champ was amazed that a simple maid asked him so impudently, not from a timid dozen or just stupid. He explained that she was wrong in her rudeness. Therefore, he demanded that she fit, after which she left, and he recalled that it was her work. However, the quick-tempered princess lost her temper due to the fact that Chonso just called her a simple servant. The talented warrior himself did not understand what he did wrong. He knew that he should not relate to people, based only on their work. However, he tried to behave in the way he would behave a real Chonso. Therefore, the puzzled heir calmly made the girl understand that he did not understand his mistake. As the owner, he only asked the girl to fulfill her duties and decided to remind that she had no choice. However, turning around, he saw that the beautiful stranger had already flooded with bitter tears from resentment. Then Jan Chachoku seemed to be that he was too rude. However, he could not say anything. How Dan Yehu turned around and left. In addition, she slammed the door loudly and defiantly. The girl considered Chonso a bastard and did not understand how she would have to marry something like him. She was sure it is better to die than to live such a life. The young master still did not understand his mistakes, only thought that the maids of a demonic cult were also too impulsive. It even seemed to him that he had released her too easily. Perhaps he had to order something concrete. However, forgetting about this situation, he decided to begin to find out all the circumstances. As a result, a talented warrior went outside in order to look around. He realized that, apparently, Chonso is almost the only one who lives in all this small palace. Jan Champ went in search of servants and finally discovered one of the rooms. There was a man who was surprised, because he did not expect to see the young master at such an early hour. He introduced himself to Yultak. He was the court palace. Jan Champ realized that he was a servant of Chonso, and the only person who visited him over the past 4 days. Currently, only they together lived in this hall. Yultak was surprised that today the master called him by name, suspecting that his memories began to return. Yultak admitted that he was very worried about Chonso. After all, when the young master returned, he looked gloomy. Perhaps he still lacked negative energy. Therefore, the helpful servant even invited the guy to book a place in the brothel. Jan Champ, looking at such behavior, realized that garbage always reaches for garbage. But he was even surprised that Yultak could be so vicious. He asked the man to stop speaking such nonsense. A talented warrior wanted to ask him a few questions, since his memory had not yet completely returned. Surprised by this behavior of the master, Yultak frowned. Then he even put his hand to the head of the young heir, trying to understand if he had a heat. However, he did not find elevated temperature. A faithful servant was simply surprised that Chonso was talking as if he were a man from a traditional cult. This greatly frightened the talented master, because he realized that his lies could be disclosed. Therefore, the champ immediately began to protest that it was complete nonsense, but still he was surprised that Yultak noticed it so quickly. He did not know what to do and whether he had to kill the faithful servant. However, at that moment, Yultak laughed, watching how the heir to the clan was surprised. He was actually mixed that now the master decided to become a good guy. His behavior was really different from the past. As a result, having received several cuffs from Chonso, he invited a young master to his home to answer his questions, despite his employment. The talented warrior did not understand what could be called employment that the servant was sleeping in the middle of the white day. On these presentations, Yultak decided only to find out what the man wanted to find out from him. However, John Chichoka was more interested in the fact that Yultak, it turns out, looked after and raised flowers. The faithful servant considered that perhaps the master again wanted to tease him. However, he demanded that Chonso do not touch the flowers, fearing that he would break them. Surprisingly, the young heir did not break them at all, but only surprised how beautiful they were, as if nature itself greeted him. This made Yultak understand that something was clearly wrong with the master. He even suggested that he perhaps accidentally hit his head. And then a talented warrior became interesting how previously Chonso spoke of flowers. Trying to recall the words of the previous owner of the body, Yultak quoted the usual behavior of Chonso, which was filled with foul language and threats. Jan Champ could not even believe it. Carefully following the actions of the assistant, the noble master realized that Chonso was one of the worst representatives of the cult. Although, as the servant noted, it was normal, because representatives of the demonic cult were usually harshly expressed. Then, the heir to the clan decided to find out how the cult was organized as a whole. At that moment, his stomach rumbled loudly. Yultak, falling to the floor from laughter, invited him to eat, and already after food, to talk. He recalled one of the restaurants where meat from meat with white garlic, pork, cut into pieces and processed in a special way. Then they could eat a portion of rice soup with egg yolk and corn. He heard these seductive descriptions. The hungry warrior immediately pushed Yultak to the exit. He demanded that they go to eat, since the servant told about this so appetizingly. However, he promised that this was the first and last time. When they got to the exit, Yultak remembered that today the restaurant was closed. Therefore, Chonso offered to eat somewhere else. The reason was that today a meeting of the heirs of the cult would take place. All the children of significant representatives of the clan should have gathered there. He even recommended that the young master not go there. This surprised a talented warrior. He had another opinion on this subject. Soon they went outside, where Janchachuk was able to enjoy the wonderful weather. However, Yultak did not look as joyful. He decided to ask the master whether he wanted to appear at the meeting, and reminded that he had not just advised him not to appear there. But the young heir asked the servant not to worry and just tell how the demonic cult works. As it turned out, the cult consists of 9 palaces. They, in turn, are divided into 2 main palaces and 7 third-party palaces. 2 palaces of Mun are the Guanmei's palace, where the head of the cult lived, and the small palace in which Chonso was located, and 7 third-party palaces were additional resource forces. However, Yultak recalled that they were the threat of the Guanmei's palace. Jan Chachok did not understand why, but the servant explained. All due to the lack of the chapter, which was due to a rumor about the need to choose a new head of the cult. The talented warrior understood that when Ma Tipin disappeared, he left only one note with a request not to look for him. For wolves, it is quite natural to try to become a king of the territory when there was no more leader. However, he recalled that the young master was still in place. Although Yultak was surprised by these words, he continued to speak frankly. After all, no one saw the next chapter in Chonso. He was incredibly weak, not intelligent, and his actions were shameful. There was nothing beautiful in him except his sweet face. Even Yultak would not choose Chonso in the next chapters. After all, if they become any dog from the street, then what will happen to the demonic cult? He would become a dog cult. Jan Champ could not disagree with this, although he was embarrassed to hear it. He even noticed that Yultak was terribly frank. Laughing, the faithful servant explained that others were talking about this. He was a devoted servant of Chonso. And in any case, he heard that the young heir can lose everything if he could not master the highest art of the Lord of the Demons. Remembering this, Jan Champ realized that it should not be so easy to renounce his words. So he decided to continue to consider the Lord to be his master. But he should not use these techniques without proper necessity. In addition, the talented warrior decided to find out from Yultak how many people are part of the Moon cult. After assuming, the servant called the amount of 10,000 people. If we consider ordinary followers and fans on the Central Plains, the cult totaled millions of participants. It was not strange that in such a situation, the emperor fussed. It is unlikely that Chonso saw how the government was pursuing the union of Murim, or the unification of the apostates. They only distinguished the cult of Mun and called its members the enemies of the country. Remembering this, Jan Champ realized that no emperor never declared any cult of enemies, whether he had adhered to the traditional teaching or not. In addition, millions of followers were equal to a whole small country. Suddenly, the heir to the clan realized that it was not just a group of martial arts masters. He guessed that the 7 palaces took over the role of 3 ministries and 6 ministers. The silent servant confirmed. And if Yultak says that 2.5 years have passed since the day that the chapter disappeared, this period of time is enough to organize the uprising. However, the assistant reasoned that not all palaces were on the same side. More accommodating, and those who were in a certain framework, without any ties, could not ignore the instructions of the elders who stood above in the hierarchy. John Champ realized. It turns out that 2 palaces, 7 third-party palaces, and the advice of elders are trying to keep the balance between each other, and the right to choose the next chapter is divided between them. And Yultak explained that for the sake of this, they were waiting for the celebration of Heaven of Occult, which is held every 2 years. But the appearance of the heir on the site of the chapter changed a lot. However, this did not give John Chachuk an understanding why there were only 2 people in the small palace and where the rest went. But as it turned out, the previous owner himself threw them out of the threshold, some because of ugly appearance, and others because of unnecessary questions. And they will never return, even if Chonso would beg them. The talented warrior did not understand how the former owner could be such a short-sighted person, but now he understood more. Many of those who wanted to become a ruler were everywhere. The situation at the moment seemed peaceful. Everything was in the balance sheet. True, this balancing was dangerous. If something suddenly outweighs, a great war will begin, and after that the spears can be directed to the Central Plains. The servant recalled anything. Chonso will not benefit from his stay in the Union. However, the decisive heir demanded that he be held at the meeting. Jan Chachok perfectly understood that the servant was worried. They would look down on him. But the talented master was happy that at least this person had a soft side to his master. Nevertheless, the young warrior was always taught to meet troubles face to face, thinking capaciously and acting quickly. If it is at a dead end, then only one thing remains: change the direction or destroy all the barriers. And he will do this not as a member of the cult, but as a person who is next along the path of justice. In addition, Jan Chachok understood that he was probably about the same age with the rest of the member of the palaces, so it was not worth waiting for problems. Yultak tried to explain that everything is not what the master believes. However, the young leader understood that now that he left his palace, he had to finish the begun. Somewhere at this time, events are transferred to the restaurant, Monchun. The gathered people did not understand why they could not enter and have lunch in the institution. However, they were driven away, explaining that all tables were busy. Everyone grumbled displeasedly, because they saw that there were free places, but the guard recalled that these places were booked. As a result, friends invited men not to quarrel. Nevertheless, this restaurant was under the control of palaces. Even in the guard there were strong masters of martial arts, and for their daring words, one could lose their heads. At that moment, the guard greeted the Fortune of the East, the second son of the Poisonous Palace, the leader of the Squadron of Poison. Having bowed, the guard opened the door to the man, and then it became clear to everyone that today was the day of the choice of the heir to the cult. After that, all influential figures began to gather in the walls of the restaurant, and the cooks tried in every possible way to please their honorary guests with gastronomic delights. At this moment, the second daughter of the Palace of Swords appeared, the Ice Flower, a Dan. Everyone immediately whispered, because this young beauty was the most beautiful among all cults and associations. No one understood that she had forgotten here, because she was alien to such events. But at that moment the girl herself appeared, and with her royal passage she picked up the views of many. The men understood, the rumors did not lie, and she was really beautiful. In fact, Manhwa came here, realizing that the young master is not the only man in the cult. Therefore, she decided to terminate this marriage, because she could not afford to engage with such as Chonso. However, when the proud beauty looked at the men in the hall, she was amazed. One had a too elongated face, the other just looked like some kind of monster, and the third forced to feel uncomfortable. Therefore, she decided to climb the second floor and stay there. There, the princess noticed at the table of the conversation men. The first applicant immediately got up, noticing the Ice Flower. Assuming that she came to a meeting with the heirs, he explained that today they celebrate the great day of choosing the heir, and those who did not appear will soon regret it. The second son of the head of the trade palace even suggested that perhaps he would smile at luck that evening in the person of the beautiful Danyeva. However, the proud beauty, ignoring his words, simply sat down at the next table. The embarrassed young man was still trying to look at the girl in any way without stinting for compliments. However, the sophisticated beauty clearly saw that this flattering gentleman was simply trying to lift her. At least this seeker of favor looked the most status of all. This was a meeting of the heirs of the cult, but she did not see either representatives from third-party palaces, nor any of the elders' council. Dan Halusha hoped that at least Yulden would deign to appear. At this time, a self-confident dandelion decided to find out what led the Ice Flower to them. He even smugly suggested that Danyewa guessed that he would also be here, wanting a meeting. These words only insulted the proud princess. She understood that this pompous dandy was clearly not bothering to think before saying something. In addition, she did not understand why he looked as if he were a predatory shark that sensed the prey. She was uncomfortable next to him, so she just wanted to slip away. However, at that moment, ceremoniously announced the arrival of the only son of the head of the cult, Chonso, the head of the small palace. The exquisite audience was amazed. No one expected his appearance on this day. People frozen with amazement did not understand how this daring bastard dared to come here. Returning 10 minutes ago, when they arrived at the restaurant, Yultak was very nervous. He explained to the young master that, no matter how you look, there is nothing good in this parish. The alarmed servant suggested that Chonso return and begged him to turn around. However, instead, the decisive heir only closely pushed him into the entrance to the restaurant. In just a moment, Yultak was near the guard, who immediately recognized him. The faithful servant only grinned awkwardly. The vigilant guard suggested that the guy came to the meeting. However, Yultak hastily explained that this was not so, after which he pointed to the young man behind his back. At that moment, when looking at Chonso, the guard's face was distorted from fright. Now everyone shied up, not realizing that he had come again to fulfill the unpredictable impudent. Many even decided to disperse, as they were afraid to contact him. Looking at this, a talented master realized, Usually people bypassed a demonic cult, considering them all madmen. But this opinion was only due to the behavior of the previous owner of the body. As a result, when Chonso entered the building, everyone immediately got up from the table in order to formally greet the young chapter. At that moment, Jan Champ noticed how the girl already familiar to him hastily runs away. Therefore, he asked Yultak to stay inside until he followed her. He saw how the beauty hastily retires, simultaneously cursing everything in the world. Not understanding what the hell of Chonso forgot here, she was worried that perhaps he appeared behind her. However, at that moment the young master was already nearby, and in surprise, she tried to attack because of such a rapid appearance and fright. But having lost her balance, Danha almost fell to the ground. The only thing that saved her was Chonso, who arrived in time. Jan Chachok still did not understand the truth. He considered it no matter what he was dealing with a lively boy or servant, here absolutely everyone took possession of at least some martial arts. In addition, a talented warrior realized that this person was clearly a very unpredictable girl. Now she, assessing the situation, realized that the young man was still holding her in her arms. Therefore, imperiously demanded that the insolent would let her go as soon as possible. Even Chonso himself understood that he was holding his hands on the girl's waist for too long, which was unacceptable, so he let her go. However, in the end, the Halhuhi was only falling to the ground. The indignant beauty considered that Chonso had completely lost his mind, since he had so unceremoniously dropped her. However, he calmly explained that he did it by chance. She herself had to understand this. He thought that she would fall, but let go of his hand, because he decided that it would be very rude on his part to hold her waist for so long. He wanted to do the right thing. At that moment, he noticed that the girl was looking at her wounded hand. The young heir immediately knelt down, trying to make sure that everything was in order with her. However, recalling, he thought that perhaps he was too polite again, and offered to help rise. Jan Chachuk explained that if she continued to be his servant, he should take care of her hands with which his room cleaned up. However, the proud princess thought that he had finally survived the mind. Then the talented master realized that even for a demonic cult, her sharpness of statements was like a wild cat. He had to try to correct this behavior, otherwise it would be difficult for her to survive in such a dangerous place. He explained that she could say what she wanted, but, despite such a contradictory nature, she could make herself problems wherever she went. Let him not mind if she behaved like that in the small palace, but asked not to do this anymore, and thought that she should not arrange tantrums in such places. The insightful heir understood that this world is such a demonic, culled by darkness. So, if the girl remains in the small palace, he at least be able to protect her. However, Danyewa was offended and stated that the guy needed to worry not about her at all, as if he did not understand what meeting was taking place tonight. However, he was well aware that it was a meeting of heirs. Then the proud beauty recalled that if he did not want to make even more problems, he should return to his small palace, or just get lost somewhere. But the fearless warrior understood. If a man constantly runs away from problems, he is unlikely to be able to complete any business. He asked Yewing Dan not worried about him. These words made her be embarrassed. She began to warmly prove that she was not at all worried about him. However, the attentive master saw the opposite, but explained that everything was in order. She could return home. Obviously, this impulsive beauty hurt even more, because of which she shouted loudly, after which she left. Looking after her, he did not understand. Is this maid always inconsistent in the expression of her emotions, or did she simply have no experience? He was also interested in whether she was in order, and he hoped that this mysterious girl was not very upset because of him. In addition, the beauty remembered her brother, promising that she would definitely return to him. Now the confused Danyewa did not understand why Chonso spoke and behaved as if he had turned into an exemplary person. Surely this unbearable insolent definitely hit his head. At that moment, she was even more embarrassed when she realized that she seemed really worried about him. Remembering his noble face, she even became ashamed of her sharp thoughts and words. Trying to dispel this obsession, the proud princess reminded herself that she actually terribly hated this arrogant guy. However, looking back at the restaurant, she wondered why he still went there. It became obvious for sure Chonso planned something. Meanwhile, the young heir returned to his assistant, inventing the excuse that he had gone to the toilet. Yultak was clearly unhappy that the master decided to leave so sharply, leaving him alone. However, the talented master, patting him on the shoulder, decided to rise on. Soon, John Chakok saw the same people sitting at the tables, who had already heard that the guy was in the corridor of 10,000 demons. They were wondering if he had achieved any progress in the study of martial arts. One of the guests was surprised that the master decided to visit such a modest place. However, sarcastically grinning, he explained that if he came for women, then the brothel in the slums would suit him more. Seriously angry, faithful Yultak ordered the impudent to keep his tongue behind his teeth. However, he sarcastically recalled that the servant continues to grab onto the leaky life circle. It was for this reason that the family left him. He did not understand how Yultaku was not ashamed to disgrace with strangers. This has even more led a devoted servant from himself. However, he understood that nothing could object to such influential people. However, the young heir, not guilty of anything, calmly sat down at the free place at the table, after which he looked at the dish and realized that it was what Yultak told about so appetizing. It really looked excellent. His brilliance delighted his eyes. A devoted servant looked at Chonso with a clear misunderstanding. Because of this, a talented warrior considered that perhaps he prevented someone else's conversation and asked him to continue. The heir himself at this time enjoyed the refined taste of the dish. At this moment, an unpleasant out-of-place did not even know how to respond to such a change in behavior. However, he quarreled, explaining that they obviously need to visit a doctor, and even recommended calling the doctor. Chonso clearly did not understand what was at stake, and Zadir considered that perhaps he ruined the mood of the young master, because such a modest and decent person would hardly say this. However, for Chonso, this Vat Amu looked just a pompous dumbass. Turning to Yultak, the young heir decided to find out who this person is. The servant introduced him, explaining that he is the son of the head of the trade palace, although no better than a courtyard dog. Then the observation warrior realized. Since this snob was from an important palace, then he had to greet him well. Therefore, only laughing, he was sarcastically surprised that even dogs were served in the restaurant. Obviously, this seriously brought Chanamu out of himself. Soon he even broke the chair on which he sat, from the seething anger. Zadira was amazed that the young master did not know what tact was, or completely survived from the mind. He recalled that much has changed since Chonso left to study martial art in the cave, and he cannot be sure that he can behave in this way in this place. Jan Chachok understood his correctness. The former Chonso was irritable and always relied on his father, and now he did not even have this high support. The fact that this arrogant type behaved like a provocateur said that he prepared in advance for a meeting with him. To begin with, the talented master decided to find out from his assistant what the power of his current influence was. He asked him to tell everything in all details. Yultak explained that, if we talk about a strict rank, then Chonso occupied the second largest position in the cult, and within the rational, he could personally punish others right on the spot. He also had the right to use the armed forces of the small palace. From the explanation, the heir realized that he took a place between the highest judge and the emperor. But he could not, for example, ordered someone to decline. Only the emperor had the right to do so. From the explanations of Yultak, he realized that he had the authority to calmly teach this daring bulk. But the faithful servant recalled that if the young master was about to kill the impudent right on the spot, then he will have many problems. However, John Chachok explained that he was not going to kill him, but he would only punish for insolence. Yultak also believed that such a dumbass should have gotten what, especially the one that was with such a large mouth, similar to the jaw of hippo, and bulging eyes, like that of fish. Seriously angry, Chan Amu decided to punish the such lousy, and grabbed the bowl of wine. After analyzing his throw, the insightful heir realized. Judging by the tension of the enemy's muscles and the corner of the inclination of his hand, he is going to throw the cup to the left of him to scare. So, he does not want to seriously harm, because he will have to answer for this. Therefore, the young master grabbed Yultak in time. After that, the shell hit the unfortunate servant straight into the stomach. The assistant immediately crouched with acute pain. This has already scared the instigator himself very much. John Chachok, watching the devoted servant spread on the table, calmly turned to Chan Amu. He decided to find out whether the trading palace really decided to encroach on him. The talented warrior explained that he had just tried to kill him. If his servant had not obscured him with his body, he would probably die. Moreover, he even suspected that Chan Amu dared to aim at his honorable place for the young master. He began to scream hysterically that it was all absurd, and it was just a drinking cup. However, at that moment the cunning heir challenged his words. Turning to his assistant, he decided to theatrically find out how the guy feels. Obviously, he was damn painful. These words made it clear to Chan Amu that the assistant was supposedly on the verge of death. There was plenty of evidence. Jan Chachok decided to threaten that he would call and tell the advice of the elders about this egregious situation. Or, perhaps, it was better for him to immediately pay a visit to the head of the trade palace. Looking at the frightened face of Chan Amu, the insightful heir recalled an important truth. Children from prestigious palaces are afraid not so much the anger of the authorities as the public condemnation, and especially the disapproval of their high-ranking parents. Jan Chachok did not know how the former ignorant young gentleman would react to this situation. But the talented warrior himself was completely different. He turned to people behind the back of the bully to find out if they were in collusion with Chan Amu. However, they immediately renounced their comrade, hastily explaining that they had just come to dinner. Then the cunning master graciously released the guys who immediately wanted to hide away. Turning to the trembling Chan Amu, the clan heir coldly explained that he should not stand a pillar. If he wanted to kill him, this had to be done more decisive and faster, because this was his last chance. In addition, he even sarcastically wished good luck and success to the second son of the head of the trading house, in case he dares to try again. At that moment, the pale bullet began to get his blade. However, Chonso was not afraid of a drop, but only carefully drilled him with his piercing look. Chan Amu, finally frightened, immediately bowed in a deep bow and began to ask heartily, asking for forgiveness. He seemed to understand that he clearly crossed the dangerous line. However, the noble warrior reminded of the previously inflicted offense and made it clear that such superficial apologies were clearly not enough. Chan Amu continued to make excuses that everything was due to the fact that Yultak used himself as a live shield. But the angry Jan Champing made it clear that the enemy could not hide behind the name of his father. He could not even try. Even if thousands of people stand in front of him, the time will come when his blood and tears will become daggers, which will pierce into his own vicious heart. He recalled that he would be his retribution. Chan Amu, finally broken, knelt down begging for mercy, admitting that he had committed a serious sin, and begged not to go to his father. However, the majestic Chonso ordered him to shut up and go to the head of the trade palace immediately, and say that soon the young heir would visit them. Those present considered that the head of the small palace had just declared war on the palace. They believed that the young master used his father more than anyone else. However, the strategic plan of Jan Chachok was different. To visit each of the 7 palaces and the council of elders one after another. The first in his way was one of the 7-sided palaces, a trading house. The head of the trading house was beside himself when his son told him about what had happened. Chan Amu believed that his father should not be too worried, because the head of the small palace only wanted to scare them. However, the wise father was sure that his short-sighted son did not understand what he had done. Chan Amu continued to convince that it is unlikely that Chonso could contrast their influence, and did not understand why his father was so alarmed. However, the angry chapter ordered him to close his impudent mouth, because it does not matter how much Chonso was low and stupid. He still remained the ruler of the small palace. Faithed by his father's anger, Chan Amu began to apologize for this misunderstanding, explaining that he hoped that the young master had lost his military abilities due to overload. But when he saw him, he realized that a real tiger approached him. Father did not want to listen to miserable excuses and ordered his son to go to the corridors of the demon and not return until he himself permits him. The guy believed that it was too cruel and recalled that he had already trained. However, the adamant father insisted on his harsh decision, wanting to punish a naughty offspring. When he left, he ordered Chan Amu to also call him Jung Biran, remaining to relax. The head of the trading faction, wise with experience, remembered that 2 years have passed since the head of the Matapen's cult disappeared. According to the Council of Elders of the 7 military palaces, it was decided to choose a new chapter at the upcoming holiday. The sun was destined to rise during the festival in honor of the Festival of Heaven. In any case, the young head of the small palace returned after the end of the practice. If they do not raise the question of choosing a new head of the cult, he will take the place. While his father is not, the young master stood above all in his status, despite all his shortcomings. At the moment, the head of the small palace was like a powder barrel, ready to explode at any time. They needed more time to observe and take measures, but the indefatigable Vad Amu had already stained the aspen nest. At that moment, the magnificent captain of the detachment of the Golden Guards entered the chambers. Bowing in a respectful bow, he respectfully asked why the master called him. The head of the house wanted to know the opinion of his faithful officer. Did the young heir to the small palace really do this, understanding their current political situation? But an experienced warrior, recalling the past, noted that Chonso was always a man of wayward behavior. It was difficult to imagine that he could pursue such cunning motifs. The head of the trade union still seemed strange that the young master was able to cope with his son so easily. It is unlikely that his offspring would seriously call this ignoramus a tiger. However, the insightful assistant believed that the young Mr. Chan Amu was known for his tendency to exaggerate. the young head of the small palace was an ordinary master of martial arts in his not the best manifestations. Even if he is not weak, it was not worth it about him so much. In addition, the faithful advisor added that he considers this situation a suitable chance. The chapter, it seemed, did not understand what his subordinate was hinting at. However, he explained about the excellent opportunity that opened. The Meyer employees did not understand why the assistant made such an optimistic conclusion. The cunning strategist explained that, since all other forces are equal, the young Mr. Chanso was the most decisive grain on the scales. Either he will be on their side, or they will be forced to eliminate it. It was a border affecting the change in the entire political situation. However, the cautious chapter understood. In current troubled times, an accusation of a conspiracy against the heir could kill them all. If one of the other third-party palaces kills Chanso, they will be able to blame competitors of this, and they will meet their ruthless death. That is why a far-sighted assistant considered this a unique chance. The head of the small palace is impulsive and rapid in decisions. If they are well greeted and generously gifted, they will be able to earn his precious trust. The wise chapter realized that for sure his cunning assistant wants to defend the young master, believing that in this way they will be able to earn his favorable location. And this means that the trading house could actually control the cult through influence on Chanso. The chapter was delighted with a similar strategic proposal of the assistant, because they could really control the clan until the real chapter would return. After that, he ordered his faithful servant to bring the sacred sword of a demonic flame. He, frightened by such a bold requirement, recalled that this was one of the 5 divine treasures of the clan. However, the decisive chapter understood that the relic to them is useless, after which he decided to go for a sacred blade himself, because in order to catch a large fish, they had to use the largest and most seductive bait. At this time, John Chachok calmly returned to the small palace. There he meditated serenely. He understood that his enemies would probably regard the troubles in the restaurant as a reckless step of the reckless young master, and will be occupied by the miscalculation of his subsequent actions. If he is destined to live the remaining life in this body, then for a noble warrior, it would be better to take the reins of the rule by a demonic cult and bring the long-awaited world to the Central Plains. Thus the trade palace seemed ideal as the first goal. To implement grandiose plans, economic support was necessary. The current problem for a talented master was the lack of sufficient strength. He could not overturn the mountain on his own. He needed to find faithful people who would not be part of someone else's army. The only warrior under the roof of the small palace was just a devoted Yultak. At that moment, the alarmed servant burst into the master's room, not understanding how he could sleep so serene after everything that happened. When the heir explained that he was meditating, Yultak could not believe that the master was engaged in such, and recalled that now it was not the most suitable time for spiritual practices. After that, the faithful servant persistently warned that Chanso had to go to the trading house rather, and explained that all this was just a joke so that he had no serious problems. However, Jan Champ was unshakable in his intentions. Yulta was striking that for such an audacity of the young master could again lock 10,000 demons in the corridors. However, he recalled that Chanamu crippled Yultak, and his master was used to taking care of his people. Initially, the faithful assistant was delighted with changes in Chanso, but remembered that it was the young master who pushed him under attack. But Jan Champ, not paying attention to his words, asked the assistant to bring the records where the entire hierarchy of the cult was registered. Yultak could not believe that Chanso really requested hierarchical documents from him. He could get them, but did not understand why they were so urgently needed by the young master. He explained that he needed to know who he could turn to in order to fill the small palace with the people he needed. After which he demanded that Yultak rather take him to the library. The curious servant still wanted to know what the master had planned. He patiently explained that he wanted to fill the empty palace. There were whole 11 unoccupied houses, not counting the dwelling of Yultak himself. He believed that in the palace it was too empty despite the fact that this place where the young master lived. In addition, Yultaku himself was probably lonely and boring. However, the servant could not believe that his owner wanted to do this troublesome. He believed that this was just a new way to throw another tantrum. However, John Chachuk made it clear that he would prefer that his enemies rolled his hysteria and not himself. Yultak, however, the last time warned the young master that this was not done so easily. But if influential people intervene in this, unforeseen troubles may begin at the small palace. 7 third-party palaces and the Council of Elders will not leave him alone. It was too risky. After all the futile attempts to calm his master, he did not give up, and asked him, reminded him who he was. But Yultak calmly replied that this is not important at all. Yultak was worried that his eager master again wanted to arrange a booth, but he persistently repeated the question. Who am I? The uncertain servant reminded Chonso that he was the head of the small palace. And then the resourceful heir decided to clarify. Did he need any more special status in order to make such decisions? Yultak himself realized that his master could act independently within the framework of his power. And smiling, Jan Champ ordered him to go for the documents. Then the caring Yultak asked the master to change clothes, because they did not need to attract unnecessary attention in the city. He offered to put on a black hat and clothes. Chonso asked why it was black color, but the servant explained that he himself liked this shade, after which he admitted that he often wore such robes. Not arguing, a talented warrior put on black clothes. Then, looking at himself in the mirror, I realized that the outfit looked really elegant. Soon they went to the market. Jan Champy suggested that it was a night market. However, Yultak explained that these were the very famous hundreds of thousands of the Great Mountains. He himself did not think, but there really were an infinite number. Members of the cult lived only on a few of them. The palace of Guanmer and the small palace were located on the largest peak, the peak of the sun, eagerly accepting a good part of the sunlight. Then there is the top of the moon, the top of the flame, the top of the water, the top of the tree, steel, and the earth. At the peak of the sun, there is everything except what is not on it. The head of the cult is content with everything necessary. But for other palaces, everything was not so rosy. Many had to go to the top for goods in the evening, the other at night, and another, in general, in the morning. So the market worked all the time. This way, we can say that this trading area was around the clock. Jan Chakok had no idea that people of the cult had to go through such difficulties. It must have been not easy for them, especially those who did not own martial arts. The air even became interesting. Did these people think to go down the mountains to buy something in the valleys? However, Yultak explained that if the members of the cult went down, they would be attacked by the unification of the apostates, the union of Murim, and the emperor himself. They could not leave their shelter in the mountains. However, Chonso objected that this would have happened because it was from the demonic cult that the Central Plains suffered, and several times in history. However, the wise Yultak explained that even if the cult members wanted to go down, the emperor had long considered a demonic cult his enemy, without any thorough justification. They just fought to survive in this harsh world. However, the insightful Jan Chachoku seemed that the actions of the cult members were too barbaric to consider them simple self-defense. But Yultak objected that the young master should not say that. The whole world has already heard about the shame of the little lustful spirit. The servant was interested in whose side he was now, and then Jan Champ was aware of an important truth. Now that he has become a young master of a demonic cult, he really must speak on the side of his new clan. He forgot about it. But now he remembered that the nickname stuck to his new person created a serious problem. Even if he finds potential supporters, hardly anyone will decide to follow such a scandalous figure. Where at that time a gray-haired man carefully copied ancient manuscripts in the walls of the library and created new ones. After numerous ascents on the endless stone stairs, they reached their destination. Yultak explained to his master that the library is an interesting place for those who are eager to find out the last gossip. They are in no way inferior to the mystical palace, he added in a whisper, after which he opened the massive door and invited the master to enter. In the twilight they saw a clearly displeased gray-haired guardian of knowledge. Yultak politely asked the man whether there was something to see today, and he only frowned where they came from. The servant did not answer directly, but carefully remarked that even though there was light in the room, he was completely dim, and the old man could ruin his eyesight if he continues to read in such conditions. At that moment, the librarian carefully looked at the Yultak himself carefully, and then at the mysterious guy who came with him. The keeper calmly stated that they are unlikely to find what they would like to look at. The young heir was surprised that men spoke among themselves as if some kind of cipher. But the next moment, the librarian unexpectedly closed the main hall, driving away visitors away. Obviously, the servant was indignant, not understanding why they were put out the door. He screamed that they came from a small radiance, but even this code word did not help. At this time, the librarian outraged a secret passage to the basement. There, illuminating the path with an old lantern, he went down to the deepest dungeons. Approaching the door, the man spoke about the arrival of guests from the small palace. He wanted to know what to do with them. The unknown outside the door was surprised that they personally showed up, and the assistant explained that the young master tried to hide in dark clothes, but he could not hide his beauty, so he recognized him. An elderly man, having heard about this, laid a feather. He deeply thought about the reasons for the arrival of the heir, assuming that the reason in the scandal of what happened in the restaurant. But the librarian noticed his aura was different from the former, and it is also difficult to understand what such a person has in his head. The unknown was surprised that not one of the trade palace or other palaces showed up to him. In addition, it turned out that he came in order to take lists of names. And not any lists, but lists with a record of the moon cult. This made the old man think. The guy was surprisingly difficult to predict. However, this interested him, and he decided to meet with the hero himself. The assistant was worried that it was not dangerous, at least risky. However, the old man did not expect the danger from the one whom everything around was considered an insignificance. But the librarian was more worried that the young leader could recognize his master. But the elder believed that this is even for the better, because if the young master was much more useful than in rumors, then he uses it in his favor. He was interested in the head of the small palace on the verge of rotten life, or his reborn version. Finally, the librarian got up to know the guests. The servant was indignant. The librarian understood him from the very beginning, but still drove him away. However, he quickly fell silent when they began to lead to an unknown basement. They went down to where Yultak was the first time. The young man was struck by the fact that under the library they hid such a place. Finally, going to the door, the man explained that they had arrived. Jan Champ was in a room that was completely decorated with portraits and some notes. The guests did not understand that this was all that. However, the gray-haired master in a wheelchair explained that it was the old man's modest work. Bowing, he greeted the young master. Chonso was surprised that he had not said anything yet, but he had already recognized him. However, the owner, wise for years, explained that he learned such things with age. Then the young man decided to find out what happened to the elder's body. He sadly explained that he could not stand on his own, and apologized for welcoming in this way. However, Chonso was more surprised that the elderly master himself created this chair. The sage said that it was a chair on wheels, and there was nothing in his abilities that could be praised. The young guest considered it differently, because the elder built a whole secret room, which was located under the so-called library, and a man calling himself an old colleague and master was actually greater. This obviously could not but surprise the warrior. In addition, he saw that a weak-looking man was a wonderful artist. Looking around, Chonso realized that there was a list around him. And this was supposed to be a list of outstanding fighters of the Orthodox communications of the Murim Union, the Emperor's strength. They captured each of the outstanding fighters who have reached the highest stage. The young man was wondering who this man was, such a level that he could not believe it. He even saw on the walls of a mysterious monk 7 students, and even a cloud dragon of emptiness. On one of the portraits, he also saw his father. The team immediately realized that Chonso recognized someone. Although this surprised the old man, because on this side, portraits were people from the Murim Union. However, the hero did not answer. He understood that these were difficult things to do this under the guise of the library. The young man wanted to know who this man is. The gray-haired sage only laughed, and explained that he was an old man who collects and spreads rumors. Chonso understood. This is not something ordinary that an ordinary old man could deal with. If this is revealed, bloodshed cannot be avoided. But as it turned out, therefore, the hermit was hiding here. However, the guest was interested in if the information that the old man owned would want to use evil. Would he actively decide to tell them about this? He believed that the master wise for years should not have done something like that only for his pleasure. However, the old man was surprised that the young master was worried about the central plane, but he believed that he would be a terribly good ruler. It seemed to Yultak that the sage wanted to die right now, because hardly anyone could talk so freely. But the elder understood. He could hardly be afraid of the loss of life when such things restrained him. In addition, he realized that if he died, then no one could leave. In evidence, the door slammed shut behind them. Then Chonso noticed that the owner's words sound as if they want to kill him, so that he would not get out of here. However, the old man believed that he was unlikely to be capable of this. He simply hoped that the young warrior would listen to the voice of reason. But the brave guest recalled that he could pretend and return with a large number of combat warriors to arrest him. But the elder understood that by that time he would no longer be. As a result, tired of this empty conversation, Chonso decided to find out why the gray-haired sage called him, because he could let him meet upstairs. The owner explained that they themselves came, and he himself was interested to know why the young master was needed. It became obvious. This old man was good in reading people. Unconvincing lies will definitely not solve anything. Therefore, the young man stated that he wanted masters of martial arts to live in a small palace. The hermit, which was wise for years, guessed that therefore Chonso ended up in a restaurant, but it seems he did not find capable people there. However, he himself understood that they had already had cozy houses, and they did not need it. The young master hoped to collect those who did not belong to any associations. This interested the old man, and he thought about his words, after which he realized that Chonso intended to strengthen his influence. However, the young man explained that in fact he just wanted to fill in the empty rooms of his palace. From such a statement, the sage only laughed. Chonso had to perfectly understand what times now. He considered that a noble warrior even looks at these seething in society down. However, the guest explained that he was already suffering. No matter whether he is going on or remains in the palace, he had no reason to do nothing. The elder warned that such thoughts could lead him to death. However, Chonso had a completely different opinion. Then an awkward silence hung. In this silence, the young man decided to find out the name of the man. The surname of the owner was Tong, but Chichoku did not give anything. But soon the elder named his name, Jaggle, who struck the guy to the core. He remembered his past, which would connect him with this person. For a long time, he suggested Chichoka to abandon everything in martial arts and go to the educational institution with him. However, the young warrior asked the sage not to say stupidity, and it was better to convey to him a plan of aquaculture of the Black Dragon, because he had to finish the matter here, and after all he was called a wolf. Joining, the elder handed him a collar and asked that, if possible on his way, Yan Champ would not kill anyone. This man was from a secret union and was famous as unsurpassed in intellect. He was nicknamed the Rebirth of the First Ancestor, a man who was called the first brain of the central part of the world for a short time. With the publication of the White Book of the Secret Union Muram, he was the so-called mentor Chachok, who cared for him the most when he only entered the alliance with Muram. For a long time, friends studied martial arts together. Then the young man noticed a scar who was on the hand of the master. He was exactly the same as that man, but the Chach could not believe whether this was his mentor. In addition, he did not understand why he was in a Millennium Library and even in a secret room. He could not believe that this was so, because if the sage was really that man, then he should have been 40 years old. His body looked quite older. And then the elder became obvious that the young master knew him. Now he was interested in whether Chonso was a real young master. To hint at the old man, he said that excessive questions could cost him life. It was a phrase that the sage once told him. It is not known whether the old man understood the hint, but he apologized for showing disrespect. Chonso decided to find out why the elder lived here. He explained that no one knows who and where he would bring. He is here because his fate brought him here. Yultek was surprised that the young master knew this man. However, the hero pretended that he could not know this, because they first met here. This did not seem strange to Yultek. After all, he himself first saw this person. Interrupting this moment, the old man decided to ask Chonso something else, namely, why did he come here? After all, he probably knew that the 7 third-party palaces, the elders, and the palace of the head began to follow him. They even declared war on the trade court. The longer it remains here, the more problems arise. Hearing these words, Jan Champ realized that the only person who could sit here for a long time alone was his mentor for a long time. But the guy explained that it was he who followed the enemies of Chonso, and not they were behind him. This caused the old man a smirk. After that, the gray-haired sage pulled by a small ribbon, and immediately after that, he showed a whole poster with portraits to his eyes. It was a sheet of their clan, and the hero immediately recognized him. The elder explained that initially only 2 words about the young master were written on the sheet. These words were maniac and crazy and nothing more. Yultak, boiling with anger, desired immediately to break the old man all the bones. How he dares to joke so much before the young master. However, at that moment, the owner asked the guy to bring him water, and preferably a bucket, his throat was very dry. He, snorting with displeasure, retired away, while Chonso asked the old man to continue. At this moment, the wise hermit realized that after the visit of a noble warrior, he needed to change something. Therefore, he began to spin the words on his portrait. He accidentally issued that he believed that he knew everything about the young leader. But now he understood that it was impossible to sit out here for ages. He was told that Chonso was stupid and mediocre, but he was smart. Although the young man was considered a psycho, a real gentleman appeared before the mentor. It was obvious. If now Chonso thinks about why he mentioned treason in 7-sided palaces is to protect himself, and about the trade palace, then this is not because he needs wealth and power. And he guessed the reason why he came here. The heir wanted to take the place of the head of the cult, the place belonging to his father. However, the young warrior only said nothing of these suspicions, but the old man believed that it was already evident in the eyes that it was the true reason why he appeared. At that moment, the young man could not stand it and smiled. However, he explained that if he became the head, he would surely burn this place. But the sage understood. If Chonso is going to become the head, he will need help servants, the advice of the elders, or one single old man. The young man believed that he did not need to worry about it. But the elder knew very well that having only a high status, Chonso could only dream of it. It was a futile hope that could be repaid even a small pebble. The heir became interesting. If he brings the old man's hand, will he manage to climb to the very top? However, he explained that in return would demand 50% from him. However, the young man objected that 50% would not work, and most likely he will have to cope with everything on his own. But the old man knew it would not be worth it. He talked about brutal reality. The young man laughed, apologizing to the old man. But he explained that he was not going to climb to the top. Then, a multi-hearted sage guessed that he had come to him in order to save his life. The young leader explained that the centuries-old mountain looks obedient, but this is just a small corner in the northwest. If you look outside, and not from the inside, then this is just human greed. Even if you climb to the top, you will be just a tiger on the mountain. Instead, the young man wanted to completely change the mountain, and therefore the clan himself. But the elder clearly did not expect such zeal. He believed that the guy is unlikely to be able to resist, because this is not solved by the usual log house. And it was true. He was still about to climb to the top. Whether with the help of an old man or not, he did not see the difference in this. Then the mentor-wise for years became obvious that Chonso was not at all insane. He was just a dreamer. A person, of course, cannot change the relief of the cult, because the cult worshipped magic with modest forces in martial arts. Anyway, the elder decided to help John Chachoku, so he suggested that he give him a share, and he would take responsibility for the young man to become the head. It was better than falling into the hands of villains, because you can do without sacrifices. He will seriously make it easier for Chonso, if all that needs to be done is to give his rights to him, and then he will be able to live as he wants. At that moment, the young warrior was seriously disappointed in the mentor. After all, he had a great future, and he never used it. The old man wanted to become a regent, a temporary ruler. Yan Chachoku was interesting. When and where did the spirit of his mentor disappear? He realized that if the sage forgot, then who he is, then the young man would remind him. He did not understand why the elder is so confident that nothing would work out, and he vowed that he would change the dynamics of the cult with his own hands, and threateningly released his ability. And he explained that since the old man was struggling with empty desires and blocking his path, then he could strangle him with his own hands. And at that moment, the gray-haired hermit was frightenedly saw the art of a heavenly devil. Yan Champ, without recalling, reminded the man that he was limited only by this corner that did not belong to any other place. At the same time, he talked about the world, which was arrogant and rude. Then he knocked out the doors, which the old man believed that he was locked in the room. Then the wise mentor seriously worried and eventually bowed. He realized that Chonso managed to obtain the strength of the head of the cult, but did not understand why the young man wanted to change the cult, because there was an opportunity to climb the throne. However, the young gentleman believed that the current magical religion is similar to madness, where everyone pushes each other. They are created only to pour pity, even incapable of freeing themselves, trying to simply break the chain of evil. However, the gray-haired sage understood. The cult of the cult would not say this, because he himself had previously done the same. However, Chonso explained that for this he wanted to become the heir to the head of the cult. At that moment, the old man suddenly laughed loudly, as if in despair. It seemed to him funny that the heir, who received the heavenly power of the devil, changes this magic. Jan Chachoku even thought that the man was crazy, or was just tired of everything that was happening. However, the old man asked him to give him a chance to survive, so he began to beg Chachok for mercy. He had one unfinished business. However, the young warrior noticed that these were the personal problems of the sage. Nevertheless, the mentor, wise for years, promised that he would face Chonso in his path. And even though his body looks like that, he is sure that he could give the young man several practical advice. After that, the gray-haired sage decided to find out from Chonso whether the one who was Howman knew. Of course, the heir knew. This was a secret organization created by people working in lower classes. Thanks to this, they lacked solidarity. But from the point of view of obtaining information, as you know, they exceeded their openness. Looking at this man, Jan Champ did not understand how he was connected with this clan. However, The elder showed his golden tablet, explaining that he was a 19th generation Chaos Jew. Such a sign talked about a lot. This person clearly did not lie. He really belonged to this organization. However, Chonso indicated that they were all deceived because they lived, hiding on the mountain. The sage was sure that it was he who obediently watched the progress of the young man in achieving the strength of the heavenly demon. The young warrior understood that a man hints that they should trust each other. He was wondering what the old man wanted. However, the hermit asked that Chonso promised him only one thing. In this Murim there is a military juggleman. He wanted the heir to give this person to him later. Thinking, Jan Champ realized that most likely this man imprisoned his mentor in this place. He was curious why his teacher changed so much. What was the reason? If he had a knife under his heart, he, most likely, should be the most frightening in the Murim Union. It was unsafe to leave him alive. However, the elder understood. It does not matter what Chonso thinks now. It is a pity that the plan has changed, but nothing will remain unchanged if the young man was the heir. The only thing the sage wanted to know is whether Chonso wants him to be on his side, but the guy warned the old man he will have to try. However, the mentor, wise for years, recalled, before anyone who was Chonso, an engineer or student, at first they must be unified. If you put everything wrong, the whole plan will go crazy. However, John Chakok recalled that the young man was already insane. He decided to find out if a man needs only this person. The sage explained that although he was disabled, it would be better if Chonso himself brought him to him. However, the guy believed that it was too difficult for this faction, and the old man noticed that the young master was more suitable for Murim than the cult of demons. Then Chonso decided to find out what was better for him to do for a start. The gray-haired sage asked him to be raised, because he was very inconvenient. Jan Chachok grinned, realizing that his old man would not have silent, even if the old man had died. Then he carefully put him back on the chair. Then the wise mentor said that the current cult of demons was no different from the current volcano. Starting from 7 palaces to the Council of Elders, they were stronger than ever before. Obviously, there were 2 candidates to the post of ruler of the mountain. Thanks to this, the appearance of a young master was a variable for a cult. If the young man rejects the chapter, the minor heir will take power, while the refusal of the head of the small palace will be a big blow. The young warrior thought about it, and the old man could see that he was clearly unhappy with something. Typically, Chonso called the association only the cult of Mun, but now he also reflected on him as a cult of demons. However, John Chachoku was obvious that it was still too early to reveal his personality. Therefore, ignoring the old man's words, he asked him to continue. The sage explained that even if the young master has reached the strength of the heavenly devil, one can destroy the demonic spirit, but one cannot possess it. The gray-haired old man handed him the box, explaining that it was originally created to defeat the heart of the chapter, but he decided to give it to Chonso. Inside is one of the doctrines, the secretary of the cult. There are several copies of the original. He asked the young man to believe him, but when he opened the box, he saw that there was a mask. It is said about the roots of the West that the demonic god created an evil dragon, but God sent a hero who killed the monster. It was a mask of that very hero. Although this is an ordinary mask, wearing it, you will be surrounded by a sea of blood. Besides, it is made in such a way that no one recognizes a person. In the cult, 5 gods used that were known in generations as heavenly. They are scattered around the world. It is not known where. It is only known that one is here, and it is called the Holy Mask. The old man asked Chonso to join as deeply as he could. When they find out in the cult that he conquered the power of the heavenly devil, 30% of the cult, even 50%, will come to deal with this on their own. Exactly so much was lost in the cult of legitimacy. Thinking even about 50% of the Murim Union, his head was already breaking. But if a monk and 108 Nahatans meet in a closed place, it will be a battle in which both sides lose, without any way out. But in any case, he advised not to worry too much. Chonso had to convince half of the palaces and the Council of Elders before the election of the heir began. Then he can easily climb to the top. For everything about everything, the young man had 4 months. He should be careful and approach them one after another. The elder warned that there would be those who were ahead of him. For example, the Palvi Palace, where the power is great, and Chonso is not powerful enough. Also, his reputation is not particularly good. He himself knew this. Everyone knows him only as a psycho. The old man asked Chonso to show himself a new one. The young man's power increases, which means that people are in danger. They will continue to live under the unjustified pressure of 7-sided palaces and the Council of Elders, which only intensified. The mentor, wise for years, understood this, and he was interested in how to help them. The gray-haired sage suggested Chonso to go outside and look around. Then he will see those who can change their lives with small things. In addition, the elder promised the young master that he would act undercover and asked if he could fulfill his plan. Chonso hesitated due to the fact that he was not confident in his abilities. However, he soon stated that he would do everything necessary. The old man understood. Chonso wanted to increase his strength. These people have unusual qualities, but they go around the bush, because they cannot mix with the rest. However, the young man only reminded that the houses of the small palace were empty, which were as much as 10. However, the old man recalled that he had previously stated 11 places. The hero explained that one place had just acquired his master. The elder was surprised that Chonso offers such an extensive place as a small palace, not understanding how the old man could enjoy such a luxury. After that, the gray-haired sage showed him another portrait. Iltesic, the man from whom Chonso decided to start. Hearing this name, the Eltak came to know that guy and considered him a rather bad person. Everything was fine with him, and then he lost his wife and washed down. So he had a bad reputation. Yultak also knew that in the Palace of the Head, he was the head of the guard of the head of the cult and former creditors in the palace. Now he was just an unnecessary cripple. At that moment, Chonso called Yultak behind him, realizing that now he had another goal. So he arrived at the Subon market. Here, outside the market, under the waterfall, there is a valley where people of low class live. The waters current there are similar to the tears of these people, so Berugol was nicknamed. Obviously, who could come here? Those who lost their condition at gambling. Those who drank because of the lack of a family. Those who have nowhere to go. Or those who committed a serious crime or hid. No one paid attention to them. There is nothing to take from them and cannot be forced to repent. Thanks to this, their lives were devoted to ordinary concerns. Their calm life was finished when people gathered, who all bowed in a bow. The boy was already tired and wanted to come home. However, his mother forbade him, explaining that an important person would come to them, and they would have to wait more too. The inhabitants of the valley did not understand who decided to come to them, and believed that he wanted them to die from the heat, and then he would pass through their bodies. However, the man soon found out that it was a young master, and ordered everyone to kneel if they did not want to die. And finally, a boat appeared in the distance, on which Jan Champ was floating. When he sailed past this place, he saw the field flowering poppy. Approaching, he noticed how many people gathered, who knelt down to greet them. One of the inhabitants came forward and greeted the young master who arrived from afar, after which everyone began to praise him together. Praise the young master. But this surprised Chonso. Such praises were intended only to the kings. This was one of the things that had to be rid of. Then he noticed that it was very hot for people. However, they began to argue, explaining that they were very good. Yultak also suggested that Chonso follow where the man would lead them. And Jan Champ, looking at these people, understood that karma probably played a cruel joke with them. Soon they reached the house where the same man began to ask Chonso as he got to them and why he decided to visit this place. However, Yultak explained that the young master of cult is hardly needed to look at people's lives. And the head of the settlement agreed. The assistant was probably right. However, he explained that he was embarrassed that they had nothing to treat a tall guest. While the man was saying something, Chonso peered at the flowering fields. The young warrior did not know if these flowers were always here. Unfortunately, the head of the settlement himself did not say anything about this. And since Chachok no longer had an assistant questions, he let him go about his business. Bowing, the head of the settlement asked that the young leader call him at any moment when he would need him. Finally, having left alone, Yultak realized that the valley was very small. Surely Yang Champ will quickly find the person he needs. However, at this time the heir himself thought about the oddities of this place. There was a feeling that something is missing here. However, the satellite believed that believers look open. Flowers and a river are beautiful. He did not understand what the young master was still lacking. However, Chonso thought about the fact that in places where people live, there should always be farming. Then Yultak recalled that Chonso also goes to the market to buy products. And even a centuries old farm is not given easily. However, the young warrior recalled that there was a river here, and it was a good place for agriculture. In addition, these people could hardly climb the market from the valley. The assistant understood that for sure people had the reason why they lived without agriculture. Perhaps in order not to occupy yourself and just eat and have fun. However, Chonso did not suit this answer. He decided to find out everything himself to begin with. At this time, the head of the settlement, leaving thought, not understanding why Chonso appeared to him. He understood that this was not just. Perhaps the young man learned something. The man hoped that this was a chance for him to get in position and finally go to another place. Finally, he reached the gazebo, where he was already expected. Rising, he saw a man who hid his face with a mask. The man, calling this man Nari, quickly handed him a red bag with unknown contents. However, looking around the red bag, the person noticed that its contents were less than last month. However, the head of the valley explained that all due to the fact that a young gentleman suddenly arrived at them. He himself did not understand why he arrived, but he had to not work for several days and prepare for his arrival. The man in a mask was surprised that Chonso and his assistant was in this dysfunctional place, because more recently the heir only escaped from his test. After which, the mysterious figure demanded that the man next time bring the full amount of money, and he reminded why he was the head of the valley. He promised that he would not forget his duty and would surely bring everything. The head of the valley was about to leave, but the unknown stopped him again. He decided to ask how Iltesic went through. However, the man asked not to worry. Now that Iltesic's heart was broken, he could not even raise his head. He was just an employee. The unknown was surprised that the head of the valley was already used to this life, and added that it was time to present a gift. He asked about the daughter of this warrior, and he joyfully said that she had already grown up. Her skin was so beautiful. Besides, he cared well that no one touched her. The stranger himself asked him about this, and the head of the valley fulfilled his order. For morons, drooling on a girl, he just prepared a pot. The mysterious figure realized that in this case, since the young master arrived here to them, then he had to be attracted to a woman. Therefore, the stranger ordered his daughter to be placed to Chonso in bed. He clearly initially came here not just like that, which means he came to save the head of the valley, and we need to help him. However, the man was worried that something could go wrong, but the master in the mask believed that the head of the valley had no right to ask him. He just had to do what they would tell him. For the sake of such purposes, he lives. Feeling awkwardly, the head of the valley understood that Iltesic probably stole even his wife from his owner. But still, he decided to grow his daughter for such a purpose. However, this did not bother the head of the valley, because at least he was able to earn status to the young master. At this time, the stranger, laughing even more, understood how quickly Tesic would fall, and thus they would become more similar. After that, in just a moment, the mysterious figure disappeared. At this time, John Chachok tried to understand the basics of a demonic cult. They were based on the worship of the gods and the salvation of living beings with the help of fire. Nevertheless, fire for lighting living creatures has always become the embodiment of a real fire. This place could not illuminate, so the cult has become a cult of demons. Then, together with his assistant Yultak, he began to walk around an abandoned village. People, seeing him a little, immediately fell to their knees, bowing in a bow. Yultak, it seems, did not at all understand where the young master was going. The day was hot, and the servant offered to just go and find Iltesic. Jan Champ was surprised that his assistant did not notice anything at all. Yultak looked with interest at the young master. It seemed strange to Chonso that the number of houses exceeded the number of people. However, this assistant did not seem strange. If someone was constantly dying, it was understandable. However, the young man noticed that most people here were quite young. Yultak also indicated that most inhabitants in Biragol were at middle age. When Chonso decided to draw the attention of the assistant to the weather, he did not see anything strange that the sky was clear, although it was slightly stuffy. It seemed to Yultaku that Chonso simply powdered his brains, or he began to row from the heat. However, seeing how this angered the master, the servant only laughed awkwardly, explaining that the day was really hot. However, Jan Champ explained that it was precisely in this heat that was the most important problem. Then he headed for the woman, that, frightened, falling to her knees, began to greet the young master. However, Chonso, approaching her, was surprised that even in such hot weather she put on such a long, voluminous skirt. She did not understand what the young master had in mind. However, he bent below and, grabbing her face, explained that even he was sweating. He wanted to know if she was hot, and she didn't understand why Chonso behaved so strangely. Then the young man quickly laid the girl on the ground, to the shock of Yultak. After which he began to lift her skirt. The frightened servant tried to explain to the young master that they were on the street, and such behavior was impermissible. However, finally they saw what Chonso expected to see. It was wounds on the body. At that moment, the wind rose, spreading the petals around them in layers. Raising one of them, the young man realized that it was in these miniature colors that looked beautiful, but did the like with the girl's feet. Then he headed towards the poppy field. At the same time, the head of the city was indignant, because he needed to prepare for the next month, which was not easy. But he had to fulfill the order of his master. To do this, he climbed onto the bridge and, making sure that there was no one around, ducked under the water. He began to swim, swimming into the cave already familiar to him. And finally, having sailed her, he got out, finding himself in a place lit by torches. Walking awkwardly, the head of the valley realized that it was time for him to change the place where he was hiding, because he was tired of being a floating rat. After which he greeted his bodyguard, who congratulated him on his return. However, he immediately gave him a slap for the fact that the bodyguard did not work at all. However, he explained that the casino worked without his intervention, although such an attitude was even more angry with the head of the valley. The head of the valley fell silent, looking around the participants in the gambling. They joyfully argued and cursed, trying to understand who was a deceiver in this game. At some point, the conflict began to aggravate, and the head of the city noticed that, it seems, one of the players began to suspect some kind of deception. He wanted to take a card from his opponent, make sure of his deception, and was even ready to put his life on the con. At this moment, the angry chief of the city quickly cut his hand. Obviously, everyone was in a panic, not understanding how he dared to do so. However, the head of the valley made it clear that it does not matter which of them was right and who was not to blame. They both had to get out for inappropriate behavior. After that, making sure that the men were taken out, he went to his room and ordered his employees to continue work. However, they were concerned about rumors of the arrival of the young master and reminded that the valley was already empty. However, the head ordered the guards to leave a panic, because he already understood that the reasons for the arrival of the young master were obvious. Finally, they went into the room where everything was completely laid in red flowers. Looking at them, the head of the city ordered not to make a hype, to bring all the inhabitants without exception, otherwise they will not have time to make money for the next month. He also did not forget to ask where Iltesic was now. The guard suggested that he was probably with his daughter. He should be with her all the time, except when she works. The head of the valley ordered both of them. The girl was supposed to wash, and she had to be placed in the bed to the young master. The guard was surprised that the man wanted to give her out despite the fact that he forbade everyone to touch her. However, the head of the valley understood. Unfortunately, he would have to make such sacrifices for the sake of business. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the house where the girl with her father lived. She fed the man, realizing that he needed to eat well. Karen uneasily explained that high-ranking people from the small palace arrived at them by rumors. She suspected that everyone was hard from this news. It seems that Iltesic remembered something about the small palace. Karen also heard about the place where the young master lives. However, at that moment the man suddenly began to shake, as if from fear. Karen considered that he again remembered his past. She was interested in knowing what her father was at that time, and it was a pity that her words influenced him so much. Now he had a chronic disease, as the doctor said. He also constantly gave them medicines so that his father would become better. However, Karen understood things about everything else. This is definitely not a chronic disease. They are only forced to believe in it. Therefore, they needed to escape from the village as soon as possible. The girl was even more interested in what now attracted the attention of the head of the small palace, since he appeared with them. But at that moment there was a loud knock on the door. Opening, she saw a guard who said that she was called the head of the valley. She was surprised at the request at such a time, believing that the head of the village was with the master of the small palace. However, the guard ordered not to ask questions and take his father. He even offered her to help if she was not going to go of her own free will. However, the girl worriedly explained that they would need a little time to get together. Before leaving, the guard also warned that Karen washed before walking with them. It seemed strange to her. Approaching her father, she said that the head of the valley was waiting for them and asked him to go together. All this time she had a bad foreboding, as if something had happened. Finally, surrounded by the guards, they went on, passing by the utility rooms. Soon they reached the casino, and Karen looked frightened. She obviously did not expect to see this in the village. However, her father looked absolutely calm despite the fact that he hated unfamiliar places. Perhaps he has already been here. Looking at her thoughtfulness, the guard got angry and began to drive them. Therefore, they followed further until the guard forced them to divide. He explained that the head of the valley wants to give a special medicine for her father. She saw that Iltesic was also tense. Karen explained to the guard that this was not necessary, because they already had enough drugs, and offered to go further together. However, the guard, more angry, explained that he would not always be so kind with her. At that moment, Iltesic himself pulled out his hand from his daughter's grip. Then the girl was about to leave, however. Clinging to the last grains of the mind, he asked her to stay. But the guards began to delay him, recalling that they would give him medicine. When this did not work, They showed him a bag and offered to immediately fulfill their requirements. At that moment, Iltesik's gaze clouded. He began to doubt, but still held his daughter by the hand. When he poured a handful of powder in his palm, his saliva flowed. He immediately released his daughter and followed these people. The guards demanded that the girl did not stand a pillar, but went to the head of the valley, which all this time was waiting for her. Her eyes were filled with sad tears, but there was no choice. Leaving, she asked her father to wait a bit, because soon she would return. So Karen came to the head of the valley, who greeted the girl and asked her to sit down. When the girl refused, this only caused him a grin, because she looked like her father, who also did not obey at first. After that, the head of the valley approached, and Karen scaredly asked to explain why he called her. It was clear to the boss that the girl was scared, but he explained that she had no reason to shake. His touch on her face was unpleasant and even scared Karen. The head of the valley understood that she felt disgust, although he believed that soon she would also plunge into this world of dirt, so she did not see anything special about it. The frightened girl did not understand what was being discussed. However, the boss, inspiring her a sense of duty, recalled that it was he who raised her. In addition, thanks to him, her father lived for so long, and now he wanted to give her a chance to pay this debt. He believed that she would be ungrateful if she refused, because she could hardly even know that her father was getting worse. Turning away from her, the head of the valley perfectly understood that the girl wanted to escape from here with her father, and was ready to provide her with this opportunity. He did not care. They could go at any time where they wanted, but not that night. Indeed, that night she had to fulfill a special assignment associated with the head of the small palace. Karen knew that the head of the small palace is, according to rumors, a person with a dubious reputation that causes others problems depending on his mood. He seemed to her an unpleasant man, and she did not want to go there. The girl wanted to know about the consequences of refusal. However, the head of the valley explained that Iltesik was his debtor, so he needed to pay off a special price. He recalled that until this day, her father received medicines that were very expensive, and they were not given just like that. In addition, she remembered that it would be difficult for them to get out of here on their own, and if Karen remains with his father, she would not see real life. Therefore, she had the opportunity to please Chonso and change her fate. Hot tears poured out of her eyes when she understood the inevitability of her fate. However, the head of the valley asked not to cry so as not to swell his eyes, and threatened that if she did not fulfill his order, he would see how her father was cut off. Obviously, this finally convinced the girl who was ready for anything, so that only her father was in order. Having rejoiced at her agreement, the head of the valley stated that the time would come soon, and she had to prepare. In addition, he asked that she would not carry all kinds of nonsense, and remembered that she already knows. The young master does not like empty conversations, and she should not forget about it in order to save her life. When the girl left, the head of the valley realized that she would be enough to reach Chonso's heart. His insidious plan forced him to laugh, like a villain of ancient legends. Meanwhile, with the onset of the evening, the woman led Chonso to his guest house. The dwelling was really well removed for such poor lands. This was even surprised by Jan Chachoka. In this valley it was impossible to even get drunk with clean water. But there were such comfortable places. Although looking around, he realized that there was not even anything to rob. The young gentleman began to think about where the money came from in the valley. He suspected that the whole thing is in the trade of prohibited substances. But according to the rules, their manufacture is allowed only in the palace, and the violation of this entails a number of severe consequences. He suspected that Ilitesik was also somehow involved in this of his own free will. For this, he could not forgive the head of the valley. However, Ilitesik, no matter how Chonso tried, he did not find, although he bypassed the whole valley. The young master understood that in order to interview 1,000 inhabitants, he might need a lot of time. Being in thought, he sat down on his bed to think about what to do next. However, at that moment an unknown woman came, asking for permission to enter. It turned out to be Karen herself. Jan Champ was a lot surprised to see the girl in his chambers. But she, completely not noticing his surprise, only introduced herself. The young gentleman was amazed to see such a beauty, and noted to himself that in the demonic cult, initially, there were not so many of them. In addition, this girl was very young, like his younger sister. However, at that moment, embarrassing Chachok, she hinted at some intimacy. Obviously, the young man did not immediately understand what was being discussed, and then Karen repeated her hint. It became obvious. The head of the valley sent the girl. Chonso did not know what to do. Nevertheless, he was a man who was known as a pervert, and not a noble warrior. He did not know what to do to prevent a mistake in this case. To begin with, he decided to put out the candles illuminating this room. Then he also quickly put Karen on the bed. The frightened girl did not understand what sharp changes happened to Chanso, but he asked her to shut up, after which he began to listen to whether someone near the house was eavesdropping. Glancing at Karen, he saw that, despite her words, she looked at him with the most unhappy eyes. It became obvious that she was afraid of him, although she desperately tried to deny the truth. She argued that she was absolutely not scared, that she was here of her own free will. But Chanso did not understand. Did she really come due to the fact that she heard about him as a young master, but forgot that he was also surrounded by various rumors? He believed that if she knew about such conversations, she had to be well prepared. Therefore, he severely demanded that she begin to tell the truth. When the girl did not understand, the young man finally became convinced that she came not of her own free will. However, she again denied this. But Jan Chichoku was very clear in her fear. He also looked at her intently to find out what Karen really wants. However, this time the girl admitted that this was her first such experience, which is why she did not know how to behave. Exhaled calmly, Jan Champ ordered her to return to her home. He did not need an inexperienced woman like her. It was simply not in his taste. However, Karen grabbed Chanso's hand, preventing him from leaving. He thought that she decided to play the drama here, but that was not so. In fact, she wanted to ask a young master to ask something. The girl did not understand why he was behaving in a similar way, because according to her ideas, he had to simply accept her proposal. The young man recalled that she was not in his taste. And then Karen, desperate, became more persistent, believing that it was a matter of her behavior. As a result, in this turmoil, Chanso fell, finding himself in an awkward position. And the girl, still with tears in her eyes, asked the young master to do everything he wants. But these words sounded as if she had exposed him as a sinner. Jan Chakok recalled that if he does not like what will happen, he will be able to kill her at any moment. Obviously, she was afraid, but still continued to insist, believing that he should do this. And in the end, at the last moment, he used a special technique, because of which the girl lost consciousness. Looking at her limp body, he realized how difficult the situation was in the demonic cult. So a couple of hours passed. During this time, Chanso created the appearance of what had happened so that everything looked believable. When Karen woke up in dismay, I realized that everything was already over. I could not admit that I could admit that there was nothing. Therefore, playing along with his lies, he decided to find out whether Karen was satisfied. However, the girl simply explained that this was not the only reason for her arrival. She honestly admitted that she had come because of her father, and asked Chanso to save her and her loved one. She was ready to beg for it. Chanso realized that the girl was very naive, or did not hear about his reputation at all. However, she, frightened, did not understand what was being discussed. The young gentleman explained that even though she gave him her society, this does not mean that he would help her. However, Karen explained that she was only a simple girl, and she could not do anything else, which is why Chanso called her prudent. After these words, obviously, the girl burst into tears even more in despair, and Chanso understood how reckless the judgments were about the former owner of this body. However, not wanting to be completely in the image of the former Chanso, Jan Champ decided to listen to her. But, as befits the heir, he warned that he could brutally do if the conversation does not interest him. Heron even stumbled, not expecting these words, but soon began her story. She explained that her father was helpless if she was not there. He will not be able to live, and even a day. In addition, she said that very modest people lived in this valley. Some of them could not even afford food, and all she wanted was to live with her father safe. Realizing the main essence of the problem, Chanso decided to find out the name of her father. The girl said that his name was Iltesik. Jan Champ could not even believe that her father was the one he was looking for all this time. After her story, he realized that in this valley everything was much worse than he thought. He asked that the girl would not worry and rest well, after which he again plunged her into sleep. In the clothes of Karen, he found a medicine that Iltesik took. To find out more, he went to his assistant who slept nearby. Yultak was surprised when he saw the master at such a time, and did not understand why he could not sleep. Chanso demanded that the servant look at what he brought. The consistency of this powder looked very familiar. In addition, in color, he looked very expensive. Yultak explained that it was definitely the forbidden substance, with which, according to rumors, Chanso himself had prevailed before, which is why the head of the demon cult was severely punished. Now this powder could only be found in a poisonous palace. In addition, Yultak remembered how, according to the stories, when Chanso was 14, he settled the poisonous palace from the fact that he used too much powder, and then the head of the palace ran out in one-night clothes. Having stopped this chatter of a friend, Chanso demanded that he investigate this powder. However, Yultak explained that he had never dealt with such substances. He did not play in the casino, did not get drunk, and also did not accept prohibited drugs. Chonso got angry, believing that his assistant had to do this instead of him. But he refused, considering himself not so reckless. But he had no choice, and Yultak had to obey. Then the young master forcibly forced him to inhale the substance so that Yultak could study it. And so, immediately the servant began to be a cramp. But soon she passed. After which he became as if stupefied and slightly detached. Chonso carefully studied the reaction, which appears immediately after contact with the powder. This meant that the substance was really very dangerous. Then, apologizing, he decided to neutralize the effect of powder on the body of the assistant. He began to direct the energy and inner power to the body of Yultak, after which he lost consciousness. Thanks to the intervention of Chonso, Yultak certainly would not have dependence because the young man eliminated the entire effect of the substance. Then he got angry, realizing that the head of the village was clearly followed the path that should not be chosen. He decided to deal with him, and for this he took out a mask that the mentor handed him earlier. At this time, Iltesik was with the guards in the depths of the cave. The guards only laughed at such a miserable old man, and decided to tell him the truth. They said that his daughter was already given to the young master, who would definitely take care of about her. Obviously, the old man could not put up with this, and immediately grabbed one of the fighters by the trouser line. However, the guard began to beat Iltesik with his feet. When the old man did not unhasive, the fighter began to beat him in the face, not understanding how so much strength was left in him. After all, he used so many prohibited substances that he had to turn into a miserable old man who served only a burden for a long time. Looking at the helpless prisoner, the guards did not understand why the head of the valley had not yet ordered him to kill him. It was probably the case in his daughter, but since she was already given to the young master, the time of his death was probably nearing. The guards from the very beginning did not like the prisoner. Despite the fact that he was a decrepit old man, he always had a very threatening look. Perhaps due to the fact that he was in the past a significant figure. However, one guard did not believe in it. He believed that Iltesik was engaged in small business in a trading house, or was one of those who spun around the priestess from the Holy Fire Palace. This offended the prisoner. His gaze began to burn with fire. The guard even began to think to kill him himself. However, his comrade asked him to calm down so as not to receive a punishment from the head of the valley. However, in the event of his death, they agreed to say that the old man died of illness. But at that moment, Iltesik demanded that these people return his daughter to him, and his anger was great. Even more angry, the guards continued to beat him with greater rage. They vowed that they would beat him, tear his eyes out if he dares to look at them again. One of the guards was worried that Iltesik would die if they left him like that, because he lost a lot of blood. However, his colleague believed that in prison there would be only one old man less. They could lie that he hit his head on the floor and died, leaving. From his camera they looked at the cells, where other old people survived their age. It was ridiculous from the fact that the children of these rejected days and night produced prohibited substances, hoping to save their parents. They did not even know that their parents are dependent on the same substances that they produce. Surely the children were convinced that the old people received treatment in a good hospital. But this was not at all. The guards only hoped that the head of the valley and the young master were pudding, and they would finally be able to get away from this hole. At that moment, one of the guards heard the sound that interrupted his thoughts, and saw that his colleague was already lying on the ground. Just as quickly as the mysterious stranger figured out the first guard, he figured out the second. Looking at their lying bodies, the unknown finally realized what these people planned. The opening of the brothel under the valley was not enough for them. They also held and poisoned these old people. But this is not all. He also needed to examine the place of production of prohibited substances, which, most likely, was near here. Having taken the keys to the guards from the cells in which the old people were sitting, the stranger realized that it was dangerous to save those people who could not even control their own bodies. Therefore, he promised to return after them later. At that moment, he heard the voice of Iltesik, who called his daughter. Approaching, he recognized this man. Despite the fact that the old man looked bad, there could be no mistakes. In front of him was the former leader of the detachment of masters of the demonic cult, whom he saw in the book. The hero tried to bring him to his senses, but raising him, he realized that the man was in terrible condition. Its energy channels were seriously damaged, and external injuries were also serious. But the biggest problem was in his mind. The acupuncture points were sealed, and only a weak spark of life was warming in it. Iltesik, seeing a mysterious figure, decided to tell him his last request. The stranger realized that the old man was really on the verge of death. However, he asked Iltesik did not give up so easily. The man, grabbing the stranger, asked that no one would ever know about his death. He understood that the prisoner was asking, not salvation or deliverance. He simply wanted his secret to remain unsolved by his daughter. Upon learning of this, the hero could not understand. Would Ile really meet his end here? Life left his body. However, the guy could not put up with this. He could save the man, and even if the chance was small, he still existed. Therefore, the young gentleman applied the technique of the influence of life force, so he could restore the old man's energy channels with the help of his own strength. It will not be so difficult to restore its channels. The problem was in internal energy. However, realizing that he had little time, the stranger stopped hesitating, after which he began to use equipment on the old man. All art of demonic sects use the art of heavenly demonic god as a basis. Since the martial art that he mastered belonged to one of these sects, they were compatible with each other. Finally, the flow of energy began to be absorbed by the body of the old man. His energy center was not destroyed. The whole problem was in a lack of energy. Or his energy center was very strong. He very quickly absorbed the energy of the savior. The question was regarding the amount of his energy and size of the energy center Iltesik. If the energy is not enough for a man, then the stranger himself could die. But it was too late to stop. He had to give him all his energy without a trace. To begin with, he handed him 60, and then 180 years. These are units of measurement of the amount of energy. However, the man could still absorb her. So the savior decided to give everything, having reached 240 years. And at this moment the man's body began to gradually change, acquiring his true form. Almost the entire supply of internal energy of the stranger went to this. Nothing remains. If a man's energy center was a little more, the savior could die. Already seeing the changes in the body of Iltasik, he realized that the man was at the stage of awakening. Finally, having come to his senses, Iltasik decided to find out the personality of this young man. But before answering, Jan Champ decided to catch his breath a little. Soon, during the conversation, Iltasik decided to tell what happened to his body and life. Despite the insignificant origin, he rose from the bottom thanks to his strong body. He always took care of those who surrounded him, even after he became an important person. So he was followed and respected. When he became the leader of the detachment, many people from 7 palaces and councils appeared who wanted to work for him or get to know each other better. However, he chose an old girlfriend with whom he connected his fate. There was even a period when it was called one of the Great Five and a pillar of the palace. However, he preferred a quiet, happy life in unity. At that moment it seemed that happiness would last forever. But everything collapsed when he decided to go to training to achieve the stage of awakening. He was obliged to achieve awakening as a leader of the artists of demons. Excellent for his wife, who was left alone with his daughter. He asked the people he trusted to take care of them while he was in solitude. However, during his absence, they were abducted by the robbers, as friends Iltasik learned about. He had to finish his training ahead of schedule. He gathered his detachment of art masters of large demons and went in search of the kidnappers. They searched with all their might, but they no longer found their wife alive. When he met her, she was exhausted, dead, with a small child in her arms. Iltasik had no one to blame for what happened. The wine was completely on it. If he had not been so greedy to the power, if he had chosen another place for training, then everything would be different. He explained that it was unbearable to survive this grief, and he wanted to commit suicide many times. But because of his daughter, who would be left completely alone after his death, he continued to live. In the end, he stopped engaged in martial arts and began to take prohibited substances to dull pain. He thought he had lost all his energy, ceasing to practice. After his words, Jan Chichoku even thought that perhaps the man regretted that he had saved his life. However, Iltasik remembered everything that happened to him at that time, and was grateful to his savior. He promised that he would remember this until the end of his life. However, now he would like to ask this young man one question. He suspected that the young man had come from the small palace. Jan Champ did not understand how they could recognize him, and considered that his mentor gave him a fake and not a sacred mask of fire. Iltasik explained that the young man gave him a lot of his energy. Only in the art of the moon cult is the energy of the sacred fire that will never go out. In addition, only one martial art could merge with his art Bloody Sky of the Sura, and it was the art of the Supreme Lord of the Demons, which can be owned only by people belonging to the Palace of Guanmays and the Small Palace. Bowing, Iltasik explained that he would become his humble servant and would follow him until his death. Even if a young master orders him to equalize the mountain or swallow it, he will execute an order. In return, he asked only to take care of his unfortunate daughter. However, Jan Champ quickly reassured him, explaining that it was not worth worrying. She was fine. Nothing happened to her. He did not have enough conscience to lie to the master who had reached the stage of awakening, and the young man admitted that he had taken advantage of the acupuncture point to lull the girl. Iltesic understood that if his daughter is next to such a noble man, then he could not even wish the best. The life that the savior returned to him now belonged to the young man, and he was ready to do anything for him. It was difficult to describe the joy that Jan Champ experienced, meeting with such a direct and honest person. He hoped that a man would become someone to whom he could trust his back. However, he warned Iltesic that tomorrow the head of the village and a young master would come here, and asked him to make with them what would consider necessary. Iltesic smiled joyfully. It turns out he himself wanted to do it. However, leaving, Jan Champ did not forget to ask to leave the young master alive. Having bowed, Iltesic said goodbye to the young man. The guy himself understood that now he had only to wait for tomorrow. In the morning, Jan Champ was sitting in his room, engaged in the restoration of the amount of his internal energy. The head of the valley came to him, and Chanso invited him inside. The man joyfully began to ask the guy if he liked the gift that he sent. Chanso joyfully stated that the sent girl really appealed to him. Obviously, this pleased the head of the valley, because he took this gift for a special case. In addition, he hoped that the young man liked what they sent with the girl. Initially, Chanso pretended not to understand what it was about, and then the head of the valley hinted at the prohibited substances. Then the young man laughed joyfully, explaining that Paints returned to his boring life, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they sent him the secret of happiness. He wanted to know how they were able to create something similar. The head of the valley said that for sure, Chanso had already noticed a flowering plant. It was an opium poppy, the main ingredient. This plant is the highest grade with red flowers, beautiful, like a young bride. If you cut it about 10 days after ripening, you can get a special extract. Chanso was struck by the fact that the man told everything so directly. He asked him to tell the secret. And then the head of the valley explained that if you warm this extract, it turns out something interesting that cannot be found in the usual market. They called this powder Devil's Dust. He believed that such a name was perfect. Also, the head of the valley decided to tell the young master that if he liked this powder, they could provide him with any amount of it. However, Chanso became curious, and he asked why such a talented person, like the head of the valley, has to vegetate in this small village. Although the man was flattered by such an opinion, he did not agree. He explained that there were a cult, which did not allow them to expand their activities outside this village. The head of the valley noted that the young master probably saw that there were a lot of poor in the village who had nowhere else to go. As a chapter, he took care of them, and for the sake of suffering, people began to engage in this matter. Obviously, Jan Champ was angry with this lie, but still said that the man must have been very noble, and he could not even imagine that he had such altruistic motifs. Although he himself perfectly understood that he was definitely not for the sake of help with these unfortunate ones, he planted them on prohibited substances and forced to produce such poison. The head said that if they could sell their goods outside the village, these people would have received a second chance. The hero promised to solve their issue, but for starters he wanted to look at the place of production of the dust of the devil, and then think about how to solve their problems. Nevertheless, he was a young master, and even if his authority is not so high yet, he was completely able to solve such a problem. The man was delighted, realizing that this was a good chance, because Chanso still become the head of the whole cult in the future. In addition, the young master even invited the man to go to the small palace in the future with him. From this, the head of the valley began to crumble in thanks, no longer hiding his delight, after which they rose and went towards secret production. It was a perfectly designed plan created by Chanso. Finally, they were near that very bridge. Laughing, the head of the valley explained that they took care of invisibility very much. But Jan Chachok did not embarrass this, and he offered to go. After that, the head of the valley immediately jumped into the water to swim through a secret passage. Chanso was surprised that in the light of day this place looked so ridiculous. They made shelter right in sight, but there was no choice, and he followed the man. Soon he sailed when he saw the cave and guarded the guards. It was obvious that they were very good here. At this moment, the head of the valley demanded that the guards go for towels for the young master, and he himself explained that such a way to get here was needed, so that they were not discovered. Chanso praised him for genius, believing that it was very difficult to arrange such a shelter. And obviously the man was pleased to hear such praise. After that, the head of the valley invited Chanso behind him and invited him to put on his hat and hide his face as a measure of precaution. Finally, they got into the first room of a casino with playing visitors. The man explained that all these people were coming to their village, mainly criminals, who decided to lie down at the bottom in their wilderness. Looking at these people, Chonso was amazed that they had prepared such a good performance. So far, they have not yet betrayed themselves. The guy, without betraying suspicions, said that the girl sent to him said that her father also worked here. He understood that the head of the valley probably heard something about it. However, while the man pretended to be well, and he could believe him if Chonso did not know the whole truth. Laughing, the head of the valley explained that many people came to the village and left. But he could look for this man. The hero pretended to be obviously anyway, believing that they had more important things to do. Smiling and not giving the look, the head of the valley led the hero further, but he himself was very concerned, calling the mentally a girl's girlfriend. Although, fortunately, the young master did not suspect anything. But the man understood that he would soon have to get rid of the girl. Thinking, Chonso understood very well. This man specially hid Iltasic. If he was about to show him a secret storage, he would have to reveal other secrets, since he decided that the young master would become his pass into the big world. Sooner or later, Chonso would have learned about it anyway. Finally, they ended up in the room where prohibited substances were produced. Chonso looked closely and honestly admitted that he saw him impressed. The head explained that he spent 3 whole years and put all himself into the construction of this place. Jan Champ praised him, but noticed the guards behind him, suggesting that these were mercenaries. The man explained that they were subject to him personally. He recruited these people from different dark sects. When Chonso asked about the workers, the head of the valley explained that these were just stupid people trying to help their family. He hardly noticed, but many inhabitants of the village were sitting on prohibited substances. They gave them a large dose, and then slowly reduced the amount. This caused hallucinations. They torn the skin, tried to get rid of non-existent parasites, and came crazy. If at this moment a little devil of the devil should be accepted, they had to feel better. People were convinced that they took the medicine, and asked to give out more. And so, they were already ready to fulfill any of our orders in order to save the lives of loved ones, which meanwhile were gradually fading away thanks to the medicine. Chonso, hiding anger, realized that in this way the man made them with his faithful slaves. They did not even realize that they were hooked on prohibited substances. The head of the valley explained that if people begin to die from the drug, they become an excellent help for dark forces, and considered this an excellent business. At that moment, Jan Champ could hardly restrain his indignation. He understood that there was no forgiveness to this person, because many people have already died through his fault. The change in the person of the young master was noticed by everyone around him. However, he smiled quickly, explaining that he thought slightly, and apologized for his strange reaction. However, Chonso understood. Now it's time to go to the main character on the stage. At that moment, a loud sound came behind them. This sound of knocked-out walls and doors emanated from a dungeon. Everyone was worried, but this caused a young master only a smile. Finally, the penultimate door leading to the dungeon exploded. Looking at the silhouette of the man, the guards immediately realized that it was Iltasic. However, they did not understand how the old ruin still did not die and how it got out of the dungeon. However, the person standing in front of them at that moment was no longer at all similar to who he was earlier. However, they convinced themselves that they should not worry, because he was poisoned, although they were embarrassed that he had just managed to smash the walls. At that moment, looking at these small marshmallows, Iltasic realized that they were already accustomed to their domination, and then the guards became obvious that the dust of the devil no longer acted on him. However, he asked them not to worry about anything that would happen now. After all, although he did not know what the young master would say to this, but this would not help them. He promised that they would not see a slight death. They could not wait for mercy from the bloody demon of the Asura. After that, as if chasing small children, he attacked his offenders. He began to kill them one by one, supported by rage. All these sounds of the murder came from the dungeon and were clearly heard Chonso and his company. They did not understand what was happening while the door that protects them from the unknown did not fall apart. And at that moment they saw that old man. For 10 years he continued to live, although he sincerely wanted to die and thought about it again and again. Only thoughts about his daughter held him in this world. And he could not allow anyone to harm anyone. Everyone only laughed, realizing that he must have survived the mind. And the head of the valley did not understand how, in one day, Iltasic got rid of poisoning and returned his former form. However, the head of the village, trying to distract attention, explained that Iltasic came in vain, since they had already given his daughter to the young master, so now he has nothing to do here. At that moment, the rebellious master carefully looked at Chonso. However, He ordered the young master to leave if he did not want to die, and he immediately obeyed his order and went away. Looking at him in surprise, the head of the valley considered that the young leader was scared. But he with a grin explained that it was a pity that the head did not notice the obvious, because greed blinded him and deprived of sanity. The guards and the head of the valley considered him a fool, although it was obvious that anyone would be afraid when such a monster promised that he would give them the most fair retribution for sins. Ignoring his threats, the head of the valley ordered the guards to stop the old man. They attacked him, considering the usual dependent, who himself dug his grave. However, obviously, such people were not a problem for Iltesik. He could kill anyone using the technique of bloody heaven of Asura. Enemies literally scattered, turning into a mess, interspersed with blood. Then it became obvious to everyone. This man managed to somehow restore his energy during the night. And now, like a furious beast, he promised all those present to tear to pieces. The guards attacked, believing that, despite his strength, they would be able to overcome the crowd. However, they were mistaken, because everyone quickly lost their hands, legs, and even heads. The frightened head of the valley, looking at the approach of Iltesik, asked his assistant for salvation. However, instead of escaping, he decided to offer Iltesik a profitable proposal. He showed him a bag of prohibited substances, which, as he thought, liked him very much. It was the same dust of the devil of the highest quality. Iltesik took this bag, and the assistant immediately brought his sword to chop off his head. However, the old man easily stopped his sword with his bare hands, besides, bent it. He explained that he really did not forget the devil's dust and the tragedy that she made with him and his daughter. Then he squeezed the warrior's hand, crushing all the bones, and then with one blow the fist blew his head. Looking at these horrors, the head of the valley did not understand what happened to this person. After all, he considered him simply hooked on prohibited substances by an old man. Apparently, for this reason, everyone tried to behave more than one with him. Now he understood his oversight and that he could not survive. At this time, Chanso calmly got out, realizing that although he would like to interrogate the person standing behind the head of the valley, he did not want to take a chance to take revenge from Iltesik. Therefore, he put on a mask to continue his task. Initially, the highest demonic art does not include specific techniques. It was just a method of cultivation using the human internal energy. But there are records that help reproduce some tricks. One of these records was the great demonic art of fire tie. With the help of her, Chanso began to run through the poppy fields, burning them. Locals were very worried, tried to put out this fire. With tears in their eyes, they looked at burning crops. Chanso saw very well that they were in despair, perhaps even curse him. It was not surprising, because they had a similar life for a very long time. They did not even understand that because of these colors, they lose their strength and will. It was hardly possible to say that it was their fault. They only wanted to save their relatives and friends. Not seeing another way, they worked here, forgetting about techniques and cults. Upstairs are demonic sects, mired in luxury, forgetting about the teachings of the sacred fire, and orthodox, justifying any actions that they serve justice. It is unlikely that at least one of them can be considered right. And now Chanso had to decide what to do next. Therefore, he flew into the sky, recalling the teachings of the sacred fire. According to them, he must burn everything in order to clean, save through the purification of fire, and show them the embodiment of heaven. All people learned in him the god of a cult, the sun. It was a dark sun, which they began to pray, because he gave them a fire of purification with his sword. They began to idolize the one whom they cursed a second ago. However, Chanso remained calm. Soon Iltesik appeared with people saved from a casino. The head of the valley then realized that everything was over, but he could not just leave. He longed to change something. So he created a powerful explosion of internal energy. People froze in reverence, but regarded this as a divine blessing that descended to them. The next day, a real pogrom began in the same valley. Residents gathered around the house of a young master, believing that he turned away from his faithful followers. Chanso himself was not in the room. There was the extremely alarmed Yultak, who understood that an angry crowd was about to burst inside and spread everything around. Turning to Karen, he desperately tried to find out if the girl knew where his master was now, but she knew nothing. The young servant with bitterness realized, this is a real curse. Since he returned from his solitude, there was not a single calm day. He even thought of just leaving the small palace. However, at this tense moment, as if from nowhere, a Chanso appeared, who remarked with an ironic smile that, if Yultak is so eager to leave his service, he could freely settle in this village. The frightened servant did not even dare to argue. He only alarmedly asked the heir if he knew outside, believing that the high-born master needs to immediately hide in a safe place. The faithful assistant perfectly understood that if angry people see Chonso, then they would tear him to shreds. Despite the persistent warnings of the servant, he resolutely approached and opened the window. A frightening picture appeared in front of them. Angry residents covered by anger shouted curses against the young master, believing that he had betrayed his true followers and turned into a real tyrant. After this gloomy spectacle, the heir to the cult quickly closed the window and calmly returned to his place. At this tense moment, the amazed Yultak was surprised to notice that all these violent cries were amazingly subsided in an instant way. The next second, the doors opened, and Iltesic majestically entered the room. All this time he carried a bloodied bag with him. Seeing a man who had changed so strikingly, Corin could hardly recognize him. She involuntarily had tears in her eyes when she for a moment decided that in front of her was her own father. She immediately confusedly apologized, realizing that this warrior could not be. However, Iltesic spoke in a low, soulful voice, explaining that he himself hardly believes in amazing changes that occurred to him. He solemnly promised his daughter that from now on, she would never live in fear and humiliation again. He sincerely apologized to her for being such an old, blinded fool. Heron, not holding back sobs, could not believe that her father finally returned to her. The former prisoner, gently hugging his daughter's fragile shoulders, vowed that from that day until the last breath, he would become her indestructible defender. The bewildered Yultak did not understand at all what was happening and why such an emotional reunion of the family suddenly happened here. But the wise Chonso softly asked him to be silent and simply not to spoil these precious, touching moments. After this exciting scene, they all went to the Cult of the Sun together and soon ended up on a market square. Suddenly they were found by the strongest rain, so they immediately went to the nearest shelter, the ancient library. There, the elderly archivist Tong Jagala sat, immersed in his many manuscripts. Recently, the number of books and information has doubled, and the documents that he had to carefully study is more than 5 times. Obviously, the venerable old man was extremely exhausted, and did not expect uninvited visitors at all. At that moment, the door was resolutely tapped at the door, and the young gentleman himself appeared on the threshold, whom the surprised keeper of knowledge was still reluctant to go inside. And Yultak, wet to the thread, immediately began to be indignant that the old man forced them to wait for so long on the threshold, because they were all hopelessly wet under a heavy shower. Soon everyone went downstairs to meet with Jagal. The sage looked clearly dissatisfied, not understanding what was happening, and demanded that he be immediately explained such an unusual situation. At this time, the unceremonious Yultak, as nothing happened, was busily dried his wet clothes near the hearth, while the noble Iltesic, along with Karin, examined the ancient portraits of great masters with genuine interest, decorating the ancient walls of the library. Chonso, leisurely taking off the wet outerwear, explained with his inherent grace that they had kept the path from the Valley of the Scoundrels to the small Palace of the Sun, but were caught by a sudden rain, and they had to urgently look for a reliable shelter. However, the adamant Tongjagal, with a note of irritation, recalled that his ancient library is not the place where you can come without a special invitation and count on a warm welcome. The young heir to the cult subtly noticed that the keeper himself opened the doors to them, so he completely does not understand the reason for such a clear discontent. In the end, the elder calmly exhaled, realizing that it was completely useless to argue with this daring young man. To begin with, he ceremoniously greeted Iltesic, apologizing that he had serious health problems, so that he could not greet him properly right away. After that, an official performance took place. At first, indestructible Iltesic, and then the lovely Heron. An experienced warrior already knew that Tongjagal ordered the young master to find him, and the librarian openly admitted that he secretly watched Iltesic for a long time, even when he ended up in that forgotten village of the gods. The proud warrior seemed extremely daring and inappropriate that the old scribe secretly watched him and continued to do this even when he got into that damned hole. But Tongjagal, with philosophical calm, asked a quick-tempered guest not to get excited, explaining that he still knows too little about him, because he spent many long years in the Valley of the Scoundrels. However, the elder assured that he intends to continue his observations further in order to replenish this gap in knowledge. And Iltesic, with a defiant grin, noticed that the old man, of course, could continue to observe. But he would hardly succeed, because the elderly librarian would rather die from old age. Looking at this verbal duel, the penetrating yang of a Chuk with philosophical sadness realized, warriors and scientists will never find a common language. They are always opposite, like water and oil. He peacefully asked them to calm down and stop this meaningless quarrel, because now they practically live under the same roof. The young heir also made an inspirational speech, penetrating that they were once divided, but now fate brought them together in the palace, and he sincerely hopes that the new members of the cult will imbue with common exalted ideas. He solemnly swore that he would never come off the chosen path and will certainly reach his sacred goal, to revive the former glory of the Palace of the Sun. Shocked by the depths and sincerity of these words, Karin and even the harsh Iltasik immediately bowed respectfully in front of the young master, expressing their devotion. While Yultak and Jagal burst out in an inappropriate laugh, the alarmed servant hastily asked that the young master would not pronounce such exalted speeches. This impudent replica seemed to the young heir so rough and disrespectful that he was already seriously thinking about violating his promise relative to these two unworthy. Having calmed down, they settled down at the ancient oak table to discuss in detail the alarming events taking place in the Valley of the Scoundrels. The wise Tong Jagal with satisfaction noted that the inhabitants there have already returned to ordinary life, which means that the time has come to concentrate all their strength and attention to 7 powerful palaces. The insightful old man knew very well that the ambitious Chonso passionately wanted to gather around him those skillful masters who had not yet belonged to any palace, but with regret admitted that they categorically had no precious time for this. After some 4 months, the great festival of heaven was supposed to begin, and they had to make one of two: either rapidly increasing your influence, or, which would be much faster and more effective, skillfully weaken the influence of their formidable rivals. The main problem was that each of the 7 palaces owned an impressive detachment of selected, ruthless fighters, and stood on the same level with 10 great orthodox sections. Their leaders occupied high positions in the cult. If we assume that they are the oldest, most respected members from this mysterious association, and reach the highest stage of elevation, then this demonic cult was simply incredibly powerful, irresistible power. However, the restless Yultak, it seemed, still did not understand the true seriousness of the situation. Why did they just sat and endlessly discussed all these confusing intrigues? He was already pretty bored with these barren, in his opinion, conversations. However, the unflappable Chonso, with light irony, asked him to be patient and wait for a more exciting sequel, after which he respected the elder to continue his story. The gray-haired librarian explained in detail that even though from the outside it may seem that palaces are peacefully cooperating, in fact, they fiercely compete with each other for every grain of power. If it were not for this implacable confrontation, the cult of the sun would have long been ruled by a new, sole leader. The insightful Tessic instantly realized, if they skillfully violate the existing balance of forces, the palaces will be extremely satisfied with the situation. At the moment, each of the 7 palaces of the crust of the sun planned to raise an incredible noise due to the protracted absence of the legal leader of the cult during the approaching great festival of heaven. The ambitious heads of palaces will undoubtedly be violently arguing for the honorable right to become the next supreme ruler. But now that the legitimate young gentleman suddenly returned to his native land, this radically changed the whole political picture. They will certainly appear both who desperately want to eliminate the young heir and those insidious intriguers who will decide to calmly take advantage of the situation for their own benefits. At this tense moment, fearless Iltesic resolutely rose and stated that while the warrior's heart was beating in his chest, none of the living would even dare to touch his legal ruler with a finger. However, the elder with sadness understood. Even such an outstanding master of martial arts could not do all enemies alone. The only really suitable option for a young master is an open connection to an irreconcilable confrontation of palaces. However, the alarmed Yultak with horror realized that such an adventure would help his adored master with only one: quickly and valiantly, but absolutely pointless to die. The unflappable old man philosophically noted that the path to the rise is always covered with dangers and trials. Chonso already hurt much more and offended the fact that his faithful assistant seemed to not believe in his abilities at all. At this critical moment, the deeply worried Yultak decided to ask his highborn master one single, but extremely important question. With sincere care, he dared to offer him prudently to return to the safe limits of the corridor of large demons. Indeed, at this alarming moment, several powerful candidates for the coveted position of the next supreme chapter have already distinguished clearly. All of them were incredibly strong, especially the formidable head of the Palace of Blood Arts, the frightening head of the Palace of Destruction, and the mysterious elder. In the current situation, Yultak saw only one advantage. They did not intend to give in to each other a heaven of power. In addition, the Trade Palace provided secret support at the same time as the Palace of Blood Arts, the Palace of Pleasure, and even the Palace of Destruction. But it was only a skillful camouflage of their true intentions. Their sinister influence grew steadily, and there was only a matter of time when an open, bloody conflict will flare up due to some completely insignificant occasion, and a universal merciless confrontation will begin. Tong Jagal was firmly convinced that when this would happen, Chonso had the opportunity to deftly take advantage of the confusion and triumphantly occupy the desired place of the legitimate head of the cult. It seemed extremely strange to the experienced Iltesik that an ordinary, modest librarian kept himself as if he knew absolutely everything thoroughly. But the elder was really well aware, because for years he meticulously studied all the secret documents shed light on dark secrets. Ile Tasik resolutely stated that they absolutely did not need to weave sophisticated intrigues and invent the most difficult strategies, because a young gentleman can simply gather faithful troops and directly occupy the Sun Palace by right of the legitimate heir. However, Tongjagal shook his head sadly, explaining that now the political situation has changed dramatically. At that moment, when the young master tries to openly occupy the Palace of the Sun, 4 palaces at once, uniting their strength, will immediately attack and mercilessly destroy it. The shocked warrior categorically could not believe that such a catastrophic script is possible. After all, the elite detachment of the Palace of the Sun will not leave the traitors alive, mercilessly avenge their legal master. However, the Keeper of Ancient Knowledge with deep sadness explained that the probability of such a favorable outcome is only miserable 20%. Their chances of victory were so scanty, even if they would openly support the weakened Palace of the Sun. At this moment, the mortally frightened Yultak, with despair in his voice, explained that the venerable Tong Jagal was clearly mistaken in his calculations. Not 20, but most likely the miserable 2% made up their true chances, because the Sun Palace was pretty weakened over the past restless years. Even Ilatesik, accustomed to the most desperate situations, doubted these encouraging 20% with considerable difficulty. He was amazed that the enemies became so powerful during his absence. However, the unflappable old man finally destroyed their fragile hopes, explaining that if the Sun Palace dares to speak out against the united enemies in splendid loneliness, there will be no chance of success at all. Yultak, with bitterness, understood that it would not occur to anyone in his right mind to voluntarily help them for such a miserable and ghostly increase in the chance to win. The thoughtful Iltesik was more perplexed as the cult reached such a deplorable situation. The explanation was surprisingly simple. Although the number of skillful masters of martial arts was steadily growing, there was still no exceptional leader among them. Jan Champ, immersed in gloomy thoughts, also bitterly realized that, it seems, demonic cults and the entire atmosphere on the Central Plains were not very different from the one that was in his past life. The extremely excited Yultak exclaimed emotionally again, not understanding that they really must act so recklessly. Why can they simply prudently hide and patiently wait for the return of the legitimate chapter? Why are they trying to commit what they obviously can't do so stubbornly? However, Karen spoke unexpectedly. She explained that in the Valley of the Scoundrels she lived for a very long time in the shade, not having the opportunity to change anything. Over time, everything got worse. The girl calmly noticed that if they still have to face the problem sooner or later, it is better to meet her face to face. Chonso completely agreed with this wise position. If today they do not do anything to change the situation, tomorrow it will remain the same, or will become worse. The heir explained that he wants to achieve only one. He wanted to turn this place into a real cult of the sun. Yultak did not quite understand his message, because the cult already bore such a name. But the young master made it clear that now the cult was more like a demonic one. He firmly stated that he already knew which path should be put to the goal, and he pointed to the person with whom they should start, to the head of the trading organization. Events are transferred 2 days in advance, to the small Palace of the Sun. At this time, Chonso sat and meditated as if nothing had happened. He already managed to reach the 7th star. This was enough only to reach the peak phase of the elevation stage. When he reaches the 8th star, he will be able to switch to the stage of awakening and overcome the limitations of the human body. And having reached the 9th star, it will become almost invincible. However, the heir understood that he should be careful with this art. Now he has only 7 stars. As soon as it reaches 9, its acupuncture point will be crowded with demonic energy, and a strange feeling that spills over the body will appear. At that moment he will become a heavenly demon, and he wants it or not, the whole world will learn about it. The young man calmly walked around his small palace when he heard Karen's melodic voice. Looking at the thoughtfulness of the master, it seemed to the girl that he would be unwell, Chonso was surprised to see her and decided to find out the reasons for the arrival. Then, noticeably blushing, she bowed in a respectful bow and sincerely apologized for not understanding the true intentions of Chonso. After all, he was so kind that he even allocated a separate house with her father. The heir realized that, apparently, Iltasik had already managed to explain everything to his daughter. He gently made it clear to the girl that she did not need to worry. Here she could live as she wishes, because now they live in a small palace. Having joyfully thanked the benefactor, Karen only asked to give her some task, because she passionately wanted to repay for his kindness. This request caused a young man only a warm smile, because she was exactly the same as her father, the same straightforward and honest. Therefore, he promised that he would definitely come up with a worthy task for her. But their conversation was interrupted by the messengers, who announced that the trade palace was asking for a meeting with the young master. The Palace of Pleasure also asked for this. The heir remained calm, because he knew that sooner or later they would appear. At that moment, Chanamu and his servants and a representative of the Palace of Pleasure gathered near the southern gate of the Palace of the Small Sun. People watching this did not understand what they forgot here, and what troubles they were trying to create. Chanamu, clearly dissatisfied with the presence of competitors, was surprised that the girls did not wag their tails in brothels, but were still here. The young chapter of the palace, Chihami, only answered this coward, calling him a toad, who tried to harm the young master. She expressed surprise how he generally safely got out of this situation. The merchant only got angry, ordering Chihami to shut up. He stated that she did not dare to say that he was trying to harm the heir. The man ordered her to fail while he was in a good mood, and promised that if his conversation with the young master will be successful, he would even invite her to drink. However, Chihami was convinced that decent alcohol could hardly sell such toads. She was sarcastically surprised that he had money at all to apply for it. As a result, their skirmish was quickly interrupted by the appearance of Yultak, accompanied by Iltisik. The girl was surprised at this meeting, because I had not seen these servants before. But soon Chonso himself appeared, who did not understand what these two were doing at his gate. He considered their behavior too daring. As for representatives of the Palace of Pleasure and merchants, for him, everything was said by Yultak, who called them morons, who were not even going to testify their respect. At this moment, all accompanying and Chanamu himself were inclined, expressing his respect to the young leader. The girls behind Chihami did the same, although she herself remained straight. Looking at Chanamu, she only contemptuously noticed that the man really turned out to be a spineless toad bastard. Seeing the discontent of Yultak, she explained that she had no business for him and asked to step aside. Then she calmly greeted the heir and asked if he felt good. Yultak noted that Chihami behaved too flirty with the young master, with which Chanamu also agreed. As a result, when the heir was tired of these empty conversations, he turned and asking Yultak to hold guests, entered the small palace. Soon, Chonso sat in his office in anticipation of visitors. It was Chihami who was released to him. She smeared coquettishly with skirts, rejoicing in the decision of the young leader, and stated that the Palace of Pleasure is incomparably better than the Palace of Sweaty Merchants. However, the heir remained extremely cold-blooded. After her words, he only asked, "Was it really so hot in Camellia in the small palace?" When she explained that this was not so at all, he demanded that she stop waving her skirt, said that she wanted and leave. The girl smiled slyly, expressing the surprise that recently, Chonso was so interested in literature. She was amazed to receive such an exquisite letter from him. These words sounded too boldly, as if before he could not even write such messages. Chihami could not restrain her curiosity and, smiling sweetly, asked if the master was just as sophisticated at night. However, prohibiting the woman to approach him, Tessik blocked her path. She immediately began to ask the heir whether it was new employees whom he hired. At the same time, it seemed to the girl that Iltesik did not look like an ordinary servant at all. But, laughing, she noticed that she had never heard the young leaders to hire accompanying and guards. If he informed the Palace of Pleasure before, they could send him young, beautiful girls to guard. Judging by her frivolous speeches, Chonso realized that Chihami had completely forgotten about her initial obligations and carries complete nonsense. She had too strong a feeling of pride, but at the same time she was distinguished by amazing frivolity. Therefore, he mentally ordered Iltasik to let the girl come closer. When the warrior retreated to 2 steps, letting her out, she only gasped vividly from his simple obedience. Then she approached Chonso and smiled joyfully, even daring to reach out to his face. However, this instantly brought the young master out of his temper. He did not understand how much more the defiant behavior should endure, but Chihami did not notice his irritation. She believed that if Chanso goes to the Palace of Pleasure, he will no longer have to restrain himself. The girl was convinced that the words of the heir were connected with his desire to master her body. However, the matter was completely different. He barely restrained himself, so as not to kill her in place. Looking at him, Chihami was amazed at how much the young leader seemed disgusting to her. She was surprised that Chanso was so sure that he could kill her. She coquettishly explained that she had not yet engaged to her partner, so she asked the heir to be softer. In any case, they could talk about the pleasures between a man and a woman another time. Having decided to move on to the main topic of the conversation, she asked him to visit their palace, promising that they would meet Chanso with open arms. He must do this if he wants to live a long life, because such an image of existence is the only one corresponding to the status of a young leader. It is unlikely that anyone can predict what will ever happen to him in the future. Already seriously angry with her impudence, Ilatesic was ready to kill her. And Jan Chachoka, she also caught up, so he ordered this woman to teach this woman. The assistant said that as a representative of the Palace of Pleasure, her behavior was unforgivable. However, this greatly offended the woman. It seemed to her that Ilatesic did not understand at all who she was, since he dared to talk like that. But the warrior calmly explained that he considered her the messenger of the Palace of Pleasure, who came to meet with the young master. However, now it seems to him that she arrived here only to shamelessly sell her body. Seriously angry, Chihami even accused the young leader of disrespect for her. However, Ilatesic quickly denied this, because can there be something more disrespectful than her daring words? She is a serious criminal who went against the laws of their cult. Firstly, she touched the face of Chanso without permission, and secondly, dared to threaten his safety. Even if now they execute it, they will still be justified. Having finally lost his temper, Chihami decided to punish this daring old man, deciding that he clearly wants to die from her hands. After that, she was lightningly armed with a pair of graceful daggers and arrogantly attacked Ilatesic. Chanso understood bitterly that the small palace really had almost zero power since they were treated like that. He became really interested in whether the demonic cult was always like that. Looking at the unperturbed Ilatesic, he only asked the man not to kill this reckless woman. At this moment, Chihami just sent her sharp blade to the neck of a warrior. After that, a powerful explosion followed, which everyone located on the street heard. Yultak was immediately about to break to the young leader, but Chihami's maids blocked his path. The angry Yultak ordered them to immediately get out of his path. However, they only smiled slyly, preventing him from passing. At this time, Chan Amu was thinking that perhaps a mortal fight occurred. If in her process the young leader dies, it will even be a plus for the merchant's palace. However, at that moment there was a calm voice of Chanso himself, who ordered not to raise the noise, because nothing serious happened. At that moment, everyone froze in amazement. As it turned out, Chihami was already defeated. Her thin blade simply collapsed into two parts. But she did not understand how this could happen, because she was absolutely sure that she had touched Ilatesic with a blade of her dagger. This was not surprising, because the martial art, which Ilatesic owned, made it possible to temporarily attract internal energy and then blow it up. Since this technique comes from the divine art of the heavenly demon, its power is very high, enough to be called demonic art. But the longer this confrontation continues, the more disadvantageous it becomes for Ilatesic himself. Not understanding what her opponent had done, Chihami tried to find out the truth from him. She suspected that it was some kind of technique of an indestructible body, or he hid a hidden weapon somewhere. But Chanso, who rose from his seat, expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that Chihami is the only thing that the Palace of Pleasure is capable of. Looking at her chopped blade, he complained that some inexperienced snot was sent to him, which did not even know how to own his weapons. He was seriously disappointed. It took Chihami even more like. However, not allowing her to scream, the heir with lightning speed grabbed her face and, carefully peering into his eyes, tried to understand how he should do with her. But she only hissed, like a snake, from a hanging threat. Since she dared to come for his head, perhaps it was worth hanging her head in the Palace of Pleasure as a warning. After these ominous words, he threw her to the ground like an unnecessary toy and suggested that he could punish her right now. In response, Chihami immediately called him a crazy bastard. However, Chanso realized that he did not want to waste his precious time on people like her. He resolutely decided that he could report the everything manager in the Palace of Pleasure later. Then Ilatesic calmly asked to invite the next visitor. Enraged Chihami, boiling with indignation, promised that Chanso would grieve bitterly if she cost her in such a dismissive way. However, she perfectly understood that nothing could contrast him with power with her modest skills. The young gentleman calmly ordered her to get away. When a woman left, Puzzled by Ilitesic decided to ask the question that interests him for a long time. He wanted to know who is really such a Chonso. However, the heir could not answer anything, and at that moment, the warrior suddenly bowed in a deep bow, believing that he could somehow insult the master with his daring question. The young man gently explained that he should simply not ask about it, and asked the faithful defender to rise. Then he began to discuss that the young mistress of the Palace of Pleasure, although he looks like an attractive beauty, actually has a cruel and more quick-tempered temperament than anyone else. He was convinced that she would not just leave it. Ilitesic noticed that it was not too late to call Chihami back. Chonso suggested that the warrior wanted to reassure her and force her to feel better, but did not consider it a reasonable decision. After all, when they encounter each other again, this is only a matter of time. As it turned out, an experienced martial arts master proposed simply getting rid of the bold guest. Even if they leave her alive, it will only aggravate the matter. Perhaps he reasoned it would be better to simply eliminate it now, and then show the initiative and settle things with the Palace of Pleasure. At that moment, Chonso realized with anxiety what he had long forgotten about. Before him was a true warrior of a demonic cult, a ruthless creature to the brain of bones. He firmly asked that the man would not kill anyone without his direct order. The heir understood that it makes no sense to just kill and get rid of opponents. All that can be done in the same way is to build a fragile lock of sand on the mountains of meaningless corpses. He made it clear to his defender that according to intelligence records, the mistress of the Palace of Pleasure seems to do very valuable his family. Therefore, he urged Ilitesic not to take any rash actions first. It was necessary to wait until Chonso develops a thorough plan. Thinking about the mistress of the Palace of Pleasure, the young leader hoped that this is a person whose character could still be changed for the better. At this moment, the doors just opened, and all the servants of Chihami saw the deplorable state of their young mistress. They were in alarm around her, trying to find out if everything was in order with her. The frightened Yultak did not understand what the master did with the girl and why they went so far in his confrontation. Chan Amu with a grin suggested that Chonso must have been a really lustful pervert, who seduced the girl with some mysterious witchcraft. Yultak, well aware of the true state of things, only with irony he sympathized with Chan Amu, realizing that as soon as he enters the heir's chambers, perhaps he would be taken from there, already lifeless. And finally, Chonso himself appeared, who, with a slight smile, suggested that Chan Amu follow him. He added that he was already in plenty of breath, and now is the time to smell of money. The merchant, approaching, asked the young master to visit their majestic trade palace with surname. At the same time, a real scandal was unfolding in the peak of the earth. Danyaha shouted loudly and cursed frantically, and her devoted nanny tried in vain to reassure her. However, the wayward girl was completely not going to listen and continued to rage. The nanny did not understand the true reason for such a ferocity of Danyeva. She carefully suggested that the girl might meet with a young leader, which was why she was in such anger. However, she angrily demanded that the nanny did not even dare to mention him. The old woman then reasoned that perhaps the girl was angry due to the fact that she was so long separated from her named groom. However, Danhu was clearly not going to be sad because of the such annoying bastard. She, in desperation, stated that she was even ready to shave her head and go into secluded mountains for a long meditation, just to avoid this marriage. The nanny gently reported a quick-tempered pupil, explaining that this is a common thing when noble people marry each other in order to maintain the purity of the genealogy. She emphasized that Dan Yehwe was incredibly lucky, because she was able to find out in advance who she had to marry. Luxury, inaccessible to many girls of her situation. However, the indomitable Dan Yehi categorically stated that she was not going to marry him, and would prefer to connect her fate with someone whom she had never met before. But the reasonable nanny recalled that Chonso comes from a respected family. However, the obstinating girl obsculpturously objected that she did not consider his family truly respected. After all, the whereabouts of the leader of the cult remained unknown for a long time. The frightened nanny, having heard such impudent speeches, begged the girl to lower her voice. However, Dan Yewe did not care, even if Chonso himself hears her harsh words. However, she was sure that there was not a single living soul nearby. At this tense moment, a heavy door suddenly swung open, and a rude male voice indignantly interrupted her daring speeches. This harsh man was the formidable owner of the palace. Soon, the head was already standing in the training arena opposite her angry father. He strongly demanded that the girl expose her sword. She did not understand. Did he really believe that she would not dare to direct the weapon against her own parent? The young warrior was ready to repeat again that she was not going to marry this person simply because she did not want to associate fate with him. The man was deeply indignant that she allowed simple emotions to spoil the most significant event in her life. However, the obstinate daughter said that this guy is worth nothing. After all, the father himself said that if someone gives slack, they could destroy their noble family. Therefore, she sincerely did not understand why her father was going to practically sell her to this obvious weakly. The owner of the palace severely recalled that she had already taken an oath of engagement in the name of the god of sacred flame. However, the indomitable girl firmly stated that she was not obliged to do this if she did not want to. Now she finally changed her mind to marry a such jerk. And his father, losing patience, ordered his daughter to attack him if she was so serious in her decision. He wanted to understand whether she could still say such audacity after the test by force. However, not experiencing the slightest doubt, she immediately abruptly attacked him. The brave girl again proudly recalled that she was not going to get married. Then, triumphantly raising her weapons, quickly ran away. The man was surprised to realize that his stubborn daughter trained truly diligently. Perhaps she has already reached the highest stage of skill. After waiting for the head to retire, he restrainedly called his faithful commander of the department. He understood that this wayward girl was still his only and unique daughter. Therefore, he demanded to bring him the young leader of Chonso. That was all he could do for her now. Father strictly ordered the commander to make sure that the martial art of the young heir is at the level that would suit them. This will be his special gift for the beloved daughter. At this very time, Chonso and his companions jumped on excellent horses. This rare breed of horses was difficult to find even in the mountainous regions. Therefore, undoubtedly, the trade palace made a lot of effort to get such horses. However, the time soon came to make a stop. The hero dismounted and offered to arrange a short halt in order to relax a little from the road. However, the arrogant Vat Amu impatiently explained that they almost arrived at the destination, and it was not necessary to rest here. At this moment, it became obvious that this arrogant merchant did not understand at all where and with whom he was. After this phrase, Chonso suddenly recalled his name as a man who had previously tried to kill him. Although Chan Amu desperately tried to refute this, the young gentleman decided to directly ask if this man was the legal heir to the trade palace. However, he, not caught the true essence of the issue, awkwardly told that he had an older brother. He arrogantly stated that if he were a receiver, he would undoubtedly achieve much more than his senior relative. But, unfortunately, luck turned away from him in this matter. Chonso was even more surprised by the fact that he was sent to him, who was a clear disrespect for his position. This daring merchant definitely looked down on him since he crossed the threshold of his palace. With a barely noticeable smile, the heir realized that this was his chance. Since Chan Amu was not a direct heir, he could kill him with impunity. However, the young master soberly reasoned that Chan Amu would meet his death sooner or later, and decided that it would be better to temporarily use it for his purposes. At this tense moment, Yulta quickly crept up from behind and grabbed the merchant tightly. The frightened Chan Amu loudly demanded that he be released immediately, completely not understanding why an elite forbidden detachment was at a distance and does nothing. He could not believe that they were just going to let Chonso kill him without the slightest resistance. The next moment, the young heir leisurely took out a sharp blade and promised with a grin that now he would cut the insolent. From these sinister words, the frightened merchant immediately screamed heartily. Chonso carefully looked everything around and noticed Chan Amu close, evaluating his gaze behind his back. He immediately realized that the main figure in this strange company was clearly not a cowardly Chan Amu. The young gentleman imperiously ordered the frightened merchant to stop making no sense, because he had not even done anything with him so far, although he could just cut his throat to begin with. However, at this decisive moment, another more assembled man, who calmly asked the heir to show mercy, performed ahead. Chonso interested the personality of this mysterious person. The stranger, bowing respectfully, apologized that he had not previously introduced himself properly. His name was Chan Biran, and he was an experienced warrior who was responsible for the elite forbidden detachment of the merchant's palace. The young leader, returning the blade back to the scabbard, drew all his attention to this intriguing stranger. However, he strictly warned the trembling Chan Amu that if he again transgresses his boundaries, he would immediately lose his head. After that, the heir openly expressed his opinion about Chan Birana, with irony noting that the commercial palace seems to love to spy very much. However, the commander calmly explained that he was simply silent in order to reliably protect his master in the event of any unforeseen situation. He had to make sure that Chonso would never show what he was capable of fully. This part, according to him, was the basis of the moment when it is sometimes necessary to fool even their allies in order to subsequently successfully deceive enemies. Chonso found his excuses too naive, because the man obviously tried to create the impression that everything was done solely for the good of the young heir. However, Chanbiran sincerely assured that if something had happened to Chonso, then the cult of the sun would really be in a serious danger. As a result, the young master was pretty tired of these empty conversations. When Chanbiran solemnly vowed that he would personally take care of the safety of the heir, he decided to believe him this time. However, he firmly demanded that the commander never try to deceive him again, because the second time, he would definitely not forgive him. The warrior, respectfully bowing, carefully listened to the serious warning of Chonso. The young leader only smiled calmly and explained that this time he was ready to believe his words. Soon, travelers in full force safely reached the majestic trade palace. This truly delightful place fascinated, and according to the surprised reaction of Chonso, it became obvious that he was here for the first time. The young heir was especially struck by an extensive water space spreading nearby. Chanbiran proudly explained that it was not the sea, but a wide, full-flowing river that formed when the eternal snow of high mountains melted. It was called the Hot Sea. In the past, many travelers mistakenly took this powerful river for the real sea, from where its poetic name came. Even the experienced Iltasik was deeply amazed at how magnificent this place was, while his daughter was surprised that his father managed to visit here in his life. The insightful Vat of Baran showed a keen interest, noting that the face of the harsh Iltasik seems to be vaguely familiar to him. He politely asked his combat nickname. The veteran, not at all embarrassed, proudly introduced himself as Bloody Asura, a name from which many soldiers involuntarily shuddered. Finally, it was time to solemnly enter the majestic trade palace. When they drove through the main gate, elegant girls were gracefully dancing everywhere, and lively bidding boiled, where various merchants acquired valuable grain and other goods. The impatient Yultek became interesting when they finally get to the main building of the palace. Chanbiran explained with a smile that they had almost arrived at the destination. But at that moment, the faces of the accompanying people suddenly distorted from genuine fright. Chonso instantly looked in the direction of their alarmed glances and saw a young, stately man, completely dressed in dazzling white clothes. It was none other than the powerful heir to another opposing palace. Events are transferred at the moment when the head of the trading guild saw Yuljin. He looked extremely worried, not understanding what brought such a high-ranking guest into their possessions. The young warrior calmly explained that his father was alarmed and was interested in whether the head of the trade palace had forgotten about his long-standing promise. It was the eldest son of the ruler of the Palace of Blood Arts, whose name caused awe of even the most brave masters. The head of the trade palace, nervously correcting clothes, explained that now their lands experienced the destructive attack of the Oirats, so it was not easy for them to earn a living. He sincerely did not understand why they were expected to advance forward in such a plight. Realizing the essence of the problem, Yulden calmly said that in this case, he wanted to meet with Chanamu, because he heard about an unpleasant incident that recently occurred in a restaurant. The head of the palace hastily made it clear that there was no need for this. These words noticeably surprised Yuljina, who began to understand that Chanamu was probably absent in the palace. It originated in it an alarming thought that the wayward young man went to the palace of the small sun. After all, if he really ended up there, it could cause serious misunderstandings with the young leader of Chonso. Meanwhile, the head of the merchants with indifference made it clear that he knew nothing about this, since usually his impulsive son does solely what would embrace him in the head. Yuldin, leaning politely, decided to immediately go in search of Chanamu, while his interlocutor continued to insist that there was no urgent need for this. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Yuldin spent his elegant blade with lightning speed. His blow was so rapid that those present barely caught the movement of the blade. It definitely hurt the flower, standing to the left of the pale face of the head of the trade palace. The man instinctively reached out to catch a falling pot with a precious plant. Yuldin with disarming calm explained that this rare plant was affected by an invisible disease. However, it can still survive if the affected leaves are cut in time. But if the plant is left alone for too long, you will have to mercilessly cut it off with the root. He politely apologized for his apparent rudeness, and generously promised in return personally to take care of the annoying problems with the Oirats. The head of the trade palace inwardly shuddered, fully realizing the impressive power of this young man. Yuldin was clearly close to the achievement of the highest kingdom of the demon. However, despite this, a frightened man mentally considered him a real dangerous madman. Soon, Yuljin met his elite detachment. His faithful assistant quietly made it clear to the master that the attack of the Oirats was just a transparent justification. and the trade palace obviously not just reduced the promised amount of money for them. However, Yulden strictly asked the girl to refrain from unnecessary questions and assumptions. She, silently agreeing, bowed respectfully in front of him. It was the commander of the famous White Battle 7, a special support detachment. At this significant moment, his faithful assistant, a noble hawk with a penetrating look, was majestically on the strong hand of the master. Yulden immediately decided to find out from a smart bird if someone he knew here. However, it was at that moment that he noticed Chonso and Yultak, who was quietly standing in front of him a few steps. Looking at the approaching pair, the penetrating Jan Champi instantly realized that Yulden was Yultak's older brother. Both of them came from the powerful Palace of Bloody Arts. It became extremely interesting to the young leader to know if this mysterious warrior was on his side. Passing by Yultak, his older brother calmly and with dignity greeted him, noting that he had not seen his younger relative for a long time. When he approached Chonso, he resolutely asked what important matter brought the representative of the Palace of Blood Arts to these lands. However, reflecting, he admitted that he had no reason not to be on the lands of his trading partner. After which the warrior asked exactly the same direct question himself, Chonso himself. However, the answer of the young heir turned out to be exactly the same as that of Yulden. Evasive and careful. Both quickly realized that they did not intend to reveal to each other the true reasons for their appearance, so Yulden politely took a part and was about to leave. However, at the last moment, turning to the silent Yultak, he asked with a cold grin whether his younger brother was still miserable and weak as before. Without waiting for an answer to his ulcerative question, he immediately informed the frightened Chan Amu, which he urgently wishes to talk in private with him, and promised that he would join him soon. At the same time, the second master himself sincerely did not understand why the master came here. The presence of a detachment of the support of the White Seven even more puzzled him. Chonso was much more interested in the strange behavior of his friend Yultak. He already knew that Yulden was the eldest son of the formidable owner of the Palace of Blood Arts, so their sudden meeting was undoubtedly very awkward for both brothers. Soon, all the companions of Chonso gathered in a cozy guest house to discuss the last alarming events. There they learned that Yulden was currently occupied with an extremely high rank in the Cult of the Sun. He led a special elite force, widely known as a detachment of support, a real combat elite of the cult. Having familiarized himself with this valuable information, the impressive Karen was noticeably alarmed, because the Palace of Blood Arts, without a doubt, possessed the most powerful military force among all 7 palaces of the Cult of the Sun. After this revelation, she resolutely turned to the thoughtful Yultak to find out more about his mysterious brother. However, he only said silently. He clearly did not like the tense atmosphere that arose around this topic. He persistently invited friends to stop further discussion of his family affairs. But nevertheless, he was reluctant to talk about a man who was an omnipotent master of the Palace of Blood Arts, and occupied the second place in the struggle for leadership in the cult. That was his father. But Yultak himself was a son from the concubine, and never received any recognition or support from the harsh parent. Although such an attitude was a very common phenomenon for their noble clan, and his family could even be known for its coldness to illegitimate offspring, his older brother Yulden never treated him dismissively, as if with his son of a simple concubine. He even patiently taught him complex martial arts. But he became cold with him until his younger brother completely disappointed him, starting to tear his life pointless, thoughtlessly dragging with the young leader of Chonso, visiting brothels and other dubious dens. But now Yultak sincerely hoped that soon the opinion of his respected older brother would change for the better, because now Chonso clearly has become much more serious and purposeful than ever before. The puzzled Yultak did not understand anxiously, was his master seriously going to go there, or was thinking something like that. He carefully made it clear that everyone is well aware of the close ties of the Palace of Blood Arts, with numerous escort leaders and trade palaces throughout the country. Chonso was especially interested in the important fact that they had a significant impact in the trade palace. This unequivocally meant that both of these powerful clans were on the same side in a large political game. Therefore, he urgently asked his faithful assistants to collect as much valuable information about them as possible and carefully check if there are any alarming signs that they are initially configured against the small Palace of the Sun. The tired Yultak sincerely wanted to relax a bit before performing this responsible task, but he realized that the situation did not tolerate delay. Therefore, the decisive Karen and the adamant Iltesik quickly seized the evasing Yultak and persistently fired him to complete an emergency task. At the same time, Chonso sat alone, thinking deeply about the head of the trading guild and the position of the palaces. He initially believed that the Palace of Merchants and the Palace of Pleasure are precisely those places in which he must be enlisted by support. In order for his group to move forward effectively, they certainly needed reliable capital and fast transport. That is why in the Murim Union there were not only combat sects, they also had many influential banks, outlets, and escort owners. But that was not all. The main problem was that the only map that he was holding in his hands was the title of a young leader, the heir to the small palace. In order for the trading chapter to sincerely want to take his side, Chonso had to have his own convincing ambitions and real power. Therefore, for starters, it was vital to isolate a trading palace from the rest of the rivals. At this tense moment of thought, an unexpected guest appeared. It was Chanbiran, who respectfully said that the owner of the palace had already completed all his urgent affairs, and respectfully asked if the young leader could meet him right now. Chonso was clearly surprised, noticing how young Chanbiran looked young. The face that he had now seen was strikingly different from the harsh appearance that he had observed earlier. Having bowed, the man sincerely apologized for showing disrespect for the young master. At this moment it became obvious, he undoubtedly used a skilled mask of specially processed human skin to hide his true appearance. Jan Champ dryly recalled that he had already warned the interlocutor to never deceive him again. Chanbiran again, in crushed, apologized for the fact that the situation so unsuccessfully got out of control. Then the insightful Chonso bitterly realized that Chanbiran did not take him seriously at all. Surely he believed that all the words of the heir were just empty threats and children's jokes. This experienced warrior clearly looked down at him, like a non-hazardous child. The young leader coldly recalled that he came here only thanks to the sincerity of the head of the trade palace, since he promised that he would pay for all the unforgivable sins committed by his reckless son. But now, Chonso clearly understood that he should not have come to this dangerous place at all. But Chanbiran was ready to go to any humiliation, if only to sincerely apologize to the offended young leader. He persistently assured that now his true face appeared before him, without any masks and pretense. However, Chonso no longer understood how he could trust this false person and meet with the owner of his palace. He resolutely stated that he was immediately returning to the palace of the small sun. Having fallen to his knees in despair, the commander begged to reconsider this severe decision, and vowed to personally make sure that nothing like this would never happen again. However, Chonso remained adamant. He was already shamelessly deceived twice, and it is unlikely that this cunning will not do this for the third time. The young master could not believe empty words, so he firmly asked to give the owner of the palace that he would never hold any business meetings with him again. The pleading Chanbiran persistently wanted to know what he certainly needs to be done to earn such desirable trust in the young leader. Chonso perfectly understood. Usually, this proud commander is not one of those people who would allow themselves such humiliating behavior. The only reason he now showed his weakness so easily was that he sincerely considered Chonso a useless and non-hazardous youth. The heir decided a little more to mock this self-confident person and handed him a clean piece of paper and an elegant feather. He intended to force the commander to write something important in order to gain complete confidence in his sincerity. To begin with, Chanbiran had to write that he was the commander of a secret prohibited detachment of a trade palace. After these first words, the commander clearly doubted, believing that the young leader was going to ask him for some special protection. However, Chonso only mysteriously smiled in response to such a naive assumption. The next phrase, which the heir forced to write a puzzled man, was that supposedly Chanbiran was about to destroy the entire palace of the small sun. Obviously, the shocked commander immediately began to argue desperately, explaining that the young Chonso himself should perfectly understand how many powerful people would like to harm his palace, and that he and his family tried to protect the heir from this danger with all his might. However, the observation Chonso seemed very strange that his imaginary defenders so carefully hid their true personality from him, supposedly only to test him. He completely did not understand why the quick-tempered son of the merchant's palace so persistently tried to check it if they were on his side. According to solid opinion, Chanbiran was a very dangerous and unpredictable person. However, the commander continued to persuadedly objected that this was completely wrong. Chonso calmly remarked that if he really does not pose a threat, then there should not be any problems in order to honestly write down what they demand from him. In this case, no unpleasant consequences will follow. As a result, obviously nervous and doubting, Chanbiran still reluctantly took up the pen. However, looking at his indecisive movements, the wise Chonzo realized that he should leave immediately. He had to just go straight to the Palace of Pleasure. Realizing that they were losing a potentially important ally, the desperate Chanbiran finally broke and agreed to write absolutely everything that was required. He desperately hoped that this humiliating concession would be enough. But this is precisely what the insightful Yang Chakok achieved. He insisted that the commander add something still significant to this incriminating letter. Chanbiran had to add that the Palace of the Small Sun itself would serve as evidenced by the veracity of his recognition. If he violates his solemn promise, he can be considered a traitor without hesitation. The commander was forced to assure all this by a family sign with the image of the Holy Sun. It was a special memorial plaque issued by the cult, a kind of identification of a member of a demonic cult. We can say that it was something no less important than life itself, since this is the only reliable way that people of cult could officially identify each other. The only reason why the proud owner of the palace agreed to such humiliation could be that he was absolutely confident in his actions, or in that the Palace of the Small Sun considered just a harmless joke. But no matter what it really is, now the palace was officially obliged to defend the Palace of the Small Sun, in spite of any circumstances. Shortly after the successful end of the compilation of this important letter, the peaceful Chanbiran respectfully led Chonso for the long-awaited meeting with the head of the trade palace. He, sitting in his luxurious place, warmly greeted the young leader and politely asked him to feel completely calm and comfortable in his possessions. The owner of the palace explained that he deliberately arranged their meeting a little later after the arrival of a high guest, because he sincerely wanted to give him the opportunity to relax after a tedious road. Chonso was impressed with such prudence, knowing very well how much effort was put this influential man in order to deliver him here in complete safety. In addition, the head of the merchants joyfully stated that he specially prepared a special gift for the respected young leader since he first left Solitude. While they talked, Chonso's attentive gaze attracted an impressive chest full of sparkling gold. The head of the trade palace immediately became obvious what exactly his guest was looking at. He honestly admitted that he could give the young leader all this wealth if Chonso really wished it. At that moment, the air became clear that the owner of the trade palace was much more generous and insightful than he initially expected. In addition, he noticed with interest that an influential man, by all signs, lived a completely happy and wealthy life. Chonso gave an example, an old proverb. Parents are sometimes so concerned about love for their children that they do not even notice their own unreasonable deeds. Since the head of the trading house had such a precious son, it was simply impossible for him to live an unhappy life. However, it seemed to the young leader that the head of the merchants remained too ignorant if he did not even know about his own unseemly acts. He should openly and honestly pray for forgiveness, but instead he calmly ordered his faithful subordinates to lock Chonso in a guest room. And now he was sitting in a much higher place, condescendingly talking to him. For the insightful air, it looked like the head actually admitted in a secret conspiracy against him. However, the alarmed merchant immediately began to exclaim hotly that this is completely wrong. But Chonso calmly repeated his insightful question. Suddenly laughing, the head of the merchants admitted that he realized a lot when Chonso opened his eyes for his unheard-of son. Rising, he unexpectedly asked the young leader to sit in an honorable place where he had just sat. Chonso, as if nothing had nothing, went straight along the expensive table, confidently sank into the chair prepared for the owner. Obviously, such impudent recklessness finally led the head of a trading house, but he skillfully did not show. Chonso behaved so defiantly because he already dealt with such influential people. Once, inquisitive, Chonso asked the leader of the beggars, which was wise with the experience of the leader, why he was so similar to the rest of the rich and influential people, despite the fact that they were at the completely opposite ends of the social staircase. He wisely noticed that all people, in essence, are similar. There are those who have everything in abundance, and there are those who, it would seem, do not need anything at all. And in a strange way, now before the air was a man who was surprisingly similar to representatives of both of these types at the same time. Therefore, Chonso admitted the owner of the palace extremely honestly and even rudely that he hates all the difficulties and intrigues. After he finished his long-term solitude, his mysterious father mysteriously disappeared, leaving him alone with only one obsessive thought. In addition, he continued, he was completely not interested in what attracted the attention of all the other courtiers. He simply had to rightfully occupy the empty throne of the leader of the cult, since this place has long and undeservedly empty. Chonso expressed the hope that the insightful owner of the trade palace understands what is actually being discussed. He believed that they thought with a man on the same wave, and therefore came here in order to personally visit him. But instead of the expected reception, they aimed at his life, and were also inexplicably rude at the first meeting, which greatly disappointed him and guarded him. However, laughing again, the wise merchant sincerely apologized for involuntarily showing unforgivable disrespect for the young leader. He expressed the hope that the generous Chonso would forgive him with his wide, as an endless sea. The head also asked what he needed to do to make amends for the unforgivable ignorance of his hot-tempered son. He solemnly stated that he now considers himself a faithful servant of a young heir. Chonso was sincerely interesting to hear what important conclusions the penetrating head of the trade palace came. He enthusiastically reported that he had prepared a really valuable and unique gift for a young guest. Solemnly slapping his hands, he announced that the gift was completely special, and he was firmly convinced that Chonso would appreciate him. At that moment, Chanbiran appeared, carefully carrying an elegant red box in his hands. As soon as she opened, the amazed Chonso saw exquisite daggers lying on a velvet pillow, but at first did not understand why they were so valuable. The head of the palace, with a slight smile, asked if the young master heard about the legendary 5 sacred guns. The shocked Chonso could not believe that he was really a famous weapon from among the sacred relics. But this turned out to be a pure truth. The head specially prepared such an invaluable gift. These were the legendary demonic daggers of the sacred fire. The merchant knew very well that it was exactly the rarest weapon that Chonso could never have received in the usual way, and he generously was going to give them to him. But that was not all. He was also ready to make sure that every month the young heir was regularly sent to a ton of gold ingots to the palace of the young heir. These generous supplies would help Chonso build their magnificent palace, which would eventually become much larger and more luxurious than the merchant's palace itself. However, this tempting offer had one key condition. The chapter suggested that Chonso make a serious deal. Of course, he had to ultimately take the place of the supreme leader of the cult, and the merchant's palace was ready to provide him with comprehensive support in this difficult matter. Chonso was genuinely surprised that he was so straightforwardly asked to become the leader of a powerful cult. However, the head solemnly stated that this is quite natural. After all, it was the sacred purpose of the imperial family. It would be completely pointless if someone else, except for the legal heir of Chonso, would take this high position. Similar would be an unforgivable betrayal and treason, and the angry gods would certainly turn away from the cult. However, the insightful Jan Champ noticed that it was rather strange to talk about the imperial family in the context of a demonic cult. However, he politely agreed with a wise man and admitted that there was a lot of deep meaning in his words. The head was sincerely glad to hear this, especially the fact that the young leader finally realized why he first rejected his visit. Chonso agreed that the man was a truly amazing diplomat with a slight irony. However, one detail nevertheless embarrassed him. Based on what he knew, the trade palace also supported the powerful master of the Palace of Blood Arts. It was extremely interesting to the young heir what a cunning man was going to get, playing so risky on 2 fronts. This insightful statement really interested the head of merchants, who found him extremely curious question. Even the indisputable fact that Chonso was generally interested in such complex matters surprised him, because he sincerely did not believe that the young heir was generally capable of deep thoughts. The head of the merchants explained that he simply noticed and understood something important. He had already heard that the young leader suddenly had a new powerful bodyguard, as well as that Chonso was absent in the palace for a long time. He did not reasonably suspect that he could secretly visit one of the 7 other palaces. Perhaps he even managed to conclude an important deal with this mysterious palace, and in response they generously provided him with an experienced bodyguard as a guarantee of their support. It seemed extremely strange to him that the young heir did this all this long way, allegedly only in order to politely visit him. But if someone influential directed Chonso here with a certain mission, then this would already have much more sense. Therefore, he reasoned that the young man probably visited either the fighting palace or in the Palace of Pleasure before his visit. He was clearly excited and suggested that the interests of the Palace of Blood Arts could stand behind this. However, Chonso resolutely stated that he had no idea what was at stake. But the incredulous chapter considered this an obvious lie and persistently decided to find out the true opinion of Chonso. Why did he really look for him? However, when the young master calmly reminded his previous explanations, the merchant only got angry because he categorically did not believe his words. Carefully evaluating the inner power of the man, the experienced fighter became obvious that he significantly increased it with the help of rare elixirs. It was extremely interesting to him how many precious elixirs he managed to use. Now he had an impressive amount of internal energy, And since the chapter obviously used considerable money to rapidly increase his military capabilities, it is completely natural that he had to put finances above even martial arts. But the merchant quickly calmed down again, and now deeply thought about who was actually involved in this complex political conspiracy. He certainly had to find out the whole truth before sitting on such a risky boat. In addition, he should have found out exactly who was the true hidden master of this dangerous boat. Chanso tactfully recalled that the merchant's palace is not the only place where serious financial resources were concentrated. He frankly hinted that he was going to visit the Palace of Pleasure also, and he reasonably remarked that the Palace of Punity is much better coping with the collection of valuable information. The thing was that each of the 7 influential palaces possessed its unique forces and had a powerful but specific influence on certain spheres of the life of the cult. The Palace of Holy Fire traditionally was responsible for the general control, the Palace of Bloody Arts. For the military affairs, the Palace of the Fighters provided the guilty punishment system, and the Poison Palace played an important role in a large medicinal warehouse for the whole cult. The main problem was the difficult relationships between the Palace of Merchants and the Palace of Pleasure, since they both actually were responsible for the same key economic functions. Now, when a large-scale power for power was inevitably approaching, the rest of the palaces will certainly try to strategically unite with these 2 financially powerful palaces, and since their spheres of influence were largely intersected, they also inevitably entered into tough competition with each other. That is why the far-sighted Chanso had no other reasonable choice, except to personally meet with representatives of the Palace of Pleasure. As a result, exhaling heavily, he frankly admitted that he perfectly understands that the chapter had many different boats, which he could profitably sit on. Understanding that the cautious owner of the palace still cannot completely trust him, Chanso decided tactfully allow him to believe in what he wanted. He mysteriously said that he really came here by the secret will of another influential person. The head believed him this time with relief. However, he emphasized that now there was definitely no time to make a final decision. First, he needed to meet his trusted people, and Chanso politely asked the man not to rush him with an answer. In addition, he decided to gratefully accept precious blades, since the merchant, obviously, invested a lot of effort and funds in this generous gift. But he also gently warned that the fee for the safety of his boat would be at least 30% of all assets of the trade palace. He generously gave the chapter a whole month to send these impressive funds to his palace, and at the same time gave him time to carefully think about other boats that could potentially offer him a more profitable deal. The worried chapter persistently asked that the young leader at least rest a little before setting on the road, but the proud heir firmly stated that he did not consider himself obligated to do this. He politely asked that the head of the merchants would not worry in vain, and calmly went to deal with his urgent matters. On this, he quickly took apart and resolutely retired from the palace. Soon after his departure, without making a final decision, the puzzled head of the trade palace decided to urgently meet the faithful Chanbiran. He was frankly angry, because in the end he was a very capable and influential person, and considered the demand 30% real robbery among broad day. The wise Vat of Biran gently asked to maintain composure and not make hasty decisions. However, the angry owner could not calm down in any way, believing that the impudent Chanso was doing some dirty and dishonest tricks. Chanbiran calmly said that perhaps the young Chanso was not even connected with any other palace. He admitted that he did not know for sure, but suggested that other palaces would rather try to carefully avoid such an open conflict. In addition, the mysterious young gentleman mentioned some mysterious man who allegedly directed him. Then, the experienced head of the merchants crept in serious suspicions that the Association of Elders could stand behind this. Chanbiran also felt a high probability of this assumption, but did not think that such a alignment would be something unequivocally bad for them. In any case, if they simply leave everything as it is, then in the end, they will have to support the ambitious Palace of Bloody Arts. But then the abuse of power by the new rulers will inevitably become even more egregious. Chanbiran significantly hinted that this was exactly what Yulden had in mind when he had recently promised to personally take care about this delicate matter. If such outrageous things have already happened every day, then they could expect even more fair complaints when the power-loving master of the Palace of Blood Arts will finally become the supreme leader of the whole cult. In addition, according to him, the master of the Palace of Fighters will most likely combine his significant efforts with the master of the Palace of Pleasure, and the influential Association of Elders will take hands with the young master. All this unequivocally meant that a large destructive war for power was rapidly approaching, and it would be very pragmatic if they could extract at least some financial profit from this chaos. However, the head of the merchants remained extremely concerned. He was clear what to lose. Chanbiran perfectly understood that all this was only a skilled game, which was played by a young leader, who himself was only a puppet. Although Chanso has grown strongly as a warrior in recent years, his true nature, according to the commander, has not undergone significant changes. In addition, he was firmly convinced that the impudent Chanso had already put his paws on Chihami. It was especially alarming news to hear about which right now, although the commander personally did not know all the piquant details of what was happening in a closed room. The young leader was widely known as a lustful pervert. Therefore, seeing the frustrated appearance of a usually impeccable girl, he was completely sure that something extremely indecent had happened there. This unexpected revelation caused a strange mixture of gloating and satisfaction on his usually impassive face. In such a blatant case, the proud mistress of the Palace of Pleasure would definitely not let it go from, and the naive Chanso clearly did not understand what he so recklessly got involved in his stupidity. In addition, the young heir arrogantly stated that the merchant's palace was not the only place where serious finances were concentrated. But for Chanso, the path to the Palace of Pleasure was now tightly closed after what happened. Therefore, the insidious chapter even began to seriously think simply to allow the unreasonable young man to die at the hands of the vengeful Chihami. However, Chanbiran understood that this would be an extremely incorrect and short-sighted decision. It was better to first save Chanso and return to your plans at a more suitable time. This proposal seemed a very strange chapter. He considered the current situation an ideal opportunity to get rid of the arrogant young leader and competing palace. But the wise assistant considered this approach deeply erroneous. In fact, he perfectly understood that if the Palace of the Sun was completely destroyed, this will inevitably become the end for themselves. As a result, the pragmatic chapter nevertheless listened to his experienced assistant and asked him to quietly penetrate the Palace of Pleasure so that Chanso did not die there because of his insolence. In addition, he soberly reasoned that since he would still have to pay for the safety of the chosen boat sooner or later, it is better to take his strategic step first. He resolutely ordered to immediately send the promised gold bars straight to the Palace of the Small Sun. Somewhere at the same time, Chanso, calmly wandering around the city, mentally returned to their recent tense conversation. He clearly understood that the emotional owner of the Palace of Merchants would definitely not be able to hold himself in his hands for a long time, and will soon take some actions. At this time, Yultak, Ilatasik, and young Karan were just returning from their intelligence assignment. Carefully listening to the lively conversations of local residents, they caught the disturbing news that some people miraculously escaped deaths to the market hill, where something serious happened. One of the excited men excitedly said that he was going to a brothel, and on the way with amazement saw that the whole top of the hill was black as tar. At first he thought that he was just very tired due to the fact that the grumpy wife did not give him a minute of peace. So he closed his eyes tightly and opened his eyes again. To his horror, he saw a whole 10,000th army there. The man swore that he could not believe his eyes. However, his skeptical friends considered this whole story frank nonsense. In their opinion, most likely, some small, insignificant sect of beggars simply went to collect the remains of food. But the alarmed man was absolutely sure. He personally saw the Minister of War himself, Wu Geum, who blocked all approaches to the horse market and the environs of the city. It seemed to him horror that this was due to the fact that the legal emperor was absent in the capital, and his ambitious brother decided to insidiously take his place. However, incredulous friends categorically refused to believe him, and did not want to hear anything else about this ridiculous invention. The puzzled Yultak did not understand. Could this secondary warrior really become an emperor, simply physically occupying an empty throne? The observant Karen noted that the events taking place in the powerful tribe of Oirat are quite serious and anxious. However, Yultak was sincerely surprised that she was so easily believed in these dubious words, because it is unlikely that a wild tribe could be needed from an isolated cult of the sun. Karen calmly explained that this is not the first time to hear about such incidents. But the servant urged her to stop unconditionally to believe everything that the tipsy visitors of brothels tell. Karen wanted to continue this dispute, but suddenly she heard a quiet, painful sigh nearby. He came from a wounded man who, apparently, was a warrior. The compassionate girl wanted to sincerely help him and carefully asked if everything was in order with him. However, he, to her surprise, only screamed at Karen angrily. demanding that this annoying girl would immediately unhook from him. Protecting the honor of his daughter, the harsh Ortesic immediately stood up to her defense, but at the same time calmly asked his child not to pay attention to such rude and ungrateful people as this irritated stranger. In addition, the peace-loving Yultak reasonably explained that they should not interfere in vain in the internal feuds of the cult of the sun, especially considering that this gloomy man looked like a member of an elite, nameless detachment. However, the angry man, continuing to scream, imperiously ordered Yultak to shut up immediately, because his deplorable state was extremely the fault of the damned Oirat bastards. Yultak coldly asked the wounded old man to be more careful with such insulting expressions, and strictly warned that he could easily lose his head if he did not carefully choose the words. Having calmed down a little, the stranger gloomily explained that the warlike Oirata completely blocked the most important silk path and mercilessly killed anyone who would not like it. They behaved so bold only because the head of the cult was absent in place. At the same time, the wounded himself sincerely did not understand what at such a critical moment the inactive Palace of Bloody Arts was doing, obliged to protect their interests. But Yultak categorically did not believe these accusations. Then the angry man again repeated that it was the Oirats that were the first to aggressively wave their swords. They cruelly dusted him with a dagger only because he accidentally looked at them. But Yultak continued to argue stubbornly, not understanding why this could even need a peaceful tribe. Then, finally tired of fruitless conversations, an irritated man limping went away. In parting, he bitterly reminded the folk wisdom, which many experienced warriors spoke of. Those who are located at the top of the social staircase will most likely listen only to immigrants from privileged circles. They advised him to just flee, because all those in power are completely on the fate of an old wound crippled and rootless immigrants from brothels. They could not really help in this situation. Since the powerful Palace of Bloody Arts was inactive, he strongly intended to go there alone to save those who could still be saved, or at least kill as many enemies as possible before his own death. At this tense moment, they were unexpectedly found attentive Chonso, who had already managed to find out about the whole current situation on the way here. He calmly invited his companions to go to the nearest hotel to discuss in detail what was happening in a more secluded atmosphere. There, a young gentleman restrainedly explained that warlike Oirats really killed much more than a couple of people, as some rumors claimed. However, the indignant Yultak said warmly, believing that the Oirats simply could not go to such recklessness. In response, Chonso admitted that he could not absolutely guarantee the reliability of all information, but was quite confident in the main facts. The reasonable Karen only noticed that they had no convincing evidence of what had happened yet. Jumping to his feet in righteous anger, the emotional Yultak began to prove that all these accusations against the Oirates were simply madness and slander. But at the same time, Karen trusted what she heard with her own ears from eyewitnesses. The harsh Yultasic seriously angered daring behavior, which allowed himself a quick, tempered Yultak addressed to his precious daughter. He quickly and resolutely calmed the recessed young man. Watching these tense negotiations and meaningless disputes, the patient Yang of the chain imperiously asked everyone to calm down immediately. His careless subordinates, out of habit, respectfully called him young master right in the hotel, because of which some alarmed visitors immediately wanted to hastily escape, fearing troubles. However, Chonso imperiously ordered everyone to sit in place. Although this appeal was addressed to his own assistants, absolutely all the people who were inside a crowded hotel felt his powerful aura. At this time, the restless Yultak continued to persistently prove that even if the Orath sometimes allowed themselves some liberties, they were not at all so bloodthirsty and ruthless as they tried to imagine. The incredulous Karen reasonably asked where he got such accurate information about the nature of this mysterious tribe. Then Yultak uneasily admitted that he grew up among them. He had already mentioned earlier, which was the illegitimate son of his father, and knew about it since childhood, because his mother came from the Oirat tribe. He sincerely asked not to understand him incorrectly. He did not at all claim that the whole tribe was extremely noble and peaceful, but sincerely did not understand why they and the powerful Palace of Bloody Arts suddenly actively conflict with the cult of the sun. In his opinion, he could rather understand their aggression if we were talking about the orthodox sects with which the Oirats had long-standing accounts. At this time, the thoughtful Jan Champ began to think deeply about the head of the merchants. He did not seek to become the leader of the cult, so he did not try to directly harm him, but clearly wanted an irreconcilable enmity to arise between the young master and the Palace of Bloody Arts. If they are really in a state of conflict, and the Oirata tribe takes an active part in this, then most likely warlike nomads gather captives precisely on the orders of the Palace of Blood Arts. So, the duty of honor demanded immediately to save the unfortunate, even though they belong to a demonic cult. Therefore, having paid for their food, the decisive Chonso imperiously ordered his faithful assistants to immediately leave the institution. The frightened people who were in the restaurant were completely confused, not understanding whether they could get up. They were panically afraid that the formidable young leader could wait for them when leaving the building in order to mercilessly cut off their heads for the involuntary evidence of his secret negotiations. The next day, when a clear morning came, the alarmed Yultak hurried to the chambers of his master. However, to his amazement, he did not find him there, and he completely did not understand where the mysterious young leader could again abyss until he noticed a neatly folded letter on the table. It spoke of his sudden care, and the faithful servant immediately suspected that the brave owner was going to go alone to dangerous showdowns. Initially, he hoped that the impulsive guy over the past time became more reasonable and calm, but it seemed he remained the same reckless daredevil. When Karin and the Sura Yiltesher joined him, the worried Yultak immediately handed them a letter to get acquainted. The message elegantly said that the young master could not close his eyes, thought about the situation all night, and asked them to immediately go to a small palace and patiently wait for his return. The letter was compiled by such an impeccably polite syllable that the amazed Yultak unexpectedly realized. Instead of engaging in martial arts, Chonso carefully studied the subtleties of elegant literature. In addition, he persistently asked Karin not to waste precious time on admiration, but to focus on an important issue, where their fearless young gentleman is now. However, the unperturbed Yilteshchik reasonably remarked that now there is no point in worrying too much. The incomprehensible Yultak was struck by his strange frivolity. After all, no one could guarantee that Chonso would return safe and sound. However, decisively pointing to the letter, an experienced warrior calmly explained that this was a direct order of their master, so they would immediately go to the small palace as he ordered. Immediately after these words, Yilteshchik suddenly burned a mysterious letter, as if it had never existed. The shocked Yultak instantly understood that the skilled warrior masterfully used the mysterious cleansing fire, which means he was able to return all his internal energy. Therefore, when the harsh man directly asked if he was going with them, the bewildered young man simply had no other choice. Politely bending over the authoritative commander of the detachment, he meekly followed him. Somewhere at the same time, the fearless young Chuck was among the majestic mountains. Carefully looking around, he clearly understood that any unprepared person could really die easily in a desperate search for a mysterious demonic cult if he decided to attack them alone. But now it did not bother him so much, because he purposefully walked to the northwest of the endless hot sea in decisive search for the mysterious tribe. The young gentleman immediately followed in the only direction known to him, firmly believing that there he would certainly find at least someone who could indicate him the right path. Events are transferred to the Oirat Great Plains. There, warriors who guard the tent where their captain lived, lined up in a row. At that moment, Yulden appeared in front of them with his detachment. Warriors ordered him to stop, not understanding what this person was doing here. However, armed with 2 blades, Yulgina's right hand ordered them to be missed. The warriors were indignant, not understanding how she dares to behave like that and who she imagined herself. However, a decisive girl made them understand. If they want to live, then they should lower the axes and let them go inside. Getting angry, they began a battle in which, obviously, they went out to the losers. The girl had excellent combat skills and quickly defeated 2 attacked fighters. After that, the rest had no desire to enter into a direct battle with her. They armed themselves with bows to confront those who came. However, they were prevented by the man whom they guarded, ordering to miss these people. Then Yuldin ordered the girl to lower her head and follow him. When they entered, they saw a man who thoughtfully thought about how much time passed since their last meeting. It was the leader of the Oirata tribe, Grand Master Jason. Yuljin explained that he was very worried, no matter how bad something had happened to him, and was sincerely glad that he was in order. The leader in their language was called Ensign Taishi. He controlled many tribes with an impressive force comparable to the Tang dynasty and the northern plains. Jason decided to find out from his guest if the title of the master was suitable for him. Yulden honestly admitted that for him it sounds as if he was going to become a Khan. The leader only smiled slyly. He honestly admitted that nothing was impossible for him now. Jiljin was getting closer to the matter to ask the man to stop lifting this whole pointless noise. Jason realized that we were talking about the trade palace and capturing their people, but decided to pretend, as if he did not understand what was at stake. Yulden, realizing that the normal dialogue would not work, explained that this is what his father wanted. Without responding to the remark, the leader only asked if the guy took possession of the bow. They say that the commander made an ivory bow, and using his experience, created a weapon that looked like his own. He believed that this onion is most suitable for a person in whom the blood of a Khan flows. Yuldin was surprised at a similar issue. Suddenly, Jason attacked him with internal energy. However, the guy's body was strong enough, so this did not affect him. After that, the thoughtful Jason reflected on the difference between guests living far in the mountains, but with blood in the veins of the Northern Imperial Dynastia Liao, and those who are not able to continue the great genus Yuan. Then he calmly ordered Yuljin to return to his father. However, for starters, the guy armed himself with a blade and cut the bow of Luke. He explained that if someone is not able to take possession of anything, then he should know when he should retreat. They say that the Minister of Military Affairs of Wu Guillaume restored the defense line and is going to block all the inputs to Baijin, and Grand the Master only gave their emperor the reason to increase the number of the army. It was obvious. He was going to become a Khan of the Northern Plains. He could do what he wants, because the cult of the sun would take care of the Central Plains, but on the condition that he would let the followers who were captured. Yuldin promised that he would tell his father about this conversation. In addition, he decided to pay for the rudeness that they showed today. To do this, he inflicted 2 wounds on his assistant in return for the 2 killed people of the leader. On this, he suggested stopping and leaving. Turning to the assistant, Yuldin ordered to return home. Looking after them, Jason understood that in front of him is a tiger who did not obey anyone. Surely his father lived out of place because of this. However, making sure that the guests left, he called his assistant. The leader wanted to terrify the whole world as soon as he becomes a Khan, and he ordered the emperor to use the emperor as an offering. Therefore, they went to jail. Soon, at the sunset, Yuldin and his team stopped at the foot of the mountain. He was going to return back to the palace, and the assistant wanted to conduct it. However, the guy forbade her, since she still had blood. She thanked Yuljin for his care, but he explained, all this was for the good of the family. It was not worth giving him away. Because of which the girl awkwardly left crouching on the nearest stone. The heir himself believed that the curse that happened to the Khan, a stupid way to preserve the genealogy of the Northern Imperial family, which would prefer their subordinates to take punishment instead of them. Yuljin was interested in how far his father was ready to go. Suddenly his guards felt someone else's presence. Turning around, Yuldin saw an unknown man behind his back. Seeing him, the guy thought that this man was lost. Although it was strange that of all the places on Earth, he found himself on the hidden path of the heavenly mountain located on the border of western China. He was also dressed in unique clothes. Jan Champ, as if nothing had happened, asked for permission to relax here before hitting. However, the warriors ordered him to remove the mask and show his face. He calmly explained that he was an ordinary wanderer who went on a long journey. In fact, although his face did not betray him, Jan Champ was surprised that Yuljin met so quickly in this place. But the soldiers continued to insist that he looked too suspicious. They could not trust his words. However, when the stranger explained that the scar was on his face, Yuldin immediately ordered the soldiers to lag behind this man and let him stay. At that moment, Chonso drew attention to the assistant of Yuljin. He was a lot surprised by the fact that the ghostly killer who, without the slightest hesitation, would take the life of anyone, whether even the old dying insanity, now allowed his wounded subordinate to rest and restore strength. Crouching nearby, Chonso decided to ask Yuljin where they came from. He quickly realized that the interlocutor was extremely laconic, although he himself guessed that he was most likely returning from the Oirats. After that, the traveler tried to ask something more neutral, asking if Yuljin liked the local river. However, the wounded assistant sharply ordered him to shut up if he did not want to lose his tongue. In response, Chonso calmly noticed that in this state she was unlikely to be able to draw her threat, which caused even more irritation. When he approached her, the girl grabbed her blade with lightning speed, but did not have time to do anything. Jan Champ had already intercepted her hand. At that moment, several dozen swords were assigned to his neck. Yuldin, in bewilderment, noted that a strange traveler, it seems, did not think at all about the consequences of his actions. However, he only calmly noticed that Yuljin had very impatient subordinates. Then he pointed to the girl's serious wounds. In addition to everything, yellow sand came inside the cuts and led to the infection with tetanus. Her skin was already covered with necrosis and began to rot. In this state, she will not even be able to keep the knife soon, not to mention the sword. Even if the famous doctor had ended up here now, he could no longer correct anything. She urgently needed to drink the medicine of the golden spear. Yulden realized that the stranger was saying all this because he was able to help, and directly asked what he needed. He requested pure water, a stem of cicada and needles for suturing wounds. He suggested first to take treatment, and the issue of payment to be resolved later. When everything was finally completed, and the girl's hands were in order, she still continued to consider the unknown to be an unknown, just annoying fool. Yulden, not paying attention to her discontent, decided to ask the wanderer. Did he belong to the Orthodox sect? Only people from there are so hypocritical that they save someone for the sake of dried meat. It was his traveler who received as a reward. Jan Chachok was surprised at how adamant Yulden was adamant when it comes to his subordinates. In addition, it became interesting to him do strangers consider it a representative of a demonic cult, or, nevertheless, an Orthodox sect. Yulden reassured him, saying that he had not yet reached the point of killing his benefactors. Then he decided to ask the wanderer what the Central Plains are similar to. Yulden was amazed to learn that the interlocutor had never been there. Although he understood that the demonic cult would not care about the Central Plains, if not for the war, invasion, and mass killings. As a result, Chonso said that if Yulden went to Sichuani and examined the river valley to the southeast, then the surface of a huge lake would soon open before him. It was the famous Dunting. If he looked at the sunset from the pavilion by the lake, he would have found that in these places nature is truly beautiful. There are people who are not at all like the local ones. The masters of martial arts who arrived from everywhere, freely communicate with each other, are interested in each other's affairs, share stories about their life. Together they drink wine, and their stories, like waves, cross the river and spread throughout the region. This is a place where different people meet and share their stories. Sometimes they quarrel, but everyone there understands each other's situation and enjoy the time spent together, realizing how short life is. These are the Central Plains that he heard about. Yulden realized that it was a very luxurious lifestyle, but he was curious. Are these people who claim that they live according to the principles of fidelity and chivalry, or they simply adapted to exist in such a world, once faced with brutal reality? However, Jan Chakok asked him not to rush with the conclusions, but to look at the Central Plains himself, to talk to the locals and try to find a common language with them. Yulden believed that this was impossible, but Chonso understood that people themselves could change reality. Many sacrificed their lives to overthrow the Yuan dynasty, united with the Ming dynasty. At that moment, it did not matter. There was a man from an orthodox or uniform sect. As long as he remained a master of martial arts, his duty was to hold his sword and fight his shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Subsequently, a world arose in which scientists began to despise masters of martial arts, and they united in their own community, known as Muram. Then, as his influence grows, the union of Muram and the unorthodox assembly mired in endless battles with each other. The same applied to the demonic cult. As the number of people with similar thinking increases, the same scenario will soon be repeated. Everyone will try to subordinate the other to his will. Looking at Yulden, Chonso thought whether this person could change. Meanwhile, Yulden invited the stranger to contact him if he needed something. Although he found this conversation strange, the interlocutor definitely interested him. As a result, Jan Chachok asked Yulden to ever fulfill his request. In response, he asked the name of the wanderer. But Chonso promised that he would call himself at their next meeting. After that, he decided to continue his journey, not yet understanding what the future awaits him, whether he and Yulden will drink wine together or fight against each other. However, it did not matter now. Soon, Jan Chachok wandered around the endless desert and regretted that he did not ask Yulden a road. If not for the traces left by the Oirats, he would have long been lost. Fortunately, after a while he saw a meadow and realized that he was moving in the right direction. Having wandered a little among the trees, the traveler noticed a small tent, which the warriors guarded. It seemed strange to him that Yurt was standing in the middle of the forest. He wanted to know who was inside. In addition, he was puzzled that the soldiers seemed to try to protect someone from the one who was inside. But at the same time, the guards were also present within the Yurt itself. Suddenly, Yang the champ realized everything indicated that they locked someone inside. He decided to find out who they are captured. At that moment, the soldiers led the girl. Surprisingly that the ladies from the Central Plains had such good skin, they were sorry to just kill her. They decided to have fun with her, promising that if she gives them pleasure, they would give her a quick and painless death. The Chuk, listening to their conversations, did not fully understand what was being discussed, because he never learned their tongue. He was worried that these people could be from the direct submission of the Khan. However, suddenly he saw how the girl cried, and unable to do anything, At the same moment, she took herself with a hairpin for hair. Falling dead, she apologized for not being able to do anything. She could not serve her master to the end. Her lifeless body began to kick these warriors, cleaning her boots about her, which she stained with blood. This finally got Chachika. Looking around, he saw many corpses, girls, men, old people, and did not understand how to be so cruel. At this time, the members of the tribe only laughed, realizing that this girl had to lie, to say that if she agrees to their conditions, they would save her life. At that moment, Jan Champ appeared in front of them, not understanding if there were creatures in front of him at all. They immediately armed themselves with axes, not realizing who was in front of them. The Chuck, sparkling with his eyes, did not understand why they went so far in their cruelty. Looking at the guy, the soldiers suspected that he was from the Han tribe, because he was not at all like a man from the cult of the sun. However, Jan Champ did not answer their questions, not understanding their language. They laughed, deciding that they did not need to know this about this person. Now that he saw everything, they will have to eliminate him. However, the champ did not understand how they dared to behave like that after all the atrocities that they committed. He had the whole look at the approaching man to die instantly. He literally burned alive under the strength of his demonic fire. Everyone else aimed at the alien, realizing that they needed to kill such a difficult enemy. However, Jan Champ was soared into the sky, not allowing to get himself with ordinary weapons. Arounders aimed immediately, but he should not have eliminated the first of them. He applied a series of higher imperial martial arts. It was the secret art of the absolute claw of the heavenly wolf. Immediately after that, the fighter's body turned into minced meat. Then they realized that none other than an evil spirit or devil was in front of them. And the hero, as if nothing had happened, warned that they would die today. After that, the chain in a moment figured out everyone who was here. Finally, in front of him was the last warrior who was kneeling and began to beg for mercy. He could not cry anything except crying, realizing that he would not run away. However, Jan Champ took his head and ordered the man to disappear. In just a moment after that, his whole body burned down with the bones. Looking at what was happening around, the chain realized that he had lost control of his emotions and arranged a massacre. The heavenly demon is the embodiment of the devil himself, so he needs to carefully treat this skill. In addition, he should have raised it to the 9th star as soon as possible, because so far it was too dangerous to use it without perfection. After that, Jan Champ went to the ward, which most interested him. There, he saw a boy who asked if he had come to kill him or save him. The Chuck explained that he did not come for this, but after another, and wanted to know if they had a child captured, and how long he is here. The boy believed that it was better for a stranger to know about it, but he replied that he simply passed by and accidentally wandered here. Obviously, the child did not believe in such an explanation. Jan Champ was already quite disappointed that he made so much effort only in order to find a child here. However, the boy immediately made it clear that the guy behaves too disrespectfully. The champ was about to leave, believing that he had lost his time in vain, and advised the child to run if he wanted to survive. However, turning around, he saw how he almost cried with rage. It seemed to him that this guy could not be an ordinary captive, and decided to ask a question. Are there other prisoners here? After all, he heard that the Oirata took with him many people. He wanted the boy to tell him everything that was known. As a result, the child decided to believe the stranger and said that all other captives are in the north. Walking along the Chu River and crossing the mountain range, it was possible to get to a stone prison. Jan Champ immediately decided to go there, but the boy recalled that he did not allow him to leave. However, the Chaksh made it clear that he would not stay with him, because he needed to go north. The boy explained that if he really ended up here by chance, he would ask him to take him to Beijing. But the Chak was not going to spend time on this. In addition, he explained that the boy is clearly not significant enough to dictate the conditions. Then the child finally introduced himself, Ju Taijin. Grinning, Jan Champ replied that if he really Ju Taijin, then he himself is a black meteor. However, Jan Chachok frowned thoughtfully, pondering the named name. In the kingdom of Ming, it was strictly forbidden to use the surname Ju and generally mention it somehow, since this surname could belong exclusively by the imperial family. He could not believe that this fragile boy with proud posture was indeed the emperor of the powerful kingdom of Ming. Seeing his confusion, the young interlocutor with impudent confidence suggested that Jan Chachok understands who he was, and explained in a firm voice that he was really a legal emperor. It was incredibly difficult to believe in such a statement. He snorted irritably, considering that Sijin was mocking him, and sharply asked him to not laugh with such fables anymore. The boy with a penetrating gaze decided to clarify whether the strange traveler really did not know that he was held captive. Jan Champ, rolling his eyes, irritably asked how much he had to repeat once again. He really knew nothing about it. Then Ju Sijan had no choice but to humbly ask the stranger to save him. The boy was already internally reconciled with the fact that the unknown person did not believe him, and, in fact, was not at all against this state of affairs. This was even better for his safety. However, with unexpected seriousness, he explained that he was obliged to survive at all costs. He had to certainly meet with one important person. Jan Champ, with a gloomy look, explained that he had completely different priorities. If the boy can follow him while he is dealing with his urgent matters, then perhaps he will help him later. The boy silently left the tent, but immediately froze in place, looking around in shock. He saw with horror that the fierce warriors who were on guard no longer showed signs of life. After a minute numbness, he found among the dead bodies of one of the people whom he personally knew. Looking with gloomy longing at Vanjin's lifeless body, he philosophically remarked that he met just the end that he deserved. Jan Champ was frankly surprised that the boy was familiar with this man. However, a little prisoner of bitterness in his voice explained that he would prefer to quickly erase these memories from his memory. At that moment, Jan Champ had already busily shot solid boots from the murdered leader, and unceremoniously handed them to the boy. He pragmatically explained that the child is unlikely to be able to climb onto the steep slopes of the mountains in his worn shoes. Besides, it was raining, so he needed to wear something more suitable. Watching how the boy looks at the bloodied shoes with disgust, the Chak suggested that he might not want to wear boots of the murdered enemy. However, the boy quickly realized that this was far from the worst that could happen to him in these wild lands. Finally, it's time to leave. However, at first, Jan Champ cropped, realizing that it was necessary to find horses. He closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the earth, and finally discovered something interesting. Rising sharply, he explained with an ambiguous smile that he had good and bad news. Good. He found horses. Bad. At all pairs, a whole herd of angry combat horsehides with armed riders raced. Calmishly grabbing the boy by the shoulder, he hastily explained that they needed to run away immediately if they want to survive until sunset. Finally, in front he saw a corral with horses. Having deftly climbing his horse, the chain impatiently asked the boy to climb a horse and quickly get out of this damn place. However, he only awkwardly shifted from foot to foot, looking at the high horse from the bottom up. With a note of shame in his voice, he admitted that he had never riding and with a calm look offered to bring him palanquin. Jan Champs, with an expression of absolute amazement on his face, made it clear that the boy must have completely started off his mind from imprisonment. And the boy with royal indignation did not understand why he should go on horseback, because according to him, it was the lot of miserable savages. However, at this intense moment, they heard the fierce cries of the pursuers, who had already discovered that the emperor had disappeared. There was no choice. So Jan Champ, having lost the last crumbs of patience, simply grabbed the boy in an armful and unceremoniously put him on his excited snorting horse. He strictly ordered to bend, as the ruthless warriors of the tribe were chasing them on the heels. In addition, they were excellent archers, considered the best in the world. The fugitives were lucky only in the fact that the weather was on their side. The thick fog made a haste. But turning around, Jan Champ literally was speechless when he saw how many warriors were thrown behind them in pursuit. At least 100 horsemen on the horizon. The boy proudly explained that there was nothing surprising in this, because he was the emperor of the great empire. However, Jan Chakok, with difficulty restraining irritation, could not believe that a guy who could not even sit in the saddle really was the ruler of a huge country. He bitterly thought that he was originally going to save his fellow tribesmen, and in the end he was trying to escape from a deadly chase with some strange boy. However, there was no choice left. They were together in this dangerous situation. He imperiously ordered the child to stay stronger by the reins, but he wandered awkwardly, because of which the horse went astray. The boy guiltily explained that he really never went on horseback, did not learn this art. Jan Champ, trying to preserve the remnants of patience, briefly ordered him to put his legs in stirrups and try to keep the balance, relaxing the upper body and straining the lower. However, at this alarming moment, the boy screamed in fright when he saw that behind them began to be rapidly catching up. Those who headed the pursuit was Jason himself, rushing on his huge sheep of a horse. He with inexorable determination pursued the emperor, making it clear to his formidable appearance that the fugitive could clearly not slip away from his tenacious grip. Jan Chakok, although Jason did not know personally, but accurately determined that he was not an ordinary warrior in front of him. Judging by the rich armor and power posture, he occupied the situation even higher than the general. Therefore, the chain resolutely ordered the boy to stay on the horse tightly. As soon as the pursuer almost overtook them, Yang Achuk, with a cat's dexterity, jumped out of the saddle and turned to face danger. He imperiously ordered the boy to stay stronger by the reins and not look back. At this critical moment, Jason had already pulled on the bow of his massive bow, preparing to release a deadly arrow. Jan Champ tensed, preparing to evade the attack. He saw anxiously how the arrow was released. If he made a mistake, they both will die. Without hesitation, he applied the powerful power of the 6 stars of the highest art of the Lord of the Demon. He tried to catch the arrow with his bare hands, but with horror he realized that his strength was not enough for this. Without losing for a second, he rushed off and jumped high into the air to change the path of the deadly projectile. He also put all his inner energy into his blow. The arrow changed the direction, and hitting the ground, made a deafening explosion. When the thick clubs of dust scattered, it became obvious that Jason had to retreat from the power of this attack. He admitted reluctantly that this unknown defender of the Emperor really had incredible power. Jan Chachok decided to be content at least by the fact that he managed to temporarily tear himself away from the chase. Therefore, swiftly soaring into the air, catching up with a horse with a trembling Zhuzh Taichen in the saddle, Jason was sincerely surprised that there were still daredevils who wanted to save the Emperor abandoned by all. In addition, this stranger managed to reflect the arrow from the ivory tusk with his bare hands, which means he had truly phenomenal power. An experienced warrior quickly calculated that the fugitives were heading towards a stone prison. Therefore, he ordered his horsemen to move the other way and wait for them there. Meanwhile, the young emperor completely had no idea how to manage the wayward animals. In addition, with horror, I discovered that a steep cliff awaits them ahead. With a desperate cry, he tried to stop the horse that turned forward. However, the rapidly clinging the chain imperiously ordered the boy to pull himself together. He jumped with lightning speed into the saddle, until the bewildered Sijin in a panic did not understand what to do. The Chuck himself was well aware. If he were alone, then this sinister cliff would easily jump, but with an inexperienced child such a maneuver seemed madness. It was too late to stop. The hooves of the horses already slipped along the edge of the abyss. Therefore, he, gritting his teeth, made the horse gain speed even more, and at the last moment directed the animal into a desperate jump through a bottomless abyss. Instantly assessing the distance, he realized that to the opposite ledge of the cliff, they would never reach for anything. Without losing a second, John Champuaded used the forbidden technique of the heavenly demon, charging his body with energy. When the horse began to break down, he pushed her own body with inhuman power. He sacrificed himself to save the animal and boy. The last thing he saw before the fall was the face distorted by horror. The face of the crying Jutsi John, who was desperately trying, but could not grab his hand. The young emperor, finding himself alone on the opposite edge of the cliff, could not comprehend why Jan Champ had acted so selflessly for him. A completely unfamiliar child. Bitter tears flowed down his cheeks. He did not even imagine what could be done so that the savior would return alive. With piercing clarity, he realized that he had neglected his sacred duties of the ruler. He survived only because a simple person whom he had to protect sacrificed his life. But fate ordered differently. By some miraculously, I could cling to the ledge of the rock at the last moment and therefore escaped the inevitable death. Obviously, with his sudden return, he scared Zhu Taijan immersed in despair. However, the champ, as if not in anything happened, did not pay any attention to it. He only gratefully patted the horse around the neck for the invaluable service that she served, and unexpectedly for the boy decided to release the faithful animal to the wild. Stunned by Tichin could not believe his eyes. The man he considered to be dead stood alive and unharmed in front of him. Not understanding how this is generally possible, he experienced such relief that he almost fell to his knees. The joy of the fact that everything was in order with his savior overwhelmed his heart. Jan Champ at all could not understand this emotional transformation of his companion. Let the boy behave unbearably arrogantly and selfish, but at such moments he could be truly naive and touchingly innocent. Perhaps he was thinking of a champ. The whole thing was that an ordinary child was hiding behind the mask of the emperor, and perhaps such conflicting behavior was what he learned, watching the former emperor. However, when they continued their thorny path, and Sijen began to outraged indignantly that John Champs thoughtlessly let go of the horse, and now he, the son of the sky, all the mud, the traveler decided to mentally pick up his good thoughts about the boy. With sincere indignation, the young emperor did not understand why it was necessary to let go of a precious horse, only because his satellite suddenly showed a sentimental mercy to some miserable animal. Now he, the lord of the Middle Kingdom, had to walk like a commoner. However, Jan Champ with barely hidden irritation reminded that if it weren't for this miserable animal, the boy would have said goodbye to life that he was so proud and clinging. Taijin Smalley stated that it was just a savage horse, for which the champ was philosophically noted that the horse was not to blame for who its owners were. Even a sword cast from a noble iron can be both a sword of life and a death sword. But then suddenly ManhwaCapped fell silent in a half-word, plunging into deep thoughtfulness. His face was overshadowed by the shadow of doubt. He suddenly realized that his own active relation to the demonic cult was unlikely to make him better than those savages from whom they fled. As for the son of the leader of the Union Murim and the head of the squadron of the residual poison, the demonic cult has always been a deadly adversary who did not deserve anything but destruction. So he was taught from childhood. He grew up with these unconditional beliefs. But did the followers of the demonic cult really deserve death only because they supported a different way of life? The demonic cult, which he had to see and learn from the inside, was strikingly different from what terrible rumors shouted about. The only thing that they owned, the so-called demonic art, did not make them by definition of villains. Noticing that ManhwaCapped had deeply went into his thoughts and does not answer the questions, the quiet cycle proposed to make a short halt. They sat down to relax at the murmuring stream, and the boy, with regional caution, asked that the chain first himself tastes the water from the stream to make sure that it was not poisoned. ManhwaCapped did not hold back an amazed laugh. How did this pampered boy still survive, if he did not even know how to drink water from a pure mountain stream on his own? However, Tsijen, with the arrogant grimace, did not see anything strange in his behavior. He was much more surprised by the Chuck himself, a man who lived such a wild life that in the end he turned out to be completely indecent and rude. However, ManhwaCapped with undisguised pride rated, which perfectly complies with all the standards of respectable Murim. Hearing this word, the curious boy immediately perked up and realized that his companion must have been a real master of martial arts. With enthusiasm, Tsijen shared that he had heard the story of how even the tramps were able to increase influence there. The boy added that, according to the stories of the courtiers, all the warriors of Murim had a huge amount of freedoms, and they traveled carelessly with other masters at their discretion. But ManhwaCapped, shaking his head, knew that reality was much more complicated. Murim's members should strictly follow the rules of the Union, as well as obey the laws of their own sects and cults, of which there were a great many. However, if you do not go into the confusing details of domestic policy, it could really be said that they had certain freedom, especially if they were not associated with a particular group. But still, Murim's martial artists had incomparably more opportunities for choosing their own fate. They owned the very martial art that made them truly independent. Submitted to thoughts on his unexpectedly wise words, the boy decided to find out why ManhwaCapped arrived in these dangerous lands. He succinctly explained that he was looking for prisoners who are detained by the Oirats. This noble desire sincerely delighted Tsijen, although it was extremely interesting to analyze his own motives. Did he do so out of genuine nobility, or simply out of habit, followed the code of honor? Tsijen suggested that ManhwaCapped was an important member of the Murim Union, but he explained with a mysterious smile that only a wandering believer, which was unusually surprised by the penetrating child. As a result, there was no choice, and the chain honestly admitted what came from a demonic cult, the one that is located on Heavenly Mountain. After these stunning words, Tsijen staggered sharply, as if from a poisonous snake, because he well understood that the demonic cult consisted of cold-blooded traitors and killers. However, decisively rising, ManhwaCapped looked intently at the boy and directly asked who he sees in him. Does he look like a bloodthirsty demon from terrible fairy tales? He calmly noticed that Tsijen was free to call him a traitor, a demon outfit, or any other derogatory nickname. But the fact remained a fact. He came to these lands only in order to save those who were mercilessly captured, just like Tsijen himself. After this frank conversation, they continued their hard path, but almost did not exchange words, plunging each in their thoughts. Strengthened silence continued until at some point ManhwaCapped stopped and quietly said that they had finally reached the goal. Carefully peering out due to dense thickets, they saw many iron cells with people imprisoned in them. Tsijen instantly recognized among the captives of the royal military leaders. They still had an ISO-like but recognizable form of elite units. The boy with a freezing heart realized that it was his personal secret guard. His face was illuminated by the genuine joy from the realization that they were really alive, contrary to all fears. However, ManhwaCapped with a firm hand held him from the impulse to immediately run out to meet him. Tsijen said warmly that they should save his faithful people as soon as possible. However, the champ, sensitively feeling some kind of catch in this too perfect picture, suggested that the boy carefully look around. Suddenly, Tsijen also noticed a suspicious detail. No one guarded the cage with the captives, which seemed extremely strange. The chain, closing his eyes, concentrated and applied his subtle detection energy. Soon, he anxiously realized that there, in the shadows, a whole detachment of warriors lurked at the same time as a man whom they had already met before. With annoyance, he realized that he had made an unforgivable mistake. It was too easy for them to understand which way the fugitives were heading. In addition, Taijin himself was nearby, who, without a doubt, wanted to kill as soon as possible. He restrainedly warned the boy that a cunning trap was placed right in front of them. However, to his amazement, the young emperor was not at all confused in the face of danger. He corrected his battered clothes with dignity, straightened his shoulders, and threw up his head. At that moment, he passionately hoped that he looked like it was appropriate for a true emperor, even if there were no traditional dragon robes on him. He was still the legal ruler of his great country, and this fact could not be changed. With unexpected sincerity, he told that when he was only 9 years old, he was erected to the imperial throne, although he did not understand anything in the difficult intrigues of politics. Being under the complete influence of the insidious eunuch Vanjin, he meekly sentenced to death people who did not even know personally. Moreover, he once led the 50,000th army to repel the attacks of the Oirates, and lost the battle with shame, having suffered monstrous losses. Hearing a familiar name, Jan Champi instantly realized that the mentioned eunuch was the very man who was cut down his legs for abuse of power. Taijin did not stop in his confession. He bitterly explained that the long, painful months had passed since these people abducted him. All this time he was forced to dutifully feed their horses and take care of animals, like the last servant. A couple of times he was desperately trying to run, but each time he suffered failure and eventually surrendered to his fate. Then he even ceased to understand who he was actually, a magnificent emperor or simply a miserable groom. With unexpected wisdom, the young man admitted that he really never sought to become an emperor. Never in his short life. Just once he was suddenly made by the ruler without asking his desires. He did not have a drop of freedom, not a single real choice. That is why he always dreamed of abandoning the throne weighing him. But now, when everything went so far, he suddenly realized that he wanted to carry the burden of imperial power with dignity. Jan Champi asked with anxiously what the boy intends to do in this hopeless situation. He explained with amazing calm that he was not available to return to his former life, because there was no longer a place in the empire. He became only a former emperor, and was sure that someone else was already sitting on his throne. He just wanted to return home because he believed that there is a person who is desperately waiting for his return. But now he clearly realized that he had a path intended by fate, which he always had to follow, and the faithful subjects whom he must protect with his last breath. It doesn't matter whether he is sitting on the throne or not, it is much more important what he really is, and now he was ready to prove this with a business. At this touching moment, Jan Champ finally saw the true essence of the boy and was imbued with deep respect. Suddenly, Chichen with a timid smile asked Chachuk to reveal his real name to him and show his face under the mask. However, he only shook his head sadly, unable to fulfill this request. Zhu Taijin, with a serious expression on his face, asked that the mysterious savior, if he had such an opportunity, would certainly give the empress that he was very sorry that he could not return to her, as he promised. After these words, the boy resolutely ran out to meet his tormented warriors. Seeing their young lord, they instantly fell to their knees, not restraining the tears of joy and amazement when looking at his majesty, miraculously among them in such a hopeless situation. At this very moment, as expected, the cruel warriors of Jason quickly left the shelter to attack the defenseless boy. Jason himself was extremely surprised that the boy came so stupidly towards his death. It seemed to him the height of recklessness and simple suicide. However, everything was extremely clear for Taijin. He now firmly believed that virtue and honor were much more important than momentary benefit and personal security. In case of danger, he was ready to sacrifice his life in order to save faithful subjects. In addition, he had to follow what he considered correct for himself, and give his life if he was required by imperial duty. That is how, by his deep conviction, the true ruler had to behave. Therefore, with unshakable confidence, he asked his warriors not to be afraid, because now he was next to them, ready to share their fate. Obviously, his loyal fighters did not want their adored emperor to suffer mortal danger. It would be much calmer if he took advantage of this chance and again disappeared into the forest wilds. However, Jason grinned maliciously. They had not the slightest reason to refuse a naive boy if he himself was so recklessly offering them his head on a saucer. Therefore, he imperiously ordered his ruthless warriors to immediately kill the selfless emperor. The boy only calmly closed his eyes, with tenderness, recalling the image of the beautiful empress, the only person who always believed in him and waited for his return. However, at this dramatic moment, at an unequal battle, the rushing young Chakok unexpectedly intervened, who had committed a real bloody pogrom among the taken-aback enemies. He was surprised that Taijin seriously hoped to oppose the whole detachment of the killers alone. He understood that he could hardly forgive himself if he allowed this brave boy to die right before his eyes. Having moved a few minutes ago, at the time of the decision, Jan Champi calmly analyzed the situation. He understood that as soon as these ruthless warriors kill the young emperor, they would immediately leave the place of the massacre. Then he will be able to calmly free the prisoners, not noticed by anyone. All that was necessary to leave a reckless boy under a murderous blow, sacrificing one insignificant life to save many others. However, in his memory echoed the sincere words of this amazing child. He clearly realized, now only the former emperor, who was betrayed by his own brother, and the nearest vassal, but who, despite this, retained the nobility of the spirit, now stood in front of him. Obviously, Taijin was just a stupid boy. However, something in his words and behavior, some elusive dignity and innocent courage, forced Chachok to deeply doubt in his original decision. It was this grain of doubt sown in his soul that prompted him to defend the little ruler. The stunned boy himself could not understand why the mysterious Yang champ unexpectedly came to save him from imminent death. Jason instantly recognized the very mysterious warrior who intervened in his plans. Taking genuine interest, he decided to personally check how skillful this uninvited defender was. Without wasting time, he abruptly ordered his archers to prepare for a deadly salvo. The guy understood that this was risky. After all, archers were at a dangerously close distance and could hurt their own. However, John Chichoku did not give a moment to think. An ominous whistle of the bowstring was heard immediately, and a real flurry of sharp arrows collapsed on them. It was physically impossible to evade this massive blow. Therefore, he had to resort to his most powerful trump card, the highest art of the Lord of the Demons. This rare technique, known as the Blow of the Legion of the Heavenly Demon, allowed him to divide his body into a split one into several flickering shadows, which at a striking speed intercepted flying arrows. As soon as the deadly shells touched these ghostly silhouettes, they were immediately covered by a bluish flame and either turned into ashes or fell powerlessly to the ground. Watching this incredible sight, Jason respected that his mysterious opponent really had extraordinary power. Taijin literally opened his mouth with amazement, unable to understand who young Chakok really is. Even the famous commander of the Royal Elite Warriors did not possess even a 10th share of such a supernatural force. Jason arrogantly turned to an unknown warrior to find out his personality. However, the chain with icy calm asked not to ask unnecessary questions and simply retreat, while he generously saves his life. This arrogant statement only caused a contemptuous laughter from an experienced military leader. He openly admitted that he was eager to find out who was hiding behind this mysterious mask. He did not expect to meet such a powerful warrior in such a wilderness. The champ realized that this dangerous adversary did not intend to retreat under any circumstances. There was no choice left. He had to accept this challenge. Having concentrated his inner energy, he prepared for a decisive battle. At this intense moment, enemy archers began to move rapidly, gradually surrounding them from all sides. Jan Chachok realized with anxiety, if arrows from all directions fly in their direction, he will not even be able to determine what specific side the threat comes from. In addition, defenseless captives would inevitably fall under crossfire. Jason, with a chilling calm, explained Ju Tijane that he had long ceased to be an emperor in his eyes. For a cruel commander, he was just another victim, consumable in a large political game. Considering that the enemy spends too much time on empty conversations, the chain decided to act immediately. He attacked the first, coldly offering Jason to stop meaningless chatter. To begin with, he decided to deal with the insidious archers who posed the greatest danger to the captives. Again, applying the stunning technique of the Legion's blow, he attacked at the same time in several directions. Jason was unpleasantly surprised that the enemy, instead of a direct clash with him, chose to engage in the elimination of archers. He perceived this as an offensive neglect, as if a fighter looked down on him, not counting a worthy opponent. Enraged by such impudence, with one powerful blow, Jason cut the air, creating a wave of energy flying towards the flickering shadows of Chachok. With amazement, Jan Chachok realized that his opponent undoubtedly reached the highest sphere of development of martial arts. However, something in his technique seemed strange. It seems that he did not possess ordinary internal energy, but something that seemed to come from some primitive, gross power of nature. The highest art of the Lord of the Demon, uses internal energy to transform the devilish flame, to manifest demonic power. A person could use his internal energy and physical body at the limit of all opportunities. He had heard of the strength of the enemy. Among the legendary 5 emperors of the highest tens of Central Plains was the famous general from the Yuan dynasty, who commanded the elite detachment of archers who own the secret of the devilish flame. Sudden awareness illuminated his face, and noticing the enemy's reaction to this nickname, Jan Champ realized that he was right in conjectures. He clearly realized that he would prefer to avoid this deadly duel, but there was no choice. The man, instead of hunch and glance, suggested concentrating at their battle, and he decided to help the opponent, focus only on him. With these words, he attacked with lightning speed, without leaving Chachok another choice, except to turn all his attention only to the mortal danger. From this rapidly approaching attack, Jan Chachok was able to escape only at the last moment, jumping off from an inhuman speed. With growing anxiety, he realized that he was facing a real master of martial arts, which reached an almost legendary level. It became obvious that if the confrontation is delayed, this will create insurmountable problems for him. And this meant only one thing. He had to deal with the enemy with one decisive blow. To do this, the Chak applied a series of higher imperial war strikes. Having gathered all the energy available to him, he performed the deadly reception, destroying the palm of the time, directing it exactly to the enemy's chest. The power of the blow was such that Jason threw it a few meters back, forcing him to fall to his knees. Although, to surprise Chachok, he never released his weapons. Jan Chachok was sure that this attack was supposed to solve the outcome of the duel. He put in it enough strength to crush even the stone wall. Despite the fact that he studied this complex art for only 3 years in secluded caves, the power of his blow should have been more than enough to destroy any enemy. However, instead of Chachok's long-awaited victory, genuine horror swept when Jason, leaning towards the ground, suddenly burst into a sinister laugh. After that, he rose to his feet with incredible ease, as if he had not received a deadly blow. Jan Champ could not believe his eyes. How could this man take a direct blow to the destructive palm and not only survive, but seem to become even stronger? Jason, seeing the shock on the opponent's face, with a smug grin, explained that even the most powerful stenobit weapon would not be able to harm him. However, one circumstance interested an experienced commander. His armor continued to burn with a bluish flame and did not fade away even after a while after the blow. Having removed the charged shoulder and carefully studying the nature of the damage, with increased interest he suggested that his mysterious opponent was a native of the legendary Heavenly Mountain. However, the origin of Jan Chachok had no importance for Jason. He made a firm decision to continue the deadly battle to the end. Obviously, such indomitable combat zeal could not but inspire anxiety in the heart of even the most fearless hero. As a result, the opponents again converged in the rapid dance of the battle, but this time already in a dangerous close battle, where the slightest mistake meant inevitable death. All Jason attacks were the embodiment of deadly elegance and destructive power. Jan Chachoki barely managed to dodge these lightning attacks, and each time he felt the chilling breath of death on his face. Observing this epic fight, the guards of Juti Jane froze in reverent amazement. For the first time in their life, they saw a man who managed to give such a desperate rebuff to the legendary leader of the Oirats in a direct battle. Jason could not help but admit how incredible his mysterious opponent was. Having decided to check it, he suddenly changed tactics and brought down a crushing blow to Chachok with his fist, aiming directly into his stomach. Jan Chachok managed to hide at the last moment, crossing his hands in front of him. But the impact power was so great that it threw it like a fluff. Cutting into a mighty tree, he pierced it through, like a hot knife through the oil. From such a crushing effect, his internal bleeding was immediately opened. Seeing how Jan Champs was bleeding, the little emperor screamed in horror, confident that his defender would die. However, contrary to all expectations, Jan Champs still remained conscious. During this exhausting battle, he managed to understand 3 critical things. Firstly, his current body had a certain limit of the use of higher imperial martial arts. If he stubbornly tries to use the righteous art of battle, then he will not be able to use even 30% of the potential power of these techniques. Secondly, if the highest art of the Lord of the Demons does not manifest in heaven, nor in water, nor on earth, this is that powerful internal energy used the energy of his body, draining his vitality. Thirdly, the person standing in front of him was strikingly different from any ordinary master of martial arts, with whom he had crossed blades. With such a tremendous level of strength and experience, Jan Chachok could not even leave a serious scratch on it. Seeing that the enemy is weakened and disoriented, Jason decided to immediately complete the duel and interrupt the life of a daring daredevil with one crushing blow. Jan Sham bitterly admitted that he was too arrogant in his calculations. He tried in vain to hide his true nature behind demonic art, not wanting to reveal the young master of the legendary clan in himself. But at the same time, he did not even think about reliable ways to balance forces in this unequal battle. Now he had no choice but to resort to the forbidden technique. Suddenly for everyone, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air, turning over and relying only on his hands. In this incredible position, he used a series of higher imperial war strikes, the legendary secret technique of 6 strokes, known as the Dragon of the Wind. The artificially created dragon, woven from pure energy, escaped from his hands and rushed into an attack on Jason, squeezing a powerful warrior into the nearest rocky obstacle with such force that the stone cracked and crumbled. However, the experienced Jason only grinned contemptuously, realizing that the enemy would not defeat him with such an ancient and predictable technique. But the cunning Chain did not expect to defeat only this technique. He used a spectacular attack only as a distracting maneuver to quietly get closer to his enemy. After a crushing clash of energies, he was again thrown back to the nearest centuries old tree with such force that the trunk broke. Taking advantage of this favorable moment, Jason grabbed his huge combat axe with the intention of one blow to cut the rebellious enemy in half. Only an incredible reaction and years of training allowed John Chichoka at the last moment to dodge the deadly blade. This enraged the formidable military leader even more, given that the guy brought him to the thick of the forest. He perfectly understood that the guy probably retreated into the thicket either in a desperate attempt to save his life, or not wanting the witnesses to see his inevitable death. But for self-confident Jason, it was obvious. The outcome of this unequal fight was already a foregone conclusion, and he firmly decided to put an end to a long battle. As a result, the most desperate phase of the battle began. The battle is not for life, but to death, which literally torn to shreds everything around. Each blow gave rise to a shockwave, from which the trees were bent and stones scattered. Jan Chakok, surrounded by a flickering barrier from internal energy, hardly kept the defense. He clearly realized that he was in an extremely dangerous position, especially now, when a warrior was opposed to him, capable of creating such incredible power only thanks to the external energy received from the years of training. In desperation, he decided to resort to his last trump card, paired blades, because there were still no other members of the cult to come to the rescue. These magnificent swords were awarded to him by the head of the trading house. It was a legendary weapon, known as Swords of the Holy Fire. As a true weapon of the Lord of the Demons, they had to implicitly submit to the highest art of the demon. As soon as the blades shone in his hands, Jan Champ in an instant became much stronger. His attacks could now be on equal terms with Jason's blows. The experienced military leader was amazed. He could not understand how his enemy managed to suddenly take possession of such a tremendous battle power in such a short time of their fight. He even had to retreat for a while to appreciate a new threat and dispel the powerful attack of Chachok, threatening to tear his hand. At this moment of the break, Jan Champi carefully studied his flickering blades, gradually realizing their true nature and power. Judging by their name and the manifested force, they had a unique ability to absorb and strengthen the art of the Lord of the Demons. Although he perfectly understood that he should not rely too much on a weapon that he owned well enough. But in this situation, these blades were the only thing he could count on. Having collected the last grains of his internal energy, he used the highest technique of the Demon's Lord, the embodiment of the anger of heaven. When Jason saw this technique, his imperious face was instantly distorted from genuine horror. However, after a second he came to his senses and erupted with an arrogant laugh. He thought that this was just a desperate, the last attempt by his enemy to survive in a hopeless situation. Having brought his huge combat axe, he rushed forward to finally kill a daring stranger. And then, finally, they again agreed in close combat, where the power of an attack prepared by John Chachok was truly apocalyptic. Somewhere at that time, one of the surviving worship soldiers swayed heavily in a dense forest after he managed to kill several dozen opponents. Suddenly, in horror, he saw something reminiscent of a supernatural hurricane of bright purple color, raging violently in the most often forests. This energy whirlwind was so powerful that even those who were simply nearby, mercilessly blown away, like autumn leaves. Taihan, absolutely not understanding what was happening, fell to his knees in a panic and bitterly cried from all-consuming fear. When the dust and smoke scattered, Yang Chakok stood in the center of a huge crater, and a very wounded and charred Jason sat in front of him. The legendary military leader finally realized with the opponent of what level he had the imprudence to contact. Conducting that, he faces not just a warrior, but the Lord of the Demons. He, to surprise Chachuk, did not pray for mercy. Instead, he asked him to give him a quick death as a worthy opponent. However, contrary to expectations, John Champ has retained complete composure. Instead of delivering a final blow, he unexpectedly decided to extinguish the demonic fire for everyone, devouring the mutilated body of a defeated enemy. After this act of mercy, he asked him only one question that haunted him: why Jason did not evade his last blow. At this intense moment, the surviving warriors of the tribe began to escape to their defeated leader, and Jan Champ realized what danger all these warriors posed. They have already witnessed his true essence, saw the Lord of the Demons in action. If he leaves them alive, he will certainly have a lot of problems in the future, when rumors about his personality will disappear through all lands. With a heavy heart, he realized that he should probably kill all these people in order to maintain his secret. However, Jan Champ did not dare to shed the blood of defenseless warriors. As a result, he finally dispelled his deadly energy and silently headed for the battlefield. Jason froze in bewilderment, not understanding what this mysterious enemy had conceived. When he did not even turn to his call, the wounded leader screamed in a rage that if John Champo doesn't kill him now, he would certainly regret this rash mercy in the future. However, the adamant warrior still did not raise his blades against a defeated man. Then Jason, to the surprise of all those present, began to laugh hysterically, realizing all the absurdity of the situation in which he fell. At heart, he understood that perhaps it was a sign of fate, hinting that it was too early for him to claim the title of Khan the Great Step. However, he admitted bitterly, it was too late to retreat. The path was predetermined, and he was supposed to become the sovereign owner of the revived empire of Yuan, whatever it cost. In the recognition of the enemy's strength, Jason threw his medal at the winner's feet, who served as a fee for saving his life. He openly admitted that he no longer wants to deal with a demonic cult. With the advent of the Demon Lord himself in this game, the outcome of the confrontation was already obvious. Before parting, however, Jason called Chachuk, and patting him on the shoulder, warned him to be more careful in his wanderings, because all what happened was a carefully planned work of the master of the Bloody Palace. Jan Champ was sincerely surprised that Jason seemed to know everything. Did he try to clarify the details of the conspiracy organized by the Palace of Blood Arts? But Jason did not answer this question. However, the guy understood that it was left to make out with the master of the Bloody Palace. At the same time were Yuljin and Ma Tepen and the owner. At this intense moment, an excited Chaeyan finally ran to Jan Chachoku, who, without restraining his feelings, hugged his brave savior tightly. With the tears of sincere gratitude in front of his eyes, the young emperor thanked him for saving not only himself, but all his faithful people from imminent death. Jan Champ was deeply amazed that the harsh emperor could show such genuine emotions. With soft irony, he noticed that, probably, this scene caused all the dangers through which he had to go to save them all. The boy knew that Jan Champ was saying this with a slight mockery, but he took such a manner of communication. After all, this mysterious warrior became his real friend, and it was permissible to behave informally even with the emperor. Finally, having gathered together the remnants of his dark energy, Jan Chakok invited all the survivors to return home. Following the ancient teachings of the Cult of the Sun, in which John Champi occupied the honorary position of the Black Sun, he solemnly freed all captured people. Among the liberated were those who belonged to a demonic cult. At first, they could not believe in their sudden liberation. But when they saw a characteristic black flame, they immediately erupted at the same time with laughter and tears. The liberated captives rushed in different directions, hurrying to return to their families. Meanwhile, Tsijin calmly told the remaining soldiers of the Empire about the heroic battle of Jan Chachok with the formidable leader Yasin, without hiding a single detail of this epic battle. The personal situation of young Jutsujan remained very sad. He had nowhere to return as a ruler. Even if he returned to the capital, a link or something worse was waiting for him. Jan Chachok, having penetrated with sympathy for his fate, invited him to go with him to the mysterious heavenly mountain. However, Tijin explained that the Empire was still a man who was correctly waiting for his return. Let him lose his high status of the Emperor, he still had other, no less important obligations. The only thing he dared to hope is that fate would someday again bring him with the mysterious Jan Chachok. In parting, he with children's spontaneity asked that at their next meeting, Jan Champ would take his mysterious mask and show the true face. In response, he promised with a light grin that everything would depend on the behavior of the Emperor's boy himself. Jan Champ turned around for the last time, looking around everyone with a farewell look, and then literally in a moment turned into a swift black meteor and rushed home, After a long and difficult journey, Taijin finally returned to a magnificent forbidden city. However, a cold reception was waiting for him. He could not even go into the sacred hall of higher harmony, as well as go through the ceremonial southern gates. He had to go away at all loneliness, modestly pass through inconspicuous eastern gates. The bitter truth became obvious. The throne already occupied another, and in the whole huge palace there was not a single person who would be sincerely happy with his return. The once luxurious palace of heavenly purity. The place where he lived before was now replaced by a modest and unpretentious dwelling in the southern part of the complex. But perhaps for him, it was a symbol of the new beginning. When he entered his new modest dwelling, he suddenly noticed a young woman who patiently awaiting his arrival. She immediately burst into tears of happiness, seeing the living and unharmed Zhu Taijin. Confused by such a violent reaction, he gently asked how his faithful empress experienced all this painful time of separation. As a result, unable to withstand the intensity of emotions, she quickly rose to her feet and rushed to him, enclosing Zhu Taijin in strong, gentle hugs. With touching sincerity, the boy admitted that he was immensely missing her. So much that all his thoughts were captured only about her and their possible meeting. Crying from the feelings that overwhelmed her, the empress admitted that all these many months lived as if in a nightmare, guessing painfully every day when and, if at all, Taijin could return to her. Now his return seemed to her a wonderful dream, from which she was afraid to awaken and be in a cold reality again. Taijin assured her with unexpected maturity and wisdom that he was absolutely indifferent if people consider him a useless ruler or contemptuously called a miserable, overthrown emperor. Everything that really matured for him was his beloved empress, and even after death, he will look for her soul in order to reunite. He admitted with touching sincerity that he returned through all the dangers and trials only for her alone. Such was the amazing fate of the sixth emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Taijin. The events of history are transferred to the mysterious cult of mines, to the Palace of Blood Arts. An unknown, carefully hiding his face under a spacious cloak with a hood, just arrived there. So, unnoticed, he reached the light pavilion, and only after that, having convinced himself, he was finally able to speak. With undisguised relief, the mysterious guest honestly admitted to the owner of the luxurious room, which could not get used to the oppressive atmosphere of this ominous place. The unflappable owner of the Palace of Blood Arts calmly asked the newly arrived man, which ended his risky adventures. He reported in detail that according to the instructions of the deeply reserved host, all preparations for the highest celestial holiday of the cult were almost completely completed. However, the insightful chapter seemed to be more interested in another circumstance. The young gentleman finally successfully completed his many years of training. Laughing, the assistant to the chapter explained that at the moment, Chonso had no serious obstacle to them. However, a very unpleasant incident with Jason has recently arose. Obviously, he openly proclaimed himself Khan Northern Yuan. For some strange reason, the head of the palace was too calm about this alarming information. The assistant hastily explained that the situation was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. They received a sacred plate of a heavenly dragon, a symbol of a rupture of relations. Immediately after these words, the head of the palace could not restrain anger. Its internal energy scattered throughout the room, sweeping away light objects and creating a tangible wind. At this intense moment, the assistant, preserving the external calm, continued his report on a mysterious person nicknamed the Black Sun. This warrior appeared from nowhere in the very heart of the Oirat camp, and managed to save Emperor Zhu Taijin. Moreover, he managed to defeat in the duel of Jason himself, which seemed impossible. The chapter understood that the transfer of the plate of the heavenly dragon meant only one thing. Jason decided to completely break off all the connections and allied relations with him. With poorly hidden rabies, he abruptly ordered the assistant to immediately convene all leaders to a common emergency meeting between the palaces. Smiling cunningly, his faithful minister retired to comply with the received order. Left alone, the head of the palace was gloomily reflecting on the impending events, realizing that he would clearly not forgive such a betrayal from the side of the once faithful Jason. Meanwhile, Chonso, as if nothing special had happened, calmly returned to the territory of his small palace. There at that moment he trained stubbornly. Ying, who, noticing the approach of the master, was respectfully inclined in a traditional greeting. In response, Chonso only calmly asked how their affairs were in his absence. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the annoyed cries of the dissatisfied Yultak, who was loudly indignant, not understanding why Karen so unceremoniously woke him up at such an early hour. He especially protested against the fact that the girl persistently invited them to be weeding weeds in the palace garden. However, at this very moment, Yultak suddenly noticed the returning master. He froze in place, not understanding why Chanso looked so exhausted and dirty, as if someone dared to attack him or rush into him with stones. With sincere concern, he reminded the master of his former urgent request not to leave the territory of the palace alone. Chanso, clearly tired of listening to the constant reproaches and assumptions of assistants, perfectly realizing that he was completely incorrigible in his excessive care. At that moment, the attentive Karen came up to them, who, with undisguised anxiety, decided to find out from the master what happened to him during the absence and whether everything was in order. In his part, he also showed sincere concern to the state of the master and resolutely suggested that he give the order, and they would gladly deal with his offenders. However, Chanso simply silently headed for his house, realizing that it was still too early to devote them to all the details of what happened. He still had to think and solve a lot on his own. Nevertheless, turning around and seeing the deeply alarmed faces of his faithful assistants, he realized that he could not just leave them in ignorance. Therefore, bowing slightly, he made it clear that he had returned safely, and sincerely thanked that they so devotedly monitored the house in his absence. His assistants were immensely surprised by such an unexpected manifestation of gratitude, but they were genuinely delighted with the complete return of his master. At the same time, events are transferred to the ominous lunar peak of the brothel of the demonic clan. At this fateful moment, a column, the famous leader of the elite team of soaring ghosts, came to the powerful master of the palace. She appeared specifically in order to personally receive a new order from her formidable master. The mysterious woman master, without unnecessary ceremonies, asked to transfer a special message to the inhabitants of the third room. They should have taken an inconspicuous walk to the small palace and disrupt icy flowers. In the third room, the legendary 3 demons of merciless steel were currently inhabited. They were the most dangerous hired killers in the entire Palace of Oblivion. The request to take a walk literally meant the order to kill the planned victim. And since we were talking about ice flowers, this unequivocally indicated that the goal was a noble mistress living there. Noticing the shadow of doubt on the face of his usually impassive assistant, the master with some irritation suggested that she was scared of possible consequences. In fact, the girl really felt fear, but not for herself. She perfectly understood that her wayward lady would be truly satisfied only when brutally avenge everyone who has ever dared her to offend or cross her path. With hidden anxiety, the assistant realized that it was extremely risky to choose as a goal. At this intense moment, as if reading her hidden thoughts, the master with unexpected insight admitted that Shivan would also be seriously concerned in place. She philosophically noticed that even if a girl was just an ordinary prostitute in this cruel world, in life there are still certain boundaries that should not be crossed even the most powerful people. Then she suddenly announced that Shivan should become the one who would personally give the order to go to the small palace with a special mission. The head of the house, along the way, asked how Chihami felt now, and Shivan reported with restrained anxiety that, perhaps, due to a recently experienced strong shock, she still did not dare to leave her room. She also reported that when the girl only arrived at them, she immediately began to say that something terrible with her was committed by a terrible member of the retinue of a young gentleman from a small palace. Hearing this, the head of the house unexpectedly decided that Chihami should also go with them on a dangerous task, because if the girl will continue to retreat in the face of life troubles, then she could never change her unenviable fate for the better. Shivan deep down she understood that Chihami passionately wanted to avenge her offenders. In addition, the master said that recently 32 new girls arrived at the institution, and she gave a separate order to take care of them well. On this note, they completed their strategic negotiations. When a deep dark night came, all the participants in the secret operation silently went to their dangerous task to the small palace. Chihami, who was also given a special spy form for secretive penetration, was extremely unhappy that one of the ruthless fighters located nearby exuded an unbearable stench. It seemed to her that the famous demons of merciless steel had never heard of such a simple concept as ordinary washing. At heart, she even thought about finally admitting the true truth about what happened between her and the mysterious Chanso. But she realized that, most likely, she would again simply receive a severe punishment from a quick-tempered young master, and that particularly annoying man from his environment. At this very time, the vigilant Chanbiran was closely watched by the secretly promotion of a group of spies. He instantly recognized the characteristic tread of elite killers. These were the legendary 3 demons of merciless steel. Among them, He also noticed a familiar figure of Chi Hami, holding a little behind the main group. Chanbaran heard many rumors about these dangerous warriors. They said that they were among the 20 best martial arts masters in the entire ominous Palace of Oblivion. All this time, apparently, they secretly hid in brothels and other dubious institutions, waiting for their wings to return to the scene of a big game. Finally, he realized that he was on the other side, and realized that now Chin-Su was inability to inevitable. A letter that the young man signed under pressure surfaced in his memory, and suddenly cleared up what he was threatened with. He recalled the words of the master of the palace that the current Palace of Trade needed to take possession of the Palace of the Sun at all costs. That is why he obeyed the absurd instruction of the young master. And if these people learn about secrets in a letter, then all the wine will undoubtedly fall on his shoulders. Therefore, he immediately again called to help his faithful associates, who reacted with lightning speed to Chanbarana. They rushed with him towards the small palace. The alarmed man understood that he had to save Chunso and everyone who was there. At this time, events unfolded in the library where the hero arrived. The old man had already heard from Chachuk about Jason, and knew that he was the leader of the Oiratov and the great master of the Northern Yuan. But today the charismatic leader proclaimed himself the highest Khan and ruler of the Northern Yuan. Chunso realized that, perhaps, this is his mistake, and he shut up where he should not. Looking at the medallion received from Jason, the wise Tongjigal understood that the language on it is clearly not Yuan, but rather looked like West Chinese. The inscription on him meant his name. In addition, an experienced old man suggested that this tablet was by no means the only one. At that moment, Chunso recalled the last words of Jason. He warned of danger from the master of the Bloody Palace. Jagal, learning about this, considered the information very entertaining, because the Bloody Palace was closely connected with the Oirats, and he did not understand why Jason ordered Chinso to be afraid. Jan Champi asked that the Tongjagal's sophisticated and secret knowledge helps him to unravel the meaning of these things and why Jason warned him. Tongjagal agreed to fulfill his request, but now that he has become the highest Khan, it will be extremely difficult. However, young Chunso did not have any special hopes. In addition, he needed new techniques of martial art. He asked Gagala to help with this. The man was surprised for some time. Chinsoa no longer suited the highest art of the Lord of the Demon. The thing is that the young warrior destroyed everything around when he used this powerful technique, so he needed some other demonic techniques. However, Jagal plunged into thoughts, doubted whether he should do it. He recalled that in the Ming Palace they teach this art, so it is hardly worth going somewhere to master them. Even Chunso himself did not understand why he did not think of it from the very beginning. After all, the cult of the sun is the focus of demons. Of course, knowledge of all higher combat equipment is stored there. Tongjagal, realizing that the decisive Chunso would go there, asked him to look into the library of the highest lord. In addition, after that he suggested moving to another pressing topic. After all, even the almighty clan Hao could not find out what Chunso talked about with the master of the trade palace. As a result, smiling, the young warrior realized what would be discussed now. In less than half an hour, as the old man had already grinned, Chunso demanded 30% of the assets of the trade palace. Tongjagal understood that the master of the palace, apparently, had no choice but to unite with them. Jan Champ also realized that such a cunning as he certainly would not miss the chance to scrap the gold, located right under his nose. The insightful Tongjagal knew that 7 palaces had truly strange and confusing relations. The Silk Road is the main artery of life for the trade palace, so they are so careful with the Palace of Legal Art, which had ties with the Oirats. The Bloody Palace possessed the highest techniques of martial art, so they hold the creator of the Holy Fire next to them, who monitors the implementation of the law. The Palace of Pleasure entered into an alliance with the Palace of War to provide its brothels with protection throughout the Central Plains. The Bloody Palace and the Battle Palace did not try to get rid of the Palace of the Support Sword, which consisted of a small group of the elite. The Ming Palace and the Palace of Holy Fire did not allow to do this. The Palace of Trade and the Palace of Pleasure always wait for the moment in order to collide with each other, and the Palace of Poison always retained neutrality. In this way, palaces entered into unions, rival and complicated their relations, and even if the amount of funds at the Palace of Trade and the Palace of Blood Art is very large, now, when their own warriors were captured, they had to raise a riot and abandon the additional support of archers. But now that Jason has become the highest Khan of Northern Yuan, the trade palace must be rationally. They are not just boiling money, they are invested in order to be able to make a larger deal in the future. It became clear to the penetrating Chinsoa. the trade palace will not take their side completely. There is a high probability that it specifically pushes two sides with his foreheads to strengthen the conflict. Tong Jagal believed that the most weakness of the Ming cult is that he does not have many reliable people who are ready to collect information and finances to feed the worship members. Jagala was surprised that Chonso seemed to be aware of what was happening, but at the same time he did not know much. He looked as if he did not understand anything at all, and then suddenly betrayed brilliant ideas. The goals that the master of the trade palace pursued are quite obvious, but he does not have to expect much from him. He was not so daring. The only reason he was able to come to power is his eldest son, Yung Jaesun, and the leader of the team, Chan Birana. However, Chonso heard that now the eldest son was on a mission, and the wise Tong Jagal believed that they needed to gather Chan Biran and the heir together. Listening to the words of the venerable old man, the young man could not believe that Chan Biran was such an important figure. However, Tong Jagal believed that his skills are not so significant. It is much more important that the master of the trade palace trusts his words. Chan Biran of those who affect the current reality. If they demonstrate the power of the small palace to him, they will be able to lure him to their side. So they will receive the support of an influential warrior and blind the masters of the trade palace, depriving his eyes and ears. In addition, Chonso understood that since he had already managed to tie the vat of Biran in some way, perhaps this business will come out much easier. Then he thought about the trading palace itself, after which he immediately remembered his blades and took them out of the scabbard. They instantly shone with demonic fire. These blades were handed to him by the owner of the trade palace. He said that this was a demonic sword of sacred fire. The young warrior did not understand whether a man had his own reason to give such an important object in the hands of a small palace. Perhaps he is so sure that everything will work out, since the palace was on his hook. However, at that moment Tong Jagal laughed loudly. He explained that the reason was that 5 sacred guns were useless to him. 5 sacred tools can only be used by those who have mastered the art of the Lord of the Demons. He would not want to give them to someone, but he knew that the massacre would begin if others would explore that he had the guns. His only way out was to give them to the worthless young master. The reason he told Chonso about the guns is that he just wanted to get into his friends. Tong Jagal considered it pure luck that Chonso managed to take possession of 2 sacred guns at once. The stunned Chonso did not imagine that it was so complicated. In addition, he was surprised that of all the types of weapons he came across a dagger. He never learned to use such weapons, even during the practice of higher combat strokes. Moreover, he used it for other purposes. However, Tong, sophisticated in secret knowledge, knew that the third elder had knowledge of the technique of martial art of Western China, so Chonso could go in search of it. A wise mentor always shares his knowledge quite carefully, so now he can teach his followers a technique at least all his life. He now lived at a fiery peak. Decisive Chonso promised to deal with this issue, and asked Tong Jagal to let the Cao clan know, since he could not return here for information every time. However, the gray-haired old man handed him the record, explaining that the Hao clan was nowhere, and at the same time, everywhere. He could just throw the record on the ground when help would be needed, and they would immediately find it. Having thanked, Jan Champ immediately accepted such a valuable thing, and Tong Jagal realized that now Chonso was keeping his way to the palace. In addition, unpleasant rumors regarding Chihami recently surfaced. However, Chonso explained that there was nothing like that. He just had to talk to her. He believed that it was time for the Palace of Pleasure to give him his answer. Tong Jagal suspected that what Chonso did was intentionally. However, was this his special strategy for meeting with the master of the palace? For some reason, this greatly alerted the old man. He immediately grabbed the nearest book and began to turn over it. He realized that the time of the snake came, and the Palace of Pleasure now sent somewhere 4 people. This meant that they already managed to get their answer. Chonso realized. They kept the way to the Palace of the Sun, and the alarmed Tong Jagal warned. Most likely they intend to kill him. As a result, Chinsoa had to urgently deviate from the route and leave to deal with the hired killers sent by the Palace of Pleasure. Tong Jagal did not understand where the young warrior was going. However, he understood that it was not worth worrying for his palace while Tessic was there. He needed to visit the Palace of Pleasure. During this time, Tong Jagal promised to prepare and warn the servants of the palace about guests. The young man had already barely restrained his rage. He could not believe that the creator of pleasure gave him such an answer. Somewhere at this time, Chonso's assistants saw a letter informing that he had left again. Karen did not understand why he was constantly doing this, and why she did not trust them. However, Yultak believed that the master had simply a transitional age. In this difficult situation, The Teshik remained calmer than anyone. He understood that if he followed the master, his daughter would be left here completely alone. The gentleman definitely did not want to put him before the choice, and yet he also could not take Harren with him and carry, so he began to think about conveying the care of her to Yultak. However, he was not serious. Now, since there is no master, he offered to have fun and drink. And Teshik realized what a warrior this person. Therefore now, as serious as possible, he went to the guy and grabbed him by the shoulder. It seemed to Yultaku that the team leader wanted to drink with him and have fun. However, starting from today, he decided that Yultak would begin to train with him. It seemed to Yultaku that it was just nonsense, and he did not understand what the leader had in mind. However, the warrior believed that Yultak was not able to protect either the venerable leader or his daughter, so he should certainly train. After that, despite the displeased screams and lamentations, Yultak pulled away by force. He screamed and fought back, not understanding why it was he who should protect the young master and Karen herself. At this time, lively conversations were in the summer brothel. Since the young leader finished his elongated training and returned to the heavenly mountain, there has been not a single calm day. People whispered that he had a real commotion in the spring pavilion. One of the men generally went to a sunny peak to participate in an expedition to the position of the highest member of the cult in the Ming Palace. There, Daredevil saw Madame Chihami from the Palace of Pleasure. Most likely, she came to greet the young leader, but it ended completely differently. After she left, he decided to wait for her near the small palace to see the noble lady again. An hour later, she appeared again, but completely transformed. All her clothes were in a mess. A stunned man heard from his friend from the trade palace that the young leader did something obscene with Chihami in the reception hall. However, at that moment, the head of the Palace of Pleasure, who sarcastically asked whether he counted his lives, unnecessarily picked up to a talkative man who counts his lives, once says this. All those present immediately began to look at each other in fright, not expecting to see her here. It was a legendary white snake named Khan Soso. Everyone instantly fell to their knees, welcoming the formidable mistress and expressing the deepest respect for her. Khan Soso, in response to such a servant reaction, only grinned condescendingly, and with a gesture asked the men to rise as soon as possible. However, in an icy tone she added that they will have to pay for their impudent speeches. They had to pay their own lives. The frightened warrior, trembling, explained to the formidable mistress that he was just retelling the rumors that had reached him. Khan Soso, smiling at an ominous smile, suggested that the man then talk about it personally. She wanted a talkative warrior to tell her that he had just told his friends. Immediately, a frightened man, bending in a deep bow, admitted that he really committed an act worthy of death, and humbly asked for mercy. However, the ruthless head of the palace was not going to give him mercy. She calmly decided to kill him. At that critical moment, when, it would seem, a sharp knife had to fall into the face of the unfortunate, suddenly something pushed him away with force. It was a massive vase that changed the trajectory of the Khan Soso knife, forcing him to fly by. Unknown, as if nothing had happened, expressed extreme discontent by the fact that such a disgusting wine was presented in this institution. He explained his sudden act by extremely quickly intoxicated. However, raising his elegant hat, he asked with interest at the stunned Khan Soso what she was doing here. At this fateful moment, all those present recognized the young master in him and instantly fell to his knees, expressing his deepest reverence to a high-born man. Khan Soso, as if nothing had happened, watched a daring young man with undisguised curiosity. After that, Jan champloted at ease to the nearest table, where he noticed an unfinished bowl of exquisite alcohol. He measuredly poured his wine, recalling that about 10 years ago an extraordinary case occurred, when numerous bodies were discovered in the pavilion located in Shania. All people who were there, including high-ranking commanders, were found brutally killed. At that tragic moment, the whole Union Murim was shocked to the core that one of the revered elders of the Mountain Clan was grabbed among the dead. They instantly launched the legendary Celestial Network, but they never managed to catch the elusive criminal. Only after some time, the world found out that a ruthless killer was an elegant girl named Khan Soso. This valuable information, which was once obtained by the former owner of the body, in which Yang Chakok was now, was very useful. It turns out that he dug up the incriminating evidence on Khan Soso only because she seemed pretty to him. Typical behavior for him. Now he could not even think that the magnificent lady of the Palace of Pleasure would come down to visiting this place. Khan Soso, maintaining icy calm, only gracefully hinted that Chinsu should have noticed her in advance of her visit, so that she could personally and with all the honors to meet him. The young gentleman sarcastically remarked that the girl that the cunning Khan Soso sent to him was completely not in his sophisticated taste. This remark caused on her impeccable face only a fleeting gloomy smile that issues deep discontent. The insidious Khan Soso, wanting to discharge the tense atmosphere, decided to ask how Chonso felt now and whether he was able to curb his righteous anger after their personal meeting. In fact, it was extremely difficult for the young man to pacify the raging rage after the treacherous woman sent ruthless killers to him. However, it seemed more important to save the life of an innocent person. He made it clear to the sophisticated intrigue that the situation between them could change dramatically when he is in their luxurious monastery. However, the resourceful Khan Soso with feigned courtesy explained that when a beautiful girl is preparing for an important meeting with a worthy young man, careful preparation always requires the proper time, and humbly asked the impatient Chonsoa to wait a bit. However, the young man made it clear with a cunning look that he did not intend to wait at all, and began to focus his powerful internal energy. Sensing danger, Khan Soso instantly suggested starting a serious conversation right now. After that, she suddenly attacked the nearest warrior, who was next to Chinsum. The unfortunate person immediately began to painfully freeze from the legs to the head, desperately praying for mercy. This cruel spectacle was able to get out of a cold-blooded Chonsoa from itself. He did not know that her boundless power allows her to so easily kill members of the cult that do not show proper respect, and besides, do this in the presence of the younger leader. However, the arrogant Khan of Soso did not even think to react to his indignation. She only with a flirty smile noted that during the time they had not seen each other, the young leader became much more attractive and eloquent, which was why she could sincerely be proud of. The angry Chonso imperiously ordered the daring woman not to change the topic and answer his direct question. However, she, as if nothing had happened, gracefully crouching, coldly explained that she also had the right to ask questions. And she sarcastically asked why the young master seems that the master of the palace was not allowed to touch ordinary members of the cult. Chonso was unpleasantly surprised at how quickly a cunning intriguer forgot the sacred teachings of the Ming cult. However, she noticed with a mockery that if he still relies on these ancient rules, then he is really amazingly naive. However, she decided to reveal to him the true cause of her behavior. The whole thing was covered in a wounded pride. After all, once Chonso acted unacceptably with her people, it means that he caused an insult to herself. The question was not in protecting ordinary members of the cult, or respect for the status of the master of the palace. This impudent man dared to hurt her honor, and she considered him worthy of death. If someone else does this, he will also offend her and break her heart. She, with a cunning squint, asked if she knew Chonso, who is the person who has upset her most of all. However, the young man skillfully pretended not to understand what was being discussed. Khan Soso, with a meaningful smile, insisted that he should know, simply obliged. At this tense moment, Chonso drew attention to a frozen man, and was surprised to realize that he was still alive. Khan Soso only mysteriously smiled and invited the young master to bet. At that moment, everything around him began to gradually be covered with sparkling ice. The ruthless Khan Soso demonstrated the highest level of magic possession. Just think, put such an outstanding person only in 8th place. If the cult of Min decides to win Central Plains, the whole world will plunge into chaos. Carefully watching the arrogant Khan of Soso, he realized that for her the title Young Leader has absolutely no meaning. However, the insidious intriguer with feigned humility explained that the 3 main commandments should be followed by the fact that everyone should be equal and acted in fairness. Communicating with this imperious woman, the insightful Chonso realized that she was radically different from the head of the trade palace. She is completely not concerned about the opinions of others. She is concerned only by herself and the prosperity of the Palace of Pleasure. As a result, a decisive young man agreed to the proposed bet if the proud Khan Soso wants it. She laughed melodically. She was sincerely pleased to realize that Chonso had not changed at all. After that, the majestic woman asked to come to the gibberish. On elegant stairs from the top floor, women, accompanied by a young girl, immediately began to descend gracefully. Shuzul respectfully asked the mistress why she called her, and the imperious hostess ordered all the guests to hold, announcing that the institution was closed today. Immediately after that, slender girls politely but firmly indicated confused men to the exit of the brothel. Those not daring to resist immediately dutifully headed away. As soon as the hall was empty, beautiful girls gathered around their adored mistress. Khan Soso, mysteriously smiling, explained that she had not seen Chonso in these parts for a long time, and she could not let him go so easily. Therefore, She invited him to spend at least 2 days in her possessions in complete comfort. This was her tempting bet. With a charming smile, she noticed that her condition was easy to fulfill. However, the guy recalled that he could still refuse. At this tense moment, the devoted servants of Khan Soso instantly extracted their sharp swords. What will happen to him in the event of a refusal remained inconsistent, but obvious. The essence of the bet was clear, but the young leader did not understand what would change 2 days later. However, the sly Khan Soso, with feigned care, suggested that perhaps Chonso would like to stay here, and he would leave here alive. And she would certainly remind him of what happened in the past. Then the decisive Chonso, to the surprise of those present, agreed to stay, but under one important condition. Since Khan Soso was the first to touch on this topic, he also wants to offer something, because based on the rules where everything should be honest, she could not argue with this. An intrigued woman asked Chinsoa to voice her conditions. The cunning young man began with a provocation. He wanted to put on the fact that in 2 days he would destroy them all. But seeing the fright in the eyes of those present, he softened and decided only to completely subjugate the entire palace of pleasure. Undoubtedly, this could not but alert the vigilant mistress. The insightful woman noticed in disbelief that Chonso went too far with her daring jokes. However, the adamant young man imperiously ordered them to simply wait for his inevitable perish. Khan Soso laughed melodically, promising that Chinsoa would be impatiently awaiting, like a faithful spouse, and even personally prepare a fragrant bath for him. However, only if he succeeds in reaching her personal chambers. Then she gracefully said goodbye to the man, expressing the hope that he would have a great time. Chonso decided to find out about the fate of the unfortunate warrior. He would not really like to spend the night next to someone's burial. The young man did not understand. Is the ruthless hostess really going to leave the poor man so easy? The woman only frowned in displeasure and again applied the power of her inner energy. After which the man instantly imprisoned that man in an impenetrable ice rock. Looking at the bewilderment reflected on the guest's face, the arrogant Koso Khan with a feigned care asked Chonso, as soon as he finals his drink, climb the 6th floor, where she had already prepared a luxurious room for him. At this critical moment, Chonso could not finally restrain the bubbling rage. He firmly decided that he would come behind the head of the arrogant lady of the Palace of Pleasure at all costs. At this time, in the small palace of Ming, the evening was already sank, but grueling training continued tirelessly. The clumsy Yultak could not correctly repeat the complex techniques of his strict teacher, and he, with increasing irritation, understood that with such miserable abilities, the student would not be able to save even his own life. He can't even protect the young master, not to mention the fragile heron. After another unsuccessful attempt, a patient mentor again began to adjust his movements with a bamboo stick, pointing to gross errors. Yultak only screamed in displeasure on the aisle of the heater, not understanding why he should have defended the capricious Karen. At that moment, an angry man resolutely raised his hand to strike and said that he was attacking his head. However, he punished him with a blow to his side, because of which Yultak only loudly yelled in pain. The wise Yilteshchik calmly explained to the negligent student, "The ruthless killer is unlikely to warn where he would inflict a mortal blow. He must be ready for everything at any time." At this tense moment, the caring Karen suddenly appeared, who, with a subsidiary, asked that the tired father rested a little, and drank healing tea with a fragrant persimmon. Yilteshchik immediately softened and decided to take a short break, looking with love at his precious daughter. And the envious Yultak only soundlessly indignant, seeing this touching scene. Because the harsh man clearly loved his daughter. But he also once had a father, he bitterly remembered, but immediately realized that he could hardly really love him. The good-hearted Karen, noticing his despondency, decided to take care of the tortured Yultak, suggesting that he be eaten before the continuation of the exhausting training. However, the obstinate young man stubbornly did not understand why he had to train at all. The patient Karen, finally, was tired of listening to his endless displeased cries, so she resolutely began to violently feed him. Yultak, having calmed down a bit and saturated, with a crafty smile admitted that he had the feeling that his whole body was covered by painful internal damage. With the suffering, he pleadingly asked the compassionate Karen to make him a massage if he was really sincerely worried about him. However, at this critical moment, the decisive Karen hit the lazy guy around his neck and strictly ordered him to stop behaving like a capricious child. She did not understand how an adult man could be so frivolous. As a result, they again began to argue violently. Yultak with fervor proved that he was already quite adult and mature, but the insightful Karen considered him an absolute loser. At this tense moment, the girl suddenly noticed that her father was about to leave somewhere. He calmly explained that he intends to visit the forge, and strictly demanded that Yultak continue to train in his absence. The exhausted young man, realizing that the heavy training stick could barely raise, was prayed so that a strict mentor would not buy him any weapon. However, the adamant man did not heed him, and resolutely retired. Then the desperate Yultak, having fallen to his knees, began to remember with longing for a young master. He clearly realized that he was just a worthless person, but he was ready to follow his adored master at least the most distant wilderness, if only he finally returned. Somewhere in this alarming time, enemy spies finally carefully got to the small palace. They noted with satisfaction that the palace, most likely, is not under a reliable guard, which could only play in hand. At the same time, the resourceful Chonso began to gradually melt the frozen man with his powerful internal energy. He decided to use the ancient art of heavenly blood, the secret technique of demons, and soon felt a weak but encouraging reaction of a frozen body. Let him have to cope with the difficult task. He sincerely hoped that luck had not yet left this unfortunate man, and he would be able to survive. As a result, strong ice gradually began to crack, and the stiff body slowly began to thaw. Finally, the ice block turned simply into a puddle of water. A caring young man neatly put a half-frozen man on the ground. Then he began to nourish his weakened body with healing internal energy. Soon the unfortunate managed to wake up, which meant he was quite lucky. After this miraculous salvation, Chonso immediately closed his mouth with a trembling man, and firmly made it clear that if he wanted to stay alive, then he needs to keep absolute silence and hide, avoiding any contacts if possible. The man immediately nodded his head, making it clear to the noble savior that he completely understood his instructions. The decisive young man himself went to the upper floors of the mysterious building. He knew that the summer pavilion was known to everyone as a palace of pleasure. However, up to the 5th floor, this place was considered an ordinary pavilion, and only starting from the 6th floor did it turn into a real palace of pleasure. Finally, opening the doors, he confidently went to the floor, where beautiful girls already expected him, who welcomed the young master affably. He was clearly dissatisfied with such frivolous jokes. However, at this tense moment, mysterious smoke appeared from nowhere. Graceful girls began to circle around, begging to play the Honorable Mr. to play with them. Gradually, this mysterious smoke also began to influence Chinsoa himself, which is why he began to lose his composure. He instantly remembered a long-standing conversation with his insightful friend. Tot warned that women from the cult of demons are much more dangerous than a mythical nine-tailed fox. Then he decided to find out from his brother if he had ever heard something about the mysterious technique of charm. However, the wise Jan Champ only asked him to shut up and just go to bed. But the restless young man continued to insist and talked about his strange dreams, where skilled demons used this magical technique. She gave such pleasant, fascinating feelings that he involuntarily succumbed to the spell. At this moment, enlightenment descended on John Chachok. He realized that he was skillfully applied to the technique of charm. The cleaner the internal energy, the easier it is to get into this insidious trap. If he was in the same body, it would be almost impossible for him to get out of this captivity. Now, the lovely girls who enveloped him with their spells, with a feigned concern, decided to find out if the noble gentleman missed them, because he was not nearby for a very long time. The guy remembered that only 5 floors were available for guests of the small palace, but she spoke as if he had been here for the first time. Now his dense, charming girls were surrounded by his dense ring. In addition, another mysterious girl skillfully played a musical instrument behind the screen. She was the true heart of the technique of charm. At this dangerous moment, the treacherous girls pleadingly asked the master to hug them tightly. It was supposedly very cold and sad if he becomes so detached and cold. However, suddenly the girl behind the screen saw a dazzling bright light, which for a moment blinded her. At this critical moment, she lost her and stopped playing, because she was unexpectedly distracted. And after a moment, a young leader suddenly appeared behind her. Somewhere at this time on the top floor of the luxurious brothel was the majestic Khan Soso. She thoughtfully played with her elegant snake when her devoted assistant approached her respectfully. A curious woman wanted to know what she was thinking of an insightful pune about the unusual situation. However, the wise girl only philosophically remarked that the young master was always not easy to understand. In addition, a lot of time passed with their last memorable meeting. But the insightful Khan Soso felt something inexplicably strange in relation to this mysterious guy. She did not understand why he behaved as if for the first time ended in these walls. Perhaps the great leader of the cult did something irreversible with him when he sent him to the mysterious corridor of large demons. The assistant immediately started. having heard the mention of the formidable leader of the cult. They were strictly forbidden to talk about him. It was an unspoken but strict rule. Therefore, she did not understand why her mistress broke him so frivolously. However, for the powerful Khan Soso, all this did not matter, because the young leader granted them to visit them. They must serve him in the highest category. In addition, a smart assistant understood that now that skillful junior entered this delicate matter, everything would be decided very quickly. Khan Soso only mysteriously grinned, realizing that this skillful girl would probably be incredibly happy to see the young master after so many long days. She asked with the indifference how things were in the small palace. The assistant respectfully reported that soon they would probably hear detailed reports from the devoted warriors themselves. Then the satisfied Khan Soso released the assistant, realizing that she had already learned everything she needed. She herself thought thoughtfully that everything was happening exactly like the last time, but she was not able to change anything. This was all a foregone conclusion on his birthday. She has already prepared a special gift for him. It remains only to patiently wait for his arrival. At this tense moment, on the way to a mysterious girl, Jan Champ suddenly felt something inexplicably strange. He was sure that the girls from the Palace of Pleasure studied the art of deadly ice, but these girls were surprisingly easy to defeat. In addition, the enchanting atmosphere of charm was completely dissipated. Therefore, he accurately realized that he had found one who skillfully used the technique of charm. At that moment, the frightened girl turned sharply, looking with trepidation at the adamant Chinsoa. The guy became obvious. She definitely knew him. She introduced herself with trembling in her voice. Her name was Junning, and she honestly admitted that she had not seen the master for a long time. At this moment, the puzzled Chonso did not understand what was happening with the excited girl. He just slightly immobilized her with his inner strength, but she was already noticeably blushed. The intrigued Chonso decided to find out where this mysterious girl knows him. However, the embarrassed girl recalled that they spent a lot of time together in the past. Then the dumbfounded Chonso instantly realized that all these are the inevitable consequences of the slutty life of the former owner of this body. He decided to ask this mysterious girl another delicate question. Did she do this already like that before? However, a flushed beauty with an awkward smile said that for that memorable time they undoubtedly had a good fun. Then, the shocked Chonso realized that something indecent happened 3 years ago, right before the former owner of the body went to the mysterious corridor of large demons. This stunning discovery meant that a young girl, who was not even 16, could already masterfully use the insidious technique of charm. John Chachoku was incredibly difficult to believe that he got into the body of a man who, without a doubt, was a real sexual maniac. In this alarming time, sinister spies have already rummorized for the strong walls of the small palace silently. Initially, the careless Yultak was delighted, naively, considering that this was finally returned to his adored young gentleman. However, a joyful smile with lightning speed disappeared from his face when he saw strangers wrapped in black. Looking intently at unexpected guests, he painfully tried to understand who these mysterious people are. Among them stood out a clumsy shorty, a squirrel, an immense fat man, as well as a mysterious girl accompanying them. However, his insightful gaze quickly recognized in it that very sadly known Chi Hammy, although she furiously began to argue, unconvincingly proved that she was not. It was easier to find out this person as simple to know this person, because it was unlikely that some kind of eccentric crazy one who would choose such an elaborate shoes for an absolutely black gloomy outfit would be found. Chi Hammy's shoes were little interested in a cautious young man. He clearly understood that these unexpected guests were truly dangerous madmen. He was perplexed what they again conceived. Not only did they brazenly cross the walls of their sacred palace under the cover of a dark night, and also cowardly hid their faces under ominous masks. The alarmed Karin contributed, not understanding why these suspicious people came to their monastery. However, the self-confident Yultak, grinning, said that he knew the true reason for their visit. Last time, when the passionate Chi Hammy was here, a manic shine clearly burned in her predatory eyes. Surely this is exactly what she conceived from the very beginning. After all, she always looked at him with such a devouring look and clearly dreamed of getting him into her nets. He was sacredly convinced that the impudent seducer with all her unbridled passion wanted to abduct him and take possession of him. So she shamelessly came here under the cover of starry night. However, the noble young man explained that he could not answer her feelings. His sacred mission was to insistently be next to the young leader and protect him at the cost of his own life. At this fateful moment, an angry woman finally lost her temper and contemptuously ordered a terrible frog to shut up immediately. She did not understand why this impudent youth suddenly took that she wanted to connect her fate with such insignificance as him. In addition, she imperiously demanded that he immediately stop calling her some unknown name like Chi-Hami, which she allegedly had never heard of. The impudent Yultak only laughed mockingly, realizing how easily he managed to confuse this hypocritical person, after which he with a mockery asked her to stop the fool. If she wanted to attract his precious attention, then she already did it, so she could calmly stop pretending. However, at this critical moment, the warriors who arrived with her, with lightning speed, armed themselves with their deadly blades. Then Yultak became painfully obvious. The insidious Chi-Hami did not come here at all for his irresistible person. And the ruthless intriguer itself, sincerely looking at the innocent Karen, unequivocally made it clear that she came here only in order to calmly kill a defenseless girl. With bewilderment, looking at her cruel opponent, the shocked Karen could not understand why she came to her soul. However, the arrogant Chi-Hami contemptuously stated that such an insignificant person without a noble family has no right to live here. With her miserable presence, she desecrated this sacred place. The frightened Karen desperately recalled that they were still in the small palace, and it is unlikely that such a crime will come off the killers. Laughing sarcastically, Chi-Hami with a mockery suggested that the naive Karen probably had in mind that she had already managed to establish close ties with high-ranking inhabitants of the palace. Cruel mercenaries, who arrived along with the ruthless Chi-Hami, impatiently offered to kill this annoying girl quickly and immediately clean up. In addition, before that, with sadistic smiles, they decided to engage in all sorts of disgusting curtains with a defenseless girl. And at this tense moment, the fragile Karen was truly, really scared. She desperately ordered the bloodthirsty warriors to immediately get out of their house. However, they only laughed contemptuously, not understanding how some miserable girl laughs to them, experienced killers, to order something. The bewildered Yultak tried to somehow reassure the enraged Chi-Hami, but she only got angry at the tactless young man even more, after which she resolutely ordered her thugs to attack immediately and ruthlessly kill the hated rival. Immediately after this ominous order, their sharp blades were immediately ruthlessly aimed at the trembling Haren. The defenseless girl only managed to squint in horror, realizing that she would not be able to avoid the upcoming deadly attack. However, at the last moment, the resourceful Yultak bravely stood up for her, who threw a heavy flower vase with lightning speed directly into the face of the main attacker. After which he awkwardly pretended to be a precious vase, quite by accidentally slipped out of his trembling hands. In addition, he muttered displeasedly that since then their unpredictable young gentleman returned from his long journey, there was not a single calm day in the palace. He sarcastically recalled that he had come to the small palace not for such a dangerous life full of deadly intrigues. Then he imperiously turned to a frightened girl, severely warning that it was the last time he generously saved her life. Then he adamantly demanded that Chi-Hami immediately clean the way and leave them alone. Then he, with unexpected seriousness, reminded her that he sincerely tried to understand her motives after that strange case, but it seemed to him that, choosing such low goals and dishonest methods, she went too far in her revenge. As a result, finally angry, the bloodthirsty Chi-Hami resolutely stated that they would have to kill these two insolents in order to successfully fulfill their secret mission. After that, her thugs immediately pounced furiously on a fearless guy. However, the resourceful Yultak exclaimed in time that they might want to know whose son he is. He significantly recalled that his formidable father was not just an ordinary warrior, but was himself the omnipotent master of the bloody palace. Obviously, although this loud statement did not impress Karen and Chi-Hami at all, the sharp blades of the mercenaries suddenly stopped a millimeter from his unprotected neck. They wary began to look back at their leader, waiting for further instructions. The angry Kopecks cried piercingly, demanding that they immediately kill this annoying liar and a defenseless girl. However, the stubborn young man, looking at the furious Chi-Hami, sincerely wondered how she could look so arrogant at a modest girl, not even knowing who her powerful father actually. An arrogant intriguerly replied that she did not understand why she knew some kind of a simple form of some commoner. Although she was suddenly worried. What if this unremarkable girl is another secret daughter of some influential master of the palace? However, at this tense moment, the insightful guy significantly pointed out behind them, explaining that, finally, her damn frightening dad appeared. As soon as they turned up in fright, behind them there was a deafening explosion, shaking the walls, after which an angry warrior appeared in the puffs of smoke. The indignant swordsman could not believe that these arrogant strangers dared to afford this in his house. And Chi-Hami, pale with amazement, realized who was the father of a shy girl. Events are rapidly transferred to a luxurious summer brothel. The unflappable Chonso slowly walked along the mysterious 7th floor and accidentally stumbled upon a zealously training swordsman. He was surprised to realize that, in this mysterious place, the elite team of soaring ghosts, deadly killers known for their ruthlessness, secretly trained in this mysterious place. Stunned by the sudden appearance of an outsider, frightened warrior girls did not understand that the impudent Chonso even forgot in their secret chambers. But the young man himself was sincerely perplexed why they were so surprised by his presence. After all, they themselves persistently asked him to rise here only a few minutes ago. The girls quickly parted on different sides of the huge hall, and the young man perfectly understood. For sure they hastened to find out what happened, then to immediately report to his lady. Suddenly, the amazed Jan Champ noticed several little girls, not older than 10 years old. This has become a real shocking discovery. To see innocent children within the walls of the famous Palace of Pleasure. In addition, absolutely unexpectedly, one of the miniature girls boldly approached, gullibly pulled Chonso by the sleeve, and greeted him with children's spontaneity. The last young man affectionately stroked the baby through silky hair, and warmly answered her sincere greeting. Chonso involuntarily was surprised by her striking fearlessness, and she only with a disarming smile was simply informed that she would be 9 years old this year. The softened Jan Champ also politely introduced himself in response, although he was inwardly wary. The girl seemed to him a slightly strange, not calm for years. At this touching moment, the mysterious women who persistently asked Chachuk immediately went upstairs to go upstairs. The last time he looked thoughtfully at the quiet children, who escorted him with a gaze, not childishly careful look. Looking into their innocent eyes, he intuitively felt with these unusual children, it was obvious something wrong, as if something more was hiding behind the children's shell. At this alarming moment, one of the alarmed assistants excitedly reported that the fearless young master had already successfully reached the 7th floor, and the 6th was completely defeated. Obviously, the girl was extremely concerned about this alarming report. When someone was considered defeated in the Palace of Pleasure, this meant only one thing. The harlot unconditionally surrendered to the enemy. The reason why the Palace of Pleasure was considered weaker than others in terms of combat power was that in addition to classical art of battle, they had to actively rely on the art of love comforts. Moreover, the alarmed assistant knew very well that among the elite fighters whom they sent against the invincible Chonsoa, there was not a single tail of the tail. But according to her calculations, he was definitely not destined to survive, since they additionally sent 5 more powerful soaring spirits and 3 ruthless lunar spirit. According to ancient legends, 1 soaring spirit is capable of defeating 10 experienced men alone, and 1 majestic lunar spirit is 100. Therefore, this time they were absolutely confident in their inevitable victory. However, to her indescribable horror, another breathless girl ran up and scaredly reported an urgent report. As it turned out, the 8th floor also fell. Elite defenders failed under the powerful onslaught of uncontrollable Chinsoa. This news was even more shocked by the personal assistant of the mistress. She could not comprehend how such an incredible event could happen, and how he managed to defeat so many skillful warriors in less than 2 hours. As it turned out, the amazed woman herself personally went to look at the defeated, as she could not believe in what she heard. But not one of the proud defenders was even able to stand on his feet after a meeting with a mysterious young man. And there was still something extremely strange that it was certainly worth noting that there was not a single trace of the young leader on their impeccable bodies, as if he had not touched them at all. The stunned girl instantly realized. The great Chonso masterfully controlled her body. This is an unattainable level for any man who, according to ancient legends, was achieved when the emperor from the Sui dynasty spent as many as 12 nights with his 80 wide concubines. She was absolutely sure. He perfectly knew the ancient art of love, so he came here so naturally and self-confidently alone. If this time they will not be able to adequately accept the young master, then the bloodthirsty palace immediately rushes to deal with the Palace of Pleasure. She, with horror, remembered the sinister threat of Chonsoa that 2 days later he would completely subjugate them all. This prophecy was even more scared by a careful assistant. If this goes on, then even the invincible lady herself can be drawn into this whirlpool of events. As a personal assistant, she was obliged to prevent this disaster at any cost. Therefore, she immediately ordered a frightened girl to urgently send male spirits. No matter how skilled lover he is, he can't subordinate men to him. Everything possible needs to do so that he could not rise a single step higher. After this categorical order, the girl immediately rushed away, and the alarmed assistant was well aware. If the uncontrollable yang of the champ rises to at least one floor, then inevitably reaches its personal level, the 10th. If he in some incredible way ends up there, then she was firmly ready to risk her own life in order to protect her adored mistress of the palace. Somewhere in this alarming time, an angry heater with undisguised rage resolutely picked up closer to his insidious enemies. He menacingly warned that he had long known. They should have expected uninvited guests, but he absolutely certainly did not assume that they boldly regret it from the hostile palace of pleasure. Flower of a white snake, Khan So-So. As soon as this ruthless intriguer became a full-fledged master of the palace, she calmly got rid of everyone who dared to support the former master, cynically hiding behind the noble pretext of creating a new progressive generation. He would never have thought that she would dare to contact the venerable small palace, especially now. When he received an alarming letter, he immediately found out that very soon unwanted guests could help them. Therefore, the prudent John Champ urgently asked them to be in full combat readiness. The noble leader, bothering righteous rage, finally realized that this sinister report was absolutely true. All three hired killers clearly felt that a completely different frightening aura emanated from the formidable Theshchik. This nondescript man could be extremely dangerous in anger. However, the stubborn Chihami with an arrogant grin reminded her accomplices. They will definitely not be safe if they do not fulfill this important task to the end. She calmly explained that two of them should actively engage in the distraction of the warrior, while the third imperceptibly decreases and ruthlessly kills the defenseless girl. However, the adamant Ilteshik severely warned, no matter what they came up with and did, they will all inevitably die from his merciless hand. Finally, a fierce battle began when two desperate warriors simultaneously attacked a mighty warrior. This epic battle was really unequal, but unequal in relation to his arrogant enemies, since he neutralized them with lightning speed. When the first enemy was rapidly defeated, the second, taking advantage of the moment, insidiously crept behind him, masterfully wielding his deadly blades. However, just as quickly as in the first case, Yil the Teshik managed to deal with this unlucky fighter with lightning speed. All sharp blades that flew in his direction with a whistle, and other formidable weapons by some miracle were stopped literally a millimeter from his invulnerable body. After that, the angry defender furiously grabbed both defeated fighters, starting to strangle them mercilessly with his mighty hands. Before finally dealing with them, he gently asked that the innocent heron immediately closed his eyes, not wanting to injure her fragile soul. After which, he mercilessly crushed their skulls and did not leave them from them at all. Logging to the limit, the last surviving warrior, a miserable squelch, was incredibly outraged that someone dared to do so ruthlessly with his named brothers. Having quickly headed for the defenseless Karen, he resolutely decided that he had to kill her, at least her, so as not to return with shame to his mistress. However, in time, the brave Yultak managed to defend the trembling girl, resolutely armed with his faithful sword. He looked displeased at the heater, because he perfectly understood that he himself could easily deal with a miserable squelch, and did not realize at all why he left this insignificant work to a young warrior. However, a multi-hearted man with a wise smile decided he was an ideal training battle for an inexperienced young man. As a result, a fierce battle began, and gradually the decisive Yultaku was more and more clearly and confidently managed to fight off the enemy's furious attacks. After several skillful maneuvers, he suddenly managed to deftly get closer to the confused enemy, and even aptly cut his pants, thereby mercilessly disgracing the unlucky mercenary. Next, the resourceful young man also chose a good moment for a decisive blow, after which a doomed man, as if in a trance, independently headed directly to his sharp sword, submitting to the inevitable fate. The stunned warrior could not believe his eyes. Yultak, who all this time looked so awkward and weak, suddenly fought with such force and grace as if a powerful demon was hidden inside his punying body. However, the whole illusion instantly dispersed when, barely receiving a slight scratch, frightened by Yultak immediately hysterically began to scream in pain. The harsh Karen only displeasedly reminded the pampered guy that he was hardly slightly scratched, and he should immediately stop whining so shamefully. The insightful Ilteshchik, carefully looking at the contradictory Yultak, clearly understood. This ecstatic guy was really extraordinary. Let him behave most of his time as a third-rate warrior. He was surprisingly able to easily defeat the dangerous mercenary of the highest class. You can't learn such sophisticated skill, just studying standard martial arts. This is possible only if you already have a huge combat experience and innate talent. Finally, it remained only to deal with the insidious Chihami. The frightened, intriguing, desperately defending her trembling blades, hysterically ordered that the formidable man would not even dare to approach her. However, he explained in an icy tone that if she dares to take at least the slightest step, he would immediately mercilessly die of his hand. She immediately in a panic began to pose plaintively about precious mercy, humiliatingly begging not to kill her, and oathly assured that she was ready to implicitly do everything that the noble Ilteshchik would order her. However, a ruthless warrior with a stone face coldly ordered a trembling girl, "Kill yourself yourself." She froze in indescribable horror, not understanding when everything went so irreparably awake. Maybe the decision to invite these ruthless thugs was a fatal mistake? Or is this unpredictable Yultak who unexpectedly won the Teshchik for a precious time to blame for everything? However, at this fateful moment, to universal amazement, the inexplicable Yultak suddenly stood up for the trembling Chi Hami. He generously offered to regret the unfortunate girl and give her life. Seeing the defeated Chi Hami, with reproachfully, he reminded that he had warned her not to go so far in his revenge, and did not understand at all why she had so much senselessly complicated. Stunned, Chi Hami still could not understand why Yultak was defending her after everything that she tried to do. In this tense time, the indomitable Chonso determined even higher, to the next mysterious floor, where they were already respectfully greeted by the meeting. There were reverently stood tall men who seemed to be looking forward to the young leader. Chonso was really deeply surprised, finding that in the Palace of Pleasure there were not only beautiful women, but also men, counting that they are needed here only to fulfill heavy assignments. At this awkward moment, majestic men enthusiastically stated that it was the greatest honor to serve the incomparable Chonsu. The embarrassed John Chichka honestly admitted that he did not expect that men would be so genuinely glad to see him, and realized with anxiety. It seems that this time he would have to use military tricks in the battle against these strange warriors. At this tense moment, the charismatic leader of the detachment of the mysterious male spirit introduced himself with a smile, after which he significantly hinted at the embarrassed Chonso that he could easily call him just Dear Zajan, which was in earnest embarrassed the bewildered hero. Immediately after this unexpected statement from all sides in a spacious room, a mysterious, stupefying aroma blew, and a smiling man with a promising smile explained that today they, an invincible detachment of the male spirit, will certainly make sure that carefully satisfy every piece of the body of the precious Chachok. Immediately after this shocking statement, a shocked champ was horrified to see how the leader of the men flowed indecently drooling with anticipation. The poor young man instantly became unbearably bad, his whole tense body involuntarily reduced from a painful convulsion. When he finally fully realized, these strange men were not at all harmless boys on the escapes, but something much more ominous. Without restraining his growing rage more, he instantly applied the powerful art of the highest lord of demons. This ill-fated floor literally began to fall apart in front of his eyes from his attack. After all the attacked men were rapidly defeated, they, embarrassed and pleased in their foggy dreams, rampartingly fell apart throughout the defeated room. Finally, he triumphantly reached the next sinister floor, where he was tensely awaiting alarmed personal assistant of the arrogant Khan Soso. She could not understand with disbelief in her eyes whether it was possible to seriously calculate that the best warriors of their palace could stop the invincible Chonso if he managed to deal with the elite detachment of male spirits with such ease. However, the unflappable young man only grinned contemptuously, making it clear that, if it is really all that the illustrious Palace of Pleasure is capable of, then it was slightly depressed and disappointed. Jan Chakok sarcastically remarked that 2 days for a complete capture of this miserable place was too generous from his side. He imperiously ordered to immediately tell where the master of the palace was hiding. Then a smart girl clearly realized that Chonso came here a completely prepared and clear plan of action. However, she explained with feigned regret that under no circumstances could call the great master of their palace. She diplomatically assured that she was not even going to ask Chonsoa how he managed to get to such a high level of their shelter at all. However, she persistently asked him to immediately leave the palace after the expired 2 days. The annoyed young man unequivocally made it clear that such a proposal categorically does not suit him. However, the girl calmly explained that she did not ask him for a favor at all. She simply gave him a friendly advice, to which he was free not to follow. The intrigued Chonso was extremely curious to find out why they so stubbornly tried to kill him. But Shuvius only explained that they tried to stop him from a mistake. The confident guy only laughed mockingly, with a mockery, wanting to find out how this fragile girl is generally going to stop him. But she penetratively remarked, Since in bed they clearly could not overcome Chinsoa, it is unlikely that they can offer anything else from their vast arsenal. After this insightful remark, she decisively demonstrated her 2 deadly weapons, which surprised a fearless young man. Is this desperate girl so recklessly confident in her combat powers? But she mysteriously hinted that she had no idea where and how Chanso knew the secret art of love comforts. But even if he perfectly knows martial art, it will be extremely difficult for him to defeat her in an honest duel, and if he continues to advance so aggressively, she will inevitably have to stop him with the most radical methods, although she urgently did not advise him to bring the situation to such extreme. But the thoughtful Chanso noted with surprise that this self-confident girl had too much personal space for only a servant. She, frowning, did not understand why Chanso suddenly translated the topic, and what exactly did not suit him so much in the situation. At this tense moment, the unpredictable young man cold-bloodedly calculated that the time spent in this mysterious place was already coming to an end. Until the full expiration of the promised 2 days, there was about 4 hours. He wisely decided to calmly wait until these 2 days have expired to remain impeccably honest in his loud words and promises. To do this, he decided to take a nap a little. He did not suspect that at that moment the remaining spies were closely observed from the upper floors of his behavior. After the statement of Yultuk, Yilteshik gave them a chance. He would count up to 3, and they would go inside the building. However, Yultuk understood. It was literally an offer to take Chihami and his wives, and began to desperately resist. He explained that Yilteshik clearly extends the stick, because marriage is an important event in the life of each person, and if only one side was agreeing to this, he certainly will not go. However, it seems that Chihami was even more against this idea than Yultuk himself. As a result, when the score was already approaching 2 of the 3, Yultuk panicked, realizing that Chihami, apparently, would have to die, because he did not want to take her and his wives. But at that moment the warriors of the Chanbarana detachment unexpectedly appeared. Yultuk immediately recognized the forbidden detachment. Not understanding that they had forgotten here, he suspected that they also came to kill Karen, but they stated that they had arrived in order to save her. Seeing how deplorable they looked, Yultuk was perplexed, where they managed to fight and why they looked so terrible. In fact, when they were in a hurry here, they already met someone. It was the Ilteshchik who considered them those dangerous guests they expected. Therefore, for starters, I decided to neutralize them. After that, they were completely defeated and lying on the ground. They should have escaped. This would be the right decision. To use the remaining forces to get to the trade palace and report on the situation. However, Chanbiran wanted to know who this man was, and when he saw how this man figured out the elite mercenaries in one fell swoop and demonstrated the highest art of blood, he understood everything. It was difficult to imagine how someone so easily defeated 3 demons of merciless steel from the highest development sphere. The only one who in their time is capable of this is the leader of the Supreme Demon Detachment. But he would definitely recognize him. So it became obvious. For sure it was a warrior supporting the young leader of the Ming Palace. He used to hear that Ilteshchik became a cripple, and it was not clear how he returned. But now it has become obvious. Not the time for recklessness. It was urgent to run away. However, at some point, he felt the frightening energy emanating from the warrior. He realized, he noticed him. If he simply moves a step, then he will definitely become a corpse, so he stayed in place. Yultuk could not believe that they really came to save them, but Chanbiran explained. They were worried that the young leader could face danger. Then Yultuk realized. They initially knew about the plans of the Palace of Pleasure. This intention was very scared by Chanbiran, because he understood what this could threaten for them. At that moment, Ilteshik came up to him and patted on the shoulder. He did not understand why Chanbiran looked so frightened, and he began to explain that he did not feel anything like this at all. Calmly approaching his face, the warrior demanded that Chanbiran look at him and answer the question. Does a man guess who stands in front of him? He scaredly stated that he had absolutely no idea who the man is before him. Smiling, Ilteshchik again asked his question, but he suggested Chanbiran to think carefully. This time, Biran in horror admitted that he was in a catastrophic situation. He explained that he did not even know what the highest demonic detachment of Ming was, a group of warriors owning martial arts who guard the leader of the cult and could kill people inside the cult. Each member of the detachment is a warrior with the highest sphere of development, while the leader of the detachment is a warrior with the highest level of ownership of martial arts. This was especially true of the former leader. No matter how many days he fought, his energy did not run out. He was incredibly cruel, and always clearly shared his sympathy and antipathy. If you add to this a letter that he wrote to the young leader, Then everything turned out. So Biran said that he knew who the ill-header is, and the warrior immediately intended to kill him. Having fallen to his knees, Biran promised that he would forget about it for his rest. He even vowed with 3 generations of his clan, otherwise he will become a dog. However, Teshik, only raising his hand to the sky, concentrated all his inner energy. The warriors immediately flew into the air by force, which was brought down on them, the Teshik, and Biran did not stop, begging for mercy. But the Teshik was not going to do this. To begin with, he recalled that now Biran has become a simple person who does not belong to anyone else. Biran immediately stated that he understood his words and would definitely remember them. Only then did the warrior release both the man himself and his people. Then he turned his gaze to the insanely frightened Chihami. He ordered Biran to knit this girl while he goes to the young leader. Immediately, his warriors headed for the girl and tied her, despite the cries, after which he took away from the small palace. In fact, the Teshik did not want to kill the girl. He understood that if you make small adjustments to her behavior, then there could be some useful pro. Finally, the time has come, and Chonso woke up in the same place where he was. According to his inner feelings, he realized the woman was still next to him. Reaching, he stated that 2 days had already passed, and the assistant asked the man to leave. However, he explained that he was still holding some things here. She was amazed that Chonso continues to insist, and reminded that he could not pass through her. However, he was wondering why the girl gave him exactly 2 days. When she did not answer, he decided to ask a question differently. Did she know why he waited for her for exactly these 2 days? She was clearly surprised that the young leader was waiting for her. It struck her. However, at the moment when he rose from his seat, the girl tensed. She also jumped to her feet, armed with her blades. Looking at her, the warrior said the name, after which she felt the inner energy emanating from her body. His frightening gaze pointed to determination when the young man invited the girl to bet their bets. At that moment, a Teshik, which was on the back of Chihami, appeared behind him. The captive immediately screamed, looking at the Pyun. Tears flowed out of Chihami, and the confused Shift did not understand how the young leader managed to crank up. Chonso, looking around, decided to arrange a bet. Whoever moves will die the same second. Looking at the strength of the bodyguard, located behind the enemy, Shuvyu realized that he was not lying. In addition, the warrior saw that blood was pouring from his hands, and this scarlet fluid clearly flowed from the wounds of the fighter herself. The young leader only hoped that the warrior did not kill everyone in the Palace of Pleasure. However, he explained that he had deprived only one thing, and no one else was injured. The guy understood that in this case he should have praised the Teshik, who honestly admitted that he did everything in his power. It was not easy to do without murders. The frightened caller began to scream, not realizing what the young leader started. However, going closer, he decided to find out. The girl asked about it because he did not know or did not understand. Chonso explained that this was originally his bet. The defender of the palace believed that in this case, Chonso lost, because he moved first. However, the warrior did not understand what this should mean. Really, the gate really believed that he would die now. After that, he gave the order to the Teshik and announced the 3 warriors over the ceiling. Of course, everyone was wary right there. In addition, Chonso reported 4 warriors in shrubs. He ordered, if someone moves, then his subordinate must act without hesitation and kill them in place. At this moment, the frightened peon was even more tensed. She did not understand how an uninvited guest learned about the location of the detachment of soaring ghosts on the 10th floor. Chonso, approaching closer, explained that he had been waiting for 2 days, all in order for them to understand who they actually contacted. Seeing that the enemy got closer, he began to attack, but the young man remained calm. He decided to allow the warrior to feel his strength, but she managed to do anything. Before she realized something, the stairs sank behind her. A voice belonging to the mistress of the palace, who asked Chonso, came from this moment to conduct conversations only with her. The young leader, smiling, decided to follow up. Swim, frightened, called the mistress of the palace, because she could not allow the lord to do something similar. However, the woman ordered the guard to let him go. As a result, Chonso calmly rose, and Khan Soso was looking forward to his room. The young man only reminded his promise. He knew that they would be seen again. It seems that the woman was pleased with such a development of events. Khan Soso was surprised that he came here alone, but Chonso believed that they did not need extra people here. Then the mistress of the palace wished to close the door behind him, and the young leader was not against it. Immediately after that, gliding cunningly, Khan Soso was surprised that Chonso, it turns out, was not just thoughtlessly wandering around. Previously, he just walked, controlled by all sorts of desires, which was not pleasant to listen to John Chichoka. Odnako, now everything has changed. The lord of the palace did not expect that he would come here, hiding anger. She did not understand. Did someone order him to destroy the palace of pleasure? The woman heard that he dealt with all her people. It is inconceivable to achieve this only thanks to the art of love. She believed that perhaps he possessed the art of passion, and wanted to know who taught him this. The hostess believed that this was the leader of the cult, and Jan Champ did not understand how she could even come to such a conclusion. Khan Soso continued. At first she thought that Chanso attacked them with the support of the trade palace, since his behavior since the event in the spring pavilion was strange. But it seems she was mistaken. If there really were a warrior in the trade palace with such force as him, then one of them would probably be dead. The young man understood in her words. This woman was really very straightforward and smart. However, at that moment, Khan Soso decided to find out whether Chanso was known the exact number of people of the cult of the sun who reached the highest demonic sphere. The highest demonic sphere is the same as the highest sphere of the development of faithful. As you know, on the central planes of the highest sphere of development reached only 10 supreme world and 3 supreme. We add to this the number of 5 border emperors. In general, no more than 20 people will turn out. But in this cult, there were as many as 8. Khan Soso understood that, since she was the last of all this level, for sure this information is known to her more precisely than others. The total number of faithful, non-violent and masters beyond the borders is only half of the total number of masters with the highest sphere of the cult of the sun. Even if they simply look at masters with the highest level of ownership, faithful and unlawful, bugs, they could not even pitch towards the cult. The cult of the sun has more than 20 soldiers with the highest art of possession, and 10 reached the highest evolutionary sphere, which is also known as the level of immortal ascent. The woman also explained that now the figure has grown to 9, because a new person has appeared. However, Chanso, not paying attention to her words, praised the hostess for being able to reach such a high level, and considered it good news. The lord of the palace reminded that for Chinsoa himself it was disappointing news. But first of all, given their long separation, Jan Champi suggested renewing the conversation. The hostess wished to continue their interrupted conversation, realizing that since the young man brought such a powerful warrior, it means that their monastery was in the crossroads of his interests from the very beginning. However, the warrior recalled that it was they who acted as the initiators of the conflict. Khan Soso could not believe in the impudence of Chinsoa, who dared so frankly to cunning in this situation. She expressed the hope that he was not trying to force her to believe in this absurdity, for such behavior caused her deep disappointment. At that moment, a realization came to Chanso. No doubt, Khan Soso was convinced that it was he who had done the Yuvali Chihami. The young man was perplexed where these baseless rumors came from. However, he admitted the idea that in the past incarnation, the owner of this body could well commit this. Nevertheless, the warrior found that now his turn has come to ask questions, and I decided to find out why they decided that the leader of the cult taught his art of passion. At that moment, Khan Soso could not restrain laughter, suggesting that Chanso probably lost his memories in the corridor of the highest demons. This was the only explanation that came to her mind, given that it was the leader of the cult to deliver Chinsoa to their monastery. Moreover, according to her information, the dominant figure of the cult also ordered to send Chanso to the corridor of the highest demons. The young man carefully listened to her words, clarifying a lot for himself. Chanso led a carefree life in the palace of pleasure, while the leader of the cult, having seen this, did not command him to send him to the corridor of great demons for self-improvement. There he met his death, after which he reborn into the body of this young man. It was at that time that the leader of the cult left the palace. The warrior asked why Khan Soso had no other assumptions, for example, regarding the fact that he comprehended the highest art of the demon. However, she considered it only an absurd joke, and Yan Chachoku was difficult to imagine how much Chanso was really deprived of talent. Khan Soso explained that from the very beginning, Chanso was a hopeless successor. He himself admitted to her. However, the warrior was perplexed why he had to do this, what greatly outraged the mistress of the palace. Jan Chachok sincerely did not understand the motives that prompted Chanso to call himself a mediocre successor. Finally, the lord realized that the young man really lost his memory, although this did not change anything in her eyes. But Jan Champ noticed that over time everything inevitably undergoes changes. Khan Soso also became different. Nevertheless, she recognized the existence of people who are not subject to changes, and ranked Chanso for this category. Submitted to thoughts, she remembered a long history and invited the young man to change the subject. The hostess decided to point to Chin Su to the 2 mistakes that he made. wondering if he was aware of their essence. The first was that he dared to come into conflict with her subordinates. If she shows condescension now, this could be repeated in the future. So she was obliged to repay Chin-su for what he had done. Regardless of his personality, in the world where they existed, it was the only way to survive for a woman in a cultural society. The second mistake was that he appeared in complete solitude. The hostess said that he could try to destroy her, offering him to test his strength, but only on condition that he will be able to survive. In response to this, the young man calmly turned to Kansoso by name, but she ordered him to stop the prayers. The Lord was struck by the metamorphoses that occurred in Ashan's, but she was not capable of mercy. The warrior could not accept that all her actions were dictated exclusively by the defense of the palace. This did not explain the murders on the ground floor where she took the life of her guest only because he dared to spread rumors. However, she explained, this was supposed to serve as a lesson for the rest. Although John Chachok considered it extremely contradictory, Kansoso knew, the one who is more powerful is always right. Such was the philosophy of their cult. Chonsoa was outraged by the principles created by them. Because of these teachings, many people broke up with life. Do they intend to continue this path? However, Kansoso noted that Chinso is not characteristic of expressing such judgments. Then she attacked the young man again. To his amazement, when he was completely constrained by ice, the warrior still retained the ability to move. Obviously, Kansoso was stunned. She remembered the demonic art of ice, an alternative version of higher demonic art intended for women. That is why the virgins, which befell the art of ice, were closely subordinate with their master. This martial art was created specifically for serving its master, the highest demon. However, now Chinsu easily dispelled this magic. After that, well-known purple lightning rolled around him. He reminded Kansoso that she had previously mentioned 9 persons who had reached the highest sphere in development. But she was mistaken. Before, she asked why he came alone. He simply had no reason to bring someone else. The warrior decided to destroy Kansoso, because she did not want to change, which made her useless. Therefore, he used his highest power of the demon, intending to deal with it with his own hands. The frightened woman immediately tried to defend herself, resorting to ice force. However, her defense was instantly destroyed, and Chachok's powerful hands closed on her neck. After that, she realized with horror that she was in front of the higher demon. This meant only one thing. From the very beginning, they did not have the slightest chance of victory. Jan Chakok, throwing an angry look at the woman, decided to find out for whom the Palace of Pleasure existed, and she knew the answer. It was created for the highest demon. However, the views of Kansoso remained unchanged, for everything remained as before. However, Kansoso realized, if Chonso became the highest lord, she could take possession of the cult of the sun. She did not understand how then they would differ. The woman felt injustice, wondering why the representatives of her floor should eke out such a miserable existence. In response, Chonso recalled, first of all, she is a master of martial arts, and only then, a woman. It is unlikely that she had reasons to kill. However, Kansoso only smiled, explaining that there could be an order given to her. At that moment, Chonso finally realized that Kansoso was a really dangerous woman. Surprisingly but dying, she asked to spare not herself, but the rest. This truly struck Jan Chachok. He did not understand why he had to spare them. Kansoso revealed the truth. All the inhabitants of the Palace of Pleasure were previously either sold or abducted by someone. Kansoso herself was also a child born in the North Sea, and not in the cult of the sun. Remembering Jun, Chonso realized that that girl, judging by her appearance, was mixed blood. Something foreign was felt in her. So the children he saw, along with a detachment of soaring ghosts, were also stolen from their parents. Finally, he realized what was the Palace of Pleasure. There were children who found themselves in a similar situation that trained and cultivated each other. This place resembled a family, but was a hell. Kansoso admitted that she was ready to do everything possible to break this vicious circle. It seemed amazing to her that Chonso called them evil, although in some way he was right. However, she did not understand. Who, if not they, could withstand and go through what they went through? Chonso understood all her words. Their life was too distorted and wrong. But he was sure that everything was done for the sake of the Palace of Pleasure. The warrior decided to find out if a woman really wants to save them. The mistress of the palace explained, if Chonso is going to offer some miserable decision, then he should refrain better. He already knows her answer. Then the young man became obvious. Kansoso hates and despises the cult more than anyone else. He stated that he was going to change this place and create a monastery where everyone can live together without dividing the higher and lower. It should have been a different cult, not a demonic, but a true cult of the sun. Khan Soso objected that this is stupidity. It is impossible. The young leader believed differently. He had to do this, even if he had to destroy the heavenly mountain itself. The Lord at all did not understand why the young man wants to go so far. And Chonso provided Khan Soso chance. If she wants to break the vicious circle of the Palace of Pleasure, she should help him. This was her only opportunity to survive. She had to withdraw herself and the rest of the girls from this hell. Having fallen to her knees, Khan Soso still did not understand his motives. Then the warrior explained, this is a game, and he wanted Khan Soso to bet on him. If she believes him, then the stretched relationship between the cult of the sun and the Palace of Pleasure will remain in the past. Khan Soso hesitated. What will happen if she does not believe him? And Chonso got angry, not understanding how to explain more accessible what was waiting for her. Then the hostess remembered how Chonso first came here. Now his eyes were the same as then. But the young leader did not remember the past, because that young man had already died. As a result, Khan Soso decided to believe him, and John Chakok promised to restrain his word. Then, kneeling, Khan Soso, the master of the Palace of Pleasure, greeted the highest demon. At this time, on the floor below, all the girls heard something clearly happened to the master of their palace. However, they were still influenced by the energy of the Teshchik. He warned the inhabitants that if they move, then everyone would die right away. They did not understand that for a person in front of them, they could not move because of his powerful energy. At that moment, Yultak came with Chanbiran, who had already figured out the lower floors and were perplexed what happened above. Seeing these men, she was very angry. She did not understand what they had forgotten here, and quickly recognized among them the leader of the forbidden detachment. The man tried to create the impression that Shul was mistaken. However, the warrior was convinced. Everything that happened here was the hands of the trade palace. She considered them miserable rats. Yultak was perplexed why such a depressing atmosphere reigned here. What is more important? Where was the young master all this time? At that moment, all the girls remembered their mistress and fell silent in anticipation of her appearance. Khan Soso herself asked Chin Soa for a while to turn away and give her time. Earlier, he said that he wanted to free the Palace of Pleasure, and promised to do this when he brought the conceived to the end. Khan Soso decided to take a chance and trust him. At that moment, the embarrassed young man began to guess what the woman was doing behind him. The sounds resembled the rustle of the clothes taken away. Frightened Chonso asked her to stop, recalling that he would not do anything obscene. However, turning around, he saw that the girl simply changed into another dress. Looking at the expression on the face of Chonsoa, Khan Soso even noticed that he looked slightly disappointed, which in principle did not surprise her. But the embarrassed young man hastened to refute her guess. Chonso decided to find out from Khan Soso if he had really been to this institution before. Then she confirmed that he really lost his memory. Rumors reached her, but she did not believe them. The warrior explained that rumor often goes far from the truth, and therefore he asked, did they use the equipment technique on it? He recalled the incident on the 6th floor, where he met a musician girl who looked like a foreigner. Khan Soso was extremely surprised that she used the charm technique. However, Khan Soso assured that this could not happen. The technique of charm is prohibited demonic art. Although Chonso was sure, not all the inhabitants of the palace strictly followed the rules. The Lord made it clear. In the Palace of Pleasure there is no charm technique. The art of the ice demon is already quite enough, and she did not understand why they needed another technique. The young leader was interested in whether the charm on it was used. The hostess confirmed that they had never used a similar effect on him, explaining that the former Chonso was just a pervert. As a result, the young man decided to leave the past behind and asked Khan Soso about her connections with the Palace of the Massacre. He warned, he doesn't care, whether it be a massacre or a bloody palace. Anyone who refuses to change will finally finish. Thinking, Khan Soso explained that Guanyang Ryan was the master of the Massacre Palace. If Chonso really wanted to change the Kultin, he will have to get rid of this person. The master of the Blood Palace, the master of the Massacre Palace, as well as the main elder. They were united by the desire to become the next leader of the cult, although everyone had their own methods for achieving the goal. Chonso accepted this information as expected, because even in the Murim Union, opinions often dispersed. But the leader of the Massacre Palace was especially stood out. He did not seek to take the leader of the leader. He longed to erase the cult of the sun from the face of the earth. This person was an ordinary psychopath that enjoyed the murder. He dreamed of filling the cult of the sun with bloodthirsty demons and direct them to the central plains. In addition to ambitions, he had nothing. He simply enjoyed every moment of his life and created a world full of death and murders. It was all that he wanted. The current events only proved this. When he caught the escaped prisoner, he immediately decided to kill him personally, but first suggested that the victim try to escape. The escaped scaredly begged for mercy, and the head of the palace was perplexed why he did not want to return. It seemed to him that this guy was too boring. After which he began to mercilessly cut and beat the man, for daring to say that he did not want to run away from him anymore. The master of the massacre recalled that he treated him very well, and did not understand why the prisoner did not want to continue their games. As a result, the unfortunate quickly died under many blows of his blade. After that, the owner of the palace calmly left, and his subordinates in dark robes quickly began to notice the traces of the incident. Meanwhile, in the Water Peak, the trade palace, his owner calmly sat, reading a letter from Chanbiran. He reported that he rescued the young master from the palace on time, and decided to stay with him for a while in order to take advantage of the moment when he had appeared. Chanbiran asked the master not to worry, making it clear, during fishing the main thing is to maintain patience, and then perhaps they will be able to catch the larger fish. In any case, he was now in the small palace. He needed funds to earn the trust of the young leader, because he asked the owner to send them to the small palace. The non-suspicious owner of the Water Peak was pleased that this asshole had already entered the circle of close Chonsoa. He rejoiced that he had such an assistant whom he managed to correctly educate. Therefore, I decided to make a generous donation. He did not even realize that at that very time, Chanbiran himself and his fighters underwent a harsh training under the leadership of Ilteshchik. Chanbiran wondered how much time this test would last, and did not understand why the bodyguard of the young leader started all this. In addition, unexpectedly for himself, he noticed that Chi Hami also participated in training. As it turned out, the girl was present here because she soon had to reveal the truth. Obviously, Chevius was extremely angry that because of this person, she had to experience such humiliation. Then Chevius expressed a desire to pick up this child to them. She was no longer needed by Khan Soso. The mistress was even ready to immediately kill her. The question arose, why did the heater needed this girl? The bodyguard explained. One guy asked to save her life, so now he wanted to engage in her preparation. At this time, Chi Hami was ready to literally die from exhaustion, not understanding who at all stings his guests with poison, depleted their energy, and then makes them train. However, Ilteshchik believed that the reason for his actions was obvious. Although the young leader perhaps trusted these people, but he did not. Therefore, while they were here, he will watch them and train them. Chihami expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that Ilteshchik was so rudely treated by a girl. The bodyguard was annoyed that she did not realize her misconduct, so he appointed her an additional 50 approaches. Passing by the exhausted fighters, he reminded her, first of all, she is a master of martial arts, and only then, women. Accordingly, there will be no exceptions and concessions. Only when the late evening came, their training ended. At 5 in the morning, they had to start her again. Obviously, Chanbiran was exhausted in the same way as his warriors. He could not believe that fighters with the level of development above the sphere should perform some third-rate exercises. Yultak understood that the training was difficult, but to his surprise, at the end, he did not feel fatigue and really felt stronger. Listening to his feelings, Chanbiran realized Yultak was right. When he fights using the internal technique of destruction, this is the basis. However, using it is difficult for him to maintain the right rhythm, so his forces were limited. Perhaps this was the reason why he could not overcome his limit. His body is not sufficiently developed for the level that he sought to achieve. Did the bodyguard of the Higher Lord really give them such training to help achieve illumination? As a result, Chanbiran became dependent on the small Palace of the Sun. Events are transferred to the library, where Chonso soon arrived to meet with a mentor. He brought with him a Khan Soso, who was glad to meet Tongjagal, and did not expect her meeting with a gloomy shadow that would happen that way. The teacher himself was surprised to learn that the Lady of the Palace of Pleasure would join them. However, Khan Soso believed that the world has always been like this. It is quite possible that yesterday's enemies will already drink tea together today and laugh. Just like heavenly networks remain in the cult of the sun. Tongjagal could not disagree with her words. The Lord was perplexed whether Tongjagal was standing in the Palace of Pleasure, but the mentor explained that he had just helped the young leader. Chonso, although he was glad that they found a common language, still suggested discussing the most important thing. They needed to solve an important issue. Previously, he was on knives with a palace of pleasure. Then there were too many witnesses, so rumors could crawl. However, Khan Soso suggested that other rumors can be dissolved. Perhaps a new rumor will appear. Tong Jagal also believed that the more rumors, the better. Khan Soso shared this opinion. Given that both the Palace of Pleasure and the Trade Palace are silent, it will be difficult for people to distinguish the truth from fiction. At this time, Chonso recalled his conversation with Il Teshchik and the fact that the bodyguard killed only one person. The same girl using the technique of charm without the knowledge of the master of the palace. Shiul said that Khan Soso was deeply saddened by her death. And even if many things arouse suspicion, it would be better if he does not poke his nose there. At this time, Khan Soso and Jagal discussed the fact that the massacre of the massacre did not yet know about what happened. Tong Jagal suspected that all this was because of the case, and Khan Soso agreed, because she had already managed to fulfill his request. As it turned out, the Palace of Melina always had only one goal: the murder of high-ranking people. While the Union Murim made various attempts in the name of the extermination of a demonic cult, the Massacre Palace did everything possible to demonstrate his strength on the example of the Murim Union. Chonso could hardly believe that the time had already come to exterminate the demonic cult. They called this a time of unity. Many were ready to sacrifice their lives in the name of this unity. But in fact, it was only a political trick to spur people inside the alliance to unite. That is why the faithful and their minions could not climb to the heavenly mountain. They only reached the river, and then retreated after the cult of Ming answered their creeps. If the extermination of the demonic cult has already begun, then the detachment of the Dragonstorm, which belonged to Yang Chuk in a past life, will be here before others. The warrior was not particularly worried, because the detachment was as strong fighters as himself. However, he believed that it was necessary to find out what the Murim Union was doing. The Dragonstorm detachment will definitely be ahead of the rest. Tong Jagal agreed to take up this task. The guy himself understood. Even if the Massacre Palace intervenes in this matter, they will not be able to so easily defeat opponents. He could guarantee this. After his words, Khan Soso absolutely did not understand what Chonso wanted to say this, and he immediately stated that they should use more strength. The whole Union Murim is so easy to win. Tong Jagal objected that the young man should not worry about this, because the master of the Massacre Palace himself would join the campaign. It really was alarmed by Chonso. The master of the Massacre Palace took 6th place in the ranking of masters with a level above the demonic sphere. If he participates, then the representatives of the Dragonstorm detachment will not be enough to resist it. However, Khan Soso recalled, he is a person who will do something only if it brings him pleasure. Then Chonso offered to go to the boyfriend's palace. They must still not know much and are preparing for war. Tong Jagal warned that for some time in the small palace it would be a little noisy. John Chachok did not understand. Did anyone again send mercenaries to them? But that was not the point. Since the Palace of Trade and the Palace of Fun pressed the tails, it will now be more difficult for them to act. In addition, they lost interest in Chonso. But since it will be difficult for others to understand what happened, they will very soon come here. Therefore, Tong Jagal has already invited someone. He asked Chonso to treat with understanding the upcoming noise. The young leader was worried that in this case rumors could crawl, but Tong Jagal assured that he would not allow this to happen. Not a single ant in the small palace will elude his gaze. As a result, Chonso trusted the mentor. Khan Soso even offered to transfer the Palace of Pleasure to the Sun Peak. Chonso believed that it was too early for this. There would be no benefit from such a step. Only excess attention would attract. Instead, he will highlight the Khan Soso a separate building so that it can come at any time. The woman was clearly glad of his courtesy. Chonso realized, it is impossible to give opponents the time to prepare. It is necessary to spread rumors so that it is difficult to distinguish the truth from lies. And it doesn't matter what these rumors will be. While they can make the interest of followers, anything is suitable. At the same time, Chonso himself decided to get rid of 7 palaces. Somewhere at this time, a scandal flared up in an earthen peak, the palace of a support sword. The young guy could not believe that his father was really going to do so recklessly. The head of the family was indignant that his son raised the noise early in the morning. The young man said, although he believed that the young leader at least changed a little after training in the corridor of the highest demons. But it turned out that this was not so. The head persistently asked his son to stop all this noise until he said anything, which would subsequently regret. But the guy was not even going to stop. Obviously, this was very angry with his father. Therefore, he immediately called his blade and repeated the order again. However, the young man could not retreat and demanded that he cancel the wedding of Danyeva. Seriously angry with the obscure offspring, the man began to attack, but the guy easily retorted a blow. He realized that his father was still considering him a child, and reminded him he had already become the leader of the extermination detachment. The son was perplexed why his father was not at all sorry for his daughter. After all, just a couple of days ago, her groom had fun in the Palace of Pleasure. Although he was a young leader, for the good of their palace and for the good of his sister, it was necessary to cancel the engagement. He believed that his father simply had no right to do this. Remembering the past, he knew that his parent always went crazy about the art of owning a sword. And since he himself was not talented enough, he trained day and night. When his brother looked at his youngest daughter, who inherited family talent, he thought that she had everything necessary for success. But, it seems, this is not at all what she really needed. All that she wanted is that she had a family, brother and father. Therefore, the young man was beside himself with anger, realizing that the most dear person was going to do so cruelly with her. He could not forgive this to his father, so he decided to change everything on his own. The head of the family, was involuntarily amazed at his skill. By hard work, the young man was able to overcome the lack of innate talent and almost reach the highest development sphere. However, he did not expect another from his son. Having called the leader of his detachment, he decided to find out. Did his son tell the truth? The head of the family was deeply upset when he realized that this was not a brazen lie. The young man realized he should immediately bring this libertine to the palace. He was already trying to do this before, but then Jan Chachok was not in the palace, and he had to return with nothing. But this time everything will be different. In the end, there was a difference between just bring and bring by force. At the same time, without suspecting anything, Jan Chachok calmly meditated. He already knew that the massacre, the bloody palace, and the palace of the supporting sword were different from others. They were created for the war. He was wondering to what extent he could do with them at the moment. After all, they surpassed the small palace of the sun number. If the war begins with the palace of Melina, they will definitely lose. Therefore, it was necessary to stay away from these opponents in order to preserve at least some chance of victory. In addition, Jan Chachok heard that the elders had to arrive, but so far there were no news from them. Although from time to time, strange sounds from under the floor came to him. True, while he could not determine exactly where the underground tunnels were digging. Suddenly, the warrior heard a scream demanding that the young master finally seem to appear. It was a military detachment from the palace of the support sword. They demanded to open the gate. The worried Karen did not understand what was happening. Chi Hami expressed dissatisfaction with their noisy behavior. The girl asked Karen to let the uninvited guests, because if they are universal to do something, then her father will be able to stop them. This remark was angry with Karen. She did not like that Chi Hami tried to shift all the problems into her father. Finally, Yultak, who was awakened from the noise, received an explanation from Karen. Some unknown people from the palace of the supporting sword came for a young leader. Obviously, this was seriously angry with the assistant. Approaching the gate, he immediately opened them. Looking at the eyes of the arrived warriors, he realized that there were many of them. The young man, who was at the head of the detachment, immediately stated that they had appeared for the young master. Yultak rudely besieged the uninvited guest, reminding that the young leader of the cult was not his friend. The overlord should be treated with proper respect. However, such words did not scare the young man at all. He did not care who Yultak was. In addition, he argued that the young master had obligations to his sister. Finally, Yultak realized that in front of him was the same inequant heir to the palace of the support sword. The young man clearly did not like these ulcerative comments. However, the assistant explained that a man should not be so unreasonable and intervene in a personal relationship of a man and a woman. He wanted to know why he appeared to pick up a young leader. However, Danjiko himself wanted to ask the question, is it true that the young master was in the Palace of Pleasure? The embarrassed assistant hesitated from this question. Claims who approached behind confirmed that his information was correct. She suggested that perhaps Danjiko also wanted to go there. However, she added that as the heir to the Palace of the Support Sword, she could entertain him much more. Almost more angry, Dankiho finally recognized Chihami. Yultak understood how ambiguous it looked, so he hastily explained to the man that this girl was seen in the Palace of Pleasure. Exploding from rage, Danjika attacked at the same moment, almost hitting his powerful kick and his assistant himself. Shouting loudly, he demanded that the young leader immediately go out. Yultak immediately ordered everyone to move away from the gate. Finally, Yang Chachok himself appeared. thinking that guests from the Palace of the Supporting Sword came to kill him. Looking angrily at him, Danjiko demanded an explanation. How dared to do so with his sister? Obviously, Jan Champ was confused, fearing that the former owner of this body committed something obscene with the girl. Danjiko, without going into details, only stated that the act of Jan Chachoka was equivalent to the declaration of the Palace of the Supporting Sword to his enemy. However, Yultak resolutely stated that despite the status of his sister, Danjiko as the bride of the young master, the heir to the Palace of the Support Sword had no right to speak in a similar way. At that moment, Jan Champi bitterly realized the overwhelming truth. He fell into the body of a man who, obviously, was a lustful pervert. The warrior wondered which father would decide to give his daughter to such a libertine. Danjiko, without restraining indignation, erupted with an angry tirade about what kind of ignoramus Jan Champ was, since he forgot that his sister was his named, and dared to shamelessly visit the Palace of Pleasure. Yultak, fearing the further exacerbation of the conflict, hastily turned to the master, explaining that it was not necessary to listen to such impudence from such an ill-mannered youth. The assistant demanded that the young leader immediately call the old man the Bloody Master, in order to demonstrate to this unrestrained young man which he is truly capable of. The enraged Dan Kiho asked to deal with the assistant. After that, the man quickly clamped his mouth with his palm and carried away. Having left alone with an uninvited guest, John Chakok carefully asked what his bride was called. Danjiko, struck by such impudence, exploded from indignation. How this man dares to forget the name of his precious sister. He sighed heavily. Jan Chachok realized the hopelessness of his position and reluctantly agreed to go to the palace with them. At the same time, in the palace, the nanny splashed her hands, issuing frightened exclamations and immensely worried about her ward. The girl disappeared without a trace, and the woman begged that the next time, Hayoki would certainly warn her about her intentions. The young beauty, smiling guiltily, explained with undisguised delight that she was going to leave this place forever. The shocked nanny prayed, explaining that the girl would finally break the already stretched relationship with her father to finally break such a reckless act. She begged the pupil not to perform rash actions because she sincerely cared for her future. However, the Yehui, with her eyes burning, objected that it was her father who methodically destroys her life with her despotistical decisions, and she could not allow him to control her every step. In addition, as the nanny reminded, the girl had already reached the age when it was supposed to choose a life partner. This was the essence of the problem. The one has already found a suitable person. Her face was literally illuminated by the inner light when she spoke of him. The nanny, observing this metamorphosis, suggested that perhaps the pupil finally saw a worthy man in the young master. However, the beauty burst into an indignant tirade, proclaiming that she would never connect her fate with that vicious creature, but simply break the engagement. She was completely indifferent if someone hears her daring desire. In addition, she could not forgive him for recent entertainment in the Palace of Pleasure. The girl did not understand why she was not allowed to do the same, to meet with one man, but to marry another. Obviously, such free-thinking speeches deeply shocked the elderly woman. The inspired Dan Yeha decided to tell her about her lover, a mysterious hero which was a mask and a raincoat. He appeared as if from nowhere, like a ghost, to save Emperor Zhu Tijin when he fell into dangerous alterations and free the soldiers in the cult of Ming. This elusive hero became a legend, having defeated the Khan of the Northern Yuan himself, one of the 5 powerful emperors of borders, and then disappeared without a trace, like the morning fog. The people called him the Black Sun. Yihu could not believe his happiness. He managed to achieve what even the masters of the Blood Palace and the Trade Palace did not seem to do. The alarmed nanny prayed so that the girl would not go anywhere, recalling that the young leader was about to arrive. Dan has been perplexed about the reasons for his visit, to which the woman explained. He appeared on purpose to meet her. The nanny insistently advised the pupil to throw out the mysterious black sun from her head. Soon they announced the arrival of the young leader. He was immediately taken to one of the rooms, leaving the audience to expect, and warned that he would not even think of leaving the chambers allotted to him until the master of the palace deigned to visit him. Turning alone, Jan Champ at all could not comprehend the logic of the master of this palace, who decided to give his daughter for such a dubious creature, which, obviously, was the former owner of his body. He only knew the name of the girl and did not hear anything about her before. Moreover, he was tormented by perplexity why his assistant, Yultak, did not say a word about this engagement. The warrior firmly decided that upon returning home, he would certainly call him to the answer. Looking out the window, he noticed a familiar girl. She, with one gaze at the young master, crumbled scaredly and tried to retire rapidly. However, Jan Champ with lightning speed blocked her path, which caused a real storm of emotions. The beauty burst out with piercing cries, and he was wondering how much she intended to behave so hostilely, given that he had gone all this way to the palace of the supporting sword and met her. Dan Yehui, panting with indignation, recalled that at their last meeting, he did everything possible to demonstrate his unwillingness to see her. Jan Chachuk awkwardly explained that the matter was not at all in her personally. He was perplexed why she so clearly demonstrates her hostility to him, and he honestly admitted that he himself did not particularly complain, so he could well understand her antipathy. Nevertheless, the warrior assured that he himself did not feel any hatred for her. He knew that she was studying martial art, and therefore he was sure that her safety should not be worried. However, he asked that she did not leave the palace for no good reason. Moreover, Jan Chakok invited her to settle in the small palace, convinced that it was originally there was her place. Obviously, these words were incredibly confused by the girl. Later, when she secretly left the palace, her cheeks were flooded with a treacherous blush in the memory of his words. However, she firmly believed that the young man obviously mastered the art of love spell and, undoubtedly, simply influenced her with his magnetic charm. Therefore, she was adamant in her decision to go to the village of a slay stream, where the mysterious black sun was seen for the last time. Meanwhile, John Chichoka was accompanied to the training ground. It seemed to him that organizing a meeting in such a specific place was an obvious bust. However, the master of the palace soon appeared, who reported that he had heard about the completion of Machanso's training. He wanted to meet him here to talk like a father-in-law with a future son-in-law. Now, when Machanso saw this man with his own eyes, he instantly understood why he was given the nickname of the Demon Sword. The man, as if nothing had happened, suggested that Jan Chachak arrange himself with any blade of his choice and get into the center of the arena. The young warrior did not fully realize the significance of what was happening, but in bewilderment he reminded that the master invited him here seemed to be for a conversation and not for a fight. However, the head of the palace believed that it was much preferable to exchange blows than empty words. Ma Chanso tried to say something else, apologizing for not paying due attention to his narrowed, but his interlocutor, already armed with his sword, adamantly stated that he could judge if his words were true only after the battle. It became obvious that the young warrior had no other choice except to cross his blades with the master. Now that he stood opposite the head of the palace of the support sword, there was a feeling that he was opposed to impregnable grief. The man possessed a truly powerful and unshakable force, the embodiment of the true master of martial arts of blue blood. However, Jan Champ could not afford to lose such a person. When they crossed their blades, something happened that caused the master of the master. His sword and blade of Jan Chachak cracked at the same moment. The man realized that the power of this guy was equal to his own power. As if nothing had happened, Jan Champi calmly announced that the wedding would not take place. The head of the palace recalled that earlier the young man had already expressed such a desire and sought to cancel the engagement. The demon of the sword burst into a fierce cry, explaining that the decision was made not at all Mahanso. The young warrior only calmly asked the man to let him meet his bride, so that he could make her sincere apologies. However, the angry head of the palace recalled that Jan Shampo did not have the right to decide the fate of this engagement. Otherwise, he will make a detachment of a supporting sword with his sworn enemy. Until that moment, Jan Chakok tried to reason the interlocutor, recalling the incriminating rumors surrounding his name, but the master, it seemed, did not worry at all. Going away, the head of the palace promised that he would give an answer regarding the engagement in a few days. When the terrible master left, Jan Chachok realized with surprise. He managed to stop the splitting, destructive blow. He was sure that he would be able to block the attack, even if the enemy had brought down all his power on him. However, he was curious how their confrontation would turn into, to bring that to the blow of the highest imperial technique of self-improvement. Finally, Dan Jiko, who suggested Ma Chonsu, entered the training site to follow him. They fell into another arena, where at that moment warriors from the extermination detachment thawed their skills. Jan Champ was perplexed why everyone threw such close views on him. Dan Jiko explained to his amazed associates that the young leader would become part of their extermination detachment for some time. The warriors were indignant, but Dan Jiko recalled that this was a direct order of the master of the palace. Jan Chakok, as if nothing had happened, invited them to get to know each other, since they have to divide the shelter for some time. However, this proposal only caused a contemptuous laughter in Dan Jiho. He explained that the extermination detachment was full of unrestrained people. They had an explosive character and did not conduct secular conversations with spoiled loafers. Jan Chachok was surprised that this man was so neglected about an explosive character, and remembered that initially a detachment of a dragonstorm was also distinguished by a similar disposition. At the same time, Khan Soso, Yilteshchik, and Tongjagal gathered deep in the maze under the labyrinth. The bodyguard was angry that the young leader went to the palace of the supporting sword in complete solitude. Tongjagal only thoughtfully remarked that the events unfolded more rapidly than he expected, and Khan Soso explained, "The whole point is that the rumors spread with incredible speed. Then it became obvious that these two were originally devoted to what was happening, and, it seemed, everything developed according to their secret plans. They were surprised only by the fact that Yilteshchik allowed his master to leave alone. The bodyguard knew that his lord had a remarkable force not inferior to anyone. In addition, if it was exactly the master of the strong palace that was discussed, he would be well treated by Ma Chanso." Remembering the demon sword, Yilteshchik realized that he was completely not ready to battle with other opponents. In addition, Tongjagal was sure the head of the palace would not do anything, since they soon had to become shoes and son-in-law. The main problem remained only with the massacre palace. They needed to take care of him until they recognized the fact of their unification. After all, if nevertheless this impudent takes the first step, one could expect a rapid exacerbation of the conflict. However, Khan Soso expressed anxiety. What would happen if, nevertheless, the head of the massacre palace would make itself felt? Tongjagal understood. This dangerous person would not be so easy to leave the shadows. He even hoped that it was possible to give him impressive commission. But Khan Soso objected. In this case, the summer brothel would starve for 6 months, because they will have to pay the head of the massacre palace of the massacre. Tongjagal asked if Khan Soso had other reasonable ideas, because the bloody palace set everyone in the palace of the sun. Now, when the restraining factors for the trading palace have disappeared, the master of the bloody palace will not calmly sit back. But this was a chance for the head of the trade palace, the opportunity to restore relations with all other palaces. He will probably use the situation aggravated by the fact that the leader of the forbidden detachment lived in the small palace. Therefore, Khan Soso proposed to begin to weave new bonds, tied up hands with the impatient master of the trade palace. To do this, she urged that the bloody master went to bargain with Tongjagal. At this time, the other warriors of the extermination detachment gathered for a meal after an exhausting training. However, when Jan Champ approached the boiler, he was resolutely refused and explained that they had all the side dishes. The cook unceremoniously demanded that the guy come later, or be content with one dried beef. Machonso clearly saw that the food was still, and it seemed to him that the cook was overcrowing the stick, treating him so biased with him. However, the kitchen master was angry, believing that Ma Chanso was too arrogant, and probably did not know how to behave in a decent society. As a result, the young warrior reconciled and agreed to be content with dried beef. At the same time, the others mocked that the leader of the small palace had no pride at all. They even mockingly invited him to go to the Palace of Pleasure in order to satisfy hunger there. Jan Chachok barely restrained anger bursting out, realizing that all this was due to the reputation of the previous owner of this body. It was not easy for him to resist universal contempt and constant humiliation. But he managed to steal to explore the balance of power in the detachment. A huge warrior stood out there, and next to him, a fragile-looking warrior. They occupied the 4th and 3rd ranks, respectively. There were also 2 more, which now openly discussed how tired of messing with Ma Chanso, as if with a small child. These fighters occupied the 1st and 2nd places in strength, not counting the Danjiko himself, and were the most influential figures in the detachment. However, Jan Champ could not comprehend how high the opinions of themselves were these people if they dared to talk about him so dismissively. Meanwhile, one of the warriors began to powerfully call his assistant. He was a little boy carrying wooden training swords. Suddenly, the man ruthlessly pushed the child with his foot in the chest, erupting with a furious cry that he should do his work without reminders. He did not understand why every time he should spend strength on calling him. The boy began to apologize in fright, but this only angered a quick-tempered warrior more strongly. The man menacingly recalled that if he does not cope with his duties, he will become a member of the extermination detachment that will disgrace them all. He harshly ordered the boy to remember that he would not nurse him. He was completely indifferent to him. A newcomer to one or a child, the rules for everyone are one. Observing this picture, Ma Chanso realized that such an appeal is unacceptable and deeply wrong. But this made him understand that such a situation reigned not only in orthodox sects, but even in the cult of demons. Finally, a frightened child hurried to the well to complete his assignment. The coming of young Chachok generously offered the boy help, but he resolutely refused. However, when he noticed that it was ManHwa that was sitting behind him, he was so scared that he even fell. The young warrior held out his hand to help him get up, but the boy rejected help and hurriedly began his duties. ManHwa once again persistently asked the child to help him, explaining that if he does not have time to complete the task, then the punishment would be severe. But the stubborn boy still wanted to cope on his own. As a result, ManHwa retreated, impressed by his striking determination. The young leader was perplexed why the child was so scrupulous in his duties. He was so carefully treated even with wooden swords, as if it were sacred relics. The boy explained that he treats them with reverence, because these blades were used by his older warrior brothers. In addition, he did not understand why ManHwa was still lingering next to him. Jan Champ with bitterness noticed that even this young pupil had already fought him hostility. However, the boy was straightforwardly recalled that ManHwa caused a lot of grief to believers. In addition, being engaged with the mistress, he shamelessly cheated on her, completely not fearing the consequences. These words, spoken without the slightest trepidation, could cost a boy of life. But he was not afraid. He was taught that the extermination detachment did not repent to those in power, even if death was the answer to the audacity. ManHwa only smiled softly, realizing that the child truly learned this severe lesson well. The boy, to his amazement, noticed that the powerful warrior did not intend to punish him for his audacity. This was strikingly different from the rumors that surrounded the name of this person. Jan Champ, having completed the conversation, headed away, realizing that he was impressed by the principles that guided this small but brave child. Events are transferred to the Massacre Palace. At this time, his master ruthlessly interrogated the captured Orthodox spies. He demanded information about when reinforcements would arrive. However, one of the captives, even under torture, only mockingly predicted the owner of the palace that he would bitterly regret the deed. Even if not he personally punishes the tyrant, then someone else will do it. He promised with a challenge the complete extermination of their kind. However, these threats only amused the powerful owner. One of his captives, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, while the prisoner himself continued to mock the fact that the master of the palace was, in his opinion, a child. The spy with contempt announced that the life of the master is miserable and meaningless. Laughing at the impudence of the prisoner, the master of the palace decided to make the life of his opponent as miserable. He began to methodically cut his body, causing unimaginable agony. At this critical moment, his assistant arrived, respectfully reporting to the master about the arrival of a letter from the master of the bloody palace. An angry boy suddenly cut his hand to the negligent assistant. He was unable to understand that the message of the bloody palace was so significant as to interrupt his entertainment. Then he ruthlessly drove the bleeding servant away. Having turned the message, the young owner of the palace plunged into reading. Apparently, the head of the bloody palace found the counsel for Young Samin. Therefore, the master of the Massacre Palace with feigned regret said goodbye to his captive, mockingly asking him not to die from torment. At this time, the unfortunate captive, overcoming the unbearable pain, thought with bitterness about his friend Jan Chachok, mentally asking him for forgiveness for all his deeds. After some time, the palace of the support sword was again filled with screams. But now it was the fierce fumilies of the head of the palace. He had just discovered his daughter's letter and realized that she had disappeared without a trace. The assistant chapter immediately proposed organizing searches. But the wise man understood that perhaps now it is even for the better. At the moment, he should focus on the young leader. He decided to find out about the situation of the affairs of ManHwa. The situation looked ambiguous. The young warrior kept silence and patiently demolished insults. Some warriors boldly poked their fingers into it and released obscene remarks. The head of the palace guessed that such behavior could be the result of a loss of memory, or the young man simply hid his true essence. However, his faithful assistant believed that the young pupil was not capable of such an impeccable deception. At this moment, the head of the palace, wanting to test the assistant, quickly directed the same deadly attack on him, which was previously used against ManHwa himself. As a result, his assistant was powerless. To stop the master's blade was beyond his power. In a moment, the chapter stopped, thereby saved him from imminent death. The head of the palace demanded from his assistant to find out how the young master managed to block this irresistible blow, which even such an experienced warrior as himself could not reflect. After that, he commanded the extermination detachment to prepare for a trip to the Peak of Beauty, ordering to take the young leader with him. He understood that if ManHwa rises to the legendary Peak of Beauty, then this could potentially help restore his lost memory. Finally, a detachment of soldiers hit the road. On the way, A talkative boy told Ma Chanso about the structure of their military brotherhood. They were divided into several categories. The first consisted of experienced warriors hardened in battles. The second, the most numerous, included the main backbone of the fighters. And finally, the elite group of extermination, which always went to the forefront. Their organization was strikingly resembled the structure of the Dragon Storm Detachment. But to the amazement of Jan Chachok, the average age of these ferocious warriors was noticeably lower than that of other combat units. As it turned out, the essence covered that the extermination detachment mainly consisted of those who did not have a family. All of them were orphans, and having come here, accepted the name of the leader, gaining a new house and a new fate. That is why the lady treated them as their native children, and she was more important for them than all the treasures of the world. The boy added that now that Ma Chanso got all these secrets from him, he will no longer talk to him. At that moment, the senior warriors, amusing, laughed at a serious little companion, jokingly ordering him to take care of the young leader. The frightened little boy immediately agreed. From their conversation, Ma Chanso realized that once this child lived here, but it was the part of the past that he did not remember at all. Plunging into thoughts, Ma Chanso comprehended the deep truth. Each person had a past, which initially, invisible threads, associated them with the mysterious and powerful cult of the sun. However, at this moment, Danjiko imperiously ordered the whole detachment to stop and express respect for the deceased. Stepping closer, Ma Chanso realized bitterly that they were standing in front of numerous graves. The heir to the palace of the supporting sword mournfully explained that these brave warriors died in treacherous fogs and deadly respions of the peak of beauty. At that moment, for Jan Chachok, the reason for such a cruel attitude towards a little boy became obvious. This child grew up at an ominous peak of beauty, a place that ruthlessly took the life of their families. Dan Jordo, with bitter wisdom, understood that his soldiers needed an object for hatred, although deep down he knew that such behavior was wrong. They continued to handle the boy severely, but at the same time did not drive him away. In addition, the leader of the detachment was perplexed why Ma Chanso believes that he had a moral right to judge them, as if imagining himself the highest arbitrator of justice. He sharply reminded the young leader of his own vile actions in relation to his sister, demanding not to forget about his sins. However, Ma Chanso objected with dignity. Whatever his past misconduct was, this did not mean that he should turn a blind eye to the injustice that was happening right in front of him. Thinking, Dan Kehoe suggested that, perhaps during his isolation in the mysterious corridor, Ma Chanso managed to realize the depth of his sins. To this, a young warrior calmly replied that he simply decided to start life from scratch, leaving a vicious past behind. The man warned that the further path would be full of dangers and hardships. He suggested that Ma Chanso stay here, promising not to report this to the master of the palace if he refuses further travel. However, the decisive Ma Chanso rejected this opportunity, saying that he could not stand in ignorance and wants to face the secrets of the peak face to face. Finally, reaching a huge cave, Danjiko solemnly announced that they would break the camp here for the night. The soldiers immediately scattered in search of food. But it soon became clear that all the badgers in the district were mercilessly destroyed by previous expeditions. Because of this sad circumstance, the detachment was threatened by a painful 2-day starvation. Because the badgers were the only reliable source of food in these harsh lands, Danjika realized with fatalistic humility they had no choice left. It would be necessary to overcome the hunger of the willpower and plunge into a restless dream. However, Ma Chanso expressed reasonable dissatisfaction. If Dan Kehoe warned of the dangers awaiting them ahead, it is hardly reasonable to meet these trials with empty stomachs and hunger weakened by hunger. The heir to the palace arrogantly recalled that real warriors were able to draw forces from the spirit and internal energy, simultaneously doubting why Yan Champs went with them at all, without due determination. The young leader only exhaled calmly and retired away. He was accompanied by the mocking looks of the soldiers who considered him too pampered and noble to endure hunger, like ordinary mortals. However, soon, diving into an inconspicuous crevice, Ma Chanso discovered something unexpected. The frightened warriors, hearing his exclamation, looked at each other with distrust. This simply could not be. Burning with curiosity, he himself bravely went down into the dark cave to see what was about. To universal amazement, Ma Chanso discovered not long awaited badgers, but a nest of poisonous snakes. The warriors screamed in fear, demanding that the madman immediately kill dangerous creatures and get rid of them. However, the resourceful Ma Chanso explained with a tricky smile that if they suffer from hunger, they may well satisfy him with snake meat. After all, there were plenty of them in the nest. Looking into the crevice, The senior warriors were amazed at the number of wriggling reptiles. The bewildered trace of the ranger was absolutely sure that he prudently threw this deadly den with stones in order to protect the detachment. Ma Chonso calmly explained that he had cleared the blockage, and the alarmed Dan Kiho warned that if a young master allowed the snake to bite, his body will be filled with deadly poison. However, the cold-blooded Ma Chonso, taking a strong rope and deftly wrapping it with a snake neck, demonstrated its extensive knowledge. He explained that toxic poison is produced exclusively in special glands located in the head of the snake. If you reliably immobilize this part, the reptile turns into a completely safe and surprisingly nutritious food. And although her smell could not be called pleasant, the meat was quite edible and rich in vital energy. Therefore, skillfully dealing with dangerous prey, he calmly began a meal. However, superstitious warriors did not burn the desire to taste the dubious delicacy, obviously paralyzed by fear, although pride did not allow them to admit this weakness. Instead, they resolutely announced their own hunting. The senior warrior imperiously ordered his associates to unite in order to catch local lizards, who, according to him, were their traditional camping food. Ma Chonso only grinned knowingly, in an ironic tone, wishing them a pleasant appetite, well aware of the true reason for their refusal. Finally, with the onset of the next day, the detachment continued the exhausting ascent to the top of the mysterious mountain. Danjiko, showing unexpected care, advised the young leader to release the safety rope. However, Ma Chonso, to his surprise, implicitly followed this advice. Danjiko, struck by such humility, regretfully noted that he regrets the decision to bring Ma Chonso to this dangerous journey. He admitted that he would never accept such an unworthy person as a relative. Ma Chonso was not surprised at such frankness, noting that he did not expect anything else from the fundamental Danchiho. Enraged by this insolence, the heir to the palace was indignant, as Ma Chonso dared to pronounce such words. However, he calmly explained that he himself was never glad of the prospect of this engagement, and repeatedly spoke about this to the master of the palace. But, despite his objections, the chapter still brought him here against his will. Danjiko, with undisguised curiosity, asked the true reason for the unwillingness of Ma Chonso to bind himself to marriage with Dan Yekvoy. The young warrior honestly admitted that he considers the girl completely unsuitable for herself. Dissatisfied with such an answer, Danjiko angrily shouted that Ma Chonso, in fact, had nothing but his loud title. And according to Ma Chonso, it was this circumstance that made the girl inappropriate for him. Hurrying even more, Danjiko recalled that Ma Chonso himself makes the final decision in this matter at all. The young leader, immersed in his own thoughts, thought that now he would have to apologize to many people. First of all in front of the Namagun Ayan, and only then, before the head of the head. With bitterness, he realized that he was likely to conduct eternity in complete solitude, without sincere affection and real allies. However, suddenly his gloomy thoughts were interrupted by an alarming sensation. He noticed an abnormal wind approaching from afar, accompanied by powerful waves of wild energy. With power determination, he ordered a Danjiko to climb higher immediately, fleeing the impending danger. The perplexing heir to the palace did not understand what was being discussed, but Ma Chonso persistently repeated his demand. At that moment, all the soldiers enveloped the sudden impulse of an unusually strong wind. The frightened Danjiko, in confusion, realized that it was still too early for seasonal winds from the surrounding hills. To the horror of all those present, those who were in the lower part of the cliff began to sway a lot. They barely held on a groove, stretched as a string. With growing anxiety, Ma Chonso understood that Danjika could hardly withstand such a monstrous load. The rock will inevitably break down if this pressure is not removed. The problem was that no matter how strong the rope was, it will inevitably burst from such a critical tension, carrying everyone into a deadly abyss. In the blink of an eye, Ma Chonso realized he had only one chance of salvation. With the determination of the doomed, he began to methodically cut the rope holding the group. The frightened boy, watching this picture, realized with horror. Ma Chonso, contrary to all expectations, intended to abandon them all to their fate. In response, the young leader only smiled mysteriously, after which the tense rope finally cut off. The next moment, all the warriors, not even having time to realize what was happening, with cries of horror flew into the bottomless abyss, the brand of the traitor leader with the last words. The only one who did not lose consciousness in the fall was a little boy, although at that moment he would sincerely want to be in merciful unconsciousness. The child desperately did not want to break on the rocky bottom, and his piercing scream spread through the gorge, exposing the primitive fear of death. However, at this critical moment, something suddenly grabbed a rope. After that, a stunned boy felt that he was pulling up with incredible force. Looking through the swirling fog, he saw a mystical purple light radiated by his savior's hands. Jan Champ, pulling him closer to him, grinned condescendingly and recalled the recent accusations that he was a terrible person. The young warrior calmly explained that he was not as terrible as it might seem, after which he turned around, preparing to continue the ascent. Meanwhile, in the middle of a dizzying break in the Peak of Beauty, other warriors heard desperate cries coming from below. There was supposedly their leader of the detachment. The senior warrior with a heavy heart realized they are obliged to go down and try to save their comrades. However, a more experienced fighter gloomily recalled that abnormal winds come in intervals, and at least an hour will pass before the elements are calmed down. In addition, the ominous fog spread rapidly along the gorge, becoming more and more tightly than a minute. If they leave their associates in the power of this destructive darkness, they will inevitably die. But he himself meant to go down to doom himself to the same tragic fate. Therefore, the senior warrior, making a painful decision, ordered everyone to wait out the storm. He sadly explained to his friend that they simply had no other choice. The leader of the detachment would have to fight for survival on their own. This statement stirred up a storm of indignation at his comrade. He perfectly understood that the leader of the detachment perhaps would survive. But now, under his responsibility, 5 other members of the expedition were under his responsibility. With the determination of the doomed, he cut off his safety rope, saying that he would go in search of one. Several faithful comrades, driven by courage and a sense of duty, followed his example. After their departure, the remaining senior warrior plunged into gloomy thoughts. However, the inner voice of the duty prevailed over fear. He gave his people an uncompromising order to ensure the survival of all members of the detachment, no matter what it costs. After that, they also began a dangerous descent, intending to search for every corner of the ominous gorge. At this time, Ma Chonso, with a little boy behind his back, continued his stubborn ascent upward. A thick haze deprived him of the opportunity to see anything. His eyes were completely useless in this impenetrable veil. Nevertheless, he felt that they still had a chance to get to the top. The boy remembered terrible rumors anxiously. Everyone who fell into the deadly smoke of the Peak of Beauty did not return alive anymore. And at that moment, Ma Chonso noticed with interest that his young satellite demonstrates amazing dexterity. It remained incomprehensible why the child was so diligently tied up with a rope, creating the appearance of dependence on the help of adults. As it turned out, he simply did not want to demonstrate his outstanding abilities to the other soldiers. He was afraid that if they learn about his true talents, they would mock him even more, considering him a strange geek. However, the insightful boy was perplexed why Machonso himself hid his true power. After all, possessing such power, he could force others to respect himself. No one would even dare to look out in his direction. The child suspiciously suggested that the young leader may give a perverted pleasure to observe the weakness of others, carefully hiding his own strength. Dissatisfied with such an accusation, Machonso patiently explained the important truth. The highest level of ownership of martial art itself does not solve fundamental problems. Of course, he could force people to obey him, but this would not happen because they share his beliefs or respect him as a person, but only out of fear. The boy, brought up in the harsh world of martial arts, stubbornly objected that power is all that is really necessary. After all, it is power that makes others listen to your opinion and trust you. With a thoughtful appearance, Ma Chonso said that the cult of the sun is a place that seeks to create a world without divisions into strong and weak, gentlemen and subordinates. But they still have a long way to achieve this ideal. He explained to the child a significant difference between blind follow-up and conscious protection. Anyone who wants to simply follow others must meekly obey the authorities. But one who seeks to protect others must have the courage to oppose those who abuse power, and be prepared to sacrifice their own lives to save others. This was, according to him, the fundamental philosophy of true faithful. Having decided that it was time to act, Ma Chonso concentrated his internal energy and directed a powerful stream to the veil surrounding them. The rest of the warriors, looking anxiously at the fog, suddenly saw a bright flash of purple light. As if by magic, the ominous fog began to dissipate, opening the outlines of the top. Continuing the rise, Ma Chonso shared his thoughts about the highest goal with the boy, creating an ideal society where everyone will be able to realize their potential without fear of oppression. Finally, the first to overcome the last section of the cliff, he was on the flat top of the mountain. Something unexpected appeared in front of him. A small, overgrown house, clearly created by human hands. He asked the wary boy to wait for him from the outside while he explores the mysterious dwelling. In fact, Ma Chonso suspected from the very beginning that something unusual was connected with this place. He could not recognize the nature of the surrounding haze, even with his outstanding abilities, which in itself was an alarming sign. In addition, the place caused him a strange sense of familiarity. The feeling was surprisingly similar to the effect of the charm technique that he recently experienced on himself. He suspected that someone intentionally arranged a complex trap of the highest level, spreading to an extensive space. Carefully entering the house, he realized that the building had long been abandoned. However, his attention was attracted by the inscription on the wall, which read the continuous space. Ma Chonso froze, recognizing these words and a special handwriting. He perfectly remembered this calligraphy from his visions in the corridor of the highest demons. This handwriting, without a doubt, belonged to the former owner of his body. Meanwhile, on the slope of the mountain, the little assistant tried to bring to the sense of saved warriors, while trying to explain to them how amazing a person their savior turned out to be. The boy was worried if they could safely go back. The rest of the comrades probably already considered them dead and could leave these dangerous places. Suddenly, a hand extended to help appeared from the shreds of the scattering fog. It was the leader of the detachment himself, Danjiko. He did not hide sincere joy, seeing that everyone survived, and especially warmly welcomed the little boy, who became an unexpected link in this dangerous campaign. The child with enthusiasm said that their salvation was the merit of the young leader. Danjiko, in disbelief, suggested that Ma Chonso probably died when trying to save them, but the boy confidently denied these fears. The boy, however, preferred to keep silent about the details, realizing that even true stories Danjiko were unlikely to believe without convincing evidence. The warrior sincerely rejoiced that they managed to survive in this deadly test, but was perplexed that it was a mysterious place at the top. The boy suggested that this could be a secret refuge of one of the legendary commanders of the detachment, who created an impregnable refuge here. However, Danjiko only shook his head. He has been countless times at the Peak of Beauty, but never saw or heard about such a structure. Noticing the boy's growing concern, the heir to the palace soothingly explained that they had no reason for excessive anxiety. The remaining members of the detachment probably already went back to the palace of the support sword. In his opinion, they should have to wait for the arrival of the master of the palace, who certainly would not leave them here. However, suddenly he saw one of his assistants, who was glad that everyone survived. The frightened Dan Kaiho did not understand what the warrior at all forgot here. Finally, 2 more fighters of the 4th and 3rd rank appeared. Danjiko was sure that they appeared here, so shown their honesty to disgrace, and hoped that the rest did not become impulsive. Soon, other members of the detachment arrived, and in the end, a group of extermination appeared behind them in full force. This was very angry with the governor, because he considered these people just fools. But still, training at the Peak of Beauty was supposed to resume after the change of route. At this time, Ma Chonso was still looking at the mysterious inscription on the walls. No matter how much the young man reflects on this, something in these words did not give him rest. It does not seem at all that Ma Chonso, this lousy sheep in the herd, looked at the world from a philosophical point of view. He was wondering what the owner of this body really was, a man. Realizing that it was necessary to hurry, the young warrior began to sort out and study the papers lying on the floor. He needed to get rid of these incomprehensible words. In addition, he hoped to find some more traces besides the inscriptions on the wall. And finally, he discovered something interested in him. Only 2 words were written on the sheet: the Palace of the Follow. Soon the young leader finally left the house, but was at a loss. He did not understand why there were so many warriors. The boy explained that they came to save them. In addition, he said that he did not reveal the rest of the young leader about his abilities. Looking at these merry warriors, Jan Chichoku even thought that they were not so terrible. He hoped that the words of constancy written by the owner of the body would be displayed in the demonic cult, which would go from here. The heir to the blade hoped that those people would still laugh for a long time, because they really deserved it. Suddenly, interrupting his thoughts, the leader of the extermination came up, not understanding why Ma Chonso went here without a plan, and how he managed to save the members of the detachment. He argued that this was the responsibility of the young leader. However, Dan Chiho did not believe him, recalling how someone treated his sister. There was no choice, so Jan Chichoku had to lie that he was about to leave everyone, but got confused in the ropes and dragged everyone along. The warriors immediately believed him, because they knew that this person could do just that, and Ma Chonso, looking at their joy, did not understand why they were so satisfied. However, the fighters realized that regardless of whether the young leader was accidentally saved or not, they still looked at him differently, considering him a daredevil. Some were grateful to him, although they warned that they would not trust him yet. and asked not to be arrogant about this. Watching them, Ma Chanso realized. He suspected that they could become a little closer. When the night came, the boy still did not sleep, peering down from the mountain. No matter how much he thought, the fog, who swept them, seemed very familiar to him. At this moment, a senior comrade came up to him, who wanted to know why the child was not sleeping. The senior warrior himself could not fall asleep in such a situation. Perhaps they were destined to die here, he thought thoughtfully. Since his father died here, he may have to repeat his fate. The boy became insanely awkward because of this conversation. He heard that his interlocutor's father died at a peak of beauty. The young man realized why he was treated as a stranger. Each member of the detachment, someone died at a peak of beauty. And he, on the contrary, managed to survive here. He not only belonged to the palace of the support sword, but also came from other lands. Of course, no one wanted to be friends with him. However, the eldest, realizing that the boy felt his guilt, made him understand that it was complete nonsense. He was just younger among them, is not able to stand up for himself. So the captain asked him to get rid of such thoughts. At this moment, the boy assured his mentor that they would definitely be able to get out of here alive. He could not explain that the whole thing was in the unique abilities of the young leader. Probably he would be considered crazy. Suddenly, the man pointed to sleeping people. Even they knew that they could die as their predecessors. Everyone understood this, but simply did not show, because among them was the youngest. They were ashamed. It was obvious, because they, like senior comrades, could not shake with fear. Therefore, he asked the younger not to behave like an adult. He could be afraid. After that, having risen, the man decided to leave and asked the boy would not sit here on, but went to sleep. It was really difficult for the child to understand what a comrade wanted to convey to him. However, he decided to go on intelligence, realizing that the duty of the younger ones was to defend his senior comrades. However, in a fog in the middle of trees, he saw something frightening. It was a silhouette. When the boy approached, he ran, and the youth examined the red skin. Initially, a little warrior wanted to wake his older brothers, but convinced himself that he would cope with everything. He reminded himself that he was also part of the extermination detachment. At some point, he was frightened and rushed straight to the place where he was the silhouette, but found nothing. He even thought that perhaps it seemed to him, and it was the shadows from some tree. This thought was held in his head, until the mysterious entity unexpectedly attacked him from the nearest bushes. As a result, the boy managed to escape. He immediately hastened to report to the senior comrades about what he had seen on this mountain. Ma Chonso carefully asked the young intelligence officer about everything. As evidence, the child even provided his torn clothes. Describing the creature, the boy said that the skin of the creature looked red, and the nails were so long and similar to the protruding bones. Dan Kehoe suspected that it could be the demonic art of the White Hand. However, Ma Chonso understood that the White Hand demon was white. This could not be bloody art either, because bloody art only energy was red. As a result, Dan Kehoe realized that since they would stay here, it was necessary to check everything. Therefore, the governor took with him the strongest members of the detachment to go to reconnaissance. His warriors tried to convince the leader that the boy could die of fear. The leader understood. This does not cancel the fact that they had to make sure of this. Then he went to the inscription that stood out on the wall. It seemed to him that these words were sinister. He had never seen such a terrible handwriting. Even a person, the owner of this handwriting, was probably a terrible person. Undoubtedly, this villain committed many sins, because of which he had to hide here. However, Ma Chonso asked him not to draw hasty conclusions. But Dan Jiko was confident in his innocence because the handwriting of this villain literally shouted, "Dirty, disgusting, perverted." At this moment, distracting them from the conversation, the boy approached the leader. He begged for the master to take him bypass. However, he refused, recalling his weakness and fear. The young man asked him to be given a chance to cope, but Dan Jiko believed that he should be ashamed to ask for such a thing. The military leader demanded that the boy stay here and did not go into his own business. Ma Chonso knew what the young man wanted, but he knew that Dan Jiko was right. The young leader foresaw that now the boy would beg him to take him with him, but explained, no matter how much he asked, he would not change anything. Ma Chonso already told the boy that he should be responsible for his actions. If he felt injustice, he had to remember this and become stronger. He asked the boy to prove it to others, after which he went in search with the detachment. The young leader wanted to see with his own eyes if someone was hiding in this place. However, at that moment, the assistant seized Ma Chonso himself, explaining that although he was a strong man, he certainly could not survive in this bypass. Dan Jiko, although he did not know when the young leader managed to save the members of the detachment, but believed that he was not lucky for the second time. Jian Chaochok himself did not understand why he did this, but it seemed obvious to everyone. He was simply considered a weakness. Therefore, the soldiers ordered him to sit in the corner and wait for his return. At that moment, the bewildered boy decided to find out from Ma Chanso how he felt. But he was ready to literally kill everyone here. Then, thinking, the child decided to ask, "Is it necessary to follow the rules of the group if you do not belong to her?" The reason for the question was that he was terribly ashamed. It seemed to him that he was going crazy and wanted to do something. And then in these words, Ma Chanso recognized himself. He remembered how once his mentor Tong Jagal demanded that he would not intervene in the cause of the cult. However, Jan Champing understood that he could not do this, because that day, they were going to sacrifice the life of a 16-year-old young man. Despite how Tong Jagal kept him, he still broke out from the door. Then he told Jagalu that if he so wanted to hold him, he could try to catch up with him. And if not, then all his enemies will become corpses. And now, recalling this, Ma Chanso realized he really very poorly obeyed the orders even before he became the leader of the Dragon Storm detachment. Perhaps now this boy wants to know the reason why the senior comrades hate him like that. He is eager to see everything with his own eyes. Therefore, the warrior warned Small that even if he manages to return whole, he was waiting for a punishment. However, the young man was ready to accept this. Ma Chanso himself understood that if he wants to save everyone who went bypass, he would still have to leave. Therefore, he ordered the boy to gather and decided to take him with him. The commander was still thinking what someone saw in this place and placed such a message. The group got to some constructions, thinking what their younger comrades saw in this place. However, they were already surprised by the fact that, it seems, people once lived at the peak of beauty. Wading forward, they came across a strange place that resembled an abandoned tree. Like a shadow of a forgotten world on the verge of nothingness. It seemed that people once lived here and this place was called the Peak of Beauty. One of them wondered, and suddenly all the missing comrades were hiding here all this time. This guess caused anxiety. Everyone stopped for a moment, comprehending the possibility of a terrible truth. The same man suggested split to explore the territory and understand what was happening here. The signal was decided to submit in case of danger, so the groups went different ways. Walking in a narrow street, he felt something wildly unnatural, like a nightmare. The heart has frozen. Did this place really sweeping true ghosts? He refused to believe that his crazy father could be here. He would not stand in this horror. Even more annoyed with sand that constantly flew into his eyes and prevented him from seeing normally. The eyes were unbearably tearing. The dust made it deep, as if causing ghostly memories. When he stopped to wipe his eyes, he suddenly felt a cold presence behind his back. Instinct of fright reached for the sword, preparing for an unknown threat. A moment, he turned his sword back, directly to the place where something stood. Meanwhile, another member of the detachment walked parallel to the other side of the street, looking around. He also snatched the sword, stopped and exclaimed, "Come out if you have a courage!" An ugly, dried creature appeared from the shadows, like a twist from another world. And he immediately realized, Yaron was right, these are real Janish. These corpses came directly from the palace, deadly, poisoned to the bones. But their speed was most striking. The poor was moving with lightning cruelty. It was almost impossible to evade from the first blow of this creature. Defense required an incredible reaction. He barely had time to put a sword in front of him, intercepting a rapid attack. But even the blade did not help. The monster stopped him with his bare hands, as if not feeling pain. In response, he immediately activated spiritual energy. The time of delay has passed. However, the guy did not think to give up. The struggle was just beginning. The plan was simple: to use the tiger's break and finish it with a quick blow. There was no time for games. It is necessary to act decisively and quickly. Although the sword punched her body, this creature did not fall. She moved further like a non-living. It was necessary to strike the final blow. Otherwise, it would rise again. The sharp scope, the sword pierces the chest, and finally the creature falls, with a hole in the middle of the body. He comes closer and gives it a leg, decisively and without hesitation. And if one hole did not help, you can do a few more until it is quiet. He used the same attack several times, leaving no chance of revival. But here the master ran up to him and ordered to retreat immediately. Ten did not understand what was the case, but then he saw something brilliant. The glow came straight from the body of the fallen monster, like a fire that did not fade. It became more and more. It flashed brighter with every second. Meanwhile, a young leader approached another fighter to evaluate the situation. Next to him appeared and his younger brother, ready for action. When asked where the rest of the detachment, he replied that the city was too large, had to be split. These considerations were interesting, but the young leader sought to move from words to specific actions. Watching the levels of intervals between buildings, he guessed. A lot of effort went to construction, so people had a good reason here to settle here. From this came the main thing. The fog that covered everything around was probably created artificially to hide something. But is it realistic to create a magical trap of this scale? If so, there was only one figure capable of it. It could only be one, the heavenly sowing, the tone of Jagal. Immersed in reflection, the young master did not hear the dispute between his eldest and younger brothers unfolded behind. To stop the quarrel, the older simply cut the younger in the face, without unnecessary words. But the young leader could not withstand. He said that he was already crossing all borders, but in response he received only a bold spit, full of disdain. However, this gesture is nothing compared to 10 imperial blows. 6 tears and one final that released a frantic stream of force. After a series of blows, everything exploded, with a roar which was shaking the air. The explosive wave destroyed the whole wall in front. But this power would be in vain if someone did not come out of the flames. He suddenly brought the sword to a young leader, preparing to cool his passion. Looking at the edge of a sword that stopped in inches from his nose, the guy acknowledged. This really disliked him. But the next moment, the blade was stopped. Calmly, with 2 fingers. And with the same cold confidence, the man explained. The younger should be treated with respect. The sword, released from the fingers, flew into the air, made several rotations in silence. And at the same moment, the boy's body took a blow to the incredible force that knocked down his feet. The pain pierced his whole body. He felt every muscle, every bone, as if for the first time realized his own weakness. After all, he found himself on the ground, barely breathing, the breasts squeezed, as if the air did not want to enter. The sword, having made a few revolutions in the air, landed exactly between his legs, leaving a hint of humiliation. The young master looked from top to bottom and ordered, "Take the sword, and do not fall behind the step from me." Going further, he explained that the whole area was not just a village, but a mystical trap created intentionally. He also wanted to find out who lived here. He was answered. These were not quite members of the detachment of the battle sword. They only knew about them that 10 years ago they were searched. The younger unexpectedly exacerbated the feeling. It seemed that something important is calling from the northern part of this forgotten place. But the older brother raised the noise. They say, not time for fictions. He did not believe any word. But the young man did not retreat. He said quietly, "It seems that I used to live there." Meanwhile, the monster moved forward, one by one, ominous and ruthless. Even one of them needed considerable effort, and there were several at once. It seemed impossible to escape alive. He almost resigned to the fact that this day will be the last for him. But to throw the sword and stop it did not fall into the plans, not today. Being fighting to the last is the only road that remained to him. He dreamed at least one to kill, but he didn't have time to hit how. An older brother appeared and immediately ordered, "Cut off his head." Without hesitation, without fear. With one blow he overthrew the monster and then instantly swayed on the next one. The second was also not lucky. The blade was ruthlessly cut off his neck. These creatures did not think. They only quarreled. Their only goal was to kill everything that was breathing. Shigan has just saved the younger life, appearing at a crucial moment. To the question, "And what will you do now?" replied, "I do not know yet. But first it is necessary to remove these freaks." The Shigan was thrown short. "Just leave. Do not interfere. Now is the perfect moment to demonstrate your true skill in owning weapons." Another fighter, seeking help, came across Yeren and a young leader and immediately urged them to flee from here. He warned that the Shigan would not last long, though he beaten desperately. But with what incredible skill he scattered these monsters, it was spectacular. After struck in his back, he just shouted, "Take a breath!" And he rolled the sword even deeper. His fencing level was simply impressive. Every movement is accurate and deadly. Suddenly, he felt a piercing pain. Something went through the body. There was no time left. It was necessary to run as soon as possible, otherwise it would be late. The young owner approached and asked if she needed a Shigan help. He, twisting, replied, "False freak, are you just standing and looking?" But it seemed that he was already dreaming. The words were confused and disorderly, but the young leader heard the meaning of them. He understood the true intention, and he accepted these cries as a silent request for help. Meanwhile, the young owner also faced the ugly and came into battle. It was at this point that he saved the boy, having time to intervene. What was the devil just? The guy could not yet get over. 10 scrolled into his head that dazzling glow that had just flashed before his eyes. At the same moment he was preparing to accept death. Everything was decided. But the young owner managed to run up and pushed him away with a sharp movement, rescuing from a blow. Do these creatures explode if you hit them just in their head? It was hard to believe that these were real explosive monsters, and that more than one. Ten wondered, did the master of the door knew about them? And if so, why was silent? The young master was not sure that he knew one thing. But he knew one thing. It could not be the disappeared detachment. Ten also hoped that they had nothing to do with it. The owner acknowledged his mistake. He did not predict that such creatures were waiting here. Only gathering to help the brothers, they suddenly stopped. Something alarmed both. The views crossed. A silent understanding flashed between the eyes. And then, a jerk forward, pressing on 5, they rushed to battle. Meanwhile, the young master methodically destroyed the monster, not giving them a chance. But what they explode? He could not expect it. One of the monsters exploded just in front of him. The body was torn into pieces. The flesh flew through the air, leaving only a bloody fog. A cloud of dust and dirt covered the earth rose around him. Fortunately, he remained unharmed, though miracle. Shigen began to doubt, not this person, this young leader? Looking around the ruins after his battle, Shigen could not believe that all this was done by one person. But suddenly his own sword was already directed to the little one. His hand did not shudder. The young leader himself approached him and calmly asked, "Kill me." He even helped direct the sword and added coldly, "What is the meaning of me if I'm so weak?" Adding to everything, "I am weak, not worth." Because in the eyes of Shigen, he saw not respect, but doubt. The little one looked at his older brother silently, waiting for a decision, and he was confused. The young leader did not stop and continued to insist to be killed. When he saw that Shigen was not able to do it, he himself snatched the sword from his hands. He lifted the blade to his own throat. "They say, if not you, I will end it myself." And further, sharply and angrily, "Stop carrying this fool. Is it a weakness? But the strong one should be bordered? True power is support and joint action, not contempt. I will hear this beacon once again. I will burst you all to the damn mother," he thundered without restraining. After that, he took Yaren from under the Shigen's sword, decisively ceasing this nonsense. He reminded that now there is a more important goal: to find anyone who is still alive. Shigen fell silent. The words of a young leader punched a deep crack in his beliefs. Meanwhile, the owner was convinced. Somewhere he heard deaf explosions. But he stood right in front of the giant guns that led something to something unknown. Ten pointed to the gate. It's like a fortress, and judging by how it is hidden by the fog, it is huge. They opened these heavy gates together, decisively, despite all the anxieties. It was difficult to believe that in such a gloomy place on the walls, someone was drawing flowers, as if she dreamed of seeing them at least in dreams. After that, they came to a strange place. In the center there was a wooden tomb. They assumed that people from the western region were clearly built, in style and decoration. Who is buried here remained a mystery, but something was suggested. It is extremely unusual. The inner voice was not to touch, but perhaps it was here that the answer was hidden. Ten touched the lid and grabbed her with both hands. Slowly, with caution, he began to push her out, as if revealing someone else's fate. The lid shifted slowly, and the tomb gradually opened before them. But suddenly the young leader exclaimed, "Stop! Do not have time to explain." And in the next moment new creatures came out of the dark passage, dangerous as death. They look even stronger than all the previous monsters, and immediately, without a single second, they rushed into a rapid attack. The real hell began. The tiger's powerful stroke technique exploded again with a powerful wave. At this point, Ten shouted to the commander, "What to do?" "Don't touch your head," he replied. "In such a narrow space, her explosion can demolish everyone. Here everything will fly into the air. There is no other option." Therefore the leader ordered to gather and not to rush thoughtlessly. Strength is more important than speed. If you completely draw their heads, they will not explode. The 10 listened carefully to every word of the owner, learning each instructions. Together they began to act clearly and harmoniously. But there were too many enemies. The pressure did not stop. And suddenly the leader spoke to 10 with a serious order. He asked him to get out of here, leaving the monsters on himself, to find others and escaped with them from the break. Like the lower they go down, the weaker the fog will be, and then the course on the palace. But the 10 did not agree. He reached and stated that he would not go anywhere without a leader, and he asked no longer to issue meaningless orders. The struggle must be common. The leader understood everything. He did not argue. He only conveyed a new instruction: switch the way to the exit. The technique of sword, the first destruction, raged with new force. To the hell of all. These creatures should simply be cut without regret, leaving no chance. Suddenly, a torn wound appeared on the back of the leader. Blood flowed on clothes. However, instead of fear, It only ignited in it even more rage. Just like 10, they both paled with determination. If someone were around, it would be much easier to reflect these claws. But we only had to fight for the 2. Everyone is on the verge of opportunities. Now they were taught at all 120%. It was impossible to retreat. I had to get every drop of force from their arsenal. Otherwise, they would die. And at this busy moment, Dan Bond finally appeared. And still in the voice of Dan Bond through, "But did you let these monsters drive themselves into the corner?" The leader immediately gave him the team, adding, "Heads, their weakness. Beat there." Dan did not delay. A few skillful movements, and the bodies of enemies fell like a puppet. Now they were 3 of them, and the battle immediately became easier, as if the second breath had opened. No matter how many these monuments will work, none will pass by. The leader also noticed one thing. These creatures are attacked only alone, a maximum of couples. This made the battle simpler. Less chaos, more control. One clear movement is the blade to the neck, and the head flies in the dust. Step by step, they cleaned the area around the tomb, leaving no living body. All this resembled a nightmare, but even the worst dreams have an end. 10 looked at the commander and exclaimed, "Look at it!" On the lid of the tomb, clearly visible the eerie hand of the monster. And suddenly, the lid flew high up, as if knocked out by an explosion. Something incomprehensible was escaped from it. Before them was a girl in the body of Zhang's, with long black hair and a strange look. Aura was threatening, and seemed to possess not only force but also the art of sound. Can this creature control internal energy like a living person? What she is there. It is definitely alive, at least inside. Her cry was so powerful that the surrounding walls began to crack. Even more creatures emerged from the darkness, crawling even on the rocks falling from the sky. The tomb was quickly surrounded by dozens of Junsha, and she stood above all, like a queen of the dead. It was clearly the main thing. It was only necessary to point the finger as all creatures rushed forward at the same time. They rushed into the attack, ready to kill without regret. The leader and his allies rushed directly, trying to break through. At the very end of the aisle there were shadows. 4 figures, acquaintances, but unexpected. "You, Commander?" the young leader said in surprise, not believing his eyes. He immediately shouted at him, "I asked not to go!" And immediately he ordered to go home, but it was too late. The commander's gaze stopped at a chick woman. He realized that she was the key to this invasion. However, the commander repeated again, "Take away Yaren and run where you came from." But Shigen intervened strongly. "They say there is enough chat, time to act." And he recalled, if it were not for a young leader, everyone would have long been dead. The young leader liked such honesty, and even more, asking to save everyone. He lifted the sword up and said only one thing, "Get back, let me go through." The commander could not believe his eyes. It was not just courage, 10%, 20%. With each step, the level of power of a young leader increased. 30%, then 40%. The earth has already started to tremble from the energy he released. When he found himself at the epicenter of the monsters, the mark reached 60%. Everyone opened the real power of this young man, a power capable of shaking heavens and spreading the earth. He involved full power, 10 imperial blows in the final absolute form. It was not just destruction. It was an attempt to erase everything to the ground. Purple energy tore the air, dried creatures, and they fell dead one by one. The dome in which all these monsters found themselves became a real trap for them, a symbol of the inevitable death. The glow only grew, and the shrill cry became more louder, getting crazy. It was unbearable. It hurt not only to see, but also to listen. But as soon as the energy reached the peak, it began to fade rapidly. Shigen looked and did not understand. From what time the young leader is capable of similar? He had never shown such power before. It was something crazy. Even his sword crumbled into dust just in his hands. And this is not a complete version, only imitation of absolute power of imperial blows, the art of the owner of the demons. But even this force does not stand against masters of martial arts who have reached a higher degree. But all this was indifferent. The main thing is that the cursed Janish is still alive. And worse, this attack did not at all. It must be destroyed. Quickly. Otherwise everyone else will die. The young leader, passing through the remains of enemies, attacked her just in a nasty face. The sudden attack rejected her far back. She did not have time to do anything. During the flight, her body affected a few more Junsha, knocking them down. However, she remained on her feet, and again moved forward, not intending to stop. But the next blow was already waiting. The same force burst into her face again. She screamed and flew through the air directly towards the exit. The young leader ordered others, "Take care of the detachment. I should fight with her alone. Otherwise you are all in danger." The commander tried to stop him. "Don't go there alone, it's too dangerous." But he would not be himself obedience. It was too late for retreat. Going down, he felt nothing. Just a heavy smell in the air and a strange tension around. Since he will have to fight an unknown evil in an unknown place, the young leader activated the art of the ruler of demons. His body was enveloped by a purple mana, and he carefully landed on a dense ground under his feet. At the same moment, everything became clear. The source of the stench was right below it. He found himself inside the giant grave. A whole mountain of bones spread under his feet. An endless mass of human remains that shouted about the lost lives. She sat right in front of him, frightened, with trembling hands squeezed the ground, as if she did not believe in his appearance. Is it so frightened by the very presence of the owner of the demons? The young leader approached and explained calmly, "He only wants to ask," and straight into the forehead, "Who are you? And yet, who created all this horror? Where did this darkness come from?" But as he approached, he understood. She cannot speak, he cannot even utter words. From her mouth came only a growing and incomprehensible hoarse sounds. But suddenly she lifted her head and gave out a wild, shrill cry. It was a signal to the attack, and at the same moment she rushed at him. She probably hoped to take it by surprise, to hit until he was ready. But her attempt ended with a flight, to the wall where she stopped. She rose again, and her eyes were caught up with terrible red light. This outbreak again came a powerful cry, even louder than before. This cry not only stunned, he lifted new creatures from the ground. The young leader immediately understood the same explosive creatures. And most importantly, it creates them in its own voice, literally creates a cry. She began to beat herself in her chest, and the creatures began to fell, getting ready to explode. Is this her team? Self-destruction for the sake of attack? And suddenly everything around flooded with a purple glow. He encountered her true force. The earth shuddered and the space around was filled with explosive energy. It was no longer an attack. It was a real living bomb, ready to wipe everything from the face of the earth. The flame wrapped his body like a living trap, trying to destroy from the inside. But through the tongues of the fire, he quietly called her a real name. A monster. Despite the crazy explosion, nothing happened to the young leader. His strength was far from higher. His energy exceeded it so much that even a trace of lesion was left. After all, he possessed the highest art, the power of the owner of the demons. But as soon as she felt the threat again, it howled, tearing the air with a cry. But her stinking mouth immediately covered his hand, as a shadow. He approached Lightning, whispering, "Quiet, turn out." However, she did not understand anything. And of course, she was not going to stop. I had to go to another language, the language of gross power. He pushed her face into concrete, ruthlessly and accurately. The next step was obvious, to erase it from the face of the world completely. The wall in which it crashed was cracks. The stone began to hang. She disappeared with a glow, as if falling into the ground. Stones began to pour from the top of the mountain. The fragments flew uncontrollably. The young leader was alert. Something was wrong here. His instincts shouted, "Halt!" The danger was nearby. The stones continued to pour, more and more difficult. And on the wall that opened in that chaos, there were creepy words. "I will break you all, even after death. The absorption of everyone until the latter disappears inside me." Under that terrible inscription was the name from which blood is cold. Ma Chonso, the cult of demons, peak of the earth, doors from the support sword, and the peak of beauty. All this merged into one thing, threatening and gloomy. The group leader ordered, to look carefully. They should be found alive despite everything. He could not think that both the young master and the young leader disappeared at the same time. If the rumors would begin to spread, the whole yard of the support sword would be in danger. After all, they can then be accused of killing the heir. Thinking about it, he suddenly heard, "They found them!" A group of people appeared ahead, and a man with a flag went to the left. The whole team returned from the mission, going out of the dark aisle. The leader was finally able to exhale with relief. He was ready to leave the detachment and take all the guilt. Then they came to him and reported, "The Unite of the Easting returned in full." The detachment commander wanted to say something. He was already ready to accept the punishment for the failure of orders. But the leader immediately replied, "From that moment on, Dan is deprived of the title of Unity Commander. From now on, the detachment subordinates the unity to the warriors before the appointment of a new leader. And yet, despite the retreat, the discipline should be. Everyone should understand what they did wrong. Their main violation is the refusal of subordination. They doubted and wanted to leave me. I thought it was a joke, to be afraid to go through some fog. But they stopped me. When I wanted to move forward, they stood on the way." So explained the young leader in response to the question of how he dared to go into the fog on his own. "It is dangerous," he replied, went when everyone was sleeping. He did not find anything there, but when he tried to return, he got lost a little. He was never in that place. These idiots decided that something had happened and ran after me. As a result, they could not do anything and had to be delayed. By the way, add another item to their faults: complete helplessness. The 10 was well aware of this. The leader specifically translated all the guilt to cover others. And then the young leader addressed the commander. "Now you have to honestly tell all your misconduct." The leader replied, "A courtmaster wants to see him. It's time to go there, without delay." The units of the Easting, meanwhile, was ordered to wait for further instructions. Shim remained with his younger brother. Both remained silent. They looked at each other, and then synchronously followed the commander. The commander's eyes at that moment were completely different, full of difficult understanding. He did not want to go into sentiments. It is better to treat things easier rather than staying for them. In addition, now it is no longer the concern of unit of Easting. Everything that happened at the Peak of Beauty is closely related to MACHNSO. Undoubtedly, he stopped there. The monsters were created in this place, and the creature that managed them clearly hated it. This was the only conclusion, that Ma Chanso was involved in the creation of these creatures. He may have acted more than one. He was just a pathetic puppet. Someone uses it exactly and wants to get to the position of a young leader. In the current situation, he was the greatest suspicion. The one who sent them to the Peak of Beauty could also manage everything that happened there. When they finally came to Manso, he met them with a smile. "Well, how do you peak beauty?" The young leader immediately moved to the essence. "I was convinced that you wanted my death." In response, he just asked, "And what did you see there? If you are so interesting, why didn't you go there? Maybe there was something I had to see. Didn't you accidentally go into the fog then? And now?" The master parried. The young leader was alerted and asked, "Do you know something about my previous visits to the Peak of Beauty? It seems that your memory has not returned yet." The master replied cold. It sounded almost like a hint, as if he knows much more than he says. And finally, he added, "Come back here. If you don't remember anything, you have nothing to say." My patience was exhausted at the very moment when you opened my eyes sitting silently there. I want to hear the answer. And immediately. When a real warrior demands a response, he should prove that he is worthy to know it. Fire, will, power. If this person stands for what happened at the Peak of Beauty, then it is no longer considered the father of my bride, the young leader said quietly, because now he understood. A demon that would bring chaos to all the Central Plains. And he was ready to get the answer to his question, not by words, but by action. More precisely, to show that it is ready to accept the truth. At the same moment, he discovered his true essence, the one he was still hiding. He showed that they are not just a fighter, but the highest owner of the demons. And as soon as he discovered his nature, he broke out of place, rushing forward, bringing all the actions. For the opponent, it was unthinkable. He did not expect such a strong manifestation. He was not ready to see such force in front of him. So absolute. Although it is worth admitting, the strength of the master himself was also incredible. But even the sword of such a power could not withstand the impact of the inner energy of the highest owner of the demons. When the sword broke in his hands, the young leader turned to the wizard of the yard. "I will lend your weapon. Only for a short time," he said calmly. The swords that hung on the wall felt its presence and began to be filled with energy. And so, one of them in his hand like a call, and others hung in the air, surrounding it, and they all subordinated to his will. Will the wizard be resisted by such an opponent? But even these swords were not strong enough. Those who were hanging in the air were already cracking and disintegration. The swords that were hanging in the air were scattered like sand into millions of small particles. In the air, a lone, long bell of metal was heard, like a crying of destroyed force. The young leader felt all the speed that was hidden by the arsenal of the wizard. He was lightning. The blows were unpredictable. Its level is the fusion of body weight, speed, and chaotic accuracy into one. The young leader climbed into the sky. The air became his arena. The master thought he was running away, but did not know that everything was just beginning. The leader fully mastered the flight technique with the sword. He used to see it use the units of the Easting, and now he saw it in action and from the master of the Sword of Demons. The latter did not understand how the young man had managed to change the direction in the air. It was impossible with the impossible. But the young leader got his real trumps from the arsenal. Now his turn, and he decided to show everything he was capable of. It was no longer meaningful. One by one, imperial blows, a series of 10, lightning, accurate, unrestrained. Then, the lightning tank of the dragon, which cut the fabric of space itself. The whole flurry of attacks struck the wizard of a courtyard, like a storm with blades, so it was difficult. It is very difficult. But he kept clamping his teeth, silently, stubbornly, and the young leader continued to reveal power. But not only it, he demonstrated character. In most cases, the character prevails. Or more precisely, character is a true force. But even under this pressure, the wizard kept everything, like a mountain in the storm, and suddenly he raised his sword over his head, as if preparing the finale. It was difficult to believe that the attack of the dragon's rage caused him so miserable harm. On his body there are no scratches, and in his eyes, even more rage, burning hatred. He lifts the sword up, preparing a blow that he wants to complete this battle. The young leader stifles. He understands that the opponent wants to put an end to the battle with one decisive blow. But he still has one sword, one last opportunity. And until the master was struck, his chance came. He must act holding one in his head. Is I a sword, or a sword is me? Is it imperial technology or the art of demons? It doesn't matter. There is only one opinion in the head. The technique of merging with transo. The reason why he could not fully implement a series of higher imperial strikes of the owners of the demons was hiding in the depths of the technique of improvement. If the technique of improvement is the river, then the art of the demon is the waterfall of 9 dragons. One thing accumulates energy, the other pours it immediately as it is rain. Higher technique of improvement is the art of righteous. It forms force slowly, for a long time, and even if it is compatible with a shock series, its border is limited by the sphere. Even having reached the pinnacle of strokes, its internal energy was not deep enough. He could not evolve further, because he did not know art, which allows to control energy completely. This is why the demon's sword could not stand the lightning work of the dragon. But the art of the owner of the demons is an art that challenges heaven and breaks all restrictions. Simply put, if you use this art to destroy the boundaries of imperial technology, you do not have to be afraid of a waterfall. You can become a flow. And then even the Lord who will become against will not be able to retain this power. That is why the young leader decided to try, here and now. All the air around the aura is filled with power, heavy, purple, unearthly. Like a purple dragon, a young leader broke forward, cutting the space with a lightning. A thin, perfect cut appeared on the enemy's body, which was preparing to strike a decisive blow, and the young leader was already behind his back, calm and silent. There was a sword in his hand, without a single drop of blood. He broke through with such an incredible force that even the blood did not have time to touch the blade. And he did not immediately realize that he had just done. Everything was like in a dream. The art of the highest owner of the demons, which burned inside, finally subsided. For the first time, he managed to fully reveal the power of a series of higher combat strikes. The wizard was standing on one knee, breathing hard. He admitted a horrible but honest voice. It is really incredible, but despite this, he survived. His spirit still resisted, did not give up. Because the meaning of the battle would be lost if the one who asks, or the one who answers, disappeared. The young leader has just proven he is worthy, he is ready to accept answers. And then he confessed. He does not see in him the culprit of what happened at the peak of beauty. After all, if he was really involved, he would have already used the technique of sword, enhanced by deep energy to kill it. Then the young man asked, "You said that I was already at the peak of beauty. When was it?" The master sighed and replied, "When you were 16. He said that then he just disappeared as soon as he stepped on the cursed land. The whole detachment of the battle sword was mobilized in search, but no trace was found. Subsequently, according to Dana, Ma Chanso arrived in the yard of the support sword to cancel the engagement. But Dan refused. Then Ma went one for the peak of beauty and disappeared without a trace. Disappeared for 10 years. And when he reappeared, he was first seen not in the yard of a support sword, but in a small yard of mines. The wizard of the yard went to all this to understand the true essence of Machanso, who he really is. It always seemed to him that he was hiding something, that this is no accident, and that perhaps, like a young leader, Ma was passed through his own strict trials. And now it became clear. The reason for the refusal of marriage was not in the dislike of her daughter. In addition, he was the one who brought Yaren and entrusted him. The conversation between them ended. Calmly, almost silently. They could say goodbye, and something stopped them. The whole group entered the room. Those who have only recently left the battle. And for the first time the son of the master, Danjiko, asked his father to ask that no more against the young leader. Otherwise, he will have to say goodbye to all of them, because everyone kneel before him. At that moment, the commander ordered everyone to prepare their weapons. They silently got their swords, obeying the order without any objections. The young leader looked around in surprise. He did not understand what was happening here in general. The wizard of the court also did not understand where their hatred of the young man disappeared. But they answered, "We are part of the units of the heisting, and we do not bow to the authorities, even if we are waiting for death." And they added, "From now on, we are all under your command, a young leader." The wizard only nodded. He understood everything. His eyes were not deceived. "Estate," he announced. "From now on, you are forbidden to use internal energy. You block it yourself. The month of training, without a single drop of strength. Who will not stand, will fly out of the yard of the support sword." The commander no more doubt. The wizard of the court would not oppose the young leader. He acknowledged that from now on, the young leader is the only power in a demonic monastery. And from this day, the yard of the support sword obeys the will of the court of mines. Who would have thought that everything would end in that way? Everyone did not hide joy, and the young leader did not understand what to feel. Touches or confusion. Each of those present in the eyes was tears, tears of joy. And even the wizard did not stand, fell on his knees without coping with a wave of emotions. The young leader came out, inhale fresh air, calm down. He looked at the sun and thought, there is a battle yard ahead, and the peak of beauty where it echoes something underwear. There is now only ruins left by a cruel battle. Suddenly the stones around broke into the air, as if something woke up. A red hand with long claws appeared from the debris, too familiar to confuse. The cry that he came could not belong to anyone else. Damn, how is she still alive? The man walked forward, muttering under his nose. What is this demonic village? No trace of cult. He was determined to show the main group that he was capable of. By the way, it was an elder Duclan from the Murim Union. His path led to the pavilion of the Marine Slaughterhouse. There were several people sitting at the table when it ran small, stroke and smiling. Smiling widely, he turned to the old man. Hey, you, scoundrel, the snake says more official. It seemed like a little laughing at him, and at the same time something is not being done. The old man paid attention to the audience. It is clear, these people occupy very important positions. And the small eyes spoke for themselves. We are closed, alien, here. But he was more interested in another. Did they see this person? He took the picture and showed it. The little one immediately suggested, before him, a representative of the Union Murima. And those on the street are too. It surprised the old man. How did this boy see people from the Du clan that moved almost imperceptibly? The little one calmly replied, Yes, I saw this person. The old man immediately asked, Take me to her, I will pay well. But the boy, without losing smiles, explained, He was late, grandfather. Panic swept a man instantly. Behind his back, he felt a powerful wave of energy, something incredibly strong. It was Yulchin. He entered quietly, suggested to officially start a meeting. The man immediately recognized him, a wizard of a bloody yard, and the little one, smiling, advised the alien first to go to the yard of the battle. But he did not have time to move out of place. Behind his back was the right hand of the yard of the battle, the second in force in the entire monastery. Without ceremony, the number 2 grabbed the man by braids, pulled out to the exit, and threw out from the scope just before those with whom he came. And only now he realized, yes, this is really a demonic cult. The hand grabbed him for her hair. This time she pulled right into the woods like a prey. Squeezing his teeth, the man muttered, The great master of Jason. He became the Khan of the North Sea. But all years of trust have fallen in a moment. Cooperation with Tibet is completed. Now both sides, both mines and UN, consider them enemies. He suggested formally declaring the existence of a demonic cult. So, in the next month, the cult of mines organizes the Celestial Festival. One of the lady was indignant. The bloody yard behaves as if it were the main thing in the cult. The festival should only be holy fire, but it was stopped. Both the Court of Mines and the Court of Holy Fire have already given their consent, and the candidate for the leaders of the battle, Gai Jan Ron, on the contrary, is delighted. He likes this idea. It was decided that in order to reconcile with Yason, each yard should send him 1,000 kilograms of food. However, Don Ben Il, a master of the yard, considered it too premature gesture. But in times of such instability, is it worth making new enemies? It became clear to everyone that this man is clearly aimed at becoming a cult head, and he sought to punish the guilty who brought everyone to such a state. Although he acknowledged, the responsibility of the bloody yard is obvious here. However, the rumors of the Black Sun, which Yason used the technique of the rejected emperor, spread. Everyone agreed. Sounds like a complete absurdity, and he felt, These rumors were launched by someone intentionally, because if Jason really wanted war, it would not be considered enemies. Their disputes were exacerbated, and everyone began to suspect the old master of the trade yard. He was asked directly, "Recognize, you are guilty of everything, though?" Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. Someone entered the hall. It was a guy, a deputy captain of the Iron Cavalry, known as the Commander of the Spirit. They suggested that the old merchant a chance to survive. If John Bieran couldn't stand it, he may have to fight him. The old man exploded with a real fury. The insult struck pride, and the small, meanwhile, was just fun. The show just started. Lady at the table also wanted to see. It is interesting who will replace Birana's John. And for the oldest, all this seemed stupidity, but he could not refuse. The experience did not allow you to run away from the call. The door opened again, and the man was politely invited inside. As soon as he stepped on the threshold, immediately dropped his hat. Everyone knew him. It was a bloody master. The energy coming from him was instantly forced everyone to silence. But silence lasted for a long time. The little one exploded again with laughter. The bloody masters looked down on the little one and asked in surprise, "Is this my opponent?" But he was not scared. This little one was not fragile. He was ready to break the old man simply for calling him Melisa. No one wanted to take the time. Everyone called for a fight immediately. Only the man himself could not understand the true level of the opponent. Others also became more and more interesting, particularly important. Who will be the winner of this fight? "Begin punishment," the owner said, and the battle began. Everyone was much more interested in seeing what a bloody master is capable of in real battle. It is rumored that he overcame Jason. The power of this man borders with legend. Will he be able to repel him, relying only on his skill and his weapon? His choice is bow. And not just one arrow, but dozens, all at the same time released for the target. Fiery rain blossomed in the air. The red element covered everything around. At first glance, it is like blood, but in fact, it is not blood, but a pulsating energy that has erupted from the heart of the bloody master. Her waves diverged in all sides, pouring a room with a heavy aura. And here, the leg of the giant presses the back of it into the ground. The battle was decided in an instant. Recently, these same people asked for a bloody master to go with John Bieran to the Palace of Trade, but now they understood. The bloody node may require that the Trade Palace hires the Black Sun for the battle with Jason. But Yulchin is unlikely to agree. The woman nearby offered them to hear one important story. Tactics 29. To intimidate the enemy so that he does not understand where the truth is and where the lie is. But he was immediately activated by the technique of heavenly bloody art. And Yaleson immediately recognized him. Old Dochich. Others also quickly realized, this is the leader of the detachment of the Higher Bishop Ming. Yaleson immediately apologized for he underestimated him, but the punishment must be executed. The rules are unchanged. The space around began to shimmer in bright colors. When Ulsiki sent his hand to the group, the flames broke out with unprecedented force, and the leg that just pressed the live flesh was already standing on a breathless body. Tactics 15. To force the lion to leave his own cave. This principle has just been implemented. Now everyone expected what the master of the Palace of Trade in the future would surprise. On this note, the meeting ended. When Yaleson passed by the bloody master, he asked whether he was the same Black Sun. Of course no, but give you an answer. I hope you will not make a fatal mistake by raising the sword against the Trade Palace, because everything does not seem, he added with a smile. Tactics 3. To make another do all the dirty work for you. Yaleson left the hall saying goodbye, and the thought was spinning. Is it all the advice of elders? If things are followed by this scenario, the Trade Palace can completely break the relationship with the Wisdom Palace. The master of the Palace of Trade will no longer stay. Tactics 25. To win, replacing the truth with a favorable lie. Cult of Minds, the Palace of Bloody Art. In the air, the name of the Keonchek Ming was spread, and a vessel broke with a roar. One man stood high on the stairs, the other, lower, listening to orders. The one who reported, every palace should send food. But underground everything to Tibet. Blondin denied that the great master of Jason will not stay away. It can plan a blow in the height of the Celestial Festival, but the answer was cold. Even without action, Jason will be destroyed. After all, he is called a great master not because of his origin. Although he has the power at the level of the Emperor, many are ready to challenge him. Blondin could not believe. Did his father really decide to take advantage of the situation? He tried to explain. If they conquer the Timurid Empire, everything will change dramatically. But his father replied, the Trade Palace was already exposing them to their fangs. And there are only two reasons why the dog bites the owner. Either he dies and no longer recognizes him, or found a new one. The son suggested. The father suspects the first elder, but his father had no doubt, he was sure of it. He explained that it would end with the beginning of the celestial festival next month, and his son sent to Tibet to help. He was preparing to deal with the Council of Elders. The young man went outside, going to execute the order. The thoughts of Wang were spinning in his head. He died, and it seems through his father. He did not know what was wrong, but something was exactly breaking in this regard. At the celestial festival, which will take place next month, a bloody battle for leadership will begin. The mountains are again crumbled. Such a future seemed inevitable, and almost impossible for change. But the young man decided he will do everything in his power to change the course of events. And I would just like to know, how would my father do in his place? Absorbed by thoughts, he unexpectedly met Hito, the leader of the Iron Cavalry detachment. Just over it in the sky a bird was flying. The bird went down, sat gently in his hand, and then on the shoulder. It was at this moment that the young man ordered everyone to prepare for a campaign in Tibet. On the field, one of the warriors put his hand to his forehead, shouting that they were going. After the fall of Chuni, the village began to arrive massively in the village with provisions and medicinal herbs. Everything is on behalf of the Black Sun. The tears of joy filled the village. The inhabitants of Ruchaya, tears worked in the fields with gratitude in the hearts. But suddenly a stranger appeared, and everyone looked in surprise, not understanding who he was. He asked, "Where is the head of the village?" The peasants stopped him sharply. "This person's name is forbidden to mention here, unless you want to be stoned." But the stranger only asked contemptuously, "And what? No more." For this he was called a bastard. But it was a fatal mistake. To call it. It means to sign yourself a sentence. He killed one of them and repeatedly repeated the question, "Where is the head of the village? Where's the fool?" Only one dared to answer. Everything burned. He died too. Others only begged for a mercy. "Where is the Ulf? And where is his daughter?" Followed. In response, regular blows. He did not regret anyone. Women, old, anyone, all died. The village sank in the blood. The only answer was a wild cry, "We run!" But even when everyone was running, the man in the mask continued different, and he went to the forest, leaving behind a smoky loop and body. Among the trees he finally removed the mask. It was B-Seek, the current leader of the Ming Higher Bishop detachment. And that is where another figure happened to him. The beautiful Mrs. Danyadia stood in the midst of the forest, appearing from the legend. A minute of silence, the voltage hung in the air. He first spoke, asking that she was doing so far from home. She answered calmly, "They have not seen each other for a long time. I'm looking for something here." B-Seek asked what she was looking for and promised to help. But suddenly she leaned and exclaimed with surprise, "Is it a decoration? Where is she from here? Someone lost her?" She carefully lifted the find from the ground, considering it. B again repeated, "What are you looking for here?" But instead of the answer he heard the explosion of emotions. "Did you go crazy? I came to find the Black Sun, that is enough." He just smiled. "You try in vain. I was already there. You will find nothing." She was embarrassed. Why it was him? Bai replied, "If the Black Sun exists, then it is the leader of the cult. He entertains there." She immediately asked, "What did you know that day?" "The young leader was here too. Then the Black Sun appeared and killed the head of the village. That forced people to cook strong drugs. And then this leader just disappeared without saying a word." She added with an insult to her voice. Its annoyance only grew. The questions have multiplied. If he saw the Black Sun, why does nothing do? Why is it silent instead of rescuing people? To find answers, she will have to go to the small palace of Ming. She hoped that B-Seek would not follow, because it would look too suspicious in the eyes of others, so she asked to stay. And without turning, she went forward. Bo squeezed his fist, looking after her. In her breasts, anger was anger. "Priva! I came here to look for another, and I do not even allow me to go around. A fool." Meanwhile, in the mines, among the wooden peak, one man was sitting under a tree. In thought, a mask of sacred fire. Her shape has changed. He held a letter in his hands. It said, "Throw the plate on the ground when you will be in a wooden peak." But he guessed it was not about a regular plate. Probably meant a plate of the Chanchala. A little time has passed, but no one appeared. And suddenly, a funny girl runs to him. She moved strangely, as if she danced. It is not clear what she was doing. On her face, a mask, mysterious and playful. Holding the plate in her hand, she turned to her husband. "Looks like you lost it?" she said, fun. She played the role of a cat, so convincing that it became awkward. Bai could not understand what was happening here, but she explained quickly. They say, "From him there is a sweet aroma. The plate clearly belongs to him. And how did it happen that in the cult of mines there is someone she does not know?" Then he realized the reason in the mask of the sacred fire he now wore. It became interesting. Who is she? And he decided to ask. Without any shame, she introduced herself, Hanmu, a special rank messenger that delivers the message from the Hao clan to important persons. Then he asked her to tell everything he knew. He wanted to understand why he was called here. Past 272 steps north, then 139, south through a branched path. Further 78 steps north of the cedar tree, you will go into the bamboo forest, and there you will see the palace of Zaboy. It stands in a dead village. At the very end of the bamboo forest is an inconspicuous building, nothing special. But you should stand on that land, and you will become the target of killer demons. It is almost impossible to escape from them. She then told how their elder went there without training, and was brutally killed. The only thing they found is the fragments of the feet. These creatures kill even allies. The demons are numbered from 1 to 300. You kill one. Its place is immediately occupied by the other. And to have more victims, they even abduct children. By the way, the number 1 demon is Gu Janron. After he heard, he moved silently forward and came across a rag. Standing among bamboo forests, he looked at the fabric in front of him. It clearly depicted the symbol of the storm. Is the detachment of a dragon storm already inside the Zaboy palace? Suddenly, a powerful roar of the blow swept around. Turn his head left, he noticed a deep mark on the ground. It was clear. Nothing good is waiting here. The striking structure, majestic and at the same time shiny. He almost reached her entrance, but a familiar, sinister rustle heard behind. These were not leaves. The chains ganched with iron through the air. The murderers came out of the shadows, silent, deadly. Chain, and a group of people armed to the teeth. The group is still gently said. There were many, a lot. Only incredible agility helped to evade this deadly shit. Even kunai, flying straight into the heart, he had time to repel. But you do not catch the tiger unless you step into it. So you have to go to the very heart of the palace to hunt the beast. Was ready to execute the order and kill everything that would appear on the way. On the table lay objects covered with blood. They were tortured by the young man who was now lying on the floor. And only then did the guy, all beaten, finally opened his eyes. A silent man sat next to him, wiping his weapon leisurely. "Mojonvi, yes?" said the cat. "Do not resist. You will still die. Even if you survive, you will not call it life." Yonvi only looked calmly, as if he would indifferently, he would live or not. But he knew inside. He had to get out of here to the return of that terrible figure. His gaze stopped on the hands of the tormentor. They crawled the caterpillar. Gathering with his forces, he tried to ask, did he send a demonic cult? Is he born in the palace of Zaboy? "The Ming cult does not throw children in such places," a cold voice came in response. And when you turned to the leader of the detachment of a dragon storm, he added, "I was not ordered to leave you in the living. Do not my grave. Who left me here? I wanted to learn Jonv. You yourself, even the beasts do not throw their cubs. And you, dirty righteous freaks, are hypocritical on humans and rotting behind the door. And it is only necessary to know someone. You are immediately thrown away like garbage. The goose to become a butterfly must escape from the cocoon. And by whom, in your opinion, I became when I was betrayed by the righteous and raised the palace of Zaboy. You are just a dog of a demonic cult," Yonvi exclaimed. But he already understood in his chest that he was right. "Shut up, and not moving, if you do not want to be bitten." His fist hit simply in his chest. The blow was stunning. He then lifted the caterpillar and burned it with the flames of internal energy. He threw the charred body on the floor and silently went to the door. And he was not the only one. The bodies were hung around. Other victims. One of them was desperately looking for someone. Jan Chagak, his leader from a dragon storm. The last hope was throbbing in the heart, that they will soon meet again. He only dreamed of one thing, to meet with Yonov and apologize personally. Meanwhile, Jan has already dealt with all the enemies that happened in his way. But suddenly he heard a cold question behind his back. "Are you from the Union of Muse?" He recognized this face. They have seen him recently. He was threatened that he would not work alive. However, John himself asked about his comrades. Did they survive? He was answered, 8 are already dead. 1 still breathes, possibly. The cheek was swept by John, and the enemy continued mockingly. Allies from Marima always take the saints, playing the public. "But do not be sad," the cat added. "You will soon follow your leader Mo, Yanv." And he asked if he came after him. After the young master of the clan Muon. Jan's heart snooted. So he is here. There was no plan. just the belief that Yonvi was alive. And that was enough. Memories emerged in his head. Yonvi refused to deal with a rude John, said, "I hate Hamoff." And he added, "If it is our last day, then we live it worthy." Jan remembered how he once called him a friend, the closest friend and loyal associate, and now they gave him a command, to grab, but not to kill. The attackers rushed forward, the swords flashed. They attacked like a pack of dogs, armed, crazed. And Yang, unarmed, thought only for one thing: Yonov is alive. And if he is here, then Yan must tear him out of the shackles. In uniform thought, all his nature burned, to destroy them all. In a moment, everything around flashed with red fire, and those freedoms that felt safe were killed right here, by the hand of Jan Chagak. Just seeing the master who reached the highest demonic sphere, the reissued without hesitation ordered everyone to retreat. Fear was stronger than pride. However, Jan only warned with cold confidence, already late to change something. His strength went beyond the usual measurements, destroying any logic of battle. The purple glow suddenly covered the whole battlefield, cutting through the space with the magic of destruction. This mighty energy like a ruthless predator, devouring its enemy without the slightest resistance. Then the reassured, determined, pulled the bow. It looked almost funny, but he had to shot how a flurry of arrows and weapons fell from the sky. Everything became completely different. And among this frantic stream, a black dragon appeared, accompanied by a storm of a deadly attack. His purpose was clear. He was rapidly heading to John, as if the instinct was leading a predator. But Yang stood adamant, with a face full of confidence, not moving one step. Again, a crack and escape came. They were shouted by those who were sentenced to death by order of his master. There was no regrets in this hell. Their fate was only blood and death, without a chance of salvation. In the end, the reissued was face to face with John without the army, without support, only he and fear. Jan looked into his eyes and asked coldly, "Where did the Dan?" But in response, he again ordered the remains of his people to kill Jan, grabbing for his last hope. But the finale was obvious. Everything went to an irreversible bloody junction. They fell one by one, as if the beveled ears, leaving only death. There could be no other result in this massacre. Only death, and nothing more. Jan did not spare anyone, ruthlessly destroying all who dared to get up in his way. And leaving him from the bodies, he went forward step by step. Step by step, Jan approached the reissued without stopping for a moment. And he, despite the fatigue and fear, gathered the remnants of strength and rushed into the last attack. His main trump card was the metal weapon. Accurate and fast. One of the Kunayev enlightened right near John's face, almost touching the skin. In the next moment, the body of the enemy split. Two clones, it is impossible to distinguish the real. But Jan decided not to waste time. There is no difference when the legion of the bishop demons is struck. The first stage of the technique is the challenge of demonic clones that are lightly surrounded by one of the enemies. And in a moment, another wave of shadows covered the second clone on all sides. Further, there was no mercy, just screams and a ruthless hell-style pilgrim. Jan was reminiscent of a real monster at that moment. Merciless, dark February. Then he shouted with his last despair, to activate the explosion technique. In the air, the threat has hung. Now everything could not go at all. However, even the flames, which usually flashed red, did not appear, as if something prevented. Yang was ready for such. It was not the first time encountered with the explosions close, and not last. What is there? He saw the explosions so much that he could distinguish them. Again, a charge of the sacred flame broke out in his hand, the technique of the bishop demon. And finally, like a lightning, Jan grabbed his neck. He was convinced, trying to escape, and suggested telling where Dion Kivi. But Jan was already felt. This creature is somewhere near, very close, and he did not leave any reason more to leave this alive. Jan's face became a real embodiment of horror, cold, full of fierce, without a drop of mercy. The ruthlessness in his view and the thirst for blood went beyond the human. Without stopping, he moved on, where he went from the beginning. Finally reached the door, and with the only sigh, opened them. They opened a spooky scene. Suspended bodies, mutilated and bloody. It was painful to look. Among them, Jan immediately recognized John Kavi, a living but barely breathing. The tears came to the eyes, and the picture was floating in front of him. So much pain in one look. First of all, it was necessary to remove the paralysis that stuck the body of the brother. All bloody with a broken body, John Kavi was on the verge of life and death. He opened his eyes and barely asked, "Who is it? Do I still sleep?" Jan tried to find out why he was here, but he did not even understand where he was. There was no clarity in his eyes. He did not even recognize John. And suddenly, like lightning, the puppies breathed deeply on full breasts. The emotions were filled with him. finally realized who was standing before him. He immediately apologized. He could not protect his own. Everyone was cut in his eyes. Now all these bodies are the burden of his guilt, with which it is difficult to breathe. Each of them was a member of the detachment of a dragon storm. His friend, Yang, understood. Their last chance in the yard of Ada, and should be acting immediately. He threw John on his shoulder and rushed through the bamboo forest towards the dam palace. And in this dark road there was a heavy, long conversation, full of pain and repentance. Suddenly Jan stopped sharply, something in front of his attention. Before him was a building, from the windows of which the light broke through. In every blink of a fire, his heart was filled with hope. They almost came. There was a little left. However, the puppies were silent. No sound, no answer, no reaction to Jan's words. The quiet breathing and the weak pulse he had just felt suddenly disappeared. Putting it carefully on the ground, Jan was pleased to joke. This could not be. I have so many questions to you. And even more words that I didn't have time to say. The tears flowed on the cold cheek of a friend, and Jan pleaded. Just not that, but not death. Calling him by his name, Jan first allowed himself to cry, because only now he realized how much he was lacking. Meanwhile, there was a Rin outside, silent, observant, thoughtful. His gaze was attached to energy that was flipping directly under his feet. He believed the black sun would save everyone, burning enemies with black flames, and the idea that he himself is this sun seemed incredibly attractive to him. Suddenly, the young man froze, as if he had restrained or worried him. He was told, the 5th issue, Mo Jonki and Chonso could not be found, all other dead. His next team was clear to return to the yard. And already standing just in front of the giant building, Rin activated his weapon. The earth shuddered, and a huge building began to fall with a terrible roar. Its energy whips left destruction, impressive and dangerous. The last order was cold, to destroy everyone who was still alive. In the courtyard of the yard, John carefully removed John from his shoulder, like the most expensive treasure, though his feet were squeezed to be late for salvation. The bald healer, noticing the wounded, spanned and ordered everyone to remain silent so that no word would go beyond the palace's wall. The students thought that Jan had brought a corpse, and he snatched them. He was still breathing, and in the eyes a hard-eyed spark of hope broke out. The old Nod was ordered to follow him narrow corridors, where it smelled of potions, ashes, and outdated blood. They entered the hall, caught by banks with elixirs, where the air swollen from concentrated healing energy. Don't break! Put it here! The bald logged in, pointing to a stone couch covered with seals and threads of radiance. When Jan dropped his body, the healer broke out. Do you know how much this place costs? How did you dare to lame the shrine half dead? Jan's patience flashed. He grabbed the old man. You just boasted that you lift the dead. Then save the puppies. The old man starred. It was only a metaphor, not to turn the dead completely. But in the eyes of Jan burned despair. The tears shone on the eyelashes, but Jan clenched his teeth. Every second of inaction burst into the heart. Looking at the mutilated body, the healer murmured, Even Jules would not cause such wounds. It seems to be a handwriting. Jan rushed him, assuring that the puppies were the most noble warrior who put justice above his own safety. He never searched for easy ways, taking every battle face to danger. That's what his wings have so cruelly broken. The old man sighed. Such bright burns early. But Jan refused to accept the sentence. In his heart, disobedience clamped. The healer called Heavenly Worker, the master between life and death, and Jan only repeated, Do the impossible. Return a friend. Going closer, the old man checked the pulse. 0. But the skin remained warmth, so the spark of the chance still trembled in darkness. According to him, the puppies faded only a few minutes ago, and every breath of the delay was erased with a thin line between the worlds. Without ceremonies, he tore out of the wounded clothes, exposing the torso where the wounds were steaming, as if they were giving a spirit. The healer's movements were honed. The fingers were pressed on the meridians. The sparks were gathered under the skin in the ghostly glow. The palms of a celestial worker lay on the chest of the puppies, letting through the body pulsating waves of energy, capable of expanding time across. The healer self-confidently stated that if he removes the puppies from the arms of death, he should already be called not a heavenly worker, but a true god who is able to break the laws of being. The blue glow of chi was caught around the body, filling each cell with a survivability, as if nature itself tried to keep a soul that had not yet left the shell. True death is when energy fades, he explained. Breathing, heart rhythm and reflexes are toys for weaknesses, and here the spark is still throbbing. So, the only chance is to turn the puppies into Jianxi, the unrestrained guard, whose soul is tied to the body with a thin thread of force. He did not have time to register how John clung to his collar again. His eyes flashed with anger and despair. The old ripped chain of swearing. If you delay, energy is exhausted, and even the success of the ritual will leave the body without spirit. Every second steals a chance. Yang could not comprehend how the leader of the clan Moon should be resurrected as Jianshi, subject to someone's orders instead of his own will. He asked simply, what would come with the puppies after the ritual? Will at least crumbs of his former essence remain? The healer replied, he will retain his combat skills, not need food or sleep, and will only be kept on the energy of the owner. That is, he will become a live weapon. Instead, he will not be able to think and feel anymore. He will be cut off his emotions like unnecessary wings. Hearing this, Jan squeezed the old man even harder, as if checking whether he did not make fun of someone else's grief. But the healer just spread his hands. There is no other way. A choice, either Jianshi or nothingness. The third road end. Yang stood opposite, through the tears of the murmur that he did not need a subordinate. He needed a living friend, even a half-dead one. The old man sighed. It is impossible to resurrect a person completely and to keep a spark in the body. It is real, if you take on the heavy burden of its nutrition. The cleaner the demonic energy of the breadwinner, the less degradation and the stronger the Jianshi in battle and endurance will be. The puppies will depend on the one who nourishes it qi, otherwise it will go out, as if a carbon without air. Jan took a deep breath, sat in the lotus pose, and said firmly, I will give my energy, start immediately. The whirlwinds of the black flames were swirling around Yan, testifying that he was willing to eat a friend with their own lives. He warned, one mistake, and the jar will be erased from the face of the earth with his own hands because he will not forgive betrayal. The healer nodded and recalled a strict rule. Do not touch your head and skeleton. Everything else will have to be destroyed so that the soul should settle. The old warned, the final stage of the ritual is thinner than the blade. One flaw and soul will break between the worlds, leaving the body with an empty shell. When Jan put his palm on his chest, the healer of the pads, Qi was so powerful that the seal flashed a blue flame. The demonic energy boiled under the skin, like a hot lava, and it was more difficult to keep it than to lock the thunder in the fist. Step by step, they reached the fatal border. There was the only movement that decided by whom the puppies would return to dawn. The healer lifted a long heavenly needle, a tool capable of laying the way of the soul back into the heart. The edge was first entered the point of spirit on the face. A cold spark broke out instead of blood. The needle again and again searched for the necessary acupuncts, as if the musician touched the strings, playing the tune of the resurrection. Energy became so much that the air died, and the marble under the feet cracked from invisible pressure. The walls and floor were covered with hoarfrost. The excess of the cold slammed the room with crystals as if it had stopped. Yang felt the heat suck out of him, and realized the porch was swallowing the warmth of the world. The balance of life was shaking. The old hands trembled. He saw that the scheme breaks and the pulse did not return in the right rhythm. According to the plan, he had to either extinguish or open Jianshi's eyes. But Qi behaved unpredictably, destroying the cannons. The old man touched his neck. The body flashed with fire and then went out, leaving the skin intact. What kind of uncle? He got out of him. Jan also panicized, demanding explanations. A illumination ran across the healer's face. The chain of guess was locked. His eyes expanded from shock. Did you study the art of bishop demons? He shuddered. Only a real ruler can have such a pure qi. I was a round fool, recognized the healer, lowering his shoulders. Jianshi ritual failed. Jan's power broke the seal, but most importantly, the puppet did not become a puppet. Instead, the soul returned to the body. The excess energy burned down, leaving a living spark. The old man exhaled with relief. We did not create Jianshi, but we saved a person. He will live. Plus, the world shudder. The legendary Jianshi of the highest rank was born, a creature that even ancient treatises were called a myth. As soon as he felt conscionable, he jumped and asked if these people were serving a demonic cult, not understanding where he found himself. He turned his gaze on Jan and wondered, were they not friends? Why is the enemy's eyes burning as if before a bloody battle? The skepticism changed the cold. The porch asked if Ian was a young leader of the demon cult, and doubt in the Nanari pupils. Without waiting for the answer, the puppies were rushed forward with lightning. A belated awareness was mixed with the animal instinct of attack. His palm flew to Jan's face with a whistle. She is ready to shred his skull, and Jan did not move for a moment, trusting his fate. He tensed, felt the resistance of the invisible power, and exclaimed, "What did you do with my body?" Why do I feel chains inside? The old man saw in him the ocean chi and knew. Jianshi could not hurt the owner, so his blows were like an attempt to beat the shadow. Only now, when he heard the explanation, did he realize what he turned into. And the horror of the butterfly sat in the pupils. Jan coldly addressed the wizard of the Yard of Poison. "Leave me with a friend alone." The words were cutting the air like a blade. He emphasized the request, and the old man closed the door on the other side. The room remained two hearts, separated by memories and unknown future, fought in unison. Jan, with a gesture, invited the puppies to sit on a stone couch, where he still trembled the heat of ritual seals. He grunted that he would do without these fools. And after a moment, like inadvertently, he dropped to the edge of the bed. The puppies could not accept that he became someone's puppet. The thought of Jan's dependence on the mustard. Behind the door, the old man kept his breath, fearing that the slightest rustle would not flave a spark between the two titans. Left himself, Jan whispered the name of the puppies so quietly as a password that opens closed memories. "You are alive by my chi and your heart. I'm not holding a slave. My brother," Yang said gently, letting his energy into his palm. The furrow closed his eyes, caught the pulse between them, and for the first time from the beginning of the ritual stopped trembling. Among the dead silence of the room was a deep breath. Their destinies from now on blood and shadows like a blade and vagina. The puppies tried to restrain himself, to cope with the storm inside. He raised his hand, full of devastating energy. The dark chi, like a whirlpool, was ready to absorb the creator himself around the palm. But Jan immediately stopped him. A thin thread of the ligament kept the blow, preventing his friend to destroy himself. He began to speak calmly and sincerely. "I do not want your death. I want you to live." But in the distorted perception of puppies, Jan looked like a traitor that seeks to make a cult weapon. But Jan continued, "You are free. You can go to the heavenly mountain. You can come back from where you came from." Even Yang himself became confused. To say directly that he is the same close friend, or to remain silent, keeping the distance. Will it change something? Will the puppies believe him again? Is it possible to return what is lost? But he repeated again, "You can go. You are no longer bound. Your freedom." The puppies replied that he did not want to go, but what he wanted did not understand himself. "I do not believe you," he threw. "You just want to exchange me for something for the Union of Muse." These words were repeated like a mantra, and the puppies themselves, contrary to them, still moved forward, as if something had gone. Jan said goodbye to him in his thoughts. He released, though his heart squeezed. Nevertheless, he was endlessly glad that fate gave them another meeting. Soon the old man, who still could not believe that he had witnessed the impossible. Jan asked direction. "These noble Jianshi is the true achievement of your skill." But the healer again repeated that he never created anything like this. He was not so high. Jan clenched his fist and warned, "Think twice before answering. To kill you is easier. After all that I have just seen, believe you is the last thing I want." The old man just sighed and acknowledged, "All this became possible only because you have achieved the higher art of demons." Only now has the healer listened to a detailed story about the horrible creatures that chatted at the peak of beauty. Wrinkles on his head trembled with surprise and unconcealed horror. The old man explained. The monster arrived from southern China. At first, the cult of Ming worshipped the Persian fire, and it was from there that came the art of their creation. There are two main varieties: bloody monsters from the Tibetan palace. Pot and the living creatures of the mind's cult are completed and will not grow anymore. The second variety creatures raise, capable of growing up like humans. At the peak of beauty, these rows are starving, and to ripen, they devour corpses, absorbing the flesh and memories of the dead, as if the flames swallow oxygen. From the herd, Jan realized. The traces of these monsters lead from western China, carrying the breath of deserts, sand, and ancient clans. The healer exploded with indignation. Why no one had previously reported such a threat, and was already okay to go there immediately. But Jan stopped him. "First, tell me how my heavenly doctor became, and open the truth hidden between our scars." The old man sighed. "Most called you with a freak and worthless, and I saw only a patient whose candle melted a candle melted under. You were doomed to a young man without hope. The decoctions were bitter on their lips, and time was grinding you like a stone. All your acupuncture points from birth were closed, as if in the heart of the baby were closed windows for the sun and wind. At first I believed in progress, but the years brought only weakness. Nadia crumbled like a frozen clay shard. The dignitaries claimed that you are unworthy of the title, and prepared knives under the masks of compassion to strike a defenseless child. Among the conspiracies, You swallowed psychotropic mixtures, trying to shade fear and pain when the murderers were chatting even in the shadows of lanterns. So I moved to the corridor of the highest demons. When the world did not give medication, a single trail remained. The art of the supreme ruler of demons, capable of turning the sky. Therefore, Machanso went there. His weak body did not hold on to pure chi. The points opened, energy pushed his life, and he died. Only now I realized. The Palace of Trade was not the Council of the Elders, but a small palace of minds, which pulled the threads from the darkness, like a spider. Jan got closer. I will not kill you because you saved me and the puppies. But remember what is obliged. Becoming my healer, he said. You will finish the matter until my heart has gone away or the world falls. And the desire to lead the cult is a natural step for a young man who sees further than a horizon. Jan smiled as if he were challenging fate. From these words the healer swallowed the slide. In the throat became dry, as if in the desert under the noon sun. The old man warned, even if Yang becomes the owner, the road will be lit with blades, to keep the demonic throne incredibly difficult. In addition, the Wizard of the Bloody Palace has almost reached the level of the supernatural demon, and the Council of Elders and Gu Yan Zhen are inadvertent. The doctor advised, hide, wait for a better time, and when the storm retreat, I will give a sign. But John did not listen. He turned and moved directly to the small palace of Ming, where the root of all intrigues boiled. He was sure it would find a way to break the fate trap and turn the game in his favor. Before leaving, he thundered again at the healer. You want to be my doctor? Perform duties without complaints. Now we are on one side of the barricades. Betrayal has only one way out. Death. Jan finished, cut off the blade. As he came out, he stood under the door. He stood as if a silent guard. Jan was surprised. He ordered him to leave. The old man explained that Jianqi is not able to move away than 15 kilometers. And you only say that now? Jan looked at the embarrassed old with a cold breath. Without spending time, they went to the small palace of Ming, where the next plot was smoldering under the ashes. At the same time, there is a puppy demanding that the stranger showed her face, proving her determination. The man replied with a smile. Be so strong not to be frightened by the truth when you see it. Their verbal duel broke Jan, a sharp gesture by ordering to stop. He pointed to the girl and calmly declared the audience, This is my maid. At the table, the nobles were already well drunk. Hops were burning their tongues and reflections. They praised her as if drunk butterflies were circling over a flower petal that seemed like a prey. There is a puppy silently looked out the window, leaving their tactless compliments out of sight, thoughts far from here. Her mind wandered. What will the young leader say if she just now searches for a small palace of minds? Meanwhile, Jan explained the puppies. I will become the master of the demonic den and put an end to their games. Suddenly, Jan came across a hole in the middle of the hall and was surprised. Why was she still here if he commanded her to go to the little palace of Ming immediately? The girl got up, and her icy look slid on Yan, as if she were a scalpel, which reveals the true intentions of the interlocutor. Only one word, you, broke from the clenched lips, and the air between them was shaking from tension. Jan was almost glad, deciding that she recognized him despite the mask, and the next phrase immediately destroyed this illusion. Have you been at Tears in the village recently? She asked, making it clear that the sacred flames hid his face from her memory. Jan smiled mentally. The lack of recognition meant that their secret had not yet been revealed. In a moment there was a puppy flashing anger. The table flew as if the glass under the blow of a hammer. Several boards became the leaders of her strength. The wave of energy cut the space, flying right over the heads of Jan and the puppies. The sharp fragments whistled at Jan's cheeks, and as if dried, crashed into the wall, leaving burning furrows in the stone. Immediately after the explosion, a detachment of armed people appeared in the door. It was read from the eyes that they did not come in peace. Their leader declared himself a messenger of the palace of Zaboy, and sought those who recently stopped in the stream of tears. As he heard the name of Zaboya, his hand trembled, as if the memory of an ancient massacre woke up. Jan whispered, Sitting quietly and not moving, early to manifest yourself means death. But the obedience was not Zhang Sha's virtue. The puppies barely restrained the instinct to break the uninvited guests. Jan counted at least 20 mercenaries, and the shadows in the hallway suggested that the ambush was much larger. Jan's gaze has blinking to the moment. What does she make? Challenging a whole pack of heads. The girl straightened and coldly ordered the leader to get out in order not to disturb her peace. The mercenary was angry, but the puppy called him the deck of Zaboy and refused to retreat even a step. She mocked that the Zaboy palace hired the eunuchs themselves, and assured that she was not going to dance under their tune. Behind her back, the strength of the clan was pulled by an invisible whirlwind, hinting, anyone who tries to touch will burn in her own fear. Her gaze was directed simply on a scared thunder before her, and in the pupils, a determination that could cut the steel flashed. Notwithstanding the tension, John jumped and told everyone that this girl was his maid, thus challenging the hall. For a minute it sounded like a thunder. She had no idea who hid behind a mask and why she hung such a role on her. Even the puppies in the corner thought that Jan finally went crazy, because the maid with such force was nonsense. In a cold voice, the puppy asked who he really is, trying to break through the mystery under a flame mask. She began to bomb, and Jan briefly grunted her to be silent to avoid unnecessary chaos. The scrambled mercenary snatched the chat. He ordered both to shut up and get ready for the escort in the palace of Zaboy. In response, John commanded the puppies to protect the girl until he dealt with the threat. Though Jianqi doubted the maid with heavenly skills, there is a puppy that she would handle on her own, but Jan insisted. He would not allow her to suffer because of his war. These words, "I do not want you to suffer," made a crack in her icy armor, forcing the heart to shoot with warmth. Then, a new figure invaded the hall, breaking the tense ceremony of views and threats. It was a mink, a detachment commander of Bishop, where to me, with a strict posture and an icy authority behind my shoulders. He said that the attendees had just made a deadly mistake and asked if they were aware of who was facing them. Jan shook his finger with his finger and laughing at the laughing. "Just don't say that this young leader is—" Swamp whispers, "It's time to dump the mask because it looks pathetic." Jan quenched silence and prepared for retreat with others. Once the exposure is inevitable, Yang decided to use his own authority as soon as the moment came. But when he took the mask, Ming-Bi cold was cut off. "I mean not him." The commander's gaze fell on the sight. "In front of you, the valuable daughter of the palace of the supporting sword and the icy flower. Lady Dan is a puppy, even John Pleppo. It turns out that this beautiful rebel is the heir to a powerful clan, which he never guessed." Attendees cracked, remembering the rumors that she is a bride of a young leader. But there is a puppy that they were still marriage far away. Ming-Bi guessed that Jan not only humiliated the heir, calling her a maid, but in fact, he threw the bride, the insult double. The commander fiercely robbed. How did the daring killers have dared to humiliate Mrs. Dan is a boom right in front of everyone. So, he told them to get out before turning the hall into a bloody bacchanalia. The scramble has realized. Little forces in order to argue with the commander of mines. The indentation is better than a coffin. Sighing, he turned the people and the detachment, lowering his heads, moved to the exit, swallowing the bitterness of the defeat. Jan was going to follow, but Ming-Bi raised his hand. "Stop. Your mask is interesting, not for these lands." The commander was swollen. "They do not wear such works in the western lands. Who are you under the flame face?" Jan was chaste. "In the cult of minds full of strange things, and now in fashion, you will not surprise anyone." Ming-Bi coolly reminded, "He is the leader of the detachment of the bishop demons, so discipline is not empty." At the request, the commander explained the reason for the visit. He goes to the Ming Palace, but must follow the rules and cannot release Yang without checking. Since Jan called the Water Peak Adept, it is suggested that stand in the palace of a support sword be my guardian warrior. The commander did not like it, but the lady had the right to recruit fighters. She does not need permission of mines. She noted that the statutes of their faith are forbidden to humiliate the fellow believers, so Yang under its protection. Yang himself was surprised at the speed of events. A moment there was a guest, and now, under the wing of the clan of the Icy Flower, there is a puppy firmly grabbed Jan's hand. "Let's go, without questions." He leads it to the side streets. Burkoch. "I do not understand what is the benefit of the demon heir to the palace of the ice." Finally, she stopped at the old gate. "Here our paths will disappear and stay in the shadow." Its generosity was striking. To live in the upper echelon means to get used to giving mercy to even strangers. Saying goodbye, she winked. "Tell everyone that the beautiful Lady Dan is a puppy saved your skin." Soon the spies reported, "Both Ming-Bi and Lady have a grade here." The news that could ignite the whole region. Jan ordered the shadows to follow them. Too many puzzles to leave them out. It was then that he heard a familiar voice behind his back. "They have not seen you for a long time, a young leader." In the dark, a figure with a black standard appeared. The head of the detachment of the Bishop Demon. His presence promised a storm. The old alliances are cracking, and new transactions are written in blood. The night was just beginning. The stranger said excerpts. He had just returned from the stream of tears and seeking to avoid misunderstandings, although the audience did not understand why he came to them right now. The guy suspected another. To track the Black Sun, Zaboya released a ferret split on the blood. The beast brought them to a fiery peak, and now the owner wants explanations. The man insisted that they came here at random, without evidence, and suggested proving his own right on the spot to dispel the suspicions. He asked permission to use ferrets right now to finish the dispute, and give an answer undoubtedly. The animal was lowered to the ground. The furry arrow immediately lifted the muzzle, grabbing the smallest shades of smells. The ferret circulated around Jan, narrowing the spiral, as if looking for the invisible thread leading to the blood source. Suddenly, the beast rushed in the opposite direction, leaving the dust and the confused views of the warriors. He did not find any hook, so the misunderstanding was decided by itself, like a fog, dispelled by the sun. The guest only expressed his hope that they would be able to finish the matter, and said goodbye politely. His detachment was synchronously turned, disciplined to the exit, leaving behind a pod of iron horseshoe. But anyone who knows the mines understands that the slaughter always uses ferret, and Yang has long erased traces so that they do not find anything. Lady Dan as a puppy heard a sharp appeal to her address and returned, meeting the bold views of new aliens. Before her were the fighters of the Zaboya Palace, who were published by cold eyes and floods that held back purebred ferrets. One of the beasts, being on the floor, circled around the girl, inhaling the smell of silk and blood. The sudden hissing of the ferret cut the silence. It came across a trail from which it drove away a recent massacre. A bloody imprint remained on her decoration, so the warriors were accused of a boom of attack on slaughter. They stated that they feel the energy of a black flame in it, a forbidden force that the palace hunters hunt. The master of the slaughter ordered the destruction of all the flames, regardless of the title, and now demanded that the lady move with them. If the fighters kill the heir to the palace of the support sword, the clan of war will explode, and the order left no place. The tension flashed like a dry tinder. Every breath could be the last, and no title would protect against suspicion of slaughter. One careless step, and between the palaces of Zaboya and the support sword, war will break. This spark will easily turn into a flame capable of devouring clans even to the celestial festival. The scramble commander smiled like a chess player. Chaos between the big homes was a pre-arranged figure in his bloody party. Lady Dan is a puppy, Icy warned. An attempt to unleash the fight for the holiday of the Ming cult is the biggest mistake they could only commit. The mercenary cut off. If the guilty is not found, they will take someone at random. It is better to go with them. There is a puppy to pay the owner for a pogrom and get off, until the boldness became too expensive toy. Scar laughed. A fragile girl threatens the warriors of Zaboy. The horse regent rolled up like a thundercut. After a short gesture of the blade, they swept away, and a dozen bodies rushed to a pad with a solid dark wave. She barely managed to grab an icy sword. The bluish glow of the blade met the first blow. It was frantic against the flock, but every arc of her sword cut the attack, like a tact in an icy waltz. After bouncing, there was a puppy. She noticed how the deadly kuna whistled over her head, cutting the air like a snake hiss. After reflecting the knife, she called the enemies cowardly and summoned the swords to an honest duel. The words were lost in the roar. There was no mercenary to honor. The robbery weighed more, and the yard became a hunting field, not a knightly duel. Understanding the enemy's superiority, the girl left the only choice, to cut through a circle of blades and disappear in the shade. The silver blade drew arcs, cutting his arms and breaking the spears. Blood splashed on beams and red lanterns, but every step wounded. The breath was burning, the hand was nil, and the attackers were humming like a swarm of wasps. For a moment she frozen under the flames of the lanterns, not knowing which way to set up to survive among the scales of blades. The sword swelled without stopping. The metal bell squeezed the temple, and the strength was smaller. He was driven into a corner. She cried out for help. The cry of the buzz of the battle like an arrow, released on the night. There is a puppet and did not hope. It was at this moment that the air behind the back raged with a force unknown to its enemies. Closing her eyes, she was waiting for the cold, but instead felt a warm gust of wind and someone's strong shadow that became a shield in front of her. Slowly open her eyes. There is a puppy around, convincing that she was still breathing rather than wandering the ghosts on the other side of the palace. And whom she saw, it was his, unwavering warrior in the mask of a flame who was not waiting for to see at that moment. It was Yang, who previously called Sobon, and the shadow of Jarin instantly flashed around his figure. The scrambled messenger of the palace Zaboy, nicknamed the Black Tear, did not recognize the guest and ordered to disappear unless he was dreaming of death. Yang was ahead. From now on, I am a lady's guardian for a minute. Come closer when you look for your own grave. Split in a group if it is so stuck, he mocked, squeezing the arms of a boring, frosty sword. The black tear was shining. I will take you straight to hell, and lifted his hand, giving a signal to the attack. He believed in the advantage of the crowd, but blind self, confidence already wrote to them an epitaph on a bloody floorstone. The blades broke together and only cut out void. John was where their eyes did not have time to catch the movements. In one disturbance, he lent an icy sword for a moment, and a cold glow of the blade broke the darkness like a polar lightning. Higher imperial blows were woven in a deadly dance, where each attempt was cutting space like an ice engraving. The break of the moon, Loa ascent, the blows thundered like titans, and the shadows of enemies rode with fear. The last cut stopped at the floor itself. The bell of the blade echoed like a funeral gong. Behind Jan's back remained a mishmite from the bodies of those who had time to believe in their own invincibility. There is a puppy, restraining her breath, quietly asked, "Who are you, really?" Logically, because she felt that a completely different person faced. "I am your guard warrior, Dan Sobon. Let's talk when the swords quench the rage," Yang replied without dropping the masks. The black tear looked at him as a sword master who hid a real face and a true essence. Squeezing the spear, he promised to wrap Jan's life on a real hell, where he would even hurt. Jan dropped his eye in his arms and saw that one of them was oozing with blood. Fingers trembled from the erupted flesh. "How did you manage to get injured, foolishly bold?" he grunted. "Hold on me before you cut your wings." For Jan, it was now more important than any of her own wound to cover the unwavering, and this desire burned in his chest hotter than the flame of his mask. His gaze illuminated the fingers of the girl, who clenched the icy sword so firmly, until the joints were whitening, as if they sought to become a blade. Without hesitation, Jan grabbed her by the waist, pulled out of the bloody circle and twisted her whirlwind so that no blade touched the fabric of her dress. A moment, and there is a puppet being pressed against his chest, hearing the heart of a warrior who promised to deceive every blow of enemies. With one hot blow, Jan struck beams and tiles, opening a break into the roof through which both flew into the night sky, like a double comet. Iron rain fell behind. Dozens of kunai flew afterwards. But the couple had already cut the clouds, ahead of death in the roof jumping. Jan's legs barely touched the paving stones, while behind the creaking of the ridges of tiles, the hostile iron was in vain. The nun black tear tore loud oaths. A strategy worked to the smallest things, as a ashes in one moment. At his feet circles ran a ferret, looking for a smell that melted between slabs, like a drop of blood in a mountain river. An angry failure, the commander ordered the beast to find fugitives in the shadows of the gorge, where even the stone smells like night moisture. But the ferret pulled him on his shoulder, trembling and losing the thread of the smell. Yang wiped traces with a hurricane, leaving the hunters with nothing. Thanks to a fierce jerk 50 kilometers of Yang, the puppies were hidden in a quiet, permanent yard, where it smelled of boiled tea, not blood. All this happened under the nose of Zaboya, and even in his possession of the spark of the black sun remained elusive, irritating the pursuers. For them, the black sun became a ghost that laughs from the hood of the night, playing with everyone who called himself a predator. Meanwhile, a different story was deeply in a stone cave. A wounded warrior was squeezing a message that could turn the fronts. His breathing was grabbed, but he was trying to crop the order, to pass the young leader of the words that could change the course of battles. Earlier, he visited the mustache to entrust him with a letter for the Union Muri, but now, flowing with blood, he could no longer take a step. With the last breath, the messenger begged immediately so that his death would not become a futile spot on the sand of the forgotten cave. There was a warning in the letter. A detachment of a dragon storm is closely monitored by the masters of the palaces, and he himself is not able to restrain the ridge of the storm. "Pass the advisor," the warrior whispered. "Sangan's secret unit will no longer wait and will collapse the blades to dawn. Tell the mentor that the secret detachment of a dragon storm will no longer wait. The storm will come to dawn," the dying whispering. In his hand, the plate of the heavenly dragon shone, the sacred symbol of the palace of the Bishop of Demons, a seal, which is respected and afraid. "Beware of Yulchin, he plays in the shadow," the bloody smile added, and the face of the warrior darkened with pain. These were his last words. There was no strength to beat the heart, and the body swept through the body. Before extinction, the warrior whispered, "Take me out. I want to look at the endless sky for the last time." In an instant, the new soul rose to the stars, leaving the sword and trace of blood on the stone, as if signature under its own life. A friend who kept his head has a tear. In this world, friends and enemies change places, and honor only says goodbye. Now one way is to get to the Union of Murim and convey the last message of the Sanan hero. His body was broken, the lungs were burning, and every step he was promised to fulfill the will of the dead friend. He saw only one goal, to make a friend's request, even if you have to burn your own life. Meanwhile, John traveled next to the Needles, looping the unknown streets that smelled of steam and fresh rice. The girl confessed to the fascination. She does not have the slightest concept where they, but for some reason she liked this place. Jan also laughed. Both for the first time here, so they are exploring new quarters, as if the children of the fair under the night lanterns. So you pulled me out of the Zayboy Palace? Suddenly a male voice came behind his back like a forged chain. It turned out that the puppies had heard their conversation and now, struggling in assumptions, questioned John's true role. "Who are you the hell such?" he thundered, without taking a burning look from the flame mask. The news of a joint escape warmed up as a moment. It turns out that the Black Sun also belongs to the mysterious community. Jan lifted his palm, interrupting the interrogation. "Let's discuss later. It is important to go unnoticed." The puppies were hiding. "It is better to think carefully about the explanation, because the next time I will ask without unnecessary reversals." Above the peaks of the water peak of the Ming cult glowed cloudless sky. The weather is almost perfect, and the storm was already humming under it. The noise of the city streets rolled the legend of the Black Sun. Everyone told the neighbor bloody details, as if he saw the black light burning temples and digging fate. Through this chaos, Jan, there is a puppet, and sliding the basket and caught every phrase, filtering the truth from gossip, as if the golden sand from the stormy rivers. The rumors did not appear themselves. Jan deliberately threw them into the crowd, forcing enemies to run for ghosts until he retains the party in his own benefit. Suddenly, a thin voice came over their heads, and three stopped, feeling that they were watching not only adult eyes, but also interesting children. A little girl with big eyes crawled on the roof between the tiles, like a cat finding adventures over the habity streets. The leg slid, the body flew down, leaving in the air a frightened cry and a cloud of dust that melted under the sun. The puppies threw ahead and caught the baby, putting her on his feet so gently, as if catching a feathers. Not a living creature. The girl did not even shudder. She believed that the Black Sun would not allow her to fall, because it considered the puppies reliable as a dawn ray. Jan leaned and gently asked how many secrets she had already issued, because she whispered something too trusting. Little joyfully trapped, Jan killed 147 mercenaries in less than 8 minutes, destroyed the palace, and now looking for a friend. That's all she told. She explained her persecution simply. Jan lost the plate of Heavenly Dragon on a fiery peak, so she decided to return the relic. The puppies were surprised to hear that the girl described him as a brave hero, who immediately fell to her heart and laid all the secrets. Yang realized that the intention to help only complicated the situation. New threads that could be pulled for the enemies appeared. When asked about the plan, the girl answered, "Enemies are several hundred. They are scattered with a circle, so they do not know where to look for real prey. This gave a chance. A wide ring of siege testified to the fear of slaughter, but forced to move like shadows, leaving neither sound nor smell. Little warned, the Palace of the Slaughter is famous for fermentation, which can sniff a drop of blood even in caves underground. The question of the stream of tears made her to see. The village burned, all the inhabitants were killed. No one knew that there were people at all. Only charred beams and a broken stone remained, like dumb witnesses of the tragedy, which the silence buried deeper than the grave hill. Jana engulfed blazing anger. These are the same believers, rescued from the traps of fanatics, and now their innocent souls are being rebuilt from the ashes. The rage in her chest flashed brighter than the flame mask. Its steps have become sharp, like a thunderstorm blade. Revenge is already aimed and inevitable. The baby remembered that in the stream of tears she saw and Mrs. Dan was a cunning. The threads of events suddenly came together in a spooky pattern. The girl's head clicked. A meeting with Mr. Mingbi is a key that units the bloody tragedy door. She remembered their brief conversation, a cold smile of minds, and anxious premonition, which then seemed a little thing. Finally, it could only be ordered to destroy the village and replace the tracks, turning the flow of tears into a darkness. The girl remembered how she picked up that icy decoration among the ashes, the last testimony of the massacre. In her eyes, fear broke out. For such a toy, the Palace of Zayboy will now open a real hunt for all witnesses. Jan gently put her hand on the top. "Here our roads will disperse, Small," he said gently, but firmly. The girl objected, but Jan just shook her head. His goal is to deal with the head of Zayboy, not to pull the children into the war. He knew that the mercenaries would not stop until their master is alive, so the owner should fall first. Jan's fingers slid to the ice decoration. She refrigerated her skin and burned in her heart, like a sparkle of an ice flame. "I'm going to kill Gu Jenny," he said calmly, as if he had discussed morning tea, not a bloody vendetta. The mercenaries have broken around, so the Zaboy Palace itself is now almost defenseless. This distraction is the fraud of elders. Jan said goodbye and asked the girl, "Pass the owner to go to Lady Dan as a boom home." For Jan, it was a sign. The flame blades are already drilling the night. The black sun comes to cut the darkness. At that moment, there is a puppy, blinking with cold anger. "After slaughter, after you will hunt other palaces." Jan smiled with the edge of his lips. He had a plan that turns every hunt to a funeral ritual for hunters. The girl was shaking him by the collar, trying to keep it as if the storm was holding a thunder in the sky. Yang turned so quickly that the air was clinging, and the lanterns shuddered like lotus in the wind. He did not have time to clip when her warm palms slid on his neck, drawing in a whirlpool of emotions hotter than the flames of the mask. Her lips touched him, a short but blazing kiss that exploded like a lightning, announcing, "Their history just crossed the border." Her kiss blossomed like the most rare flower in the world, which filled the breaths with a sweet nectar of spring. The hearts were tangled in an eternal garden that never faded, leaving the soul in the captivity of the aroma of love. The palace of the support sword. The cult of minds. The walls where the vows are sharpened than the steel. A little time has passed, and there was a punch, kneeling before advice, still did not understand what that crazy kiss meant. The father expected a clear explanation from her, which would outline the future of their home. He needs to know. Who is the mysterious Soban? A man in a fiery mask that came from night legends. The name Soban, which Jan was called, was not invested in her previous knowledge. But are the names relevant to the heart? For goodbye, she asked him to defeat and return to the palace of the support sword. Then, she said, he would become his wife. Now she had no words in front of her father. She only knew that Soban was the Black Sun, and the rest is still a mystery. The council pressed on all sides. How could she destroy the engagement with the young leader and promise a stranger? "There is a puppy again," firmly stated. He would go out for him, at least as if it were thunder over the palace roofs. The commander is boiling. How dare you make such decisions? No one was ready for her unwavering will. "There is a puppy" did not understand how they could trample her right to choose their own path and love. Will everyone be happy if they sell it like goods, only for the sake of new political marriages? Tears acted in the eyes. Each drop burned the image that her dreams are torn like a thin silk thread. Most likely they are even sorry for her. They are lost between the brutal politics and the sincere pain of their daughter. But she felt something wrong, because her father remained icy, as if he had not seen her tears or did not want to see. Why is his look so cold? Is the duty of the clan froze once a soft parental heart? However, he ordered to send it to the small palace of mines. While the young leader is absent, the wedding is postponed, and it remains there. The order seemed cruel, but no voice was denied. There was no needle no longer joined. Every step decides the fate of the clans. She fenced away from the world, and swallowing the image, crooked, so that no one even dared to approach. No advice, no compassionate hands. The hall exploded, her shouting, "Why are you doing so with me?" The pain thundered louder than the swords and shake even icy walls. In the palace of Mina, at the height of the sun, the echo of the storm died. And under the marble vault, new intrigues of the Mina cult have already matured. Two sitting at the long table. A chunky hall to the right, and a cunning stranger on the left, like a statues that kept the secrets of corridors. They were waiting for the news from mines, which swore anything to bury the enemy and bring a victory on a silver dish. As he left the hall, he called them dirty old miracles and scorched them with their gray grandeur. On the way, he told the giant that the people of the palace Zaboy had already drawn in the abandoned stream of tears. Grubian wanted to argue, but caught the cold in the voice of Mina B and immediately apologized to die of his own curiosity. The rage was squeezing the mind fists. Everything went to scare, and the world laughed at his attempts to hold the threads in his hands. Did these televisions decide to pour oil into the fire? He strained, warming his own anger to white heat. He ordered the vice-capitan to take people to a safe place until the old fools lost their mind. Suddenly, behind his back, "You made a mistake, and I was deeply disappointed." A sharp voice pierced like a dagger. Ming began to disappear. They say they would start the production of potions again, and in response he heard, "It's already unnecessary." The guest emphasized that the assignment is not repeated twice, one and the same unreasonable. The chance is lost once and for all. "Turn the plate of the heavenly dragon," he ordered dry, leaving no room for auction or mercy. Ming Bai shaky, squeezing the relic. Cold metal has pierced his arrogance and self-confidence. He dreamed of never giving a symbol of power. And the fear of already blossomed in the pupils, breaking dignity like shrubs. Enjoy life while you can breathe, the stranger threw, giving a poisonous and sweet hope for tomorrow. Ming fell down, grabbing the air, and begged for mercy that slipped through his fingers like the sand of the desert. You are only a buckier that is thrown away when it becomes superfluous. The sentence came down, and the ceiling seemed to fall on his shoulders. Forced to swallow pride, minds in silence received humiliation, because he understood that the smallest protest would turn his life into an instant and very painful nothingness. Instead of complaints, he said that he could still be useful. A thin thread of hope that he desperately sewed his own sentence to delay the massacre. A predatory stranger gave him 3 last chances and demanded a lightning benefit that he was calling a lion to bite a place in pride. Ming was issued. The tragedy of the Tears is involved in the Black Sun and the young leader. It was already known before, and other cards in the sleeve were not left. He whispered the name of Ulchik, hoping that the bloody distinction of the past will interest the new Lord of Shadows. Once upon a time, Uldocic headed the elite detachment of the Bishop Demon. The very fact of his presence on the place of the massacre smelled of conspiracy. These 2 words gave the minute tiny hole. The information worked, and the verdict of the convoy was postponed to a new dawn. The drug business was no longer interested in the steering wheel. The exchange was ordered to go to the Peak of Metal, to the Ancient Hill, and to help a secret ally there. The heavenly dragon plate was thrown as a dog bone, a bitter gesture that exposes the distance between the owner and the dog in the chains. But Ming, smiling springly, lifted the relic from the ground, clutching at it as if a sink into a cracked deck. The guest barely advised to pass to the emissaries. Let them be safe to the celestial festival, because the night has not yet said the last word. After that, he dissolved behind the door, leaving the sharp smell of ice and uncompromising power. Ming Bi had no idea that the same detachment leader gave him life for the second time. A debt that grows like a poisonous ivy. Ming Cult, Water Peak, a bloody traveling pavement, leaving behind dark drops of memories. The man did not understand why he returned. It seemed that the mind slipped on the blade and fell into the abyss of madness. Faced with his shoulder with a passerby, he heard a curse about his eyes on the nape of the neck. Drebesk of everyday life suddenly returned him to reality. The stranger looked and recognized the traveler. You who came from the east, and the ice was cracked for a moment. One yes turned them into random brothers. Because in the city where everyone is looking for a back for a knife, sincerity is valued above gold. The touch of the wrist showed that a new acquaintance has no key, only pure curiosity. Perhaps that is the kind of person he needs. They soon sat at a low table. Hot rice porridge smelled of comfort, and the blood on the shirt was ripe under steam. The guest carefully asked, "What does he know about the Black Sun? A shadow that erases the whole fortress and leaves ashes instead of stories. If he appears," the passerby whispered, "we'll destroy everything to the way." The words lay on a bowl of porridge, like a rusty nails. The narrator's face changed. The soft features rolled into the grimace hut, and an ominous shadow squatted in the pupils. The surrounding noise of the quarrels. A random friend was a bow with a knife behind his bosom, not a friendly traveler. As if the snakeskin was asleep, and under it the true nature of the cruel, cold, ready to bite the pleasure of surviving. It seemed that the city stopped the breath. A new threat was hanging in the air, and the distorted face of the stranger blossomed with a murderous smile. Against the backdrop of a quiet evening, 2 men sat in front of the building, conducting a deep conversation about the events of the past and the present. Mosnan Kvi did not find the answer to the main question. Why did Jan Chagak save him, risking everyone? After all, after the fighting, everyone was convinced that his body could not survive in any circumstances. In the voice of Mosu, the notes suddenly appeared, as if the memories had escaped outside without permission. Before his death, he had a strange dream. He saw his friend, a true friend from the past detachment. And now, looking into the face of Jan Chagak, he realized with horrible clarity, it is not a dream, but a memory from the depths of his soul. In his previous life, their detachment consisted of fighters of different hardening, where everyone thought only about themselves, but in battle they became one. After going through the blood of enemies and brothers, they gained a connection that could not destroy either time or death. Returning to reality, Jan Chagak did not reveal the truth. He only remembered that he had conflicts with the palace as a young leader, and at the moment of thought he decided Moon Kavi would still be useful. That is why he took him with him. Finally, to act, Jan Chagak stood up and began to describe in detail the enemy whom they would meet that night, Jan Ren. For both, it was profitable. Moni and Yu would get a chance to take revenge, and Jan Chaj to take a step towards his own purpose. Jan Chazak was cold. If the plan is not to my liking, then let him go alone. But Mosi Kvi confidently stood up, agreeing to fight. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dark palace, Gu Jan Ren sat slowly playing a knife and analyzing aloud recent anxious events. Half of the strength of his palace was lost, but even he could not understand who dared to challenge them. Nearby stood a prisoner of the Federation's warrior to the John Su, who boldly called Gu Yan Ren crazy just in his eyes, not realizing that he had already touched his own mortal seal. The owner of the palace turned slowly and was in a fierce whisper. He explained that in fact he was crazy, but a fool who had penetrated the cult from the Federation. In a restrained, however dangerously throbbing voice, Jan Ren asked what exactly he was looking for this self. Esteem in the possession, where every step was paid for by blood. Suddenly the hall was shaken by a wave of incredible energy from the depths of the palace. A series of explosions, like a volcano's eruption, forced the walls to shudder and crumble. The heavy door exploded out, and two uninvited guests appeared in the clubs of stone chicken, whose aura swallowed light and filled the space with a premonition of death. Jan Chagak and Mosnan Power stepped forward, sparkle. Having posed to the enemy, Moonkivi reminded the promise. He returned to take his head from Gai Jan Ren. In response, Gai Jan Ren's face blossomed with a smiling smile. With a sadistic pleasure he noted that the former rebel himself came, like a mouse in a carefully put trap. Jan Chagak calmly spoke to the master of the palace, who has long sought this meeting and regrets, because the previous visit broke out for reasons not dependent on him. Hearing this, Jan Ren faded and exhaled whether this young man was a legendary black sun. The icy fear cut his self-confidence in half. Mosu Kavi interrupted the dialogue, becoming between the ally and the enemy. The only question has been in the air, whether Jan Chaj is really able to kill Gu Jan Ren. In the corners of the young leader, a mysterious smile has gone. The chat has passed, the wind of the change has already risen, and no one will stop the storm that grunts inside. And the patience of the moon was cracking. Every stroke of the heart drove forward, hatred of the chest with an iron grip, ready to break the obstacles. Breaking, he exclaimed that no storm would move further until the enemy lay fallen, and this cry lit a spark of inevitable battle. Without waiting for the signal, he rushed to Gai Jan Ren. He met an attack with a frantic smile, asking what strength gave the rebel such a crazy power. Without vagning his breath on the chats, he cut out that he was indifferent, and all the boiling anger put in blows, forcing the space to tremble from their rage. Gai Jan Ren easily evaded every blow and mockingly saying that without sophisticated skills, the rude force remains empty grunts, worth only the moon. His words came true. Moon Kvi was inferior in technique, so the enemy effortlessly overheated him with tactical fints and tricks. The crazy glitter in Guya Ren's eyes broke out when he assumed unthinkable. He faces not just a man, but something outside the usual flesh. The unexpected phrase knocked down the rhythm from the rhythm, and the enemy used this hub to take the initiative. After a powerful blow to the chest of Jan, Ren rejected the enemy so that the floor under his feet was cracked. Jan Chagak rushed to his friend, but he proudly waved, assuring that he was still on his feet. Meanwhile, the owner of the palace was accumulating blood energy, thinking whether the guests were wise to appear that night. The disaster smile appeared on his lips. The plan of enemies turned out to be fragile and their dreams, a miserable parody of true power. After exhaling sharply, Jan Ren rushed up, like a ghost, preparing to collapse a devastating blow from heaven. Jan Chagak managed to warn the ally about the attack from above, but the words were late. The dark silhouette was already falling like a meteor. The next moment, the madman grabbed Mosuki and circled him in the air, causing that their stupid plan would turn out to be even more stupid. Gathering the energy in his palm, he rejected the enemy with an explosive impetus, tore the air around. The maniac looked on Jan Chagak. He wondered with sadistic interest whether he was already sorry for his visit. Jan Chagak said his name, but Gu Jan Ren interrupted, mockingly asking if he was going to be pleased with the mercy. There will be no mercy here. Smiling coldly, Jan Chagak advised him to be more careful. At the same moment, the owner's back broke out, carrying the flow of destructive power. Gai Jan Ren turned a jerk and saw an enemy who was rushing to him with a hot-to-white eyes. Mosu Kvi hid all fury, but the owner of the palace crossed the weapon and repulsed the splash, admitting that it was not bad. He noted in surprise that he still stands after so many wounds and humiliations. Thinking, Gu Jianren stated that he had already solved the essence of another's technique of life, and knowing how to break it. Flaming up with a red aura, he charged his hands with blood force and struck directly into the chest, wanting to cut the base of the enemy's life. The attack was crazy, but ManHwa, based on endurance and skill, absorbed the blow and remained on his feet. Jan Chagak noticed a failure in the technique of a friend, and mentally reminded that it is time to awaken the true abilities of the Lord Demon. But now, Moswi had no time to listen. He reflected dozens of crazy cases, maintaining the rhythm of breathing and blows. The experience suggested him a faithful pace, and he answered the enemy with a dozen sharp counterattack, carving sparks from the swords. Grasping the spare blade, he reminded of his oath to kill Guya Jianren and swore to perform it. Opponents agreed with blows. The hall was filled with echo of the metal, but no one was advised to obtain. The battle was delayed. Although the top was for Guya Jianren, ManHwa kept the defense, preventing it from breaking through. The owner of the palace raced a flank attack and noted that such tricks are possible only with a tremendous supply of inner strength. Meanwhile, Jan Chagak stood away, watching carefully as if waiting for the right moment for his deadly course. Another explosion of Gu Jianren rejected Mosikvi, and now turned his gaze to the main target, the legendary Black Sun, which was still silently in silence. Turning to Jan Chagak, Gu Jianren January asked something important, but here he exploded with aura and warned that instead of talking he would be eager to cut all the knots between them. Jan Chagak answered coldly. Though he is sick of such thoughts, he is now looking at the owner of the palace with the same desire for murder. In a moment, the enemy had already stood behind his back, teasing. Why are his hands trembling? And the severity of this lightning speed beat the observers. Only now did Jan Chagak realize the movements of Gu Jianren go beyond human perception, a crazy speed that tears the space itself. Realizing that the request of the Moscow was fulfilled and it is impossible to wait further, Jan Chagak stepped forward, preparing to enter the whirlwind. The owner of the palace waved his weapon, but Jan released a settling ray of energy that opened the air and forced the enemy to switch to defense. Guy Jianren was rushing even faster, challenging, "Will you be able to catch up with such a frenzy?" And immediately dissolved between the fragments of the hall. The battle moved to a new stage. Every movement became a deadly equation, where the cost of mistake was instant death. Jan did not have time to catch the enemy silhouette, and raging, acknowledged the obvious that this time the speed is not on his side. It was necessary to act unusual. He unfolded the technique of 10 imperial blows. 3 palms of the forces woven at one moment, promised to unbutton any defense. In order not to bite, the energy dispersed with 2 fronts, covering the hall with the inevitable crosswave flames. The technique was reminiscent of a crazy saber of the tiger, tearing out the prey from the claws of the gods themselves. The growl of strength shuddered the walls. Capturing the tactical hull, Gu Jianren tried to get ahead of the attack, throwing forward to strike the first. The ceilings cracked, marble poured out a cascade, and the owner of the palace was circling with laughter, calling imperial blows pitifully slow. Jan Chagak intercepted control of the falling blocks and reminded that the promise to kill him was given not from his arrogance, but for a good reason, and he would fulfill it. The depth of stone and rays of energy like meteors rushed to the enemy, and he slid between them, like the shadow of evasion. At that time, Jan swayed into the frontal attack. No more traps, only the naked power and skill against the madness of blood. But Gu Jianren flew every splash of power, and having leaving his own breast, gave blood to drain. A sight that even in Jan caused an icy horror. In his eyes, he became more and more crazy. He destroyed the blows and fascinated his head enthusiastically, tasting every moment of this fighting madness. Jan carefully wondered if it was his boundary, but heard that the owner of the palace was only on the threshold of a true climax. It was worth mentioning the spooky events of the past, as Gu Jianren was beasted, recognizing ancient words, and rushed to destroy everything around the crazy wave. He grabbed long knives and, like a storm of steel, rushed directly to Jan Chagak, notifying a new series of unrestrained attacks. Each subsequent splash of madness was more fierce than the previous one, and even the endurance of it was protected from this avalanche of spring. In response, he raised the enormous sphere of energy, enveloping himself with a brilliant barrier. And that was not frightened by Rina, who flew without stopping. Noticing the enemy weave a red energy grid to sneak the movements, Jan awakened the art of Lord Demon and broke through the shackles with a dark power. He struck the chain with a wave of black energy and inserted a destructive impulse into the enemy's body, discarding it beyond the edge of the broken hall. After bouncing, Guy Jianren realized that he would not go so on, and he had to find a new way to break the resistance. When he looked at Jan, he asked who he really was. Jan just smiled and replied that he was worthy to find out the truth about the enemy. The owner of the palace fastened his eyebrows and suggested that under the mask of the Black Sun is hidden one very specific person known to him from the past. But they were interrupted by the returned Mosuki. Becoming between them, he stated that Gu Jianren is his personal enemy, and the battle would now continue according to his rules. Time came. Jan Chagak strictly reminded that there were a few minutes left for the victory, so the enemy should be overcome in just 2 shots of the hourglass. Mooring nodded, and when he was attacking, asked a friend if new forces would be afraid of the palace until they were finding out the fate of the present battle. Returning to Jan, he asked to remain silent that he had already touched the highest art of the ruler of the demons to remain their secret. Blossoming with a new pressure, Moonporch rushed to the opponent and first caught a sharp smell of fear that he still did not feel from a crazy tyrant. But Gai Jan Ren was just laid out. His scream broke out in the hall, and the blade poured blows, cutting the air and forcing the stone to shine. He seemed to break the last limits of consciousness. Laughter turned into a crushed roar, and the threats flashed before his eyes, like a blade in a storm of storms. Finally, one of the crazy cases achieved the goal. The blade cut the body of the Moor, with a painful scar and a spark of blood. Smiling with a smiling, the tyrant whispered that it is worth breaking the enemy head, and then no revival technique will no longer save. Seeing this, Jan handed over the flow of his own power to the ally. Aura Move Nagi flashed at times brighter, wrapping the hall with a dark flame of retribution. The unexpected reinforcement became a trap for the tyrant. The new energy ring clenched it like iron arms, and did not allow the breath to swallow. Estimating the pressure, Gu Yangren smiled vigorously. Now it is really interesting who will fall into the abyss of death, because the rates have increased to the limit. Mosakvi felt the same load, and, realizing that the truth opened only a step from the abyss, decided to go on. Without delaying, he cut a series of sudden blows on the enemy's head, squeezing every shot of anger into a crack of a crazy mask of a tyrant. Rejecting the enemy, he remembered the brothers of the detachment, and swore that this blood would fall instead of the tears of those whom he could not save. The tyrant asked who was talking about revenge. Standing with both feet on the threshold of his own death, and lifted the blade. Mosakvi rushed forward again, realizing that every movement is a pain, and deciding to fight until the heart beats. Gai Jan Ren said that everything would be the way he would like, and snatched the distorted blade to cut even the hope of the enemies itself. In the culminating moment, Mozi Kvi applied the reception of Jan. He clenched the nucleus of energy and threw it directly into the heart of the madman. But the tyrant struck and realized with horror. There is no heart in the chest of moss. Gai Jan Ren protected the floor with blood, and fell like a doll with trimmed threads, still managed to remember the old Ron. His body thundered against the stone, and above him in the victorious pose, he froze in the moon, which extinguished the blade and listened to the silence of the triumph. Turning to Jan, he said he was avenged for a detachment, and asked if it was enough to redeem past sins. Seeing that a friend was exhausted, Jan picked him up on his back, taking the weight of a friend and guilt, which tied them with fate. Thanksgiving quietly flew from the mouth of Mosukvi, and he remembered a long journey when Yang carried him through a dark night in a blizzard. The memories were riding. He turned his head sharply and reminded that Jan had not yet voiced his old name hidden by a new mask. Mauskavi recalled Jan's funeral when the detachment mourned the missing commander and the darkness seemed bottomless. Those days became a solid sadness. Despite the burden of responsibilities, he remembered a friend every day, looking light in hopelessness. Many years have passed, but today, in the look of Jan, he clearly saw the friend whose smile once lit the hearts of the whole detachment. With tears, he admitted that Jan saved him a second time, and he, blinded by pain, did not recognize the brother who returned from nothingness. Jan first suffered ignorance, but when Mosukvi hugged his tears and whispers, as he missed, his heart shuddered under the burden of truth. At that moment, Jan Chagak understood. There is no point in hiding. The mask has already cracked, and the truth is knocking on the heart. He acknowledged his head with a bowed head. All this was too long, and in the middle of all chaos, he also missed his friend. Before leaving his ears, a quiet voice came. Someone called him from behind, almost whispering through his last breath. Looking back, he frozen. He was in front of him the same abused man whom he saw before the beginning of the battle. The view of the dying was familiar. Jan immediately recognized the warrior old, once known in the Federation of Muse. He hurried to him and heard a request to convey an important message to the young leader until it is too late. From the last forces, the old man begged to beware of the symbol of the heavenly palace, a dragon plate that bears evil. Yang did not fully understand the content but promised to convey the message to himself, because he is the leader. Feeling the pulse of energy, he became convinced. The man died, leaving behind a mystery that does not rest. He has never heard of the heavenly palace. If there is no such place, you need to find out why he was afraid. Mouse Kvi suggested that he first get out. Taking a friend in his arms, Jan moved forward, going deep into the unknown. On the way, he warned, a lot of palace warriors and everyone will interfere. He asked to stay stronger and flew sharply, like a shadow in the wind beyond the palace. In 1 minute, Jan broke through all the protection, and when the noiseverse muttered that he was fatally tired of him, he said it was time to put a point. There would be no more games, because the patience broke out. After reaching out, he began to form a giant sphere of energy that glowed like the second sun. She rushed directly into the palace. The explosion was catastrophic. Even dead bodies were ruined, turning the building into powder. The story is transferred to Yulchin, who announced that there is exactly a month to the great festival. He was approached by a group of elders who were looking forward to future events and had their own expectations. The most important of them, I advised Yulchin to closely monitor the young leader who can create many problems. Yulchin replied cold that he remembers all the threats well, and he would not hesitate to destroy evil if he crawled out of the shadows again. The first elder was swollen. Is he so convinced of his own forces as he can? In response, Yulchin got a plate with a dragon and demonstrated her old Charlie, a symbol that promises a war. The elder was surprised. It took a long time to find out who was on the riots on Heavenly Hill. Yulchin confidently stated that now everything is in his favor. He intends to change the very essence of the cult of the Bloody Demon. He further added that he would capture all the land, revive the dynasty, and this will be the beginning of a new legend. The old man asked direction. Is he really ready to put everything on the horse for the sake of the emperor's throne? Yulchin replied that there was no choice. The elders have lost control, and now there are only a few ways. Hearing the ambitions of the younger generation, the old man just sighed. It is better not to interfere when history is writing a new round. I turned away and said that he perceives these words as consent. From that moment they act together, everyone in their role. Walking barely, I ordered Yulchin to stay away from the elders. From now on he would decide his destiny without their intervention. He was already going when one of the elders warned, "It is better to be careful when you follow the path woven only with your own decisions." Meanwhile, the events are returning to Jan Chagak and Mosi Ki. Jan told his friend what happened in the forest. Returning to a friend, he wondered if there was news from other members of the detachment, but he sighed. He had not seen anyone for a long time. In memory of Vivi Mosa, he replied that after Jan's death, she returned to her clan, completely disappearing from the horizon. And then he added that immediately after the death of Jan, everyone discussed the possible involvement of the demon cult in his death. Jan denied, they say. Not for this purpose, he went to the Palace of the Massacre. Not for the sake of revenge, but for other reasons. However, Mos Kavi recalled that there were rumors that the old man was involved in his death, and it was a lot of disturbing the detachment. Jan was angry, saying that this old man did not even stand in those terrible moments. All this was fictional. Moswin continued. After the death of John, he began to follow Tanjagal, although everyone around only praised it. He acknowledged that it was like madness. There was no evidence, but doubts did not rest. Jan agreed. Then Jan said that it was something important and led the other secret tunnels. In the end, they reached Tanajagal, who met John warmly and looked with a smile at Mos. Meanwhile, a large festival was approaching, and anxiety was already hung in the air. Everyone felt something is rising in the cult, but Jan was stunned not by this, but by what he saw returning to his old palace. The place, once simple and modest, was now covered with gold, gifts, and new walls. Everything has changed beyond recognition. Jan shared his impressions with Jagal, but he assured that the reconstruction continues, and this is only the beginning. Returning to Jan, the mentor wondered, who's standing behind, and looked closely at Mos. Yang briefly told that he was a resurrected friend, returned thanks to her special equipment. From now on, he will stay with them. Jagal, without watching, asked about the latest events in the Rosanina Palace. The old man noted that Jan's efforts have brought the result, that Palace can be forgotten at least for a while. However, he added that Gu Yanren's body was never found. Jan assured that he was dead, there was no doubt. He remembered everything to the smallest things. The enemy's chest was pierced through, and the skull cracked to the very nucleus of his aura. This meant only one thing. The Palace of the Massacre fell, and only Yulchin, who had already lost his elder. Tang Jagal described Yulchin and warned, It can only be defeated through true strength. However, the conversation was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of the security guard with Kan Sosoa, who welcomed Jan Chagaka. Jan acknowledged that their speech at the Council of Elders made a strong impression, and sincerely thanked both. Jigal was pleased that most of the problems have already been solved, so progress is obvious.
Yang did not immediately understand what the mentor was leading, and laughed. Apparently, it is a day when they would capture the entire Heavenly Hill.
Tang Jigal has seriously added that this would open the way to the alliance with the Federation, words that shocked not only John but also Mo Nin Kvi. Moswi released a pulse of power from the heart, and sharply stated that Tang Jigal had gone into the wrong way and betrayed the principles for which he once struggled. The guard was behind the mentor and, full of determination, recalled that Jan Chazak revealed to them the true whole of the cult, and would not allow them to destroy the plan. Jan returned to his friend and strictly ordered to stop strife, because now it is not time to tear each other when the enemy is already moving in the shade. With the help of a hidden energy whisper, he explained Mosi Ki that Tang Jigal was his ancient mentor, who deliberately elected the side of demons. Once Jigal left the Federation, broke up with the past, and joined the cult, swearing to go on the road of demons for his own idea of power. Jan sighed. He tried to convince the old man many times, but he just smiled and repeated that humanity was left behind. Turning to all, John asked that they were aware of the mysterious Heavenly Palace. Kan Sosoa sincerely confessed that she had never heard that name. He suggested aloud, "I am Yulchin associated with this place, because there are too many traces to him, like a spider web." John has put forward the version. The script can repeat the scheme of the Moon Tribe of Yason, where resources became the key to power and blood. Kan Sua added an important detail. "I Yulchin plans a large-scale trade through my palace, collecting money and influence." Jan nodded. So the enemy needed resources to sprinkle ambitions and strengthen the hidden force chains. From the descriptions of Yulchin's actions it became clear. He lacks the money, and the call of Sua hints he forms his own army. Tang Jigal suggested that the disappearance of several groups of people can be directly related to these plans for the accumulation of force. The mother-in-law immediately asked for authenticity. Jigal apologized to not report it so that he did not sow panic among the allies. Jan wondered, perhaps the settlement leader cooks forbidden substances to supply them with recruits and keep the army in obedience. He announced, "It is time to start immediate hunting for I Yulchin and his supporters, until their shadow became a black curtain." Jigal nodded and joked that fate pushed them to this step and blesses the hand of justice. The plot is transferred to the Chang Samin, who looked at the newly built housing with relief and savored sweet fruits. He strictly ordered the workers to be careful and honor everything, because the order was the first step to prosperity. Wiping his palms, the Semin thought that the support of the small palace turned to him with a profitable investment and a new gate of influence. But when the guard and assistant appeared with a report on an urgent meeting with Jan Chagak, the mood of the Semin instantly faded. He first wanted to gather guard, but he heard an order to appear alone. Such a tone knocked it out of balance and ignited anger. The Semin annoyed not the format itself, but that Yang, formerly lower in the hierarchy, allows himself to give direct orders. Going, the Semin ordered the assistant. "You hear the alarm. Appeared immediately. Only to save himself and the rest will wait." However, when the old man disappeared from view, the guard smiled. Neither he nor workers will risk their lives for his whim. At the same time, he commanded the loaders to again pack all things. They say that the master of the palace is unnecessary, so that the treasures lie unattended. It is better to transport them back until the fate of the Semin has not yet been decided. The integrity of the property above all. Meanwhile, John concluded a set of rules for people and instructed Kan Sosoa to pass them on to those who were not at the meeting. He stabbed the foundation of the new structure. The rulers will be the head of the palace, and his first advisor will be Tang Jigal. Further in the hierarchy, a detachment of protection under the leadership of a mother-in-law was fixed, which was to become a shield and sword of a future cult. On the grip, there was also a moon, ready to strengthen a new hierarchy at any moment and keep the rear of a sphere. Meanwhile, Chan Semin entered the hall with the lackey. He reported that he brought the master to place and retreated into the shadow. Puzzled, the Semin looked at the meeting and gasped. What was it for advice, and why did he know nothing about it? He pointed his finger into his familiar faces, asked questions, demanding explanations how they were here and why they were silent. On the throne in the depths of the hall sat Jan Chagak, and coldly said that it did not see the point of waste time in history for the uninformed. He pointed to the scroll with the new laws of the cult, where his name was the leader. The semen in his chest was cold. Saturating his eyes with energy,
Jan announced that he was glad to see the merchant here and now in the reconciliation. When the Samin asked what was happening, Jan cut off. "The truth lies before you. Open your eyes and understand it." The Samin raised the golden aura and stated that such a coup was unacceptable, and he categorically disagrees with a new place of power. Yang warned he should release force, and the consequences will be fatal. His calm words were cut like a blade. The Samin looked around. All those present already activated the streams, directing their edge just into his heart. The owner of the shopping yard struck, accused Yana of a treacherous trap, bored with misconception. Yang and Rivna reminded. The merchant appeared voluntarily. "The nail is only annoying because the time of betrayal has passed. It's time to answer." He ordered the Khan to get rid of a stubborn guest. The girlfriend's icy power flashed, and she moved like a breath of winter. The Semin rushed to the mother of the mother-in-law, crying for help, and he stood a silent rock. The cold fear squeezed the old heart. Grasping the hopelessness, the merchant cried John that they were united by a common enemy, and the inner quarrel plays Yulchen's hand. Yang raised his hand, stopping the pine. The Semin caught a moment and offered help in eliminating Yulchen. The leader recognized. The case is complex but mutually beneficial. The details should be discussed because at stake is the future of both parties. Smiling and pulling the aura, Jan noted that the Semin seems to have extremely valuable information. The merchant caught a hint and asked what exactly wanted to know the new master of the cult. Ready to trade knowledge for life. Jan, without a road path, asked, "How much money did you pass Julchen and his clique?" After silence, the Semin acknowledged. Small schemes that made significant profits outside the official books. And to cause pity, he complained that Yulchen had stolen him, shamelessly pulling out the gold from under the nose of a trusting merchant. Adding evidence, he explained that through the Moon Tribe, Yulchen blocked the trade routes. It was a lot surprised by Yana. Yang asked where the steady funds went. The Semin shrugged. He remains in the darkness of the enemy's intentions. Then Jan ordered him to grab him, and the old man screamed that he could get the information if he remained alive. He warned that his disappearance will be a signal for Yulchen to attack the next Jana. The risk will double. The Semin added, "The yard of pleasure will be under the blow, the second in wealth." It made Jan think. He stressed that Yulchen will not stop before the blood or the corpses for his own ambitions. Yang calmly asked, "What price do you demand for your services and information, old bald? Speak open or silent forever." Chansamin stated that he was asking for little, after the festival to return his former trade routes and give a monthly share of profit on a monthly basis. Jan Chagak strictly warned, one attempt to deceive the Union, and the question of the life of the merchant will be resolved faster than he remembers his own sins. After that, a rigid bargaining. Every word sounded like a blade blow, and the air between the Vat Seaman and Jan sparkled distrust. The old man assured that only 40% of income is able to yield, because otherwise the trading wheel would slip into the abyss. Jan demanded half and raised the rate for each refusal for another 10, until the shocked seaman agreed 80. When the agreement was fastened, Jan called a mother-in-law with a gesture and ordered the merchant to remove the merchant from the hall so that he was trapped from the survivor. Khan Sosoa expressed her desire to include the Semin in a circle of trusted, to use his connection network and financial skill. Yang was surprised, but he admitted, "Let his grandfather and funny, but the market feels better than many and can become a good trump card." One of the servants supported the idea, noting that the alliance with the merchant would strengthen the economic foundation of the new government. To the joy of Sua, Yang, already moving away, agreed to try this option, which raised the morale of the entire hall. On the threshold, he cast a gloomy look. The war will end only when he personally breaks Yulchen and blows the ashes of his ambitions. The servant recalled the problem of giving Yeva, but Jan replied that she had to decide other cases. She was gone. He was aware of the need for urgent training. The unfinished martial arts had already bitten the body and the mind of hungry flames. Only perfect control over this power will allow him not to go crazy during the inevitable battle with a new enemy. He soberly appreciated the reality. Yulchen is much more dangerous than the fallen Gaia Janren and will require marginal skills. So Jan announced that the festival would go to a demonic training corridor for a grueling spurt of study. Meanwhile, let Yena learn that John disappeared again, and anger mixed with insult and confusion broke out in her heart. Harp's detachment fighters persuaded the girl to wait, assuring that Jan had crucial things, and the words were flying away with an empty sound. "Give Juan a sword," and fiercely asked why they still protect the one who caught her pain so many times. The guard asked to lower the weapon, noting that Jan probably had significant motives, and called on to trust his eldest brother. He emphasized, to listen to the elder.
the path to wisdom, and his words were reflected from the icy despair of the girl. Jacob cut off that he was not her brother, only a receiver, and no feelings would make her justify Jan's cruelty. She remembered the humiliating words of the leader and called him a crazy pervert, from whom the frost ran on the backs of the listeners. The guard exploded. Jan, a hero who performed a feat at the peak of beauty. To disgrace such a person is the greatest sin. The girl steamed sharply. For her, he is the greatest fraud in the world, and her heart does not recognize another title. She announced her departure. The warriors tried to block the path with the swords, and in the eyes of Yichva, unwavering determination was burning. Give Juan, who would interfere, meet the blade, soldered with the icy art of her clan. The words confirmed the action. The blade flashed, and the icy energy poured the walls with a frosty breath. The guards shuddered from the explosion of strength and raised the shields, but the girl slipped between them like a ghostly vortex. Accumulating the blow, she broke the wall and jumped out, rusting roofs like a white shadow in night darkness. Give Ju a lightning out of the sword palace, leaving the stunned guard and the icy loop of escape behind. No one even had time to raise anxiety. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dark room, an unknown strategist viewed a board with figures that embodied key players in a bloody party. He pushed aside the figure of Gu Jianren and sighed quietly. So much hope relied on that crazy, and now the ashes remained from them. Taking the miniature of the elder, the stranger stated, 3 remaining on the field, and the rates rise to the price of life itself. Walking the figure in his fingers, he felt the last hope of a neat victory without the universal chaos. White mask and silver hair hid the face of a player who complained. Everything had to end, but there is still a chance to beat the fate. By shifting the figures of John Chagak and Ayulchin, like 2 comets, he prepared a scene for a collision capable of destroying the half of the sky. Time switched, and we were in the Empire, high in the Tibet mountains, where the winds sing about old dynasties and new intrigues. Emperor Ibrahim sat on the throne when a guest appeared that, smiling, remembered. It was quite a time since their last meeting. This guest was the heir of the Blood Palace, the son of Ayulchin. Behind was a detachment, drawn by gifts and hidden intentions. Ibrahim looked at the young man's luggage and immediately realized, they seek from the Empire more than just ceremony courtesy. The heir announced that Jason self-proclaimed the leader. The emperor laughed, calling it a joke worthy of a fool that despises fate. He believed, if Jason is really so bold, let him say goodbye to life, and sent scouts to test the truth. The young man added that the cult leader would soon change and asked if the ruler would come to the ceremony. Ibrahim refused to do it. Instead, he promised to send valuable gifts. The heir tensed and asked to choose a gift on his own. The emperor, captivating the hall with an unusual aura, allowed, if he has already passed the half-world, choose that you consider fit. The guy was in a hurry to voice the desired, to borrow the imperial detachment of the killers, because a sharp blade in the shade may be needed ahead. This application alarmed Ibrahim. He asked what kind of massacre the new moon was planning to demand such dark services. While the emperor weighed the risks, the plot returned to Jan and Mosi, who stepped in the hidden path in the mountains again. Yang explained that it is the MVI who has to talk to one person, because their paths and memories are intertwined than the chains. This man was Tang Jagal. Moon, swooping in front of the mentor, first remained silent, weighing every word. Lifting his gaze, he spoke quietly. You are a black crane, right? And the air between them thickened, like a storm. Jigal only rapped. He was funny to come here and ask about the obvious when the world is lying on his head from other land. To clarify whether he remembers Mosuki, the old man cut off. The name said nothing, and in his eyes a cold indifference flashed. Then Mos Kai called the former leader of the Blue Wind Detachment and warned that the Alliance Muram would not allow the cult of jicking the world. Jigal waved, they say. Only the puppet Yana. And the game has long been on another chessboard, where the rates are much higher. More Kavi acknowledged. He may really be a paw, but he remembers who he was, and therefore will not allow his own honor from history. He broke into a cry. Will the mentor be able to speak so boldly when the blood of the Federation shines in his hands? After the pause, he asked, explain how the former pillar of the Federation was in the benches of the cult. The answer can change everything. Jigal was cold that it is indifferent. Now they are standing against the Alliance. But Mosi Kavi stood up, saying that it should not be, and the battle just begins. Tang Jigal exploded with anger. They say the Alliance was helpless until his students rot in the Palace of the Massacles, and they only arranged tournaments and drank tea. Moswi did not give up positions, not all of him. That is why they created a detachment,
to stop this madness until it is too late. He began to remember the past of Jagala, as the same time spread the ideas of unity and protection against darkness. Looking straight into the eye, Mosakiva admitted that it was through Jagala that he joined the detachment and embarked on the path of cleaning. Suddenly, Tang Jagal said, he wants to give his ex-student the last advice before their paths will disperse forever. With a demonic aura, he said that the destruction of the Alliance is one of the main goals of the cult, and nothing will stop this storm. He added that Mosu's mountain has already part of this cult, even if he is not aware of it. There is no way back. In response, Mosu Kvi grabbed the old man, but Jagal only said, not to break them. It is in vain to resist, because darkness is already inside. The warrior released the mentor. He said that he did not tie his hands, he still has honor, and turning around, he went away. Only when he disappeared behind the door, Tang Jagal muttered, now he recognized the guy, but it changes nothing. Meanwhile, Jan Chagak walked through a quiet path with a servant who noted that in these parts everything was left as once. Jan remembered how he often wore someone in his hands as a child, and this nostalgia fiercely sore in her heart. Suddenly, he stopped. A familiar symbol, seen once in battle at the Peak of Beauty, flashed on the wall. He remembered this pattern and began to think, how did it happen here? As soon as they came to the building, a man came out of the door, someone who was not waiting to see. The servant was happy and Jan was naked. A librarian whom he had not seen stood in front of him. The librarian immediately spoke, saying that he heard about problems with the memory of Jan and apologized for his former silence. Jan asked if he was the master of the area. He replied that he was only managing the library of the Lord of Demons without being a fighter. But there is one who knows all the techniques. The Lord of the Top, the main demon whose power is more terrible than each entry in these books. When asked if the librarian knew his father, he replied, no, but they once gave the letter asking for a message. In a letter, his father asked Jan not to look for him. He went on a journey to find a way to change in his own life. Yang later paid attention to strange patterns on the walls. The librarian explained, this is an ancient sign that has been going on since myths. Then Jan said that he went to the heavenly library and asked what gates to get there. It turned out that the strongest of all is the gate of heaven, and only he and his father can pass through them. The librarian and servant held Jan to the entrance and wished good luck in his search for truth. Jan began to wander between shelves, looking at scrolls and books, but did not find what he was looking for. In the corridor, he noticed someone else, the figure that she flipped over old folios with an expression of deep concentration. It was the third elder Manhwa, who held a rare book in his hands and said he had been looking for it for a very long time. Seeing Jan, I happily congratulated him. They say it is nice to see again, especially after everything that happened. Hearing the name of the elder, Jan remembered. It was Tang Jagal who asked him to find a ban, because he was one of the wisest in the world. Going to the elder, Jan Chagak politely asked if one of the books that was interested in it could be taken. Smiling, Banai replied that he always believed in him and gladly helped with the search, because Yang is better than they were talking about. In response, John noted that the heat of this summer has exhausted him, so he is looking for ancient medicine books to improve health. Hearing these humble and gentle words, Jan began to understand why the elder was called the Saints. He was astonishing with his kindness. Banai praised Yana's love for books, noting that he never stops learning, because knowledge is also a form of strength. He mentioned that he should go to the Peak of the Fire for treatment, but promised to visit later if Yang did not mind. Already on the farewell, the old man happily said how pleased he was to see Chagak, and he stopped him for a moment. Jan asked if I knew something about the Western arts. He answered restrained, without enthusiasm. At that time, Jan wondered what art the Holy Dagger, which has a special aura belongs to. The elder thought. He did not mention anything, and confessed that he had one hypothesis. He advised to study the ancient art of death, and this proposal was literally stunned by Yan. Banai explained that it is an ancient martial art created in old China by killers, but extremely effective. He delved into a long story about the origin of style, so tedious that John barely restrained his sigh. Just after completing the monologue, I said goodbye and began to go, promising that I would see with the hero. Jan said with relief that he has no anger, and this is a big plus in this harsh world. Meanwhile, the ban itself started descending from the mountain, thinking deeply about the events that just happened. Smiling and hiding his face under the hood, he thought about the likelihood that Jan was really mastering this art, and that he did not seem. Stopping, he said to himself, if the fights do not avoid, then you should fight with honor, even against the stronger. His assistant in the same mantle asked whether he came from the cult, Without turning, the ban was replied. I stood on one side too long. It's time to move to the other. Raising the aura, he ordered the assistant to depart, noting that he would again think. Touching his shoulder, he added, only the one who will execute the order. No doubt and questions will survive. The assistant nodded silently, saying that he understood everything. And the ban, in the meantime, disappeared behind the turn, disappearing in the fog. Jan, meanwhile, flipped the old books and realized the techniques he possessed are really powerful and are too unstable. He remembered how instinctively used them in battle, but could not remember how it happened. And here he came across a book with the name of the art that I mentioned, the ban. Felt relief and joy. Reading carefully, Yang found that the pages were not filled with instructions, but questions about choices, actions, morality. The text was about the legendary warrior who was able to master all the arts of the world and became almost unattainable. Sinking into thinking, John began to reproduce familiar techniques, focusing on the advice from the book. At the same time, he trained spiritual practices, for a long time, focusing on one point, directing energy with maximum accuracy. The illusory arena broke out around Jan. He created ghostly opponents to immediately experience the power of new equipment. Imaginary fighters rushed on the offensive, and Yang, armed with only 2 daggers, entered the rhythm of a duel like a shadow dance. He divided into 2 streams, pouring the maximum charge into each hand to control the blades with jewelry. Only a few minutes, and complete control has come. The illusory enemies were scattered with sparks, reflecting his victory. The room prevailed silence, and the energy shield around Jan's body was changed by light. Now he owned both the shell and the technique. Realizing success, Jan bowed to an invisible mentor who spoke through the pages of an ancient manuscript. The introduction said that this path was going on, and Jan has overcome it on its own without turning the last page. But as soon as he took up the final line, an anxious feeling of inevitable misery sounded in his heart. The text described the soul mutilated by a demon that does not deserve a peaceful life. Words penetrated more sharply than the blade. The following was mentioned: demonic vision, which monitors the darkness. The symbols were the same as Jan saw at the peak of beauty. Meanwhile, I was thinking in silence whether there is a legendary black sun that could change the power schedule. He called the assistant and asked sharply about the search in the Palace of the Massacre, demanding a specific answer. The servant reported, the bodies of Gujan Reina was not found. Therefore, the insane is still alive and is hidden unknown where. Yulchin acknowledged that it is logical. Such a creature will survive even when the world is falling. So you should prepare for a new blow. And whoever the Black Sun will be, he will pay. Yulchin promised to disrupt the legend personally from heaven personally. He ordered to go to the Peak of Water, to return the lost funds, and to send the following to the secret hiding of the Palace of the Massacre. When the assistant left, Yulchin whispered, soon the blade will find herself in the throat of the Emperor, and the world will learn the new lord. The story then brings us to city streets, where the detachment in the black cloaks went to the meat shop with code orders. Their leader announced the meatball. Climb the top of the tree. There will be a demon of a massacre with a new mission. In response, the butcher, who was in a joy, exclaimed that he was ready to release the gut to anyone who would stand against their bloody business. Around the butcher, the knife comrades quickly rallied up, happily quarreling that he finally ordered an order to act, and they would be able to shed blood for the glory of the demon Rosanina. When the detachment left the store, the deputy whispered, what is the strange band in the black cloaks? General, said Kripko. This is an auxiliary mouth. Their leader is a cannibal. But on the battlefield, such a brilliant rage is invaluable. In the forest, Daijakad was angry. Friends were crazy. They scolded Yana yesterday, and now they marry him like salvation. The maid shouted behind and shouted indignantly that the lady was ripping her day off, chasing in the thicket. Jacob covered the girl's mouth. Quietly, they are hunted. Her eyes were determined. Returning to her girlfriend, she asked the Yang now, because he should be cut off on the old path. The maid shook her head and wondered where the elusive black gentleman could go. While Jacob was waiting for the answer, the girl spoke flirtily what she was thinking about Jan. She replied that she was only interested in a mysterious black sun. She did not quench, did you really fall in love? And these preschool words ignited a storm of anger. She fell into a cry, and the maid laughed, demanding an honest confession that made the forest shudder from the moon. Jan's conversation with Momozi failed in memory. It came to where he could be. She turned to her friend sharply and flashed her eyes. I seem to know his hiding place. The maid was surprised, and Yeva suggested going together, but she just grunted that she was not in humor for adventure. We go to a soldier who realized he fled too hurry, and now enemies can track his storage. The adjutant came running with news. The palace disappeared, and the peak of water fell under the pressure of the blood palace. The soldiers were scattered. It would be worthwhile to leave the cult, we became a live target. And the commander refused to flee. Then the assistant added that other palaces were thrown, the connection was cut off, the gold reserves were confiscated. The shock and rage were rolled by the commander. The world was lying, and he could not believe that he had remained with nothing. Suddenly, a disgusting laughter was laughed out of darkness. The commander instantly commanded, "Before battle, perimeter, in full protection." The body of one assistant flew over bloody sparks when fighters of the Meat Clan emerged from the shadow, instantly reducing the distance to the commander. The surviving soldiers rushed to the attack and released the rays of chi, but their power was absorbed by a black failure that dissolved simply between the enemies. Therefore, the warrior was in the ring of dozens of meat, each with a rusty blade and a brilliance in the pupils, ready to break the prey. Realizing the trap, the commander cursed his own ignorance. It was she who opened the enemies of the gate to a weakened shelter. The leader of the attackers coldly stated that the spies of defenders worked the bad, and left the break through which blood now flows. The black-haired leader asked why attack when the demon has already had a title, and in response he heard only a mockery. The meatball stated that his flock was terribly hungry and wanted to have a snack before a further hike, as if it were a regular lunch. The commander estimated the chances. A maximum of 30% of the victory, but only in an honest fight one-on-one, not in the meat grinder. The demon rolled up with his hand, and dozens of blades moved to the besieged detachment, saying the live meat. Defenders raised the barriers, but the cold horror squeezed their hearts. Today their storage can turn into a mass grave. It was in this chaos that gave birth to Ju. Froze from shock, and saw the sky shuddering from the shine of the blades and splashes of blood. She ordered the maid to hide in the bushes and tried to understand who were all crazy. Cut in the middle of the forest. The maid whispered, "It is a massacre between the Yard of the Massacre and the Meat Clan. A real slaughterhouse without rules and mercy." Yanda asked who was in the greatest danger here and heard, "Ladies, we are with you." And Moraz ran her spine. The demon logged in the girls, licked and ordered them alive, because fresh meat tastes best. The shocked jacket has given whether these freaks were devouring people. The maid nodded and advised to flee, but the soldiers of the two massacre rushed to them, and Yuina realized that she is now both the thinker and the prey at the same time. She remembered Yana's warning. She is hunting the palace, so the escape is no longer an option. You need to keep a blow. Having collected freedom, Jacob shouted that she would fight until his last breath, so as not to be embarrassed before the black sun. She crashed into the crowd, covering the skin with ice quote, and each stroke of the blade left the icy scar in the air. Having realized that the meatballs were distracted by Yeva, the captain realized there was a chance to save a detachment if to force enemies to disperse. But despite this spark of hope, the threatening shadow of a demon man-made man has not been put. He remained the main, deadly, dangerous rival. The commander saw the subordinate number 12 to the edge of the eye, and the cold fear pierced his heart. The soldiers rushed from the rear and reported that the enemies did not feel pain. The captain immediately ordered his head to cut to stop their crazy. The man was breaking up, asking whether the commander really thinks that a bunch of mortal could defeat freaks from the Meat Clan. He is mockingly throat that he had too high thought about himself, because he had previously surrendered to small dogs. He jumped up like a bloody meteor and was about to sow the captain through a single blow. He met the shoe of the blade with a barrier. The ground under his feet dispersed, but the shield was kept, though it was Nat. In despair, the warrior realized the power of the monster is enormous, and he had already dreamed of giving his head to dogs for food. In this critical moment, the top fell from the top, a spark of the blade in his hand. The meatball was shouting, crying that it would not interfere with a dog duel. The girl, however, rushed at the attack. The captain could not understand why the stranger was beating on their side, risking life. However, Yuan did not retreat. Ice blue flashes were flying, and she struck her sword just into the face of the demon. He flew away from the power of the blow, stood up, splashed his teeth, and angrily shook the air when the fog of the dust hid his vision. Deciding that it was a pathetic focus, he grabbed an axe and rushed forward, confident in his own invincibility. But with a gray moo behind his back, a silhouette with red eyes broke out. An invisible hunter crashed like a night ghost. It was the captain. He activated the hidden equipment and struck energy simply in the back of the meat, sewing the flesh into the bones. The demon logged. The body was shot by convulsions. He could not believe that the deadly blow had missed so easily. After collapsing on the ground, he chose fury. The captain turned to Yichua and asked in surprise why he helped, at risk of death. She answered briefly. From now on, he and his people argue her life. This price for her kindness. The commander exhaled, smiled, and shook his head, making it clear that he was taking the agreement. The debt of honor for salvation was already recorded. The captain with a fierce heart was strongly approached to a dumped butcher to make a merciful but final blow under the laws of the Palace of the Massacre. He lifted the blade because the code demanded to extract the enemy, and a sudden sense of danger was pinched in his fingers, as if warning about something evil. The body of the butcher swore. The blade flew forward and sewed the captain's shoulder through, spilling hot blood on the crack. The freak broke to his feet and blocked the captain's life points with 2 fingers, paralyzing him, like a puppet without threads. Masticing the prey, the butcher looked at the gave up in front and asked her to not flee from fate. He rapidly rushed to the girl like a spider to a fly, and the shadow lowered over her sword, absorbing the remnants of light. Yanda realized, standing motionless means to die. She rushed into the counterattack, cutting through the blade like a comet's tail. However, the enemy, intoxicated with blood, poured strokes without a pause, looking back only to assert himself in the future of the feast. She miraculously restrained the pressure, but felt the forces melt like the ice under the midst of the ruthless desert. And so, the hot blade of the meatball cut the defense. The iron hand swept the girl's throat, lifting her like a light doll. Squeezing the trachea, the monster enjoyed her wheezing, admiring the fear in the pupils that dim under the lack of oxygen. The maid, after shuddering, realized she could no longer watch, and rushed from the shelter, sparkling with determination. But the butcher waved it up, threw it up like a cod, and quarreled that he would start a meal with the gifts, tasting the words. Suddenly, the sky stitched the steel lightning. A huge blade on a long chain shook the torso of the freak and drowned his warlike regat. A wave of force destroyed the earth around. A chain of bells like a funeral bell that announces the end of a bloody banquet song. From the fog came a figure of a baby with long hair, a single-eyed bandaged mask and a demonic aura that extinguished any resistance. It was the resurrected Guy Jan Ren. When he stopped, he asked a hoarse whisper, who dredged to wake him from the darkness that night. Meanwhile, Jan Chagak, immersed in ancient folio, noticed in the fields records of the previous owner of his body and the cipher of memories. Small facts were formed in a strange puzzle. The one who was called the Week-in-Law was a much deeper figure in the shadow game. He mentioned the secret techniques of control of consciousness used in the Palace of Pleasure, without the knowledge of Kansua, and shuddered from suspicion. He also mentioned the carved runes at the Peak of Beauty, the same symbols that flash in his dreams, like the bloody god in the light of the moon. If the predecessor was considered weak, how did he even reach the tops? The question was torn Jan's sword. Further mention of the Heavenly Summit. The people of the Alliance tried to tell something, and their voices were lost in the whirlwind of events. Jan came to the conclusion that there was someone else between him and his father, and I was suspicious of the shadow of Yulchuna. The record said that someone depressed the heir's power, not letting rise, and Jan was increasingly suspected of his own father. One of the hints came from one thing. The father was against his paths from the beginning and planned to cut his wings into the embryo. Hypotheses were spinning in Jan's head, but all led to a feeling of inevitable collision with the past that comes to life in the blood and flames. We come back to the battle. The meatballs were numb, seeing the living guy of Jan Ren. The death itself came to judge them. The band realized, if the captain fell, then they would not resist the ghost. Fear melted in the runoff of escape. They rushed all over, and Guy Jan Ren stood motionless, like a stone obelisk, and the bloody chain was slowly shaking in his hand. Guy Jan Ren did not let the butchers go away. The chain circulated over his head with a wide, deadly circle, and he mocked that they had not even said goodbye. In a moment, the steel snake flew off the rays, sowing the air and flesh. The red splashes followed every blow, and the crowd of enemies fell, not having time to shout. Only their leader survived. He, stumbling on the dead bodies, rushed in the thicket, making prayers to gods who had never believed. Guy Jan Ren was just standing, thickening the bloody aura around like a fog. The earth groaned under the fugitive foot, and the shadow of the demon spread like night. Give Jacob with a fright that she imagined the power of this monster horrible. But the reality was much more scary than her darkest thoughts. The wounded Captain Kripko advised the girl to flee until the monster was entertained with hunting, and did not look at them. She also said that the escape was now the fate of the panties, and pointed to scattered fugitives who threw their wounded at the beating. The demon, swaying the chain, slowly moved to Yiqua, wondering whose daughter she is,
because in her eyes the pride of the ancient kind flicked. Yanda stated that she had come and leave herself, and the predatory laughter of Guya Janren explained that he was not going to release the prey. He thoughtfully asked if it should be killed immediately, reminding that after the extermination of the whole tree, the fast death would be a gift. The girl denied it. She did not cut anyone and came with the leader of the heavenly detachment capable of confirming her words. Too many lies for the mortal, the demon smiled. Then she suggested that she swear to her father's name to prove innocence. In response, there was a crazy regiment. Watching her despair was much more interesting than listening to the oaths. Yevi thought that curiosity saves her life, and one icy no from the demon destroyed the crumb of hope. She kneeled down and stated that it seemed that he could kill her effortlessly. The maid burst into horror behind her back. The girl remembered her father who would worry insanely, and the demon grumbled that she was too pressing on his conscience, which he had no. He asked who, in her opinion, was behind all this, if not herself. Yev's eyes flashed with doubt and fear at the same time. She suggested in a trembling voice that the black sun, which lives at the peak, could stand behind it. The demon was surprised by her ignorance. Guy Janren noted that she seems to understand nothing, and this ignorance only warmed his curiosity to the girl. Turning to his fighters, he ordered, "To take Jeva and her maid alive. They will be useful when he will understand those who pull the threads." The elders were peacefully scratching the tea, but a calm conversation felt tension, because the world was shocked by battles and intrigues. Among them, the ban. I leaned to one of the oldest, asking how long he watched the current chaos. The old man sighed. 3 riots were already browned for his cadences, which is only a prologue to much larger storms. He added that the excess of the owners leads to the avalanche of victims, and bloody bills will only grow. I looked intently in the eye of the ban, looking for signs of fate, and talked about strange similarities, which heralded a great shift. He emphasized separately, the fights of the yards, only entertainment. The real challenge is hidden in the secret of the heavenly mountain and the great dragon. No matter who will sit on the throne, all will be the food of the dragon, if they do not understand the scale of danger. Banai enthusiastically noted the depth of the interlocutor's thoughts and asked what conclusion he finally came to. The old man said, "It is better to be a dragon's tail than the head of the viper. Then you live longer and see further." Banai clapped my palm, approving the wisdom and experience that permeates every word of the interlocutor. He jokingly suggested to elect the old man with a new leader of the cult, but he waved. The authorities are not attracted to him. Growing on a ban, he confessed that he only dreams of eradicating clan strife from the body of the cult. Banai clarified that it was not necessary to present the elders of the elders above the 9 courtyards, and saw that this is what the wise interlocutor seeks. Laughing, the saint acknowledged the idea of brilliant and assured that he was pleased to deal with such a person. Substituting, he announced, "Startsef, clan reforms, and takes on other fronts for himself, because the work will be enough for everyone." On the farewell, the elder broke out and swore he would put his own life in order to realize the idea of reality. Cult of Min, Sun Peak, Small Palace of Min. Tong Jigal, seated at the head of the table, says that the Palace of Bloody Art has extended its influence to Water Peak, the Elders' community at Metal Peak, and even reached Tree Peak, where the Slaughter Palace is located. That is why it was quite difficult to find out what is happening in these territories. Sitting at the table are Yayultak, Han Soso, the Bloody Master, John Semin, Donban Il, and Dan Jonghak, who listen attentively to his speech. Han Soso says, "This is not all the information they managed to obtain about the Bloody Palace in the local markets over the past 2 weeks. The Master of the Palace of Pleasures adds, she heard that they went beyond Heavenly Mountain. If it concerns external forces that require a lot of money, then the Heavenly Palace is currently the most suspicious." Tong Jigal replies to her that these are just guesses. They need more information to be completely sure. The old man addresses the Master of the Sword Palace and the Master of the Poison Palace, saying that following the young leader's order, they need to search for Zhang Shi at Beauty Peak. Donban Il responds that Beauty Peak indeed arouses great interest in him. Tong Jigal says, he heard that in the village by the Tear Stream, psychedelic potions are being prepared. This is a good opportunity to find out how the Bloody and Heavenly Palaces are connected, and he would like Han Soso, the Master of the Palace of Pleasures, to take care of this. The woman, fanning herself, replies that it will not be easy. She heard that the Western regions sent a delegation to them. Apparently, the feudal lord of the Timur Empire will personally visit them. Therefore, she cannot be absent. Tong Jigal says, "Then let Yayultak and the Master of the Trade Palace take care of the village." The young man glances at Dan Jonghak. What? He does not want to?
The master of the trade palace, casting a look at him, says without much enthusiasm, "Accepted." The old man decides that they will leave the Min Palace to the Bloody Master, as he has his own connections there. The master agrees. Fine. Tongjigal announces that the meeting of the hall leaders has come to an end. He expresses hope that everyone will be in good health until the young leader returns. The girls gracefully wave their hands and bow deeply. Formed into 2 rows creating a wedge, the girls standing ankle-deep in water watch as a tower rises from the whirlpool in the middle of the reservoir. Cult of Min. Water Peak. Lake Huagu. When the structure is fully raised, the water in the lake becomes smooth again. The silence is broken by the roar of a waterfall formed because the water flow from the lake crashes down the cliff. People on the terraces of a multi-level mansion observe what is happening. The royal personage of the Timur Empire, Ibrahim, looking at the waterfall, says to Khan Soso standing nearby, "Amazing. Just think, the water in such a huge lake can disappear in an instant." The woman replies that for 2 years they have been filling this place with water for the rituals of the cult. Then, 7 days before the festival begins, they dry the lake and pray. They believe the water will become rain on Tree Peak and make the land fertile. The man says that this is truly incredible. Even in their empire, he has not encountered such a grand ritual. The master of the Palace of Pleasures, stepping forward and leaving Ibrahim with his guards behind, coquettishly replies that he flatters them. Then he offers the man to return to the summer brothel of Min. They have prepared breakfast for him there. Ibrahim agrees. Well then, he agrees to go. The table is set with all kinds of dishes, including fried chicken, slices of meat and vegetables, and dumplings. In the center stand statuettes of a dragon and a bird resembling a peacock. Ibrahim raises his hands and says, "The sect of woodcutters should learn from the cult of Min. If someone has seen God, blessings are inevitable." He laughs. The guards form a silent wall behind him. Khan Soso, standing opposite him, replies, "She is sure God will be touched by how different faiths have come together and interact with each other." The woman leaves the room. Already standing in the doorway, she looks back and wishes the Lord of the Empire a good rest. The door closes behind Khan Soso and silence reigns in the room. Ibrahim says, "What an attractive woman." The warrior standing next to him replies that she is not so simple. Ibrahim says, "Enough empty talk. He brought him here as he wanted. What should he do next?" The warrior replies, "Let his people leave them for now." Ibrahim waves his hand commandingly. His men immediately carry out the order and leave the room. The warrior raises his hand to his face, saying, "This woman they just saw." Ibrahim snorts questioningly. I, Yuljin, freed from the mask, say that she must be killed. Ibrahim, casting a sidelong glance at him, asks, "Did he make him bring an entire squad of Timur's Empire assassins here to deal with one woman?" The interlocutor replies, "To fight Khan Soso, you need to send thousands of heavily armed Timur soldiers to certain death. He is sure that one squad of mercenaries will not be enough, and they will need Ibrahim's help." The man's face darkens. He says that I, Yuljin, continues to get on his nerves. Looking at the interlocutor, he adds that he does not like his condescending look. I, Yuljin, ask, "So he refuses?" Ibrahim chuckles, showing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Suddenly his mood changes sharply, and he shouts, "Ha! He can no longer retreat, for he has given his word. He will show how powerful his empire is." The moon disk illuminates the empty streets and the multi-story mansion towering above them. A silver snake with red eyes slides across a woman's palm. A voice sounds, "I wonder, when will he come?" Khan Soso sits on the bed. Her body is wrapped by a snake. The woman wonders, will there be news by morning? And when did he grow so mature that she, unknowingly, longs to meet him? She recalls the last meeting with the young leader, his strong hand forcefully gripping her throat. Then he said he was going to change this place. He promised to create a place where everyone could live together without violating the higher and lower commandments. With a smile on her lips, Khan Soso remembers. He said they needed changes. She thought it was just the words of an immature boy, but to imagine that one day it could become reality. The small palace of Min and the young leader have enough power. Therefore, if he becomes the leader of the cult, they will no longer have to bring innocent children to the Palace of Pleasures and turn them into toys for indulgence. Dreamily smiling, the woman says, if that is possible, she will gladly give her life. Khan Soso closes her eyes. A slight smile illuminates her face. From her lips escapes, in the cult of Min, nothing is ever simple. While she dreams, dark silhouettes of warriors appear outside her room door. The door swings open and a squad of armed men in masks appears on the threshold. Khan Soso, already standing and fanning herself with a fan, says, she cannot believe that a whole delegation has come to her at such a late hour without prior notice. She asks, Did they not like the dinner? The warriors, gripping long knives in their hands, silently advance on her. The woman, smiling sweetly, says she would never have thought that the Timur Empire could behave so disrespectfully. They are ready for the consequences, right? She takes a step forward, and the floor beneath her feet is covered with ice. Kansoso steps toward the warriors, radiating cold energy that causes everything around to be covered with an icy crust. The flow of her energy strikes the warriors, and they try to cover their faces with their hands. Ibrahim, laughing, says he knew she was full of talents, but the man stands, crossing his arms on his chest, making no attempt to shield himself from the flows of energy coming from her. Ibrahim adds, he did not think she would turn out to be such an icy woman. Kansoso replies, if he does not explain himself, something worse awaits him. Although, it seems it is already too late now. Ibrahim asks her not to hold a grudge against him. After all, there is no place for emotions in politics. Anyone will go to any lengths for their goals, and it does not matter if they have to make enemies or become a friend. The woman, having come almost close to him, asks, does he intend to join forces with the Min cult and start a fight for the throne? Ibrahim answers, if everything were so simple, he would not behave like this. He has only one request. Let her leave the young leader alone and join the Palace of Bloody Art. The woman is surprised. Mentally, she wonders, how did he find out that she is allied with the small Min Palace? Smiling sweetly, Kansoso asks, does he wish to make a bet with her? Ibrahim asks again, a bet? The woman explains. She proposes to bet on how he will end. Kansoso adds, his end will be more terrible than anyone else's. Ibrahim frowns. The woman, radiating icy energy, swears by her life that he will lose everything. Blocks of ice grow before her, covering her. Warriors rush to Ibrahim. A strong stream of energy strikes Ibrahim, knocking him off his feet and throwing him backward. Two warriors catch him under the arms right at the door. The other warriors advance on the woman, holding out their hands, radiating streams of fiery energy. Kansoso realizes that they are all the best combat masters. She decides that she cannot prolong this fight. She needs to defeat them faster. She moves aside the hand with the fan, surrounded by an icy aura, waving the fan and sending streams of cold energy at the opponents. The woman thinks that she needs to find out how much they know. Her power turns the opponents into ice blocks. Kansoso, assessing the result of her efforts, thinks, not bad. Ibrahim's eyes, bound by ice, ignite with red energy fire. Numerous thin cracks appear on the ice. Ibrahim, radiating red energy, breaks free from the icy shackles, and shards of ice fly in all directions. The man's eyes are flooded with inner energy. He throws his hand forward, saying they have little time, and suggests stopping the useless jokes. Kansoso does not hide her fear. Covering her chest with her hands, she exclaims, who is he? He is definitely not Ibrahim. She raises her hands up, unleashing streams of energy that bypass the ice blocks standing before her onto the man. Kansoso uses the Ice World technique. The man, doing nothing, stands surrounded by a purple aura, awaiting the strike. Streams of ice flow around him, unable to cause any harm. He raises his eyes to the woman. Red sparks blaze in them. From his lips escapes a pathetic attempt. The purple aura around him thickens, the floor covering cracks beneath his feet, and a vortex appears. Power flows tear the mask with a gray beard from his face. Kansoso mentally gasps. He brushed off the ice charged with 120% of her energy with just a wave of his hand? The woman's eyes widen in surprise. From her lips escapes, you. Before her stands a young man surrounded by a purple aura. Kansoso recognizes this man, the cult leader. The Min cult, Water Peak, Huagu Lake. The sky was covered with leaden clouds. A heavy rain began. The third elder Banya, standing by the open window, says that a little more time will pass, and a whole gathering of followers will assemble in this place to shed tears of repentance. An evil smile appears on his face as he says, they will cut and trample each other just to climb the heavenly mountain. How pathetic, to do such things for such a miserable goal. Behind his back, a dark silhouette of a man sitting at a table in the depths of the room is visible. Banya asks him, does he disagree? Without waiting for an answer, he continues speaking. Now that they have dealt with the Palace of Fear and lifted the curtain, only the young leader and the master of the Bloody Palace remain to come on stage. He asks his interlocutor's opinion. Who does he think will win? The man whose face is not visible due to the gloom reigning in the room answers, hasn't this question already been resolved? Banya laughs. It would be boring if everything was already decided. He says that his interlocutor should write a plan for the development of events. He also needs to prove his abilities, right? A banquet of hasty conflicts and shocking truth. He can expect that, can't he? The third elder turns to the man sitting at the table and admits that he loves tragedies. He agrees to such a scenario if there are no winners in the battle. An anticipatory smile appears on Banya's face. He thinks their battle will be the best spectacle. The interlocutor answers, As soon as they get rid of the masters of the palaces, it will be difficult for the young leader to defeat the master of the bloody palace alone. The third elder says, of course. That was their plan. If they don't kill him themselves, then they will. A dark aura emanates from Banya as he asks. He already said, right? A shocking truth must be created. The man asks his interlocutor's opinion. What does he think? Has he managed to catch inspiration? The response is a promise to prepare. Banya's voice sounds in the room. He knew that he would understand his wishes. Then he will leave him. Let him think some more. He is stopped by a question. Did he manage to learn about the delegation that arrived at the summer brothel Min? Banya says that it seems everything was arranged by the Palace of Bloody Art. Yayulchin disguised himself as a member of the delegation and infiltrated the Palace of Pleasures. The elder's interlocutor says, if he tried to kill the master of the palace, then in his opinion, it means they have money problems. He asks, was that also Banya's order? The elder answers negatively, no. The money that flowed out of the bloody palace has nothing to do with them. Most likely they were sending tribute to the heirs. He understands the situation is urgent, but what is the point in this? Banya adds, well, in any case, they are now in such a position that the dead masters of the palaces work in their favor, so there is no need to worry about them. He believes that the interlocutor only needs to take care of the gift they will present to the followers during the heavenly festival. The response is, got it. The third elder stretches his lips into a smile again as he says, wonderful. And now let him return and begin to prepare. He adds that the others should also carefully watch what will happen to the masters of the palaces, and clarifies, did his interlocutor understand? A squad of warriors marches along a mountain path winding between the rocks. Donban Il, touching with his finger the whitish veil surrounding them, says to Dan Chonghak walking ahead, truly incredible. Is such a thing really possible? He admits that he has never heard of a mystical trap of such a level. Dan Chonghak draws a sword from its sheath and slices the air in front of him. A whitish haze disperses for a few moments, and a narrow passage between the rocks opens up to his sight. Then the fog thickens again and descends onto the path. Dan Chonghak thinks that the young leader managed to get out of here because he studied the art of the Demon Lord. He believes that just getting out of here is already a whole ordeal. Who else managed to release the Jiangshi? He wonders, does he really have no other choice but to go there and find out everything himself? Without looking back at the squad, Dan Chonghak says that they are all waiting for him here. Even if he does not return, no one should cross the border. Donban Ul, standing behind him, exclaims, hey, is he going alone? He might never get out of there. Dan Chonghak throws over his shoulder. They have no other way out, right? Donban Il sighs. How stubborn he is. Sword Demon clenches his teeth tighter and exhales sharply. His eye ignites with inner energy. Dan Chonghak raises the sword above his head. He sharply lowers the blade, using the sword mountain technique. First destruction. The fog disperses, and the path winding between the sheer cliffs becomes visible to all. Dan Chonghak hides the sword in the sheath attached to his side. He takes a step forward. A voice sounds, long time no see. Dan Chonghak and Donban Ul freeze. They look stunned. Everyone, both masters and warriors, turn back as if on command. At the top of the cliff towering above them, they see the silhouette of a man in a long cloak. From the master's lips comes, Hong Raksha? The old man in the burgundy cloak says, he did not know that the sword demon and the poison demon were on such good terms. What are they doing here? Donban Eul asks, did he come here because in his old age he wanted adventures? That's quite far for a simple walk. He thinks he doesn't like all this. What is he doing here? He should be in the Hall of Elders? Moreover, he looks around and sees quite a few people in similar burgundy cloaks on the rocks. Donban Yul reflects. Isn't there a saying that all roads lead to one place? Wherever they go, it's all part of the heavenly mountain. All the elders have gathered here, except the third. Donban Eul says to Dan Chonghak standing next to him. It seems they have fallen into a trap. They all shouldn't be here. He agrees. It seems so. Poison Demon asks, what will they do? But Dan Chonghak remains silent in response. Donban Il asks Han Rakshe a question. Are they sure they are not lost? He heard that Ya Yul-chan caused them a lot of trouble. Shouldn't they go looking for him to repay him? Kon Raksha answers, it does not matter in what order the rotten branches will be cut off. The main thing is to remove them. Donban Il frowns. He thinks that Han Raksha, that cunning and slippery old man, came for their souls, although he has nothing against them. And right before the start of the heavenly festival, he believes that if others find out about this, the Council of Elders expects a major purge. He wonders, could he know about the small palace of Min? Donban Weil asks Han Rakshu, what will change if they just kill them? Do they really think others will just calmly watch this? Konraksha replies. The fact that he cares so much about them weighs heavily on his heart. But he should not worry, because others face the same outcome. From the lips of Donban Ilya it flies off, it cannot be. He thinks, it cannot be that the adherents of old ideas, the elders, agreed to something so insane. Does that mean they are in cahoots with Ya Yulchin? No. He could not acknowledge a bunch of old men who are constantly weaving intrigues. Donbanwal mentally wonders, who the hell has the power to move the Council of Elders? He is struck by a sudden idea. Looking at the people standing on the cliff in maroon cloaks, he says, Heavenly Palace. In Honrakshi's eyes, unfriendly red lights ignite. He asks, what are they worth? And then the order sounds, destroy them. People in cloaks rush from their places and rush down from the cliffs. Dan Chonghak instantly assesses the situation and their chances of victory. Against them are 9 elders, 1 supreme demon, and 8 with the supreme sphere. Looking at the warriors approaching them, whose eyes blaze with deadly energy, he thinks, even if he takes on Honraksha, it will not be easy for the fire unit and Donban Yul to deal with the other elders. He understands, if they enter the battle, they will definitely lose. Using mind speech technique, Dan Chonghak informs Donban Yul that he will open the way for them, and they should immediately head to the small palace Min. He asks him to convey the message. The Heavenly Palace really exists and has united with the Council of Elders. Dan Chonghak rushes forward, holding his sword in front of him and shouting to the warriors of the fire unit to let him pass. Honraksha says that he has always been curious to know how strong the sword demon is. He raises his hand, preparing to strike. His palm is enveloped in a shining aura. Honraksha uses the demonic strike with the demon face technique, and dark blue energy rushes downward, forming a grotesque face. Dan Chonghak pushes off the ground and practically soars upward, letting the demonic energy pass by him, smashing stones in its path. Meanwhile, the people in maroon cloaks clash with the fire unit. One of the elders tries to strike Donban Yul, but he skillfully dodges. The opponent is persistent, and the master barely manages to avoid another blow. He simply crouches, and red deadly energy rushes over his head. Donban Yul grumbles. To let him pass. Just think. He believes that he should not have gone far from home at his age. Could this really be how he meets his end? Between his fingers appear small multicolored spheres. Holding his hands in front of him and showing the numerous balls between his fingers to his opponents, Donban Will invites the opponents to attack. He says, if his end is near, he will try to take as many of them with him as possible. One of the elders screams in horror, toxification. He realizes that the old man has turned his own body into poison. The man standing next to him shouts, stop him! Donbanwal, seeing the people rushing towards him, tosses the balls upwards. Streams of vertical energy strike each of his opponents. The master of the poison palace throws all the balls into his mouth. The energy streams of the opponents rush towards him. Donbanwal's eyes fill with pale pink energy, and dazzlingly bright sparks flash in his pupils. The people in burgundy cloaks attack him so intensely that his body is completely hidden in the swirling energy of the opponents around him. 2 green lights ignite in the misty cloud. From the clouds of fog jumps out Donbanwal, transformed into a green-skinned muscular giant. He attacks one of the elders. His hand pierces the man's body. Blood sprays in all directions. The elder's eyes turn into greenish puddles flowing from his eye sockets. On his face, as well as on the faces of the 2 men standing behind him, horror is written. The green-skinned giant, who pierced his ribcage with his hand, holds his body suspended, and laughing says, didn't he warn you? Looking at the 2 frightened elders with eyes glowing with emerald-light pupils, Donbanwal finishes the phrase. Didn't he warn that he would drag them along with him? One of the elders says, poisonous flower. He heard that it poisons everything in the world, but how impressive it is. The second shouts back that it won't last long. Donbanwal's body won't withstand the poison, so they need to scatter and block his path. Donbanwal curses and insults them. It turns out they know that too. The elders quickly move away from him, covering their faces with their hands. Donbanwal realizes he won't catch them, and he is sure he can't keep up with their speed either. Running makes no sense. He wonders, what should he do? He looks around, deciding what is best to do. A pale mist swirls around him. He raises his hand, which emits a greenish aura, and is surprised. Oh? It dodges the poison as if alive? Meanwhile, Dan Chonghak attacks Honraksha, who successfully blocks his strikes. They circle in the air, making giant jumps. Finally, they freeze, standing on opposite sides of the chasm. Cracks glowing with fire are visible on the rock behind Honraksha. Dan Chonghak hears Donbanwal calling him, using telepathy. He glances at the green-skinned giant standing below, who advises him to watch his surroundings when fighting. He must not destroy everything in his path. Donbanwal adds, he thinks the opponents are weak against poison, so Dan Chonghak better go into the mist. The sword demon, flashing his eyes angrily, asks, has he completely lost his mind? Donban Yil answers that they cannot win this battle, and it is already too late for him to run away alone. They need to decide quickly. Dan Chonghak briefly closes his eyes, then opens them again. He has already made a decision. Standing on the top of a cliff, at the foot of which Donban Yil stands surrounded by enemies, he reflects. Behind him is fog, and ahead, enemies. He raises his sword before him, and it is enveloped in a shining aura. Dan Chonghak makes a sharp swing of the sword, as if cutting through the space around him. The sword leaves behind a thin, clear line of energy, cutting through the rocks around him. A moment, and the mountains where the thin line passed seem to explode. Dan Chonghak lowers the sword. Chaos reigns around, and only two men continue to stand on the cliffs facing each other. Honraksha wonders. He destroyed the paths of retreat. Does he want to end his own life? What a disappointment. The sword demon tells him that today they will definitely pay their debts. Jumping off the cliff and raising the sword above his head, he orders the warriors of the fire unit to move towards Beauty Peak. Honraksha raises his hand after him, directing a stream of powerful energy at him. He exclaims that he does not know whether to call him foolish or arrogant. He will not return once he steps there. Strengthening the flow of energy, Honraksha bids farewell to the sword demon. His power rushes forward and strikes the rocks, bringing them down. The Bloodmaster approaches a long staircase, on each step of which warriors stand on both sides. On the arch of the entrance, visible in the distance, hangs a sign with the inscription, Min Cult. The Bloodmaster, tilting his head back, looks at it. He did not think he would return here again. The man mentally adds, if only he had not made one foolish mistake. He thinks that in that case his wife would be alive, and Heron would not have had to grow up in the village by the stream of tears. He is met by a squad of warriors. The commander says, squad leader? The Bloodmaster, stretching his lips into a smile, replies that he and Bisek have not seen each other for a long time. The commander bites his lip, and tears appear in his eyes, about to roll down his cheeks. He falls to his knees before the Bloodmaster and asks, why did the squad leader take so long to come to them? The latter replies for him to get up, and adds that he is no longer the squad leader. In response comes, how is that possible? If only he had protected his wife then. These words cause pain to the Bloodmaster. He closes his eyes for a moment, pulling himself together. The Bloodmaster says to Bisek, who continues to kneel, that is already in the past. He asks, are the emissaries inside? He answers, yes. What happened? But the Bloodmaster replies that he will talk to them himself. Bisek rises and bows respectfully, folding his hands in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the other clenched in a fist. The warriors repeat his gesture. Bisek says, yes, of course. He adds, it seems the man managed to restore his inner energy. The Bloody Master replies, yes. That's right. Bisek tells the departing former squad leader that this is very good. The Bloody Master stands surprised. How is that? In front of him, barely covered by sheets, sit the right emissary Li Sun and the left emissary Jang Hogan, both staring at him with burning red, greedy eyes. Li Sun asks who he is, and Jang Hogan orders him to quickly bring them the potions. The Bloody Master asks the emissaries, what happened? But they are clearly not themselves, and demand only potions and women. A shiver runs through the man's body. He asks, what happened? Behind him appears Bisek with his squad. The Bloody Master turns to them. From his lips escapes, Bisek. The man's body radiates fiery energy. Bisek again respectfully bows before him, saying that he has committed a terrible sin. He should have taken better care of the emissaries. The Bloody Master demands that he tell him everything without concealment. Bisek, bowing even lower, replies that it is all due to his inattentiveness. He adds, it's all because he is not good enough. With these words, Bisek plunges the blade into the Bloody Master. In the eyes of the former squad leader, pain and disbelief in what is happening. Bisek raises a smirking face to him. A red aura rages around him. He says he can do nothing about it. It's so much fun. The Bloody Master, looking down at him, asks, why him? Who made him like this? Continuing to have fun, Bisek says. He asks who made him like this. Of course, he did it himself. He should have stayed in the village by the stream of tears. Then his death would not have been so pathetic. Continuing to hold the blade in the body of the former squad leader, Bisek says, on that day the prayers of his wife were music to his ears. Considering this, he was able to take worthy revenge. Bisek says that his wife was killed by Chanchun. The Bloody Master recalls the events of that day. Before his eyes again stands a dead woman, on whose knees lies a crying infant. The eyes of the Bloody Master flood with murderous energy. He says, so Bisek was behind this, and he left her under his protection, not even suspecting. The man, still smiling, replies, ah, and finally he looks at him, exactly how he should look at him. Let him look at him as a person, not as a nobody. He adds, It's even a little offensive. He wanted to see Ilharen in the arms of the young leader. The Bloody Master remembers how Besaik stood before him and asked to be taken as his apprentice. He also wanted to become strong. He said he was used to being constantly bullied, so it's all right. He just fears that because of him, the squad leader. He remembers the surprised eyes of Besaik asking, can he really call him an elder comrade? Then Besaik kneels, lowering his head guiltily. He says, the wife of the squad leader. The Bloody Master is seized by rage. Squinting, he thinks about how he failed to see Besaik's true nature. He was hopeless from the very beginning. Such are the consequences of his own actions. The Bloody Master stands, surrounded by a murderous aura. His side is stained with blood flowing from a wound. He says, fine. He will handle this himself, and promises to show Besaik the terrible reckoning that awaits him. The man clutching the bloodied blade steps back. He says, oh, so much confidence even in such a situation. It seems that even if he dies, he will never admit it. Well then, he will show him that he is no longer the same as before. Besaik, faltering, looks confusedly at the former squad leader. The Bloody Master stands, surrounded by blood-black energy that rushes toward Besaik. Fiercely flashing eyes flooded with murderous energy, the Bloody Master says, let them forget that they can get out of here alive. He will kill them all. Streams of blood-red energy crash down on the warriors. Besaik, clutching the blade in his hand, exclaims, so he has reached the highest level of the Blood Heaven's art? He showers the former squad leader with insults, then says that today a special guest awaits him, and that it's time for him to retreat. Behind the Bloody Master, footsteps sound, and a man appears, surrounded by a shining aura. He recognizes him and exclaims, Ayulchin! The other replies, here they have met again. Then he adds with emphasis, Ilteshik. Ayulchan raises a hand radiating bluish, dazzling, shining energy, and rushes into attack, offering to test if the other is strong enough to threaten him. The Bloody Master, in response, raises a fist for a strike. Red energy rages around him. His eyes burn with red flames, and bloody trails run down his cheeks. Insulting Ayulchan, he demands that he stay out of this. They rush toward each other. Their opposing energies collide. The explosion literally splits the mansion into two parts. A woman stands on the platform. On both sides of her, lamps are burning. Behind her, a pillar of fire blazes. Behind it, two wooden towers are visible. On both sides of the platform stand elegantly dressed girls. A crowd of people watches this spectacle with curiosity. The woman, whose eyes are closed, calls upon the god of the sacred flame. She descends onto the platform, and the hems of her garment, like flower petals, fluttering upward for a moment, fall around her. The woman asks to cleanse them of all sins with the sacred fire and not to abandon them just because they are mere observers. She asks to protect them. The woman slightly spreads her hands with palms up, holding them at chest level. Flames flare up above her palms. The woman raises her hands up and spreads them to the sides. The fire behind her flares up with renewed strength. She announces to all present that the god of the sacred flame has given permission for the heavenly festival. One of the spectators exclaims, wow, look there. He points with his finger at what caught his interest. All attention turns to the right emissary Li Sun and the left emissary Jang Hogan, who, dressed in attire befitting their status, march accompanied by a squad of warriors. Someone's voice sounds. These are the emissaries of the demon lord Ming. A scream sounds again. Oh, and the master of the Palace of Bloody Art is here too. All eyes shift to Ayulchin. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art is approaching one of the wooden towers at this time. Ayulchin casts sidelong glances at the towers with a clear thirst to kill the elders. He thinks, finally Yan Ren and Han Raksha have dropped out of the race. This thought calms him. His face is illuminated by a devilish smile, and his body is enveloped in a blood-red aura. From his lips flies, the scene is set. At this time, the woman on the platform, raising her hands above her head, commands the believers to repay for the heavenly blessing. All those present immediately release a multitude of sky lanterns into the dark sky. The tower behind her continues to blaze, and numerous lights soar into the sky. The Sky Festival has begun. Cult of Min, rays of the rising sun illuminate the small palace of Min. Ma Chonso, walking through the courtyard, wonders, why is it so quiet in the small palace? Could it be that everyone has already left? A voice is heard announcing that he is late, and the heavenly festival has already begun. Ma Cheonso turns his head and sees Mo Yenhui standing by the tree. He says questioningly, Hui? The young leader, rushing off, curses and shouts that he is late. He asks Mo Yenhui to wait. He needs to take something with him. His friend, continuing to stand, leaning his back against the tree trunk, asks, does he really have to go? Ma Cheonso, stopping, says in surprise, what? Mo Yenhui, calling him Gak, suggests leaving Heavenly Mountain together and returning to their native lands. From the lips of Ma Cheonso flies off, "Hui." He says it will take very little time. As soon as everything is over, they will return to where they came from. Mo Enhui, approaching the guy, hands him a paper, saying that his senior comrade asked him to give it to him as soon as he returns. Ma Cheonso is surprised. Senior comrade. The guy carefully studies the message. The person who sent him reports that today, before the start of the Heavenly Festival, he lost contact with the palace masters. At such a moment, he suspects betrayal. He will wait for the guy by Lake Huagu on Moon Peak in the Crimson Hut, which is located at the top of the eastern hill, so he should hurry. Crumpling the message, Ma Cheonso asks, "What is this nonsense?" Mo Yenhui replies that the guy never showed up, so the masters must have changed their minds. He tells the angry Ma Cheonso that Ya Yultak is still the right hand of the Palace of Bloody Art, and the Bloody Master originally belonged to the Min Palace. Mo Yunhui wonders, has he forgotten that they are in the Min cult, the lair of evil? These scoundrels are entirely devoted to the demon cult. Clenching the message in his hand, Ma Cheonso replies, "No, something is wrong here." Mo Enkvi warningly raises his hand and exclaims, "Gak!" The guy says that for him it might just be a demonic cult. The guy remembers the courtier of the small palace men Yayultaka, who, stretching, exclaims, "Hey, hey, young leader." Tears flow from the eyes of Yayultak like a stream. He sighs, their poor young leader. The guy, looking at him attentively, says, "What a dangerous thing." The effect is simply lightning fast. In his memory, the Bloody Master emerges, holding his sobbing daughter to his chest. He remembers standing before them, folding his arms in the traditional greeting gesture, saying that he has returned. He seems to see the joy illuminating their faces as if in a dream. Before his mental vision stands the face of Khan Soso, saying, "This is how everything will be." He extends his hand to the woman kneeling before him, saying that the master of the Palace of Pleasures should greet the Lord of Demons. The Sword Demon, staring at him, says that it was truly a magnificent battle. Dan Chonghak says that he will respond. Ma Chonso finishes the phrase, "But not for him." He adds, "And they are not the kind of people who run away so easily." He says that it is time for him to go to the Heavenly Festival. Mo Enhui, clenching his fists, asks, "Won't he regret it later?" The guy answers that he has already been reborn. What else is there to regret? On the face of his friend, whose lower part is hidden by a mask, an angry expression appears. He shouts after the guy who is already moving away that his masters did not betray him. The place where the opening of the Heavenly Festival took place is already practically empty. People have flooded the city streets. Banya, smiling joyfully, says, "Han Soso, Dan Chionhak, Donban Il Taeshik, and Chun Semin." Since they have already been dealt with, only Ya Yulchinu and the Black Sun remain to play their roles. The man sitting in a wheelchair replies that he doesn't care whether the demonic cult falls or someone else leads it. Tonjigal adds, he just needs that person to keep his word. Banya laughs, well, since he was so obedient, of course, he will fulfill the promise. Leaving the room, the third elder, looking back, says that he will do everything to deliver the Murim Union soldier Mundan Jagal to the old man alive. Ton Jagal approaches the open window. He looks at the city streets filled with people rushing about their business, and thinks that in a moment, this place will turn into hell. Women and men, children and elders, all are anticipating the celebration. Ton Jagal has already made his decision and regrets nothing. Mentally addressing his uncle, he promises that they will see each other again soon. He sinks into memories. The young Ton Jagal tells his uncle that something strange is happening. He explains that the martial arts masters of the small Azure sect, the three true swords of Hua, disciples of the outer sect of Mount Hua. Meanwhile, he counts on his fingers, then concludes, "Too many people have disappeared without a trace in recent years." Without looking at Ton Jagal, the man sitting at the table with his back to him replies, "Haven't they all isolated themselves for training?" Ton Jagal, holding a notebook in front of him, answers, he is sure they haven't. There are at least 10 orthodox cults, and if you count the heterodox and those not affiliated at all, it comes to about 50. Ton Jagal insists that they need to investigate this. He asks his uncle to allow the Dragonstorm squad to act. Uncle, chuckling, replies, "All right, but let him stop bothering him." He promises to talk to the leader of the Murim Union. Just a couple of days after that conversation, they were ambushed. He remembers sitting on the floor in a pool of blood, asking either the woman lying motionless prostrate before him or himself to get up. The lower part of his body was paralyzed. He sat and repeated the same thing, "Get up." Then he lost his entire family. He lost everything. He faked his death and tried to infiltrate the clan, but rumors were circulating around the district that he isolated himself for training. He lost his legs and his valor, his family and clan. Red sparks of deadly energy flare up in Tonjagal's eyes, and his teeth bare in a snarl. There is only one reason why he survived all this time. Curiosity. Why did he end it that way? Tonjagal, bringing the chair closer to the bookshelf, takes one of the books and delves into reading. He only got the answer when, living like a dog, he managed to become the leader of the Hao clan. Hidden records, accessible only to the leaders of the Hao clan. Everything was recorded in them. His hands tremble as he reads the entry in the book. Target for assassination. The heavenly sower of the Murim Union and his entire family. His hands tremble even more, and his facial features distort with anger as he reads. A request from Mundan Jagal. He needed power. Power that could stand against the forces of the Murim Union. He had to leave the Central Plains and make his way to the Heavenly Mountain. And then he met the young leader, and heard from him that he wants to change the entire mountain. Ma Cheonso said that the current demon cult is like a bottomless pit. Everyone pushes each other into the pit they themselves dug. And since he got stuck here, he wants to stop this cycle of evil. He was an unusual young man. The young leader said things that a crook from a righteous cult would say, but over time he was able to feel his sincerity. Ma Cheonso said he would put justice above profit. He promised he would not betray him. The young leader said that this battle would end with him and Yulchin, and they had much to do to change the Min cult. And until then, he asked the old man to be careful. Then the spirit of righteousness, which Tonjagal had buried under the blade of revenge, revived in him again. Exactly like in the times when he was in the Murim Alliance. But the old man sat at the table in front of a blank sheet of paper. Suddenly words sounded behind his back. Heavenly sour Tonjagal. Then the same voice said that his eyes definitely see better than before. Behind the old man stood the third elder Banya. Extending his hand to him, he utters words of greeting, and says that he is from the Heavenly Mountain. Then he adds that he wants to give him an opportunity. He asks, "Does Tonjagal wish to know the truth?" The old man remembers that he did not think long then. The spirit of righteousness fell along with his family, and the only thing left is the crippled demon man. Meanwhile, life on the city streets continues as usual. On one side, a cry sounds inviting to try rice cakes. On the other, there is an invitation to drink a glass of a strong drink, as well as to take the most comfortable spot to watch the festival. Someone calls to look at the decorations. The young leader of the Min cult appears on the street in unremarkable clothing, and no one pays attention to him. His head is adorned with a conical hat covering his face. Machonso opens the door and enters the room. Tonjagal, sitting in a chair by the window, says, "He has come." The guy, approaching him, says that he has read his letter. He asks, "What happened? Where are the other masters?" The old man replies that he could not contact them. Now everyone is for themselves. This is where their true nature showed. Ma Cheonso wonders, doesn't it seem strange to him? What if they fell into a trap? Tonjagal replies that in that case there would be not a soul left in the palace. However, everything is fine with the palace inhabitants. The guy asks, does the heavenly sower really pretend not to understand? Standing before the old man and looking him in the eyes, the guy asks if he betrayed them. Tonjagal looks at him gloomily, not rushing to answer. The heavenly sower stretches his lips into a smile. The old man's eyes look evil as he says, "What a plausible guess. But he has no reason to betray them, right?" The heavenly sower tells the guy standing before him, the master of the Palace of Slaughter is dead, and the elders have left their places. And as soon as Ma Cheonso overcomes the master of the Palace of Bloody Art, everything that he, Tonjagal, desires will come true. The old man adds, why would he leave the back of the tiger? At the same time, he thinks, what can the guy really change, even if he catches him? They have already gone too far, the process is irreversible. Ma Cheonso replies that his words are like honey to his ears. He asks, what should he do? The guy thinks, if he wants to know what the old man plans, he must first listen to him. Tonjagal says that the situation is not that bad. After all, the master of bloody art is also isolated and is now in one of the wooden towers. The old man, looking out the window, explains that one of the conditions for becoming a leader is the recognition of the cult. Another is achieving the highest level of martial arts. The guy clarifies, when he talks about recognition of the cult, does he mean the masters of the palaces and the council of elders? Tonjagal answers, that's right. But the masters of the palaces have disappeared, and the elders have abandoned their positions. He says that the guy should appear at the clock tower in the image of the Black Sun. He must challenge Yayulchin to a duel, using the faith of the followers as support. Machonso doubts. Will he agree? Hasn't the Black Sun reached an inexplicable level of power? The old man answers, he is the one who values honor above all. He will agree only to control the crowd. The Tonjagal adds, The problem will be the ghost squad of the Palace of Bloody Art, which will hide among the crowd. So let them be more careful. Heading to the exit, Machionso says he will keep that in mind. He stops in the doorway and says that someone once told him, he always has a chance as long as he is alive. He adds, there is always a chance to change everything. The old man sits motionless in his chair, staring straight ahead. He does not react at all to the young man's words. Turning away from him, Machionso says, let him not forget this. Young Yan Chungak tells the teacher, this won't do. They won't be able to win. They lost. Young Ton Jagal grabs him by the chest, shouting that he is a fool and they still have hope. He always has a chance as long as he is alive. The teacher adds, and there is a chance to change everything. Let him think. Think with his head. Closing the door behind him, Ma Chongso mentally addresses the teacher, saying that he will continue to try, as he said. The guy sighs, wearily lowering his head. Then, he straightens up and mentally commands himself. Forward. Walking down the street, he also mentally adds, to subjugate the cult of Min. The crowd is restless. People raise their hands up. Shouts are heard. Ma Cheonso, already wearing a mask, mentally curses. There are too many people here. How can he get in there? His gaze falls on 3 warriors. Dan Bon, Dan Shigen, and the eldest son of the Sword Support Palace Master Dan Jiho. The latter says, he is somewhere here. You just need to get to the center. He orders Dan Bon to clear the way. Ma Cheonso is surprised. They are from the Annihilation Squad. The guy approaches Dan Jiho from behind and touches his shoulder. Turning around, he starts swearing. Ma Cheonso uses telepathy to say that it is him. The young man, turning to face him, studies him intently with his gaze. Finally, he says, a jester? Ma Cheonso, again using telepathy, replies that actually in front of him is a young leader. Dan Jiho begins indignantly. What kind of young... He stops himself, and from his lips slips, damn. The guy puts a finger to his lips, signaling that the situation is not the best. He suggests stepping aside to avoid attracting attention. The young man replies that he understands. Soon Ma Cheonso and the 3 warriors stand facing each other in the room. Dan Jiho asks, what is happening? Why is he wearing that mask? Dan Shigen, not choosing his words carefully, says, so he just showed up now? Where have his devils been carrying him? The guy in response asks, and why did they come only now? Dan Jiko answers that he was looking for the squad leader and his sister, but he was informed that the palace master and the fire unit have disappeared. Therefore, the remaining members and the squad leader return to the Sword Support Palace. 3 warriors bow their heads in unison. Ma Chonso replies that he has received the news. But the palace master is a powerful man. There is no need to worry. He is sure that he is still alive. Dan Jiko clenches his trembling hand into a fist, saying, yes, of course. He is confident that he is still alive. The young man standing before them, now without a mask, asks, but why is he looking for his sister? Did something happen to this? Well, to her. After a slight pause, Dan Jiko answers that this scoundrel ran away because she said she did not want to get married. Ma Chonso clarifies, is he talking about the wedding between her and him? The answer is, yes. The young man mentally addresses the bride. She was the one who first proposed, so why is she running away? It's just ridiculous. Dan Shigan, pounding his fist on his chest, asks, but what is he doing here? Shouldn't he be at the watchtower challenging Yulchin? The young man raises his hand conciliatorily and replies that his speeches are, as always, meaningful, and now he should stop talking nonsense. He demands that everyone listen to him carefully. Soon Dan Shigen, beside himself with rage, shouts, this heavenly palace! He hurls curses without caring about his language. Dan Shigan, not slowing down, addresses the young leader. Why is he still here? If these scoundrels are at the heavenly festival, they must be killed immediately. The young man interrupts his passionate speech, saying that it is not the time yet. He does not know if they noticed, but these scoundrels are hiding among ordinary people. It is important for them to find out what they are planning. Danjiko asks, but what use is it for them to target the young leader? It doesn't seem like he couldn't escape from the masters with the supreme sphere if he wanted to. The young man thinks, and he is right. After all, if Ton Jagal betrayed them, then the heavenly palace is aware that he has mastered the art of the demon lord. If during the duel with Yulchin he has to flee, they will not be able to catch him. He wonders, so why did everything revolve around the heavenly festival? He told him to climb the clock tower in the form of the Black Sun, using the support of followers in a duel with Yulchin. The support of followers? Ma Chonso asks if believers have reasons to come to Lake Huagu. Dan Jiho answers they can come if the lion dance begins. Lion dance is a performance where people dress up in huge lion costumes and break the hanging gongs suspended from supports. Huge crowds of people can participate in the performance by tossing sandbags and dancing. He remembers how once his teacher Ton Jagal said something similar. Standing on the summit, He said that fame is like this mountain. It is very difficult to climb it, but easy to fall down. He reflects on merchants selling masks as if it were some kind of fashion, on the followers gathered by Lake Huagu and the warriors lurking among them. The glory of the Black Sun soared thanks to the faith of its followers, and to make the Black Sun fall. The guy mentally addresses the teacher, asking, what exactly did he do to them? Ma Cheonso, loudly cursing, shouts that they have little time. They need to go to Lake Huagu, right now. Dan Jiho replies, we obey. Dan Bon exclaims joyfully, Q. An evil grimace appears on the boy's face. He clenches his teeth harder, mentally telling the teacher that he will not let his plans come true. Resolutely striding ahead of his small squad, the guy mentally adds, because he intends to stop him. In the square surrounded by a crowd stands a wooden structure, a pole with a crossbar on which a clay vessel is hung. Shouts are heard. Lions in the center. 4 huge figures depicting lions stand around the structure. Ayulchin, watching from the tower what is happening in the square, thinks, so in the end he will not show up? If he is late, it will be too easy to defeat him. In his eyes, a fire of inner energy flares up when he thinks that today the myth of the Black Sun and his life, all of this will come to an end. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to the blue-black energy with purple streams soaring above the crowd. It rushes toward the tower and coils around it like a huge snake, climbing upwards. The boy in the mask jumps onto the roof of the tower and freezes for a moment. He thinks, this all-consuming feeling is the supreme sphere of the Demon Lord. I, Yulchin, understand that the Black Sun is here. A shining aura envelops his figure. One thought beats in his head. He is finally here. Purple energy surrounds the boy in the black mask standing on the roof of the second tower. A girl standing below watches the man whose figure, surrounded by a formidable aura, is visible on the roof of one of the towers. The excited Dan Yewa understands that this is Sobon. Dancing nearby, Hyun Mu says that the festival guests are so busy they don't even look their way. And even if they do look, they won't see them. Dan Yehua exhales. Ugh, how annoying this is. Then why did they drag him here? Hyun Mu replies, who knows? They say that the masters of the palaces of pleasure, sword, and poison have been defeated. The situation is not good. Frowning fiercely, Dan Enka says, as if their situation were somehow better. Pointing a finger at the man standing on the tower roof, she, addressing the right hand of the Zaboy Palace No. 2, asks angrily, why did he even drag her here? To watch how he dies. Does he want her to cry a sea of tears here for him? The man answers, he does not know. He is just following the master's orders. Dan Enqua says, he knows that those who are not well prepared definitely die in this place. So let him give her some poison that disperses energy. She must save him. The man asks, didn't she meet him only yesterday? It would be better to forget about this stranger altogether. The blushing girl replies, it doesn't matter when she first met him. He is her protector. She cannot allow him to die so easily. No. 2 says, who is protecting whom here? He adds that this man destroyed the Zaboy Palace. So why is she asking this question to him, the right hand of the palace master? Dan Enqua exclaims, oh, right. Let her forgive her. The girl turns away from him. Tears are about to uncontrollably flow down her cheeks. The man, looking at her, wonders, what kind of woman is she anyway? Isn't she ashamed at all? He admits that she has more courage than many men. He looks around, thinking that something is wrong here. He senses the energy of demons. No. 2 wonders, what is the master thinking about? I, Yulchin, using telepathy, asked the guy, is he the Black Sun? Red sparks of deadly energy flare up in his eyes. Rising and smiling broadly, he promises that he will not take his miserable life so quickly, as they must respect the Palace of the Sacred Fire for such efforts and preparations. Looking at the opponent, he adds, but as soon as the lion dance ends, he will kill him. Mo Enhui silently looks at him through the slits in the mask. He remembers how Ma Chonso said that he would climb the clock tower in the form of the Black Sun. Mo Enhui exclaims in surprise, what? But he likes the idea. The guy, turning the mask in his hands, says, since it will be him, Jiangxi the Lord of Demons, the 5 sacred weapons will react. He can also use the mask of the sacred fire. Mo Enhui reminds that their opponent is teacher Ton Jagal. He is sure that he anticipated such a scenario. Ma Chonso, examining the mask in his hands, replies that he knows, but he will not use it because he understands that Mo Enhui obeys him. The guy says that the heavenly palace subdued the leaders who reached the highest sphere of demonic art. Perhaps they thought that if masters of the palaces joined them, they would not be able to carry out their plan. But they did not even think of touching either Mo Enhui or himself. Ma Chonso is sure that the heavenly palace knows nothing about Mo Enhui. He says that is why he will put on the mask and become the Black Sun. 2 lions, red and yellow, soar upwards. People in the crowd react wildly to this event. They raise their fists in the air and shout. The victorious lion proudly towers over the defeated opponents. Shouts are heard. The Black Lion defeated 3 at once. Wow. Even the potential winner, the Red Lion of the first Phantom Fist, was defeated. Ma Chonso, with the mask on his face, stands with raised hands, having to exert considerable effort. Dan Shigen, standing behind him in exactly the same pose, asks, "Can't we just beat all the vile scoundrels?" He promises to beat them so badly that they will beg for death. The guy replies that it's not as simple as it seems. They will be isolated if they attract attention before these scoundrels start acting. Ma Cheonso falls silent, listening to his sensations. He understands that the demonic energy has become stronger. A red aura thickens around the lions. Ma Cheonso and Dan Shigan, holding sticks in their hands, control one of these lions. The guy says, it seems to him that these freaks are starting. Let him prepare. The warrior replies, all right. Ma Cheonso's attention is drawn to something, and an exclamation bursts from his lips. Huh? He sees Dan Yewa standing in the crowd. The girl is clearly agitated. She stands, raising her face to the sky and wringing her hands. Ma Cheonso peeks out from the mouth of the lion, trying to understand what he should do. The girl continues to watch the man on the tower roof attentively. The guy realizes that even she is in danger in this position. He wonders, what should he do? Dan Enhwa, as if sensing his intense gaze, looks around. She thinks that since all this time she has used step techniques and left traces, the Sword Support Palace will find her. Until then, she needs to try to get poison that disperses energy, to inform them about what is happening using remote techniques. Haiyan Miu exclaims, the Black Lion has defeated 3 other lions. Dan Enhwa gets angry and asks her to be quiet. Is that important now? The girl in the cat mask does not calm down. Wow. He is coming towards them. The Black Lion really is advancing on them. Dan Enhwa exclaims, what's going on? Too close. The right hand of the second palace of the slaughter at that moment is observing something, turning his head back and not seeing what is happening. When the man turns his head to his companions, he sees the girl's legs disappearing into the mouth of the lion. Pushing people aside with his elbows and cursing, he tries to get closer to the kidnapper. But the crowd quickly closes ranks behind the hastily retreating lion. People chat cheerfully. How many legs does he even have? Ha ha, their steps are uncoordinated. The right hand of the slaughter palace realizes he has messed up. Since there are people with demonic energy in the crowd, the situation is not the best. He laments losing the Ice Flower and her companion. The man understands. It's too late to give chase. If they wanted to kill her, they wouldn't have kidnapped her. He decides that now he needs to find the source of the demonic energy. Dan Enhwa is stunned. An astonished "you" slips from her lips. The warrior exclaims, yes, it's him. Dan Shigan from the extermination unit. He found her trail and came for her. The girl standing between him and Ma Chonso asks, and who is this? She demands the guy turn around, but he pretends not to hear her. Dan Enhwa pulls his clothes demandingly, telling him to turn around and asking, who is he? Ma Chonso, trying to change his voice, replies, does it really matter? The girl exclaims, what's wrong with his voice? Is there a woman in front of her? But he looks like a man. Hyun Mu, sniffing, mutters, that's the scent. The guy demands Dan Enhwa stop groping him. Ma Chonso says, if she wants to live, she should listen to him carefully. Uninvited guests with hidden intentions have arrived here. It's very dangerous to be here, so she should follow Dan Shigen. They need to run from here. The girl shouts excitedly, what? She orders Dan Shigan to tell Sobon, who is now at the top of the clock tower, to run from here without looking back. Ma Chonso demands the warrior not listen to her. He orders to take the girl and run from here as soon as possible. The warrior looks a bit confused. Mentally he wonders, what should he do? Dan Enhwa continues to insist on her point. She wants him to pass her words to Sobon. Ma Chonso tells him to take the girl and leave. Dan Shigen tightly closes his eyes and covers his ears with his fingers. Dan Enhwa exclaims, what? He will answer if her Sobon dies. The warrior thinks, phew, as they say, don't interfere with lovers quarreling. Dan Shigen opens his eyes and listens to something happening outside the lion costume. He realizes something is wrong. The golden lion climbs the stairs to the suspended vessel, and other lions help him. Ma Cheongsun looks at what is happening with surprise. From his lips slips, these people. He no longer has any questions. Now he clearly sees what is the source of the demonic energy. The guy wonders, are they aiming for the throat? Ma Cheongso understands. There is definitely something inside there. He pushes the girls in the backs with both hands. Dan Yunhua indignantly asks, What is he doing? The guy is enveloped in a purple aura, and he continues to push the girls with greater force. Ma Changso says, even if she intended to ignite the poison that disperses energy, she will need time to stabilize the internal power. So let her go to a safe place. Feeling his energy, the girl wonders, is this an internal healing technique? Even her father is not able to apply it so easily. Ma Changso says he does not want to put her in danger. Well, although, considering that she came to the Heavenly Festival with number 2, it is already too late. Dan Yunhua thinks that this voice is familiar to her. The guy adds, so, let her forgive him. He pushes Dan Shigen and the girls outside. The lion, leaving them behind, rushes forward. Looking after him, Dan Shigen says, always does everything his own way. Dan Enhua mentally exclaims, what? Han Mu also watches the departing lion with his gaze. The girl, pressing her palm to her chest, wonders, what is he asking forgiveness for? Is it possible? Meanwhile, the golden Lev continues climbing the stairs, at the foot of which the other Levs are crowding. People open their mouths in surprise as a black Lev flies over their heads. The guy uses the technique of the 10 Imperial Strikes of the Demon Lord. Wind Dragon Strike, literally knocking off the lions trying to climb the stairs. One of them falls down the stairs, but the golden lion is already at its top. The guy rushes after him, clenching his teeth in anger. Ma Cheonso mentally asks his opponents a question. Even if their comrades fall, will they still finish what they started? No, not on his watch. He quickly catches up to the golden lion and reaches out his hand to grab it. The guy grabs the opponent by the leg, which he is already trying to place on the next step of the ladder. He throws the golden lion down the stairs and rushes upward. Reaching out his hand, he wonders, what is inside? They are openly aiming at it. There is something huge in there. Meanwhile, the lions are setting up several ladders. They are longer and not leaning against the pole. They are supported from below, giving direct access to the lions climbing on it to the guy and to the throat. From under the golden lion costume, which the warriors use as cover, 2 hands appear, gripping swords. Behind them follows a red lion, from whose mouth the head of a warrior with eyes burning with red flame of inner energy is visible, and a hand with a sword sticking out from under the costume. Another lion climbs the 3rd staircase, inside which armed warriors are hiding. Ma Cheonso bares his teeth angrily. Do they even have weapons? Then they should expect no mercy. The guy uses the secret technique of the 10 Imperial Strikes of the Demon Lord, Whirlwind Strike. His energy crashes down on the pursuers. The guy's kicks to the masks have no effect. He is surprised. Are they made of steel or what? He, lifting the head of the lion, looks with surprise at the pursuers trying to reach him. Shouts are heard. Reveal! Kill him! Purple energy flashes in Ma Cheonso's eyes. It's time to use the lethality hour technique. He jumps down, knocking down the pursuers below on the way. The warriors hiding under the masquerade lion costumes fall from the stairs. Banya, standing by the open window, is stunned. From his lips escapes either a question or a statement. Is this the hour of lethality? The hands of the 3rd elder grip the windowsill with such force that the wood cannot withstand and breaks. Banya thinks. Infinite martial art that allows performing or stopping any combat technique based on the flow of one's own internal energy. He leans forward, peering into what is happening, and realizes that the black lion is using the hour of lethality. He is stunned. Is he doing this instead of the black sun? He is puzzled and shifts his gaze to the person on the clock tower. Banya is shocked. How so? After all, the young leader is currently on the roof. The elder strains his memory, trying to recall everything he knows about it. The hour of lethality cannot be used at full strength even with the muscle alteration technique, which changes the body's structure. It can only be controlled through the art of the Demon Lord. That is why it was granted to the young leader. Does this mean that the young leader is in the black lion suit? He and the black sun are 2 different people? Banya sharply turns his back to the window. A malicious smirk appears on his face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. A rich purple aura emanates from him, and his eyes look insane. The elder mentally addresses the young leader, saying that he cannot ruin the whole show. He must fight Yulchin, and they will both die. Banya adds maliciously that because of Ma Cheonso his plan went awry. But whatever happens, today he will kill him. The demon butcher sits on a chair in the corridor, playing with the cleaver he holds in his hands. At the end of the corridor, a silhouette of a person quickly approaching him appears. Banya passes by and opens the door leading outside. The demon butcher, chuckling, asks, "Are you going somewhere?" The 3rd elder turns to him and asks, "Did he allow him to ask questions?" The blue aura surrounding him indicates that the man is not in the best mood. The demon butcher immediately apologizes for hurting his feelings. Banya, continuing on his way, throws at him. If he does not want to be gotten rid of quickly, he should not meddle in things that are not his business. This is the last chance he can give to someone who has already screwed up once. The demon butcher quietly mutters, It seems everything went off plan since the third elder is so upset. Well, whoever wins, he just needs to follow the orders of the supplier of the drug, isn't that so? Meanwhile, drugged Cheon Saemin, kneeling, pushes away the laughing warriors, shouting, "Don't come near! He's his! All his!" One of the warriors exclaims, "So what?" At the same time, he calls the man a pig. A big burly man, getting up, says, "He can do that too. Let him not think he's the only one." Behind bars, Chi Hami, radiating love for the whole world, clings to the chest of Ilkarin, whispering, "Hold me." The girl demands that she pull herself together. Ilkarin shouts indignantly, "What is Chi Hami doing? Has she gone mad?" The demon butcher watching them says that by this time the madness should have already taken effect. The man, running his tongue along the blade of the knife, says that the girl, who hasn't even studied martial arts, holds on for quite a long time. How strange. He adds that he will make special efforts when he prepares her. Ilkarin is outraged. What does this mean? She demands that he immediately give them the antidote. Then she asks, does he want to know if she will survive after this? The butcher demon radiates a red, deadly aura as he, brandishing a huge knife, replies, "No need to be surprised. Everyone says that at first. Let her keep praying, maybe even cry. The more desperate she is, the tastier." The girl, stammering, demands that he stop. Nodding at the closed door, the man mockingly adds, "Who knows? Maybe if she prays sincerely, the savior she so hopes for will break in here and save her." He laughs loudly. At that very moment a crash is heard, and the door shatters into splinters. In the doorway stands a man whose eyes burn with a red spark of deadly energy. The demon butcher looks at the man with fear and bewilderment. Inner energy concentrates in the hands of a person, and soon it takes the form of a sphere, in the middle of which lightning flashes. Meanwhile, the Black Lev is already at the top of the stairs. Ayulchin is puzzled and mentally asks, what is he waiting for? Glancing at Banya standing on the hilltop, he, using the technique of thought speech, asks a question. Will he just keep watching? He adds that the situation will not change, no matter how hard you try, and asks, does Banya think he can stop him by changing the numerical advantage in his favor? Banya stretches his lips into a smile and replies that arrogance is poison. He asks, what happened to Liao when Sun and Jin combined their attack? The support of the believers of the Black Sun has spread throughout Heavenly Mountain. This must be changed. It is necessary to defame him. Ayulchin tightly closes his eyes, trying to pull himself together. He opens his eyes, in which icy energy sparkles, and transmits to Banya. Let him not forget that as soon as this day comes, he will be next. Raising his hand above his head, Ayulchin promises to burn out all the parasites that have settled in the Min cult. Meanwhile, the lions in the square take off their costumes. People talk to each other in surprise. What? They are taking off their costumes? They are surrendering? Someone says, wait, they are all wearing masks. This is the Black Sun. A shout is heard. The Black Sun is here. All the warriors who took off their costumes are dressed like the Black Sun. One of the masked warriors shouts to the people, calling them foolish followers, telling them to watch. Pointing to a person on the roof of the clock tower, he says that he is the messenger of the Black Sun. He has descended to them to punish all who have sinned. Let everyone listen. Death will help them cleanse themselves. Warriors in masks throw themselves into the crowd, dealing with people. Blood splatters, cries are heard. Help, pleas for mercy are audible. Blood flows in fountains at the foot of the clock tower. ManHUA, disguised as the Black Sun, using thought speech, addresses Yahello. Is this his handiwork? Why is he doing this? He asks. Did he arrange everything for this? Decided to turn the Black Sun into a ruthless killer to deprive it of the support of believers and increase his own importance. Now he understands everything. So, this is what Yulchin and Tonjagal planned. I, Yulchin, shrouded in a bluish shining aura, smile grimly and triumphantly, replying that this is a small sacrifice for a great cause. This is not the end yet, so let him watch. I, Yulchin, shouts loudly, to commit such a vile act, hiding behind a mask? Finally, he showed his true face. Reaching out his hand forward, he adds, perhaps he had managed to deceive his followers until now, but it will no longer work with him. How dare he do such a thing in the middle of the heavenly festival, especially after what he did in the village by the stream of tears? What is this, if not the highest evil? Ayulchin, using energy, rushes towards ManHUA standing on the roof of the neighboring tower. Eyes in the slits of the mask flash with purple energy. ManHUA extends his hand forward and their palms touch. Ayulchan shouts that the Min Palace must give the order to kill. An order to kill sounds, and the warriors below draw their swords and raise their shields before them. An absolute command of the Min cult was sounded, which allows its followers to kill anyone they want, whenever they want. A deadly aura surrounds the warriors. At this moment, everyone awaited their fate. Originally, Such an order could only be given by the Supreme Patriarch, but since he is currently absent, the right to give the order passes to the emissaries of Min.
MANHWA addresses the young leader. What does he plan to do now? Why is he inactive? They need to neutralize them and remove the false accusations from themselves.
Ma Chanso, hiding under the black lion costume, replies that he cannot move. He suspects he has fallen into a double trap set by the teacher. Meanwhile, a bloody slaughter continues below. Min Cult, Moon Peak, Huagu Lake, Hao Clan hideout. A servant enters the room and tells Tonjagal that he has delivered the message requesting to aim at the throat of the Phantom Demon Squad. The old man, still looking out the window, replies, "Very well." He mentally tells the young leader. He is impressed that he greatly elevated MANHWA and planned such a scheme. But he thought the guy was capable of foreseeing everything. That is why he prepared everything so that he could not change anything, even if he found out. He asks, what will he do now?
A question addressed to Ma Chonso reaches him. What is happening?
He sees Dan Jiho desperately fighting off numerous opponents advancing on him. Dan Jiho informs him that he left his sister in a safer place. But he is shocked by what is happening here. He asks the young leader, are these people connected to him? Ma Chonso replies, no, he was deceived. And he also suspects that there is a high probability that there is poison inside the throat. Tonjagal at this time thinks that the young leader does not know what is inside the throat, and therefore will not be able to open it.
Danjiko asks, really? Maybe he should burn it? What is he waiting for?
The young leader suggests he look around. He says that the combat masters among the common people have them in their sights. If he takes just one step, they will unleash a hail of arrows on them and break the throat. The wind here is strong. If it spreads the poison around, many people will die. The Phantom Demon Squad has them in their sights. He will not be able to act. It's as if he is on a roof from which there is no way down. A question reaches the guy. So what will they do then? Ma Cheonso thinks, maybe use the demon art and burn the throat? He ponders. What if there is not poison inside, but explosives? Then the damage would be greater. The guy decides to be more careful, since the throat was created by none other than Tonjagal, a genius in arithmetic and mechanics. Looking at what is happening below, the guy commands himself, think, Yang Chagak. One of the emissaries raises his hand up, then sharply lowers it down. The commander of the Iron Cavalry Squad of the Palace of Bloody Art rushes forward shouting, "The order to kill has been given!" The warriors follow him. The Heavenly Spirit Savior Squad of the Palace of Sacred Flame receives the order. Kill them all and rushes to carry it out. Tonjagal thinks it would be better to get away, far from Heavenly Mountain. Too much has started happening. Mentally addressing Ma Cheonso, he says that it will be up to him to deal with this. After all, it is his duty as the young leader. He cannot run from it. The slaughter in the square continues. The guy thinks that even if he forgot about the throat and just fought, he would still be accused of killing the followers. The young leader decides that there is no way out. Words reach Ma Cheonso, in what a miserable state he has found himself. The guy is surprised. Yang Ren? But how? He should be dead. Laughter responds. Now that the order to kill has been given, the guy is also a corpse, and he has plenty of reasons to finish him off. Ma Cheonso peeks out from the lion's mouth, asking, where is he? He thinks that it was definitely Yang Ren. He is alive, and now he absolutely cannot get out of here if that one is involved. Laughter sounds behind him, and behind his back appears Yang Ren, as if woven from deadly energy. He presses a knife to Ma Cheonso's throat, and says that the Palace of Fear is everywhere and nowhere at the same time, and the Black Sun better remember that. He asks, or should he call him the young leader? Then he laughs. Purple sparks flare in the guy's eyes. Yang Ren, all in bandages and with an eye patch, smiling widely, slides in front of him. He says, and if not that way, then how about Yang Changak? Yang Changak, who involuntarily took Ma Cheonso's place, mentally curses. How much does Yang Ren know? Yang Ren laughs, should have been more careful. Well, they can still spend some time figuring out who he is. Anyway, Yang Ren appears before Yang Changak, spinning a dagger on a long rope. He seems to be showing off in front of the guy. The young leader of the Palace of Fear admits, it feels like he has become part of someone's carefully planned scheme. That scoundrel, Yulchin, wouldn't have sent some demon butcher to kill him. Grabbing a knife in his hand, Yang Ren, chuckling, says, so this time, a wide smile lights up his face. He continues the phrase, the guy must become the one who will live. Blood-red energy surrounds Yan Ren. He says, this will be much more interesting. He laughs loudly. The battle continues below in the square. From the guy at the top of the stairs come death rattles and the clanging of steel. A shout is heard. Palace of the Executioner. This is the Palace of the Executioner. Ma Cheonso cautiously peeks out from the mouth of the lion. He mentally curses Yan Ren, wondering, how far is he willing to go just to have fun? A crooked smirk appears on his lips. He thinks he doesn't know if he himself has gone mad, or if the Min cult has influenced him. But right now, smirking malevolently, and looking at the scene with eyes filled with purple energy, he mentally says that he really likes such insane behavior. The leader of the Iron Cavalry squad of the Palace of Bloody Art shouts, "The order to kill has been given. They are all traitors. Kill them." Ma Qianso says, "They should not have taken innocent people hostage." The black lion soars into the air. A leg wrapped in a purple aura stands firmly on the ground. A voice is heard. They provoked a rebellion. Anyone who dares to approach him. Ma Qianso, having shed his masquerade costume, appears before everyone, surrounded by purple-black energy, weaving a demonic visage above his head. The guy says, anyone who dares to approach him will be killed immediately. A precise energy strike knocks one of the warriors to the ground. The squad leader thinks, it looks like some mythical art of the Demon Lord. But the guy is most likely bluffing. He decides he will deal with him quickly. He gives the command, prepare to form a knight. The warriors immediately and swiftly carry out his order. They form a semicircle in front of Ma Qianso, completely shielding themselves with shields in 2 rows, bristling with spears. Ma Qianso, smirking, says, impressive. And this is called building with a horse? Even the highest imperial fire archers would have struggled to break through, but he throws his hand forward, sending an energy sphere at the opponents. Flashing his eyes, he says that their commander has just made a mistake. The sphere, rushing towards the warriors, grows in size as it moves. In the squad leader's mind flashes the thought, impossible. He is stronger than the Supreme Master. He gives the order to defend. The power of Ma Qianso strikes the shields, breaking the orderly ranks. The method of building with the knight was created to be able to repel the demonic flaming squad of Jason's archers, who possessed destructive power and mobility. The commander looks intently at the results of Ma Qianso's attack. Around lie twisted shields and bodies of warriors. The leader of the Iron Cavalry squad is stunned. He destroyed such a rank on the very first try. He gives the order to reform into the sword turn formation, but then he immediately falters. Another energy strike mercilessly scatters the bodies of his warriors. Ma Qianso rushes like a mad whirlwind among the surviving warriors, dealing with them. Those who were lucky to survive look at what is happening in shock. One of the warriors says, "This is the demon god." Ma Qianso steps toward them, surrounded by purple-black energy, which forms a demonic, terrifying figure above his head. Approaching the squad leader, the young man says, he warned that they were making a mistake. Stopping in front of the man sitting on the ground, Ma Qianso offers to clarify everything. He says that he has become a traitor. The man thinks fearfully. He was the one. Ma Qianso advances on him. Purple-black energy swirls around. He says, for attempts to kill him, the young leader. He leans down, baring his teeth in a devilish grin. Purple energy shines in his eyes. In the head of the Iron Cavalry squad commander flashes, Ma Qianso, the young leader! Meanwhile, above the heads of those present, a confrontation between Mo Yunhui and Ya Yulchin takes place. Using telepathy, the master of the Blood Art Palace says to his opponent, what ignorant people they are. They suddenly stopped caring who he is. They only want this to end as soon as possible. Mo Yunhui replies to him that it was he who gathered followers here, and then deceived them. This is all his doing. Continuing the confrontation using internal energy, Ya Yulchin says that he also provoked them. Will he keep hiding behind a mask? Mo Enhui replies that for them, he is just as much a puppet as he is. The enemy is outraged. What? Mo Enhui replies. Isn't Ya Yulchin on the same side as the Heavenly Palace? Frowning and clenching his teeth harder, the master of the Palace of Bloody Art says, therefore, putting all his strength into the energy strike, Ya Yulchin shout that it is better to surrender and sacrifice oneself. His dazzling energy makes Mo Enhui squint, but he immediately opens his eyes upon hearing the opponent's words. You can't shut out the sun just by covering your eyes with your hand. Ya Yulchin is already behind him, raising his hand to strike. Dazzling lightning bursts from his fingers and strikes the top of the tower. At this time, Mo Enhui lands on the ground. Kneeling on one knee, he supports himself with his hand on the surface, maintaining balance. Mo Enhui thinks he is very fast. Moreover, he cannot get close to Ya Yulchin until he gets rid of this blinding light. He is enveloped in a light purple haze. He rushes upward, to where his opponent awaits him. Raising his hand clenched into a fist before him, Mo Enhui intends to burn Ya Yulchin to ashes. His energy takes on a rich purple-black color. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art, surrounded by radiance, raises his hand, planning to deliver another strike. He exclaims, so, he is trying to imitate the art of the Demon Lord? This technique is merely an illusion dreamed of by their ancestors. He throws his hand forward, and a pillar of dazzlingly shining energy strikes the opponent from his palm. Immediately, surprise appears in his eyes. ManHwa successfully copes with his attack. I Yulchin exclaim, the flame that burns the radiant light of heavenly art. Could it be? Is this really the art of the demon lord? Shrouded in purple light, ManHwa relentlessly approaches the master of the palace of bloody art. But he immediately teleports and ends up behind him. ManHwa, following him with his gaze, thinks that he is very fast. He immediately changes trajectory and, reflecting the opponent's light attacks, tries to catch up with him. ManHwa now sees much better, but he cannot catch Yahyulchin because he has absorbed the light. He decides that he needs to limit his movement radius. ManHwa finds a suitable place and rushes to the tower. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art decides that the opponent is running away and shouts after him. The Black Sun is trying to escape. Does he really think he can get away from him? Continuously attacking ManHwa with dazzling energy, Yahyulchin rushes after him. ManHwa fails to block the strike. He thinks that the opponent is strong, not only fast, but also frightening and strong. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art advancing on him, staring at him, says that he is not human. He is a living Jiangshi. But he cannot believe it. No, a Jiangshi could not withstand the blinding light of heavenly art. What is he? ManHwa lands and freezes for a moment, kneeling on one knee and resting his hand on the ground. Then he raises his head and, looking the opponent in the eyes, replies that he is his dark reader. A sinister purple aura envelops his figure. Yahyulchin slowly approaches him. He is surrounded by a dazzlingly bright glow that has taken the form of a sun behind his back. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art says, "Amazing." How can he utter something like that despite his condition? He adds, "However, to prevent such things from being done to him, he won't be fooled." Dazzling energy, resembling lightning, rushes towards ManHwa, but he is not afraid of it. Clenching his teeth tighter, he thinks about how the flame of the Demon Lord suppresses the opponent's light. So, if he restricts his movement with the flame, he will be able to see his weakness. Purple-black energy rushes to meet the dazzling radiance. Rising to his feet and spreading his arms to the sides, ManHwa increases the flow of energy. Yahyulchin, pushing off the ground with his foot, rushes towards the opponent, shouting, "Does he really think he can defeat him by trapping him?" But ManHwa pays no attention to his words. He continues to control the flow of purple-black energy, thinking that he needs to win before he escapes. Concentrating all his strength, he directs it at the approaching Yahyulchin. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art approaches ManHwa. His palm, surrounded by radiance, touches the opponent's chest. A powerful beam of light pierces ManHwa and bursts out from his back. A thought flashes through his mind, now. He understands that the opponent has nowhere to run because of the black flame. He was waiting for this moment when Yahyulchin would reach him. ManHwa throws his fist forward and strikes, knocking the master of the Palace of Bloody Art far back. Yahyulchin stands in the clouds of dust raised after his body, thrown back by the blow, damaged a wooden structure. He says, "Good try." The features of his face are distorted by an evil grimace. He adds, "But it cost him his arms and legs. How foolish." Yahyulchin approaches ManHwa lying on the ground and says, "So he is still alive, despite the hole instead of a heart?" Raising his leg, he suggests seeing what happens if he cracks open his skull. ManHwa, smiling widely, pronounces the opponent's name, Yahyulchin. He offers the master of the Palace of Bloody Art to turn around and look into the eyes of his death. Yahyulchin looks back and sees Macheonso surrounded by a purple-black aura. Behind the guy on the ground lie the warriors of the squad he defeated. The young leader gloomily gazes at the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. Yahyulchin bares his teeth maliciously, thinking that he single-handedly dealt with the Iron Cavalry squad. He mentally asks the guy a question. So he was the true opponent sent by the Heavenly Palace. So he deliberately pretended to be something else. Macheonso steps towards him, saying that since he tried to kill him, he does not deserve respect. Approaching, the young leader adds that he has committed too many sins to list them all, so Macheonso stops and suggests he just end all this already. They stand facing each other. Demonic energy envelops the entire surrounding space. Dan Yeva asks Dan Shigan, "Is this man really him?" The latter, crossing his arms on his chest and bowing his head, answers, "Yes, this is the young leader. He is so powerful that even the Iron Cavalry squad next to him seems trivial. The cruelty with which he crushes enemies to dust without hesitation. No one is capable of doing what he can. Never." Pointing a finger at the square, in the center of which rages a purple-black energy surrounding the young leader, Yahyulchina, and the clock tower, the girl exclaims, "How is this possible? He could barely maintain his rank." Dan Shigan explains, "If he is at the very top, then all those around him are third-rate bugs. He has the supreme demonic sphere." Dan Yeva asks, "At 20 years old?" The warrior replies, "Well, yes, he is only 20. The world is full of injustice. There are those who are simply destined to have everything. They just need to surrender and accept it. What else can they do? Dan Shigen adds. Besides, he is the one who upholds the legacy of the heavenly demon. The girl repeats in surprise. Heavenly demon. She thinks that then she should have understood. Danyeva recalls how the guy caught her when she almost fell. She wonders, how could he catch her so easily when she was about to advance to the highest level? The girl thinks about how her older brother and the extermination unit opposed her marriage. She remembers how Danjiko angrily asked, "How can you make such important decisions on your own?" He will not allow it. And the warrior supported him, telling her that they also do not accept her choice. If she really intends to do it, she will have to deal with them first. Why were they so insistent that she go to the small Min Palace? Now she understands. It is all because the young leader Ma Chongso was the heavenly demon. The girl says, that's why she was treated like nothing. She recalls how the guy said that some maid would ask him what to do. Apparently, everyone in her family is slow-witted. Or is she just stupid? That's why he treated her like a servant? She remembers another meeting when Ma Chongso said he could even tell her more. But just one look at her terrible behavior shows that she will constantly get into trouble wherever she goes. He does not mind if it happens in the small Min Palace, but let her not cause such scenes elsewhere. No one will tolerate her tantrums. She thinks, because someone like her is worthless? Danyeva reflects. So what? Why is it so important? She doesn't care about someone like him. It doesn't matter if he is the demon lord or not. He managed to hurt her a little, but only because he deceived her. The only one she will love is... The girl shouts at the top of her lungs, "Sobon!" Dan Shigen and Hyang Mu look at her in surprise. The girl cautiously asks, "How did the lady find out?" "Yes, he is Sobon." Hyang Mu adds that she was also surprised. It turns out that the respected person was the young leader. She thinks she should have left a better impression. Danyeva's eyes widen in surprise. The girl wanted to rush to where the confrontation between the guy and Yayulchina is happening. But she is held back. Does she want to die? Sobon is currently fighting the master of the bloody palace, and his friend lies on the ground.
The confused girl babbles, What? How?
A crimson aura flares around her. She exclaims, "No, Hyunmu is lying. She's just joking, right?" And she almost believed it. That lustful pervert is Sobon? Well, yes, very funny. She remembers the leader of the higher demon lord squad, Seek, and his words, on the day of the Black Sun's arrival. They say the young leader was there too. He also said that the Black Sun wounded the village chief because he forced the villagers to make potions, and then he left. But the young leader just ran away without telling anyone. She recalls Sobon turning away from her, saying, maybe he had his reasons. She then replied, "What nonsense. Reasons? What reasons could he have? He's just a brainless pervert. He visits the Palace of Pleasures and then says he doesn't despise her. He tries to hurt her by pretending to be a noble person." Words of Sobon asking her to forgive him surface in her memory. Danyewa realizes that the young leader was indeed. She imagines Ma Cheonso without a mask, then also mentally puts it on him. The girl understands that the young leader was Sobon. A voice sounds. So she didn't know either? Danyewa flinches in surprise. Gu Yanren, all in bandages and with an eye patch, slinging a sword over his shoulder, approaches them saying, "Interesting." Well, how interesting? Danyewa is surprised. Master of the Slaughter Palace? How is he here? The girl exclaims. So he knew that the young leader was the Black Sun? Gu Yanren answers, yes, he knew. Danyenhua laughs. The master of the Zaboya Palace says that now is not the time for laughter. Gu Yanren adds, even if the young leader has mastered the art of the Demon Lord, Yayulchin is a strong opponent. Moreover, not the only one. He quietly giggles. Hyunmu objects, but he is the young leader. He can simply cancel the assassination order. The master of the Zaboya Palace turns to her and asks with a smile, does she think so? The emissaries standing on the elevation shout, "Do not delay." One of the emissaries declares, he is not the young leader. He is merely a traitor who led the Min cult into chaos. The Min Palace demands that they immediately carry out the assassination order. Hyunmu repeats confusedly, it cannot be. He is the young leader. Gu Yanren laughs and says, he knew it would be like this. The eyes of these old men are useless. Yulchin managed to fool them all. That is why these old fools, who are good for nothing, must be killed, and power taken into their own hands. He is stopped by a timid girl. Please. He shifts his gaze to the trembling Danyenhua. What? The girl stammers. Sobon, young leader. She asks to help him. Gu Yanren, frowning, asks, why would he need that? Danyenhua shouts. Then why is he even here? He didn't come here to shift all responsibility onto others, did he? The master of the Zaboya Palace chuckles. That's true. He must finish him off himself. The girl demands that he stop laughing and go help the young leader. The most important thing now, in her opinion, is to make sure he survives. Gu Yanren giggles. It seems she has grown attached to him. Dan Yenhua exclaims indignantly, "Oh, come on." Gu Yanren, glancing at the emissaries, replies that he also does not want Yayulchin's plan to work, so he might try to be nice. Meanwhile, with one hand he grips the hilt of the sword he casually holds on his shoulder. With the other, he holds a fearsome dagger. The emissaries look unpleasantly surprised. Before them stood Gu Yanren, shrouded in a red haze of fiery energy. He says he can still understand why Li Sunu, this clever little right emissary of Min, needs this. Then he turns to Bi-Seik, standing behind the two elders. But he did not think that the left emissary Min Jung Hogun would allow this young scoundrel to boss them around like that. He even feels ashamed for him. Gu Yanren chuckles. Bi-Seik says that the heavenly festival is currently in full swing. Making statements at such a time is clearly against the cult's commandments. Gu Yanren looks surprised when the man unleashes an energy strike on him. His reaction is immediate. Having knocked down Bi-Seik, he asks, "Will these be his last words?" Then adds, "Well, since it seems they are both a bit busy," he suggests settling everything now. A devilish smile lights up the face of the Palace of Decay Master. Pressing Bi-Seik's head to the platform with his foot and increasing the intensity of the blood-red aura surrounding him, Gu Yanren says, "An order to kill the young leader. Let it be cancelled." A voice reaches him, ordering the Palace of Decay Master to surrender. Turning his head to the side, Gu Yanren sees before him the master of the Palace of Sacred Fire, the Min cult priestess Yu Soha. She is accompanied by several girls. Gu Yanren mockingly says, "Oh, just look who is here." Smiling cheerfully, the Palace of Decay Master replies. He thought Yu Soha would be more persistent than the previous priestess. He is disappointed. The girls squat down, pressing their palms to the platform. They are enveloped in a light veil of purple energy. Gu Yanren says he did not think she would send the Heavenly Spirit Rescue Squad. He warns, if she continues to advance, even knowing he is the young leader, then she is on Yayulchin's side. The woman asks him to release the leader of the Demon Lord's squad and retreat. The Heavenly Festival is a sacred ceremony of the God of the Sacred Flame. If he continues to distract them, they will have to issue an order to kill him as well. Gu Yanren, chuckling, asks, "Who? Is she talking about these forgetful ones?" His dagger, with a rope tied to the handle, flies into the air and rushes forward. He decapitates the left and right emissaries. Yu Soha is clearly shocked. Her eyes widen in surprise, and her mouth opens slightly. Gu Yanren swings the rope like a lasso, saying he doesn't think they are capable of giving orders to kill. Catching the knife handle with his hand, he grins mischievously and says, "Well, the priestess cannot give a kill order, but she can cancel it. What else is the Palace of Heavenly Flame for?" He giggles again. The woman says she will cancel the kill order, but she asks him to release this man. Gu Yanren replies, "Who? That unreasonable child?" The master of the Palace of Slaughter agrees. "Fine. Since it is the Heavenly Festival now, he will show mercy." He strikes Bi-Seik's shoulders, causing him to cry out in pain. Leaning over him, Gu Yanren, blazing with a blood-red aura and clutching a knife, addresses the leader of the Demon Lord's squad, telling him not to get cocky in front of him. He warns that next time it won't be the shoulder but his neck. The master of the Palace of Slaughter asks the priestess, "Why is she hesitating? Let her cancel it." The woman asks him a question. Why is he acting this way? He killed the Min emissaries. Does he know what the consequences will be? Gu Yanren, giggling, asks. She must be joking, right? Glancing at the remains of the emissaries, he exclaims, "She calls these nobodies Min emissaries? They are a pathetic parody. But even if they were real, they have become weak-willed traitors." Above Gu Yanren's head flicker the energies of Ma Chongso and Yayulchin. He continues to say that even if he made a mistake here, let it be an order from her beloved god of the sacred flame. Turning his head toward the side where the battle is happening, he adds, "Maybe he can stop Yayulchin, but he definitely won't catch him." Watching Ma Chonso attack the enemy, the master of the Palace of Slaughter says, he eagerly longs to see what the young leader is capable of. The guy clenches his teeth tighter and rushes towards Yayulchin. Covering his face with his hand, he looks at the dazzlingly shining silhouette of the opponent. Ma Chonso thinks that Yayulchin is light. Endless dots create a line, and the line becomes a surface that penetrates the body. It is impossible to block this, and there are only two ways to deal with him. Either become faster than the speed of light, either endure the light. The guy lunges forward, using the technique charge of the sacred flame of the Demon Lord. Machanso is sure that even the art of the shining heavenly light cannot withstand the flame. I, Yulchin, am surprised. The art of the heavenly demon. Could it really be true, the art of a superior master? The young leader exclaims. Yes, he himself is not far behind. The art of the shining. Heavenly light is extremely impressive. He managed to create a truly beautiful thing. Does he use light? Ma Chongso admits that he cannot catch it. Continuing to fight, Ayulchin asks, why did he hide his talents all this time? With his heavenly demon art, he could have claimed the leader position. The guy replies, does he really think that if he just asked, they would have given it to him? There are already too many rats trying to take unoccupied positions. Isn't he right? Ayulchin exclaims, ownerless? Originally, the cult of Min did not belong to the Ma family. It all belongs to his father and his greedy ancestors. He adds, now Ma Chongso's internal energy must be running out, and he will finish him off. Ayulchin spreads his arms to the sides and exclaims, reflective polarization formation! Warriors raise shields before themselves, reflecting his dazzling energy. They direct the reflected rays upward, to where Ma Chongso hovers in the air. The rays pierce the space around the boy. He mentally curses, realizing that the light makes Ayulchin stronger. Ma Chongso thinks things are bad. He reduces the absorption of internal energy thanks to the formation and waits for his energy to run out. He needs to understand where the opponent is, otherwise he will lose. He glances to the side and what he sees displeases him. The boy sees a huge circle with inscribed runes, from which demonic energy emanates. Around it, people are arranged in 2 rows. He thinks things are not good there either. Ma Chongso wonders, what is this? Hot and gloomy. He attributes it to the art of the demon lord. The boy feels that the demon art responds to him. They must be preparing some formation, but it somehow resembles the art of the heavenly demon. His thoughts are interrupted by Ayulchin rushing at him in beams of light, shouting that from the formation of the supreme darkness of the heavenly spirit's defense squad, not even the demon lord can escape. He is finished. Purple-black energy thickens around the young leader. His opponent, however, radiates a dazzling bright glow. Ma Chongso uses the art of the demon lord to absorb the energy of the formation. The opponent's energy rapidly approaches the boy. He asks Ayulchin, did he say formation of the supreme darkness of the heavenly demon? A smile illuminates the boy's face as he thanks Ayulchin. Ma Chongso reflects that Ayulchin is the light, and the Iron Cavalry Squad and the Phantom Demon Squad assist him from the ground using mirror shields. He understands that in this way they enhance the speed of the shining demon light art, making it invisible to the human eye. But no matter how bright the light is, Ayulchin, who at that moment rushed towards the enemy, realizes that something is wrong. He gives the warriors the command, everyone retreat. They are surprised by this order. The warriors and Ayulchin hovering above them rush away from Ma Chongso, who is standing on the ground at that time, and above him looms a grinning figure of a demon woven from purple-black energy. The boy, with lightning bolts running across his skin, feels his inner energy beginning to boil. He thinks that thanks to this, he will be able to do what he could not even imagine. The third principle of the demon lord art, which he encountered in the corridor of the high demons. The young leader's body rises above the ground. He spreads his arms to the sides. His mouth opens in a scream, and the energy emanating from him intensifies. The smile of the creature woven from purple-black energy above his head widens. Ma Chongso unleashes all his power on the fleeing warriors. A part of the warriors, led by Ayulchin, having significantly outpaced the squad, stops. They watch as if mesmerized how the black flame, devouring everything around, emanating from the young leader, catches up with the running people. Ma Chongso uses the technique Demon Lord of the Supreme Darkness, Eternal Prison of Flame. The energy emanating from him seems to consume everything around. Day turns into night. Ayulchin, observing him from afar, says, the formation of such scale with the art of the Demon Lord. Where does this incredible power come from? He cannot take his eyes off the figure hovering in the air, surrounded by purple flames and radiating darkness. Ayulchin whispers in amazement. He just absorbed the formation of the supreme darkness of the Demon Lord. Ma Chongso, crossing his arms in front of him, in which he holds long daggers, mentally addresses the opponent, saying there is nowhere left for him to run. The young leader strikes him with the Legion Strike of the Demon Lord, exclaiming, take this! He uses the Hour of Lethality, and a series of 10 Imperial Strikes of the Demon Lord. Then follows the Supreme Hidden Rupture. His strikes follow one after another with such speed that it seems they all fall on Ayulchin simultaneously. And now several Ma Chongso attack the opponent. The guy uses the technique Fury of the Fire Dragon, and the dragon woven from purple energy, fiercely bearing huge fangs, rushes toward the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. Ayulchin shouts that his clones are just an illusion. He raises his hand, and a dazzling light rushes toward the figures circling before him. Ayulchin shouts that he will get rid of them all. He uses the heavenly art of shining light, strike of heavenly light. Ma Chionso dodges numerous refracted beams of his energy, but the master of the Palace of Bloody Art only increases the pressure. The dragon, whose body is sliced by beams of his energy, lets out a wild roar and rushes at him. Blood gushes from Ayulchin's mouth open in a scream. The huge body of the dragon, writhing, strangles his warriors in its coils. The formation created by the young leader covers the area like a grid made of numerous spiked elements. The young leader of the Slaughter Palace and the priestess watch the events standing on a wooden platform. Gu Yanren laughs. This is simply incredible. He is incredible. The woman standing behind him whispers in amazement. Sphere of the Supreme Demon. Her eyes widen. The master of the Slaughter Palace says, no. Gu Yanren explains. At the moment the young leader absorbed the formation of the Supreme Darkness Demon, he became a perverted demon. He has the sphere of the perverted demon. Gu Yanren, giggling, tells Yu Sohei that everything ended before she cancelled the kill order. It seems she has almost no hope left. The priestess replies, apparently so. Ma Chionso approaches Yayulchin. Residual traces of purple-black energy are visible on the bodies of the warriors lying around. Yayulchin barely opens one eye, his body trembling slightly. Only burnt pants remain on his clothes. Coughing, he asks, what is the young leader doing? Ma Chionso, squatting beside him, applies his power precisely to his body. The guy replies that he is stopping the bleeding, and now he should shut up and not move if he doesn't want to die. The master of the Bloody Art Palace asks, why leave him alive? Ma Cheonso says he is the father of Ya Yultak. Ya Yulchin replies, what a pathetic reason. The guy says, it's not a pathetic reason. He was the first to become his family. The young leader says he doesn't know what else Ya Yulchin was preparing for this day, but he shouldn't have sacrificed his followers. He assumes the throat was made to kill them. He asks, right? The master of the Bloody Art Palace answers that there were bombs in it brought from the western regions. Ma Chionso says, has he completely lost it? Only a few followers know martial arts. Fine. Let him forget and stop talking, otherwise it awakens his desire to kill him again. The guy asks, where is the Heavenly Palace? Ya Yulchin lifts his head and asks in response, didn't the Heavenly Palace send him? Ma Cheonso says, whom? Him? No. He does not know how great their involvement is, but he will not simply leave them alone. Especially now that he knows who they are. Ya Yulchin begins to laugh loudly. After laughing, the man says, was it all just a coincidence? Or was their prediction false? Ma Cheonso asks, what is he talking about? The master of the Palace of Bloody Art answers that he cooperated with the Heavenly Palace to seize the Heavenly Mountain. He does not know how long they have been parasitizing here, but they had the power to put Ya Yulchin in his position. Ya Yulchin continues to say that there were no problems. But for some kid, the young leader, to be able to stop him. At these words, Ma Cheonso frowns. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art, smiling, playfully winks at him and, chuckling, says he understands. Ya Yulchin sits down and says, they wanted him to kill the young leader and take all the blame on himself. Ma Cheonso, still crouching beside him, asks, why? He thought Ya Yulchin was on their side. The guy's attention is drawn to something, and turning away from his interlocutor, he looks intently into the distance. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art says that he did not just cooperate with them. They both look at a crowd of people in cloaks with hoods, standing like a solid wall in the distance, surrounded by a deadly aura. Ya Yulchin says, their plan was to pit them all against each other like pieces on a board, and for the last survivor to become the patriarch. If the elders were the ones who started this, then he, Ya Yulchin, would have died too. Jumping to his feet, the guy, looking back at him, asks, he knew this and still agreed to work with them? Bowing his head, the man answers that he had no choice. If he had not done this, Ma Cheonso's family would have continued to keep the Min cult within the Heavenly Mountain. Ya Yulchin asks the young leader. He said he would not leave the Heavenly Mountain alone, right? Then he must kill the third elder Banya, the one called the Holy Demon. The man adds that he is the emissary of the Heavenly Palace. Ma Chongso remembers the man who searched for useful potions in the Demon Lord's library and told him about the hour of lethality. The young leader cannot believe that he turned out to be an emissary of the Heavenly Palace. A shout reaches the guy. The Lord of the Sacred Flame has given an answer. The priestess, standing on a height slightly ahead of the girls accompanying her, raises her hands and announces, a new flame has been born in the Min cult. Let them honor and love it again. People listen attentively as the priestess says to greet the supreme master of the Min cult. The guy and Ya Yulchin, sitting on the ground, look at her attentively. The woman says that this is the young leader Ma Chongso. The crowd cheers joyfully. Some even have tears in their eyes. A dense ring of people surrounds the square again. Hito helps Ya Yulchin to get up. The master of the Blood Art Palace tells him that they are returning to the palace. Supported by Hido, Yahyulchin moves away from the guy. He says, a good-for-nothing son, but he will leave him with Machongso. The young leader asks him not to worry. The position of the master of the small Min Palace belongs to Yahyultak. Without looking back, Yahyulchin says that he became a wonderful person after leaving home. The guy replies, if he changes his mind, he can come. He, without trying to look back, says, if only he. After a short pause, Yahyulchin says, if he realized that he would become the heir of the Demon Lord, he could have followed him. Still without looking back, he adds, but now it is too late. The loser has only one path. Then with significance he says, Master of the Cult. Machionso silently watches him go. A warm, understanding smile appears on the lips of the young leader. In the mansion standing on the edge of the abyss, a shout is heard. Hey, Heavenly Sour! Evil Banya kicks the old man who has fallen to the floor. He shouts that he did not come here to engage in small talk. I, Yulchin, must get rid of the young leader and pay for it. Only then can Tongjagal become his equal. Does he understand this? Otherwise, delivering another kick to the old man, he adds, otherwise he is just a bug. A powerless bug will perish under his feet. Looking at him maliciously, Tongjagal laughs. Is that what he wants? And he thought that it was Banya who told the young leader about the hour of lethality. The third elder bares his teeth angrily and promises that first he will cut out his tongue. Banya admits, it is his own fault for believing in someone who lost everything and crawled to Heavenly Mountain. He decisively raises his leg and says, then let him die. The old man wheezes with difficulty, if that is his fate. A commanding shout sounds in his head, emissary of the Heavenly Palace, and Banya freezes. He falls to his knees before the open window, beyond which on a distant hill the silhouette of a man is visible. He says that the humble servant of God Banya bows before the face of the messenger. Behind the envoy, a powerful vortex of radiant energy is visible. Using telepathy, he reports that the celestial sower has completed his task. He should be rewarded, not punished. Let him be returned back. I submissively bow my head. From his lips flies off, as the messenger wishes. The third elder rises to his feet. Laughing, he reaches out his hand to the old man, saying that there is a lot of dust on his clothes. He offers to go with him, and they will buy him new clothes. The old man cannot meet him looking like that. Red lights ignite in Tonjagal's eyes, but he calmly thanks Banya, adding, of course, he will meet her embrace. The wheels of his chair spin at an astonishing speed as she takes off. The squad rushes swiftly through the forest. Bisake swears, insulting the master of the Palace of Zaboy. How dare he treat him like that? He thinks about his shoulders being destroyed. He does not know if he will be able to recover even after treatment. The vice-captain moving beside him thinks that now the young leader will spend 2 weeks in the Palace of the Sacred Flame. There he will learn to be a leader. Today is the last chance to show him their respect before the Ascension ceremony. He asks, is it okay that they run away like that without saying a word to the young leader? Bisake is angry. Is that the only thing he cares about now? He says that the emissaries of the Min cult are dead, and it is only a matter of time before everyone finds out who drove them to madness. Bisake says they are heading to the Min Palace. They need to cover their tracks. He raises his hand up, giving the order to the warriors following him to stop. Drops of sweat run down Bisake's face. The vice-captain standing behind him looks shocked. A mighty silhouette of a man blocks their way. Bisake, peering into the darkness, asks, who is that, and why is he standing in their path? Let him come into the light. The man whose eyes glow with the red fire of deadly energy takes a step forward. Bisake is unpleasantly surprised. His hand clenches into a fist. From the shadow of the trees into the sunlight steps the Bloodmaster. From Bisake's lips slips, Iltashik? But how? Bisake raises his hand with his index and middle fingers extended. The warriors behind him draw their swords. The squad surrounds the Bloodmaster, who stands completely calm, not attempting to do anything. An unfriendly smile appears on Bisake's lips as he says, even if he is a master 100 times over, he still won't be able to defeat them all, because they have all mastered the blood art. He thinks that the Bloodmaster well knows that even a master of the 5th star level only needs to inflict one internal wound on an opponent to kill. The Bloodmaster frowns and exhales angrily. Bisake senses a foreign presence. Behind him stand Han Soso, master of the poisonous palace Donbun Will, and sword demon Dan Chonghak. Bisake, looking back, exclaims, master of the palace of the supporting sword, master of the palace of pleasures, master of the palace of poison, why are they still alive? The Bloodmaster calls out to him. In the eyes of Iltashik appear fiery flashes when he speaks. The day he first met him in the village by the tears stream. He remembers the emaciated, poorly dressed young man who fell to his knees before him. He said his sister was sick. She hadn't eaten anything for several days. if it continued like this. He asked to kill both him and his sister. Ultesik then pitied him, the one who stole food from the Demon Lord's squad for his sister. In the pouring rain, he went with him to a shabby hut. Crossing the threshold of the hut, they both freeze. He still remembers the fragile hand, limp, hanging from a small elevation on which the girl lay. The young man rushed to his sister and pressed her limp body to his chest. He said he wanted to be with his sister and asked to be killed. Bisek shouts, "He saved him, yes. That is the problem. Every day after his sister's death was hell for him." Looking at Yiltashik with mad eyes, Bisek says, "He did not let him follow her and forced him to live a life worse than death." He asks, does he know where his pity led him? He shouts angrily that he was treated like trash, but he trained every day, waiting to take revenge on such a hypocritical saint. The Bloody Master says, "Let him shut up." He does not want to know. Yiltashik clenches his hand into a fist, and a deadly aura envelops him. He admits that he pitied Bisek, as he was in a pitiful situation, but he crossed the line. The Bloody Master raises his hand to strike. His aura blazes like fire. He says to Bisek, if his family was so dear to him, then he should have known better than to touch someone else's family. Yiltashik strikes with a fist. Bisek tries to cover himself with a sword, but the attempt to defend is largely ineffective. A bloody cough bursts from Bisek's mouth. The warriors are frightened. From a single blow? Standing behind them in the glow of a greenish aura, Donban Il says, well, they better not twitch. Well, unless they want to be burned by poison. The Bloody Master, around whom a red aura blazes, steps toward the trying to crawl away Bisek, asking, where is he going? He, looking back at him, screams in terror. Yiltashik says, now he is afraid to die? The Bloody Master, whose eyes are filled with red energy, waves his hand. The blow lands on the leg of Bisek, who howls in pain. Yiltashik's hand with the index and middle fingers straightened delivers another precise strike. Bisek chokes on a scream of pain. The blow hit the other leg. The Bloody Master delivers another strike, causing Bisek's body to bend from wild pain. Yiltashik grabs Bisek by the hair, telling him to listen carefully. Pulling his head up by the hair, the Bloody Master says he will not kill him. Let him live. With torn tendons and a broken spine. Let him be trampled by the same weak ones, and suffer as much as the suffering he brought to others. He pulls Bisek by the hair so hard that tears well up in his eyes. The Bloody Master asks, is he not grateful to him? He brought him back on the day of their first meeting. Bisek begs to just be killed. Yiltashik says that he was right. He should not have pitied him. It was not the death of his sister that made him angry, nor the state he found himself in. He simply needed an excuse to demonstrate power. So let him be happy. Fiercely flashing his eyes, the Bloody Master says that Yiltashik, who saved him from a miserable existence, is dead. Now Bisek is free. He lets go of Bisek's hair, and he falls face down to the ground. The warriors stand still with swords in their hands, unable to move. The Bloody Master, whose energy begins to gradually fade, says that from this moment, the Demon Lord's squad of the Min cult will await a new leader before the Palace of Heavenly Flame, and then will beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, he will chase them until the end of time to kill them, their entire family and relatives. The vice captain, bowing in a salute, replies that they will carry out his will. He shouts that the Demon Lord Min's squad is heading to the palace. The warriors turn around and hurry after the vice captain. Bisek, lifting himself on his hands, shouts after them, wait! The Bloody Master and other masters also intend to leave. Bisek desperately begs them not to go. From behind the Bloody Master flies his scream and request to just kill him. But he does not even look back. Min Cult, Moon Peak, Palace of Heavenly Flame. Machonso looks on in surprise. Then the words slip from his lips. It's standing before a huge statue with its head thrown back. The young man says, Heavenly Demon? The priestess explains. He was the son of the god of sacred flame and the first savior. She says that the young leader already has 2 of the 5 sacred artifacts, right? Each sacred artifact possesses devastating power. The woman admits that she knows where 2 of the 3 remaining artifacts are. Machionso looks at her somewhat puzzled. He is surrounded by a purple aura as he asks, she isn't plotting anything, is she? He didn't come here to find out the location of the 5 sacred artifacts. The priestess covers her eyes and sighs. Looking up at him, Yu Soha says, she sees that he doesn't trust her. Ma Cheonso, somewhat calmed, replies, does he have a choice? Doesn't she work with the heavenly palace? The woman lowers her eyes and smiling answers, correct. That was the case. To be more precise, she had to. Ma Cheonso asks, does she know why the royal family calls them the demonic cult? Because they do not follow the laws of the Ming dynasty under the aegis of religion? The priestess says, the laws of the Ming dynasty, he says. Then, it turns out, the orthodox and unorthodox cults follow their laws. What about the others? In the western regions are the Black Yan Division and the Timur Empire, which preach Islam. And there is also Tibet and the Potala Palace. Are these all also demonic cults? Ma Cheonso asks, what does she want to say by this? The woman answers that he must become the roots of the Ming cult to find out the reason why they are called demons. She adds, only then will he be able to comprehend what was once left to her. The young man is surprised. What was left? The purple aura flares around him again as he says that right now, it is more important for him to know what she did to his family. The young man looks surprised when he hears in response, they are all alive. The woman tells that the demon of the sword and the demon of poison escaped from Beauty Peak. The white flower of the snake also left her refuge, and the master of blood art managed to leave the Ming palace. I, Yultak, and Zhong Saemin destroyed the prison on Lake Huagu and escaped. Ma Cheonso wonders, and the heavenly palace allowed them? He doesn't even know what to do. To rejoice or still doubt her words. The woman tells him that he can trust her. Smiling, the priestess adds that they may have already returned to their palaces. Or did he ask her a question just not to believe her answer? The guy agrees. Fair enough. Okay, he trusts her. Ma Cheonso says, next question. Who is the master of the heavenly palace? He becomes all ears. The priestess, imagining a man whose face is completely covered by a mask, answers that he is an immortal being. He is the one who for many years colored the Min cult in black tones, drawing darkness from the depths of the heavenly mountain. He is the master of the heavenly palace. She explains that the master of the heavenly palace changes his guise. He has lived for hundreds of years. No one remembers what he looks like now. But more importantly, if he desires something, no one can resist his influence, even if it will be. The moon illuminates a narrow rocky ledge where a man stands facing it. Behind him kneel the Bloodmaster, Han Soso, the Sword Devil, the Poison Devil, and Zhong Simin. Il Tashik says that by his order he dealt with Bisake. The man, whose long hair blows in the wind without looking back, replies that the fruit of ambition will never feed him enough. Someone will definitely eat him and destroy everything. The Bloodmaster says that it is his fault for being so foolish. The man asks, what is his fault? If the beasts run wild unsupervised in freedom, the Master of the Heavenly Mountain adds, it is only the fault of the Lord of the Mountain, who left his place. Long ago, the Lord of Demons, in cooperation with his followers, created the Min cult on the Heavenly Mountain. However, he had no successor. After the Lord's death, 9 families Ma, Yu, Dan, Dongfan, Zhu, Ye, Yang, and Han, who helped him create the cult, began a battle for the leader's position. None of the representatives from the 9 families mastered the Lord's art. So every time they chose a leader, the Heavenly Mountain was stained crimson. 9 families continued to exterminate each other, but for their own survival they decided to hold the Heavenly Festival, where the leader was determined. Thus began the story of Min. The head of the Zhu family, Ma Jihong, who represented one of the 9 families, was chosen as the 14th leader at the Heavenly Festival. These two were close like the moon and the sun. They worked together and tried to create a state despite the tyranny of Yan. Ma Jihon did not have the strength to openly oppose the Yan dynasty. A different kind of strength was needed, and then the cult of the White Lotus helped them, which instigated the Red Turban Rebellion against the dynasty. 2 leaders, after brief consideration, joined forces, settled scores with the Yan dynasty, and founded their own, the Ming dynasty. But at that time they did not yet know that the White Lotus had another name, the Heavenly Palace. Very soon the Heavenly Palace dazzled leader Ma Jihun and created its rebel forces on Heavenly Mountain. They forced some of their people to infiltrate the ruling dynasty's family. The royal family, upon learning that people from the Heavenly Palace had infiltrated the Min cult, declared it demonic, thereby separating the Min cult from the royal family. The current emperor and the younger brother of the late emperor Zhu Qiyu, Minister of Armed Forces Yu Qian, have become part of the Heavenly Palace. The priestess falls silent. Then she says there is also the eunuch Wang Zhen. Ma Cheonso thinks, if Wang Zhen was part of the Heavenly Palace, then most likely the whole situation is planned. Jason had the Heavenly Dragon Plate. In the vast hall, the young leader sat at a low table, and the woman settled on the floor opposite him. The priestess speaks, but what she is absolutely sure of is that they do not want the Min cult to grow and continue to shed blood by sacrificing others. Yusoha adds, but this heavenly festival did not go according to plan. She believes they will come up with something else. Ma Cheongso's face becomes stern. Banya walks down the long corridor. Tonjagal crawls after him. The old man pants but stubbornly continues moving forward. He crawls to the feet of the 3rd elder. Banya falls to his knees and, stating his name, requests an audience with the master. The old man crawls closer to him. They both look at the person standing with his back to them and await his response. The person says he has returned and turns his face to them, hidden under a faceless mask. Looking at the old man, he adds, "The child of the Jagal family, who was lost long ago." The heavenly sower, looking down, greets him and introduces himself, stating his name. The master says that it is too impermissible for a person to read heavenly energy, and one must pay for it. The reason for all his misfortunes in life lies precisely in this. The old man replies, "Understood." Red sparks flare in Tonjagal's eyes as he thinks that the master knows everything about his past. It was all so long ago. Only a small circle of people possess knowledge of what happens inside the faithful. Looking at the person in the mask, he decides. This means that either he has the ability to look into such depths. The old man's eyes fill with lilac energy, against which his pupils turn into two tiny yellow sparks. He continues to ponder. Or that one is behind everything that happened to Mundan Jegal. Meanwhile, the master continues to speak, looking down at the old man. If he accepts him into his circle, then he should free himself from such limitations. The old man thanks him and asks, shouldn't he punish him? His plan to kill the young leader failed, and the heavenly festival. The master extends his hand to him, surrounded by a shining aura, saying, if he wanted to punish him, would he have called him here? His energy surrounds the old man with a cloud, and, obeying the wave of the hand, lifts him off the floor. The master says that the goal of the heavenly palace is to make others pay for sins. And it does not matter who will pay, as long as they are worthy of this payment. He slightly lowers Tonjagal, and his feet touch the floor. The old man asks, pay for sins? Worthy of such payment? What will the payment be? In response, it sounds, suicide. 4 figurines lie on the board. The master says that the followers needed to understand each other and wash away sins with blood. Only then will they be granted forgiveness. Continuing to hold his palm over the old man, the master says, in all universes there are laws that do not change for centuries. When peaceful existence drags on, a grand catastrophe occurs. And after the catastrophe, another peace comes. Saving countless lives by making a sacrifice. This is all a great delusion. Behind the master, a bloody red aura flares up. Tonjagal says, so all that blood spilled in the Min cult and the killing of followers at the heavenly festival, all of this was... He raises his gaze to the man in the mask and asks, why is he telling him all this? The master answers, the faithful, the unfaithful, the demon cult, and all the rest. And there is also the royal family. The balance they maintained was broken, and therefore the era of chaos will soon come. Tonjagal asks, is he asking him to prevent the war? In response, it sounds quite the opposite. Let him lead the followers to a bloodbath and paint the heavenly mountain crimson. Let him create an unending battlefield, killing and killing again. That is exactly why they accept him into their circle. In Tonjagal's mind flashes, these people, heavenly palace, demonic cult and heretics. The master of the heavenly palace desires the coming of the end. As soon as all fall, the war will cease. The retreating man carries the youth on his shoulders towards the exit. Yayulchin's face is tense, his teeth clenched tightly. Blindingly radiant energy concentrates in his hands. Repelling attacks from people in long crimson cloaks with hoods, he shouts to Hido to leave. His shout reaches Hido. Let him go, and take Master Yayulchin away. Let him find refuge by the Red Dragon River. Yahello repels attacks from numerically superior opponents. The master dodges energy attacks from one of the men attacking him. He addresses Hido, saying that as soon as he falls into the embrace of the mortal earth and meets his brother, he will tell him that he did well. Yahello clenches his teeth tighter. He calls for Yuljin. The dazzling energy increasingly drains his body. He says that in 10 years he will reach the supreme demon sphere, and maybe in about 30 years, he might even reach the sphere of the perverted demon. Until then, he must not even dare to return. Yahello seems to explode with blinding light, striking his attacking opponents. Already deprived of the radiant aura, the master of the Palace of Bloody Art asks him not to torment himself over the fact that he betrayed him and helped the masters of the palaces with the young leader. One of the attackers strikes him in the back, saying that the Min cult should not belong to the 9 families. It's time to return it to the believers. Surrounding opponents strike him simultaneously. Yahello, covered in bandages after the battle at the heavenly festival, bends in pain. When the people in cloaks part, the bloodied body of the master of the Palace of Bloody Arts remains lying on the floor. A wheeze escapes his lips. He was doomed to die at the hands of the young leader. His hand falls limply to the floor right into a pool of blood. Yahello whispers, addressing Yahello, so that he may live. Hido carries the dejected Yahello on his shoulders. The young leader thinks, if the heavenly palace is preparing a new sacrifice to make up for the failure of the heavenly festival, it will happen while he is here. He must return. He managed to prepare before coming here, but it is not enough. He needs to return and prepare together with the masters of the palaces. He gets up and, heading to the door, says he cannot waste time here. It's time for him. The priestess replies that it is already too late. The guy becomes wary. What does she mean? The woman replies, they don't know what those will do and where. Ma Cheonso asks, does she think he should sit here and listen to the stories of the Ming cult? He must get into the small palace and prepare. The priestess says that the master of the heavenly palace always met with the current leader before the ascension ceremony. Ma Cheonso has no idea when it will happen, but he will come anyway. That is when he must get him. She says that one of the 5 sacred instruments used by the demon lord was the hourglass of the sacred flame, an item resembling hourglasses from the western regions. They allow stopping the time of death, and the master of the heavenly palace should have died much earlier, but uses the polarity of internal energy to substitute the demon lord's art to use the hourglass, albeit unstably, relying on this power to prolong life. She says that the guy needs to destroy the clock and kill the master. Only then will Heavenly Mountain be saved. The young leader replies to her that it is a good story, but he cannot trust her yet. He needs time. Heading to the exit, he says he will only warn the hallmasters and return. Then he will finish listening to her story. He touches the door with his hand, and it bursts into a fiery aura. Her radiance, becoming multicolored, spreads throughout the hall. Ma Cheonso looks around warily, then asks, what is this? He looks around, not understanding what is happening. He feels the force's impact and curses, clutching his leg. Yusoha, approaching him, says that she also needs time. He won't be able to leave so easily. Coming up from behind and placing her hand on his shoulder, she brings her lips close to his ear and says she has something to tell him. Multicolored energy rushes toward Ma Cheonso. He bends over in pain, screaming loudly. Shining purple energy splashes in his eyes. The man in the mask says he should lead the followers to a bloodbath and paint Heavenly Mountain crimson. Let him create an unending battlefield. Let him kill, kill, and kill again. His words reach Doton Jagal. That is exactly why they accept him into their circle. The master of the heavenly palace continues to hold the old man above the floor. Tonjagal asks, why him? Master of the heavenly palace recalls his past. He says that he already paid the price a long time ago. He deserves to become his son. The old man asks, what does that mean? But instead of an answer, the master, continuing to hold him with his energy, utters words in an unfamiliar language. A stream of power swirls around Tonjagal. A dazzlingly shining circle of energy sharply contracts, wrapping around the old man's body. Tonjagal, throwing back his head, screams. Bloody red energy shines in his eyes. Tonjagal's eye sockets fill with blood. Bloody streaks run down his cheeks. The master releases him, and the old man falls to the floor. Banya, who all this time continues to kneel and remain silent, asks, what should he do with the young leader? The master answers that he earned his position himself, so it will be right to give him a chance. The third elder says, so. Tonjagal lies on the carpet between them. The master of the heavenly palace says that he himself will meet with him. Banya thinks. That means he will give him a chance to switch to his side. He does not like it, but he says, as the master wishes. Surprise flashes in his eyes, and from his lips slips, Master? A man in a mask stands surrounded by a dazzlingly radiant aura. The master of the heavenly palace exclaims, this aura? Could it be he has finally returned? The purple aura, breaking through the walls, crashes down on the man in the mask. A blinding energetic light poured onto the master of the heavenly palace, and he raises his hand to meet it. The man rushes forward, and the energy splits into 2 streams, bypassing him. The master spreads his hands to part the energy flow, clearing a path for himself. He is a little surprised. What an aggressive greeting. The master of the heavenly palace looks at the silhouette of the man standing in the energy stream atop the cliff. The man asks, is it because he is his father? Or did he come to keep a promise? He is pleased. In any case, it does not matter. The master of the heavenly palace turns to Banya with the words, let him follow the light. It will lead him to the lesser palace of Min, where, as promised, he will acquire the dragon form, and let him destroy all who are allied with him. As for himself, he will go to the palace of heavenly flame. The third elder replies, that means. The man in the mask answers, the supreme demon has returned. Banya is impressed. Ah! So that's how it is. The master of the heavenly palace, standing amid the ruined hall, wonders, why now? Banya, carrying the old man on his shoulders, departs down the long corridor by which they came here. A man in a mask addresses the one standing on the top of the cliff. He said he would pass the dragon form to him on the day he returns to the heavenly mountain and sacrifices his flesh. What is he ready to give up? The master asks, what will he do if he cannot keep the promise? Matepin looks thoughtful. Words sound, friend. Silence, and then it is heard. To settle the score with him, he will take the life of his child. A pillar of purple energy surrounds the person on the top of the cliff. Ma Tepen, standing with his back to 5 kneeling masters of the palace, asks, "How much do they know about the heavenly palace?" Han Soso says she does not know the details, but she knows that they have been controlling the Ming cult behind the scenes for a very long time. She managed to find out that they worked with the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. She recalls their last meeting. Ma Tepen steps toward her with the words, "It has been a long time since he saw the master of the Palace of Pleasures. And now let her listen to his order." He tells her that the other masters of the palaces are in danger. The Sword Demon, Dan Cheonhak, and the master of the palace, Yada Donban Il, look with surprise at the figure appearing before them on the cliff. Leader? A young warrior approaches the bloody master sitting behind bars with the words, "The cult leader sent this to him." Han Soso, bowing her head, reflects. If the cult leader had not returned with Ya Yuljin disguised as a messenger, chaos would have awaited them. They fell into the trap of the heavenly palace. Ma Tepen, standing on the edge of the cliff, back to the masters, says that the people of the palace have inhabited the heavenly mountain for centuries, like spiders. Kan Soso asks, "And he knew it?" Ma Tepen glances at her over his shoulder and says, "He found out before becoming the leader." Kan Soso, flaring up, exclaims, "Then why?" She is stopped by the cold words of the leader, spoken without any emotion. The master of the Palace of Pleasures. Purple energy surrounds the man as he forcefully says that it is not difficult for him to name the reason. But if that happens, he will have to kill them to keep this secret. His aura touches the kneeling masters of the palaces. The purple energy fades. Ma Tepen says, "Keep it up. Their help will still be needed." He says that the heavenly palace is very powerful, but always hides behind someone, like light and darkness. The heavenly palace can be a reliable friend, but one wrong step, and it returns to the sources of an ominous omen. Ma Tepen, looking somewhere upwards, says, that is all he can say for now. He adds that the Heavenly Palace wants to arrange a bloody massacre on Heavenly Mountain. He tells the masters of the palaces, to stop it, they need to sacrifice the young leader and the small palace min. Amazement appears on the faces of the master. They clearly did not expect such words from the leader. Looking at them, Ma Tepen says, "So let them return to their palaces and protect their family and friends." He declares that he will not tolerate disobedience. The masters of the palaces dare not contradict him. He looks back at them, and they agree. As he wishes. Ma Tepen turns away, and they immediately rush off. The man speaks, addressing the master of the Palace of Pleasures. She has something. He falters. Han Soso attacks him, swinging the hand in which she holds a fan. The fan passes dangerously close to the throat of Ma Tepen, who has turned his face toward her. A purple aura envelops the leader. He says emotionlessly, "Master of the Palace of Pleasures." His aura darkens, and his eyes fill with light. He asks, "Did she want to die?" The woman says that the Heavenly Palace is teeming with secrets, but they, the ladies for entertainment, are accustomed to them. Han Soso says, "The Palace of the Supporting Sword, the Palace of Pleasures, the Palace of Bloody Art, the Palace of Poison." She managed to notice scars on some representatives of the palaces. She tried not to think about them, but there were too many such people. So, the leader's hand, which stopped her fan, is enveloped in a fiery aura. The woman says that she must know where these scars come from. The leader's sleeve dissipates, and a scar in the form of a stripe, as if left by a wide bracelet, is visible on his wrist. Frowning, Kan Soso asks, "And why should they sacrifice the young leader?" Ma Tepen says, "He thought he warned that he would have to kill her if he told." The woman replies, "If not for the young leader, the Palace of Pleasure would have remained in a nightmare." Clenching his teeth and glowering at the leader from under his brows, Kan Soso declares that therefore she would rather die than harm him. The response is, if she wants to die so badly, then so be it. Ma Tepen turns away from Kan Soso, who continues to stand with a hand holding a fan extended before him. He says that the master of the Heavenly Palace has connected with the dark arts of the western regions. By this time, many followers may already have become his eyes and ears. At one moment they can be loyal followers, but if he wishes, they will become warriors of the Heavenly Palace. Looking at the scar on his hand, the woman says, "So he also..." Ma Tepen, raising his hand and clenching it into a fist, replies, "No. This mark signifies a pact and bears the seal of prohibition." He recounts that the master of the Heavenly Palace came to him before the Ascension ceremony and ordered him to spill someone's blood. Of course he refused. They fought for 4 days and 4 nights. After inheriting the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea from his grandfather, he was unmatched in battle. When he climbed to the top of the Ming cult, all he felt was emptiness. He needed someone as strong as he was, and the master of the Heavenly Palace could become that person. Eventually, they stopped fighting and started drinking together. Ma Teppan admits that on his part it was too arrogant and wrong to act that way. Only after a very long time, when he stopped suspecting him and began to rely on him as a good friend, did he realize that a whole life for someone was just a brief moment for him. Consoso asks, what is he? Ma Teppan says that wishing to preserve his life, he changed bodies for hundreds of years. He is older than the mountains themselves. When his strength began to wane due to time and constant body changes, he came to him to learn the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea, which can absorb internal energy to achieve reverse circulation. Having devoted a lot of time to research, he finally managed to find a suitable body for himself, the dragon form. After Ma Teppan learned the whole truth, he hid the dragon form to stop him, but in return offered a deal. On the day of his return, he will return the dragon form and paint the heavenly mountain crimson. Showing Han Soso his hand, he says that the scar symbolizes that promise and prohibition. The master of the Palace of Pleasures shouts angrily. So that's why he is ready to sacrifice the small palace of Min and the young leader. How can he act like that? After all, he is the leader of the cult. Ma Teppan replies, if he gives him the dragon form, then the master of the heavenly palace will become an immortal monster. He only wanted to save the lives of the followers. That is why he asked not to ask questions. He sharply turns and throws his hand forward, sending a stream of purple energy at the woman. Ma Teppan says that she knows too much. His energy crashes onto the woman, who is shielding herself with a fan. Like a lasso, a thin energy stream wraps around her legs. The leader intensifies the energy pressure. His hand grabs Han Soso by the throat. Ma Teppan, squeezing her neck, lifts her off the ground. Tears roll from her eyes. She realizes that her energy is being absorbed. From her lips escapes, "Ah, no, young leader." From her weakened hand, a fan falls to the ground. Ma Teppan continues to squeeze her throat. The man's face is completely expressionless. He looks straight into the face of his victim. Dan Chonghak grips a sword in his hands, standing in the gym. Drops of sweat run down his bare torso. A thought beats in his head. To stop the heavenly palace. Master of the Jade Palace, sitting on the couch, is also absorbed in thought. They must sacrifice. Chong Semin lies on the bed, arms spread, thinking about the small palace Min and the young leader. A squad of warriors lined up before the small palace Min. They are all dressed in blue long cloaks with hoods. On their faces are metal masks depicting the devil's visage, with small horns and sharp fangs. Their eyes blaze with red lights, and a bluish aura emanates from their figures. The gates open and a voice is heard. Well, hello there. Looking unfavorably at the visitors, the courtier of the small palace Min, Yahello, asks, have they already eaten? The squad leader says, attention everyone. The master of the heavenly palace has given the order for the complete destruction of the small palace Min. He gives the command, kill him, and the warriors, drawing their swords, rush forward. Yahello curses, how impatient they are. He shows them a plate with the image of a dragon, saying, halt! The warriors freeze with swords raised above their heads. In the dungeon of the small Min palace, voices are heard. Yahello grumbles, ugh, he worked like a dog for so long for this young leader. But his work remained unnoticed. The squad leader replies, he already understood what he wanted to say. Let him just point out where they are hiding. Why is there no one here? Yahello says he is leading them to the secret palace, where they are all hiding right now. He laments that they are so impatient. Yahello, leading the squad through the lamplit dungeon, asks them not to worry and just trust him. The heavenly palace is helping him too. The leader says that Yahello must have already been destroyed by the elders. Yahello, frowning and hiding his face, continues to walk ahead, saying, he knew this would happen. It was hard for him to find common ground with his father, so he ran away from the Palace of Bloody Art. The young man clenches his teeth tighter. Drops of sweat stream down his face. He thinks that he got a role he is not suited for. Why has everything turned upside down? 2 hours ago, the dwelling of Yahello. The young man jumps out of bed and grabs his head, where a message is hit. He moans. Who needed to disturb him in the middle of the night? Then he exclaims in surprise, this is the plate of the heavenly dragon? He reads the message, which says that the heavenly palace has targeted the small Min palace. Let them prepare. Signed, Ma Cheonso. Clutching the plate in one hand and the message in the other, Yahello says, what the? Yes, he just recently returned. What the hell? Springing from his place, he runs to the door, shouting, Haran! John Biran! Chihami! Yahello clenches his teeth, thinking he won't be able to hold them for long. Very soon they will realize they are going in circles. He mentally begs his comrades, please, run away quickly. Stopping by the metal-clad tall doors, the young man says they have arrived. These doors lead to a secret passage that goes from the small Min palace. Let them prepare to run. The response is, okay. The leader says that 2 squads will go to check the tunnel fork beneath them. Today no one will leave the palace. I, Yultak exclaim. What are they thinking? This is the exit. The leader's eyes ignite with blood-red flames. He says he just remembered and orders the young man to show him his plate once more. If he is an emissary of the Heavenly Palace, his name will be engraved on it. He says he is sure the name Esen Taishi is engraved on it. Master Yasen handed it to the young leader when he lost the battle to him. I Yultak lower my hand onto the protrusion on the wall. He presses on it with all his might. The ground gives way beneath the warrior's feet, and they fall into the hatch. I Yultak gloats. What geniuses. Esen Taishi, unbelievable. The young man mentally curses. He could have died if he hadn't known about the trap that this old man devised, but immediately a puzzled and frightened expression appears on his face. The sound of footsteps is heard, and he is attacked by warriors in demon masks surrounded by a blue aura. Ayultak is clearly scared. Curses slip from his lips. Chonbiran decisively leads a small squad escorting Haran and Chihami. The latter protests. Why are they running away? She suggests stopping to talk. Chonbiran replies, just let her run. The Heavenly Palace is chasing them. Does Kami keep grumbling? What kind of Heavenly Palace is that? Ilkaran answers her. A secret organization that captured them. John Biran calls to them and orders the two of them to leave. Does Kami wonder why is this? A squad of armed men rushes towards them. Chonbiran, glancing back at the girls, says he won't be able to hold them off for long. He asks the girls to hurry. Warriors in demon masks rapidly approach. The leader shouts, "Kill them all!" Two squads clash. The clang of swords and shouts are heard. Yilharan pushes the resisting Chihami from behind, who shouts indignantly, "What is happening? Why are they doing this to us?" The girl replies that she doesn't know either and asks her to just run faster. Yilharan crashes into the back of the suddenly stopped Chihami, who asks, "Where to?" Armed warriors in masks block their way. They seem to be everywhere. Dark figures are even seen in the trees. The girls freeze in fear. Chihami grits her teeth, saying fighting doesn't suit her at all. But she will fight because she doesn't want to die like her father. The girl draws her blades. Her figure is enveloped in a light mist of a shining aura. She orders Yilharan not to come out from behind her back. The squad leader, walking ahead of his warriors, thrusts his sword forward, stepping on Yultak. He laughs. What a fool. Did he really think they would fall for his cheap tricks? He says that the palace master's command was the complete destruction of the small Min Palace. The Heavenly Palace has taken control of all the nearby surroundings. And that means a pursuit has been sent after the fugitives. Sweat pours down the young man's face like rain. He mentally repeats the same curse. Yultak turns around and runs away. The leader gives the order to catch him, and the warriors rush after him. The young man's hand presses on the stone. He wonders, and why did he volunteer to take the blow himself? Arrows fly out from the walls directly at the warriors pursuing him. Cries are heard. Yultak thinks, these 12 halls and everything related to them have surrendered to him altogether. He remembers how the boy sifts through the leaves of the flowers standing in the vase, saying, "What thin, soft, and curved leaves. This is probably an eastern orchid. What a pleasant aroma." Ma Cheonso stands, pressing his hand to his chest, and says that justice is above benefit. He promises that he will not betray him. The young leader says, this battle will end on him and Yulchin. They have much to do to change the Min cult, so he asks to be taken care of until then. Yultak, rushing down the corridor, thinks that something is probably wrong with him. Everything is probably because he was so close to this madman. Eyes beneath the mask blaze with bright energetic fire. The leader says, does Yultak really think they will let him die so easily after his tricks? The young man continues to run. A shout reaches him. He also lost his mind because of close contact with the young leader. Yultak stops and looks back. The features of his face are distorted by an evil grimace. A light reddish haze of energy arises around him. He rushes at the sword-wielding warriors with a cry. Let them not dare insult the young leader. Let them get out of the small Min Palace. The young man thinks that obviously something is wrong with him too. One of the warriors swings his sword and shouts, "Die!" Yultak leans back, dodging the blow. In his head flashes. He is the master of the first of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min. Bloody splashes stain the dungeon walls. The man standing on the cliff looks at the buildings in the valley. From Ma Tepin's lips slips, so that's where he is. Behind him stands the third elder. He says they haven't seen the Lord for a long time. Smiling, Banya says, he came to get what was promised to him. Without looking back at him, Ma Tepin says, did he promise something? He doesn't recall anything like that. Banya laughs, saying, well, don't behave like that. Did he come empty-handed? One should not forget what consequences await him. The leader says, well, if he needs to get something, he will get it. But it's not up to him to decide. The form belongs to him, so let him get lost. He will hand it over when the time comes. Banya replies, He knows perfectly well that he cannot act like that. The master will not tolerate it. Let him not do foolish things. The promise given to him is a very serious matter. He cannot just brush it off. Ma Teppan, flashing his eyes angrily, in which purple sparks flared, interrupts him, asking, "Where did a simple third elder get the courage to lecture him?" Banya asks him to reconsider his decision. If he behaves like that, he will not wash away the indignation of all those gathered even after death. Ma Teppan replies indifferently. He apparently made a mistake. These people left him long ago, so he shouldn't worry about them either. Let him act as he wants. The leader says threateningly, but Banya will not be able to pass, because he said so. Banya, hiccuping, asks, does he really think he will just back down like that? He says he will definitely make him pay the price for the broken promise. Behind the third elder stands a multitude of warriors in demonic masks. Ban cuts his palm with a small dagger. He, splattering blood, raises his fist above his head and shouts that from this moment he will address the Lord himself. With a hand raised to the heavens, from which blue energy radiates, Banya stands surrounded by a dark aura. He speaks. Let them listen to him. Their night will be long and divine, and his night will be dark and tormenting. Let everyone know that at the end of this night only they will survive. Banya solemnly declares that he permits the blood cleansing. The eyes of the warriors hiding their faces under masks ignite with red flames. Blue energy envelops their bodies. A scream bursts from their lips. From Ma Teppan emanates dazzlingly bright energy. He contemptuously utters, "Fools. Let them tell him that he will pay with the life of the young leader. And Banya will pay the price for disobedience." A slight smile slides across his lips as he says, "And something else." Ma Teppan says, he gave him the small palace of Min, as promised. But obviously he was absent for too long. Ayultak stands staring at the opponent. A voice is heard. Head. Barely does he manage to dodge when the bloody master, smashing the wall with his fist, bursts into the corridor saying, "It seems these are no longer his subordinates." Tears of joy well up in the young man's eyes as he sees the master of the third of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min crushing enemies. Striking blows, the bloody master, surrounded by a fiery aura, says that the young man has a very weak lower body. He will add this to his training list. Joy on the face of Yayultaka fades. Sitting on the floor near the hole in the stone wall, the young man, clutching a dagger in his hand, screams in fear. Why is he here? He should be saving his daughter now. The bloody master, continuing to crush his opponents, replies, "Does he really think he is here because he missed his terrifying face? Let him not worry. There are those to protect them." Chikami and Yilkaran look at what is happening in surprise. The split mask flies off to the side along with splashes of blood. The sword demon and his daughter desperately fight against their numerically superior opponents. Dan Chonghak, covering Dan Yehua's back, says, "She was so stubborn, not wanting to get married. What suddenly caused such a change?" The girl replies that she is now venting all her anger. Let him not talk to her. She is ashamed. The father says, "Well, all right." Dan Chonghak, master of the 5th of the 12 halls of the small palace of Ming, shouts, "Sword Mountain! First level destruction!" Father and daughter rush forward, holding swords before them. Chon Semin, the supreme demon of the money chase, master of the 8th of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min, stands before the squad of Chon Biran, shielding them with his body, looking ahead and asking, "How are they? Is the forbidden squad all right?" He tells them to watch the flow of internal energy. He will take care of the rest himself. Chonbiran, blood streaming from his temple, looking at him with round eyes, says, he does not think anyone else is left. The glade before them is strewn with the bodies of warriors in demonic masks. Donban Wheel, master of the 6th of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min, stands at the center of the squad, the lower part of the warriors' faces hidden by masks. Green fog surrounds them. The old man orders the Steel Venom squad to deal with the others. Banya says, the one who saved their lives and all this time interfered in their affairs. Looking at him unfavorably, Ma Teppan, surrounded by a purple aura, says, "Was it him?" Donban Yil, shrouded in a green aura, moves forward, followed by John Salmon. The head of the trading house, without turning his head, strikes with a palm surrounded by a shining aura at the warrior in the mask. He asks the master of the Jade Palace, wasn't it he who said that everything would go differently than the leader planned? Why are they here? Donban Yil, dealing with opponents, replies, is he asking because he really doesn't know? It seems they are thinking the same thing. Dan Jeonhak, fighting shoulder to shoulder with his daughter, thinks that they did not obey the leader. Ya Yultuk and the Bloody Master, dealing with opponents in the basement room, believe that there is only one in the Min cult. They all consider Ma Chongso the leader of the cult. the one who was chosen at the heavenly festival. Meanwhile, the young leader screams in pain, feeling his energy and blood boiling. His eyes shine with purple energy, and the whites of his eyes are covered with a scattering of red vessels. In his head flashes this incredible energy. He feels as if his veins are burning. Could this all have been a trap by the master of the Heavenly Flame Palace? He decides that he needs to remove this energy from his body. The priestess standing behind him continues to hold her hands on his back. She tells him not to resist. Ma Chongso, barely pushing words out of his dry throat, asks, why should he trust her? The woman replies that they are in a place where even the master of the Heavenly Palace cannot enter, as it is surrounded by eternal fire. Yusoha explains. What she gave him is called the essence of the eternal fire, which remained from the Lord of Demons. It is one of the 5 sacred tools, the spirit of the heavenly flame. Ma Chongso exclaims, they are in a place that itself is the spirit of the heavenly flame. That is why he feels such incredible energy. The priestess says he needs to stop resisting and accept the spirit of the heavenly flame. She asks him to deal with the forces of the heavenly palace and save these lands. Clenching his teeth tighter, the young leader replies, all right, regardless of the reasons for her actions. Multicolored energy fills the entire huge hall. It seems that nothing else exists around except it. Ma Cheonso says he is ready to absorb what she gave him. Determination is written on Ma Cheonso's face. It is clear that this absorption is not easy for him. His body is shaken by a slight tremor. He feels as if liquid fire is flowing through his veins. Ma Chonso thinks that the spirit of the heavenly flame has reached the upper point of the dantian. Fire seems to explode inside him, bursting out as bright light from his eyes, and he screams. The multicolored energy filling the hall is absorbed by his body and disappears. Staggering, Ma Chonso exhales wearily. It slips from his lips. This. He thinks his mind has cleared, as if he plunged into a tub of cold water. Now he is not afraid of being blinded by the thirst for blood, even if he uses the Demon Lord's power to the maximum. Yusoka falls to her knees and bows low. She asks for forgiveness for having been rude to him. She was simply sure that he would meet with the master of the heavenly palace before reaching the small palace of Min. Heading to the door, he says now is not the time for this. They immediately move to the small palace of Min. The woman, without raising her head, says, as she said before, he will not be able to enter the palace of Min. He will meet the master of the heavenly palace before he gets there. Straightening her back but remaining on her knees, the woman says that therefore she would like to give him advice. Ma Chonso opens the door and freezes in the doorway. The voice of the master of the heavenly palace reaches him, saying that he did an excellent job completing the entire journey. A fair-haired man approaches him, surrounded by a dazzling aura that outshines everything around. Ma Cheonso says, he heard that he would come, but did not think he would come alone. How shameless he is. And this after he tried to kill his close and dear ones. He understands why Yusoha handed him the spirit of the heavenly flame. The master of the heavenly palace is still doing nothing, but his breathing is already labored, and his head is spinning. If it were not for the spirit of the heavenly flame, his legs would have failed before he had a chance to fight him. Ma Cheonso strides across the square to meet the man hovering in a dazzlingly radiant aura. The master says, with great projects, there are always some surprises. All those he values so much are of no interest to him at all. If that one proves his worth, he will simply replace them. He will have the best people. The guy replies, worth? Hasn't he already shown enough? He thought the heavenly festival was upset because of him. The man in the mask says he could not be prouder of the return and achievement of such a position by the child he thought was dead. But Ma Cheonso is missing something. He adds that the child of the Yulchin family chased social status, forgetting about nobility. The child of the Ton family suffered in silence for too long. The master of the heavenly palace says, sacrifice. He sacrificed nothing. Thus, the small Min palace will soon turn into a bloody mess to become a symbol of his rise. If Ma Cheonso submits to him, he will allow him to keep his position as the leader of the cult. The guy's face darkens. The young leader asks, what does he want? The answer sounds, he will be free from any restrictions if he colors the heavenly mountain crimson just once, when he commands. Ma Cheonso asks, does he want him to cause a massacre in the Min cult twice? A purple-black aura flares around the guy, forming a demonic figure above his head. A mask appears on his face. Without mincing words, he points the exact address to his interlocutor, recommending him to go there. He draws 2 daggers with curved blades and uses the Supreme Strike, the technique of the 10 Imperial Strikes. Ma Cheonso, using the Moon Rift, strikes the opponent. The master of the heavenly palace watches him impassively. The purple energy does not harm him. He says, the art of the Demon Lord and the 5 sacred weapons? Impressive. Moving at incredible speed, Ma Cheonso finds himself behind him, and he raises his leg to strike using the 10 Imperial Strikes technique. 6 Rupture Strikes. Concentrating all his strength, he unleashes it on the opponent, using the Rupture Strike. Easily dodging his blows, the Master of the Heavenly Palace asks, "Did he learn all this in the Demon Lord's library?" This is definitely demon art, but he can also see echoes of attacks. The man blocks Ma Cheonso's kick with his hand. With one movement, he throws the guy far back, and he falls to the ground forcefully. Ma Cheonso lies in the crater formed by the impact of his body. He thinks about how he was thrown back by the recoil even before he could use the Hour of Lethality, and he didn't even feel a slight movement from him. The Master of the Heavenly Palace, approaching the guy, says it's useless. He cannot win. Ma Cheonso places daggers emitting streams of purple energy in front of him. He says he hasn't even started yet. Soaring into the air, he uses the 10 Imperial Strikes technique, the art of the supreme weapon, the weapon of heavenly destruction. The Master of the Heavenly Palace, bending his arm at the elbow, raises his hand with his index and middle fingers extended. The energy emanating from them takes the form of a blade. He says he thought the guy was smart, but apparently there's no intelligence here at all. He directs the energy blade at the opponent. Ma Cheonso uses the same move, and 2 such blades appear in his hands. He applies the 10 Imperial Strikes technique, Supreme Strike. He uses the World Annihilation technique against the enemy, unleashing simply incredible power on him. The surface of the square is destroyed where the man stands, but he himself remains unharmed. The Master of the Heavenly Palace says, when he just returned, he thought the guy could surprise, but still something was missing. Ma Cheonso clenches his teeth tighter. Drops of sweat stream down his face. He uses the Hour of Lethality, charge of the heavenly flame of the Demon Lord. The man in the mask rushes past the guy, delivering a tangible blow, although it seems he didn't even move his hand. He speaks, but now Ma Cheonso is here, and he has aimed his weapon at him. A blow to the back forces the young leader to drop his weapon. Energy light pierces his body, bursting out of the chest cavity. A pillar of energy literally pins the guy to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Master of the Heavenly Palace, hovering above the square in a dazzling glow of energy, asks, how can he not be amazed? Ma Cheonso lies in the crater, catching his breath. He says it seems strange to him. But hadn't they met? The man in the mask replies, he heard that the guy lost his memory. Apparently he forgot everything in the world. He assumes that Ma Cheonso was too scared by the clash with reality. That's just how he is. That's why he didn't single him out. He throws the truth in the face of the surprised guy. He himself came to the Heavenly Palace, and then foolishly tried to escape. Ma Cheonso replies that just because he lost his memory, it doesn't mean he can say whatever he wants. Why would he work with him? The man says that's not what he should be asking. The past cannot simply be erased. He chose the Heavenly Palace and followed that path. Extending his hand to the guy, the master says, now let him give an answer. Is he ready to join forces with the Heavenly Palace? Ma Cheonso asks, if he agrees, will that person save the lives of his family and friends? The man answers, if the guy wishes, he will allow the small Min Palace to avoid a sad fate. Ma Cheonso says, he thinks that he misunderstood him. He states that he is the leader of the Min cult. The Min cult is his family. Rising to his feet and approaching the master, the guy, enveloped in purple-black energy, says that he will not give him a single soul. He recalls a conversation with the priestess. Ma Cheonso asks, probability of victory? The woman sitting on the floor answers, about 10%. The guy repeats, 10%? And she is not the type to risk her life for the impossible. So how to win? The priestess answers, what is considered the basis of most martial arts? The art of the Demon Lord. Their supreme formation of the Dark Demon Lord temporarily enhanced the guy's abilities. She adds, so, he will create the formation right here. Ma Cheonso, emerging from the vortex, takes a fighting stance, clutching daggers in his hands. A demon woven from energy above his head stretches its lipless mouth into a wide smile. Ma Cheonso says, if he hasn't chosen a spot in the cemetery yet, then so be it. He will show kindness and bury him right here. Lightning bursts from the eyes of the young leader as he says that the price will be his life, and he would like to receive payment immediately. Darkness thickens over the square. Ma Cheonso uses the technique Supreme Heavenly Dark Lord, Inevitable Prison of Flame. Black energy with purple flashes covers everything around. The Master of the Heavenly Palace watches as Ma Cheonso climbs out of the pile of stones into which the square's pavement has turned under his collapsed body. Purple-black energy around the boy grows. Flashes of inner energy burst from Ma Cheonso's eyes, completely flooding his eyes shining through the mask's slits. The boy declares that the price will be the life of the Master of the Heavenly Palace, and he would like to receive payment right now. He uses the technique of the Supreme Heavenly Lord of Darkness, the Inevitable Prison of Flame. Dark energy quickly fills all the surrounding space. The master of the heavenly palace descends onto the square opposite Ma Chongso. The young leader hears someone calling him, Chagak. He turns back. Mo Yonhui rushes to him, saying that he delivered the heavenly dragon plate and the message to the kitty. Then the man asks, "Is that him?" Ma Chongso answers, "Yes." The others are fighting the small palace Min. The boy thinks that Mo Yonhui executed the plan they devised before coming to the palace of heavenly flame. He feels calmer, but immediately a blast wave throws their bodies into the air. Ma Chongso glances at the huge breach in the wall behind him, thinking, such a powerful force capable of breaking the barrier? He realizes the opponent is on a completely different level. He thinks that, moreover, this is not even the full power of the master of the heavenly palace. He sighs. How much this annoys him. Ma Chongso uses a series of 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, and then the Supreme Strike. He uses the Moon Rift, and 2 streams of power entwining each other rush toward the opponent. A man in a mask waves his hands, spreading the streams to the sides, and they flow around him from both sides. The master of the heavenly palace thinks. It seems he is still the successor of the Demon Lord, despite his incompleteness. Meanwhile, Ma Chongso attacks him from behind. Raising his leg to strike, he says that the master's gaze annoys him. How much longer will he look down on him? The guy performs the Wind Dragon Kick. At the point of impact, clouds of dust rise, and cracks spread across the square's surface. Ma Chongso decides that it's time to use the strongest technique he knows. He uses the Hour of Lethality, the strike of the Demon Lord's Legion. Then comes the turn of the lightning fury of the dragon. Purple-black energy forms and takes the shape of a dragon, with its gaping maw rushing toward the master. The dragon's head opens its mouth wider, intending to engulf the man. The master of the heavenly palace delivers a precise strike to the energy monster. An explosion sounds. Ma Chongso is surprised. Impossible! A stream of radiant energy rushes toward the struck guy. He asks, how? How can he use the Demon Lord's 10 strikes technique? Ma Chongso peers at his opponent, thinking, something is not right here. Behind him appears Mo Yonghui, and calls out to him, Gak! Energy strikes Mo Yonghui, and from the man's lips bursts. Ah! Ma Chongso desperately shouts, Hui! And reaches out to his friend. The master of the heavenly palace decisively heads towards him, saying that nothing will change even with the presence of his Jian Shi. A scream is heard, and the master raises his gaze upwards. Banya, surrounded by darkness, stands with his hand raised above his head. Streams of dark energy emanate from him. He says their night will be long and divine, and his, dark and tormenting. Let everyone know that at the end of this night only they will survive. He says he permits the blood purge, and his warriors in masks rush forward. When the leader of the demon cult, Ma Tapen, broke the promise given to the master of the heavenly palace, Banya activated the spell. It worked even on the spies whom the master of the heavenly palace sent to the court of heavenly flame. Murderous energy flared in their eyes, and they attacked the people around them. Yusoha orders the people not to leave their positions. She will deal with the spies herself. The master of the heavenly palace understands that Banya resorted to extreme measures. He asks, does this mean that Ma Tapen does not intend to give him the dragon form? Then he will have to answer for it. The man shifts his gaze to Ma Chionso, saying, what a pity. Raising his hand, he adds that he has just lost the right to become the leader of the cult. He rushes at the guy with his hand raised for a strike and shouts, die! The master delivers a blow, but Ma Chionso blocks it with his hands, in which he holds daggers. Coughing bursts from his mouth along with splashes of blood. The guy thinks, is dodging attacks all he can do, despite the strengthening of internal energy, or the construction of the supreme demon of darkness? He realizes that somehow the energy of the construction has weakened. He needs to finish this battle as soon as possible. Ma Chionso's attention is drawn to the hourglass on the master's belt. He thinks that he does not necessarily have to defeat the master of the heavenly palace. Using telepathy, he addresses Mo Yonhui, saying that the hourglass on the belt of the master of the heavenly palace is his weakness. It is the hourglass of heavenly flame. If they destroy it, he will die. Mo Yonhui replies, it seems he will fall before they manage that, but there is no other way. Compared to Yang Ren and Ya Yulchin, he is on a completely different level. He promises to help the guy as before. Delivering a counterattack, Ma Chionso asks the master, who is he to decide who becomes the leader of the cult? The man says he should ask that question to his father. He is the one who sacrificed them. Surrounded by purple-black energy, Mo Yonhui, attacking him from behind, exclaims, he underestimated him because he is just a Jianshi demon lord? The man in the mask, looking back at him, casually waves his hand and, calling him a pathetic creature, orders him not to interfere. The master swings his fist-clenched hand and strikes him. He is stopped by a voice behind him. Apparently, he is really so confident that he allows himself to be distracted. Ma Chionso, using the series 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, Enlightenment of the supreme sword and rending splash strikes from behind. The master wonders how to understand this. He heard that Mo Yonhui only recently became a Jian Shi of the Demon Lord. Reflecting the attacks of Ma Chongso and Mo Yonhui, he thinks, it feels as if they have been fighting together for more than a decade. The young leader again uses the series 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, Supreme Strike. Then, Lunar Rift. Mo Yonhui strikes from the other side. The master, defending himself, reminds, he already said that nothing will change. Looking with eyes filled with bright energy radiance, he adds, no matter how hard Ma Chongso tries. The master of the Heavenly Palace surrounds himself with a protective energy flow, simultaneously attacking Mo Yonhui. His energy, like a giant blade, crashes down on the Jianxi of the Demon Lord. Ma Chongso thinks, I knew it. It's not that he mastered the technique of 10 strikes. The guy understands. This is a martial art that ricochets the opponent's power back 10 times stronger. He exchanges glances with Mo Yonhui. Ma Chongso asks the master, the legendary martial art Great Shift of the Universe? He replies, he recognized it? Impressive. Then he is sure the guy already knows how the fight will end. The master suggests he stop resisting and accept his fate. Mo Enhui, using thought speech, asks, so what does he intend to do? If this is truly the Great Shift of the Universe, then this art is flawless. There is no point in continuing the fight. Ma Chionso replies, no, there is a point. Let him continue to attack. The young leader adds, he has a plan. He again uses a series of 10 strikes of the Demon Lord. Enlightenment of the Supreme Sword. Then, Rending Splash. Ma Chionso and Mo Enhui attack the master of the Heavenly Palace from both sides. Mo Enhui, swinging a hand surrounded by a purple aura, shouts that he will burn him to ashes. The man in the mask throws one hand to meet the young leader's attack, and with the other blocks the strike of his Jianxi. Waving his hand, the master delivers a chopping blow, enhanced by his energy, and Mo Enhui's body is thrown into the air. The master of the Heavenly Palace says, how foolish. Did he think he would win by persisting? The Jiangxi of the Demon Lord is still just Jiangxi. He promises to tear the guy to pieces. Ma Chionso mentally addresses his friend, too early, then commands, go. Mo Enhui exclaims, Gak! The guy uses the series of 10 blows of the Demon Lord, Supreme Blow, Lunar Rift. Energy, directed by the dagger, rushes towards the opponent. He mentally addresses the master of the Heavenly Palace, saying that he might know a lot about Ma Chionso. He is sure that he knows him better than he does. But there is something he does not know about himself. Hour of lethality. Time has slowed down and he sees everything more clearly. He realizes that incredible energy is contained within the body of the master of the Heavenly Palace. He sees this energy passing through his entire body and attracting yin-yang. The guy thinks, he is the son of the master of the Murim Alliance and the leader of the Dragon Storm Squad. And, at that moment, the master throws his hand forward, directing an energy strike at the guy, saying, die! A smile appears on the lips of the young leader, reminding himself that he is the star of the 10 blows, Yang Chagak. The ghost of Yang Chagak stands behind Ma Chionso. The guy thinks he can master any art if he has seen it 10 times. He slowly waves his hand, realizing that he has no time to perfect it. He forms a small energy sphere between his hands, and then says, the master also has taste, and throws the sphere at the man, using the Great Shift of the Universe. The man in the mask is stunned. How did he manage? The guy realizes that he has a chance to break through the opponent's flawless defense. His energy strikes the master, and he screams. Rushing towards the master, the guy calls Mo Enhui, urging him to act. He rushes forward, saying, all right, it's time to finish this. They use the technique of the 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, combat limit of the 5th claw. The Fang Strike, enhanced by the energy of friends, crashes down on the master, causing him to stagger. Then a blinding explosion sounds. Ma Chionso, whose upper garment is burned, and whose arms and torso are covered with numerous abrasions, sits among a pile of stones and broken boards. The master's voice is heard. To create something like this and hope for luck. How foolish. The man in the mask says that he approves of every martial art of the Min cult. He asks to be told where Ma Chionso learned the technique of the 10 imperial strikes. A trickle of blood flows from the corner of the guy's mouth. He says that he realized it very late, but he remembers how he understood that he did not necessarily have to kill the master of the Heavenly Palace. Ma Chionso remembered that the main thing is his weakness, the Heavenly Hourglass. The guy with a devilish grin shows him the hourglass, which he holds rather carelessly in his outstretched hand. He adds, if he's so interested, he can find out the answer himself. He insults the man. The dazzling energy flares around the master, who screams, no, stop! A pillar of dazzling energy rushes over the guy, who raises his hand with the hourglass above his head. The guy sharply lowers his hand, smashing the watch against the stones, saying that he will stop only in hell. The hourglass shatters into many shards. Ma Teppan, enveloped in rich purple energy, stands among the bodies of dead warriors. A warrior in a devilish mask holding a sword in front of him says, "Let him accept the heavenly." His head literally explodes, splattering blood all around. Ma Teppan looks at his hand, from which a scar disappears, tearing off as shining particles from his skin, which immediately dissolve into the air. The leader says, "Finally, he is free from the bonds." He raises his eyes burning with red fire and says, "If he needs Heavenly Mountain so much, then let him take it." Banya, lying on the ground, raising his head, asks, "Is he going to run away like a coward? What a wonderful cult leader." Ma Teppan's foot forcefully presses down on his hand. A scream of pain bursts from the mouth of the third elder. Continuing to press his foot on his wrist, Ma Teppan, enveloped in a blazing purple aura, says, "Apparently, he hasn't been battered enough. He didn't kill him only because he is not the one who should do it. And now let him go and deliver it to him." Ma Teppan says, "Since he has paid the debt, now it is his turn. He promised that on the day of his return he will wipe Heavenly Mountain off the face of the earth." Banya, lying on the ground, looking after the departing leader, shouts, "Ha! He will remember this, remember, and will constantly repeat to himself." Ma Teppan, without looking back, says, "That's right." The leader stops and looks at the settlement lying at his feet. He thinks that he had to make such a decision in order to free himself. He continues to ponder. If they had followed his order and started fighting the Heavenly Palace, he would have remained bound by the promise. Therefore, he had to neutralize the master of the Palace of Pleasure. But even then, a squad of warriors runs through the valley, with Khan Soso on the back of one of them. Ayultaka is carrying Bloody Master on himself. The youth's eye is swollen, and scratches are visible on his face. But he smiles and says, "Saw that? He did pretty well, didn't he?" Ilteshik replies, "Be quiet. He still has a lot to learn to catch up to his level of boasting." Ayultak reproaches him. How rude he is. In front of the gates of the small Min Palace stand Dan Chonghak with his daughter, Chi Hami, and Ilharan. Dan Yehua grumpily asks, "Isn't she from the Palace of Pleasures? The one who flirted with the young leader?" Chi Hami pretends to laugh, denying everything. "No, she is from the small Min Palace." The girl tugs at the sleeve of the puzzled Ilharan, demanding that she confirm it. The sword demon demands that the daughter behave with dignity. Let her use the sword instead of words. Chon Semin, pointing to a squad of warriors radiating poisonous green energy, asks the master of the Palace of Poison if they could move a little further away from them. What if their Chon Biran gets poisoned? Donban Il tells the young man that apparently it's good to have such a caring master. Chon Biran replies that he doesn't really care much about him. He's more afraid of getting poisoned himself. Ilkaran joyfully welcomes his father carrying Yayultak on his back. Dan Yeva greets the approaching John Semin, Donban Il, and John Biran. Ma Teppan says, addressing the young leader who is far from him at this time, "He has gathered many followers. Not bad." Moving away from the settlement, Ma Teppan wonders, but will they understand that his bonds have loosened? And Ma Chichonso, like a young leader. Ayultak says, "They are here. But where is the young leader?" Meanwhile, Ma Chongso enjoys smashing the hourglass. Everything is finally over. They have won. The master will finally disappear. He must disappear. The young leader is sure of this. Right now he needs to save the members of his palace. So why hasn't he disappeared yet? The guy jumps up and rushes forward with a scream. His body turns into energy. An explosion sounds, and clouds of dust rise into the air. The master of the heavenly palace continues to stand motionless, arms crossed over his chest, surrounded by a light aura of shining energy. He throws his hand in the direction from which the dust clouds are crawling toward him. The master asks Yusoho, "Is it her doing? What did she do?" The woman standing behind him answers, "What could a miserable person like her do? It must be the work of the god of heavenly flame." The master says, "She exchanged the child's life for an hourglass. How foolish." Yusoho replies, "But she slowed down time, right? Now he won't be able to seize the dragon form, and without the hourglass it will be hard for him to maintain his shell. He will have to hide for many years." The master, turning to her, says, "How audacious. Did Ma Teppan come up with this?" The woman says, "Who knows? But he shouldn't worry. When the leader of the cult becomes the one you want to see as leader, everything goes as planned. She will take care of it." The master says that she has once again managed to avoid death. Yusoho, bowing her head, answers, "Until it is her time to act." The man says, "Let her keep in mind that no matter what she tries to do, the outcome will not change." The woman answers, "Of course." The master of the heavenly palace disappears. In the place where he just stood, Only a trace of dark smoke remains. Taking a step forward, Yu Soho says that he managed to get the hourglass at the very last moment. Amazing. Looking at the settling clouds of dust, the priestess says that she lied 3 times to the young leader. First, she never worked with the Heavenly Palace. She used them. The woman says that she serves only the leader of the cult. The formation of the supreme heavenly demon of darkness was not applied by chance during the heavenly festival, and she knew that everything would end exactly like that. She adds, secondly, the Ancient One is not immortal at all. He is merely an evil spirit that creates suitable shells from sand in the hourglass. But even so, he is on his last breath, and without the dragon form he will die. Thirdly, the 5 sacred instruments are not something that anyone who has mastered Yang Qi can control. Only those who have inherited the true energy of the Demon Lord. The sacred hourglass is the key that will allow him to see the past. Yu Soho, kneeling down, says that he will see the past unknown to him and find out why everything happened exactly like that. The priestess says, her sins. If he can return, then she will gladly answer for them. On the city streets, passers-by hurry about their business. In the tavern, a discussion is underway. A question is asked. Have they heard the news? In response comes, what news? About another slaughter in the small palace of mine? Heard it. The murder of the young leader with a bunch of rebels. Shouldn't have been so greedy. Oh, those little people. The interlocutor says, no, not those. A question sounds. Then which ones? The man who started the conversation says that the first elder, Han Raksha, dealt with those who stood behind the murder, sorted out Yayulchin, and became the new leader. That is why the Heavenly Sower became the new chief strategist, and announced that the Min cult awaits changes. The man sitting with him at the same table is surprised. What? The interlocutor, raising a glass to his lips, says that Yayulchin will rot in the demon cave all his life, and the other masters, every single one, left Heavenly Mountain. So now they really are no longer in the Min 7 Palace's cult. The man sitting next to him looks puzzled. He says, that's for sure. But aren't the new leaders going to restore everything? After all, they are part of the 9 main sects. The person telling the news answers angrily. He thinks no one will. And they say that anyone, even a commoner, will be allowed to take important positions if he deserves it. He adds that the elders have taken the lead and are now remaking everything. This is a chance for them. He is thinking of supporting them. 2 of his friends exchange glances. Voices reach the man pouring a drink from a bottle into a glass at the neighboring table. One of the men asks, really? And the one who told the news answers, does he really think he will lie to him when he buys him food? By the way, let him not forget that he pays. The interlocutor is clearly surprised. What? Hyun Mu, no longer hiding her face under the mask, places the bottle on the table, and laying her head beside it, sighs. Everything is ruined. Everything is irreversibly ruined. A voice reaches her. It seems she has drunk a lot. The girl waves her hand, saying she doesn't know. Let him not bother her and just leave. She doesn't care. The person who disturbed her giggles and says that he does care. Hyun Mu, raising her head, replies, she said. Seeing who stands before her, the girl falls silent. She lets out a scream, and drops of sweat run down her face. The girl looks shocked. The master of the Palace of Zaboya, whose eyes shining through the mask slits sparkle with red energy, says with a wide smile, if she tried to hide, she should have tried harder. Doesn't she think so? Hyun Mu trembles with fear. Oh, slips from her lips. Guyan Ren, leaning toward her, brings his index finger to his lips, saying, quiet. The master of the Palace of Zaboya says, he heard that Yayulchin killed the young leader, and also that others helped him and fled from Heavenly Mountain together with the successor. Sitting at the table opposite the girl and smiling ominously, Guyan Ren says, but why did this news not satisfy him at all? Let him tell him. A red aura surrounds the young master's body. Hyun Mu replies, it seems he was mistaken. They never met, and she knows nothing. Guyan Ren laughs unpleasantly. Is that so? That's very bad. If she really doesn't know, she won't get away with it. The girl replies, well then she will probably go. She apologizes and, standing up, heads to the door. The master of the Palace of Zaboya, whose energy blazes with a blood-red light, orders everyone to get out of here. Immediately everyone rushes to the door. Warriors of the Palace of Zaboya watch the people. Guyan Ren says, everyone except her. The warriors close the door in front of Hyun Mu. The girl sits on a stool with the most miserable look. Tears shine in her eyes. She asks, why is he doing this to her? The master of the Zaboy Palace, having calmed down, throws his legs on the table, and says he gives her 5 seconds to bring him the kitty. 5. The girl replies that she doesn't know who he is talking about. It's true. Gu Yanren says, 4. Hyun Mu exclaims, even if he does that, she really doesn't know. The response is 3. The girl protests. How can she bring someone she doesn't know? Gu Yanren continues to count. 2. Hyun Mu bursts into tears, begging for mercy. The master of the Zaboy Palace says, 1. Red energy flares around him with renewed strength. He draws a dagger. The girl jumps up from the chair, gracefully turning around. She faces him now wearing a cat mask, saying, "Ta-da! The special envoy kitty at your service." Gu Yanren giggles, as lively as always. Hyun Mu sits down next to him and asks, "So why is he here?" Gu Yanren replies that he needs to find a person. The elders, in his opinion, have become completely insolent. The girl says that the palace of Zaboya itself is also looking for people. In response, the master hands her a sheet of paper. Laying it on the table, he slides it to her. Taking the paper, Hyun Mu asks, "What is this?" He answers, "Just let her read it." Hyun Mu unfolds the message and reads it. In it, Ma Chonso proposes to Gu Yanren to make a deal. If anything happens to him, let him protect Dan Yehua instead. He will be able to find her with the help of a cat who has an incredible intuition. If he does this for him, Ma Chonso promises that he will be able to repay him properly. The girl says that an important person gave him the note. Gu Yanren, playing with daggers, replies, disparaging Ma Chonso, that he sent him a letter and ran away. He asks, "Isn't that strange?" Then adds that this matter smells rotten, just like his master. Everyone insists that Ma Chonso is dead. Hyun Mu asks, "But isn't his master alive?" He killed him after all. The girl falls silent. The red aura flares again around the master of the palace of Zaboy. Smiling sinisterly, he says, he thinks that he is alive. Hyun Mu raises her hand to attract his attention. She informs him that Lady Yewa has left Heavenly Mountain. They will have to go quite far to catch up with her. Gu Yanren is happy. That's good. He was already getting bored. Leaving the tavern after the girl, he says that in any case she owes him. Let her lead him to her. Hyun Miyu, clearly not enthusiastic, plaintively says that she wants to go to her mother. Meow. On that day, the palace of Zaboja disappeared from Heavenly Mountain without a trace. The hourglass falls onto the stone pavement of the square and shatters. A naked man, crossing his arms on his chest, pulling his knees to his chin and lowering his head low onto his chest, hovers in a glow of energy. He thinks he dreamed a dream, a very long dream. Endless stories that he told him while he was imprisoned in the chains of the black flame. Someone's face flashes in visions. His thoughts continue their lazy flow. He believes that all of them were either a product of his imagination or a prediction of the future. But in reality, it does not matter. Cult of Min. Moonlight illuminates the palace of Min. The chief strategist, the supreme demonic intelligence of the Min cult, Tai Ganjin writes hieroglyphs on a scroll. A question reaches her. Does she ever get tired? The woman raises her eyes. She sees before her the left emissary of Min, Chang Hogan. Tai Ganjin asks, how long has he been here? The man answers. She was so focused on work that she did not even notice him. Does she really have that much work? Stretching, the woman says, every day more people disappear on the peak of the earth. She contacted the palace of the supporting sword. Apparently they do not even have any leads yet. Chang Hogan replies that the leader of the cult himself could handle this. Considering that he has not even left the mountain, she is overworking herself. The man approaches Taeganjin, and they both sigh. The woman asks, but what is he doing here at such an hour? The man says, he did not expect that the Bloodmaster Asura would behave like that. He heard that she was very upset by this outcome. Taeganjin replies, everything is fine. He made his choice. What can she do? Chang Hogan says, and that is true, well, he does not think that everything is that bad. The Bloodmaster has always opposed violence. Taeganjin asks, is he talking about the young leader? Chan Hogan sighs, young leader? What a pathetic demon killer. Cult of Min, small palace of Min, a scream is heard. In the room, an overturned flower pot with a plant lies on the floor. A voice sounds, assuring that its owner is very sorry. The young leader, a teenage boy whose eyes shine with red energy, and a smile flickers on his lips, clutching a bloody dagger in his hand, asks, is he upset? Before him, a trembling old man and a girl kneel. The elderly man says it was a mistake. He did not think the pot would break. He never would have thought. The young master replies. He knows that he took good care of the flowers. The young leader, sitting down, brings the dagger to the old man's face, saying, "But does he know that if an orchid is broken even once, it will never bloom again?" He pierces the elderly man's throat with the dagger. Blood spurts. The young master repeats, "Never." He pulls the knife out of the old man's body. In his eyes, blazing with red flames, madness dances. A wide smile stretches his lips, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He says, "That's why he should have been more careful." The young leader examines the wound, saying, "I wonder if the knife went deep enough." The elderly man, pressing his head to the floor, groans. A trickle of blood flows from the corner of his lips. The boy says, "Why is he grabbing his hand? He should have stopped the bleeding." "Yes, right here." The young master's attention is drawn to something, and sparks flash in his eyes. He looks at the trembling maid, who is afraid even to move, though the blood flowing on the floor stains the wide sleeve of her garment. A voice is heard addressing the young leader. A man named Hen No asks for permission to enter. The young leader says, "Of course." The maid rises and bows her head. The old man's body still convulses in agony. The steward of the small palace Min Hen No enters the room. He reports that the new palace guard greets the young leader. Behind him stands a young man, frowning at what is happening. The new guard enters the room and leans over the old man. His palm rests on the face of an elderly man, covering his nose and mouth. The old man utters incoherent sounds for a few moments, then his eyes close. His body stops trembling and relaxes. The guard turns to the young gentleman and says that he handles the knife well. He shifts his gaze to the weapon in the boy's hands and adds, "But if he uses such a huge blade, he might hurt himself." Standing on one knee, the guard extends to him a knife in its sheath on his palms. He asks him to use this from now on. Machonso takes the offering and asks, "What is his name?" The guard, respectfully bowing his head, answers, "Sansan." Pulling the knife out of the sheath and examining it carefully, the young master thoughtfully says, "Sansan. Sansan." Turning away, he addresses Hen No, a tall man of mighty build, telling him to provide the guard with lodging. The young leader sits down on the bench, and the steward, hoisting the old man's body onto his shoulder and heading towards the door, says, "It will be done." The young man watches him with his gaze. The rays of the setting sun are reflected in his eyes. New members were joining the small palace of Min, managed by a young leader, who was nicknamed the Little Demon of the Min cult. At night, a scream comes from the small palace of Min. Sansan flings open the door, exclaiming, "Young leader?" He decides that someone attacked him. He sees the young leader sitting in bed with his back to the entrance. The guard asks, "Is he okay?" The young leader, without turning around, answers, "Let him leave." Worried, Sansan says, "Young leader." The young man sits on the bed, hugging himself with his arms. In one hand he clutches the knife given to him by the guard. Suddenly the young leader sharply turns around, and blazing with a purple aura shouts, "Away!" At the same time the knife flies toward the guard. Sansan barely manages to dodge to the side and the knife flies past. He raises his head and looks at the knife stuck in the wall. Sansan realizes that this is the dagger he gave to the young leader. Books, vases, and other small objects fly at Sansan. A scream sounds. "Away!" The guard raises his hand, protecting his face. He thinks, "This brat. He has heard a lot about him." Sansan thinks that the young leader is really crazy. During the day, the tired and exhausted guard sits in the yard on a chair. He thinks, "Why does time crawl so slowly?" He remembers how the young leader, seeing the food brought to him, immediately overturned the tray. Then he splashed the healing herbal decoction in the servant girl's face, and even tried to stab her. He barely held him back. Sansan thinks, and he is not the only one so strange. He remembers the servant girl gathering dishes from the floor onto the tray. The woman, displeased with his attention, says, "If he is not going to help, then let him go outside and gather herbs instead of staring at her." The guard asks, "Can he help her with anything?" She says, "What can he help her with such terrible hands? Is he completely stupid?" Sansan wonders, why is everyone so angry? This man Hen No is the same. He remembers the giant who, crossing his arms on his chest, said that he would get used to everything. The guard thinks, "Get used to it. He just wants to finish his work as soon as possible and go back." A hunched old man approaches him, the servant of the small palace Min, Old Man back. He asks Sansan, "Is he all right?" The guard, without looking at him, answers, "All right." The servant says he doesn't have to lie. At first, everyone is shocked. Sansan says he is not shocked. Rather, he is confused. Old Man back, sitting down next to him, says, "It's because he is tormented by nightmares." The guard asks again, "Nightmares?" The servant says that this is the reason for his constant bad mood, and that is why Sansan was assigned to guard his chambers. The guard remembers how he barely dodged a knife and thinks, it seems anyone who has not learned martial arts would have died right there on the spot. Sanson introduces himself, stating his name. The old man says he can just call him Mr. Bak. The guard says, "Yesterday it seemed there were many people here, but today almost no one is left." The servant explains that the young leader does not like it when there are many people here. Therefore, they come only when necessary. The guard thinks, the old man who managed the household here was forced to leave yesterday, so there are only 6 people here, including himself. He says, "There are 12 different dwellings here, but all are abandoned except the one where the young leader lives." Old man Bak says that once there were many people here, but they all died. He laughs. Sanson decides that for now he will just observe. As soon as he receives the secret order, and the target is chosen, a finger is poking into his back. Sanson's reaction is instantaneous. Drawing his blade from the sheath, he sharply turns around, shouting, "Who is there?" He sees a sleepy young leader in front of him, who says he wants to go out for a walk. He does not want to sleep anymore. The young leader turns away and leaves. Yawning, he tells him to get ready. Sanson replies, "Okay." The guard watched the young master go, thinking, is this a coincidence? How did the child approach him so unnoticed? Cult of Min, Water Peak, Market. Many people bustle between the stalls with goods. The man tosses a coin into the air, then catching it in his palm, exclaims, "Come on, come on, heads or tails, choose. The chance is 50-50. The young leader, crossing his arms on his chest, says, "Eagle." The boy is sitting on a chair at the table, and opposite him stands a man flipping a coin. He says that their little master chose heads and suggests taking a look. He opens his palms and shows the coin, saying, "Oh no, tails. What a pity. He will have to take the money." The young leader rises from the chair. His aura acquires a crimson-red color. He orders the guard to kill the man. Sanson, standing behind, leans to his ear and suggests returning. He says there are too many people here. The young man objects. He did not lose. This man cheated. Meanwhile, the man, sticking out his tongue, wiggles his hips, performing something resembling a dance. The young leader suggests the guard watch how he behaves. Sanson mentally curses. He does not know how the young man noticed, but when the man caught the coin, an eagle fell out. He is right that this man cheated. The guard says that this man is just a petty swindler who lives by deceiving others. There is even a proverb about a 2-headed bird that died thinking it would live well without one head. One should not make killing a habit. It could cost him his life. The man exclaims indignantly, "Petty swindler? Ah, he is pathetic." The young leader says, "All right." Sanson is surprised. Did it really work? In the young lord's eyes, bloodthirsty sparks ignite, and the aura blazes again with a bloody red light. He orders the guard to kill the cheat. Sanson thinks, no. He understood nothing at all. Sanson says he cannot. He is a guard, not a killer. A smile appears on the young man's face. Exactly. So, the guard. He reaches out his hand to the fire blazing on the stand and takes a burning log. Laughing, the young leader runs along the market row, setting fire to the stalls with goods. He shouts that it burns well. Shouts are heard. "Fire! Catch him!" Sanson is stunned. He had heard rumors about the young leader's recklessness, but a tall man with a shaved head and a huge sword exclaims, looking at the dispersing young man. How was he raised by his parents, that he dares to behave like this at his age? He shouts that he needs to talk to his parents. The young leader stops and, smirking, replies that he has no mother. The man says, "What? The boy is a daredevil. Is that why he grew up like this?" In response, it sounds, "Yes, idiot." The man angrily shouts that he will kill him now, to which the young leader replies, "Nonsense." Swinging the blade, the warrior curses him and says, he destroyed his business and must pay for it. Lowering the blade, the man thinks that the boy looks like a spoiled child from a noble family. He just wants to scare him. The young leader smiles and looks back, searching with his eyes for Sanson. He is clearly having fun, and his smile becomes even wider. Red sparks light up in the boy's eyes. After all, the guard must protect him. The guard looks at him stunned, realizing that the young leader is not just some reckless troublemaker. He is a real demon. The young leader looks triumphantly at Sanson, realizing that he forced him to act as he wished. The guard did not expect such cunning from him, and it is written on his face. Sanson immediately throws a knife and disarms the warrior. The happening amuses the boy. The guard deflects the blows raining down on him. Delivering strikes to the right and left, he swiftly moves toward the target. After a few moments, the bodies of the people lie on the ground, fire blazing around. And Sanson holds the man by the chest, who is practically lying on the ground, trying to decide whether to deliver another blow or not. The young leader laughs, and he really knows how to defend himself. The guard angrily asks, "What has he done? He could have died." The boy bends down and picks up the blade, saying, "But he didn't die." He walks, dragging the weapon behind him so that its tip touches the ground. The man who is tossing the coin lies on the ground, holding his head and cursing. The young leader presses the blade to his throat. The crook begs not to be killed. He promises to return all the money. The boy interrupts him, saying that now he will be the one asking the questions. He adds, if the man answers correctly, he will live. If incorrectly, he will die. Not bad, right? The man hiccups fearfully. Sanson, hiding the knife behind his belt, looks at the young leader, thinking, no mercy, no common sense, only inexplicable cruelty. How can he even be the young leader of the Min cult? It would be better to get rid of him right now. Meanwhile, the boy, crouching down and still holding the blade to the man's throat, sadly says, there once lived a foolish cutthroat. The crook doesn't understand what that means. A questioning pardon slips from his lips. The young leader looms over his victim, saying that he earned his living by deceiving people. But one day he suddenly decided to kill his boss. The man fearfully asks, why did he need to do that? The boy explains, greed blinded everything. In general, the boss was also quite nasty, but he had another subordinate. He laughs, then says, and now the question. He presses the blade harder against the man's neck, forcing him to tilt his head back. Red sparks flash in the eyes of the young leader. The boy asks, who is he? The one who tried to kill the boss, or the one who tried to help him? Sweat is pouring down the man's face. He struggles to say something, but he can't manage anything. Foam begins to come from his mouth, and his eyes roll back. The young leader sharply looks back. Beaten people watched him, among whom was a bald-headed strongman. The boy is looking at the people. Sansan, watching him from the side, wonders, where is he looking? The guard understands that he was definitely looking at someone specific. Some man in a cloak turns around and disappears into the crowd. The blade falls to the ground. A boy's voice is heard. What a bore. Passing by Sanson, the young leader says that he is leaving. Then glancing at the guard, whose hand grips the handle of the knife at his belt, he says, and the proverb he mentioned earlier, walking between the burning stalls and not looking back at the guard, the young leader continues to speak, the one about the bird with 2 heads and 1 body. If one head dies, the other does too. Let him think about what could have happened to him if he had died, since Sansan is his guard. The young man frowns. Did he really notice? That look. He was definitely ready to kill. Looking after the boy walking away, he thinks. A soul-chilling gaze of bloodlust. A broad smile appears on the face of the young leader. The guard wonders. What is he up to? At night, a scream is heard from the house again. Sanson, flinging open the doors, asks, what happened? He sees a maid lying on the floor, and the young leader standing over her, with eyes glowing red. The boy exclaims, she touched the food with her finger while arranging it. He demands that the guard cut off her finger. Sanson thinks he is just a crazy thug. Today the young leader demanded to cut off the maid's finger because she accidentally touched the food. When Sanson took the knife from him, he overturned the table and tried to use a shard of a broken bowl. In the end, the cook whipped the maid with a whip. The cook's facial expression did not change even once during this time. The guard continues writing. It was a mistake to think this would resolve the situation. It would have been much better to cut off the maid's finger. The demonic freak laughed the whole time while she was being beaten, and didn't even blink when she passed out, demanding it to continue. Sanson attaches the message to the raven's paw. Looking after the flying bird, he thinks that since his arrival here, he has felt terrible. 3 months is too long a period. He will kill anyone who is chosen as a target. Standing by the window, he reflects that there is not a single normal person here. Neither the cook, who emotionlessly clears the table, nor the maid, who crawls on all 4s when washing the floor. That is exactly why people call them the demonic cult. A scream sounds, notifying him that the young leader wants to unwind. Let him prepare. The guard shouts back, good, he is already coming. Sanson, appearing in the doorway, looks surprised. He sees the squad of the demon lord of the Min cult, who kneel and greet the young leader. The acting squad commander B-Seek introduces himself and reports that the leader is summoning him to the Min palace. Red lights flash in the boy's eyes, but Ma Cheonso's face looks bored. Sansan thinks that the rumor about the young leader's tyranny in the market should reach the cult leader very quickly. Min cult, Min palace. The leader of the Min cult, Ma Teppan, sits in a chair on a dais, resting his head on his hand. He looks displeased as he asks a question. Does he even have anything left in his head? The young leader does not feel guilty. He boldly answers, whatever it is clearly not what he wanted. Ma Teppan calls him rude. The boy replies that he knows this, but he did not call him here for that. Let him just say what he needs. Several other people are present in the huge hall, but they remain silent. The Lord, closing his eyes, says, he heard that he set fire to the market just because of some pathetic money. He adds that he stopped any talks on this topic among the followers, but if something like this happens again. In response, giggling is heard. Ma Teppan opens his eyes. He is clearly surprised. The young leader, throwing his head back, laughs loudly. His mad eyes shine with red energy. Left emissary Min Chan Hogan shouts angrily, "How does the young leader behave in the presence of the leader of the cult?" The young leader, glancing at him, replies, "He doesn't think that one should meddle in this." The fist of the demon lord forcefully slams down on the armrest. Waves of angry energy, like ripples on water, spread across the hall. The aura of the cult leader turns red. The same red sparks ignite in his eyes. He angrily asks, "What is he doing?" The boy answers that he just wanted to put him in his place. Is that bad? The lord asks again, "In his place?" The young leader confirms, "Yes, only they two talk." "Who is he to interfere?" he asks. "Why can't the father be honest too?" The boy's eyes blaze with red light. The space around him darkens. He spits out the words angrily. The father hates him because of the mother's death. He already knows that everyone here wishes him dead anyway. Left emissary Min Chan Hogan exclaims, "Young leader!" Chief strategist Tae Ganjin stops him, raising her hand before him. She asks the young leader to stop. How can one behave like this with the cult leader? Let him admit he was wrong and apologize. She reminds him of manners. The boy is clearly amused by what is happening. Is he wrong? Let him tell him what he was wrong about. The woman says, as the young leader, instead of remaining loyal to his duties, he harmed the followers and insulted. In response comes, "Enough, or he will vomit now." The woman's eyes widen. Looking at her with huge eyes filled with red energy and smirking maliciously, the young leader says, "Yes, they are the main evil here. They have shut themselves in the Min Palace like rats and are plotting their intrigues." He admits he acted wrongly, since he didn't cut off their filthy tongues earlier. Purple energy tightens around his neck like a noose. The cult leader, approaching the heir, controls the energy strangler. He orders the heir to be silent and asks, does he think his privileges allow him to behave this way? The boy, continuing to stretch his lips into a malicious grin, asks, is he worried about a small thorn when his own heart is rotting? How long does he intend to avoid reality, alone in the mountains, closing his eyes and ears? The young leader laughs. Master of Heavenly Mountain? Who cares about that title? A decaying role. He doesn't need it. The Lord is beside himself with anger. He raises his hand, wrapped in purple energy, to strike. Insulting words about the heir burst from his lips. Tae Ganjin screams in fear. Cult leader! The Lord hears her quiet. Please. He tries to restrain his anger. Ma Teppan, using energy, pushes the boy away and orders, get out of his sight immediately. Bisek, standing behind, catches the young leader, preventing him from falling. The boy, sitting on the floor before the Demon Lord squad leader kneeling on one knee, sharply pulls his hand out of his palm. Squinting at the Lord and smiling cheerfully, he says, well then he will go. He mockingly says, Master of Heavenly Mountain. Ma Teppan heads to the chair. Red energy still blazes in his eyes. He weakly sinks into the chair and brings his hand to his head, saying that he showed himself in a terrible light. It is his fault that he could not raise his son properly. The left emissary Min Chan Hogan, bowing respectfully, says he is not to blame for this. The young leader was born with a thirst for blood. You cannot just sit and wait. One day will come when the young leader takes control of Heavenly Mountain. But he is completely unsuitable for this role. The emissary asks the leader to consider depriving his son of all rights. Ma Teppan shifts his gaze to the right emissary and asks for his opinion. The man replies that he agrees with the left emissary. The 7 palaces of the Min cult and the Council of Elders also express doubts about the young leader. This is not surprising, considering that he shows no initiative. They cannot hide him forever. Even now, they are only giving people more reasons to doubt him. Ma Teppan sighs. The right emissary thinks the same. The chief strategist says that depriving him of all rights would be... After a short pause, she continues speaking. This is too harsh a measure. The left emissary exclaims indignantly. Chief strategist? The woman explains. He is still young. And it is true that the cult of Min is held by strength, so it is even good that he shows such cruelty. Tae Ganjin says they can teach him manners. Over time, he will get better. The Lord replies, get better? He has already killed more than 20 people. Only harms the cult. It will be better just... The chief strategist exchanges a knowing glance with the cult leader and says, then. A red aura flares around the overlord as he says, then kill him. The cult leader, not waiting for an answer, asks, what? A smile appears on the woman's lips. She says that he still won't be able to. She knows that in his soul, that one is dearer to him than anyone else. Therefore, instead of constantly being angry with him and scolding him, he should find another way. The leader, frowning, listens as the chief strategist advises him to keep the boy close and take care of him. She believes that perhaps he will change if he grows up near his father. Ma Teppan asks, do they think he will come here just because he said so? Yes, most likely he will just get angry. Maybe it would be better if he simply gives him everything he can and just disappears. The left emissary exclaims, Leader of the cult, Taganjin says. Then, how about this idea? The woman says, the boy is constantly in the company of people from the small Min Palace, but he is still a child. What if they introduce him to kids his age? She heard that the elder sons of the master of the Bloody Palace and the Trade Palace are very gifted children. Why not invite them here and ask them to look after the young leader? Let him have some fun. Ma Teppan thinks. He says, heirs of the 7 palaces. The chief strategist says that peaceful rule is good, but since the leader does not intend to punish his son, the masters of the palaces begin to resent it. The Elders' Alliance is also dissatisfied with the fact that he taught his son his martial arts. The woman adds, she is sure that the master of the Bloody Palace is very angry too. Maybe he will calm down a bit when he sees how close their children have become. The Lord replies, sounds good, but will Machonso agree? He has always hated all these meetings. Taganjin, smiling, replies, maybe. Rising from the chair and heading to the door, the Lord replies, then she will take care of it, and let her send a message to Hen know. He adds, what if Machonso harms any of the heirs of the 7 palaces? Everyone in the small Min Palace faces death, not just his direct subordinates. The chief strategist replies, fine, but where is he going? The answer is, to the pavilion. Following Ma Teppan, a voice says, since he is here, why not spend time on other matters? The leader replies that he is leaving. The right emissary exclaims, what was the chief strategist even thinking? Bringing the young leader here. He must be stripped of all rights. The left emissary supports him. He is right. What if the leader of the cult really gives his position to the young leader? They cannot allow the young leader to become the leader of the cult. She wants to destroy the Min cult. Taganjin looks tired. Turning her head to them, the woman replies, do they really think that stripping him of his rights is justified? They do not know the leader of the cult at all. The chief strategist says, as soon as he leaves the young leader, the Min cult will face the same fate. Do they want this? If not, they should stop attacking her. The left emissary shouts, how can he leave this matter? She herself said that only the strongest will prosper, right? Well said. Is there any meaning in her words if one knows that the young leader of the Min cult suffers from meridian disorder? Because of the meridian disorder, the young leader is unable to learn martial arts. This is his curse. No one could help him. The secret of his body could not be unraveled. Therefore, Ma Teppan hid the young leader and tried to distance himself from him. The left emissary says that there is no other way to cure the meridian disorder, except to teach the young leader the art of the Lord of the Northern Sea. But she knows what they must prevent, right? The dark art of the Lord of the Northern Sea is the heavenly art of the Ma family, which absorbs the energy of others to purify and use it as its own energy. Many young leaders absorbed the energy of the previous generation to become the leader of the cult. Ma Teppan was no exception. The chief strategist says, it would be good if this works, but what if the young leader cannot accept the energy? The left emissary replies, then the cult leader will also die. They could lose the master of the heavenly mountain. Because of his condition, the young leader has a rather small chance to absorb the energy of the Lord of the Northern Sea. But he is sure there is a way out. Taganjin says it is already late, and they should go home. The emissaries try to object, but she sharply cuts them off and orders them to leave. Cheng Hogan sharply turns and, heading to the exit, angrily says, let them not try to stop him. The right emissary wants to say something to him, but he sharply cuts him off. He will handle it himself. The woman looks upset. A sigh escapes from her lips. A couple of days passed. Maybe because Ma Cheonso changed so quickly, or he just calmed down. But except for the now usual cries at night, it was quiet in the small Min Palace. Ma Cheonso does not like whims. He prefers cleanliness. He reads poetry and tends to flowers. Books lie on the table, and next to it on another small table, flower pots. That's all. Perhaps because of his terrible behavior he did not notice. But now everything indicates that he likes to organize leisure well. Today he watered only 5 of the 6 orchids, and Sansana was overcome with curiosity. The guard asks, why doesn't he water the last flower? The boy, without looking back, answers because he doesn't want to. Sansan says, excuse me? Pointing at the withered flower, the boy says, the tips of the flower have yellowed and bent even lower to the ground. He tried everything he could, but he didn't get better. That means he doesn't want it. Sansan asks, but in such cases, shouldn't you take better care of it? Ma Cheonso explains, even if a person wants to care for the flower, if the plant doesn't need it, the person only makes it worse. The guard inquires, then why does he grow them at all? The young leader answers, maybe to try to understand its thoughts. Sansan was already surprised just that he answered his questions, but all his words hardly revealed a boy who was about to turn 10. Night. The guard sits in the yard on a chair. He reflects that even if that's the case, he is still a thug with a thirst for blood. A slight smile slips across his lips, eyes closed. From the outside, it might seem that he is dreaming of something pleasant. Sanson opens his eyes. His expression becomes stern. What difference does it make who the young leader is? He just needs to wait for the order, carry it out, and disappear. Something makes him startle and become alert. Looking at the mansion, he wonders, did he really leave the door open? That can't be. Drawing the blade from behind his belt, he wonders, could it be? He quietly enters the building. Behind the frosted glass doors, the silhouette of a person raising a knife over a small figure sitting on the floor is visible.
Sanson rushes forward with a cry, "Young leader!"
He runs into the room, and both the woman with the knife and the young leader sitting on the floor look at him with surprise.
Sanson is surprised. A servant? But why?
The woman lowers the knife raised above her head, trying to kill the boy. The guard strikes the already lowering knife with his blade. He knocks the weapon out of her hands and pushes the maid away from the young leader. The woman jumps up and catches the knife. Sanson warns by throwing his hand forward. He recognizes that look. Looking at the woman attacking him, he thinks she has the look of a killer. The guard rushes forward and drives the blade into her body, beating her by fractions of a second. Blood spurts from the through wound. Sanson, standing with a bloodied blade in his hands, asks the boy, "Is he okay?" The boy utters one word, "Sword." The boy takes the blade and heads towards the woman. The maid sits, leaning her back against the door, clutching a wound on her chest with her hand. The young leader extends his hand and lifts her face by the chin. The boy's eyes flood with red murderous energy, and he delivers one sharp slicing strike. Blood splatters. Sanson is unpleasantly shocked by what is happening. Looking at the boy approaching him and the slumped woman behind him, the guard says she could have been saved. Machionso replies that he knows that. Sanson asks, then why did he kill her? He says he had to find out why she tried to kill the young leader. Did she despise him, or was someone ordering her to do it? The boy answers, he knows that. Evil curling his lips, Sanson asks, so why did he kill her? He thinks, like a 10-year-old child. The boy says he knows all this. Red sparks flare again in his eyes, and in a completely different tone he adds, let him stop talking, it's not important. The guard reflects. How can he have such a sad face, soaked with loneliness? Sanson addresses the young leader, but he replies that he is tired and tells him to leave. The guard grabs the boy's hand, saying there could have been poison on the blade. Ma Chionso orders him to let go of him. Sanson reminds the boy. Once he said that a two-headed bird is destined to die if at least one head perishes. Squatting down, he examines the deep cut on the boy's hand, saying, if he dies here, then he won't live either, and he won't get paid. Ma Chionso replies that he doesn't care, and demands the guard leave him alone. Sanson says, it seems there is no poison. He tells the boy to climb onto his back. The boy insults him and insists that he leave him alone. Sanson asks him to forgive. Throwing the boy over his shoulder, the guard hurries out of the mansion. The boy shouts indignantly, what is he doing? Without stopping, Sanson replies that they are going to the doctor. Ma Chionso promises to finish him off. The guard says that in any case he will die, but at least this way he will save one life. The young leader promises to kill him before he saves him. The boy tries to deliver a chopping blow with his palm to the guard's throat. At that moment, the guard says he can ask for, but suddenly stops. Sanson's eyes widen in fear, and he cries out, oh! He crashes into a tree, and the boy falls off his shoulder to one side, while the guard flies off in the other direction. Placing his palm just above his chest, Sanson shouts angrily, has the young leader completely lost his mind? The boy, rising from the ground, suggests now to talk seriously. He is not here for that. The guard, trying to get up, freezes and asks, what is he talking about? Ma Cheonso, now in a completely different tone, says, he really doesn't know? Let him just pretend, like before. Wait for the order and kill him, like that maid tried to do. He is here for that. So let him not try to replace his family. Sweat drips down Sanson's face. He says no. A crooked smile appears on the young leader's face as he says, why? Should I name the one who hired him? The red aura around the boy turns crimson. He says, it's obvious. They will say, they had no other choice. It's all for the good of the Min cult. He laughs. Then he says, hypocrites, arrogance and selfishness. Everything is soaked in lies. Looking into the guard's eyes, the boy says, Chief Strategist Tae Ganjin. She sent him. Sanson mentally curses. The boy is right. A woman stands on a narrow ledge above the abyss. The chief strategist asks, how did it go? The reply is, the maid sent by the left emissary tried to kill the young leader but failed. Tae Ganjin says, that's why she discouraged them from this idea. The interlocutor asks, What will they do? The woman answers the man kneeling before her. She is just a maid who never trained in martial arts. They will simply say she couldn't endure such treatment from the young leader. The interlocutor, whose face is not visible, says, "Yes, madam." The chief strategist covers her face with her palms, saying the left emissary acted recklessly. She told him to find another solution. Why didn't he listen to her? A glint of red energy appears in the woman's eyes. She says, if he wanted to kill him so badly, he should have done it properly. Sanson received an order from chief strategist Tae Ganjin. She asked to send a guard warrior to the small Min Palace. Someone well-trained. Better if it is someone from the outer forests. She meant a gathering of hermits. These mercenaries work on the central plains, not on the tree peak, where the Zaboya Palace is located. Sanson tells the young leader that he doesn't understand him. He replies not to act like an idiot. Ma Cheonso hands the young man a dagger in a sheath and says that the weapon he gave him on the very first day has a sun symbol. What does he think it means? Sanson answers that it is a common blacksmith's mark, their seal. He thinks about the fact that this dagger was given to him by the chief strategist. The young leader laughs and calls him a fool. Does he really have to tell him this? He says that the solar eclipse on the hilt symbolizes the moon that swallowed the sun. When these two symbols combine, it forms the sign of the Min cult, and the only places where they use it are the small Min Palace and the Min Palace. The boy adds, there is only one person who would send him such a warning. Sansan thinks. Tae Ganjin said that he could pass the dagger to the young leader. As if reading his thoughts, Ma Cheonso says, he is sure that the chief strategist told him to give him the dagger. She knew he would accept it. Surprise flies from Sansan's lips. How is that possible? The young leader, proudly straightening his back, looks at him with eyes filled with red light. He answers, let him not try to understand. He is just a pawn in their battle. This battle started quite a long time ago. He just needs to do his job. Sanson remembers that the maid had no internal energy. All she knew was only a small part of the swordsmanship art. The guard, following the boy, says, if they wanted to kill him, they should have sent someone stronger. The young leader, walking down the road, answers, does he think that is possible here? Besides, everyone would think she acted out of hatred since she has no internal energy. And why him? Because he is the young leader Ma Cheonso, hated by all. The boy laughs. Sanson asks, then wasn't that another reason to keep her alive? Why would they need to kill her? Ma Cheonso answers, there is no point. It won't change anything. But now, they were close to success. The guard says, he doesn't understand why then they... The boy interrupts him. Maybe they decided that they isolated him. A mad smile appears on Ma Cheonso's face, and his aura turns crimson. He is sure they got too carried away, thinking they turned him into someone who can't even trust his close ones, but no way. They will not get what they want. Never. Looking at the guard, the boy says, he is so stupid. And his face, he is quite the hired killer. Sanson replies, how can he not be surprised by everything he heard? Ma Cheonso says they are going to the Yada Palace. Let him prepare the carriage. The guard thinks that this time he will have to refuse the assignment. He took on the wrong job. The young leader already knows about him, so maybe he should run away. His gaze falls on the boy's hand, from which streams of blood flow abundantly, staining the sleeve of his garment red. Sanson clenches his teeth harder, thinking, Ma Cheonso might not know that the Poison Palace is also hunting him. The guard continues to follow the boy, deciding to go with him to the Yada Palace. There are many steep slopes and unusual rocky formations on Metal Peak. These terrible mountains have claimed countless lives. People often say, on Metal Peak, it is not crows that scream, but people. But despite this, there are many who have conquered Metal Peak, and there are 3 explanations. The first is the Hall of Elders. For followers who were denied access to the palaces, the only chance to succeed was to gain respect from the elders. The second explanation is the dream of getting rich overnight. Metal Peak is a little studied place. There are many mines here, and therefore there is a shortage of those who hunt for minerals. The third and last explanation is the Yada Palace, whose main purpose is to heal followers. The Yada Palace is located on Metal Peak. Why did they choose this place? Since the Yada Palace is engaged not only in healing people but also in studying poisons, it was better for them to be located where visits would be limited. Today, unexpected guests arrive at the Poison Palace. Along a narrow mountain path bordering a cliff, Sanson and the young leader walk. Climbing the rocky path, the guard looks back and asks the boy if he is okay. The response is, everything is fine. Sanson thinks, he really is stubborn. The wounded one climbs Metal Peak when even strong soldiers have difficulties. He remembers how he offered Ma Cheonso to climb on his back because the cart could not go any further. But the boy rudely told him to get lost. Sanson thinks that the young leader refused to climb on his back until the very end. and decides that it would be better if he walked behind him so that he wouldn't fall. Yad Palace. The buildings are level with the highest peak. The door to the room opens, and a dark silhouette of a person appears on the threshold, whose face is not visible due to the sunlight shining on his back. Master of the Support Palace. Sword Demon Dan Chonghak declares that he has come to take what he asked for. The person he addresses puts a cup on the table and says, well, he is a pig. Master of Yad Palace Donban. Il says, does he think acquiring a scent with a radius of 1,000 kilometers is that easy? Does he know how much effort and time it takes to prepare even one such potion? Dan Chonghak replies that he will pay well. He just needs it urgently. Donban Il, pointing to a pouch with bottles, says that his whole body aches. Let him take it himself. Just don't break the bottles. As soon as he empties everything, let him return them back. The response is, thank you. Dan Chonghak examines the contents of the bag. Donban Il says, apparently he was really pressed if he came for them himself. Dan Chonghak replies that the followers continue to disappear on the Earth Peak. Master of Yad Palace says, so he wants to use the potion on them. Then he should tell the cult leader everything. He will get the most later if he acts secretly. The response is that he already did that, but pouring a drink from the teapot into a cup, Donban Il suggests. Apparently, Taeganjin interfered. Dan Chonghak replies, it seems so. Master of Yad Palace wonders, why does she still not trust the palace masters? First the elders, now even the 7 palaces. Donban Il says, well, whatever, and then wishes Dan Chonghak good luck. Master of Yad Palace asks, by the way, did he come alone? He prepared some ginseng for Yewa. Dan Chonghak replies that she is outside. Donban Il asks, huh? Why? Sword Demon says, who knows? Maybe because all her 5 senses are well developed. She complains that the smell here is too strong. Master of the Jade Palace says, because of the smell of medicine? He sniffs. Dan Chonghak, heading to the door, smiles. Bowing respectfully, the servant says that the master of the palace currently has a visitor. Ma Chonso, turning away, says, well, fine. He tells the guard that they are leaving. Sanson, looking after him, exclaims, why is he just leaving? And why isn't he asking any questions? He needs help. The boy replies for him not to exaggerate. He is fine. The guard grabs his hand and says, what is he saying? His touch causes displeasure in the boy, indicated by the aura flashing red. Sanson says, let him see for himself. He rolls up his sleeve, wanting to show the wound, but the boy's skin is clean. There isn't even a scratch. The guard is puzzled. His wound disappeared? Ma Chonso tells him to let go of him. The confused Sansan releases his hand. The boy, walking forward decisively, says to the guard following him, if he keeps being so slow, he better just leave immediately. How can Taeganjin sleep peacefully, sending something like him? He laughs, then adds, it's pitiful to watch. Sansan replies that the young leader should have said he was fine. Was he laughing at him? Ma Chonso turns his head to him and stretches his lips into a smile. He calls the guard an idiot. Sansan sighs, mentally scolding the boy, but at the same time glad that he is fine. He thinks that he is certainly still a real pain in the ass, but understands that the young leader is starting to like him. Coming to his senses, Sansan shakes his head, thinking that a hired killer shouldn't have such feelings. The guard reminds himself that he is not his protector, and that he needs to pull himself together. Sansan asks, then why are they here? It took a couple of days to get here. The boy replies that it is none of his business. The guard says, he is sure that there is a real commotion in the small palace of Min now, since they left without warning anyone. It would be better to send a message. Ma Chonso replies, no need. Sansan agrees. Fine. He is sure that he will handle everything. The boy replies, then let him not ask. Words reach them. Hey, she is not a beauty at all. Does she know about this? What, beauty? No way. Let her come to her senses. Ma Chonso stops. Nearby, girls are laughing, saying, these children only look at her because she is a freak. Is she crying? She is crying. A loud laugh is heard. Young Dan Yehua stands, holding a wooden sword to her chest. She is about to cry. Behind her stand 2 boys, and 2 girls continue to tease her. One of them says, she is from the village by the stream of tears? How dirty her clothes are. Slob. And she still wants them to play with her? How dare she even think about that? Dan Yewa asks, don't they want to play with her? Another girl replies, no way. What if they catch some disease from such a fool? Laughter sounds. Sansan sighs. What are these children like? She is quite beautiful. They are just jealous. Besides, they are commoners. Ma Chonso replies, adults are no better. The guard agrees. Yes, he is right. Sanson stops and shouts after the young leader. Where is he going? The boy is heading towards the laughing children. Disapprovingly looking at the boy, the guard mentally scolds him, thinking that he is looking for trouble again. Ma Chanso kicks one of the girls, saying, "Get aside." She loses her balance and falls. Looking back, she calls him a runt and asks, does he even know who she is? The young leader's eyes become wild again. The red aura around him flares up with new strength. Raising his hand with a dagger, he says, does he need to know that? Sansan, who approached from behind, places one hand on his shoulder, and with the other intercepts his wrist holding the weapon. He thinks that he should have been born a killer, not a young leader. The boy, glaring angrily at Dan Yewa, says, "Stop pretending to be a fool." Ma Chonso recalls his father's words. If he restrains himself, they will keep bullying him. Then he meant the chief strategist and emissaries. The girl crouching with the wooden sword replies that she is not a fool. The young leader asks, "Really?" With tears in her eyes, the girl says that she is simply beautiful. That's what her brother Shigen and Terran say. Everyone says so. Rising to her feet, she holds her sword in front of her and takes a fighting stance, saying, her father taught her to kill anyone who doesn't want to listen. One of the girls exclaims, "What? What is she saying?" Danyeva swings her sword and all her offenders receive blows, mostly hitting their heads. The girls clutch their bruises and cry loudly. Danyeva proudly straightens up and raises her sword in front of her. Smiling at Ma Chonso, she asks, does he still think she is a fool? Turning away from her, the boy says he doesn't care. The girl laughs. Sansan decides that she is not all there either. Danyeva suggests to the young leader, "Let's get married." The boy and the guard look at her in surprise. Ma Chonso asks, is she completely out of her mind? The guard waves his hand, saying she shouldn't throw words around like that. Besides, she is not talking to the right person for that. He adds, "Get out of here." The young leader calls him a useless idiot again, adding, how slow he is to understand. The young man, scratching the back of his head in confusion, says, "Well, they are just children." From somewhere to the side comes, "Oh," Ma Chonso, looking in that direction, says, "What?" Danyeva lies on the ground, arms and legs spread out. She begins to scream loudly. The young leader asks, "What is going on?" Dan Chonghak, who approached them, exclaims, "You!" Ma Chonso and Sansan turn to him. Surrounded by a shining aura, Dan Chonghak asks, "What is happening here?" The guard is stunned. Is this her father? Watching Ma Chonso swing a dagger, Dan Chonghak guesses. One of the Palace of the Slaughterhounds? The Sword Demon and the Palace of Poison Master watch the children's quarrel. Dan Chonghak says, he is young, but he can directly feel the incredible hatred the boy has. And his movements are quite precise. Donban Il laughs. Palace of the Slaughter? Does he really think so? Although the boy does remind one of Yang Ren. They both like to wave weapons. Meanwhile, the girl, lying on the ground, moans. Dan Chonghak says, it seems she started it herself, and now she is throwing a tantrum because she is afraid of punishment. In response, he hears, if he is so interested, let him check for himself. Dan Chonghak soars from the balcony, and moving through the air says he will bring apologies on her behalf. Donban Il warns him not to hurt anyone. The boy is an important guest. Dan Chonghak asks sternly, what is happening here? Sansan thinks, 2 swords and invisible steps. The aura of a strong martial artist, which he had only felt from the palace master. Could it be? The Sword Demon. Meanwhile, Dan Chonghak asks a question. Is it his business? Ma Chonso is interested. What business is it of his? Who is he? The Sword Demon answers that he is the father of this child. The young leader looks at the girl discontentedly, cursing mentally. He managed to get involved. Words sound. There is only one way to get forgiveness for his rudeness. The sword flies toward the boy. The young leader skillfully catches the thrown blade by the hilt. Dan Chonghak draws a line on the ground in front of him. He draws a circle around himself and says, let him force him to step outside the circle, and he will forgive him the rudeness toward his daughter. And if not, Dan Chonghak raises the sword before him. His aura shines dazzlingly. He says, and if not, then he will die. The guard asks for permission to explain everything, but the boy orders him to take no action. He adds that it is an order. Ma Chonso tells Dan Chonghak, if he does not like him, then he can simply kill him. Does he really pity him? The Sword Demon answers, he would prefer to call it caution. The young leader says, ha ha, how amusing. He attacks the opponent in a jump. The Sword Demon easily deflects his strike, saying that the boy has quite precise movements, but his attacks carry almost no weight. Was he not taught the technique of proper breathing? The boy circles around the opponent, but all his attempts are unsuccessful. Dan Chonghak says that without any technique, his skill is too simple. He easily reads his moves. Reflecting another attack, the Sword Demon says, he took the sword in his hands, relying only on childish tricks? A child with such a level of skill can be found on every corner of the sword support palace. He adds that apparently he expected too much. Anger appears on the boy's face. Dan Chonghak, swinging the sword, says that he will put an end to this. At that moment, the boy soars into the air and raises the sword above his head, aiming to strike. Ma Chianso's face is focused. He is about to lower his sword. At the same time, he manages to avoid the opponent's sword. The boy lowers the blade. A joyful smile is on his face. This time, the sword demon barely manages to deflect the boy's strike. The man mentally wonders. Could it be that he was hiding his true skills? Was he waiting for his last attack to use the ricochet force to his advantage? The young leader attacks again, holding the sword in front of him. Dan Chonghak admires that the boy found a way out. Continuing to deflect blows, the sword demon thinks, but his arms are too short to reach him. Ma Chianso throws the sword and it rushes forward. Dan Chionhak, clutching his weapon in his hand, is surprised. The boy threw the blade instead of attacking. The young leader freezes, lying on the ground with his arms stretched forward. The sword demon realizes what happened. Stopping the sword sliding low over the ground with his foot, he steps out of the circle. Donban Yul, standing behind him, says, "Well, well, here he has shown himself in all his glory." The sword demon asks the boy, "Does he have a master?" Dan Chionso, holding the sheathed sword in front of him, says the boy has the potential to become a worthy swordmaster. But it seems he still needs to learn martial arts. He adds that he is ready to take him under his wing. Does he agree? A slight smile appears on the boy's lips. He answers, "No." Then he laughs. Him? Take him under his wing? Is he sure? Dan Chionhak replies, "If he wants, of course." The boy offers to take his hand. The sword demon is a little confused. Should he check the pulse? He takes the boy's palm in his hands. He feels that the boy's chi channels are blocked, and even the vessels do not allow internal energy to flow through the body. This is not about talent. It's amazing that he is still alive at all. Ma Chianso pulls his wrist out of his hands. He asks, "Does he understand now? This can't be fixed. Even that old man failed. So let him get lost and better focus on raising his annoying daughter." The sword demon is confused. Donban Yil, using thought speech, says, "All the best." The master of the Palace of Poisons addresses Dan Chonghak. He did not tell him because he did not want to. But it is not worth telling what happened here. He will make sure that everyone else forgets as well. Otherwise, the cult leader will be very angry. Sword demon is surprised. Cult leader? Why? Donban Yil asks again. Why? Because he is the only son of the cult leader, that's why. He laughs. Ma Chonso turns his head to the sword demon and smiles sweetly. Dan Chonghak realizes that before him is the young leader. Voices are heard in the room. This guy outside seems a bit foolish, but quite a skilled fighter. Who sent him? The answer is Tae Ganjin. The old man is surprised. Hasn't she gone underground? He thought it was the work of the left emissary. Donban Yil asks, "Is he still tormented by nightmares?" The boy lying on the couch answers. This time she also spoke to him, but when he woke up, he could not remember anything. He woke up, and above him stood a maid with a knife in her hands. The master of the Palace of Poisons says, "So the dream told him that he is in danger again?" Donban Yil, examining the boy, asks, "Who tried to kill him this time?" The answer is, "The maid." The old man laughs. In the small palace of Min, there is only one person Ma Chonso can trust. Sticking a needle into the boy's body, he adds, "Maybe the young leader will be able to sleep properly if Tae Ganjin disappears. She has been trying to kill him for too long. Because of her, he had to go through a lot. That's why he has been tormented by nightmares all this time. And his feelings have started to thirst for blood, awakening him. This often happens with warriors." Ma Chonso replies that he understands. Handing a sheet of paper to the old man, he asks, "Just deal with this." Donban Yil unfolds the paper and reads. Looking at the boy, he asks, "Why does he continue on the path of death?" Ma Chonso answers, "It is the best he can do." The old man asks, "Does he think he can stop her that way?" The boy says, "Well, yes." Donban Yil is interested. How does he know? Young leader answers, "Sixth sense." Master of the Poison Palace says, "Why wouldn't he figure it out?" The boy's eyes flash with red energy. He says, "Then she will hide, and everything will repeat again." Ma Cheonso adds that Donban Il can do as he pleases if he wants to kill him, as if he wouldn't do it anyway. The master looks at him, then closes his eyes. From his sleeve, Donban Il takes out a small bottle. He gives it to the boy. The boy, closing his eyes, says that he is tired and will go to sleep. The old man heads to the door, muttering, "Well, well." Donban Il says, "He thought that one would run away. Why is he still here?" Looking at the pale Sansan, he asks, "And what is wrong with his face?" The guard asks in response, "What was the purpose?" The old man asks again, "Purpose?" The young man clarifies, Why did he make him eavesdrop on this conversation? The old man says, more precisely, he wants to ask why he doesn't kill him. Even though the guy is quite a skilled fighter, for the master of the Poison Palace he is nothing. Sanson thinks that the old man underestimates him. If he had received an order to kill the young leader, he would have carried it out without a second thought. He tries to say that he would easily deal with him? Donban. Il says not to worry. The order to kill the young leader will never be given. If the chief strategist really wanted to kill him, she would have chosen a more certain way. The old man adds, if someone had killed the young leader, the cult leader would have carried out a real massacre against everyone, trying to find the killer, and then the world would come to an end, and the 7 palaces and the Council of Elders would rise against the cult leader. Sansan asks, then why does she continue to send assassins? Donban Yil wonders. And what does he think? He says that there were those who really tried to kill the young leader, but all of them were killed by the starving wolf of the small palace Min, Hen Ho. That is why the chief strategist continues to send those who are not trained in martial arts. They will be able to go under the radar of the starving wolf and prove how useless the young leader is. If everything goes according to her plan, neither the cult leader nor Yil Teshik will be able to oppose the deprivation of all rights from the young leader. In the Min cult, weakness equals defenselessness. The old man, squatting down, says, so the chief strategist sent him not to kill the young leader. Sansan asks, then who? Donban Yil wonders. Should he answer him? The master of the Palace of Poisons says that the leader of the Demon Lord Min's squad has left, and now the young leader often goes beyond the palace. He adds, there are more definite plans that will help kill the young leader. Sansan understands, and the person he must kill will trigger this chain. The battle of intellects between the supreme demonic mind Taiganjin and the young leader Ma Cheonso. The guard, looking after the departing old man, asks, why is he telling him all this? The master, chuckling, replies, only the young leader will know about this, but let him remember, he needs to try hard to fulfill his duties, all right? The master adds that Ma Cheonso will wake up in 4 hours. Let him watch over him. If the guard returns alive, he will treat him to ginseng. Sansan looks after him, puzzled. The young man sits on the floor, leaning his back against the wall. Meanwhile, Ma Cheonso, stripped of clothes, is in the concentration of purple energy. Like a flame, it surrounds him from all sides. The boy grimaces and whispers, just let him kill him already. Hugging his shoulders, he asks, what does he want? What does he need from him? A huge creature, woven from purple-black energy, looms over the young leader. It brings its face closer to the boy. He hears a voice, find. Ma Cheonso is surprised. What? The creature, woven from energy, says, let him find it and he will help him. The young leader cannot hide his surprise. He wakes up in bed and sits up, wondering, find? Drops of sweat stream down his face. He remembers what he dreamed, and before his mind's eye appears a face woven from energy. Red lights ignite in the boy's eyes. This is the first time he was told to find something, instead of just driving it away. He recalls that in the year he turned 10, the thread between the real world and nightmares was woven for the first time. A couple of days have passed since the young leader and his guard returned from the Yada Palace. Sanson felt unwell after he literally had to run at night with the young leader. It would not be strange for him if people caused a real uproar, claiming he kidnapped the heir. But Old Back just waved to him with a smile when they met, as if nothing had happened. And the cook, looking at him unfavorably, said, since he volunteered to be a warrior of defense, he should perform his duties. If the young leader goes somewhere, he must report it. No need to act willfully. In general, she was as unfriendly as always. Henno just glanced at him but said nothing. Sanson comes to the conclusion that everyone here has lost their mind. Or maybe they are all undercover too. He remembers how the master of the Jade Palace said that in the small Min Palace there is only one person whom the young leader can trust. The guard thinks that this place is not a home for the young leader, but a tiger's den where danger constantly threatens him. Sanson decides that he is no different from himself. Hen Ho tells the guard standing by the simulator resembling a barbell to prepare for receiving guests. The young man replies, all right. In the small Min Palace, cries are heard. Lord of the Sacred Fire, the Min cult rules the world. Besaik and the Lord of Demons Squad, kneeling on one knee, pronounce words of greeting. Then Besaik says that they are carrying out the order of the cult leader. The young leader must appear in the spring pavilion of Min and befriend other talented youth of the cult. Ma Chanso laughs, so this is how they decided to act? A red aura flares around him. His gaze and smile resemble not joy, but madness. After laughing, the boy says, all right. Looking at the laughing young leader, Sanson wonders, what has he come up with this time? A question reaches him. What is he staring at? Sanson glances at Ma Chonso. Looking unfavorably at the guard with eyes blazing red energy, the young leader says, Let him just do his job. Sansan calmly replies, obeying. Night falls, a heavy rain is pouring. Lying in bed, Sansan thinks, as soon as he receives the order, he will immediately carry it out. He gets up, pondering that he needs to go to the market and gather information about his target there. Wearing a wide-brimmed conical hat and a cloak, he heads to the door, thinking, and then he will set the day of the assassination. A thunderclap sounds and lightning flashes. In its light, the young leader appears before the guard, piercing him with burning red eyes. The guard screams in fear. Startled, the guard sinks to the floor and stammering asks, "What is he doing here at this hour?" The boy replies that he could not sleep. Sansan says, "But it is already midnight." Ma Chonso answers that he knows that. The guard says, "All right," he thinks, "what is this? He always had a schedule, so why did he suddenly wake up and wander here?" Ma Chonso asks, "Where is he going so late?" Standing up, the boy answers that he also could not sleep, so he wanted to take a walk. Mentally, he curses. First, Ma Chonso finds out he is a mercenary, and now this, and he didn't even feel his presence. Lightning flashes again, and the guard himself realizes how foolish his words sound. The weather really invites walks. The boy says his room looks empty. Sansan replies that he does not like cluttering the space. The young leader says, well, he believes that someone planning to commit a crime does not need many things. The guard thinks, why ask if the answer is already known? He asks Ma Cheonso, looking out the window, why he came. The young leader answers, he does remember his words, right? The boy, without turning to him, reminds, the guard must fulfill what he is here for. Sansan replies that he remembers, and mentally adds, he was just about to do that. Ma Chonso says, all right then, he can go. The guard asks, what? The boy reminds, he did say he wanted to take a walk, so let him go. Lightning flashes again. Sansan mumbles that the weather is not very suitable. Maybe tomorrow. He is cut off by a stern shout. Let him get lost. The guard replies, well, all right. He leaves the room and finds himself in a pouring rain, thinking, but this is his room. The door behind him slams shut. Ma Chonso stands motionless, lost in thought. His eyes gleam with red reflections in the darkness. Cult of Min Waterpeak Market. Covering his face with a hat, Sansan says, it would be nice if the rain stopped earlier. And it only stopped pouring when he got here? Is this some kind of joke by the young leader? Laughter is heard. Then a question sounds. Has the noble and almighty number 12 come here to tell jokes? Did he feel such passion for him or something else? A man in the same conical hat, hiding his face, and a long cloak steps forward. Sansan, calling him Shell, says, does he still dare to laugh after almost kicking the bucket? Nothing bothers him. The man chuckles. Light falls on the man's face, revealing that the right side of his face is disfigured by a burn scar. Remembering the blazing market, he says there was so much malice in that child's eyes. He thought he would really die. Sansan should have stopped him. The guard replies, a binding agent must not reveal his identity to others. That's the life Shell chose. Who to blame now? Sansan adds, besides, it was a pure coincidence. The young leader acted alone. Well, they are not close enough to have casual conversations. Let him tell him about the hanging lantern. Binding agents, or as they are called, neither here nor there. People who blend into the crowd and gather information for mercenary groups. The hanging lantern denotes a target. The candle inside the lantern symbolizes their life. Shell sits on a crate and places his lantern on another one in front of him. Chuckling, he says he would be glad, but this time he will be first. Number 2 requested information about the young leader. Sansan looks unpleasantly strangled. He wonders, has anyone besides him been ordered to kill the young leader? Sansan thinks that the young leader suffers from meridian disorder, and if others find out about it. Before his mind's eye stands a smiling boy whose eyes blaze with red flames. Giggling, he says, it's terrible, but how fascinating to kill such a young leader. Shell asks, why is he silent? Swallowed his tongue or what? Sansan says, the young leader. He again recalls the boy saying that he was sent by the chief strategist Tae Ganjin. The guard thinks, a child who is not really a child. He remembers Ma Cheonso rushing through the market, smiling as he sets everything on fire in his path. A little demon without a heart. Clenching his teeth tighter, he mentally curses. So why? Sansan again recalls the boy telling him to stop talking. It doesn't matter. The guard wonders, why can't he stop thinking about how sad he looks? He says the young leader suffers from meridian disorder. It is incurable, so he cannot study martial arts. Mentally, Sansan curses, calming himself with the thought that they would have found out about it anyway. Shell laughs. Meridian disorder. That's why the cult of Min hid him all this time. Number 2 will be glad to hear this news. But how could he know that it is incurable? Sansan replies that the maid tried to kill the young leader. He immediately needed the help of the Palace of Poison. That's where he heard about it. Shell stretches his lips into a smile. He says the guy could have called a doctor right to the palace. Instead, they made such a journey to the Palace of Poison. Shell says the young leader trusts the master of the Palace of Poison. That's the only reason. Sanson thinks, a cunning scoundrel. The interlocutor asks, by the way, did he know? Shell unhurriedly begins to talk about the young leader. He believes that Ma Cheonso did not come to the market that day by chance. Sanson interrupts him. Nonsense. He better watch his words. He will not pity him, even if he is a liaison agent. Shell replies, yes, he understood. After all, that is number 12. But he thought it all through in advance. How will he complete the task if something happens to him? Shell asks the confused Sansan. Does he remember what the boy told him? The young leader, holding a knife to the crook's throat, says, "There once lived a foolish cutthroat." Leaning over the man, the boy continues to speak. He earned money by deceiving people. But one day he decided to kill his boss. In general, the boss was also known to be quite nasty, but he had another subordinate. Sanson thinks, if the boy came specifically to Shell, knowing he was an agent, and by the person who deceives people he meant Tae Ganjin, the young man comes to the conclusion. So, the Palace of Slaughter helps her. Shell asks, has it dawned on him now? He seemed to send them a warning. The young leader rarely leaves the Min Palace, but now he suddenly wants to go to the market? That's quite strange. Sanson says he doesn't believe it. Shell's identity is well hidden, and even he doesn't know them all very well. So where does the young leader... He remembers, when they clashed with Shell in the market, and he did not stand up for the young leader. He ordered to kill the crook, but he did not obey. Could it be that only because of this he realized that Shell was one of the agents? Could it be that even then the young leader knew that he was connected to the Palace of Zayboy? Sanson then replied to him that he could not do that. He is his protector, not a killer. Shell lowers a small bag onto the box. He says, well, in any case, he has dumped information here about the hanged lantern. Let him take a look. Sanson takes the pouch. Shell laughs. What a mess. Some maid tried to kill the young leader. The man continues to rant. The boy grew up without a mother, and he keeps behaving so terribly, even though he can't even learn martial arts. He is sure it was hard for him to admit defeat. Giggling, he calls the boy a reckless thug. Sanson's face darkens. Shell continues to speak, unable to even take care of himself, but managed to turn away the chief strategist. And he even threatens the Palace of Zaboy? Sanson again remembers the boy saying, let him stop babbling. There is nothing special about this. Shell says, maybe he should have killed him while he had the chance? He laughs again. Sanson waves a dagger and exclaims, Shell! A severed hand falls to the ground and a scream is heard. Lying on the ground and trying to stop the bleeding, Shell, mixing screams with curses, asks, what is wrong with him? Sansan answers, he is sure that he has an order from number 2. Therefore, he will be merciful. Let him remember this when he desperately misses his hand. Shell continues to moan and scream in pain. Hiding the dagger behind his belt, Sanson says that the liaison agent should not try to befriend the mercenary of the Palace of the Executioner. In response, a new burst of screams is heard. In Sanson's eyes, red energy splashes. He did what he had to do. Mentally, he adds that now there is only one thing left to do. Sitting on the bed in his room, he reads the received papers, thinking, no relatives. It is impossible to understand what he loves or hates. He never learned how to control internal energy. But from this information alone, which says there is no way out, he can glean a lot, and no traces that he ever tried to control external energy. He glances at the bottles standing next to him, thinking, they must be experts in external arts. But since they cannot control external energy, he needs to use the given potion to poison them. Sanson continues to ponder. After all, the cook, the maid, and old Back are all those whom the young leader cannot trust. They were only sent by others. Setting fire to the paper, he thinks that the chief strategist plans to get rid of obstacles in order to then kill the young leader. Looking at the fire devouring the paper that pointed out his goal, he thinks about hen number. Small Palace Min. Main building. Old man Bak says, it seems the young leader slept peacefully last night. The guard agrees. Seems so. So quiet. Sanson watches as Hen No orders the cook to bring medicine to the young leader. The woman bows and replies, of course. The guard wonders, is this such a big event that the young leader slept peacefully? Sanson thinks, so calm and does not suspect his fate at all. Ma Cheonso comes out of the room, rubbing his eye with his fist. He calls Hen number. The steward bows, folding his hands in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the other, clenched into a fist. He says that today the young leader looks better. The latter responds indifferently. Yes. The boy touches Henno's fist with his hand, saying that he is going to go beyond the palace. The steward, squatting down, gently touches the boy's cheek with his hand. He says that Ma Chonso is still weak, and adds that the cook will bring him medicine. Let him drink it before leaving. Ma Chonso replies that he does not want to. Henno says, it must be taken to improve his health. The boy agrees, all right. Sanson thinks that they are much closer to each other than he had assumed. He presses his lips together, deciding that he will not let this make him pity him. No hard feelings. He just has to kill him. The young man flinches when a hand touches his shoulder. Henno asks, what is he doing here? Let him hurry to the young leader. Sanson says, Henno. The steward asks, what is it? Surprise appears on the man's face when he hears the question. Does he have a secret lover? He silently looks at Sanson, who asks another question. Maybe a child? Patting Henno on the shoulder, Sanson leaves him with the words, just as he thought. He adds that he imagines how he has lived all this time. The guard says that he knew it all along. Henno's face darkens. A couple more days pass. The 7th day arrives. Sanson, sitting at the table, thinks about the fact that today the young leader must carry out the order of the cult leader and meet with other children in the spring pavilion of Min, and then he will kill Hen Number. The guard talks to himself. He decided to postpone the murder not because he worries about the young leader. He is simply curious about what other food is served in the spring pavilion of Min. In the past couple of days, he had many chances to kill Hen No, but he never managed to do it. He was worried about what might happen at the meeting today. Sanson is sure that it is a trap devised by the chief strategist to kill the young leader. Opening the door and leaving the room, the guard thinks that, moreover, she did not set an exact day for the murder of Hen Number. There was no date in the order. So, he thinks there will be no problem if he kills the steward after the meeting. A carriage enters the courtyard, with expensive harness on the horses pulling it. It is accompanied by a squad of warriors. A voice is heard. The squad of the Demon Lord in such a fancy carriage. Sanson continues speaking. Now he really feels that he is in the small palace of Min. Hen No replies for him to go and bring the young leader. Walking down the corridor, the guard thinks that the day has come when the young leader will reveal himself to the people for the first time. The leader, who lived as a recluse in the small palace of Min, where danger threatened him every day. He hopes that today he will be able to show himself, and this will give him confidence. Standing behind the door, the guard asks the young leader for permission to enter the room. The response is, yes. Sanson enters and freezes in surprise, examining Machonso's outfit. The boy, clutching a fan in his hands, asks, why is he looking at him like that? Does he look that bad? The guard replies, no. He looks very... Feeling a pause, Machonso says, very. Sanson exhales, very cool. Even just being nearby, he feels pride swelling inside him. Sanson thinks, like a caterpillar that turned into a beautiful butterfly. He imagined the day when this child would grow up and be respected by others. The boy says, let's go. The guard immediately replies, yes, sir. He thinks that it was hard for the young leader to handle everything alone. Cult of Min. Sun Peak. Main gates. High in the sky flies a bird that has no concern for the people who just passed through the gates down there somewhere. Support Commander Tehwa, following Ya Yuljin, says she does not like it, even if it is an order from the Min Palace. But, leaving the children with the young leader. The youth coldly replies that they are going to the meeting. Let him behave properly. Tehwa obediently says, yes, I obey. She looks back at the children following her, thinking that they have to babysit the young leader, who one day must lead the Min cult. The twin girls, distinguishable only by their bangs combed in different directions, appearing from somewhere beside her, ask, will it be only them? One of them, calling her sister Aso, says, no way. She heard that someone from the trade palace will also be there. Aso asks the squad leader, what about the support sword palace? She declares that she wants to see Dan Jiho. Her sister informs her that he is currently isolated and discovering himself. The support sword palace will not be here today. Aso does not give up and addresses the squad leader again. Tehwa, barely restraining herself, orders both of them to shut up. She thinks, at least that old man and Muten are not here. And Ha Ilchin too. From an excess of negative emotions, she even closes her eyes and twists her mouth. It would be better if he did not come here. One of the girls, pointing forward, exclaims, huh? They are here! The Spring Pavilion Min! Ahead rises a luxurious multi-tiered mansion. On both sides of the road leading to it, people are crowding. One of the men standing by the roadside exclaims, that's Ya Yuljin! No way! A shout sounds, rising stars of the Min cult. The sullen youth walks without looking around. A cry sounds. Chun Jae-san from the Trade Palace is also here. No way! Some youth, pointing with his finger, shouts, "The Demon Lord's squad of the Min cult," and all heads turn in that direction. The squad escorts a luxurious carriage with intricately decorated horse harnesses. A shout sounds, "The young leader is here!" The carriage stops and the warriors immediately drop to one knee. The door opens and the elegantly dressed Ma Chongso steps out. An old woman standing in the crowd says, "What an incredible aura." A man standing nearby says, "Is this the young leader?" A girl standing next to them is so overwhelmed with admiration that she cannot utter a word. Only a cry of delight escapes her lips. Ma Chongso walks accompanied by a guard through the living corridor formed by the warriors. A shout is heard. "We welcome the young leader." The boy walks calmly, clutching a fan which he raises to his face. Shouts are heard. "Praise the heavenly demon." The young leader of the cult. Ma Chongso has appeared in public for the first time. On the first floor of the spring pavilion, Ming gathered many children. They are nervous, anticipating the meeting with their peers. Of course, they were not as excited as the crowd outside. Everyone sits properly at the tables, waiting for further developments. A rather plump youth says he thought only direct heirs were invited. The boy he is looking at clenches his fists angrily, hearing a teenager giggle and add, he didn't know that the children of concubines were also invited. The boy trembles with barely restrained rage. In his mind flashes, all this damn class division. Young Chihami, curling her lips in disdain, says, "That scoundrel started speaking again." Though these children were young, they already understood a lot. If they do not show their snarl to others, they themselves could become victims. A conversation takes place at the table. One of the kids says, "The second young master of the Palace of Bloody Art?" In response comes, "It seems his name is Yultak. His mother is from the Oirats, right?" One of the boys says, "A savage like him came to the meeting with the young leader?" The child of a concubine is not a direct heir, no reason to worry. They agree. Exactly. Yultak thinks he is not a savage, and his mother is the most beautiful in the world. A shout rings out. "Hey!" The boy raises his head, and his lips twist in anger. The youth teasing him stands next to him. He asks, "What is a scoundrel like him doing here?" Young Master Yuljin should be ashamed. Yultak mentally calls him a little toad. Suddenly he, covering his ears with his hands, sharply bows his head to the table, almost hitting it with his forehead. The other children look at him unfavorably. Red energy splashes in their eyes. They are all united by one thought. The child of a concubine, a savage, a foundling, the shame of the Palace of Bloody Art. All these insults followed him like a shadow as soon as he first appeared on Heavenly Mountain. Yultak presses his palms harder to his ears. Tears appear in the corners of his tightly shut eyes. He thinks that if he had continued to live with the Oirats, if his father had not dragged him here, he does not want to be here. He wants to go back. Mentally, he begs to be left alone. The fat teenager laughs. Is he crying? Let him just look at himself. And let him go complain to his mother. Ah, right, his mother is dead, isn't she? Yultak sharply turns his head towards him. His mother is alive. At that moment, the door opens and the young leader enters the hall, accompanied by a guard. Along with them, dazzling sunlight bursts into the room. Ma Chongso, holding a closed fan near his face, calmly walks down the aisle between the tables. All the attention of those present is fixed on him. The young leader stops near the youth insulting Yultak. Looking at him, he thinks, is this the killer sent by Taeganjin? But he seems too stupid. Meanwhile, the youth hurries to greet him. Bowing, he says it is a great honor for him to meet the young leader. Then he introduces himself. He is the second son of the trading palace. But Ma Chongso interrupts him. He orders him to come closer. The youth looks confused. The young leader grabs the dagger, intending to pull it out of the sheath. He thinks he knows who is behind this. A drop of sweat runs down Chunam's face. Stammering, he asks, why did he suddenly draw a weapon? Smiling broadly, Ma Chongso, whose aura has turned red, extends his hand to him and reminds him. He has already ordered him to come closer. The young leader grabs him by the hair and slams his face onto the table. The youth's nose breaks. The onlookers look shocked. Grinning maliciously, Ma Chongso also lifts Chunam's head by the hair, from whose nose blood flows and tears from his eyes. The young Chihami, who jumped up from her seat, looks frightened. The young leader again slams the youth's head onto the table, and his hand hangs limply. Glancing angrily at those present, Ma Chongso asks, what are they staring at? Are they amused? Everyone, except the confused Chihami, looks away. He spits contemptuously. Idiots. The young leader calls out to Yultak, hey! He, no less shocked than the others, replies, stammering heavily. Me? Ma Chongso, smiling, hands the boy a knife, saying, let him kill him. They will see what distinguishes a guy who has a mother. He places the knife in Yahyultak's hands. Seeing that he is not in a hurry to carry out his order, the young leader asks with ill intent, does he want to be the one who gets killed? Ma Chonso throws Yongamu aside, and he falls on the floor on his back. Yahyultak, continuing to grip the knife, drops to his knees. His eyes fill with tears. From his mouth escapes, "Hick!" The youth, having come to his senses, cries loudly. The young leader gloatingly thinks, is he crying? The guard thinks, just not that. Footsteps are heard on the stairs, then laughter. A voice addresses the young leader. Enough. Yahyuljin, standing behind the cheerfully smiling youth, orders Tehui to remove the children. Ma Chonso, assessing him with a glance, thinks that the real problems will start with them. A golden aura lights up around the youth, and a silvery one flashes around Yahyuljin. The young leader realizes that the real problems are only beginning. Two youths stand before him, surrounded by shining auras. Near the road leading to the spring pavilion, many people are strolling. None of them pay attention to the woman intently looking at the building. Meanwhile, she thinks that she knew it all along. She believed that the young leader would come. He had never before attended public events. Even if it was an order from the cult leader, no one expected him to agree so easily. However, he came, hardly resisting, like some dog with its tail between its legs, or perhaps like a tiger stalking its prey. The woman thinks, others may not know, but she knows. All because he answered her questions, as always. He has always known her motives, which even the cult leader does not know. The chief strategist Tae Ganjin, flashing his eyes maliciously, mentally adds, which means she cannot allow him to live. The young leader grew up as an unusual child. There was always a reason behind his hasty actions. If it were not for his incompetence, Tae Ganjin would have supported him, and over time would have asked Ma Tapan to pass on to him the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea. He was supposed to become the blessing and pride of the Min cult. The woman thinks, if only it were not for the problem with the meridians, the cult leader would be ready to pass all his internal energy to the young leader. But that will not happen. She reflects on the fact that they still have much to do with the cult leader. Nearby, a squad appears, and Tae Ganjin calls So-on with the girl leading the small squad hurries to her. The leader of the Flying Butterflies squad, So-han, approaching, kneels before the chief strategist and asks, what should they do? Tae Ganjin orders her to deliver to the Zaboya Palace, so that everything is finished within 2 days. The girl replies, yes, but will Park Hoken be able to come, considering all the commotion? The answer is, it does not matter. The main thing is that Yahyuljin and Chunjasan are there. Only they can make the young leader leave the heavenly mountain. So-han says that she still cannot believe that the young leader will correctly understand her intentions and follow her to the very end. The woman replies that the young leader cannot be understood by an ordinary person. Yellow sparks flash in her eyes, and a smile appears on her lips. Tae Ganjin says, so he will come. Just as she wants him, he wants her. She cannot allow someone like him to destroy the cult. She adds, let So-han remember that their sacrifice will unite the heavenly mountain. Meanwhile, the young leader and two youths are separated only by a round table. The youth, possessing a golden aura, respectfully greets Ma Cheonso and says that he wants to introduce himself once more. He is Chunjae-san from the Trade Palace. He adds that it was very kind of the young leader to invite them here, but his brother behaved too rudely. He asks for forgiveness for him. Ma Cheonso is surprised. Why is he apologizing when his brother was the one who suffered? The youth laughs, saying, ah, so this is how things are arranged here? His brother is a bit rude, but he is sure that he has learned his lesson. The boy looks at him angrily and says that he didn't ask anything. The youth agrees, exactly. Looking at him, Ma Cheonso thinks, no, not him. Tae Ganjin definitely wouldn't have sent someone like that. The same applies to the second one. His gaze shifts to Yahyuljin. Red sparks flare in the boy's eyes. He assumes that she won't try to get to him through San-san. He ponders. Maybe she wants to poison the food or something like that. Meanwhile, a servant appears and, placing dishes on the table, announces that the food is ready. All kinds of delicacies appear on the table. The man says that the food is top class, which they will never taste anywhere else, prepared with special care by their best chef. The servant bows and adds that the chief strategist personally developed the menu. He is sure that they will like the food. Chunjae-san, leaning over the dish and devouring it with his eyes, exclaims, oh, the chief strategist herself? An impudent you, reaches the man. Smiling, he turns to the young leader. The boy's aura blazes red. Ma Cheonso asks, did he say chief strategist? The worried man replies, yes, she visited recently. The young leader hurries to the window. He looks down, where a multitude of people bustle about. Looking around, he asks, why is she here? The disconcerted servant says, He heard that she was just passing by. She gave a few instructions and left, saying she did not want to interfere. The young leader bursts out with an unfriendly laugh. Red sparks burn in his eyes, and his aura blazes crimson. Chunja-san and Yahyul-jin look at the boy in surprise. What is wrong with him? Using thought speech, Chunja-san calls out to his friend. Hey Whitey! Yahyul-jin, who has two colored hair, replies. How many times has he told him not to call him that? He does not want to talk to him. Let him shut his mouth. The young man answers that, actually. He never opened his mouth. Ma Cheonso takes his place at the table. He asks the young men. By their appearance, they are already about 20 years old. What have they forgotten here? Chunjae-san answers that they are nannies, but he does not even finish the last word when Yahyul-jin's hand covers his mouth, and the friend himself says that they hang out here just in case. Ma Cheonso says, so they are his squires. The reply is, apparently, yes. The boy asks, really? Then they can even leave Heavenly Mountain. Yahyul-jin answers, the cult leader said, it does not matter what they will do, as long as they are with him, so, yes. The young leader then suggests testing their skills.
The young men exchange glances among themselves. They understand each other without words. He wants them to fight. Chunja-san raises his hands conciliatorily and laughs. He says that this is a bit. A friend interrupts him. He goes. The young man is surprised. He exclaims, hey Whitey. Without looking at him, Yahyul-jin says it would be sinful not to prove one's worth. Moreover, if the opponent is Chunja-san, then he sees no problem. Taking a position and grabbing the sword hilt, Yahyul-jin says he has a feeling as if he got involved in a childish fight. He sees nothing good in it, but thinks there is nothing bad either. Chun-jae-san exclaims, is he going to take out his anger on him just because they laughed at his brother? He insults Yahyul-jin. The latter replies that he said nothing of the sort. Chun-jae-san shouts, then let him attack, and raising a fist enveloped in a golden aura, he rushes forward. Yahyul-jin blocks with the sword, which he has just begun to draw from the scabbard, and the young man's fist meets steel on its way. The blow throws Yahyul-jin backward. At the same time he draws the sword and throws away the scabbard. An evil smile appears on his opponent's face. He asks, how do you like my fist? Soaring to the ceiling, Yahyul-jin replies for it. Attacking Chunja-san from above, he finishes the phrase, only the sword speaks. His opponent, raising his fist, says who can be defeated by such a... He crouches, winding up for a counterstrike, and finishes the phrase with the most useless sword. I am Yul-jin, squinting unfavorably. He says all he has is just a powerful body. The young man attacks the opponent, dodging his blows again and again, saying if it didn't work the first time, he will try until it works. Chun-jae-san replies that he needs only one attack to finish him off. Machanso watches the fight with interest. The opponents part ways and take fighting stances, preparing for another attack. The young leader, like a referee, stands slightly aside. Chun-jae-san tells the opponent that he won to calm down until he thoroughly deals with him. Yahyul-jin says then he will take his hand. The enraged opponents rush at each other. Ma Chanso steps forward and says enough. He stands between the opponents rushing at each other. A confused expression appears on Chunja-san's face. Yahyul-jin looks puzzled when he realizes that they are about to knock the boy down. A crash is heard, and clouds of dust rise into the air. Ma Cheonso stands calmly in place, while Yahyul-jin looks at the deep groove left by his sword on the floor. Chunja-san crashed his head into the wall, almost breaking it. Their shouts reach the boy young leader. Chunja-san, with streams of blood running down his face, kneels before Ma Cheonso, asking if he is okay. The young leader replies that only the young man himself was wounded here, who laughs and assures that he is fine. The boy lowers his hand onto the head of the kneeling youth. In Chunja-san's eyes appears an admiring expression. He thinks the young leader is a real man. Does he blame himself for having suffered because of him? Those eyes. Behind them hides warmth. He cares about his subordinates. Ma Cheonso, smiling, thinks it seems Yahyul-jin is better. Chun-jae-san also cannot control his strength. But mastering fist technique is harder than sword technique. He thinks Tai Ganjin wanted him to get closer to the talented children of the cult. He will find a use for them. The boy, slightly turning his head, calls San-san. He immediately responds. Ma Chanso says he needs him to bring Hen-ho. San-san asks now? The answer is yes. The guard tries to object. He must protect. Smiling cheerfully, the boy replies that he already has protection. San-san says, but he thinks that this is madness. To call Hen-no? He wants to fight Taeganjin? San-san believes that these two might be some of the most gifted people here. And Hen-no is very strong. Even if he himself takes the side of the young leader. He wonders would it be right to step straight into the trap of the chief strategist, the supreme demonic intellect? Sansan asks the boy, can he negotiate with him? Ma Chanso snorts and looks thoughtfully at the table. He decides that she would not resort to such cheap tricks. Dishes fly to the floor, plates break. Chunja-san looks upset. He mutters confusedly food. Ma Chanso, without looking back, orders the servant to bring other food. The young men watch the young leader descending the stairs, followed by a guard. The boy's eyes blaze with red flames. Sansan, walking behind him, mentally tells him that he cannot just watch as he destroys himself. As his protector, and as a killer. A voice is heard in the room, he will get it yet. Does he consider them equals because they received the same punishment? No way. Chunamu says that they have been different since birth. He is from the trading palace, heir to the noble bloodline of the 9 highest sects. He is the chosen one. Ayultak replies yes, he already understood. Now can he shut up? He really looks like a toad, despite his noble origin. Mentally, the boy wonders why once he shut up. Did he really cry because of such a loser? The boy's hands are raised up. Chunamu turns to Yayultak and shouts angrily, if it weren't for the young leader. He exclaims, ah, so that was the young leader. Ma Cheonso and a guard enter the room. The punished Chungamu and Yayultak sitting on the floor behave differently. The former immediately bows, exclaiming eternal glory to the small palace of Ming. The latter, without lowering his hands, looks at him and thinks what an idiot. Ma Chanso throws an angry look at them. Ayultak catch myself feeling the same emotion I feel when looking at my brother. No, the young leader is even cooler. Watching Ma Cheongso with his eyes, he thinks they are about the same age. He wonders, but how can he be like that? The young leader is different. He is a born chief. The bowed youth asks, has he left? Ayultak answers no, he is still here. Chunamu continues shouting glory, glory, glory. On the street, Sansan says enough already. This is a useless fight. He asks him to surrender. They stand opposite each other at a great distance. The guard says he cannot know all the details of his conflict with the chief strategist, but it is dangerous to be outside the palace now. He should immediately return to the small palace of Min. The young leader, whose eyes are once again lighting up with red sparks, asks Sansan why he simply cannot play one role. He is annoyed watching him pretend to care. In the deserted alley, Sansan's voice sounds. He does not know what he is thinking. But what can he do against the chief strategist? Is he going to track her down and kill her? Too presumptuous. He must at least tell the cult leader. That is the only way to save him. Machonso replies that only he can choose his own path in life, not Sansan. The guard asks him to stop being stubborn like a small child. He asks to listen to his words. Or is he behaving like that because he wants to die? Well then. Smirking, the boy asks what? Give him a silver coin so he can kill him? The young leader tells Sansan to go to the small palace. This is what he should do. The guard agrees all right. He asks to be allowed to ask one question. He asks why Hen No? Sansan thinks that the chief strategist and the young leader are chasing Hen No. Why? The boy's eyes burning with red flames stare intently at him. Why does he need to know this? Lowering his head, the guard answers because it seems to him that Ma Cheonso thinks that everything will be decided as soon as he reaches him. The young leader asks, is that all? Sansan says, should there be another reason? The boy laughs. The guard asks why is he laughing? Wiping tears caused by laughter, the young leader says he is so stupid. Really wants to know? He will tell him. Hen No is incredibly strong. Sansan says that he opposes the supreme demonic intelligence. Even the sharpest arrow cannot pierce the castle walls, since only one. The boy interrupts him, let him not dare to compare when he doesn't even know Hen No. Let him not even dare to try to understand Hen No with his stupid head. Too presumptuous. The guard's face darkens. He asks does Ma Cheonso trust him? An evil smirk appears on the boy's lips as he answers yes, more than some stupid mercenary. From Sansan's lips slips I. He knows he shouldn't have said all this, and that he has no right to say anything at all. The young man thinks that he himself told the Zaboya palace that the young leader's chi energy is blocked. But Sansan grits his teeth saying that he is not some stupid mercenary. Who is he? Number 12 from Zaboya Palace. But before that, he was a special warrior. Sansan, part of the secret dragon squad of the Murim Alliance. He always considered himself some kind of bug, a bug that fidgets in the dirt, waiting, and so far unable to reveal itself, bug. Even if before him stands the young leader, whom one day he is destined to kill. But what worries him is that this might happen before he manages to become an adult. That is why his voice sounded more like a plea than a request. his plea, which will help him protect Ma Cheonso and himself. Sanson says this is the last thing he will tell him. Let him not push him away. The young leader simply sends him away. Sanson says he will regret it. Ma Cheonso replies that he does not care about all the lies he tries to feed him. Sanson realizes that his prayers were not heard. He turns around and leaves. Flying to his back is just do your job. The guard mentally addresses him. Does he want to say that even though Ma Cheonso knows everything, he must move forward? Accelerating, he also mentally adds that he is a dumb mercenary who must kill Hen No, the only loyal person to the young leader. Cultman Treepeak, Zaboya Palace. The right hand of the master of Zaboya Palace, number 2, examines the papers lying before him on the table. Reading one of the messages, he thinks that the chief strategist wished to get rid of the main servant of the small Min Palace. This can be considered treason, but it is impossible. He continues to ponder. The request came from the second most important person after the leader of the cult, chief strategist Tai Ganjin. She would not risk her life for some servant. He believes that even if this is revealed, there will be no serious problems. The young leader presses a knife to the throat of a man lying on the ground. Trays with goods are blazing around. Ma Cheonso says he earned money by deceiving people. But one day he decided to kill his master. His victim asks, why did he need to do that? The boy explains greed overshadowed everything. In general, the master was also known to be quite harmful, but he had another subordinate. Number 2 thinks if only it weren't for the words of the young leader, which he said to the agent. Number 2 plunges into thoughts. If his words are true, then the chief strategist is planning a coup. He said the one who tries to kill his master. The man thinks if everything goes off plan, they risk a lot. Besides, he reflects on the fact that the young leader has a meridian disorder, which number 12 reported, and the chief strategist must already know about it. Clear as day why she wants to get rid of him. More than anyone else, she wishes to prevent the fall of the Min Palace. Number 2 believes that if he tells the palace master about this, instead of exposing the betrayal, he will just have fun. More likely, the palace master will do everything for his own amusement. No, he is sure of it. The man reads the next message. The young leader is heading to Honan Park. He thinks the chief strategist is there now. If he takes this into account, Number 2 realizes that big events are coming, and time is almost up. Behind him appears a warrior, and kneeling says Number 49, report as ordered. The right hand of the Zaboy Palace Master turns his head to him. Usually, he comes with a report on what is already being worked on, or regarding the assassination of more important persons. But after Ma Tipan became the leader of the cult, assassinations on Heavenly Mountain were forbidden. So, this concerns those orders already in development. Number 2, sitting on a chair at the table, asks where did the request come from. Number 49, handing him a paper, answers from the Crane Pavilion at Metal Peak. The right hand of the Zaboy Palace Master is surprised. Crane Pavilion? He thinks at Metal Peak are located the Jade Palace and the Elder's Hall. Also, the young leader recently visited there. He asks from whom did the request come. Number 49 answers that it came from the Small Min Palace. His words clearly surprise the man. He takes the paper from the messenger's hands. Reading the letter, he wonders why send them all to them. Walking down the corridor, clutching the message in his hands, Number 2 thinks he has lost his mind. That is for sure. He declares that he needs to see the master of the palace immediately. 3 days ago. Honan Park. On a high cliff, at the foot of which waves crash, stands a man. The chief strategist says that the waves remind her of him. They remind her of the one who once tried to conquer the Heavenly Mountain but fell. The one who was once called the Supreme Intelligence of the Central Plains. Tanjagal appears behind her. She asks the Heavenly Sower, confidently standing on his feet, with a short beard and dark hair, did he think? Tae Ganjin says feelings never let him make a decision. The Muram Alliance abandoned him. Has he already forgotten about it? The man answers, how could he forget? Smiling, the woman casts a glance at him. Then what is the reason? He said he wanted to climb the Heavenly Mountain. If he thirsts for revenge, let him prove it. Let him summon here the master of the Hall of Destruction from the Kunlun sect and prepare the ship. The chief strategist says for him, as the master of the Hao clan and the Heavenly Sower, this will be no trouble. If he does this, the Min cult will accept him. She promises this. Tanjagal replies the Muram Alliance will not just sit idly by and accept the consequences. The woman says that the Heavenly Sower seems to have misunderstood something. He casts a wary look at her. The chief strategist explains she is not doing this to get rid of some Muram Alliance.
Let him not forget that this is a test she kindly decided to arrange for him, as an old enemy. Tanjagal says that he has a condition. Tai Ganjin says she thought the min plates would be enough for him. The more he wants, the greater danger he exposes himself to. The man replies his body is already heavily wounded. He does not think possible wounds will scare him. Squinting slightly, the woman casts a testing glance at him. Looking at Tanjagal, she wonders how did someone considered the best in the faction of the faithful come to this. The chief strategist says, all right. He will get what he wants if she can give it to him. The heavenly sower declares that he needs one of her items. The woman is a little surprised. What? Tanjagal explains he needs the red flame fan, her fan. Taeganjin asks, does he need proof that she is behind this? Raising his hand up, the chief strategist asks, does he think she will break her promise? Fool. Behind her appears a squad of flying butterflies. The chief strategist says she could have destroyed him right on the spot if she wanted. The girls point their swords at Tanjagal. He says, so this is the flying butterflies squad. He never thought he would see them in person. Golden sparks flare in the woman's eyes. She says he better hope he never sees them again. The day he sees them again will be his last. Red fire ignites in Tanjagal's eyes as he replies, well, then he wants the red flame fan even more. He adds that he still has many tasks left. For some time, Tanjagal and Taeganjin look each other in the eyes. The chief strategist laughs and says as expected. Taking out a folded fan, she says that he has lost everything, but his spirit is still strong. Fine, let him take it. Taking the fan from the woman's hands, the heavenly sower thanks her. When he already possessed the fan, the chief strategist intercepts his hand and says that he better pass her test, since she trusted him. Pressing on his hands so that he has to bend, and without letting go of the fan, she says that she does not believe in divinity, but trusts abilities. Let him show her what he is capable of otherwise. The woman brings her face close to his, and presses her forehead against his. Looking into his eyes, she says with emphasis in her voice, she will have no reason to spare his life. Lowering his eyes, Tanjagal says that he understands. They continue to stand surrounded by a squad of girls pointing swords at them. The chief strategist, releasing the fan from her hands and stepping back, asks how much time does he need. The answer is 3. Until midnight. The heavenly sower asks, will anyone from the Min cult help? The Kunlun sword is much more powerful than she thinks. Shining with golden energy in his eyes and smiling cheerfully, Taeganjin replies, it is not his concern. Then with emphasis in his voice he says, well, she looks forward to the day when he becomes part of the Min cult. 3 days later, a huge ship stands at the pier. The chief strategist walks along the dock accompanied by So-han. The girl asks if she may ask a question. The answer is, let her speak. So-han asks permission to return the red flame fan to her. Let her just give the order, and she will return it along with the head of the heavenly sower. The chief strategist asks, does she trust her? The girl answers, of course, she trusts her. She is only afraid for the red flame fan. It is a relic of the cult, which the leader entrusted to her. So-han adds, but if the heavenly sower decides to bring it to the heavenly mountain with ill intentions. Taeganjin replies, she is sure that he will do just that. Recalling the moment of handing over the fan, the woman adds, but the day has not yet come. For now, he cannot even get to the heavenly mountain without her help. Now that he has the fan, it is quite likely that he will try to take some action. But for now, other than obeying her, he has no choice. She says so let So-han just convey to him to stay in the shadows. The girl asks the chief strategist to share her noble thoughts with her. She cannot calmly watch someone who might harm her. Taeganjin replies he is from the faction of the Orthodox, and she just needed someone to bear all the responsibility. They continue walking along the pier. The woman says everything that happens here today will be his doing. Turning her head to her interlocutor and smiling cheerfully, the chief strategist says besides, he may be preparing for the future, but that future will not come. Even the master of the Hao clan cannot cope with the heavenly mountain if spoiled. The chief strategist asks was she able to answer her question? The girl nods. By this time they are already on board the ship. Taeganjin says then they set sail. Soon the ship, with the symbol of the Min cult on its sails, a moon devouring the sun, sets off from the pier. The ship, with sails filled by the wind, rushes toward the horizon line. On the pier stand the young leader, Yahyuljin, and Chunja-san, accompanied by 2 squads of warriors, some wearing red cloaks, others white. The young master of the trading palace, smiling cheerfully, addressing Taiwa and calling her Nunam, says they have not seen each other for a long time.
The commander of the support squad replies that she is not in the mood for small talk. Taiwa thinks she can still understand that they are setting sail with the young leader. But what is he doing here? Just a pale shadow of a squire. There is only one potential warrior who can become the best in the cult, and it is definitely not him. Ayuljin calls out to Tevu and reminds her that the young master is here, so she should behave properly. The squad commander replies yes, she understands. And looking at her, Chunjae-san mentally wonders why she hates only him. Chunjae-san says, "Hey, what is the young leader doing? Trying to choose a ship?" The third from the left seems good. Ayuljin replies, "If he is so interested, let him go and ask him himself." The young man, laughing, replies he thinks that he himself will manage well. The young leader looks thoughtfully into the distance. He thinks that the chief strategist must have sent Chunjae-san and Yahyuljin to him. Obviously, she was trying to lure him out of Heavenly Mountain. He believes it would be easier to get out of here under the pretext of friendship with them. He thinks that originally this battle was started by the chief strategist. Since the very moment the bloody master Yil Teschuk left the palace, attempts to kill him have greatly increased. The chief strategist sent Sansana to him to show what she was capable of. He thinks besides, she arranged this meeting with the cult children and told the restaurant owner where she was heading. The young leader is confident all this proves that the chief strategist planned everything. He mentally addresses her, saying he does not know what she has planned, but he will play along. Just let her say where she is hiding. A voice reaches him. "Hey, how is the weather today? Can we go sailing?" Ma Chonso, looking back, sees Chunjae-san talking to some old man. The man says yes, a tailwind. Perfect weather. One ship has already set sail today. A beautiful ship, with various patterns. A cheerful smile appears on the boy's lips. He thinks understandable. Obviously there is no better place to bury him. Ma Chonso tugs at the sleeve of Chunjae-san. The young man, turning his head towards him, says, "Young leader?" The boy says he needs a ship. Chunjae-san immediately turns to the old man and says that they are renting his ship. The old man responds confusedly, "Huh? This one? But this is a fishing boat." He asks the young leader to think carefully. The young man immediately gives the old man an ingot, saying not to worry, he will pay for everything. He would like to rent all the boats available. Is that possible? The old man is clearly impressed by the amount received. Soon, active preparations for departure begin. Chunjae-san's voice sounds and bring food too. The old man replies, "Oh, of course. He knows all the local restaurants here." The young man thanks him. In response, it is said they should be the ones thanking. He will never forget the service they did for him. The twin girls huddle together. One of them exclaims, "Wow! That was cool!" Tehua warns. Addressing Aso, she is about to draw her sword. The girl does not calm down. "No, really. I, Yultak, think just be quiet." Chunjae-san, looking at the girls, addresses them, calling them Aso and Amin. He asks them to bring food to them. Let them go to the nearest restaurant together with Taiwa. The girls immediately respond, "Okay," the squad commander says discontentedly, "All right then." Yuljin look around carefully. He thinks there are 6 ships here. Even if Jong-amu and Yayultak were with them, there still wouldn't be more than 30 people. But even so, to rent all the ships. Yuljin say to Chunjae-san, "I see that he has finally decided to think with his head." The young man replies that it is a gift to be ready for any situation, especially if the young leader is with them. Could it be that Yuljin forgot that he is much better oriented outside the Heavenly Mountain than I am? Yuljin, am sure that he is ready for such situations, because he constantly makes similar sorties. Outside the Heavenly Mountain, enemies can hide anywhere, so caution is not out of place. This is the reason why they call the young leader Young Master. Yuljin, ask the young master not to stray far from me. Chunjae-san exclaims indignantly, "Hey, what does that mean? It will be safer for the young master with him." Yuljin calmly reply that he has already done everything required when he paid for the boats. The young man asks, "What? Is that a compliment?" Yuljin answer that it is the best he was capable of. Chunjae-san insults him. Ma Cheonso, smiling crookedly, says that they should not be fools and not allow themselves to be killed. Both young men freeze and look at him in surprise. "Kill?" Ma Cheonso stands at the pier. His eyes shine with red lights. He says it's time to set sail. The lake is quite large. It could even pass for a sea lake. It was nicknamed the Sea because of its impressive size. But there is another name, invented by local fishermen, the Sea of Death. This is the fastest route to Heavenly Mountain. So countless battles occur at the lake's mid-border points. For this very reason, fishermen and other sailing enthusiasts never cross a certain boundary. 6 fishing schooners sail across the lake. A voice sounds probably time to return. Ma Cheonso, standing at the bow of the ship, doesn't even look back at Chunjae-san and Yahyuljin, who stand a little further away. There is no definite visible boundary line, but if you turn back and dawn to see the city, it means you've gone too far. And they have long stopped seeing the city's outline. Chunjae-san supports Yahyuljin, he is right. People from the Murim Alliance or from the heretic sect might be hiding here. Ma Cheonso asks, is he scared? The young man laughs in response, scared? Why should he be afraid of anything? He asks, but aren't they here purely for fun? It seems to him that too much time has passed. There is nothing left to see here. The young leader, pointing forward with his hand, asks, then what is that? Ahead, a ship is visible, with its sails lowered. Puzzled, Chunjae-san says it must be the boat the fisherman talked about. But why isn't it moving? Ma Cheonso wonders, is this the grave she prepared for him? He is sure there is a trap waiting for them there. The young leader thinks finally, he can end this miserable fate. He feels more joy than fear. Smiling joyfully, Ma Cheonso says he is going there. Chunjae-san says onto the boat, but it's dangerous there. The young man thinks that the atmosphere was not so bad until they arrived here. They stuffed their bellies with delicious food. Chunjae-san recalls the table laden with dishes. Remembering the banquet on the deck at sunset, he thinks they pleased their eyes with a beautiful landscape. He asks Ma Cheonso, is he really going there? The young leader, looking around, says if he is scared, then let him return to Heavenly Mountain. The boy's aura blazes red. His lips twist into an evil smile, and red sparks shine in his eyes. The young man is puzzled what is wrong with his face. By the order of the young leader, the anchor is lowered into the water. 6 fishing schooners surround the ship. The warriors of the Demon Lord S squad jump aboard the ship. One of them is holding Ma Cheonso in his arms. Chunjae-san says he has been worried about this for some time. He has a feeling that the trip has lost its meaning. Yahyuljin replies, he is sure that he just does not understand. The young master of the trade palace says, then why bring the children if you knew he was going on this ship? What is the reason? Let him tell him. Yahyuljin silently looks at him, then says, now they will find out. He rushes forward. Chunjae-san hurries after him saying, what? So he does not know either. He insults Yahyuljin, speaking disparagingly about his mental abilities. Their feet touch the ship's deck simultaneously. There is no one on the deck except the warriors of the Demon Lord S squad. Chunjae-san is surprised. What? No one? Could pirates have been here? Yahyuljin replies that he sees no signs of a struggle. The young man agrees he is right. But the ship looks like those that come from the west. Chunjae-san asks, where is the young leader? Yahyuljin, looking somewhere to the side, answer there. Following his gaze, Chunjae-san sees the entrance to the hold, near which stand warriors in red cloaks. Descending down, Ma Cheonso thinks let it be. But there is no point in this. She should have prepared something. Smiling wickedly, he mentally asks Taiganjin not to disappoint him. After all, she did not lure him from Heavenly Mountain for a silly joke. Meanwhile, the youths walk along the deck. Chunjae-san says strange. Such a ship is hard to get even for the trade palace. Yahyuljin replies, but not impossible. The interlocutor agrees, well, that's true. He asks, can it be taken for oneself? Yahyuljin says, stop talking nonsense. He suggests going to the young leader. Chunjae-san exclaims, hey, let him wait for him. Yahyuljin thinks the black ship here, on the borders of the sea lake. It seems the young leader knows something. Perhaps some secret meeting should take place here. Suddenly energy begins to swirl around them, knocking them off their feet. Yahyuljin exclaims, Chunjae-san. The youth curses, trying to keep his balance. Armed men suddenly rush down from the sky onto the deck. Their leader, a man with a luxurious beard, laughing, shouts let them fight first, and then they will chatter with their tongues. Yahyuljin grabs his sword. The youths recognize these people, they are the Kunlun sect. The Kunlun sect is one of the 9 supreme sects representing the Murim Alliance. A group of Taoists dreaming of paradise. But they have an unusual nickname, the Gathering of Heretical Moralists. This nickname was given to them for their love of getting involved in all kinds of fights. They are like rabid dogs, they solve all issues with cruelty. But their behavior can be justified if you look at the people among whom they have to live. Opposite Mount Kunlun lies Heavenly Mountain with the Min cult, and in the Qinghai region is a branch of heretics and the sect of 1,000 Golds. Its followers believe they can enter paradise only if they commit 1,000 sins. Thanks to such a fortunate neighborhood, not a day passed in these places without some kind of slaughter. The patriarch of the Kunlun sect had his own way to take the Master's place and create the Hall of Destruction. At the Hall of Ruin, whose name already sounds unusual, there is a motto: fight first, talk wholesale. Whoever their opponent is, they will fight first, and only then ask questions. The young men see a man with lush facial hair on his chin crashing onto the ship's deck shouting "First fight, then you can wag your tongues." They understand that before them are members of the Kunlun sect. The young leader is immediately surrounded on all sides by 4 warriors in red cloaks. A smile appears on Ma Cheonso's face. He mentally asks the chief strategist, was that her plan? To kill him with the help of the heretic faction? He orders the warriors to go meet the guests, and they obey him. A mad smile appears on the boy's face, and his eyes flash with red lights. He, addressing Tae Ganjin, says how low she has fallen. She tries to take his life, so she herself must try hard. Has she really already forgotten that he went through this whole journey for her? The young leader's gaze falls on the carpet lying on the floor of the cabin. He leans over and lifts its edge. A passage leading down opens before him. Voices reach Mach Chonso from the deck. Listening closely, he recognizes the voice of Chun Jasan. The boy wonders, are they fighting those sent by the chief strategist? Pursing his lips, the young leader calls them idiots after all. He told them to get lost. Descending the stairs, he feels a slight disappointment, but not guilt. There is no place for guilt in his life. He looks down, thinking that perhaps this is the last thing he sees. The patriarch of the Kunlun clan laughs, saying he thought some big fish was waiting for him here, but in fact, they turned out to be some small fry. Chun Jasan, folding his hands in a traditional greeting gesture and laughing, asks, what brought the Taoists of the Kunlun sect here? He thinks that if there is a chance, he should avoid a fight. If the young leader is found, he doesn't even want to imagine it. The patriarch, behind whom his warriors have lined up, snorts strange thing. Considering the ship and their appearance, they are exactly who they need. Chun Jasan asks, are they looking for someone? He explains that this is not their ship. They just boarded it to inspect. The man standing behind the patriarch, whose one eye is closed due to a scar on his cheek, says he doesn't like to repeat himself. But if that one fights again with high-ranking adepts, their sect is finished. So he asks to show dignity and nobility. Yuan Tianzun is watching after all. Is that clear? The patriarch thinks, well, all right. He asks maybe they are some high-ranking adepts. Chun Jasan, behind whom Taewa stands with his squad, answers he thinks that can be said about them. Laughing, the patriarch says then he asks for his forgiveness. The young man assures that all is well. The main thing is that the misunderstanding is resolved, and he is not offended at all by what they said earlier. Let them not worry. The patriarch says, well then. The young man is too kind for a high-ranking follower. He is sure that he will grow up to be a good person. Chun Jasan laughs, he is often told that. Standing behind him, Yahyuljin, using thought speech, reminds him that the young leader is still downstairs. He asks him to be patient. The patriarch says that he likes him, but he received a secret order. May he ask a question? The young man asks what kind of question. The patriarch says if they are residents of Min, then he is sure they have plates to prove it. May he see them? The Min cult is the sworn enemy of the royal family. They cannot have plates of the Min dynasty. That is why the cult has its own plates. The patriarch, extending his hand, asks, why are they hesitating? Perhaps they don't have the plates? Chun Jae-san is nervous. A drop of sweat runs down his face. He laughs, well, of course. He extends the plate, saying here it is. The patriarch takes it in his hands and examines it carefully. He snorts genuine. The young man laughs, well, of course. So what about the secret order? Should someone else be here? In response comes, who else could it be but the scoundrels of the damned demonic cult? Apparently they already found out that they are coming and fled. Chun Jae-san curses. He wonders mentally how did they know they were heading here. The young man, dazzlingly smiling and radiating good-naturedness, says he is sure there are enough scoundrels here. Well, they worked hard. Extending a hefty ingot, he says there is a little here, but this is his small token of gratitude to them. The patriarch is amused. He says that Taoists should not be interested in material values. Chun Jae-san responds with an even wider smile. He laments, well of course, that was rude of him. Taking the ingot, the patriarch continues to amuse himself.
He says it would be rude not to accept his gift. He will accept it just once. No more. Chun Jae-san thinks he increasingly resembles a bandit. The young man says that they have traveled such a long way and apparently got hungry. Why not head back and eat? The patriarch cheerfully waves his hand at him, exclaiming what a wonderful young man. They definitely should drink together if they meet again. All right, they set off too. The railing behind them, guarding the passage to the hold, attracts the patriarch's attention, and he says more seriously, "Wait a moment." The young man cautiously asks, "Is something wrong?" Passing by Chun Jae-san, the patriarch reassuringly places his hand on his shoulder. He says he asks for his pardon. The young man asks, "What is it?" The reply is there is a staircase behind them. The scoundrels of the demonic cult may still be hiding here. Chun Jae-san exclaims that this is impossible, they already checked the ship. But the patriarch, who has now dropped his forced cheerfulness, passes by him without stopping. He says they must check everything themselves. He adds that they can go. He and his men will handle it themselves. The young man mentally curses the young leader is still there. What should he do? There must be a way out. A strand of white hair flickers in the air, and a voice is heard. "I am Yahyuljin." He heard that the Kunlun sect is no different from a bunch of hooligans. He thinks it is true. The patriarch turns to him, saying how rude. Was he never taught manners? Yahyuljin replies, and his faith taught him to take bribes? A malicious sound escapes the man's lips. Ah, he's petty. The patriarch gets angry. He asks does he know what happened to all the idiots who dared to behave like him? Yahyuljin answers that he doesn't need to know that. He asks, does he really think that someone like him would dare to lay a finger on him? The patriarch addresses Chun Jae-san. It seems the gentleman has associated with bad people. He doesn't want to hurt him, so let him just leave. The young man irritably covers his face with his palm, muttering, "Old idiot." Everything would be simpler if he just left. He says louder, what was he saying earlier about the demonic cult? The patriarch of the Kunlun sect casts a wary glance at him. The young man, whose body is enveloped in a golden aura, says actually, it is the Min cult, not a demonic cult. The patriarch, looking at him, asks, what is he talking about? The man stands between the young men, one surrounded by a silvery aura, the other by a golden one. Chun Jae-san says how slowly it dawns on him. He has no spirit at all. That's why he hates all those orthodox sects. The patriarch is outraged they lied to him. They are the demonic cult. He declares that as soon as he saw their faces, he understood everything. Then he showers them with insults. The young men laugh. It is obvious he knew everything right away, and how eagerly he took the silver. The patriarch shouts angrily for them to shut up. His warriors have already raised their weapons and prepared for battle. Yahyuljin orders Taewei to get rid of them. In response, it is said that she will behead them all. Two groups of armed men rush towards each other. Shouts are heard, let this ship become their cradle of death. Fight first, questions later. Spare no one. Cult of Min, Sun Peak, Small Min Palace. Sansan froze before the gates. He was ordered to kill Hen No before the day ends. He stands at a crossroads. Number 12 thinks if Taiganjin planned everything this way, then Hen No's life will heavily depend on the life of the young leader. The gates open. Sansan wonders, or should he follow the young leader? A cook peeks out from behind the gate leaf. She asks, why is he loitering here like some beggar? The guard replies that he just wanted to come in. Everything is fine. The woman inquires, where is the young leader? Sansan explains he said he would spend some time with other children. The cook asks, did he come alone? Left the young leader alone, though he should guard him? Sansan answers, well, it happened that way. The woman says, and he is so calm? Walking after her through the yard. The young man thinks that he is not calm at all. That is exactly why he lingered near the gates, not daring to enter. Hen Ho, sitting at the table, says he has come. Old man back exclaims, oh, he is here. Sansan says that it seems he interrupted their meal. Hen Ho replies that he can eat with them if he hasn't had lunch yet. The young man thanks him but declines the offer, explaining that he doesn't really want to eat. In fact, he hasn't eaten anything since morning. But he also has no desire to eat in Hen No's company. He is stopped by the question, is everything all right with the young leader? Sansan slowly looks around at the men continuing their meal, joined by the cook. The young man says, but shouldn't Hen No ask why he is not with him? The man replies he is sure that he had his reasons. Sansan asks and they do not interest him? Hen No casts a sullen glance at him, asking the question, should he be worried about it? The young man clenches his hand into a fist. He mentally answers yes, of course. He must, after all. The young leader trusts only him. He pulls himself together and says, "Let them eat while the food is still warm." Turning away, he continues on his way. He couldn't say anything to them. Lying on the bed, he decides to think about the Muram alliance. Sansun thinks that he should put himself first. With a brush, he applies poison to the knife blade, understanding that to return, he must remain in the palace of the slaughter. When it got dark, Sansun leaves the room, thinking that he will just kill him and think about the consequences later. Pulling the fabric over the lower part of his face, he decides to act as he always has. He will carry out the given order. Number 12 of the Zaboy Palace. Unmatched stealth skill. The highest strike. Faster than light it all him. He enters Henno's room. The housekeeper sits on the floor in a lotus position, back to him. Sansan heard that he was an expert in the art of controlling external energy. He wonders, is he meditating? Great. He didn't think it would be so easy. Raising the poisoned dagger above Henno's head, he mentally says that he feels no animosity towards him. He is sure that it is all for the future alliance of Muram. Sansan freezes for a moment with the raised knife. Then he strikes a blow at Henno, mentally wishing the young leader good luck. Xinjiang, Sea Lake. A large ship is surrounded by 6 smaller vessels. The young leader walks through the hold, where various items are stored. He stops in front of a door, on both sides of which burning torches hang on the walls. He opens the door and finds himself outside the ship's walls. At his feet lies a gangway leading to a boat, where a man with a paddle awaits him. A smile appears on the boy's lips. He is sure that the chief strategist calculated the arrival time of the Kunlun sect, knowing he would find this place. Looking at the boat, he thinks it's even hard to imagine how precisely everything was planned. But in one thing he is certain. Ma Chonso is sure that he is not destined to die on this ship. Voices come from the deck. He thinks this cradle of death was prepared for other children of the cult. Red lights flash in his eyes. The young leader reflects but to seek help from the Orthodox faction for this. Could it be that she wanted? He ponders perhaps she started a great war between good and evil. But Ma Chonso does not understand. Tai Ganjin always avoided direct contact with the Central Plains. Why has she changed her mind now? He thinks because of the father? Could she really think that the father would intervene if the Orthodox faction killed him and other children of the cult? He decides that this is a crazy idea. That man would only laugh and move on. From the deck falls the body of a warrior from the Demon Lord's squad. The boy realizes that the battle has already begun. If Tai Ganjin plans to kill other children, then everyone who is here today will perish. He remembers the kneeling Chunja-san, whose face is streaming with blood. The youth asks if he is okay. Ma Cheonso says that he himself was injured. Laughter sounds in response, along with assurances that he is fine. Before his mental vision appears the face of Yahyuljin, he asks him not to leave his side. Ma Cheonso recalls how after his words that he would go check the ship, both youths became worried there. But it's dangerous there. Taking a step forward, the young leader thinks that they were the first to worry about him without any hidden motives. The first, if not counting Donban Yul and the Bloody Master. But he can do nothing to help them. The boat pulls away from the ship. Ma Cheonso stands in it, looking into the distance. He thinks that all he can do now is hope. Meanwhile, Chunja-san cursing strikes another opponent. Hearing a scream, he looks back. 2 warriors armed with swords, surrounded by fiery auras, rush towards him. He thinks that more than 30 of them are experienced martial artists with the highest sphere. Chunja-san strikes both opponents simultaneously with his hands. The warriors scream and scatter in different directions. Looking back, the youth curses. Yahyuljin repels attacks from 3 opponents at once. Chunja-san shifts his gaze to Tewa, noting that she is also holding her own well, fighting against 4 opponents at once. The body of the 5th lies at her feet. Tehua grips the blades in both hands. Her clothes are splattered with blood. Chunja-san realizes that the situation is not very favorable. The young man thinks that they are still holding on thanks to the Demon Lord's squad. But their biggest problem is, his gaze falls on the patriarch of the Kunlun sect standing behind his warriors. He, crossing his arms over his chest, exclaims that they fight well for a bunch of kids. What are they waiting for? Let them send them to hell. The warriors respond with shouts, "First fight," questions later. Chunja-san thinks the problem is that the main villain has not yet joined the battle. Chunja-san understands that they still want to get out of here. He thinks that the young leader is still on the ship, so no matter what, they have to fight. Resorting to telepathy, he addresses Yahyuljin. The longer they drag it out, the worse it is for them. How long will this last? Until they are completely exhausted? Yahyuljin replies, let him come in from the left. The young leader of the trading palace protests, hey, he hasn't even said anything yet. In response, it is said that the obvious tactic is to kill the leader first, while they still have the advantage. Forward. Yahyuljin deals with two opponents pressing on him. He soars upward. His figure against the huge moon disk looks epic. Chunja-san, watching him, exclaims, so he decided to be a hero for them, huh? He's happy for him. The young man makes his way with his fists, saying that now it's his turn. The warriors scatter to the sides under his blows. The young men almost simultaneously approach the patriarch standing by the mast. Chunja-san throws forward a fist, calling him a damn bandit. Yahyuljin threatens to take his head off. A flash of fiery energy throws the young man backward. The patriarch, whose figure is enveloped in flames, laughs loudly. He asks, do they really think that a couple of youths like them can defeat him? A thin blade flashes between him and the opponents. I, Yul'jin, am impressed the threat of the sword. He thought that before them was just the leader of some Kunlun squad, but the young man understands that the man must have the supreme sphere. With such power he must be a patriarch, nothing less. He thinks that in Kunlun there is only one such experienced warrior, the master of the Hall of Destruction. Meanwhile, the patriarch snarls maliciously. Now they understand who he is? But it is already too late. They will go with him to Mount Kunlun, even if only in pieces. The youths rush into attack again. Chunja-san exclaims, and you wouldn't guess who he is. I, Yul'jin, say that he is just a vessel that will die today. Deflecting their attacks, the patriarch wonders, is it youthful spirit that makes them so confident? Or have they lost their minds from fear? The response sounds the heavenly mountain is too great for them to fear someone like him. Frowning, the patriarch exclaims nonsense. All they do is hide in their mountain, spewing more and more nonsense. Did they think he didn't know? He raises his hand with the blade upward. A pillar of fire shoots up. The patriarch shouts, do they encounter a martial arts master of such power every day? He will prove to them how wrong they were. With a wild laugh, the man surrounded by flames rushes forward. He swings the blade, and his weapon multiplies. Many fiery swords appear before him. The patriarch says that this is a supreme technique that applies all three main principles: lightning, sword, rift, wind, and light. His strike hits Yahyuljin. Blood splashes. The young man mentally curses. The next blow is received by Chunja-san. Blood splashes fly to the sides again. He thinks the old man decided to show all his strength. Ma Chonso stands in the boat. The anticipation of the fight makes him smile joyfully. The boat approaches the ship, on the sail of which the symbol of the Kunlun sect is visible. The chief strategist stands on the deck. Behind her, So-han is visible. Tai Ganjin greets the young leader. Yellow sparks flash in the woman's eyes, and her face lights up with a smile. She asks if he liked the trip. Red lights flare up in the boy's eyes. Stretching his lips into a smile, he answers, of course. Then he emphatically pronounces her name, Tai Ganjin. A rope ladder is thrown down from the ship. The young leader climbs onto the deck. The chief strategist introduces the girl standing next to her. This is honorable. She leads the Flying Butterflies squad. The woman orders her to pay him honor. So-han kneels and greets the young leader. Fire of inner energy splashes in her eyes. The boy's lips twist angrily. So it was her? The one who watched him all this damn time? All this time it wasn't that he didn't want to leave the small palace min. He simply couldn't. Because every time he left the palace, he felt that cold, bloodthirsty gaze on him. At the market, he experienced a similar feeling. He remembers how, looking back, he noticed a figure surrounded by a red aura disappearing into the crowd. As soon as he touched the binding agent of the Palace of Zaboya, he felt a thirst for blood. The chief strategist and the young leader sit in chairs on the deck facing each other. The woman says she wanted him to come, but at the same time not. The boy asks why. Tai Ganjin replies that she created a bunch of escape routes so that he could run away at any moment. But the fact that he came here of his own free will, that means they are destined to see the end of this torture. Ma Chonso grits her teeth. Nonsense. Let her stop being hypocritical. She wanted to kill him from the very beginning. He says emphatically, since the day he was born. The woman thinks a child born bringing death to his mother. It was then. Then the cult leader shut himself off from everyone, hiding on the mountain. She remembers the dark silhouette in the gazebo. Tai Ganjin watched as Ma Tapen shed tears, holding his wife in his arms. And for the first time she wanted to kill the child she was holding. The defenseless child, who just looked at her without crying once, became the cause of the fall of the king of Heavenly Mountain. The woman asks how did he find out. Ma Chonso answers because he remembers.
He remembers everything from the moment of his birth to these days. Everything. The chief strategist asks, is that why he was always cautious with her? She is surprised the boy remembers everything from the moment of his birth. He really is a genius. A crooked smile appears on the boy's lips. Ma Chanso says that he was not cautious, but confident. She hid behind the left emissary for 10 years and sent assassins to him. And with her snake-like tricks, she tried to distance the father from him. It is not that Ma Chanso didn't try to tell everything to his father. But no matter how loudly he shouted, with Tai Ganjin constantly standing in his way, it was as if he was shouting into the void. The woman kept insisting that Ma Chanso's manners could be taught. She assured that over time he would become better. All his attempts were taken as childish whining. The father and son grew more and more distant from each other. The chief strategist says that she will not deny that his existence poses a huge threat to the Min cult. What can he do with a body that cannot master martial arts? The woman adds, so let him accept it. Everything she does is for the cult. Ma Chanso interrupts her, enough of this nonsense. He angrily asks, is that why she uses the faction of the faithful to kill other children? She's just a piece of trash. The response is, it is an inevitable sacrifice. The chief strategist says that the Union of Elders denies that this will be better for the cult. And even the 7 palaces of the Min cult have gone their own way. But to unite them, Ma Chanso interrupts her, saying that more precisely she wants to say for her own benefit, for her own good. He calls her a greedy and arrogant woman. Bowing her head and not looking him in the eyes, she replies that is not true. Under the sail of the Kunlun sect, the voice of the young leader sounds yes? Then how about her? She can die by the sword of the faithful faction, and he will tell his father that it was a noble sacrifice. The woman asks, why did he come alone? Has he already surrendered? Ma Chanso answers she is the chief strategist, and therefore must know everything. Does she really want that? Tai Ganjin says, what is this? The boy raises his hand in a clear gesture and sends the interlocutor away. The chief strategist raises her hand, and So-han, correctly understanding her, draws his sword from its sheath. The woman says what a disappointment. She always wanted to know his thoughts. Let him die now. Even if he waits, Hen No will not come. Laughter sounds in response. Why? Because she ordered the palace of the guard to kill him? Taganjin covers his eyes, saying he knew this too. Ma Chanso says only Hen No is ready to sacrifice everything to come and save him. He is sure that he was a huge obstacle to her grand plan. He adds, but she knows that? Hands tightly grip the dagger, the blade of which is smeared with poison. Sansan brings the knife down on the housekeeper sitting with his back to him. At this time, the boy informs the chief strategist that he is not expecting Hen Number. He also always wished him death. The boy first giggles quietly, then laughs loudly. The woman is surprised. What does this mean? Hen No is the only servant sent by the cult leader. Who else is ready to sacrifice everything if not him? The dagger rushes toward the target but suddenly stops. Sansan is surprised. How is this? This is not flesh. He exerts effort to drive the blade into the man's body. But he fails. Hen Ho's eyes shine with red fire, and dark green streams of energy swirl around his body. The housekeeper rises and looks down at him. Sansan mutters confusedly, Hen No. He asks, was he also on their side? What hasty decision did he make? The young man says in surprise, what? Before his mental vision appears the face of the young leader, asking him who said that Hen No is his servant. The housekeeper says he is sure it does not matter, but he will still ask. Who sent him? The young leader? The chief strategist? Sansan looks at him in amazement, wondering, is this really Hen No? He seemed so restrained and kind to him. Who is this emotionless man standing before him? The aura around the man blazes red. Hen No demands let him answer him. The huge hand of Hen No squeezes the hand of Sansan, gripping the dagger. The young man switches the knife to the other hand. Sansan strikes Hen No with a knife glowing with a green aura. But he only manages to cut his clothing. The steward, burning with red energy, says, is he a child of the Palace of Fear? Then this is the work of Tai Ganjin. Unsuccessful, Sansan realizes he cannot use his weapon. He wonders, what is this? The indomitable secret art of the Lord? Releasing Sansan's hand, Hen No says no, considering that the young leader also sent him here. Both desired this. Number 12 is confused. What is he saying? A huge fist crashes into Sansan's jaw. The force of the blow is such that the young man breaks through the room's wall with his body, and flying through the courtyard, destroys the wall of the building opposite. Sansan tries to get back on his feet. Hen. No steps from the room into the courtyard. The steward asks, where is he going? Then the man adds that it is time for him to return to the embrace of his master. At the place where Hen No stood, a flash of energy appears, weaving into a symbol resembling an hourglass in outline. Sansan's face, from which a trickle of blood flows, shows surprise. He does not understand what is happening. Why did Hen No turn against the young leader? The young man climbs out of the ruins. He wonders, but what about the other servants then? Sansan cautiously slightly opens the door and peeks into the room. On the floor lie Old Man Back and the cook in pools of blood. The woman, stretching out a trembling hand to him, asks him to save the young leader. Sansan rushes to her and lifts her head from the floor. He asks what happened. Have they been trying to protect the young leader all this time? Then Hen No. He remembers how Machonso throws at his back let him do what he must. Sansan realizes that he was supposed to kill Hen Number. He wonders, did the young leader want him to kill the housekeeper from the very beginning? Before his mental eyes stands a boy telling him let him not try to find out anything. He is just a pawn in their struggle. Sansan laughs bitterly. He understood absolutely nothing. Continuing to support the woman's body, he thinks that the young leader went there not to die. Now he understands that Machonso went to kill. Surrounded by a red aura, the young leader declares that he is not waiting for Hen Number. Tae Ganjin asks in surprise what? She looks into the boy's eyes, in which distrust of his words can be read. The young leader, fixing his gaze on her, says she asked him why he came here alone, right? He stands opposite the woman, clenching his hands into fists. The backs of his hands flare with a red-black aura. The boy says he will tell her. Above his head, from the red-black energy, the silhouette of a creature with eyes burning yellow light is woven. A devilish smile appears on Ma Chongso's face, and his eyes shoot lightning as he waves his hand. The woman's face is confused and frightened. She raises her hands in front of her in a defensive gesture. The young leader strikes, but Sohan covers the chief strategist with her body. The boy's hand tears her flesh, and blood splashes to the sides. Drops of blood hit Tae Ganjin's face. In her mind flashes, this is impossible. The young leader, whose chi energy was blocked, defeated. Sohan, who mastered the supreme sphere of martial arts, with one blow. Ma Cheongso, looking impressive surrounded by an aura blazing with red and black colors, laughs, saying that although she prepared well, death awaits her here. Tae Ganjin feels his incredible inner energy with her whole body, burning like a volcano and dark as a bottomless abyss. Looking at him with distrust, she thinks as if he. A question slips from the woman's lips. Is he the Lord of Demons? Walking toward her, Ma Cheongso says, how did he hide this? Just as she hid attempts to kill him from his own father. Tae Ganjin thinks she was sure she had calculated everything. Retreating from the approaching young leader, the woman presses her back against the wall. A thought flashes in her mind. Could she really have fallen into his trap like this? She laughs tensely, saying that he always manages to surprise her. The chief strategist says that without her, Heavenly Mountain will face chaos. Order will be disrupted. The 7 palaces of the Ming cult will rise, and the Union of Elders will try to leave Heavenly Mountain. In response comes So What? She asks for mercy. Tae Ganjin bows her head low. Then she raises her eyes shining with yellow flames at him again. A slight smile glides over her lips. She says this is her will. He's still one to be able to kill her. Smiling broadly, the young leader replies that she is right. Swinging a knife, he says that he must repay her debt. Ma Cheonso stabs the woman in the stomach with a knife. Confusion flickers in her eyes. Then her pupils dilate. The young leader continues to hold the knife in her body, literally pinning her to the wall. The woman embraces the boy, behind whose shoulders, like a cloak fluttering in the wind, blazes red-black energy. She says that he has grown into a worthy person. If only she knew that he managed to heal and release chi energy. Surprise appears in Machionso's eyes when he hears her words. If only she knew that he managed to master the art of the demon lord. None of this would have happened. Streams of blood flow from the woman's mouth. The yellow lights in her eyes fade. She says let him become a master of Heavenly Mountain. He must save himself from the Heavenly Palace and become a true master of Heavenly Mountain. Tae Ganjin's hand becomes limp and slips off Macheonso's shoulder. The supreme demon intellect, the one who went to any lengths for the Min cult, lies on the deck at the feet of the young leader. Surrounded by red-black energy, the young leader stands motionless. In the dying woman's mind flashes the thought that it is all over. The one who is smarter than her and masters the art of the demon lord has appeared. From her lips escapes now there is no need to worry about Heavenly Mountain. She met death as a devoted follower of the Min cult. Her last words were Lord of the Sacred Flame. The Min cult rules the world. Ma Cheongso is angry how much his face annoys him. He will see how long she can keep smiling. If only he were not the young leader Ma Cheongso. After all, he was raised in constant opposition to a woman who hated him from the first minutes of his life. He mentally returns to the small palace of Min. Ma Cheongso remembers Sansan handing him a knife, the maid standing over him with a raised dagger. He was raised on the ill intentions of Tai Ganjin. Ma Cheongso's face becomes mad. His lips stretch into a wide grin, and his bulging eyes are flooded with bright light. Red-black energy swirls around him. A quiet giggle escapes his lips, turning into loud laughter. He leans over the woman and says that now for this upbringing he repays the debt. Splashes of blood fly across the deck. Wonderful. Ma Cheongso, cutting the woman's body with a knife, shouts wonderful. Blood flows like a river across the deck, and the young leader continues to giggle. Then he stands up, and throwing the head of the chief strategist away from himself, raises his face to the sky and bursts into wild laughter. Like a caterpillar emerging from its cocoon to become a beautiful butterfly, this boy has finally found freedom. The young leader brings his fist to his chest and bows his head. He is vomiting blood. Then, spreading his arms wide, he falls onto the deck right into pools of blood. A happy smile appears on his lips. He lies looking at the sky painted in red hues. Despite problems with chi energy, he used a power unknown to him, so his body was in terrible condition, and it was hard for him to understand whether the sky was red because of the blood in his eyes or because of the coming dawn. But he absolutely does not care. He lies with arms and legs spread wide. Bloody traces on the deck seem to stretch from his limbs. For the first time in his life, he managed to take revenge. Curses escape his lips. He threw out the eye of the woman who always looked at him so coldly, to be eaten by fish. Now he can enjoy the moment. Everything is good. The young leader continues to lie on the deck, and he is absolutely indifferent to the events happening on the neighboring ship. He doesn't care. Even if death is near, fiery energy rushes over the deck, making several circles. Yuljin and Chun Jae-san attack the patriarch of the Kunlun sect again and again, who easily deflects their blows. The fiery flashes are so fierce that even the warrior of the Demon Lord S squad fighting nearby and his opponent crouch fearfully. Chun Jae-san tries to dodge another energy strike, but it still hits him, causing the young man to break into a bloody cough. One of the masts collapses onto the deck. The patriarch stands surrounded by a fiery aura. He says that these arrogant kids dared to touch him. He threatens to deal with them all. Yuljin call out to Chun Jae-san. He realizes that even working together, they can hardly defeat him. The patriarch takes the lead of the squad, shouting, "What are you all doing?" He orders, "Kill them immediately." In response, shouts are heard, "Fight first, questions later." Yuljin raise my sword before me, looking at the squad advancing towards me. He thinks no hope, no way out. It's all over. But even if he dies here, he swings the sword emitting silvery energy, the same that shines in his eyes. The young man thinks that he will try to take them down with him. Fiercely flashing his eyes, the patriarch exclaims, "He dared to be cunning? No matter how powerful the heavenly mountain is, it cannot compare to Mount Kunlun. So let them look up to them." He laughs. The fiery energy of the patriarch and the silvery Yuljin converge in a duel. The opponents cross swords, and Yuljin clenches his teeth tighter. This confrontation is not easy for him. The patriarch presses the youth's sword, and the blade comes dangerously close to Yuljin's face. His skin is singed by the fiery energy. Taewa screams, the junior master of the palace. Clutching the blade in her hand, she rushes to his aid. The patriarch swings his sword furiously and shouts, "Too late!" The air whistles as a dagger cuts through it, a rope attached to its handle. Flaming with a red aura, it rushes toward the fighters. It crashes into the crossed swords of the opponents. The knife knocks the weapons from their hands, and the swords fly into the air. A blood-red energy trail from the knife forces the opponents to part in different directions, separating them like a boundary drawn in the air. Having done its job, the knife, obeying the will of its owner, returns to him on the nearby ship. The owner catches his weapon and tightly grips it in the hand raised above his head. His silhouette is clearly outlined against the sails. A long, thin braid flashes in the air, and giggling is heard. His feet touch the top of the mast. Squatting on a thin crossbar, the master of the palace of Zaboy examines the people on the deck. Yuljin and the patriarch look at him in surprise.
Bloody red energy blazes around the master of the Palace of Zaboy. He asks, "Where is the young leader?" Cult Minister Tree Peak. Palace of Zaboy. A voice is heard addressing the master of the Palace of Zaboy. The young leader requested an assassin from the pavilion of the Great Crane at Metal Peak. Gu Yanren says the young leader? Number 2, standing behind the master sitting on a chair near the prisoner hanging by the legs, answers yes. It seems to him the conflict between the young leader and the chief strategist has reached its boiling point. The master chuckles, interesting. Let it continue. Number 2 says that the young leader was born with a meridian disorder, and that is exactly why the chief strategist hunted him. He also said that with the help of a binding agent he sent a warning to the Palace of Zaboy. Gu Yanren, flashing red lights in his eyes, says quite cute for someone with a meridian disorder. Chuckling, he asks, should they kill him? Number 2 answers it seems to him that is exactly what the young leader wants. Gu Yanren turns to him questioningly, huh? Number 2 pulls out a sheet of paper, saying the young leader's mission. This mission became a provocation for Gu Yanren. On the paper was a request to kill the young leader. A smile appears on the master's lips. It is a challenge that invited him to the chessboard, of course, if he has enough courage. Gu Yanren says how interesting. First he sends a warning and now this? He laughs, then asks, where is this guy now? Number 2 says they found out that both the chief strategist and the young leader have left the cult. Red sparks flare in Gu Yanren's eyes. He says he accepts the request and laughs again. And now the master of the Palace of Zaboya surveys the deck from the top of the mast. The Patriarch and Yahyuljin look at him with surprise. A red aura blazes around the master of the Palace of Zaboya. The same power splashes in his eyes. Gu Yanren asks the young leader, where is he? The spirit of Ma Cheonso forced Gu Yanren to enter the game. The Patriarch asks what is wrong with him. The master of the Palace of Zaboya jumps down onto the deck. Chuckling, he says interesting. Is he from the Kunlun sect? The Patriarch demands that this kid respect his elders. Gu Yanren bursts into uncontrollable laughter. The Patriarch gets angry and reminds again that he is speaking to a senior. He addresses the warriors. Why are they frozen like statues? Let them kill the demon. He shouts, what are they standing for? Let them kill them. But the trembling warriors do not hurry to obey his order. The Patriarch glances at them and realizes that they are not retreating for no reason. Looking closely, he understands that this man was demonstrating his thirst for blood to everyone except him. His face darkens as he wonders could it be so. He recalls a piece of advice he once received. The person he trusted said the best killer in the world? Many say that dark-blooded killers are the best in the world, but they are mistaken. The Patriarch remembers the dagger radiating a red aura, and his question was, he that young? The answer came with his skills. The Patriarch could not take a step without touching the formless murder. Standing among his warriors, upon whom the master of the Slaughter Palace unleashed deadly energy, the Patriarch recalls the advice therefore, if he ever encounters him, he should never look back and just run. The bodies of the warriors are shredded by invisible energy. Long-forgotten words surface in the Patriarch's mind, let him remember his name. Blood splashes onto the Patriarch's face. Words burst from his lips, formless murder. Gu Yanren. The master of the Slaughter Palace soars into the air, literally bathing in blood. Blood-stained knives gleam in both his hands. Chuckling, he asks, so who is the elder here? Chun Jasan, whose one eye is swollen shut, addresses the Patriarch, telling him to allow a warning if he wants to live. He better shut his mouth and get out quickly. The Patriarch snarls maliciously in response. Thoughts rush chaotically through his mind. He is upset. No, he is desperate. How dare some scoundrels from the demonic cult humiliate him like this? He showers curses on all involved with the demonic cult. He growls that he will kill them all, tear them to pieces. They dared. They dared. With a shout, he lunges forward. The Patriarch uses the secret strike of the Kunlun sect 8 great techniques of the Cloud Dragon. Gu Yanren watches the opponent whose body crashes into the water, causing a loud splash. The Patriarch fled. He crossed the lake and disappeared. Leaning on the railing, Gu Yanren chuckles as he watches him go. He speaks disparagingly of the Patriarch's mental abilities. Turning to the youths, the master of the Slaughter Palace, whose eyes blaze with red flames, says the apple really did not fall far from the apple tree. Huh? Interesting? He became a pawn in his game and interfered with the chief strategist's plan? He was sure of his arrival? Gu Yanren chuckles. His gaze falls on Chun Jasan, leaning on Yahyuljin. Cheerfully smiling and holding knives in both hands, Gu Yanren, surrounded by a bloody red aura, asks them a question. Where is the young leader? Fireworks explode in the sky. In the young leader's eyes is melancholy. He wonders, this thug. I wonder, has he already arrived? Ships approach from both sides to the ship on whose deck the young leader lies. Ma Chosen glances somewhere to the side. A voice reaches him. The chief strategist is dead. The heavenly sour, with a group of warriors, whose faces are hidden by white masks, stands on the deck. Looking at him, he says the young leader is alive? Ma Chonso wonders, are they her pawns? Again, a voice reaches him, informing the sect leader that this is the Flying Butterflies squad. Ma Chonso thinks it seems not. Could someone else have wished the chief strategist dead? At that moment, Gu Yanren jumps onto the deck, followed by warriors. A shout is heard. The Hao clan killed the chief strategist. Destroy them all. The Hao clan realized that they would have to take responsibility for the death of the chief strategist, since the Flying Butterflies squad followed the trail of Tong Jigal, as the chief strategist had ordered. When the young leader killed Tae Ganjin, events began to unfold completely unpredictably. Blissfully smiling, Ma Chonso continues to lie on the deck, listening to the sounds of battle. From his lips escapes how cute. The young leader lies with arms spread, and around him the battle rages. However, compared to the skills of the secret organization of the Flying Butterflies squad, the Hao clan lacked combat skills. A blissful smile disappears from Ma Chonso's face. Looking at the heavenly sour who had sat down on the deck, the young leader wonders, did this man think that everything could turn out this way? Did he plan for this day to come? A smile appears again on the boy's face. Who cares? In the end, he still won. A fiery strike crashes into the pile of bodies lying on the deck. Flames rage over the ship's deck. A demonic creature forms from the fiery energy. Cultmin, Metal Peak, Poison Palace. 2 weeks have passed since the incident at the Sea Lake. No one discussed or even tried to find out more information about what happened. The story was forgotten. No, buried. Ma Chonso lies on the couch, and Donban Yul sticks needles into his chest. Everything was forgotten because the Lord of Heavenly Mountain, the leader of the Ma Teppan cult, intervened. External wounds healed. Ma Chonso's body recovered with astonishing speed. He was not operated on, nor given medicine. He recovered thanks to his own strength. But such was the peculiarity of the meridian disorder. His wounds only grew larger. Ma Chonso healed all his external wounds, but he was completely mutilated inside, as his main meridians were fully blocked. The young leader with closed eyes lies on the couch. His body is pierced with needles. A voice is heard. He is in a critical condition. 3 of his meridians are completely closed. So, it can be considered a miracle that he is still alive at all. Ma Tapen, whose face shows signs of worry, asks, is it really impossible to help him? Donban Il, lowering his head, answers it is all because he lacks skills. He thinks that the young leader cannot be cured at all. They can only let him die. Ma Tapen, standing by the couch, says that he can leave, and the old man heads to the exit. The cult leader's hand lowers onto his son's hand. Leaning over him, Ma Tapen asks, why? How? The chief strategist disappeared without a trace, and his son returned all wounded. This is exactly what made the cult leader come out of the shadows. The reality he had long denied forced him to return to life. He realized that all this time the chief strategist was trying to kill the young leader. It was not that hard to understand. Someone sent a message along with a fan. Ma Tapen immediately went to meet this person. The message was sent by the leader of the Hao clan, Tong Jigal. The man's body was covered in bloody bandages. He greeted him with the words, as he himself can see, his body is in terrible condition. He asks to forgive him for not being able to follow the etiquette required of him at this moment. He handed Ma Tapen a detailed document with information about the small palace Ming even before he could ask anything. Taking the papers in his hands, the cult leader warned if he finds even one lie here, the Hao clan will disappear from the face of the earth by the end of this day. Ma Tapen coldly reads the scroll. But the more he reads, the more his mind becomes clouded. And when he finished reading, only confusion remained in his soul. Tong Jigal confirms that all this is true. All those workers who ever died in the small Min Palace were trained killers, and they all tried to kill the young leader. The heavenly sour adds, and it was the chief strategist who sent these people to the small Min Palace. Both the right and left emissaries are aware of everything. Both of them were smart enough to understand the hidden meaning of her words and to cover up her assassination attempts in time. The emissaries admitted that everything Tong Jigal said was true.
They seized the chance to save their lives, which the leader of the Hao clan provided them. But Tanjigal continued speaking. The chief strategist wanted to pretend that the young leader was killed by the faction of the Orthodox, and when the Hao clan tried to stop them, they caused an explosion. Everyone would have died, including the young leader. Tanjigal kept presenting endless evidence. Ma Teppan demanded that he say what he wants. The heavenly Sour, respectfully bowing his head, answers that he wants the Min plate. The chief strategist tried to cooperate with the Kunlun sect to kill the young leader. But if Ma Teppan accepts him, he will give all his strength so that not a single orthodox sect remains in the world. The cult leader approves Tanjigal's entry into the cult. Ma Teppan, holding his son's hands in his own, mentally addresses him, saying that he may hate him, for he himself is to blame for everything. For several moments he, bowing his head over Machonso, stands motionless. Then, decisively stepping towards the exit, he says that therefore he will not allow him, who is innocent, to die. Donban Yil measures the small courtyard in front of the building with his steps. The old man wearily sits down on the ground by the wall. A question is heard. How is the young leader? Master of the Jade Palace, tiredly closing his eyes, says how is he? Literally dead. He breathes only because he cannot die. If it weren't for Donban Yil, he would have already died. From Sansan, leaning against the wall, comes his question, what made him, the foolish killer, change his mind? Looking somewhere into the clouds, Sansan says that after the Kukus words, he rushed like a madman, but when he got there, it was already too late. He arrived by boat to the burning ships. All that remained were charred human bodies, and the young leader unconscious, whose body lay on fragments of planks from the deck. Donban Yil asks, does he mean that the chief strategist tried to kill both him and herself at the same time? Sansan replies that he does not know that either, but he can definitely say that explosives from the west were used, and there were many corpses. Master of the Jade Palace snorts according to the plan. Guyan Ren was supposed to save the young leader, and return back safe and sound. That is why Donban Yil returned to Metal Peak after seeing that he was leaving the Palace of Slaughter. Sansan sits down on the ground, saying that he needs to leave. He does not know why the master of the palace spared him, but he said that he needs to leave before the cult leader sees him. Rising, he asks the old man to tell the young leader that when he returns, if he really returns, he promises that he will repay everything. After these words, he heads to the lawn, where on the leaf of one of the plants crawls a fat caterpillar. Sansan looks at the caterpillar, now lying on the leaf with its paws up. He thinks that maybe he himself was just a bug wishing to become an empty shell. Donban Will, as if overhearing his thoughts, snorts. Along the path leading from the hut into the forest at the foot of the mountains, a man walks. He stops and peers ahead. Before him, a huge dragon twists in the air. The traveler's eyes flare with purple flames as he commands the dragon to open the way for him. The dragon circles him at incredible speed, and it seems that the very space around changes. A staircase leading to a tall tower appears before him. At the foot of the stairs, blocking the passage, stands the dark silhouette of a mighty man. On the stairs, evenly distributed on both sides, are several similar dark silhouettes in long cloaks. Hen No, whose face is revealed by a raised demonic mask, crosses his arms over his chest and announces that this is sacred ground. The faces of the warriors standing on the stairs are covered with similar masks, in the slits of which their eyes blaze with red flames. Hen No says that no soul dares to enter here without the Lord's permission. Ma Teppan's eyes blaze purple as he asks him why he did nothing. Hen No replies that he does not care about everything happening beyond the small palace of Min, and it does not even concern who has mastered martial arts. Therefore, the Lord's law. He falls silent as a strong hand grips his throat. Waves of various energies emanate from Ma Teppan. Continuing to grip Hen No's throat, he says so he was there. He demands that he answer why he did nothing. The latter addresses him as his own father, the supreme demon Ma Teppan. The hand of the cult leader, wrapped in purple energy, squeezes Hen No's throat tighter and tighter. Red sparks flare up in the man's eyes, and he grabs the hand squeezing his throat with both hands. Lightning bursts from Ma Teppan's eyes. He throws Hen No away from himself, saying does he really think that someone like him can stop him? He again catches up with Hen No, who is kneeling in a huge funnel formed by the impact of his body on the ground, and squeezes his throat. Waves of power radiate from him sideways, like ripples on water. Nodding at the huge tower towering above them, Ma Teppan demands that Hen No bring him here. He throws Hen No away from himself. Warriors block his entrance to the staircase. Ma Teppan approaches the man standing in the stone hall with his back to him. In front of him stands a table emitting bright light. Piercing the man's back with an evil gaze, Ma Teppan calls him the master of the heavenly palace. He says he came to meet him not as his friend, but as the leader of the Min cult. He asks the man, who does not react to him at all, did he know all this time? The master of the heavenly palace, whose face is hidden by a mask, turns to him and says, how could he not know when he saw with his own eyes how everything happened? A purple aura flares around the cult leader. He asks, why is that? The master answers. Ma Teppan speaks to him as if he were some kind of guardian. The leader clenches his fists. His body trembles with barely restrained anger. He knows it is his fault. Ma Teppan always pretended not to notice anything, until the conflict between the chief strategist and the young leader reached a boiling point. The master looks attentively at Ma Teppan, who says that he could at least have stopped them. In response, it is said that by the time Henno reached the place, it was already too late. The cook of the small palace Min had managed to poison all the food. Ma Teppan says, did he survive? The master replies that the emissary of the heavenly palace is not so easy to kill, although perhaps now he is already on the brink of death after the lesson he gave him. The cult leader says that he might not die. In any case, he has a request for him. The master of the heavenly palace asks to whom is he addressing? To his friend? Or to the heavenly palace? His question makes Ma Teppan think. After a moment, he says to both. The cult leader asks the master to save his son Machonso. Now it is the master's turn to immerse himself in thought. But almost immediately, extending his hand to the leader and calling him his friend the supreme demon, he answers that he will fulfill his request. Streams of energy surround the men in rings. Ma Teppan responds by extending his hand. His gaze is wary. The men exchange a handshake. The cult leader Ma Teppan united forces for the first time with one who was older than the mountains themselves, for the sake of saving his son. Ma Chonso dreams a dream. It is a very long dream. The stories he was told while Ma Chonso was imprisoned in Black Flame were either the storyteller's lies or a prophecy. But he believes it does not particularly matter what exactly those stories were. Naked, Ma Chonso asks a huge demonic figure woven from purple-black energy, so, this fool Yayultak will become what? And what will happen next? The words of this being were like a delight to the ears. They make his heart beat faster. He was told that he would master powerful martial arts and become the leader of the cult. They even said that he would have assistants whom he could truly trust. He burst out laughing when he learned that his father would sell him. It was as if he were present on the cliff when Ma Teppan told the palace masters that they must sacrifice the young leader and the small palace Min. Ma Chonso, immersed in a raging purple-black energy, says he surprises until the very end. He asks the creature, so, who is that? Also his servant? The creature responds with silence. Ma Chonso says, well, he doesn't want to speak, he won't force him. The boy smiles. He is not stupid enough to believe this nonsense. But why does he still continue to listen to them? There is only one reason. The young leader wants to repay him for allowing him to borrow his powers. This happened after another visit to the Yada Palace. Then they developed a deeper connection, and he was able to remember their interaction. It was then that the boy felt his power. The absolute power that surrounded him like some kind of demon. If Ma Chonso could borrow his power even once, then he would be free, and this creature allowed him to do that. Ma Chonso recalls standing on the deck, clenching his fists, from which an incredibly powerful crimson energy emanated. And above his head was a huge creature with a demon's face, woven from energy. Thanks to this, Ma Chonso defeated the chief strategist with his own hands. That is why the least he can do is listen to his stories. The boy, standing in a space filled with purple energy, crossing his arms over his chest, says to the creature standing opposite him in general, in conclusion, there is a certain power called the Heavenly Palace, and it stands behind the Heavenly Mountain. He must find it and stop it? The answer is yes. Ma Chonso smiles how complicated everything is. But he better find someone else for this job. It happened that way. He could only listen to his stories. He is the young leader of the demon cult, not some hero of the righteous faction. Moreover, the boy asks, did he know? When he first opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that burning gaze, speaking of the desire to kill him. Someone took him from the hands of that man, the chief strategist, when he realized he was trembling with fear. He calmed down, but he turned around only to see his father's bloodshot eyes, who wanted to kill him with a stone. His own father, the supreme demon Ma Teppan. Ma Chonso says to the creature listening attentively to him,
He thought that over time the situation would get better. Because if he was born a young leader, he believed he only needed to become stronger. But ironically, his body is cursed and cannot accept internal energy. He has no chance to fulfill the wish of the energy being, so he should not be counted on. In general, from that very moment, the man who was supposed to become his father ignored him, leaving him in the care of his servants. And these very servants discussed every day in his presence how to kill him. They did not even suspect that he heard everything. The boy laughs. The creature asks, why is he laughing? A wide, evil smile lights up the boyish face. Ma Cheonso, leaning forward slightly, says, will tears help change anything? The boy says if he cries, everyone will pity him and point fingers. Everything will end only if he kills everyone before he dies himself. He laughs again. The creature reports that it will not see him for some time. It says that it used too much of its power. Ma Cheonso responds all right. Moving away from the young leader, it adds that everything will be over when the heavenly palace ceases to exist. Ma Cheonso replies next time, instead of these crazy tales, let him come up with a better story. He, the one whose chi energy is blocked, will learn martial arts? In response, it is said he did not believe his words at all, but he will see everything himself. The young leader asks, really? That means at least tomorrow he will still be alive. That's good. He still has someone to kill. Ma Cheonso calls out to his strange interlocutor, hey. He asks what? The boy says for him not to be late. For a few moments they silently look at each other. Then the creature replies that it will try and disappears. The young leader says farewell. He thinks if he is telling the truth, and all this really becomes reality one day, then he will have to face the heavenly palace. Voices reach him, young leader. Someone is calling him insistently. He opens his eyes and sees the faces of Donban Yule and Chun Jasan above him. The boy sits on the couch, and the old man, with tears in his eyes, holds him to his chest. He says that they really thought he was dead. Donban Ul tries to explain how upset he was by this, but from excitement he cannot find the words. He only endlessly repeats, welcome back, welcome back. Ma Cheonso silently watches the old man, from whose eye corners tears stream. He thinks about having returned alive to this heavenly mountain. Cult Minister Palace of Bloody Art. To Yahyuljin comes the question. So, the chief strategist was really killed by the young leader? The young man, respectfully bowing his head, answers yes. Based on the investigation they conducted last month, the chief strategist died in battle against the young leader. His interlocutor breathes a sigh of relief, simply perfect. The leader of the cult never had anything to do with this before, and the Demon Lord S squad is not here. But Tai Ganjin always made it clear to them not to try to take any action. Master of the Palace of Bloody Art. Yahyuljin, sitting in a chair on the dais, says, and now they can even neglect the Min Palace. Their time will come. Until then, let them try to interact more with the West and the Oirats. Let them form an alliance with them. Yahyuljin says, young leader. But Yahyulchan interrupts him. He still wants to be able to master martial arts. It doesn't matter whether he is alive or dead. It won't affect them at all. The young man agrees with him. A voice reaches them, father, brother! The door bursts open, and Yahyultak appears on the threshold, joyfully informing them that the young leader has awakened. He is fine. Yahyuljin mentally curses. A shining aura flares around the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. He exclaims, Yahyultak is happy that the young leader has come to himself? Yahyuljin promises that he will talk to him, and orders Yahyultak to go. The boy admits that he likes the young leader. Remembering Ma Cheonso, Yahyultak says with enthusiasm he is his peer, but so strong and cool. He adds that everyone here hates him anyway, so he wants to live together with the young leader in the small Min Palace. In the eyes of Yahyuljin, there is rage. He asks, does he want to live in the small palace of Min? Then he adds that those who have Yulchin blood flowing in their veins should get what they desire. Fine, he can live there for some time. The boy is delighted. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art orders the young master to bring the nanny of Yahyultak. The boy asks, can she also go with him? Really? The face of Yahyuljin darkens. Gritting his teeth, he addresses his father. But Yahyuljin does not want to listen to him. He says coldly, this is an order. Yahyuljin obediently bows his head and agrees yes, he will carry out the order. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art addresses Yahyultak even if here he uses a rude form of words reminding the child of his status as an illegitimate child born among the Oirats, still has the right to get what he desires, because Yulchin blood flows in him. The boy looks confused, while the elder son heads to the door, carrying out the order. Yahello continues therefore. Even if he praises the useless young leader and disgraces his own family, he cannot punish him for that. Meanwhile, Yahello brings a frightened woman. The nanny approaches the boy and places her palms on his shoulders. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art tells him to remember the eyes of this woman for the rest of his life. The woman tells Yahello that there is no reason for fear or sadness. Tears flow from the corners of her eyes. Stepping away from the boy, the woman assures she is fine. Okay? The nanny knew that sooner or later this day would come. After all, that was the reason for her existence. In the boy's eyes there is despair. From his lips comes nanny. He, understanding nothing, reaches out his hand after the woman who is moving away, who is reaching out her hand to him in the same way. He asks, "What? Fine? Why?" At that moment, his father's voice sounds, and let him not dare to forget the consequences his hasty actions and foolish attachment have led to. Yahello, with all his being, rushed after the woman who was leaving him forever. A huge force of energy struck her. Blood soared into the air. Despair and horror are written on the boy's face, and, like thunder, his father's words roar in his ears let him never forget. Over the Palace of Bloody Art, a short, desperate scream spread. "Nanny!" A voice comes from the mansion. "Why is he even here?" In response, it sounds, "Let him not be so rude. He hasn't slept for a whole month worrying about him." Ma Chonso sits on a raised platform behind a low table. He says, "Stop pretending he is his friend. Let him get straight to the point." Chunja-san, hesitating a little, decides to speak. Bowing his head and folding his hand in a traditional gesture, he says, "First of all, thank you." He says to the boy sitting thoughtfully, he heard from the Slaughter Palace what he did for them. The young leader replies that everything really ended well for them. But that was not his intention. He just didn't want Taiganjin's plan to be realized. Ma Chonso adds he is sure that he already knows if the news was shared with him by the Slaughter Palace. But now, they are on opposite sides of the barricades. Chunja-san asks, is it because of the meridian disorder? The youth answers honestly, he is not interested in the young leader with the meridian disorder. Golden sparks flash in his eyes as he adds, but that young leader who killed the supreme demonic intelligence is another matter. Ma Chonso thinks he heard that he is the direct heir and the second best in the Trading Palace family. It seems that was true. In Chunja-san's hands appears a round shiny object in a frame. He says he is investing his future in the young leader. Extending the plate to Ma Chonso, the youth explains this is a silk shop at the Waterpeak Market. He opened it without his father's knowledge. The revenue seems decent. He invested all his money in it. The boy replies that the meridian disorder is incurable. He could die tomorrow and he wants to invest money in him. Chunja-san recounts that during his first trip he found himself in the western regions without a penny in his pocket. But he had orders to return in 3 months with a cart full of silver. Flashing yellow lights in his eyes, the young man says if anything he learned that time, it is that he knows how to understand people. He tells the young leader that after meeting him he realized that he is his true master. Ma Chonso asks, "Master? Has he completely lost his mind?" "He doesn't need him. Let him get lost." Chunja-san replies sad, "Of course, but he still needs to return to the west. If Ma Chonso calls him, he will come back any time." Kneeling, he says it is true that the chief strategist watched over everyone, but it is hard to deny that it was thanks to her that there was order in the cult. He believes that now Ma Chonso cannot be trusted by anyone. He adds not even the Trade Palace. Chunja-san asks the young leader to be careful. Ma Chonso thinks that right now he is the one who arouses the most suspicion. Ma Chonso thinks maybe all this is a lie of the monster from dreams. But what if? He asks, has the young man heard of the Heavenly Palace? Chunja-san throws him a strange look and asks, is this some kind of brothel? The boy tells him to get lost. Chunja-san opens the door and cannot hide his surprise upon seeing the visitor. From his lips slips, yes, it is. The visitor, who is much shorter than him, exclaims young leader, and takes a step towards him. His white stockings, shoes, and trousers are stained with suspicious red-purple smudges. Yahello sits down on the floor and crying, says that he has nowhere else to go. Ma Chonso is annoyed. What else? Closing his eyes, he says everyone knows that he is from the Palace of Bloody Art. What nonsense is he talking? In his head flashes if the monster is right. Yahello, kneeling, continue to cry. Through sobs, he tells that everyone was kind to him when he lived with the Oirats. But in the Palace of Bloody Art, everyone hated him, and he said he likes the young leader. And then the nanny died. Looking at him, Ma Chanso wonders, is he really one of the future leaders of the small palace Min? The young leader understands from the boy's story that when he started whining about wanting to live in the small palace of Min, the master of the bloody palace killed his nanny and expelled him. Ma Chanso asks, so he wants to kill his family? Yultak am shocked what? No. Looking at Yultaka, who looks rather pitiful, the young leader thinks the master of the Palace of Bloody Art probably did not send him here for upbringing. He most likely sent him as a spy. Ma Chanso calls out to him, "Hey, have you eaten yet?" Yultak follows the young leader through the courtyard. In the small palace, Min's life never really thrived. But now it felt as if all life had left him. Cook, maid, old man back, hen no, and even Sansan. He remembers how they all gathered around the table. They all disappeared without leaving a single trace. Ma Chanso stops and looks at the scattered plates and bloodstains on the floor. The cook. She is gone too. The left emissary sent the cook as a spy. He manipulated her sick son. But 2 years later her son, the same age as Ma Chanso, died. The relatives were not even allowed to say goodbye to him. At night she knelt before him, shedding tears, and tried to atone for her sins with death. Ma Chanso stopped her hand, in which she was holding a knife, and said, "Let him live. Let him live. And then she can atone. She cannot die. Not until she atones." She threw away the knife and sat crying for a long time. Then she left without saying a word. After that, she behaved as usual, as if nothing had happened. Ma Chanso thinks that on the day she mixed poison into the food, which Donbon Yul gave her, she decided that she had paid for her sins, and chose to die. He thinks how foolish. Did she really miss her son that much? Yultak, looking around nervously, asks the young leader, "Why is there no one here?" Without answering, Ma Chanso turns around and, throwing over his shoulder that they will go to the spring pavilion Min, continues confidently walking through the courtyard. He understands that the former small Min palace no longer exists. Ma Chanso tells the boy devouring a chicken leg at the table full of dishes that he will be away from the small palace for some time. So let him eat, and then return. If he passes his words to the master of the bloody palace, he will not expel him again. The young leader thinks that the left and right emissaries are still here. He needs to visit the Min palace. Ma Chanso, sitting at the table opposite the boy who looks at him in surprise, adds he asked why there is no one in the small Min palace? Because they are all dead. And he will die too if he stays with him. Yultak asks why. Lowering his eyes, Ma Chanso answers because everyone hates him. A question reaches the young leader, so it's not about him personally. Yultak, jumping up, raises his hands triumphantly above his head and shouts that he is not the only one everyone hates. Ma Chanso, looking at him, thinks that this guy is also out of his mind. The boy continues to shout joyfully that everyone is dead, which means the second most important person in the small palace Min is him. His place. Everyone above everyone, one below everyone. Ma Chanso mentally asks him, he probably meant to say one above everyone. Everyone below one? With a kind smile looking at the boy, Ma Chanso decides all right, if he wants to live in the small palace, then let him live. And so Yultak became his person, the first member of the emptied small palace Min. And at that time, having learned that he had regained consciousness, the father sent a message requesting to come to the Min palace. Ma Chanso asks Donban Ilya how is he. The old man replies, why is he asking again? He behaves like a girl rushing to a date with a guy. Although, it must be admitted, he looks cool. The young leader, dressed in a ceremonial suit, smooths his hair and asks, really? The master of the Palace of Poison assures yes, yes. Ma Chanso thinks he has one reliable person. He is a bit slow, but a trustworthy member of the palace. The deceivers and liars are gone, and now he has people he can trust. Walking up the stairs with slumped shoulders and a lowered head, he thinks he should be happy. He should smile. There are no more reasons to panic. This is how everything should be. He wonders, but why does he have the feeling that something is wrong? The closer he gets to the Min Palace, the worse he feels. Taiganjin is dead, and all those he could not trust in the palace are also dead. So why? Continuing to climb the stairs, he thinks that he cannot understand this, although he constantly asks himself this question. However, he got the answer very quickly. A voice is heard they have not seen the young leader for a long time. Ma Chanso realizes everything at the moment he sees him, a friendly, smiling man meeting him at the top of the stairs. In the vast hall at the foot of the staircase leading to the chair where the cult leader Ma Teppan usually sits, surrounded by a purple aura, he presses his foot on the head of a man lying on the floor and says it is so wonderful to humiliate them since the chief strategist is gone. Perhaps they will concentrate all their power on the Min Palace, the Council of Elders, and the 7 Min Palaces are also recruiting warriors? The leader's leg presses the left emissary's head to the floor more strongly. Ma Teppan says threateningly now that the chief strategist is gone. The fact that the Union of Elders and the 7 Palaces are planning something sinister against the cult. Fine. That's possible. A person cannot call themselves part of the cult if they have no ambitions. But since when does the Min cult fear conspiracies? The right emissary silently watches the execution. Ma Teppan's eyes shine with purple energy. He adds, "Stop disappointing him, and let him pretend he does not exist." Did the left emissary understand him? Jang Hogan, the left emissary, understands the leader found out that they tried to kill Machanso. He says if people find out that the young leader has problems with his meridians, the elders and the palace masters will not just sit idly. They cannot kill them all, right? And if not him, then who will act? Red sparks ignite in Ma Teppan's eyes as he says there is one more person. The young leader looks at the man meeting him. Originally there were 5 people in the Great 5 Men. A drop of sweat runs down Ma Chanso's face. It turned out there was something else he did not know about Heavenly Mountain. He realizes the monster was right. He recalls the conclusion he made from the story of the creature woven from energy in general. It turns out that behind Heavenly Mountain stands a force called the Heavenly Palace, and he must find it and stop it? The answer was correct. Before his mental vision appears the face of the dying Tai Ganjin, and he seems to hear her words as if awake. Let him become the master of Heavenly Mountain. He needs to break free from the grip of the Heavenly Palace and become the true master of Heavenly Mountain. He thinks he should not have ignored the chief strategist's warning. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man, continuing to smile kindly, invites him to enter the palace. The man's aura shimmers with all kinds of bright colors, like the wings of an exotic butterfly. He adds the cult leader is waiting. Machanso knows him. He is the last member of the Great 5 Min, the head of the Demon Lord Mumen's library. The boy's face darkens. In his head flashes no. Looking into the man's shining eyes, he understands that before him is the master of the Heavenly Palace. Yang Changok reads the lines of the diary. The boy admits that he is scared. He is very, very scared. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot escape this circle of evil. They will bind him and despise him. But he hates himself more than they hate him. Fear envelops him. Who is he? He is so scared. He continues to read the lines where the boy admits that the eyes looking at him scare him. Yan Changok says, "Is this? This is the unchanging constancy." He understands that this is Ma Cheonso's handwriting. Mu Men, member of the Great 5 of the Min cult, the one who is not often encountered. Until this moment, when Ma Cheonso saw him, he felt nothing. He simply considered him an old man living in his own world. So why? The boy's eyes widen, and drops of sweat run down his cheeks. A voice reaches him. He must have seen something. Looking at the man, the young leader wonders, so why does he emit such an aura, as if he is the most dangerous person he has ever met? Is this another price he must pay for using the monster's power? Ma Teppan asks, how does the young leader feel? Donban Il replies that he is not fully healed yet, but already on the path to recovery. Behind him stand Ma Cheonso and Mu Men, who accompanied them to the hall. The cult leader thanks the old man for bringing him here. He adds that the Yada Palace will be rewarded, and now he can go. Donban Il obeys the ruler's will. Donban Il leaves. Ma Cheonso looks after him in despair. Where is he going? He mentally begs him not to leave him alone. Ma Teppan tells Mu Men that he is leaving the young leader with him. He replies that there is no reason to worry as long as he is with him. He will do everything in his power. The leader thanks him. Ma Cheonso wonders, what does this mean? Why should he stay with Mu Men? The young leader thinks, did he really have to come to the palace only to be handed over to Mu Men? A hand falls on the boy's shoulder. He thinks that he should let his father know. Looking at the man, blazing with a purple blood aura, Ma Cheonso realizes that this man is dangerous. Ma Teppan asks Ma Cheonso why he is silent. Mu Men, without removing his hands from the boy's shoulders, says that he must be tired after the long journey here, as he has not yet fully recovered. He adds that the leader will have many more opportunities to talk. He suggests ending here for today. Ma Teppan responds that he understands. Then he adds that from this moment Ma Cheonso will be in the Demon Lord's library. The boy opens his mouth but realizes he cannot say anything. Mentally, he begs his father, but he sits in the chair, arms crossed on his chest, looking indifferently at his son. Moomin heads to the exit. The boy throws one more look at his father, mentally begging him not to leave him again. Meanwhile, Moomin, opening the door, says since he promised the cult leader, he will find a way to heal him. He turns to the boy, and looking into his eyes where blue flames blaze, says he will definitely become a magnificent dragon form. And so his life in the Demon Lordess library began. Red drops fall into a bowl filled with blood. Blood drips from the bodies of people hanging above it, filling the container drop by drop. Moomin brings the bowl to Machachonso's lips, saying that his talents surpass the abilities of the cult leader. The boy lies with arms spread out. His entire body, from heels to crown, is pierced with needles. Moomin adds that is why his body cannot endure. From Machonso's chest bursts either a cough or a moan. His body arches, and the needles fly into the air. Moomin continues the core of supreme energy that arose beyond his capabilities. The boy sits down and looks askance at his tormentor. Moomin's eyes blaze with red energy. Grinning maliciously, he says that's why he must make an idiot out of him. The monster was right. Ma Cheonso understands his father sold him after hearing that it would cure him. The boy, practically naked except for his underwear, kneels in the cold cave. His arms are spread to the sides and chained so he cannot fall. He thinks it hurts when you are abandoned, but he has already gotten used to it. Frost covers the boy's body. He raises his eyes burning with red fire and stubbornly bites his lower lip. This time he will also do everything to survive and send Moomin after the chief strategist. But his determination slowly crumbled. After all, his torture had no end. Taking a sip from the cup, he feels fear. Lying on the couch, all covered with needles, he can feel nothing but fear. He is very, very scared. Arching from wild pain, he thinks he should not have come into this world. Looking askance at his executioner, the boy thinks it doesn't matter. No matter what he does, he cannot escape this circle of evil. Blood from the people suspended over the cup continues to drip. Every attempt to free himself leaves only his empty shell. Taking a sip from the cup, he understands they will bind him and despise him. But he hates himself more than they hate him. Ma Cheongso, who has grown up during this time, sits among books on the floor. He is wearing pants and a shirt. He hates himself for his helplessness. He hates himself for being so incapable. He is scared. He wonders who is he. He is very scared. He looks at the carved door, but his attention is fixed on the keyhole. He is frightened by the eyes watching him. The eyes burn with red lights. Ma Cheongso mentally asks a rhetorical question. Who is he, this observer? The Demon Lord's library has no windows, so he lost track of time. From endless pain to constant gazes. His mind, as Moomin wished, was slowly dying. The monster looms over Ma Cheongso, saying that it has finally found him. The spirit says that this man is the master of the heavenly palace. From the lips of the young leader slips monster. He is not even sleeping, but the monster is here, right in front of him, talking to him. He has gone mad. A cluster of purple-black energy rushes toward him from above. The voice of the monster promises to help him. It asks Ma Cheongso not to resist, step by step, slowly. The monster asks him to accept it. Black flames tear his head apart, as if wanting to burn it to ashes. It burns away all the dark energy. He screams in pain but cannot resist. Even if he tried to resist, it would be useless. The black flame was more determined than Moomin. It burned absolutely everything, even incredible fear. Ma Teppan asks, Moomin, didn't he say that everything worked out? The response is that the spell cast on the young leader has been erased. Both men examine Ma Chonso. Ma Teppan asks, is that even possible? Moomin snorts in response. The young leader takes a step, thinking funny, but Moomin really tried to heal him. He played so well that if it weren't for the monster, he would have even believed him. Ma Chonso's hands clench into fists, as he thinks good that neither the father's dark art of the Northern Sea, nor Moomin's spell had any effect on him. Ma Chonso walks down the corridor. The monster glides beside him. The youth reflects it seems the masters of the heavenly palace were not satisfied with what would be resolved by Moomin's death. Ma Chonso could have simply convinced his father if he wished him dead. But he was not alone. Visitors constantly came to see him. He looks at the next visitors, a squad of warriors in demonic masks, behind whom a tall, dark silhouette is visible. When they approached, in the dark silhouette, he recognizes Hen Number. Ma Chonso sinks into thought, sitting in the library on a stack of books. The monster tells him to gain his true form. He should follow Hen Number. Considering that he visits here so often, it is obvious that he comes from the heavenly palace. The young leader replies that there was always something sinister about him. He asks, will his strength be enough? He must kill him. The monster asks, how does he intend to do that? The books next to Mach-chanso flare with different auras, fiery, poisonous green, bluish, purple. Mach-chanso says grimly, it doesn't matter how long it takes. One day the blade he creates will cut the throat of the heavenly palace. 2 years later. Stacks of books tower on the floor. The monster says that he is just an incredible fool. Mach-chanso sits, legs tucked in, on a pile of books. He holds one of them open in front of him. He says he could give it to Yahello. The monster utters, did he memorize all 6,758 texts of secret martial arts techniques? Mach-chanso transferred the Demon Lord's library into his head. Progress in acquiring the dragon form had stalled. But because Mach-chanso looked like a weirdo talking to himself, Mu-men gradually stopped visiting him. The monster leans over the young man who closed the book, asking, and what will he do now? Mach-chanso replies that preparations are complete. Mu-men no longer cares about him. So now, standing up, he raises a promising gaze to the ceiling, saying that he will destroy the heavenly palace to its very foundation. He mentally addresses the monster. Is he happy? Now everything will be as he wants. Mach-chanso's eyes flash with red lights. Yang Changgak. Everything the monster said was true. He spoke about an invincible martial art, about how he would become the leader of the Min cult. He told him how he would lead countless people. This is the future he did not even dare to dream of. But it is indeed part of the future. Only the monster did not tell him one thing, that the beautiful future making his heart beat faster was not his life, but the life of Yang Changgak. When he accepted the monster, its form became part of his body. He suddenly had so many different memories. They were all vague fragments, but very soon he recognized what they meant. They were all memories of Yang Changgak. Mach-chanso's hand touches the door. The young leader speaks. He does not remember ever thanking him. If not for him, he would have become Mu-men's plaything. He thanks the monster. Mach-chanso decisively leaves the room. Based on the future he remembered, in just a year he was destined for a miserable end in the Demon Lord's gallery. The youth wonders what is the meaning of his life. Was there ever a time when he truly had what he wanted? When he arrived at the small Min palace, he was greeted with a joyful exclamation, young leader. 5 years had passed since he entered the Demon Lord's library. The next exclamation sounds, he's back? Mach-chanso's face is angry and displeased. An unflattering thought about the owner of that voice flashes through his mind. Yahello meets the young leader, folding his hands in a traditional greeting gesture. Behind him, 2 guys are gathering a piece of cloth from the table, pouring money onto it. One of them says he is glad to see him, and introduces himself. His name is Hong-gu. The second also greets Mach-chanso, and introduces himself as Chang-gyun. The young leader mentally wonders, was he playing for money here? Mach-chanso addresses Yahello, who responds willingly. The young leader tells him to throw the guys out if he doesn't want to end up on the street himself. Yahello hastily carries out his order, and the guys find themselves outside the gates. Walking down the corridor, Mach-chanso orders Yahello, who is hurrying after him, to send a message to the silk shop at the market. Let them come to the small Min palace as soon as possible. Yahello is surprised. The silk shop? Why? Does he want to impress someone? The young leader asks. Does he really want to leave the palace? Let him send the message instead of talking nonsense. He slightly turns his head back and asks the question, where is he? Yahello, sweating, asks who. The answer sounds warrior of protection. Yahello clarifies, is he talking about the cutthroat? Mach-chanso asks again, cutthroat? Yahello answers yes. It seems 2 years have passed since the young leader went to the Demon Lord's library. He was released. And now he just wanders near the market, provoking people and starting fights. The warrior of protection of the small palace Min-seek, filling a bowl, looks gloomily from under his brows. Then he asks, what brought such a precious person here? Monster is displeased. Does he want to say he uses him? No. Better he will make him use the Bloodmaster from the village by the stream of tears. Mach-chanso mentally asks Yang Changgak to forgive him. He did not tell him everything, and let it remain so. Behind the young leader stands Yahello. Taking a step forward, he thinks that for him, Mu-men, who hid behind the name of the heavenly palace, and he, the one who put on the mask of the faithful and settled in his body like a parasite, are one and the same. Throwing a bottle and a bowl on the floor, the The young leader mentally adds that he will not succeed in getting what he wants. Putting his foot on the box serving as a table for B-Seek, and smiling maliciously, he says first, "On your knees." He thinks about the heavenly mountain, the central plains, his life. He will take everything. Ma-Chonso, smiling, looks into the eyes of the angrily snarling B-Seek, thinking that from this moment he will go his own way, even if it is the path of a demon. B-Seek bows his head and says, "Is that really enough for such a noble person to stoop to such a place?" The auras of the cutthroats surrounding him flare red. B-Seek tells him to leave. It is not fitting for the young master to be here. Ma-Chonso, squinting maliciously, answers, "Yeah, quite a kennel. Just like him. A mongrel who dared to bite the leader of the Ilteshik squad now skulks in the sewers." B-Seek's fist strikes the box with force. He exclaims, "Does that mean he thinks he should have just left the squad leader, who was also wounded, only because he was mourning his wife?" Jumping up from his seat, B-Seek shouts right in Ma-Chonso's face that he is a pathetic, narrow-minded young leader. He must be unaware, since his mutt hasn't bitten yet. Grinning maliciously, B-Seek says that a dog's bite is quite painful. If he doesn't know that, then he will tell him. Ma-Chonso, raising his chin, replies, "Yes, that's right." Searching for something in the folds of his garment, he adds that for him there are only two kinds of dogs, mutts and trackers. Therefore, as he was enthusiastically writing, the monster circled nearby and whispered, "Perhaps he is considering training someone else in this art? He should not do that. Even though he has the power to instantly enhance chi energy, this type of martial art is like forbidden fruit with extreme consequences. There is a risk of blood vessel rupture, which can lead to chi disorder or even madness." Ma-Chonso extends the book The Bloody Art of the Death Messenger and offers a choice. He decided he should share it with someone he wouldn't mind getting rid of. A red aura emanates from the book. B-Seek leans in and looks at it closely. Ma-Chonso says he wants to continue being a vagabond and languish in the sewer. Ma-Chonso's eyes flare with the same red color as he adds, or he wants to become a tracker and ascend the heavenly mountain with him. The young leader asks, what will his choice be? B-Seek is stunned. He reaches out and touches the book. From his lips escapes, "How is this possible?" Red sparks ignite in his eyes, and a triumphant smile appears on his lips. Thoughts rush through his mind. He was expelled from the Demon Lord's squad without good reason, and he thought his life was over. The bloody art of the Death Messenger is a rising art that cannot be learned anywhere, if he can master it. Piercing him with his gaze, Ma-Chonso, still holding the book, says he will repeat it once more. "On your knees." B-Seek immediately falls to his knees and bows his head low, almost touching the floor with his forehead. Calling Ma-Chonso master, he promises to do everything for him. The young leader says that then he will assign him a couple of henchmen who will stay nearby. The cutthroats, looking hopefully at B-Seek and calling him senior, ask then, "Does that mean they—" B-Seek sharply stands up and straightens, gripping the sword in his hands. Without looking back at them, he says that the young leader spoke the truth. Suddenly turning and simultaneously swinging the sword, B-Seek exclaims, "It really stinks here." He swiftly deals with his subordinates. Blood flows down the blade of the sword and drips onto the floor. Ma-Chonso looks at B-Seek's back, frozen in the middle of the room with swords in both hands. The walls up to the ceiling are splattered with blood. B-Seek turns to him and, folding his blood-stained hands in a traditional gesture, asks to hand over the Demon Lord Min's squad to him. He promises to turn them into loyal dogs of the young leader. Ma-Chonso, smiling contentedly, replies, "Very well. It's not that difficult." Turning away from B-Seek and heading to the exit, the young leader says they will meet in 3 months at the Min Palace. Ma-Chonso walks down the street, glaring angrily at the monster who says that recruiting B-Seek was a huge mistake. They already have the Bloodmaster in the village by the Tears Creek, so... The young leader, using thought speech, objects to him. "What worries you so much? He's still a mutt that needs to be gotten rid of. Perfect for someone who will study the blood art of the Death Messenger and go mad." Glancing at the monster, Ma-Chonso, mentally calling him Yang Changak, says he has no desire to accept his people now that he has B-Seek. The future that he spoke of will change step by step. Hurrying after him, Ayultak asked the young leader the book he gave to B-Seek. Didn't he write it for him? He answers that there is something better for him. The young man exclaims that he never doubted it. Ma-Chonso also indifferently adds the book he bought at the market. Stunned by his words, Yayultak freezes in place. What? 3 months later, Min Palace. Words are spoken, long time no see. Looking at his son, Ma-Tapen thinks that he prepared a speech to convince him. He says aloud that he never told Ma-Chonso to isolate himself from society. Smiling wickedly and staring intently at the leader, Ma Chanso says he almost became an idiot because of Mu Men and barely survived. All thanks to him, his father Ma Teppan thinks his son's very first words are already getting on his nerves. Sitting on the elevation in a chair, Ma Teppan answers that he is still alive and standing before him. The leader asks him not to worry. The chief strategist and Mu Men would face the same end if they dared to kill him. Drops of sweat run down Ma Chanso's face. He says, how can he say such a thing? The young leader thinks he only now feels that he at least somewhat knows his father. A purple aura flares around Ma Teppan. He says if they cannot turn back time, they will try to get rid of what hinders them. Let him name at least one thing in these lands that he, the cult leader, cannot get rid of. Ma Chanso looks at his father and sees before him someone who had everything from birth. Before him is an absolute being who can destroy and take everything at will. Ma Chanso thinks this is why it is so exhausting. The intrigues of the chief strategist, the true form of the heavenly palace, the disobedience of the palaces and the union of elders. All this does not matter much to his father. The father did not conspire with the heavenly palace, he simply handed him over to their mercy. He thought they had their own ways to heal him. That is why he sent him. Ma Chanso says there is something he wants to obtain. He didn't even have to convince his father. A smile appears on Ma Teppan's face when he says that his son has finally started speaking like a young leader. What is this? Since it is his first wish, if he wants, he will even bring the emperor's head to him. Ma Chanso thinks that this is the apology of the supreme demon, his admission of guilt and expression of affection. Ma Chanso says first of all, he must know that the heavenly palace. Ma Teppan says the heavenly palace. The leader says that they cannot find their true form, so they do not know what potential they possess. And since they use witchcraft, it is difficult for them to assess the damage they can cause. The best they can do for each other is to show no aggression. Ma Teppan adds that Taganzan said so. Ma Chanso thinks with annoyance the chief strategist again. No use from father. The young leader says that he will find the true form of the heavenly palace. He suggests deciding what they will do afterward. Right now, he needs two things. He asks to give him the squad of the demon lord Min. He does not need all of them. He will choose those he wants himself. The response is let him do as he knows. Ma Chanso adds that he needs the authority of the overseer, which the chief strategist had. Ma Teppan asks by becoming the overseer, does he want to punish those who wronged him? The young leader says that he will put them in line because he cannot easily get rid of them like his father can. Ma Teppan gives his son permission, and Ma Chanso heads to the exit, thinking that this will be enough. The cult leader asks is he leaving? Ma Chanso stops, and slightly turning his head back, says they do not have such close relations to have friendly conversations unrelated to business, right? In response, he hears heartless scoundrel. The young leader replies, can he be a bigger scoundrel than that one? Ma Teppan bows his head onto his hand so that his palm covers his face. From his lips slips he is his son after all. Ma Chanso rushes after the one who reached the exit if he wants to leave Heavenly Mountain. Let him just say so. A smile slides across the young man's lips. He answers yes. Now he knows that he really is his son. He calls the cult leader father. Ma Chanso decisively flings open the door and steps into the courtyard illuminated by bright sunlight. For a moment he closes his eyes, enjoying the fresh air and the warmth of the sun. The greeting forces the young leader to open his eyes. Before him, kneeling on one knee, stands B-Sake, behind whom several warriors are in exactly the same pose. Ma Chanso thinks are these the warriors B-Sake chose? He likes them. They all exude cunning and malice. B-Sake knows how to choose people. The young leader orders B-Sake to send the warriors to the small Min Palace, and for himself to follow him. They walk along a path surrounded by trees growing at the foot of the mountains. The monster, invisible to anyone except the young leader, says that B-Sake seems gifted to him. He mastered the bloody art of the death messenger, and returned alive, and seems to be in good spirits. Ma Chanso replies that he has no reason to be gloomy. The monster says it seems to him that the future supreme demon will not abandon him. The young leader asks why? The answer is his way of expressing feelings may seem strange, but he truly worries about his son. Maybe they could live together? Ma Chanso says he heard him. Let it be that in case of his death the father was ready to take revenge, but he is not the kind of person who would not let him die. The monster says what complicated feelings they have. Ma Chanso repeats complicated relations, then agrees he is right. Squinting at the monster, he thinks that they are not as complicated as theirs. What did the sword demon do for him when he died? He doesn't think it was anything special. Ma Cheonso decides, well, fine then. He looks around. Based on his father's words, Ma Cheonso understands they have arrived. The young leader and Bai Sik stand in a gray hilly area resembling a desert. The commander of the Demon Lord's warrior squad says, "Where did this place even come from in the Min cult?" The monster asks, what is he going to do when he meets Mu Men? It could be dangerous. Maybe better to find hen number. Ma Cheonso interrupts him, loudly declaring that he came to meet Mu Men. Let them open the passage. As if a veil falls from their eyes, and before them appears a staircase leading to the tower. On both sides of the staircase, guards are placed at equal distances. All the warriors wear long cloaks and demonic masks. Ma Cheonso steps forward, saying how well they know how to welcome guests. Let them come out to meet him in their terrible masks. Suddenly a hand blocks his way, whose owner pushes him behind his back. Bai Sik, blazing with a red aura, steps forward, shielding the young leader. Ma Cheonso thinks that this dog is definitely useful. Just think, he was not scared at all by a whole dozen warriors of the Heavenly Palace. A commanding voice comes from the tower, ordering the warriors to clear the way and bring him. The warriors blocking the young leader's path immediately step aside. Ma Cheonso, accompanied by Bai Sik, ascends the staircase without hindrance. The young leader tells the squad commander that there is a whole bunch of people in front of them whom they do not know at all. He looks at Bai Sik, who is walking with a fierce expression, and thinks yes, he apparently can't wait to find out sooner. He adds whether he takes off their masks or beheads them, he doesn't care. Bai Sik answers indifferently, yes sir. Ma Cheonso thinks how much strength he has gained. The squad commander extends a hand radiating a red aura. He brutally deals with the warriors who do not even resist him. Ma Cheonso climbs the stairs, and blood splatters from all sides. He thinks, just think, because of the Master's command they silently, without resistance, accept their death. He missed the chance to test his strength. Red lightning flashes from the eyes of the rampaging Bai Sik. Ma Cheonso thinks that these warriors are truly loyal dogs. Ma Cheonso enters the room where Mu Men is sitting at the table by the far wall. A man pours a drink into a cup. The voice of the young leader reaches him skillfully. He has trained his mongrels. He already thought they would rise up. Mu Men replies that he only ordered them to bring him here. They were just doing their job. Ma Cheonso looks at him gloomily, thinking he won't even ask why they killed them. Apparently his promise to his father plays a very important role. Since he promised to save him, he won to kill over such a trifle. He decides that it is not that important. Remembering his father's words, he thinks that he, like the chief strategist, knew little about the Heavenly Palace. Mu Men raises his eyes shining with cold light at him. His aura flashes with the most diverse colors. He says he wants to test his patience. Mu Men adds let him tell him the reason for his visit before this tea cools down. Ma Cheonso decides that then he has only one way out. He takes the cup in his hand. The young leader drains the cup in one gulp. Placing it on the table, he says there is no time to drink tea. He will go straight to the point. Ma Cheonso's eyes light up with red flames as he says he will go to the Heavenly Palace. He adds with emphasis in his voice himself. Ma Cheonso says he is on the side of the Heavenly Palace. He thinks that now he does not have enough knowledge and strength to overthrow the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, this is the best he can do now. Mu Men sits with his head lowered. He does not rush to answer. He raises his eyes to Ma Cheonso sitting opposite him, and his aura flashes with new strength. Mu Men says he learned about the Heavenly Palace. A stream of purple-red energy squeezes Ma Cheonso's throat, making him choke. Mu Men's eyes burn with bluish energy. He adds, from the leader of the cult? If so, then why did he decide to join them? Trying to resist the energy flow that knocked him off the chair, Ma Cheonso answers because even his father cannot protect him, and he needs strength for protection. Mu Men looks sternly and challengingly at the young leader. Red lights burn in Ma Cheonso's eyes. His teeth are clenched, and veins bulge on his face. Mu Men forcefully throws the guy to the floor, saying even if he is talented, he is still a boy with a useless body. Shrouded in flashes of red aura, Mu Men asks, then why can't he see him? Rising from the floor and stretching his shoulder, the young leader asks, what is he talking about? He sees him perfectly well. Mu Men says fine, but only this time will he trust him. Pouring a drink from the teapot into a cup, the man says he said he wants to gain power. Standing before him, Ma Cheonso says, if they both desire the same thing. Continuing to fill the cup, Mu Men listens as the young leader asks him, and what does the Heavenly Palace want? Do they want to absorb the Min cult? The man replies not only that. He says they want constant punishment. Their goal is to eternally punish the sinners of the Min cult. Imagining people boiling in a bloody stew, Mu-Men adds therefore, if by his actions he proves he wants to be with them, they will grant him the right to join them. Red lights flare brighter in Macheonso's eyes. He asks, do they want him to kill the believers? Loud laughter echoes in the small Min palace. In response, a question sounds, what is he laughing at? Chunjae-san, folding his hands in a traditional greeting gesture, says what a wonderful day. He accepted him into his ranks. How could he not be happy? Ma Cheongso, sitting on an elevation behind a low table, speaks, and after so many years he has not changed. He reminds Chunjae-san that 5 years ago he told him that Heavenly Mountain was destined for chaos. Then he says that now Heavenly Mountain is like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The Palace of Bloody Art has managed to build relations with the Yan dynasty, as well as with countries bordering western China. The Palace of Slaughter and the Palace of Pleasures have spread their influence in the south, and the Palace of Trade has settled in the central plains. He adds that the problem lies only with the young leader. Chunjae-san says that he gathered some riffraff. After all, his reputation is so-so. Ma Cheongso looks over the warriors gathered in the training hall, about whom the young master of the Palace of Trade spoke so disparagingly. One of Bisek shouts for them to watch their tongues. How dare they speak like that in front of the young leader? Ma Cheongso, smiling, says that everything is fine. Red sparks flare in the young leader's eyes. With a crooked smirk, he says that a dog should bark. There's no reason to scold it. Except, Ma Cheongso thinks that he should not let this go unpunished. Mentally, he returns to the conversation with Chunjae-san. The young leader says that now it will be difficult to motivate his father to do anything. Did someone do this with the intention of taking his place in the future? Ma Cheongso asks who is behind this. In response, it is said there are 3 possible options. The first, the Hall of Elders. But since the followers are almost everywhere, it is hard not to hear conversations on these topics. Ma Cheongso asks the second. The answer is a place where one can calmly talk about any topics. In the Palace of Pleasures, murders are forbidden, so there one can talk about any topics and not fear the consequences. The young leader says, and the last? Chunjae-san says a person who supports and encourages such conversations with the Moon Peak, the left emissary Chang Hogan. Throwing his head back, Ma Cheongso laughs. He heard that he was thrown out of the Palace of Min, but just think, he fell so low. Chunjae-san asks what will he do? Smiling unpleasantly, Ma Cheongso says a dog does not always understand only brute force. The young leader, around whom a red aura thickened, holding a book before him, says, the bloody palm of the demon of the Patala Palace. A martial arts technique they did not even dream of. He grants it to the one who will tear the throat of the mongrel who dared to raise his voice against him. One thought flashes through the warriors' minds, the bloody palm of the demon, a technique that cannot be learned in the Demon Lord Min's squad. Bloodthirsty fires flare in the warrior's eyes. A warrior, one of the 3 at whom all eyes are aimed, exclaims, hey, did they really believe him? A friend supports him, such a technique cannot exist here. The third just silently looks around. Ma Cheongso looks at them with a slight smile, stubborn mutts. Looking at the 3 heads that rose into the air, he thinks that they just need bait. One of the warriors, whose clothes are all covered in blood, kneeling, swears loyalty to the young leader. Ma Cheongso says what a smart dog. Well, he can receive a reward. The warrior takes the book from his hands and looks at it with delight. He says that it is an honor for him. Ma Cheongso, looking at the lined-up warriors, declares that he divides dogs into 2 types, useful and useless. He does not need mutts who will wag their tails at the first passerby. He says that they will have to become curs who obey only him. Only then will they be fed. The warriors, folding their hands in a traditional gesture, bow their heads, saying yes, master. The young leader turns his head to Bisek, telling him to make them study the bloody art of the death messenger. They will not wag their tails before the father if they study the forbidden martial art. He orders to close this place so that not a single rat can run through. The gates are locked, and he adds that useless mutts will also not be able to leave this place. Ma Cheongso warns that they may develop meridian disorders, or they may go insane, who knows. He throws them books from which, just like from him, a red aura emanates. The young leader adds, however, if they manage to survive, he will give them all the food they desire. Red lights flash in his eyes as he says, and on the day they meet again, they will be given a new name. 3 months later, Moon Peak of the Min cult, village of Moon and Sun. 2 men walk across the square. A slender man obsequiously bows to his leisurely walking companion. He asks to convey his best wishes to the left emissary. The stocky man replies, "Has he lost all shame? And is that all he can offer him?" The thin man says, "Does he really think he would do that? Is that what he thinks of him? He has already prepared everything in the storage. His share is waiting inside." His companion laughs and hypocritically replies that it was unnecessary. Jang Pildu walked happily all year round. Even though his brother, the left emissary, had to leave the Min Palace, he still remained quite influential. No, actually, he gained more influence than when he was in the Min Palace. In other words, he was the sole judge and order in this place. Chan Pildu widely spreads his arms to the sides and calls to listen to the music. The storages are overflowing. Musicians are playing in the garden. First-class martial arts masters join the squads of warrior squires. This place has become a paradise on earth for Chan Pildu. A voice reaches him. "Ah, so this is where Chan Pildu lives?" The man's gaze stops on Yahello, who is thoughtfully scratching the back of his head. He decides that some beggar has come to beg. He says aloud, "What an idiot. Yes, he is Chan Pildu. Whose servant will he be?" Yahello replies that it is none of his business. "So he is Chan Pildu? Brother of Hogan Chan Pildu?" The angry man points his finger at the gates, exclaiming, "Hogan? He must have lost his mind. What is he thinking?" He orders to immediately cut out his tongue and throw him out of here. Yahello, looking back, shouts that they have come to the right place. Ma Cheonso immediately appears in the yard, behind whom stands a squad of warriors whose faces are hidden by masks. A red aura blazes around them. The young leader says, "Excellent. So he is Hogan's brother, Chan Pildu?" The man looks puzzled and frightened. In his thoughts, there is only one question: who is this guy? Meanwhile, Ma Cheonso gives the order to Yahello to close the gates. He immediately carries out the order, and a huge wooden beam fits into metal brackets. Chan Pildu shouts so loudly that veins bulge on his forehead. How dare he? Does he even know where he is? Do they all want to go to prison? The man exclaims, "Fine, let them have it, to all of them." He gestures an order to his warriors to attack the strangers, and they immediately rush forward. A smile slides across Ma Cheonso's lips as he says that it's time for him to go to prison. He addresses his warriors, calling them the Black Ghost Squad, with the words, "The food is served. Let them eat as much as they want." Flashing red fire in their eyes, they charge forward, shouting, "Yes, sir." Jang Pildu, seeing the bloody massacre, sinks to the ground, saying, "Stop them." His mouth is open in a silent scream. Overcome by horror, his throat tightens. A thought pounds in his head. It can be. These are first-class warriors, yet they were defeated so easily. Looking at Ma Cheonso approaching him, around whom blood splashes fly in the air, he thinks, how is this possible? The shadow of the guy falls on Jang Pildu's face, in whose head at that moment flashes he thought the young leader was good for nothing. And only when Ma Cheonso rose above him, only then did Jang Pildu realize everything. Good for nothing. A powerless and useless bastard. All of this was rumors that he himself had spread. He recalled something his brother had blurted out while drunk. The left emissary, gripping the neck of a bottle in his hand, says that he should have listened to the chief strategist and should not have underestimated the young leader. Looking at Ma Cheonso's eyes shining with red light, Jang Pildu understands that before him is the one who killed the chief strategist. Meanwhile, the young leader declares that he will begin the inspection. The voice of Ma Cheonso reaches the man being dragged by two warriors. It would be better for him to tell everything he knows. Some inarticulate sounds escape from Jang Pildu's lips. The bloody massacre continues. The young leader watches what is happening. A smile appears on his lips to kill the followers, it turns out. Unfolding the fan, which he had previously clenched in his hand, pressing it to his chest, Ma Cheonso mentally adds, "So easy." Above the mansion, the sky blushes with sunset colors. A voice is heard. The young leader has finished his training. The left emissary sits at the table on a low platform. The warrior, kneeling, stands before him. On both sides between them, the other warriors are lined up in the same poses. Chang Hogan says, "Young leader, did this boy make it out?" Mentally the man showers Ma Cheonso with curses. He, the left emissary, is stuck in this place because of him. Meanwhile the servant says, "Ah," and regarding the Union of Elders. They requested payment for spreading rumors about the young leader. What should he do? A red aura flares around the left emissary as he says, "Let him grant it to him." His gaze falls on the table where paper lies and a seal stands. He thinks it is necessary to ensure that no place accepts the young leader. It is necessary to set the Union of Elders to destroy Ma Cheonso. The boy standing next to him clings to the woman, saying that his grandfather scares him. A kind smile lights up the man's face as he leans toward the child and places his hands on his forearms. Calling him baby Sojin, he says that Grandpa tried to concentrate. He is not scary at all. The woman calls him father and asks him to take the medicine. It will help. The left emissary, calling her Kavirin, responds, well, all right. This is the only thing that helps him calm down. He thinks he needs to return to the Min Palace. Lifting the boy, he literally radiates love and pride. He thinks this must be done for the sake of his family, who supported him despite the fall of his prestige. The warrior, approaching Chan Hogan with a beautifully wrapped box, says that the Palace of Pleasures sent him a gift. The left emissary looks at the box standing before him, a gift from the Palace of Pleasures. He opens the box and leans over it. Inside the box lies the head of his brother. From the lips of the left emissary bursts Pildu. Beside himself with rage, Chan Hogan rushes over the road, not touching the ground with his feet. In his head sound the words of the message from the young leader. Ma Chonso reported his confidence that he made it clear to him not to stick out. It became obvious to him that the left emissary forgot this, so he reminds him. The message, which the man clenches in his hand, blazes with a fiery aura. In Chan Hogan's mind continue to surface the words of the message, forever etched in his memory. What does he think? Did he like it? He will wait for him in the Palace of Pleasures. The left emissary shouts furiously, young leader. He thinks he must return, no matter what it costs him. In the tower before the table where Mu Men sits, a man kneels, saying he came at his first call. The master of the office replies, well done. He inquires, how are the Central Plains? Banya, without raising his low-bowed head, says that all preparations are complete. He adds, and they say the offering will be the best in history. Very soon they will be in their hands. Mu Men takes the figurine from the table, from which a bright glow emanates. He says then, they need to keep the gates of the Heavenly Palace open. However, the two people assigned this role behave extremely strangely. He places the figurine of the young leader closer to the figurine of the left emissary. Mu Men asks, isn't it funny? One voluntarily tries to enter the Heavenly Palace, and the other, unknowingly, gradually becomes its member. They do not have to accept both. They will take only the winner. Banya says the left emissary may be dependent on medicine, but he has the supreme sphere of martial arts mastery. Isn't the outcome obvious? Mu Men answers, Banya is right, but he thinks that the young leader still has something to surprise him with. Whoever wins, if they are worthy, they should be treated the same way. He orders Banya to go to Moonpeak, summer brothel Min Palace of Pleasures. The left emissary bursts into the hall shouting, young leader. He calls Ma Chonsu, demanding that he come out to him. He scans the hall with his eyes and freezes, wait a moment. An unpleasant chill runs down Chan Hogan's spine. In his eyes, glowing with red light, flickers fear. From his throat escapes a horse, could it be? A carriage rushes along the road, accompanied by warriors who seem to glide above the ground. Ma Cheonso believes that if Chang Pildu's confession and the account books are not lying, then nothing else is needed. The most important thing is evidence that the Union of Elders and the left emissary tried to remove him. He will be able to obtain it in Chan Hogan's house. The young leader remembers how easily the left emissary always got worked up. He understands that he will lose it as soon as he sees his brother's head, and he will immediately run to take revenge. One of the warriors of the left emissary points a finger at the road, asking who has come. The warriors block the path of the carriage and the squad accompanying it. Ma Chonso steps out of the carriage and addresses the Black Ghost squad. He orders to get rid of them, and his men, with eyes blazing red flames, rush forward. They brutally deal with the warriors guarding the mansion. Without Chang Hogan, the only master with the supreme demonic sphere and the fourth rank in the entire Min cult, taking his pavilion was not difficult. On the other side of the door, a dark silhouette of a man is visible. Huiron, with tears flowing from his eyes, covers Sojin's mouth with his palm. A hand lowers onto the table, under which a mother and son are hiding. A voice is heard, let us see. Ma Chonso adds that he has already reviewed all the account books. In front of the woman appears the face of the young leader with eyes glowing red light. He says probably, she is Chang Hogan's daughter. A wild scream comes from the summer brothel of the Min Palace of Pleasures. The left emissary, whose aura flares with an even brighter red light, shouts that it was a trap. Chang Hogan hurries home. He tries to calm himself by thinking that his warriors are first-class fighters. He is confident that everything will be fine. The left emissary hurries as fast as he can. His breathing is uneven. He thinks even if the young leader arrives. In the yard, he sees warriors of the Black Ghost squad. Showering them with curses, he asks, "What have they forgotten here?" A voice is heard, permitting the use of the bloody art of the death messenger. The warriors' eyes flare with red flames. They turn to the left emissary. Their figures are surrounded by a blood-red aura, and their eyes blaze with bright light. The enraged Chan Hogan, whose eyes are flooded with red energy, shouts for them to get out of here immediately. The warriors, blazing with a deadly aura, rush toward him. The Black Ghost Squad has become stronger thanks to the mastery of the bloody art of the death messenger. But they still cannot compare to the left emissary, who possesses the supreme demonic sphere. Red energy literally explodes around Chan Hogan. With incredible force, he shouts Huiran. Walls collapse from his scream. The left emissary desperately shouts the name of his grandson Sojin. Blood splatters in all directions. The left emissary makes his way into the mansion. His path is blocked by the smirking B-Seek. Clutching a sword in his hand, he says that the left emissary will not pass so easily. Blazing with red energy, Chan Hogan rushes forward, shouting for him to get out of his way. The left emissary's fist meets B-Seek's flat-placed sword on its path. He says that only the master can command the dog. But B-Seek, who reached the supreme sphere thanks to the bloody art of the death messenger, also could not withstand the left emissary. Chan Hogan's strike throws him very far away. The left emissary bursts into the mansion, greeted by silence. He calls for the young leader. He searches for him everywhere. He showers Ma Qianso with insults, but is glad that at least he did not find his own relatives among the dead. The left emissary opens another door and sees a room filled with dead bodies. His face turns gray, and from his lips escapes "this is." All the account books related to his agreements with the Union of Elders were hidden here. He understands that the account books have disappeared. He remembers how the cult leader pressed his head to the floor with his foot. He almost died plotting the murder of the young leader. His legs buckle, and he sinks to the floor. If the cult leader sees the account books, he might even. Before him, as if in a waking dream, the darkened face of Ma Teppan rises, with eyes shining with dazzling light. In his ears sounds a voice. Let him stop disappointing him, and pretend as if he does not exist. Did he understand him? Chan Hogan's shoulders sag. He definitely will never be able to return to the Ming Palace. Behind him comes giggling, and then a question. Did the left emissary lose something? Smiling evilly, B-Seek says that he is delivering the message of the young leader. He says the left emissary has two paths. On one, a cart carrying his family to the Zaboy Palace. On the second, the one moving to the Min Palace with all the evidence that he slandered the young leader and conspired with the Union of Elders. Before Chan Hogan stands a choice to stop his own fall, or to save the family he cherishes so much. The left emissary feels like he is about to go insane. He grabs his head and a loud scream bursts from his mouth. For the left emissary, the members of his family were the only people who did not turn away from him when he was expelled from the Min Palace. His younger brother Chan Pildu. He recalls the laughing, stocky man, his daughter Huiran, and his grandson Sojin, who grew up without a father. He seems to see the young woman embracing the boy as if in a vision. Since Pildu is dead, only his daughter and grandson remain. However, the left emissary sharply turns around and rushes to the exit, thinking that only the strongest survive in the Min cult. Without strength, a person here is nobody. Rushing headlong, Chan Hogan thinks exactly. Huiran and Sojin accepted him only because they needed something from him. With incredible speed, he races again over the road, deciding that he must first return the account books, and then he will still have time to save the family. He decided to sacrifice his relatives. Compared to the weight on his soul, his steps are quite light. The left emissary concentrated all his energy in his feet and began to move faster. Chan Hogan already sees the cart ahead. Clenching his teeth, he thinks that if he can just stop the wagon, they will not dare to abandon him. The cult leader will not step over him, and he will keep his life. He thinks he can climb to the top again and makes every effort to catch up with the wagon. The left emissary flings open the carriage door. Behind him, the crimson sky of sunset is visible. From Chan Hogan's lips bursts out "Why?" The young leader, whose lower face is covered with cloth, holds a knife to the throat of a kneeling woman. She trembles with fear. The left emissary exclaims, "Why is Huiran here?" Ma Qianso says it seems this is not what he was looking for. The left emissary has discovered something completely unexpected. The young leader leans toward the woman's ear and says he was right, wasn't he? He told her that her father would leave her. Huiran looks at Chan Hogan. There is bitterness and disappointment in her eyes. Blood splashes onto the left emissary's face. From the woman's lips flies out, "Father, why?" The knife mercilessly slices her neck. Chan Hogan raises his hands in horror before him.
as if defending himself from this terrible sight. The young leader removes the cloth covering the lower part of his face and says, "And now a new problem. The woman's body lies at his feet, and in his hands he holds a bloodied knife, but his face is completely calm." He says, "All right." Ahead of them rides another wagon. It is carrying his grandson to the Zaboya Palace. Ma Chanso continues speaking. The other wagon is going to the Min Palace with all the evidence. What will he choose? The left emissary's face contorts with a grimace of rage. Chan Hogan grabs Ma Chanso by the chest and presses him against the carriage wall. He exclaims, "Young leader." The guy's feet lift off the floor. He smiles and looks straight into the face of the left emissary, and says, "Chan Hogan." Red sparks flare in Ma Chanso's eyes as he opens the fan. He says the left emissary cannot kill him. Now he is in the role of the overseer. Chan Hogan is surprised the red flame fan? Where did he get it? Because of actions ordered by the cult leader? Chan Hogan's face looks confused. Behind him at the carriage exit lies the body of his daughter. His beard and hair are stained with blood. The young leader says, abusing his position, like the daughter of the left emissary, Chan Huiran used and killed peaceful citizens. Quarter him. Snapping his fingers, the young leader adds, since he got rid of what stood in the way, maybe now they will talk about Chan Hogan himself? In the driver's seat sits a warrior in a long black cloak with a hood. His face is covered by a mask. There is no one else around the carriage. Two warriors appear, in the same cloaks. Flashes of deadly energy burst from their eyes. The rest of the Black Ghost squad joins them. They all stand behind the left emissary. He is stunned they all survived that attack. The carriage is surrounded by warriors. The last rays of the setting sun paint the sky red. The young leader's voice sounds if he wants to keep the remnants of honor and save his grandson and himself. Ma Chanso, surrounded by a red aura, says let him beg, as he should. A trembling, blood-stained hand releases the guy's clothing. The young leader steps away from him. The dejected left emissary asks, why is he treating him this way? Why go so far? Ma Chanso approaches the doorway and says, who knows? Jang Hogan mentally asks himself, is it because he conspired with the Union of Elders for a pitiful goal? He continues to ponder, or because of Moomin's test? But the reason was neither. The main reason, maddening pain and suffering. They say the pain of losing a child is like the one a person feels when their insides are torn apart. Because of the left emissary, one foolish mother didn't even know about the death of her own child. Ma Cheonso remembers the cook weeping. He thinks that maybe he cannot understand this pain, but he really wanted the left emissary to feel the same pain she felt. At that moment, Jang Hogan sinks to the floor and starts laughing. Tears stream down his eyes. Ma Cheonso thinks it is hard to tell, is he suffering because of the loss of his daughter, or because of the loss of his authority. The young leader moves away from the carriage. Yultak, following him, asks, where does the young leader get so much audacity? He could have killed him. Ma Cheonso replies, even though Jang Hogun has the supreme sphere, he is sure that he used all his internal energy while getting here. He adds even if, despite that, he used a deadly technique, he would have sent him to the same place as the chief strategist. The silent monster is near Ma Cheonso. The left emissary sits on the carriage floor, holding his daughter's body on his lap. Ma Cheonso says he won to let him leave this world so easily. It will hurt Jang Hogun much more if he gives him a little hope, and then makes him suffer until the very end. But the young leader has a strange premonition. He knew the left emissary wasn't very smart, but to leave such important evidence in plain sight. Ma Cheonso closes his eyes. Immersed in thought besides, all his tricks were quite pathetic. He didn't think the left emissary would turn out to be so greedy and stupid. The young leader believes that this is no longer his problem. Who cares about a loser? Yultak asked, does this mean they can now return to the small palace of Min? Ma Cheonso replies no. They continue to move further away from the carriage. Cult of Min Moonpeak, summer brothel of Min. A voice is heard, they have a job. Ma Cheonso enters the hall, surrounded by a squad of black ghosts. The young leader scans the hall. He thinks that all the people present have been trained in martial arts. After all, it seems this is the best place of the Min cult for drinking alcohol. A man stands before him, folding his hands in a traditional gesture. He says his name is Joe Namgun, and he is from the male spirit squad. The man says that the summer brothel of Min does not serve young masters, under 30 years old. This may seem rude, but could he show the Min plate? Ma Cheonso knows that the male spirit squad is as technical as the black ghost squad. And the fact that he revealed his identity so easily means he is ready to use force if he is not accommodated. and does not show compliance. One of the visitors begins to speak ill. Since when did the summer brothel of Min start accepting such young masters? Bringing a kid here? This is the bad influence of the young leader. His friend says he is too rude. Ma Chianso closes his eyes, listening to the response rude. Here we go. It's not that he hasn't appeared all these 5 years while others insulted him. And who cares what he says about this loser? Is he wrong in any way? The man laughs. Ma Chianso says he can show him, but he will have to sacrifice his eyes. He won to be able to see it just like that. Joe Namgun insists. He asks to show the Min plate. The plate passes from hand to hand, on which 2 characters are visible. Joe Namgun looks stunned. It slips from his lips. This is it. One of the visitors says, whose precious follower is this, that even a warrior of the male spirit squad is so surprised? The second replies, how can one steal a lady's heart if the person is so pathetic? Blood splashes, and Joe Namgun covers his face with his hands. Blood flows from under his palms. The visitors freeze in amazement. Ma Chianso orders to block all exits. The warriors hastily carry out his command. The monster tries to stop him. No. Let him not do this. The spirit asks him to stop. Ma Chianso thinks he was patient, because Yahello tried hard to stop him. It slips from his lips. The Black Ghost Squad. Ma Chianso's eyes flare with red light. He says the meal is served. Let them enjoy. The warriors' eyes ignite with the same light. They exhale. Yes, sir. The young leader thinks he has no other choice when they behave like this. The warriors take a ready stance, gripping their swords. A shout is heard. Stand. A luxurious blonde armed with a sword descends the stairs into the hall. A squad of girls follows her. The woman says she is the moon spirit Yuval. She says murder within the brothel walls is absolutely forbidden. She asks to stop it immediately. Yuval says also, everyone under 30 years old is forbidden to enter here. She asks, why is he doing this? Looking at Joe Namgun lying on the floor, the woman asks, the young leader, is this really all him? Ma Chianso answers, he wanted it himself. Yuval asks, is he serious? Who the hell? A red aura flares around the guy. Smiling, he says that he will be the one asking questions here. Glancing aside, he says the Black Ghost Squad. He looks at the people sitting at the table and the smiling visitors. Ma Chianso thinks they are all watching as if this is some kind of entertainment. He decides to teach them a lesson. He wants to show them who the young leader Ma Chianso is, the one they have been gossiping about so much. Ma Chianso says let them continue, and the warriors rush forward. They move with incredible speed. Blood splashes from all sides, and death moans are heard. To the wounded Yuval comes a voice. He, Young Namgun, trying to get up and covering his face with his hand, pleadingly says, no, moon spirit, no. He, the woman, not wanting to listen to him, says he broke the main rule. It doesn't matter who he is. She doesn't care who he is. The man says that he is the young leader. Yuval is surprised. What? She looks at Ma Chianso, and from her lips slips young leader. The woman declares that they are warriors connected with the Elders' Union and the family of palaces. If they find out, they will take revenge. The Palace of Pleasures cannot approve of his actions. Smiling, the young leader asks, does she think so? He says, be seek. The one holding the visitor who dared to slander by the collar immediately freezes. He throws the man at Ma Chianso's feet, and he immediately falls to his knees. The young leader lowers his sword onto his shoulder, saying, does he want to say that he does not deserve this? The woman exclaims no. Ma Chianso asks why. The man, stammering, says they dared to insult him. For his sin, he deserves death, but asks for mercy. Swinging the sword, the young leader says if he deserves death for his sins, then he will die. The man's head flies into the air. Blood splatters in all directions. Yuval and the girls accompanying her look shocked. Ma Chianso addresses them and for allowing themselves such words. The young leader points his sword at them, saying that they will all die too. Obeying his silent command, the warriors rush forward. The girls raise their swords, preparing to defend. 2 squads clash fearlessly. Energy that freezes everything around spills under the ceiling. Yuval, gripping her weapon, rushes forward. Her target is Ma Chianso. The young leader looks up in surprise. A blonde woman, emanating a freezing aura, lands in the hall, clutching a fan. She asks, what is happening here? She straightens up, scanning everyone present with her blue eyes. Han Soso inquires, can anyone answer her? Summer brothel Min, Palace of Pleasures. A drink pours into a cup. A voice sounds. She never suspected that the young leader had so much power. Han Soso holds a bowl in both hands. Behind her stand 2 girls.
The woman says one should not trust rumors, right? The talks that take place within these walls are complete nonsense. In drunken delirium, people tend to make mistakes. Ma Chonso, behind whom his warriors stand, extends his hand to her with the same bowl. He says a mistake? So, everyone made the same mistake? Tried to insult the young leader? The woman replies, even the left emissary, who was overseeing order, did not see a problem in this. There is nothing special. Looking at the hand reaching out to her with the bowl, the woman asks, is he really intending to? The young leader thinks before him is the master of the Palace of Pleasures, the white snake Khan Soso. Coquettishly smiling, the woman continues to enter into conflict with the Palace of Pleasures over such a trifle. Ma Chonso thinks outwardly she seems impregnable, but ready to tear anyone apart to protect her people. Right now, she is making a strong effort to protect her person, Yuval. The young leader says he heard that the Palace of Pleasures possesses information, but it seems that is not the case. Khan Soso, joining the fingertips of her hands, looks at him questioningly. Red sparks flare in the young leader's eyes as he says that the left emissary no longer oversees order. He committed a very serious sin. Ma Chonso unfolds a fan, and a red aura flares around him. He says, maybe now they will see what the Palace of Pleasures really is? Now he possesses the authority of the overseer that the chief strategist had. Composure leaves Khan Soso. She is stunned. The woman exclaims, where did he get that fan? Ma Chonso mentally asks her, what will the master of the Palace of Pleasures do now? Khan Soso grits her teeth now she sees that he is here not as the young leader, but as a high-ranking person of the Min Palace. They sit in a huge hall at a small table opposite each other. Behind the woman is a squad of girls. Behind the young leader stand his warriors. Khan Soso says she will make it so that no one will dare even to mention him within the walls of the Palace of Pleasures anymore. And one day their palace will help him, if the need arises. Smiling sweetly, Khan Soso says that he still will not be able to link them to the left emissary. Ma Chonso mentally agrees she is right. The left emissary only had documents that spoke of his connection with the Union of Elders, but the Palace of Pleasures managed to cover the tracks. The young leader folds the fan. A slight smile touches his lips. He says who knows. Then he says that he will stay here for some time. Maybe he will find something. He believes only what he sees. Ma Chonso raises his gaze to the woman and something else. He thinks that while he is here, he needs to check everything. Pointing his gaze at Yuval, he tells Han Soso to send her to his chambers today. He thinks that this is the true reason for his visit here. The girls line up behind Han Soso's back. Ma Chonso's warriors exactly mimic their maneuver. The young leader tells the master of the pleasure palace not to worry, he will not touch her. Ma Chonso reflects on Yuval, the girl who died when he was from the future. Foreign memories surface in his mind. The young leader stands behind the girl and asks, what is her name? She answers Yuval. She exclaims how long it has been since she last saw him. Ma Chonso thinks she died when Yang Changak came to the pleasure palace. The young leader asks, how does she know him? The girl answers, how could she not know him? They were together for so long. Ma Chonso thinks that the technique of enchantment is a forbidden art. He can learn about its features only in the Demon Lord's library. Moreover, Yuval is from the Middle East, just like Banya and Mumen, the lunar spirit Yuval. Yuval's voice is heard, warning that she is entering. Ma Chonso thinks this girl definitely obeys the pleasure palace. The young leader says he thinks that this will be enough. Details of the battle with Chang Pildu's subordinates surface in his memory. He remembers the warriors of the Pavilion of Law, and also the warriors of the Elders' Union, who ended up in the pleasure palace. More than 100 people have already died at the hands of the Black Ghost Squad. The Heavenly Palace must be pleased with such a result. Yuval's silhouette is visible behind the translucent partition. She asks enough of what? And what does he want? Ma Chonso answers he said that he wants to take their side. Mentally he adds that he told this to Mumen. The girl, opening the clothing on her chest, which slightly reveals the neckline of the dress, answers, let him not think that this is the end of it. Lowering the garment so that her bare shoulders are now visible, Yuval, without looking at Ma Chonso and blushing, says even if he masters her body, it means nothing to a woman of the Palace of Pleasures. The monster standing behind him thinks that she is different from other women from the Central Plains. She is so brave, the young leader asks. Did Mumen force her to do this? Stammering, Yuval asks, who is Mumen? She says that in any case she feels very embarrassed, so let him hurry up.
She pronounces with special intonations, "Let him take her faster." The monster and Ma Chonso are shocked by her words. Ma Chonso's eyes light up with red flames. He says angrily, "Is she trying to play the role to the end?" She picked the wrong person. The young leader thinks all this must be part of the charm technique. He raises his hand in front of him, trying to stop the woman. Ma Chonso thinks that the art of the demon lord far surpasses the martial art of the Palace of Pleasures. This is exactly how the demon lord intended it. A red aura thickens around the young leader. Flashes of the same color come from his eyes. In his head it flashes he will make her hell. His hand lowers onto Yuval's head, and from her lips escapes "Ah." He asks what is her role in the heavenly palace. Lowered under the pressure of his palm onto the carpet, Yuval asks, "What is the heavenly palace?" Ma Chonso leans toward her, putting more force into his palm. He says that he will be the one asking questions here. What did Mu Men tell her? Why is she here? Let her answer immediately. Yuval says she does not know what he is talking about. After all, he himself ordered her to come here. Yuval asks him to stop. Ma Cheonso looks at her, wondering is it possible. Ma Cheonso greets the morning at the open window. Naked Yuval, covered with a blanket, sleeps in bed. The young leader thinks could she really not be connected to them? That cannot be. She must be. Ma Cheonso wonders has the future really changed? If not, then this is the future that is yet to happen. Cult Minister Sun Peak, Minister Palace. The right emissary bows and says that according to the ledgers, the left emissary and the Council of Elders have repeatedly abused their power. Ma Teppan, sitting in a chair on the dais, replies, "Let him do as the young leader wishes." The right emissary looks embarrassed as he says, "But he said nothing about the Council of Elders." The cult leader asks, "Why is that?" The reply is simply the young leader recently visited the Palace of Pleasures. He thinks it's all because of what happened there. He killed 47 warriors when he found out that the people of the summer brothel Min insulted him. The right emissary adds, and he did not stop there. He stayed in the palace and killed anyone who dared to tease him. Also, he made the people of the Union of Elders wear plaques listing all their sins and walk around Moon Peak like that. Ma Teppan smiles. The Union of Elders could have intervened. But it seems they do not dare to show up after the news about the left emissary. The cult leader laughs, then says he has become a man. Now he can even get married. Ma Teppan says it seems he has reached the right age. He orders the right emissary to find him a worthy match. He heard that the daughter of the owner of the Palace of the Supporting Sword is quite smart. The right emissary replies that he will send matchmakers. Smiling, Ma Teppan raises his eyes to the ceiling, saying it will be interesting to see her face. Ma Chonso's face looks tired. He exhales, phew. Yuval pours a drink from the teapot into a cup. Voices reach her. Is she sure the moon spirit is dead? How great he was that. While the young leader drinks tea, excited people crowd outside the door. Snippets of phrases are heard besides. He is too young. Demon of sex. He thinks it's all his fault. And he can't even blame Han Soso for it. Although, he still managed to stop any rumors about the left emissary. He tells Yuval that he has no more reason to stay here. Ma Chonso, together with the squad, heads to the door. He tells the upset girl that now he is going to the small palace Min. A quiet exclamation reaches his ears, and he looks in the direction from which the sound comes. A fragile girl stands before him. She exclaims, "Young leader?" Ma Chonso questioningly says, "Chi-hami?" The girl's face, behind whom stands a cute blonde, lights up with a smile. He remembers her. Apparently she caught his eye 5 years ago. Ma Chonso thinks 5 years ago? They met? Because of memories of Yang Changak, he is constantly confused. The blonde waves her hand at the confused Yuval. Chi-hami says, doesn't he want to get checked? A respected person has arrived here. The young leader says, what is this even about? A voice reaches him, my respects. This is the only clear voice from the blurred memories of Yan Changak. A grimace of Banya flashes in his mind. If he wants to overthrow the heavenly palace, he will first have to deal with Ya Yulchin. Before him stands the third elder, the holy demon Banya, saying he is glad to see him. His face looks younger due to the absence of a beard. He bows politely and asks for forgiveness, saying he has a patient waiting. Ma Chionso freezes before him as an emissary of the heavenly palace. To the surprised Yuval, the voice of the young leader reaches perhaps. Ma Chionso says that he will have to stay longer. The moon spirit's room. 2 flower pots stand on the table. Banya, smiling broadly, says, why does she behave like that? A blonde woman kneels before him, bowing her head low to the floor. She begs him to save her younger sister. A powerful yin energy has bound her heart, so she cannot express emotions. Strong laughter could kill her. She adds that thanks to his medicine, she can smile a little. At the same time, she recalls the sweet blonde accompanying Chihami. Crying Yuval, raising her head, says she wanted to know if he could give them more medicine. If he helps, she will not forget his kindness until her death. Banya squats down and looking into her eyes says, of course, it is a very serious but curable disease. He adds, and he really will have a small request for her. A female silhouette is visible behind the door. Yuval says that she brought tea. She pours the drink into a cup, recalling Banya's words, let her add this medicine to the tea at breakfast. And then at dinner. The drink flows into Chonso's cup. In Yuval's ears sound the words of the third elder. As soon as the young leader finishes drinking, he will give her the necessary medicine for her sister. Chonso raises the cup to her lips. He freezes, and when the girl heads to the door, he puts the cup on the table, thinking that he knew it all along. He still has to change the future. Pavilion of the Law. A gloomy building is falling asleep under the snow. The left emissary lies, raising a hand with a bottle, the last drops of the drink dripping into his mouth. He throws it away, and it shatters into small shards. Chan Hogan lies on the floor, arms spread wide. His clothes are stained with blood. The man begins to laugh. He tried so long to obtain the supreme demonic sphere, but in an instant lost everything. In the depths of the room, blue energy flames flare up. The newcomer says he did not expect him to fall so low. It seems the young leader is more majestic than he thought. Banya says so much time has passed since he asked him for help with the first elder. What is Chan Hogan doing here? The left emissary sits on the floor. He says that now it all no longer matters. Negotiations with the Heavenly Palace are over. He asks to be given his best medicine. Leaning towards him, Banya smiles, saying that the medicine is not given for free. You can just end everything because he wished so. Chan Hogan sharply stands up, his body radiating red energy. Swinging his hand, he shouts that he is merely an emissary of the Heavenly Palace. Banya easily dodges the strike. Chan Hogan falls to the floor. A knife sticks out of his shoulder. Banya leans down and applies a chokehold, wrapping his arm around his neck from behind. The left emissary asks what did he give him? Was it not medicine? The third elder laughs loudly. He says that he really isn't very smart. How could he not notice after so many years of research? The left emissary asks, but what should we do now? Banya forces him to open his mouth and forcibly pours powder in, saying that he will have to take it, even if he knows everything now. Let him take as much as he can, all right? The left emissary's hand falls limply to the floor. Looking at Chan Hogan's pale face with reddened eyes, looking simply pitiful, Banya says that he will not be able to refuse this medicine. Smiling predatory, he adds, in fact, no one will be able to. In his eyes, behind the glasses, bluish sparks flare up. Summer brothel minimum palace of pleasures. It is still snowing. The dejected young leader sits alone in an empty hall at a table. An empty bottle lies on the table. He grips a sword in his hand. Broken dishes lie scattered on the floor around him. His face grew gaunt, and his eyes reddened. A thought flashes through his mind to refuse the medicine. Hansoso stands before him. She says that the sun has already set. Her establishment should be opening, so what should she do with him? Flashing his eyes, Machonso raises his sword above his head, shouting for her to bring more drinks. The woman stops the descending blade, pinching it between two fingers. She says one should not swing a sword without even having learned martial arts. Hansoso addresses the maid standing behind her, calling her Cheval, and she immediately responds, yes, mistress. The master of the pleasure palace asks, did the young leader take anything? Cheval replies that she cannot say anything about that. She inquires, should she call Yuval? Hansoso says no, all is well. Better let her call the doctor. The young leader has lost his mind. Without raising his head, which is bowed to his chest, Machonso says it is not worth troubling oneself with something so useless. Stepping into the courtyard, the women watch the quickly departing young leader. Cheval, looking at her mistress, asks what should they do. She replies, let him scatter some salt at the threshold. Machonso walks through the dark snowy forest. The trees bend strangely, everything swims before his eyes. He thinks a strange feeling, as if the connection between his body and mind is lost. A figure of a monster appears before him, asking, is he all right? Ma Cheongso continues to stubbornly march forward. Monster says that he should return to the Palace of Pleasures. His condition now. The young leader mentally replies, let it not be so dramatic. He is fine. Monster tries to object, but Strangely elongated and curved figures of warriors in long black cloaks stand before him. They unanimously say, "Young leader." Ma Cheongso thinks, is this the Black Ghost Squad? He turns around and walks away from them, throwing over his shoulder that they should not approach him until he finds them himself. The warriors respectfully bow their heads. In the young leader's eyes, a red fire splashes. He walks away from his squad, leaving footprints on the snow-covered ground. The young leader runs, stumbling, through the snowy forest. Ma Cheongso falls, burying his face directly into the snow. Someone approaches him and says, after the first dose, it starts to seem like you are looking at the world through a kaleidoscope. A question reaches the guy. Does he hear it? Ma Cheongso barely lifts his head. From his lips slips what a person in a demon mask squats in front of him. He says the young leader said he wants to be on their side. From Ma Cheongso's lips bursts a broken heavenly palace. He sharply raises himself on his elbows, and the person, stepping back from him, immediately radiates a blue-black aura. The young leader, trembling with tension, staring at the pristine snow at his feet, says he should have at least a trace, but there is none. As if he never even had an energy core. The person is surprised. How is he even still alive? Ma Cheongso says, does the Heavenly Palace need his martial arts skills, or the authority of the young leader? The man in the mask replies correct. He will make him do what the left emissary was originally supposed to do. The guy thinks that he probably also drugged the left emissary. In the eye slits, bluish lights flicker. The man says very soon hundreds of corpses will be brought to the Heavenly Mountain. Let him weaken the defenses at the borders. It must not be difficult for him to do this, now that he has the rights of the chief strategist's overseer and the rights of the law pavilion of the left emissary, right? Ma Cheongso asks, corpses? The answer sounds only what they need for the dragon form, and only those who have the best skeleton. The young leader asks, did the Murim Union not interfere with this? The masked man snickers mockingly, the Zhonghan sect, the Hua Mountain sect, the Jegal clan, the Namgun clan, and a whole bunch of other clans and sects. It will be difficult to find a group that has not succumbed to the influence of the Heavenly Palace. Gloomily looking at him, the young leader thinks that everything is going according to plan. Only thanks to the memories of Yan Changak did he know the future. And when Yuvol poured him tea, he realized that something was wrong. He made Yuvol leave and also asked Bisik to go to the Jade Palace and check the tea. Donban Will found out that the poison with which Yuvol drugged him was not lethal. She only mixed in psychedelic substances that caused addiction. Therefore, Ma Cheongso decided to dance to their tune. He wanted them to lower their guard. Only then would they reveal their secrets and accept him. Leaning on his hands, the young leader sits on the snow. He thinks so even 9 great sects and 5 clans are united with the Heavenly Palace. The man in the mask says how strange. Ma Cheongso asks, what does he mean? Sparkling with bluish energy in his eyes, the man in the demonic mask replies, well, medicine. He tells Ma Cheongso, who is looking at him gloomily, that as soon as the symptoms begin to appear, the person will lose their mind. Even a genius of intellect turns into an irrational idiot. The man in the mask adds that why he had to become like that. But it feels like he is trying to extract information from him. Although he is sure that Ma Cheongso took the medicine. He raises his hand up, saying maybe then they will find out. They are surrounded by the Black Ghost Squad. The young leader stretches his lips into a smile. Rising to his feet, he first giggles quietly, then starts laughing out loud. Ma Cheongso says that he did not suffer so much in life for some booze to take him down so easily. The young leader exclaims Black Ghost Squad, and his warriors rush forward. Surrounding the young leader, they freeze, holding their swords in front of them. The man in the mask looks back. Behind him stands a warrior armed with 2 axes. His eyes blaze red through the mask's slits. The representative of the Heavenly Palace says so the order not to follow him was another lie? So the Black Ghost Squad. His loyal hounds. Looking at the young leader, he adds, and Bisik obeys him? He heard that the Heavenly Palace owes him. Bisik, pointing his sword at him, says what? He is talking about those who hid in the Min Palace? Soon he will be next to them, so he will be able to calm down as soon as he sees. The grim Ma Cheongso orders him to be silent and prepare to run. Watching the figure in the mask enveloped in a blue-black aura, the young leader adds he is the one Bisik definitely cannot control even in the next life. Ma Cheongso thinks about the fact that this man destroyed the small palace of Min together with Tan Jagal. He is the 3rd elder of Banya. No, a servant of the Heavenly Palace. Meanwhile, Banya's pupils turn into small green dots. He exclaims, maybe they will start then? Let them try to survive. He is clearly amused by what is happening. The young leader tells the warriors who have started moving, let them live. No matter what. The hunt is not over yet. Ma Cheonso prepared for this moment. It was not for nothing that he threw books describing combat techniques to the warriors back then. Now the warriors use the technique of the heretical faction, Chingun steps of the Dark Return. They move forward rapidly. Their speed is so high that they look like just blurred figures wrapped in a purple glow. The young leader understands that this technique is not very effective in attack, but it is hard to find a better technique in defense. Banya laughs steps of the Dark Return? Martial art of the heretical faction? Ma Cheonso, moving at the head of the squad, thinks that although Banya has the supreme sphere of martial art, this will help them buy some time, at least until they get off the hills. Behind the young leader, Banya's voice sounds, and he does not cease to amaze. Drops of sweat stream down the boy's face. He thinks that he needs to keep standing his ground to buy time for him. Banya, easily dealing with the warriors standing in his way, catches up with Ma Cheonso. He realizes that the clumsy steps of the Black Return are nothing compared to the supreme sphere of martial art. Banya, stopping, grabs Beseek by the chest, saying that the young leader is running away so desperately that he wants to spare his life. Why did he take hold of the left emissary? Evil smiling Ma Cheonso says he did not want to tell him. But is he so sure about that? Banya laughs. He asks, so what? Is Ma Cheonso running to complain to the cult leader? He adds that he was curious to meet him anyway. People say he is the strongest in the world. Continuing to hold Beseek, Banya speaks. Does he really think that the Heavenly Palace has done nothing so far just because it feared the cult leader? He is no more than just the leader of a bunch of criminals. Let him not worry. His turn will come soon. He does not see that behind him. Against the backdrop of the full moon, a human figure is hovering. But the young leader sees her well. This is the only reason he tried to run away from the hills. Ma Cheonso says this is what he said. Will he keep watching like that? Banya sharply turns back. What? Surrounded by a purple aura, the cult leader asks, is this what Mu-Men desired? Ma Cheonso thinks that even a simple glance at him weighs down the shoulders and makes breathing difficult. He looks at Ma Teppan, looking down on them from above. An all-consuming presence. Purple sparks flash in the man's eyes. The young leader thinks supreme demon Ma Teppan, his father. A malicious smile appears on Ma Cheonso's face as he thinks Banya has the supreme sphere. The warriors of the Heavenly Palace are by no means inferior in strength to the Black Ghost Squad. They cannot handle them. He knew this, so he prepared in advance. Ma Teppan, sitting in a chair on the elevation, listens to the report of the man standing below together with the account books. The young leader sent a message. The cult leader unfolds the paper and reads the first day of the year. Moon Peak. Summer Brothel Min. Hovering over Banya and Ma Cheonso, Ma Teppan says, and he already thought that he just wanted to see his father. The cult leader adds, but, as he sees it, that one is just in terrible shape. Ma Cheonso smiles wickedly, as if he was ever in good shape. Ma Teppan descends to the ground, emitting an incredible oppressive force. Banya, pressing his hands to his chest, says, what kind of power is this? He barely stands on bent legs, and his breathing becomes heavy and intermittent. Ma Teppan, looking into his son's face, says that he was going to intervene if he died. The young leader, without raising his eyes, replies, should he thank him for that now, or what? The father answers that would not be very good. The cult leader asks, was he poisoned? Ma Cheonso, smirking crookedly and still not raising his eyes, says, well, at least in this the chi energy problems helped. He is fine. Purple energy envelops the boy's body, and he exclaims in bewilderment, what is he doing? Hugging his son by the shoulders, Ma Teppan says there would be nothing unusual in his death, but one should not be so arrogant. Banya takes a fighting stance and says, why don't they continue their sweet father-son conversation in hell? Warriors of the Black Ghost Squad rush at him from all sides. Ma Teppan, holding his son to his chest, replies if he kills himself, he wants to be able to take revenge. The young leader looks shocked. He mentally curses, thinking what is he talking about? And most importantly, the cult leader picks up the son in his arms. Looking at the warriors swirling in the air around them, Ma Cheonso thinks now is not the time for this. He utters how annoying. Above Ma Teppan's head appears a black sphere surrounded by a bright glow. A battle is taking place around them. Banya's reinforcements, warriors of the Heavenly Palace, confront the Black Ghost Squad. Ma Cheonso, raising his eyes upward, thinks so this is it. Looking at the black sphere above their heads, the young leader realizes that this is the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea. Banya, swinging his fist, freezes for a moment. How? Ma Teppan says, and now let it perish. The black sphere with a trail of purple energy rushes toward the third elder. When Ma Teppan's power strikes Banya, the mask falls from his face, and a loud scream bursts from his mouth. The black sphere left a deep mark in the ground, with some smoldering spots here and there. The father, looking closely at his son's face, asks, "What did he take?" Looking Ma Teppan in the eyes, the young leader thinks that the chief strategist, like the left emissary, fully relied on him. And he only now realized that. Ma Cheonso believes that his father is undoubtedly the strongest man in the world. The boy replies that he drank the potion because he did not know it was poisoned. He wonders, did the father examine his body? Ma Cheonso adds he needed to find out where their base was to expose them. The mark in the ground left by the black sphere continues to smolder. In response to the boy, it is said he misunderstood everything. If he wants to destroy someone, then just destroy them. No need to think with the head. Ma Cheonso objects. If that were possible, he wouldn't be here, and Ma Teppan wouldn't have been led by the nose for so long. The leader replies, well, that can be called being led by the nose. He has the ability to make them pay for what they've done. Carrying his son in his arms, the leader increasingly distances himself from the trace left by the sphere. He says he is returning to the palace of Min. Ma Cheonso replies, all the best. The father declares in an uncompromising tone that the son is going with him. The young leader shouts indignantly that he is fine, and declares that he will go to the Palace of Pleasures. Already soaring into the air, the leader unclenches his hands, and the boy falls down. Falling, he exclaims, what really? In response, it is said since he is in terrible condition, he will need care. The leader, leaning over him, says that he never regrets the decisions he has made, whatever they may be. He simply does what he wants at the moment. He adds that Ma Cheonso should not overwork himself. The boy, looking at him and losing consciousness, thinks that he is sure of one thing: his father must have a split personality. Palace of Yada. Snow covers everything around. A voice is heard, things are bad. What could have happened? In response, it is said, is it really that bad? Foolish child. Voluntarily took the poison. Donban Yul, pouring powder into a bowl, says that it is not about the poison. The young leader sent him a sample in advance, and he managed to study it. This brew rather harms internal energy. But since he has no energy, in that sense, he is fine. Ma Cheonso lies on a couch wearing only pants. His torso is tightly bandaged. Bandages are also visible on his shoulder and arm. The master of the Palace of Yada says that the problem is his external injuries. He has 5 broken ribs, and his shoulder is in terrible condition. He adds that he does not know who did this to the boy. But this person turned out to be very cruel. The old man says that Ma Cheonso was still lucky. If, like last time, another artery had been cut off. Standing next to Donban Yul, Ma Teppan looks ashamed. The cult leader, glancing at the thoughtful master, says, well, that did not happen. He adds that he plans everything carefully in advance. Distracted from his thoughts, the old man apologizes and asks, what did he say? He hurriedly replies, nothing. An indignant nothing is heard. Ma Cheonso tries to sit up on the couch. Donban Yul exclaims he woke up. The boy mumbles thanks to his efforts. The old man asks what happened this time. He just returned. In response, it is said all because of 2 weirdos. One psycho with glasses, and the second, a cruel man. Ma Teppan says so he heard everything. And he didn't even know that he had woken up. That means he learned to be silent. Sitting down on the couch, the young leader states that he needs to talk to his father. He asks the master to leave them alone. Heading to the door, Donban Yil says, all right. The scoundrels who inflicted such injuries on him need to be given a poison so strong that... Ma Teppan asks his son how he feels with a mocking smile. The boy replies that he is not dead. Thanks to the kindness of his heart, the leader demands that he stop talking nonsense and tell him what happened. He tells his father about the left emissary S addiction and about the drug itself. He also told everything he knows about Mu-Men. Behind Ma Teppan is an invisible monster to him. The leader says that his son is still hiding something from him. The reason for his doubts. Well, if he doesn't want to talk, so be it. Ma Cheonso mentally replies to him. He doesn't think he would believe him even if he told him. Putting his feet on the floor, the boy asks his father, can he fulfill what he asks? Ma Teppan wonders why all of a sudden. Ma Cheonso reminds he is a young leader. A slight smile glides over his lips as he adds, and the son of the strongest martial arts master in the world.
Red lights flash in the eyes of the cult leader. A semblance of a smile twists his lips. He says the strongest in the world. He is often told this. All right, counted. He asks what does Machonso want. He can grant him one wish. Snow continues to cover the palace of Yada. The door opens. Chudishche asks is he okay? He should rest more. Machionso mentally replies nothing serious. The guy walks across the yard. A warm cloak is thrown over his shoulders. The monster follows him. Machionso thinks even Donban Il cannot explain this exactly. But even if his body is badly damaged, he still recovers quickly. A shout reaches Machionso young leader. In front of him, Yuval stands on her knees in a light dress. The guy says he thought she was sent far away. What is she doing here? Yuval begs him to forgive her. She understands that she deserves death. Know that she, such a terrible poison, would never have offered it to him. He says she decided to come and ask for forgiveness herself? How interesting. Ma Cheonso says all right, then as she herself wishes. His words, like a sentence, fall on the blonde head bowed before him, let her die here and now. Yuval remembers how Gunren suddenly recovered from her illness and disappeared, leaving only a note saying that she would follow the holy demon. Yuval, gripping the knife handle with both hands. She brings it to her throat, saying she understands. Yuval thinks what is the point of living without her sister? The knife rushes to her neck, but Ma Cheonso stops her, gripping the knife blade in his hand. He remembers that the master of the Yada Palace told him about a girl who came to him with medicine. The bloodied knife falls on the snow. Ma Cheonso says all right, let her live. Moving away from Yuval kneeling, he, without looking back, says let her live and pay for what she has done. He thinks that it is not worth sacrificing his people to please Mu Men. A couple of days have passed since his return to the small palace Min. Donban Yil came and said he would look after him while he recovers, then return to his place. The Black Ghost Squad set out to search for Gunren. B-Seek stayed to defend the palace. I, Yultak, started talking less. Perhaps because I faced a crisis in studying martial arts. Thanks to this, the palace became quiet. Ma Cheonso reread martial arts texts from the library and tried to find the art of destruction. Simply memorizing and truly learning are two completely different things. He doesn't know if it was natural talent or if the task was too easy, but he made certain progress. And while he got used to the unchanging routine, a guest arrived at the palace. Chun Jasan bows in greeting. He asks how the young leader has been living in his absence. Then he wonders now that the unpleasant rumors have settled. Why hasn't he tried to get closer to the other palaces? Ma Cheonso answers succinctly unfortunately. He was unwell. Then he asks Chun Jasan, he said he would invest everything in him, right? His words make the young man wary. Throwing a warm cloak over his shoulders and decisively heading to the door, Ma Cheonso invites the guest to follow him. He adds that he will tell him about the enemy of the Min Palace, the Heavenly Palace. Standing in the courtyard under heavy snowfall, the young leader talks with Chun Jasan about the relationship he has with the Heavenly Palace. The story took some time. Chun Jasan thinks such a secret gathering that even the Trade Palace doesn't know about it. He muses aloud. If the Heavenly Palace really has such influence, then maybe it would be better to inform the Muram Alliance. The young leader replies that there is no need. They want to believe him anyway. And they must disappear too. Red sparks flare in Ma Cheonso's eyes as he announces that he intends to capture them. He tells Chun Jasan to spread the rumor that the young leader has gotten hooked on psychedelic potions. He adds, and once he finishes with them, let him gather strength on the central plains. Chun Jasan looks surprised. Ma Cheonso says when they finish with Heavenly Mountain, they will move there. Chun Jae-san needs to obtain irrefutable evidence that the people of the Central Plains collaborated with the Heavenly Palace. He adds that then the palaces and the Union of Elders will have no choice but to intervene. Ma Cheongso is confident that they know what even the palaces and the Union of Elders do not know. Chun Jae-san kneels down, bowing his head and closing his eyes in an attempt to hold back tears. He, holding his hands folded in a traditional gesture at head level, solemnly states his name and swears to serve the young leader until the day of his death. He says, Lord of the Sacred Flame, the Min cult rules the world. Ma Cheongso thinks that ever since Mu Men approached him. Or perhaps it happened after the death of the chief strategist. Or maybe after Yang Changak appeared in his dreams in the form of a monster. He thinks how foolish. Maybe it is out of pity for the declining Muram Union? Or because he realized he cannot do everything at once. Watching Chun Jae-san heading towards the gates, Ma Cheongso thinks that, judging by his memories, he will die very soon. However, his gaze shifts to the footprints left by him in the snow. He mentally addresses Yang Changak. These are all his memories and illusions. In his time they do not exist, and will not exist. The snow covers the tracks. From the gate arch, a barely discernible figure of a man approaches him through the snow. Ma Cheonso asks, is this his true form? Mumen. In front of him stands a man whose face is hidden behind a faceless mask. He says that Ma Cheonso never ceases to surprise him. The master of the heavenly palace admits he thought the boy would die young, since he was born with divine punishment. But he managed to go far. A crooked smirk appears on Ma Cheonso's lips. A thought flashes in his mind. Just look at him? He came too late. The master is surrounded by radiant energy. He raises his hand before him, directing it at Ma Cheonso. The latter is stunned. Could it be that he wants to kill him? The young leader looks at the master of the heavenly palace with a smirk. He raises his hand before him again, and Ma Cheonso thinks he wants to kill him? The boy laughs, and the man in the mask lowers his hand. The young leader says with an evil grin, let him just say it. He is afraid of his father. He insults the master. To his surprise, the man calmly replies there must have been a misunderstanding. Taking a step forward, the master says that he did not come to threaten him. After all, Ma Cheonso continues to keep his promise. The man adds that he killed the associates of the left emissary, thus paying the bloody debt, and also got rid of the warriors of the Union of Elders. How wonderful. He continues, but the best part was that, to deceive the supreme demon, he spread a rumor that he was addicted to psychedelic potions and adopted a dirtier image. The master apologizes to Banya, saying that he did not want the invitation to be so rude. The master says he hopes to make up for it, and throws the guy a token with a dragon image. He adds that only emissaries can possess this dragon plate, the heavenly dragon plate. He saw it in the memories of Yan Changak, the plate that symbolizes the heavenly palace. It was with Jason. Yes, definitely with him. He recalls Jason's words, be careful. Everything was arranged by the master of the Blood Art Palace. He is dangerous. Ma Cheonso wonders, was he just a pawn of the heavenly palace? Catching the plate thrown to him, he examines it, saying that this is not enough. Since they are on the same side, he would like to know what they are doing. The master of the heavenly palace replies that there is nothing complicated about it. He will tell him. His goal is immortality. Ma Cheonso cannot hide his surprise he creates such nonsense just to satisfy his own greed. In response, it is said no, not his. The eyes in the mask slits flash with a bluish light as the master says immortality of all people. That is his will. 1,352 years. The lifespan given to humanity. After that, people will start to exterminate each other to complete destruction. The master claims that he desires immortality for all humanity, and only he can give it. The man tells Ma Cheonso let him go to the Metal Peak. He will learn everything there. The master disappears in a flash of blue energy. The young leader repeats, Metal Peak, Cult of Min, Water Peak, Market. Trees are green around the mansion. In the distance, garlands of red lights are visible. A voice is heard, they have no forgiveness. Beaten Banya, whose neck and hands are already bandaged, continues to wrap a bandage around his right wrist. Scratches are visible on his face and body. He grits his teeth, Ma Cheonso, Ma Tepen. Hen No, towering over him, says how pathetic he is. The man slid the demonic mask so that his face was visible. Banya chuckles, did he come to mock him? Bluish lights ignite in Hen No's eyes as he says that the supreme demon is not someone who can be defeated. Did Banya need to suffer defeat to understand this? He is not fit for the role of the emissary of the heavenly palace. Laughter responds. The third elder mockingly says he is so scared to hear Hen No from the heavenly palace say this. What? He wants to get back the plate of the heavenly dragon? Hen No reports that the master accepted the young leader, so he should not even dare to think about harming him. Banya replies that he will talk to the master himself. He knows that the young leader has other intentions. Hen No declares that there is no need for that. The master went to the Metal Peak, and he entrusted everything else to him. Banya looks unpleasantly surprised. Streams of saturated blue energy rush toward Banya. The third elder exclaims, Hen No, and throws his hand forward. Hen No, stomping his foot, says it does not matter what Banya will do. But if he stands in the way of creating the dragon form, flashes of blue-black energy emanate from Hen No's fiercely shining eyes filled with inner energy. He says that he will have to fight Banya. The third elder kneels, watching Hen No heading toward the door. He says this is the last time he speaks, so let him listen carefully now the young leader is with them, as the emissary of the heavenly palace.
Banya chuckles, he understood. Hen No thinks everything is going according to his plan? The third elder's eyes glow with blue light. An evil smile plays on his lips. Ma Cheonso looks displeased. Everything is not as he planned. A sweetly smiling girl says he is the young leader, right? She introduces herself. Her name is Dan Yewa. Her father told her to greet him. A Yultak circles around the girl, showing care. He seated her on a chair, saying that the young leader is just shy. The young man adds that he will bring her some tea now. A question reaches the girl whose idea was this. She says in surprise, "Excuse me?" Ma Chonso sits down on the chair opposite the girl. The guy says engagement. He never heard of it, nor, moreover, gave his permission for it. Dan Yewa explains that the cult leader sent a proposal to the Sword Support Palace, and she wanted it. Doesn't he remember how he promised to marry her? Memories of young Changak flash through his mind. Their kiss. He remembers everything. Ma Chonso angrily declares he said that as soon as he defeats Yang Ren and returns to the Sword Support Palace, he will marry her. But that hasn't happened yet. How come? She's obsessed. The girl reminds how 5 years ago in the Yada Palace she proposed to him. Dan Yehua wonders she met him 5 years ago, right? The young leader slaps his forehead with his palm, and closing his eyes, sighs tiredly. He doesn't like her. The girl, looking at him with huge eyes, exclaims, "But she is Dan Yewa." Ma Chonso says that's exactly why he doesn't like her. He thinks lies. Shigen and Teen said that the more beautiful his girl is, the more others will pick on him. The extermination squad? He thinks that Yang Changak and they share common memories. Ma Chonso's face darkens even more. The blushing girl, smiling sweetly, says she likes seeing how upset he is because she sees right through him. She offers to marry him. The young leader says all right, she's not that scary. Dan Yehua looks confused. What is he doing? Ma Chonso, glowing with a red aura, says that it will happen anyway. Why not do it now? He offers the girl to massage his feet, and he will massage hers. Swiftly distancing herself from him, the girl slips off the chair and ends up sitting on the floor. She raises her hand warningly. Ma Chongso suggests seeing how well they suit each other. Dan Yehua demands that he not come closer. She exclaims in disappointment. So this is what kind of person the young leader is? Ma Cheong-so sits down on the floor in front of her. Placing his hand on her shoulder and looking into her eyes, he says it seems the rumors about the Palace of Pleasures haven't reached her. She replies, they say envy and resentment towards someone with such a great father come from instincts. He insists, why wouldn't she take a look at what kind of person he really is? The girl moves further away from him. Ma Cheong-so thinks that by making small changes, he changes the future. Their engagement must not happen. To avoid death, everything the spirit has done must not occur. Dan Yewa bites her lower lip. She begins to get angry. Flying out of the room, cursing and fuming with anger, the girl almost knocks down Ya Yultak, who is carrying a tray with a teapot and cups. He looks after her in confusion. With white foam on his lips, Ma Chongso collapses onto the floor. Ya Yultak asks what happened. Did his fiancée run away in tears? But seeing the pale face of the guy and the foam on his lips, he anxiously asks what happened. Struggling to speak, the young leader orders to catch the traitor. The day before, Ma Chongso examines the gallery wall covered with hieroglyphs. He thinks that because of her, he fell behind schedule. He will not forgive Dan Yewa for this. Although now his main priority is the Heavenly Palace. He reads the inscriptions. We will not return until we get the Emperor's head. I will paint the lands of the Muram Union red. He reflects maybe they were inspired by these brave quotes, or there are simply many people from the Elders' Union here. He decides that terrible people live here. Cult of Min, Metal Peak, Black Sea Village. This place is considered sacred for members of the true demonic cult of the Central Plains. A fistfight is happening in the square. Spectators cheer on the fighters. A little further away, Ma Chongso walks accompanied by a warrior in a long black cloak with a hood. Voices are heard, shouldn't the elders do something about this? It's annoying to constantly look back and watch what you say. Two men are having a conversation. One of them says the third servant of a familiar person went to the Palace of Pleasures and returned as a corpse. The interlocutor exclaims that "'s too much, even for the young leader." The man scolds him, warning to watch his tongue. Who knows? Maybe the Black Ghost Squad is watching them now. At the next table sit Ma Chongso and Bi Sik, listening carefully to their conversation.
The man exclaims they wouldn't be able to make such a journey to Black Sea Village. Beseek asks, should he eliminate them? The young leader answers exactly. He thinks so they don't even know what the Black Ghost Squad looks like. Ma Cheongso is surprised when a voice sounds in his head, saying that its owner has come to see him off. The young leader is surprised a whisper technique of a special frequency? The voice continues to sound, however. Only those who have permission can enter. Let him send his servant. Ma Cheonso stands up and heads to the door, adjusting the conical hat on his head. He tells Beseek that he needs to go to one place. Let him wait for him here. The latter tries to object, but the young leader immediately interrupts him and let him make a list of those who need to be killed. It seems the Union of Elders has not learned the lesson. The response is yes, sir. The young leader goes out into the yard. The voice orders him to take 30 steps to the left. There he will see a staircase. The guy climbs the steps and finds himself in a dead end. The passage between the houses is blocked by a wall. He exclaims what the... But at that moment, a massive figure appearing behind him stuns him. The first thing he sees upon waking up is stone walls and a ceiling. Small lamps illuminate the room. He is sitting on the floor with his hands tied, leaning his back against the wall. Ma Cheonso says angrily he knows that he is always cautious. But he did not think that he is also rude. A tall man in a demonic mask, crossing his arms on his chest, silently looks at him. The young leader says he assumes that he was called here not to be tied up. Let him release him. The ropes on his hands are immediately cut. The man asks him to follow him. They walk down a long corridor, with arched passages visible on both sides. Ma Cheonso is reminded of an anthill. The man replies that only the chosen can pass here. They stop, and the young leader freezes, staring intently ahead. A question is read in his eyes, and from his lips escapes this is. They stand on the edge of a cliff. Far below is a huge hall filled with many people kneeling before a platform on which 6 people in red robes also kneel. Ma Cheonso asks, "Is this the real heavenly palace?" The man in the mask answers these are all students. Their areas range from the 6th to the 2nd. The guy repeats thoughtfully the 6th area. He asks, "And this is only a part? How many are there in the heavenly palace in total?" The man tells him to look ahead. He sees cave paintings depicting a group of people in cloaks and a huge twisting dragon. Ma Cheonso decides that it is about 400 meters high. Meanwhile, another person appeared on the hill and raised his hands up. The young leader asks, "Is this some kind of faith?" In response, it is said, "Has he ever read the sacred books of the Min cult?" The man continues to tell the legend about how a kind god put the evil dragon to sleep in the depths of Heavenly Mountain and founded the cult of Min. He adds that the evil dragon is a lie invented by the cult of Min. In reality, the one who fled from the west overthrew the master of Heavenly Mountain and took it from him. That is the truth. Ma Cheonso asks, "Does this mean that they are the masters of the Heavenly Mountain?" The man in the mask answers the master said that as soon as this sacred place is filled with the blood of the Min cult, the Lord will resurrect and free them. The young leader, examining the rock painting, assumes that at the top must be the master of the heavenly palace. More precisely, just the master. The man confirms yes, and those who surround him are the first region of the 12. Ma Cheonso says emissaries of the heavenly palace. He thinks that even with Banya, who has the supreme sphere, it was not easy to handle. And here are as many as 12 people of his level. They stand under a huge opening visible high above their heads, through which sun rays break in. Ma Cheonso says it must be hard to live here without a single ray of light. The man, slightly bending his knees, replies that he should not worry about it. There are other places where he can be. His companion soars up to the opening from which sunlight is visible. The monster that appeared behind Ma Cheonso says what a strange person. This kind of height requires very powerful skills. In front of the young leader's nose appears the end of the rope. He says, "Really? Is this such a manifestation of the master's kindness?" The response sounds he simply has other tasks to perform that await outside. Climbing up the rope. Ma Cheonso thinks that the heavenly palace is much stronger than he imagined. His plans might go awry. The monster agrees it seems so. And what is he going to do now? The guy answers for now, he will just follow him. Ma Cheonso glances at the monster, thinking he has said almost nothing since he learned that the Heavenly Palace infiltrated the Murim Alliance. He believes that Yang Changak needs to think a lot about the faction of the faithful. He climbs up and approaches a man standing at the edge of a cliff. The man, removing his mask, shows respect to the young leader. Ma Cheonso looks him straight in the eyes, thinking that the face under the mask resembles a ghost more than the mask itself. In front of him stands Hen Number. The man says, "Long time no see." Ma Cheonso thinks the face he saw daily for the first 10 years of his life. Hen No, extending his hand to him, says, "Welcome to the Heavenly Palace." This is exactly where he will work from now on. Behind the man, numerous buildings are visible. Sitting on the floor of a dark cave, Ma Cheonso wonders, when did everything go wrong? Next year, Yang Changak must take his body. He will die in the Demon Lord S Gallery, and it will inhabit his body, overcome the Chi energy block, and ultimately obtain the supreme sphere of the demon. He knows that the source of power borrowed from Yang Changak is that very legendary art of the Demon Lord. He also knows that this is the only way to cure the Chi energy block. But he has not the slightest desire to enter the Demon Lord S Gallery. Ma Cheonso's hands clench into fists Mu Men or Yang Changak. He does not want anyone to take from him what belongs to him. Looking into the eyes of Bisiku, whom he had swayed to his side, he believed that he was changing the future he knew. Following Hen No, the young leader thinks, but that was before he realized he was on the peak of beauty. They walk down the street, at the end of which a mansion is visible. On both sides stand small houses, near which lie the bodies of people. On the way here, Ma Cheonso didn't even think about this place. In his memory, the face of his father appears, repeating after him, "The strongest in the world." He is often told this, but okay, counted. What does he crave? Can he grant him one wish? Ma Cheonso explained to his father that Mu Men wants something from him. To find out what exactly, he will spread a rumor that he got addicted to psychedelic substances. The young leader adds all he needs is for his father to play along and pretend he knows nothing. Ma Tepen asks, "And if he does that?" Ma Cheonso explains that Mu Men is one of those who will start doubting if a bird sings nearby. He is sure that he will try to test him. The leader asks, can he definitely get him through? The guy answers, whoever the opponent is, in a battle of wits he has no equal. Ma Cheonso adds first, let him give him the right to oversee the Pavilion of Law, and also let him be granted the power to issue passes for entry to the Heavenly Mountain. Ma Tepen agrees fine. But that is only until Mu Men's plans become known, and then he himself will enter the game. The young leader says he wouldn't want to pass this matter to just anyone. But since it's him, his father, he can trust him. The leader calls him a cheeky youngster. After all these loud words, he decided to infiltrate the Heavenly Palace on his own. And if there is no news from him, the Black Ghost Squad will be sent to look for him. After that, telling his father about the location of the Heavenly Palace will be easy. But from Yang Changak's memories, the place where even the sword demon from the Sword Support Palace could not step to find the missing people, was precisely the peak of beauty. This means the Black Ghost Squad cannot reach here. Ma Cheonso, walking on the rocky ground, realizes that he is in a trap with no chance to escape. Walking behind Hen No, the young leader thinks that this village has neither traditions nor names. There are only two concepts here, the one who leads and the one who has sinned. The one who leads is the Heavenly Palace. They watch the territory 24/7 from the watchtowers, and in these houses live those who have sinned. People from the 7 palaces who were caught by the scoundrels of the Heavenly Palace. It is literally a pigsty for slaves. He surveys the motionless frozen bodies of people, and thinks it looks as if their energy core is completely destroyed, and they themselves are addicted to drugs. They have long lost their minds. Hen No, lagging a little behind and now walking behind the guy, asks, is he uneasy? Ma Cheonso replies he wouldn't say it's a pleasant sight, but in Murim it's like this everywhere now. The weak are devoured. It has always been so. Chuckling, Hen No agrees, and that is true. The young leader says he has never heard him laugh. He begins to wonder if he is really the Hen No he knew. They continue walking down the street. The man answers him that a sinner is one thing, but an emissary of the Heavenly Palace is another. Ma Cheonso asks, why did he even appear in the small palace Min? Hen No replies for his safety. Let him consider it as a kindness from the master to the son of his friend, the supreme demon. The guy, walking behind him, slightly opens the door. From his lips slips friend. Ma Cheonso, trying to act silently, says he is the leader of the believers, whom Hen No considers sinners, but he speaks warmly about him. The man explains he may be a sinner, but at the same time he is also one who has reached the highest sphere. Raising his face to the sky and radiating a blue-black aura, Hen No says, and to reach the highest sphere means to escape death. He says that the heavenly art of the dark northern sea is passed down through generations and allows absorbing chi energy. The Great Soul Return technique allows uniting souls. The technique of the Supreme Imperial Growth awakens all senses, expanding consciousness. The body will age, but their memories and mind will remain the same and will be passed on. These three supremacies are called absolute because they have managed to overcome the limits of humanity. Raising his hand above his head, Hen-No says, "But on these lands the sacred radiant dragon form will be created, and the master will be able to overcome the limits of the human body. If this is not true immortality, then what is?" Ma Chonso thinks understood. The dragon form referred to the body that the master of the heavenly palace will possess. He recalls the master of the heavenly palace saying that he desires immortality for all humanity, and only he can give it. If this is true, it means he meant that he will become immortal in order to incarnate as a likeness of a god who will raise people and create a hell similar to this place. Ma Cheongso believes that if this is exactly what is necessary for the survival of humanity, it would be better if they all just died out. He notices movement behind the slightly open door and decides that not all is hopeless here. They approach the hut, in front of which there is a small pond with a bridge over it. Ma Cheongso asks, "So he will live here?" No replies that it will be better here than in other places. The young leader says he thinks that he knows him better than anyone else, since he spent a lot of time nearby. So what should he do now? Mentally, he insults Hen-No, whom he considers simply disgusting. The man says that he needs a pass for free movement between the Central Plains and the Heavenly Mountain. Does Ma Cheongso have such authority? The guy, handing him a paper, replies that there is no point in putting things off. They are now in the same boat. He has prepared everything in advance. Hen-No says that he is judged well and extends his hand to take the document. But Ma Cheongso is in no hurry to give it to him and slightly withdraws the hand holding the paper. The young leader says that he feels lonely here and would like to get a servant for company. Someone from the 7 palaces, not from the Heavenly Palace. Hen-No replies if he can get him a certain poison from the Palace of Poison, he will fulfill his request. The guy asks again, "Poison? Does the Heavenly Palace really need to resort to such pathetic measures?" The man asks what will he do, and the young leader, handing him the document, replies, "All right, he will get the poison for him." They walk past a line of emaciated people dressed in rags. Hen-No asks did he take a liking to someone? Ma Cheongso stops near a man with a mole on his cheek. He is wearing clean clothes. The guy thinks found him. This man was watching him, and he is sane. The man spits at him and calls him a dirty traitor. Not a single muscle twitched on the young leader's face. Blood splashes onto the wooden floor. Hen-No says as Ma Cheongso sees it, he chose the best for him, but their sins are not yet washed away, so it will not be easy to rein them in. The man lying on the floor shouts that he is a boy who only knows how to boss others around. He can't even kill him. The guy's hand pulls a dagger from behind the belt of the warrior accompanying them in a demonic mask. He says, maybe he should check? A red aura flares around Ma Cheongso, and red sparks ignite in his eyes. Squatting next to the man, the young leader says that now he is going to make holes in his body. If he wants him to stop, then he should pray for mercy. It is simple, right? In response, curses are heard. A scream is heard. Warriors in demonic masks silently watch the execution. Suddenly a shout sounds enough. A sword appears near Ma Cheongso's neck. The warriors in masks surround him from all sides and point their swords at him. Hen-No says enough. A slight smile appears on the guy's lips as he glances at the former steward standing behind him. The man, whose clothes are now all covered in blood, raising himself on his elbows, begs for mercy. Ma Cheongso asks, does he want to live? Mentally, the young leader adds he also wants to live. 6 days later. A man with a mole on his cheek walks behind the young leader along the edge of the cliff. He says his name is Dan Yunho. The guy asks, then he must be from the Palace of the Supporting Sword? Are they all so proud there? Dan Yunho bows his head respectfully and folds his hands in a traditional gesture. He says he just wants to live. If Ma Cheongso spares him, he will forget everything about the Min cult and be completely loyal to him. A bell tolls at the watchtower. Ma Cheongso stops and looks at the majestic mansion on the other side of the cliff, saying that every morning all the masters of the Heavenly Palace go south. He asks the man, does he know what that means? The man asks confusedly, what does it mean? The young leader replies that they are alone here. He asks Dan Yunho, does he understand who he is? The man says, isn't he the newly minted young master of the Heavenly Palace? Red sparks flare in the guy's eyes. Ma Cheongso says he is the young leader of the Min cult.
He steps forward, continuing to say that he knows very well people like Dan Yunho, an idiot ready to lose his life for something useless. Ma Cheonso stops in front of the man, who is a head taller than him. He asks, maybe he will stop playing now? The young leader adds he needs him and his comrades to become his ears and eyes. In response comes a surprised what? Ma Cheonso says that for 6 days straight, he left all the windows and cell doors open at arm's length. But after 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening, the door positions changed. All the masters of the heavenly palace left, and the gates of the western palace were closed. So, only they remain, or the man can blame some spirit. The young leader explains Dan Yunho himself is incapable of this, considering his energy core is destroyed, so he assumes that those who manage to keep their sanity are many more. He declares that he needs to meet them. Dan Yunho shouts that it's impossible. They can only avoid the oversight of these scoundrels for a brief moment, and if they get caught. The guy points to the clock tower, 1440, the time when they disappear. He has been watching for several days, so he is sure. Ma Cheonso says that from this day, they will check the path they take when they leave, and then start planning. He demands that the man take him to his comrades. Dan Yunho thinks in surprise in 6 days, he already learned the paths his comrades and those scoundrels take. The man asks what will change after their meeting. If they get caught, they won't alive. The young leader says they can deprive them of limbs, but definitely cannot kill them. Dan Yunho wonders why is he so sure about that. Pointing at the man with his finger, Ma Cheonso answers because he checked. The young leader says that they stopped him when he really wanted to kill him, as if they tried to protect something important. Dan Yunho angrily asks, does he mean that he really tried to kill him then? The guy answers, if he had known that the heavenly palace was trying to make them, he would have thought that death was the best salvation. The young leader adds, stop worrying, let him better tell everything he knows. He has only one chance. That same night. Not a single window in the numerous houses shows even a flicker of light. A voice is heard. At first he thought it was some kind of beast from the mountains or something like that. But over time, more and more people started disappearing. They vanished without a trace. Amazing. In a room at a table carelessly assembled from boards, a man sits. Ma Cheonso, standing nearby, asks, did he report to the Min Palace? The answer sounds yes. But what's the point? No answer followed anyway. The chief strategist. The man showers Tai Ganjin with insults. He adds in the end, the master of their palace had to intervene. The number of missing people decreased. Dan Yunho says that he always considered Peak of Beauty a strange place. That's why he came here. But he lost consciousness as soon as he stepped onto this territory. The young leader thinks if he was imprisoned here when the chief strategist was still alive, then he spent about 5 years in this place. Ma Cheonso follows the man walking ahead through the underground passage with a torch in his hand. The guy says he is surprised that he didn't give up. The answer sounds he had to protect the girl and the child. The young leader asks his own? Dan Yunho answers no. The child's father died of an overdose. He adds most people died here because of that. In his memory, a dungeon emerges, where many people dressed in tattered rags are located. Among them is a woman holding an infant to her chest. A voice sounds despite the terrible conditions. The wife managed to endure and even give birth to a child. His duty is to protect her. Ma Cheonso says the mindset of the faithful. In response, it sounds so what? The young leader stands before a crowd of exhausted people, moving slowly. He asks, is that all? The guy says he has no time to explain the details, but he will tell what the heavenly palace plans. He declares to the people that they will all become Zhangshi. The people are clearly confused and frightened by his words. Looking at them, Ma Cheonso realizes that in Yang Changgak's memories, the Zhangshi wore similar clothes. He believes this is their future, and in those memories the master of the Yada Palace said that Zhangshi eat corpses to become stronger. He recalls how Donban Il says, and to grow, Zhangshi also need to eat. And what do they eat? Corpses. He thinks if Zhangshi are required to create the dragon form, then this explains everything. Ma Cheonso remembers how Banya said that very soon hundreds of corpses will be delivered to the heavenly mountain. He wanted the young leader to weaken the guard, so they could be moved quietly. He believes that the heavenly palace has no intention of killing these people because they need them as Zhangshi. Based on the texts he read in the Demon Lord's library, creating Zhangshi is not easy. The most difficult step is to find suitable people for conversion. Those whose consciousness is of incredible strength are necessary. The reason why these scoundrels did not kill or amputate limbs but continued to pump the left emissary and his, as well as the followers of the 7 palaces, with drugs, was to find those whose minds were strong. They could be turned into Jiangshi. He does not know how the master plans to create the dragon form using Jiangxi. Ma Qiongso says if they do not become Jiangxi, all their efforts will be in vain. He adds, and it might be amusing to kill them all to see the hopelessness on the faces of the scoundrels of the Heavenly Palace, but it won to help. He declares that he intends to destroy the Heavenly Palace. Dan Yunho says that they also wish for this, but is it possible? The young leader promises that he will make it possible. There are ways. He just needs to sacrifice something important. He asks, how far are they willing to go? In his head is a whole collection of texts from the library of the Lord of Demons. He is sure there are many that will be useful. Many of them can tell how to use martial arts when the energy core is destroyed. The young leader says that they need to sacrifice only one thing, the core of natural energy. People listen to his speech attentively. He adds that in other words, they need to sacrifice their lives. Dan Yunho shouts, what? The plan is for them to sacrifice their lives? The core of their life energy? He is asking them to die. The man declares that he cannot do that, and will not. This is nonsense. They have endured all hardships, and he is not going to die. The young leader says then let them choose. They will become Jianxi and be slaves without the possibility of dying, or... The attendees look at him with hope. Red energy flares around Ma Qiongso as he speaks, or will they risk their lives and put an end to this hell? 7 sacred scriptures of esoteric Buddhism. The Great Buddhism, which is believed to have been created by the Patala Palace. To him, they looked like a bunch of simple texts listing certain points. But this knowledge helped ordinary Buddhist monks become first-class warriors without using internal energy while fighting the army that was destroying Buddhism. Of course, it was possible because they used not internal nor external energy, but the energy of the natural core. That martial art drew power from life energy. Dan Yunho declares that he refuses. They stood firm against night curses and drugs. Despite the difficulties they had to overcome, they endured. He adds that moreover, he has a reason to hold on until the very end. Ma Qiongso mentally wonders to protect someone? His wife? Dan Yunho addresses one of the men, calling him So Hyun, and says that he has not seen his wife and son today. Could it be that the scoundrels from the Heavenly Palace summoned them again? The answer is no. The man reports that when Dan Yunho was summoned to the young leader, the scoundrels took his wife and child, and they have not returned yet. Dan Yunho exclaims, but more than 10 days have already passed. Then, where is his wife? Ma Qiongso steps forward. He says he would not be surprised if she has already been turned into a Jiangshi. He adds that they do not need to force themselves to follow him. In his plan, they were not included anyway. The man, clenching his hand into a fist, says that he agrees. Dan Yunho exclaims, So Hyun. He replies he remembers how they prayed for the chance to tear apart at least one scoundrel from the Heavenly Palace. If he is destined to become a Jiangshi, neither alive nor dead and devouring bodies. The other men support him, saying that they are also in. Ma Qiongso says that they do not necessarily have to die. Surprise is written on the exhausted faces. Smiling, the young leader reports that originally they were not in his plan. To be precise, this means that he has a plan to overthrow the Heavenly Palace without their intervention. Looking at the people kneeling before him, he adds, if everything goes smoothly, they will not be able to carry out their designs. Then people will have a chance to get out of here alive. Dan Yunho, like everyone else, kneels. The words of the young leader reach him, but if they try to carry out their plan, he will gather them all in one place before turning them into Jiangshi. And then they will need to use the 7 sacred scriptures of esoteric Buddhism and get rid of the corpses and warriors. The young leader throws papers to Dan Yunho. Ma Qiongso continues speaking. Even if they fail, using all their natural energy, their plan will also fail. He adds that they have little time, so they should quickly memorize the contents of the papers and burn them. The people bow their heads low and thank him. Dan Yunho, without raising his head, says even if they all die here, the villains from the Heavenly Palace's plan will not be fulfilled. He is sure that it would be easier for the guy to kill them all now. But despite this, he gives them a chance to take revenge. To the young leader heading to the exit comes the message, if he really manages to get out of here, his family and future generations will swear eternal loyalty to him. Looking around, Ma Qiongso says that he also wants to deal with the villains from the Heavenly Palace. That's all. A huge mansion towers over the shabby houses.
A question sounds, does he know where the Zhangshi came from? The answer is heard that they came from the west. The young leader walks down the corridor behind hen number. The man says that right. They really are from the west. They are still called spirits that devour corpses. In general, just flesh and gluttony. The guy asks, are these spirits very different from ordinary Zhangshi? The answer is well, not really. Zhangshi are nothing but bodies forcibly resurrected. He explains that spirits devouring corpses are people full of hatred, who choose to become such themselves. Thus, their soul remains in the body. And those who manage to overcome limits and become stronger are called spirits devouring flesh. They are like another species, different from humans. They eat the dead to develop. The stronger their hatred, the better built their body, and the stronger they become. Ma Cheonso asks, so those locked in the Western Palace are gathered for this purpose? The answer is yes. The young leader thinks that his assumptions were correct. Drugs are necessary to determine who exactly will become that very spirit devouring flesh, and who is just a Zhangshi. The guy asks, then the dead are gathered to feed them? Then adds, he is sure that on Heavenly Mountain, there were many who could be sacrificed for this purpose. Hen No says the power of a true spirit devouring corpses depends on the flesh it eats. Just a corpse will not help them become stronger. They enter a hall where a sarcophagus stands, from which a scream is heard. An unknown woman begs to be released from here, or at least to save her son. Ma Cheonso asks his companion, does he hear this? The guy thinks women's screams? Is this the wife of that man? Hen No says that finding a female spirit that devours carrion is as difficult as finding an oasis in the desert. The young leader asks, is she locked up there because of that? Is it like a kind of desire to collect rare things? Hen No replies that it is not so simple. The reason lies in a noble deed that only a woman is capable of. In Ma Cheonso's head flashes a thought, is it possible that he presents a baby curled up in the fetal position with eyes shining with dazzling light? Hen No says yes, that is the idea. Sliding the sarcophagus lid, he says a creature that can be seen only once in 1,000 years. The celestial womb that creates the perfect physical form. Under the lid, a passage leading somewhere down is visible. A creature that was once a woman jumps out from there with a wild scream, stretching forward hands with abnormally long fingers resembling claws. Sharp teeth are visible in the wide-open mouth, and the eyes are completely white with tiny pupil dots. Hen No, with a lightning-fast movement, throws out his hand to the side and stops it. Gripping the woman's throat, he lifts her high above the floor, saying, form of harmony of 1,000 orders, which will give life to the form of the dragon. Hen No orders the woman to greet the young leader. He is the one who brought them the seed that she will accept. She barely utters young leader. The guy looks at her with disgust, a Jianshi that devours flesh and can get pregnant? What a horror. Lowering the woman to the floor, Hen No says the seed will arrive soon. The best food of all she has ever tasted, so she should try to chew every bite well. Ma Cheonso, covering her eyes, asks, then the child? Looking straight at Hen No, he asks what will happen to her child. Hen No says that as long as the child of the form of harmony of 1,000 orders is alive, she will not be able to get pregnant. And since the seed of the dragon form is here, he will have to kill the child. Ma Cheonso clenches his teeth tighter, mentally asking the master of the heavenly palace, was he talking about such immortality of humanity? For the first time in his life, he felt the desire to kill because of his principles. He is sure that he is not mistaken, and he must kill these scoundrels. The northern path of the heavenly mountain Cheonju. An apparently endless column of carts moves along the road. A voice is heard, it's been a long time since so much goods were brought in this direction. Then a call sounds, kill anyone who resists. A group of armed men rush forward. A young man, putting a glove on his hand, tells the sullen man standing next to him that he did not want to make so much noise. He rushes into the thick of the battle. A shout is heard, a martial arts master? In response, it is said even if so, he is alone, and he doesn't even have a weapon. An unfriendly smirk slides across the young man's lips. Almost a dozen swords rush at him, and he uses the heavenly palm of purity. He snatches a sword from one of the men's hands. Shouts are heard, heads fly, blood splashes. The young man freezes, clutching the bloodied blade in his hand. A voice is heard, he heard that the leader of the sect has high expectations for the 3 stars of Junan. Now it becomes clear why. The young man becomes alert. He tells the man standing before him in a red kaftan and a demonic mask on his face that compared to him, he is nothing. Banya replies, he is sure it would be a completely different story if he could master the true resolve of Taigon. He laughs.
Then he says that now it is time to hand over their cargo. The man in the mask opens the gates. Behind him stand a young man and his sullen companion. The young man asks, "Is it here?" In the yard, they are met by a man in a mask of mighty build. The other warriors surrounding him are much shorter than him. By this sign, he can be recognized as Hen Ho. Ma Chonso stands slightly ahead of him, his face hidden by the same demonic mask. Hen Ho asks, "And the seed?" Banya replies with them. It was not easy to bring it here. The response is then let it be sent to the heavenly palace and wait there. He turns around and leaves, throwing Hen No over his shoulder. Yes, just let him not mess up. Hen No says that Jonan did them a great favor. The young man replies that they only did what the faction of the righteous should have done to rid the demonic cult. To exterminate the supreme evil, sacrifices are needed. A voice sounds, making the young man frown. Even a quiet transfer alone could not justify them. But he continues to spout nonsense to the one who just dragged the corpses of his comrades to the heavenly mountain. Ma Chonso, whose face is covered by a mask, continues speaking. What else could he expect from a member of the faction of the righteous? The sullen man, who had remained silent until now, rushes forward. Calling the young man brother, he shouts that he will deal with him. He threatens to break all the guy's bones. The brother authoritatively raises his bent arm, blocking his way. He says that nothing great can be achieved with such an attitude towards each other. This time he will pretend not to have heard him, but Ma Chonso interrupts him, saying nonsense. Without looking back, the young leader addresses Hen No, and he respectfully bows his head, saying yes. Ma Chonso orders to give them what they need and send them on their way. He has a feeling that if he continues to listen to them, they might have 2 more corpses. The young man thinks the man who was even taller than Banya bows to him. Then the most important one here is, the sullen man exclaims, "That bastard." The young man raises his hand again, saying if he continues to speak, he will have to take responsibility for it himself when they return. He exclaims, "Brother." The young man bows respectfully, apologizing if his words were unpleasant to him. But since they have one goal, they need to be more tolerant. Ma Cheonso calls him a fool and asks since when do they have one goal. If he wants to get out of here on his own 2 feet, then he should shut up and leave. He can no longer stand their stench. The young man's face darkens. He says he will not forget this. The young leader thinks that he doesn't care about them anyway. Looking at the carts, he mentally adds what matters is that they brought countless corpses. The endlessly long caravan stretched across the entire valley. Ma Cheonso thinks that it will be much easier to find him by their tracks. The young man, accompanied by his warriors, strides forward decisively. He thinks that the heavenly palace might be much more dangerous than the demonic cult. The stern man hurries after him, saying he will make sure to kill this scoundrel. The brother agrees with him, yes, but first they need to return to the master. He agrees with him. Ma Cheonso mentally addresses his father. Ma Tapin, standing on a cliff, watches a small detachment moving in the fog. He says, "Follow the corpses?" What an impressive wit. The cult leader says that Mu Men has prepared a trap and decides to wait a bit. He says that every problem can be solved. If he cannot change this, then he will simply have to eliminate the problem. He adds, addressing his son, "See you soon." In the young leader's head, his address echoes son. He walks between the carts, examining the bodies lying on them. His attention is drawn to a body covered with fabric, purple in color. He thinks it seems they overdid it. They even wrapped him in silk. Moreover, one body in such a large cart. It must be. He approaches closer. Through the fabric, the features of the person's face can barely be distinguished: a prominent nose, eye sockets. Ma Cheongso understands this is the seed of the dragon form. The young leader thinks he must be an incredibly skilled fighter to kill. Did they have to poison him? After all masters of the heavenly palace have the supreme sphere. He wonders, can he look at his face? Ma Cheongso reaches out to pull off the fabric. Before him stands a monster, spreading its arms wide. It seems to be protecting the body lying on the cart. The young leader asks, "What is he doing?" In response comes, "Let him stop, return, and wait for the supreme demon." Wasn't that what he was going to do? Ma Cheongso asks, is he afraid that it will be someone he knew? He is from the Murim Alliance, right? The monster replies, he says it is for his own good. The boy is surprised for his own good. A voice sounds behind him. This is the seed of the dragon form. Slightly turning his head back, Ma Cheongso answers Hen. No, approaching him, it seems so. The man says they managed to finish the job thanks to the poison he obtained. Otherwise, it would have taken more time.
This is a precious link in their chain. He suggests hiding it far away. The boy thinks he has nothing to argue with the spirit. In a few hours, the process of turning people into Jiangshi will begin, and if the father does not get lost, then soon everything will be over. Hen No moves away, and Ma Chongso, about to follow him, freezes in place. He is alarmed by the spirit's desperate behavior and a sinister premonition. The young leader rushes to the cart. Behind him sounds Hen No's surprised exclamation, "What is he doing?" and the desperate scream of the monster, "No." Ma Chongso mentally asks, "Who is he?" His hand throws the cover away. He leans over the body and horror appears on his face. Young Sohei, twisting her fragile fingers, asks her brother when he will return. A stern man, calling him son, warns him he must raise this sword only for the good of these people. A dark-haired girl, clutching a sword in its sheath, says even if they perish, she suggests not to long for each other. They must fulfill their duty. But even if from time to time they think of each other, she suggests leaving a flower on the windowsill. That is how they will act. Namgun Yena. The fabric slips from Ma Chianso's fingers and falls to the ground. In his memory, the words of Banya surface. Soon thousands of corpses will be delivered to Heavenly Mountain. The border defenses must be weakened. It should be easy, since he has the right of the chief strategist's guardian and the pavilion of law of the left emissary, right? Ma Chianso, lying on the snow, raising his head, asks corpses. The reply is that is what they need for the dragon form. They select only the best, with the best physical condition. Hen No says if he can get a certain poison from the Palace of Poison, he can fulfill his request. The guy is surprised. Poison? Does the Heavenly Palace really have to resort to such pathetic methods? Choking Yang Changak grabs his throat. From the sudden movement, the small table with cups and a teapot overturns. People rush to him. Yang Changak falls, arms spread, sinking into darkness. Looking at the dead face, Ma Chianso says him, "Yang Changak?" The young leader is shocked. Is this a dream? Yang Changak and Ma Chianso, whose memories were so vivid. Everything, starting from birth itself. The beginning of the memories was Yang Changak. He lived life as the leader of the Storm Dragon Squad, and one day died. He died to later resurrect as the young leader of the demonic cult. Born in the gallery of the Lord of Demons, he was able to gather loyal comrades around him. He reached the Supreme Heavenly Festival, at the end of which he clashed in battle with the Master of the Heavenly Palace. He destroyed the hourglass of the sacred flame in a fight with Mu Men. On the day the hourglass shattered, his consciousness was placed into the body of a fetus. But the body was too weak to handle the core of the supreme energy that was released with the heavenly art of the Lord of Demons. Endless heat tore the shell of the fetus, putting the mother's life on the brink. To survive, he sealed the heavenly art of the Lord of Demons and the memories of Yang Changak, and became Ma Chiongso. After that, he killed the chief strategist. Then the daughter of the left emissary. He killed again and again and again. Everything returned to him. Ma Chiongso stands in the glow of a red aura. Hen No, running up to the young man bent over the body, exclaims, "Young leader?" Ma Chiongso walks decisively, and all passers-by before him kneel. He thinks that he has probably gone mad. It must be the spirit that made him like this. A kind of perverted trick. Fragmented thoughts flash through his mind. Samho, Sansan, Palace of Zaboya. Thoughts continue to whirl in his head. Hours of the sacred flame. Yang Sohei, Supreme Sword, Bloody Master. A round dance of memories quickly spins in his thoughts. Chief Strategist. Left Emissary. Ma Chianso sits on the floor, and the sheets of paper he tossed up smoothly circle down around him. He raises his face, and his eyes filled with tears that are about to stream down his cheeks become visible. His lips stretch into a mad smile. From his throat comes first a quiet chuckle. Then he begins to laugh. He sits before a wall on which is written immutability and constancy. In his mind flashes immutable eternity. Ma Chianso rises, his body enveloped in a purple-black aura. He comes to the conclusion all he needs to do. He unleashes purple-black energy from himself, which forms above his head a huge monster stretching a mouth-like shape into a wide smile. All he needs to do is act as he wishes. The young leader rushes over the ground at a mad speed, but the monster does not lag behind him. It looms over him and flies forward just as swiftly. The young leader, surrounded by a purple-black aura weaving above his head into a huge monster, appears before warriors in demonic masks. He does not descend to the ground but continues to levitate in the air. Purple flame crashes down on the warriors, knocking them off their feet. Their bodies are charred. Cries are heard. The flame does not go away. "Run!" Ma Chianso descends to the ground before the people who were prepared for the terrible fate of becoming Jiangshi. Dan Yunho, standing ahead, exclaims, "Young leader!" The guy raises his hand in front of him. Black energy streams swirl around him. A pillar of purple radiance rushes forward. A man in a demonic mask raises his hand, trying to tear it off his face. A stream of energy crashes down on the warriors. Cries of pain and fear are heard. Hen No, having removed his mask, exclaims, "What is he doing?" Near him falls the charred body of one of the warriors. Ma Cheonso rushes to him, saying that he hated him from the very beginning. He throws forward a hand clenched into a fist and enveloped in a purple aura. But Hen No's body is strong as stone, and the blow does not harm him. The man, grinning maliciously, exclaims, "And he dares." Red sparks ignite in his eyes. If he had to evaluate his martial arts skills, he would have roughly reached the supreme demonic sphere. Hen No engages in a fight with the young leader, thinking that Yang Renu and Ya Yulchinu had to sweat in battle with him. However, the guy uses a series of 10 imperial strikes, then follows 6 rupture strikes the rift strike. Hen No snarls maliciously again this power, supreme demonic. He rushes towards Ma Cheonso, shouting he dared to betray the master. He will kill him and destroy them all. Waves of rage literally emanate from Hen Number. He strikes blow after blow with incredible speed, but Ma Cheonso easily dodges his fists. Hen No thinks supreme sphere of demonic art. He admits that the guy is definitely strong. The young leader attacks the opponent, using a series of 10 imperial strikes, and then 3 palms of combat extremity. He delivers the finishing blow, the palm of heart destruction. Blood bursts from Hen No's mouth, opened in a scream. Looking at his hand enveloped in a purple-black aura, Ma Cheonso thinks there is too little time left. Hen No's question reaches him. Why is he missing such a chance? Gathering all his strength, Hen No attacks the young leader in a jump. His eyes blaze with a bluish flame, and his hand is raised above his head. The strike is about to fall on Ma Cheonso. A thought flashes through the guy's mind, it doesn't matter. Behind Hen No, a ghostly dark figure grows with a sword raised above its head. Moving quickly, Ma Cheonso thinks that the sword demon's sword was heavier than Hen No's fist. With lightning speed, he strikes Hen Number. The young leader continues to recall clashes with the strongest martial arts masters, the ice art of Han Soso. Ma Cheonso's hand strikes the man's chin. Mentally, he adds that her art was more powerful than such fist strikes. He remembers the dazzling glow in which the outlines of a human figure are barely visible. Delivering a crushing blow that threw Hen No far back, Ma Cheonso mentally adds that the man could never catch up with the heavenly art of Ya Yulchin. From the wounds on Hen No's body bursts a dazzling light. Ma Cheonso thinks he fought many martial arts masters with the supreme demon sphere. The boy's fist strikes the man's torso, piercing his skin. Blood splatters. From Hen No's lips comes a cry, "This is impossible." The boy thinks he is the star of the 10 stars, Yang Changak. A shout is heard, the young leader saved them. Ma Cheonso stands with his hand clenched into a fist. Hen No falls backward at his feet. Mentally he adds, "And the young leader of the demon cult." Ma Cheonso disappears into the doorway. Dan Yunho, looking after him, exclaims, "This is impossible. He defeated Hen No. Was that his plan?" Dan Yunho turns to the people standing behind him, shouting for them to follow the young leader. On a marble slab lies the body of Yang Changak, slightly covered with purple silk. A voice is heard. Is this the seed for creating the dragon form? Then, where is his wife? The young leader, behind whom a crowd gathers, thinks this is the seed that can create the dragon form. The shell he must get rid of while the spirit's strength still remains. His hand reaches for the body lying on the marble slab. Ma Cheonso tightly closes his eyes, telling himself that Yang Changak is dead. His palm, approaching the dead body, is enveloped in a purple glow with black streaks. Yang Changak's body is engulfed in purple-black flames. Ma Cheonso stands with his arm outstretched, watching as it devours the body. He thinks he has let himself go. The young leader's gaze becomes cloudy. He falls backward onto the floor. Shouts ring out, "Young leader." Someone offers to carry him. So Hyun asks to find his wife. An unexpected surge of power makes everyone alert. A hand rests on the sarcophagus lid. A voice sounds, "Huh? Are you there? Hello? Everyone, help quickly." The lid grates as it slides open. A dark figure immediately soars above him, with burning red glowing eyes. Dan Yunho looks stunned. Before them stands a woman with blazing eyes and incredibly long fingers, clutching a bundle to her chest. A stammering voice is heard, "His wife? Is it her?" In her eyes a shining emptiness. Earlier, when Hen No brought the young leader here, he ordered the woman to greet him, and explained that he would bring the seed that she would accept.
Dan Yunho helps Machonso to stand up. With a scream, the woman rushes into attack, raising one hand to strike while holding the bundle to her chest with the other. Dan Yunho, supporting the guy, shouts to him to the side. From the young leader, S-Lips escapes too. Late. He says it doesn't matter what happens next. Nothing can be changed anymore.